Xiao Yan was jilted, and as he was about to utter the words, "Do not underestimate the youth and poverty," his father, Xiao Zhan, slowly rose and obliterated the entire Yunlan Sect with a single palm. When the entire continent was forged into a singular Dao fruit, and all realms lay prostrate beneath their feet, Xiao Yan finally comprehended his father's true intent. Their adversaries were not the myriad divine and demonic beings, but rather the author who inscribed this entire fate. Chapter 1. The Supreme Celestial emerges, a myth descends. In the northwest corner of the Dou Qi Continent, within this barren realm, the countless beings struggling for survival remained oblivious to the fact that, at this very moment, a supreme will transcending time, space, and even the dimensions of cause and effect was gradually descending, its gaze emanating from an unobservable and unfathomable dimension. The gaze settled upon Wutan City, specifically the Xiao family residence. In a quaint chamber, a middle-aged man, Xiao Zhan, who should have been deeply concerned about his offspring's future, felt a subtle tremor in his eyelashes. In the next instant, he opened his eyes. There was no trace of the bewilderment typical of a transmigrator, nor any semblance of the shock associated with a soul's reincarnation. What lay before him were eyes of remarkable indifference. Deep within his pupils, unfamiliar ornate beams were reflected, yet his expression remained tranquil, as if it contained the silent vastness of a lifeless universe. It was as if an indescribable entity, awakened from the end of an ancient epoch, scrutinized the storybook of his existence in this lower dimensional world, the identity of Xiao Zhan, which he had casually assumed. Is Dupo, Sangxiong, merely a tragic character enduring humiliation for his son, only to meet an ambiguous conclusion? He mused softly. His voice was scarcely above a whisper, yet it seemed to resonate with the laws of fate, causing the motes of dust in the room to suspend in stillness. Indeed, this serves as a rather fitting entry point. As a being who had perused countless stories, he almost instantly deciphered all the information pertaining to this body upon the arrival of his will, precisely identifying the anchor point of the current plot. His prodigious son, Xiao Yan, had regressed in cultivation by 3 years and was on the verge of experiencing the classic jilted engagement ceremony that would define an era. At that moment, a creation from a higher dimensional space attempted to anchor itself to his soul's essence in the form of a system. Beep. Unknown high-dimensional will detected. Buzzing, unable to parse. Logic overload. The Myriad Realms book Transmigration Dominator System attempts activation. Beep. Newbie gift package issued. Unknown causal laws detected. Lower tier rules rewritten by higher authority. Occurrence, buzzing, probability logic collapse. Lottery program, error. Correction failed. Beep. Congratulations, you have triggered an incomprehensible, undefinable miracle. You have won the unique reward that transcends all system settings. The great path returns to one, ascending to the pinnacle of myth in this world. Oh. Upon hearing this conclusion, seemingly derived from the exhaustion of all computational power, Xiao Zhan's previously calm demeanor exhibited a subtle shift. In the next instant, an indescribable force, surpassing all known rules of this realm, did not surge in, but rather awoke from within him, radiating outward. That was not Dou Qi. It was a power elevated by countless dimensions, embodying the primal essence of creation and destruction, time and space, cause and effect, and reincarnation. His realm began to soar at an incomprehensible speed that defied the laws of cultivation. Dou Qi, Dou Fighter, Dou Master, Dou Emperor, Dou Zone, Dou Zun. These thresholds, which mere mortals would spend a lifetime striving to transcend, were but mere dust easily crushed in the span of a breath within him. His meridians shattered and reformed into an expansive galaxy, and his bones, reduced to powder, reconstituted into immortal divine jade. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the heavens of the Dou Qi Continent trembled violently. The foundational laws of the world were crying out under the unbearable strain. From the northwest continent to the distant and mysterious central state, all beings felt an overwhelming tremor emanating from the depths of their souls, as if they were facing the very essence of the Creator. In central state, at the Pill Tower, the mysterious tower master stumbled awkwardly from the void for the first time, gazing in shock towards the northwest, his aged face etched with the terror of shattered faith. This level of pressure is beyond a Dou Emperor. Is this the heavenly Tao descending to the mortal realm? In the ancient realm, the leader of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan, suddenly fell from his imperial throne, his once proud Dou Emperor bloodline now boiling uncontrollably as if it were a servant before the Creator, writhing and lamenting in submission. His face drained of color, he summoned all his strength to roar a few words. No, this is not power. This is authority. deep within the Soul Realm. The handsome yet sinister visage of the Soul Emperor twisted in pure terror as he sensed the might capable of erasing his millennium of schemes along with the entire Soul Realm from existence, unleashing a desperate roar. Impossible! How can such an existence be found in this world, in this script? Yet, this was merely the beginning. The power within Xiao Zhan effortlessly shattered the barriers of a nine-turn Dou Saint, reaching the realm of Dou Emperor, yet showed no signs of halting. The Dou Qi began to transcend, wildly leaping towards the higher dimensional spiritual power. His life force was embarking on an irreversible ascension to a higher dimension. Rumbling, the endless void above the continent fractured like a mirror unable to withstand the strain, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Finally, that world-shattering power began to gradually stabilize. Xiao Zhan sat quietly, feeling within him a colossal force capable of restarting epochs with a thought, piercing through dimensions with a single finger, his gaze profound as the cosmos. He had reached the absolute pinnacle that this world and all related realms could bear, the celestial supreme, initial stage of spiritual quality. At that moment, the system, now infused with a human-like panic, chimed once more, beep. Emergency correction protocol initiated. Warning. Your existence has severely exceeded the narrative capacity of this world. Initiating plot stabilization protocol. Protocol Content 1. Highest authority seal on your true realm. Buzzing. Sealing failed. Transitioning to aura disguise. Suppressing to Dou zone level under normal conditions, with temporary lifts at critical junctures. Protocol Content 2. Core mainline task issued. Fate's Child Forging Plan. Protocol Content 3. Activating auxiliary functions. Daily sign-in system, Dominion Points Mall, plot correction rewards. Listening to this last-ditch effort of notifications, a wry smirk emerged at the corner of Xiao Zhan's mouth. Refinement? Is it to be achieved through humiliation? What a wretched scriptwriter! He slowly rose to his feet, clad in the simple yet dignified robes of a patriarch, appearing no different from before. Yet his gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of walls, settling upon the courtyard where solitary youth, enduring the cold stares of his kin, bore an air of melancholy. That youth was his son in this life, Xiao Yan. My son, Yin, now that I have taken on the mantle of your father, your path should not be paved with thorns and disgrace, Xiao Zhan remarked, brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve, his tone unremarkable. As members of Xiao clan, we ought to wear honor as our crown and wield strength as our scepter. Then let this inaugural lesson commence with the judgment of this farcical spectacle. No sooner had he spoken than an urgent announcement echoed from beyond the door. Patriarch, Elder Yi from the Yunlan Sect has arrived, accompanied by Miss Nailin Yanran, to pay a visit. Chapter 2. The Scroll of Divine Punishment. The Heart of Dao, Cultivating Demons. In the assembly hall of the Xiao family, Uncle Xiao, with a heart devoted to the Dao, possessed talent that the sect greatly valued. This marriage proposal was merely a jest among the elders and should not be taken seriously. I implore you, Uncle Xiao, to let this matter rest. Nailin Yanran's voice, cool and detached, resembled the icy snow atop a mountain, exuding an innate and unquestionable pride stemming from the Yunlan Sect. Her words were courteous, yet beneath that fa-ade lay a striking aloofness, a condescension that showed no desire to conceal itself. As her voice faded, roar, suppressing an ocean of fury, erupted from the entrance of the hall. Nailin Yanran, you have gone too far. Xiao Yan's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his chest heaving violently. 3 years of cold disdain, ridicule, and humiliation coalesced within him, transforming into a volcano on the verge of eruption. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young. Just as this phrase, laden with the boy's pain and resolve, was about to escape his lips, a calm voice resonated from above. Yanya. The voice bore no trace of anger, yet it seemed imbued with the celestial authority that governed all principles of the world, carrying an undeniable, absolute gravitas. Xiao Yan trembled, his fury and resentment, upon hearing those 2 syllables, were instantaneously quelled, as if they had met an insurmountable adversary, choking in his throat. Step back. He had no time to ponder, as his body instinctively obeyed, retreating to the side with remarkable compliance. Xiao Zhan, seated at the head of the hall, gradually rose. He did not cast a glance at the imperious Nailin Yanran, nor did he acknowledge Yi, the deep-spirited steward of the Yunlan Sect behind her. His gaze remained solely fixed upon his son. Approaching Xiao Yan, he raised his hand and gently brushed away the non-existent dust from his son's shoulder, speaking in a tone that was gentle yet imbued with endless indifference. Yinner, remember this. The weak are the ones who require agreements and revenge, who spend 30 years chasing an already predetermined conclusion. We, the Xiao family, are born to be the authors of our own narratives. With that, he casually waved his hand towards the empty space in the center of the hall. Buzz! The air rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, creating concentric circles of visible golden waves. Immediately vivid, three-dimensional images, seemingly bearing the weight of fate itself, materialized out of thin air. These images depicted the humiliating script that Xiao Yan was destined to endure. In the scene, a young boy pointed at a girl, bellowing the words, "Do not bully the young," only to subsequently write a letter of divorce amid the mocking laughter of the guests, establishing a 3-year agreement. As the images shifted, the boy faced life-and-death trials in the mountains, wrestled with a serpent woman in the desert, and endured bone-scorching flames. Every agony, every struggle, every ounce of indignation was laid bare before all present. The final scene froze atop the mist-laden Mount Yunlan, where the boy stood alone, bearing a mysterious ruler. Drenched in blood, confronting the colossal sect that loomed like a deity, his eyes ablaze with an unyielding fire. What is this? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, as if struck by lightning. The humiliation and resentment that should have belonged to him, transcending time and space, was seared into his soul like the fiercest brand. He could even feel his internal energy trembling and lamenting in response to this resonance of a predetermined fate. Meanwhile, Nalan Yinran's exquisitely proud visage was replaced by shock and bewilderment. She glimpsed her future self, foreseeing the downfall of the Yunlan Sect, picturing her own tragic end filled with regret, realizing that everything she had prided herself on was merely a farcical script written long ago. This abrupt collapse of her identity from protagonist to mere pawn in a narrative was more devastating to her proud heart than any forceful oppression. As the crowd was left awestruck by this paradigm-shattering miracle, Xiao Zhan regarded the frozen, blood-soaked image of the boy with a slight shake of his head, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. He waved his hand again. Crack! With a sharp sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The projection of the fateful script was effortlessly crushed by an unseen divine hand, exploding into countless luminous particles, dissipating into nothingness. This script is subpar. Xiao Zhan's voice echoed within the silent hall, akin to a master playwright critiquing an amateur's clumsy work. Filled with the self-indulgent sorrows and impotent rage of the weak, it is unworthy to become the legacy of the Xiao family. Turning around, he finally cast a glance of disdain at Guyi and Nalan Yinran, who were already trembling and kneeling on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The marriage of my Xiao family's prodigy cannot be dismissed at your whim. With a mere gesture, the marriage contract brought by Nalan Yinran flew into his hands. He did not spare it a second glance, simply flicking his fingers. The contract, composed of a special material, disintegrated into its most basic particles, completely obliterating its existence from this world. This so-called marriage agreement was, from the very beginning, an affront to my son. The dragon of the Xiao family deserves a future wife who is a peerless empress, revered by all. You, Nalan Yinran. Xiao Zhan's gaze lingered for a moment on her ashen face before he uttered 2 words, unworthy. As for the so-called 3-year agreement, a sardonic smile finally graced Xiao Zhan's lips. Do you think you deserve to make my son wait 3 years? Begone, return, and inform Yunyan. Within 3 days, she must come to our Xiao family and personally atone for her transgressions at her doorstep. Otherwise, at this point, Xiao Zhan slowly raised a finger, pale and slender, exuding an ethereal quality devoid of any earthly presence. He pointed through the walls of the assembly hall towards the direction of the Yunlan Sect, a distance of millions of miles away. That single gesture appeared unremarkable. However, at that moment, the mountains of Yunlan, which were bathed in ethereal mist, seemed to freeze in both time and space. A dazzling, surreal, and vividly colorful light, akin to the first ray of dawn from the Creator, enveloped the scene. Amidst the radiance, the entire mountain range, along with all its inhabitants and elements, including the one currently secluding himself in pursuit of breakthrough, Yun Shan, had their expressions, fear, bewilderment, or anger, eternally captured in that singular moment. In the next instant, the entire Yunlan mountain transformed into a colossal, lifelike artwork of divine punishment, reflecting the brilliance of myriad colors. Silence. An absolute silence, one that seemed capable of freezing souls and halting the very flow of time, enveloped the Xiao family estate. No one could comprehend what had transpired in that fleeting moment. They merely witnessed the patriarch's finger pointing toward the distant horizon. Then, all fell silent. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic energy fluctuations, not even a ripple of fighting spirit. Yet, every soul trembled uncontrollably at that moment. A terror, born from primal instinct and transcending mere fear, named End, surged like an invisible tide, engulfing their minds. A devil, he is a devil. A shriek, so piercing it seemed inhuman, echoed from beyond the estate. Guye's voice. In that voice, there was no longer a trace of the haughty demeanor characteristic of the Grand Elder of the Yunlan Sect. Only the purest, most primal essence of despair and madness remained, akin to that of mortals witnessing the divine retribution descending upon the world. Immediately, the streets erupted in a cacophony of gasps akin to a tsunami. Heavens! Look up at the sky. What is that in the direction of the Yunlan Sect? Light, radiant, multicolored light. The entire horizon has been stained with a glimmering sheen. My God, I sense something has vanished forever. The cries of astonishment compelled the members of the Xiao clan within the hall to lose all restraint. Rushing outside to gaze skyward. In the blink of an eye, they beheld a scene so indelibly etched in their memories that it would haunt them for all eternity. There, in the distance where the Yunlan Sect resided, the sky was enveloped in an exquisite, resplendent tapestry of multicolored light. The radiance was both sacred and magnificent, as if it were the reflection of a divine realm descending upon the earth. Yet, for all who beheld this brilliance, no sense of sanctity was felt. Instead, an overwhelming void and sorrow emerged, as if a portion of the world had been forcefully erased from existence. They remained oblivious to the calamity that had befallen the Yunlan Sect. However, they could distinctly feel that the colossal entity, which had loomed over the entire Gamma Empire for nearly a millennium, had just been obliterated by a mere gesture from their patriarch. Not mere destruction, but an erasure of a higher order, obliterated from a very fabric of causality and from the memories of all beings in this world. A Xiao elder swallowed hard, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself before the assembly hall in the most devout posture, trembling uncontrollably. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the hall, all members of the Xiao clan, regardless of age or gender, fell to their knees. They buried their heads deep in the dust, adopting the most humble stance to offer their everything to the figure that stood serenely in the hall, unaffected by the turmoil. In their gazes, reverence had long since dissipated, replaced by the most fervent and unadulterated faith, akin to that of witnessing a creator deity. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was already in tears, standing there in a daze, allowing the hot tears to stream down his face. In that moment, he finally grasped the profound meaning behind his father's words. We, the Xiao clan, are destined to be the authors of the script of judgment. Indeed, what need was there for a 3-year pact? What need was there for enduring humiliation and hardship? Before his father's might, capable of treating the world as a canvas to be painted at will, all suffering and struggle seemed utterly absurd and trivial. The resentment and anger that had ignited within him due to the humiliation of the script were, at that moment, thoroughly cleansed and purified by the divine punishment that spanned millions of miles before him. However, just as the overwhelming joy and unparalleled glory were about to fully seize his heart, a chilling thought, as cold as if it had originated from the depths of the underworld, surfaced unexpectedly from the depths of his soul. Wait, his body suddenly stiffened, the scorching tears turning icy in an instant. If only his father had possessed such power from the beginning. An image that sent shivers down his spine uncontrollably surged into his mind. Over 1,000 days and nights of degradation, transforming from a genius into a waste, enduring the cold stares of his kin and the mockery of others, the despair of being abandoned by the world, the solitude of licking his wounds in the dead of night, and the endless confusion about the future. All of these had once been the most real and indelible pains in his life. So why then had he been forced to bear the humiliation and suffering of those 3 years? This question pierced through his heart, which had just been filled with unparalleled glory. Like a venomous ice needle, an indescribable chill surged from the soles of his feet, racing toward the crown of his head. Could it be that all his suffering, all his struggles and resentments during those 3 years were merely a necessary prologue in his father's eyes? Did he, like the Yunlan Sect that had been casually erased, and like the proud Nalan Yanran, differ in essence only in that he was the protagonist in this grand narrative? Perhaps the only distinction was that he was the main character. This realization created a subtle yet unyielding crack in the newly forged heart of the divine child. Xiao Yan. He slowly lifted his head to gaze at his father, still distant and towering, seemingly out of sync with the entire world. He noticed that the pure fervor and adoration in his eyes had, unbeknownst to him, acquired a hint of reverence and estrangement. He finally understood that the distance between himself and his father was not merely one of power. It was also a deeper, more complex essence, of which he was temporarily unaware, but instinctively felt a tinge of fear. Meanwhile, the divine artwork crafted by his father sent ripples of law cascading outward at a speed that transcended light and thought, spreading wildly across the Dou Qi Continent and into higher dimensions. In a secret realm inaccessible to mortals, a woman adorned in a simple gown, exuding grace and unparalleled elegance, was recklessly igniting her Dou Qi, transforming into a streak of light as she raced madly toward the Gamma Empire. It was Yunlan, the current leader of the Yunlan Sect. Just moments ago, the life-bound jade token connected to the sect's fortunes had shattered before her eyes, piece by piece. A heart-wrenching agony surged from deep within her soul, instantly incapacitating her, despite her status as a peak Dou Huang. No, what has happened to the sect? Yunlan, master, panic-stricken, Yunyan's beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with tears and dread. Yet, just as she was about to break free from this secret realm, her form suddenly froze mid-air as if ensnared by a spell. She looked up in horror at the sky enveloped in a multicolored light, and then she saw it. Through that radiant curtain, she beheld the familiar Yunlan mountain, which had nurtured her for decades. She saw the grand palace atop the mountain, the disciples sparring in the plaza, and the secluded chambers within the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain. She even glimpsed her master, Yinshan, who was on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm, a look of ecstasy just beginning to surface on his face. Everything was vivid and lifelike. Yet, it all seemed to be separated by an eternal span of time, for they had all transformed into crystal, a form eternal, motionless, reflecting the brilliance of 7 colored lights, as if they existed only in myth. Witnessing this breathtaking yet ruthlessly cruel scene, which transcended the limits of comprehension, Yunyan felt her entire worldview, her faith, and everything she held dear utterly shatter at that moment. Unable to suppress the catastrophic blow to her soul, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth, staining the sky before her like a blooming flower. Her consciousness plummeted into an abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all this chaos, Xiao Zhan, remained utterly unconcerned within the Xiao clan's assembly hall. He did not even cast a glance at the world's reaction, as if the obliteration of a sanctuary in the eyes of mere mortals was nothing more than brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust. He slowly returned to his seat, resuming his position with an air of authority, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of barriers, ultimately resting upon the unassuming, archaic black ring adorning Xiao Yan's right thumb. The scenes featuring the heroine and the antagonist had been meticulously refined. Xiao Zhan lifted the fragrant tea, which the maid had reserved at an unknown moment, gently blowing away the steam, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing the weather. A captivating performance requires not only a protagonist, but also a capable golden finger and a venerable elder. Let me see. A knowing smile crept upon his lips, one that seemed to suggest he would thoroughly discern the essence of the ring along with the soul it contained. What this golden finger from the original narrative? Chapter 3. The Imperial Teacher Bows, the reconstruction of a defective artifact. Xiao Zhan's seemingly casual mutterings resonated like a decree from the gods, stirring invisible ripples within the hall. Every member of the Xiao family held their breath, their eyes a mix of fervor and confusion, drawn to the ancient ring on Xiao Yan's right thumb. Following the gaze of their patriarch, golden finger, venerable elder, these unfamiliar terms left them in a state of bewilderment. Only Xiao Yan felt his heart race. He instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the weight of the heirloom left by his mother, his heart overwhelmed. Father, is he referring to it? Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, Xiao Zhan had already set down his teacup, his profound gaze akin to the cosmos itself fixed upon the ring. He did not reach out to touch it, nor did he unleash any fighting spirit. He merely regarded it, then spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent, as if commanding a tool. Must I personally summon the fragment of soul within? His voice, though not loud, contained a power capable of piercing the depths of the underworld and transcending dimensions. Buzz! The ancient ring upon Xiao Yan's finger suddenly erupted with a violent tremor. A visible, dense white mist surged uncontrollably from the ring, coalescing mid-air into the translucent figure of an elderly man with hair as white as snow. The elder, ethereal and wise in demeanor, bore a countenance that should have reflected a sage, Yet at that moment, his face was etched with unprecedented shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. You! Who are you? How could you uncover my existence? What have you done to this ring? Yao Chun, once renowned across the continent as the apothecary sovereign, now found his soul in a state of disarray, like a fragile boat amidst turbulent waves, ready to capsize at any moment. He was utterly bewildered, since he was betrayed by his wayward disciple, Han Feng. His soul had resided within this bone flame ring for nearly a millennium, having never once made a mistake. According to his plan, he would be awakened by the blood of the ring's new master, Xiao Yan, and then commence his scheme of cultivating a disciple and exacting a perfect revenge. However, now, everything was in chaos. He had not been awakened by Xiao Yan, but rather by an incomprehensible, overpowering force that had ruthlessly yanked him from his slumber. It was as if an ordinary individual hiding in a dark room had been violently seized along with the entire house by a colossal hand descending from the heavens. He could even sense that with a mere thought, that power could erase his tenuous existence from the very fabric of causality. What manner of power is this? A Dou Saint? Impossible. Even the legendary Dou Emperor could not possibly wield such unfathomable means. An intriguing fragment of soul. Xiao Zhan finally directed his attention to Yao Chen's ethereal form, his gaze appraising as if inspecting a recently unearthed artifact, caked in dirt, casually remarking, "What a pity. It is impure and severely flawed, merely a defective piece." Yao Chen was taken aback and enraged. The pride of once being the continent's foremost alchemist prompting him to instinctively retort, yet under Xiao Zhan's indifferent gaze, he found himself unable to utter a single word. For what was spoken was the undeniable truth. Moreover, that gaze was not one of disdain from a stronger being toward a weaker one, but rather the indifference of a higher dimensional life form observing a lesser creation. So be it. Xiao Zhan seemed to lose interest in further scrutiny, casually raising his hand and lightly pointing at Yao Chen's spectral form. "Since you are to be my son's golden finger, it cannot be a defective item. Today, I shall bestow upon you the grace of reconstruction." As his words fell, a seemingly feeble yet boundless ray of seven-colored divine light, imbued with the essence of life and the laws of creation, burst forth from his fingertips, effortlessly piercing through space and instantly merging with Yao Chen's translucent soul. Boom! Yao Chen felt as if his soul had been cast into the furnace of creation, a power so pure that he could not even imagine in his wildest dreams. Akin to the Milky Way pouring into him, surged through every crevice of his soul, cleansing it of the ailments and fractures wrought by the passage of time and grievous injuries. Those once agonizing soul wounds, which had seemed irreparable, crumbled under this divine light, melting away like snow under the sun. No, this is not mere restoration. This is reconstruction. This is a rebirth. It is a transcendence to a higher realm of existence. Yao Chen could distinctly feel his soul's essence being purified, strengthened, and refined, becoming 100-fold, 1,000-fold more solid than it had been at its peak during his lifetime. The sensation was akin to a piece of mundane iron being personally tempered by a god of creation, transformed into an eternal, indestructible, divine metal. How is this possible? What immense power is this? The power of creation. Yao Chen's soul trembled violently in midair, his aged visage now awash with ecstasy, astonishment, and a profound reverence rooted in the depths of his soul. His meager pride, once held by a Dou Zun, seemed insignificant as a speck of dust before this grace that could reverse life and death, reshaping the cycle of reincarnation. After several breaths, the radiance dissipated. Yao Chen's soul remained translucent, yet the solidity of his essence and the overwhelming pressure emanating from his very being, capable of rendering even ordinary Dou Zong's breathless, had already surpassed his former peak. He stood dazed, feeling an unparalleled surge of power within him, and then made a gesture that would forever be etched in the memories of all present, including Xiao Yan. His body, formed of soul energy, bowed deeply in midair, paying the most ancient and humble homage to the illustrious Xiao Zhan. Old servant Yao Chen humbly thanks the master for this divine grace of reconstruction. His voice was stripped of any trace of the pride of a strong man, leaving only the most devout and fervent submission. From this day forth, the old servant is willing to die for the master, 1,000 deaths unhesitating. In this fantastical world, the strong are revered, and a grace potent enough to grant one a new life, even surpassing the pinnacle, is enough to compel any formidable figure to cast aside all dignity and offer everything they possess. Once more, the hall fell into a profound silence. If Xiao Zhan's decisive act had previously instilled fear and awe in them, the atmosphere now was charged with something far more profound. At this moment, the spontaneous creation of a soul reminiscent of an ancient powerhouse imparts to them an intuitive and profound understanding of the concept of divinity. Yet, Xiao Zhan remains utterly indifferent. He merely gestures dismissively, as if accepting the loyalty of a servant is the most commonplace affair. Rise, he commands. Thank you, master. Yao Chun rises respectfully, albeit with a slight stoop, adopting a posture of utmost humility, no longer daring to meet Xiao Zhan's gaze. Once this golden opportunity is addressed, Xiao Zhan finally directs his attention to Xiao Yan, who has long been numbed by the awe-inspiring spectacles unfolding before him. He gazes at his nominal son, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Very well, Yinner. Your teacher is now in position. It is your turn. Chapter 4. The Mortal's Crucible, a Divine Creation. As Xiao Zhan's gaze, laced with a hint of playful amusement, ultimately settles upon him, Xiao Yan's heart inexplicably leaps. My turn? He mutters instinctively, a mixture of excitement and anticipation coursing through him, along with an ineffable tension born of the unknown. What transformations will my father enact upon me? Having witnessed his father's ability to effortlessly reshape the remnant soul of a presumed ancient powerhouse into something surpassing its pinnacle, the unfathomable methods employed have thoroughly upended his worldview. Indeed, it is your turn. Xiao Zhan rises slowly from his seat, approaching Xiao Yan step by step. He extends a hand, refraining from physical contact, instead scrutinizing Xiao Yan with eyes that seem to penetrate the very essence of existence. His gaze resembles that of the most discerning artist, evaluating an imperfect, raw gem poised for refinement. After a brief moment, he shakes his head slightly, releasing a soft sigh. Alas, the foundation is too weak, the bloodline too mixed, and the power of the soul is utterly feeble. This initial configuration is simply appalling. Such a critique, if uttered by another, would undoubtedly incite Xiao Yan's fury, for he had once been hailed as a rare talent in Wu-Tan City. Yet, from the lips of this godlike father, it appears wholly justified. Xiao Yan feels no urge to dispute. Instead, he instinctively scrutinizes himself, genuinely perceiving his form as grotesquely inadequate. Indeed, compared to his father's world-shattering might, what does his meager talent amount to? Beside him, Yao Chun, newly granted a second chance, nods in deep agreement. With his vastly enhanced soul perception, he too recognizes Xiao Yan's mediocrity. Were it not for the existence of a master capable of rewriting destiny, this young man's future achievements would likely be confined to the realms of Dou Huang and Dou Zong, never even touching the threshold of Dou Zun. Yania. Xiao Zhan's voice resounds once more, now imbued with an undeniable authority. Do you know why you fell from genius to a waste 3 years ago? Xiao Yan's entire being trembles, abruptly lifting his gaze to meet Xiao Zhan's, his eyes brimming with fervor and longing. This is the greatest torment of his past 3 years. The nightmare he has pondered day and night without resolution. Please, father, enlighten your child, he implores, his voice quivering. Yet, Xiao Zhan does not respond directly. Instead, he turns his gaze to the respectfully standing Yao Chun. You tell him. Yes, master. Yao Chun dares not exhibit any hint of negligence, promptly stepping forward to explain to Xiao Yan, young master Xiao Yan. The reason for your regression in cultivation is that my soul resides within your ring, requiring the absorption of your Dou Qi to maintain its existence. That will suffice. Xiao Zhan interjects, his tone cool and dismissive. The explanation is overly verbose and not entirely accurate. He redirects his attention back to Xiao Yan, enunciating each word with precision. His absorption of your Dou Qi is merely superficial. The true root lies in your weakness. Your body, your bloodline, your soul, all are woefully inadequate, so weak that you cannot even withstand the energy emitted by a fragment of soul. Thus, you are not merely drained. Rather, you are unconsciously overwhelmed, shattering your fragile balance. Inner, remember this. Being stripped of power is not the fault of others, but your own. The fault lies in your lack of strength. This proclamation strikes Xiao Yan like a series of hammers imbued with the essence of profound truth, resonating deeply within his heart. He instantly comprehends. Indeed, if he were an ocean, how could he concern himself with the inflow of a mere brook? If he were sun, why would he fear the approach of a single spark? Ultimately, it is his own mundane vessel, this corporeal form, that is far too fragile and inferior. Having realized this, Xiao Yan feels a sense of clarity wash over him. The gloom and resentment that had burdened him for 3 years dissipate in an instant. In its stead arises a profound self-negation regarding his past existence. He bows deeply to Xiao Zhan. Father, your child has learned. Excellent. Xiao Zhan nods with satisfaction. His son's insight has not disappointed him. Now that you have recognized your shortcomings, the next steps will be far more manageable. A mischievous smile plays upon his lips as he utters a phrase that sends shivers down the spines of all present, including Yao Chun. I have decided to assist you in deleting and reshaping your essence. Delete and reshape. Such audacious and radical terminology. Immortal cultivation. The emphasis is on gradual progress and solidifying foundations. Yet, here stands Xiao Zhan, dissatisfied, prepared to commence anew. Master. Yao Chun stammers. Though young Master S' foundation is average, is still relatively sound. If we were to nullify his cultivation and start afresh, it could lead to silence. Xiao Zhan casts a disdainful glance at him. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? I would never dare. Yao Chun, terror-stricken, collapses to the ground, no longer daring to utter another word. What folly! The methods of this master transcend the realm of common sense. To presume to interpret the actions of a deity with his meager knowledge of alchemy is sheer lunacy. Disregarding him, Xiao Zhan gently places his hand upon Xiao Yan's crown. Yinner, the process will be quite intriguing, but it is a necessary rite of passage for your transformation from mortal to divine creation. Engage your heart in this experience, and you shall be reborn. Yes, Father. Xiao Yan nods earnestly, his gaze devoid of trepidation, filled solely with unwavering trust in his father and an exhilarating anticipation for the metamorphosis that lies ahead. Very good. A glimmer of approval flashes in Xiao Zhan's eyes. In the next moment, a force that is not merely energy, but rather the very essence of creation and definition, erupts explosively from his palm. In my name, I decree, mortal bones, enter the crucible. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Yan's consciousness is torn asunder by an unprecedented agony and an extraordinary sense of transcendence. He feels as though he has been cast into the most primordial furnace of the universe's chaos. Unimaginable torment envelopes every inch of his flesh, every single cell. Yet paradoxically, his soul seems to be cradled by a gentle force, suspended above his corporeal form, observing with an absolute calm the entire process of his mortal shell being deconstructed and refined. He beheld his own skeleton, those 206 bones that had borne witness to all his glory and humiliation, and they did not emit the brittle sound of shattering. Instead, amidst the mournful cries of unbearable burden, they disintegrated inch by inch, like a sand sculpture weathered by millennia, transforming into the finest, pale bone powder. He heard his veins, those channels once heralded as symbols of genius, remain unbroken. Rather, under the searing touch of an invisible divine fire, they evaporated rapidly, akin to ignited spider silk, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke that represented the past, vanishing into the void. He sensed his blood, that liquid coursing with the thin lineage of an emperor Dou, being boiled, releasing a pungent, sweet aroma until it was utterly vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Flesh, organs, skin, everything that constituted Xiao Yan as a mere mortal was being dismantled in the most thorough, meticulous, and elegant manner, reverting to the most primal essence of life. Devoid of any impurities, this was no longer mere suffering. This was an artistry that epitomized destruction to its zenith, infused with the aesthetics of violence, a creation of divine proportions. Within the hall, all members of the Xiao clan were pushed into the corners by an invisible force, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upon the figure shrouded in seven-colored divine light, feeling the overwhelming majesty of creation that made their very souls tremble. Each collapsing to the ground, breath forgotten. Only Yao Chun, the once revered Dou Zun, was trembling with excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor. A miracle. This was undoubtedly the grandest, most unimaginable miracle he had ever witnessed. This was not healing, nor elevation. This was creation. The master was crafting a future deity with his own hands. Time became irrelevant, and the space thickened under the incomprehensible creative power as Xiao Yan's essence was completely refined and purified. Xiao Zhan's indifferent voice resonated once more deep within Xiao Yan's soul. The second step, the divine body, is to be sculpted. At that moment, true creation commenced. Xiao Yan perceived his father's will transforming into countless invisible chisels, beginning to carve within that chaotic sphere of pure life essence. A golden divine bone, formed from the purest concept of immortality, was birthed from the void, becoming the backbone of this new body. Next came the ribs, the limbs, each bone seemingly crafted according to the universe's most perfect golden ratio, inscribed naturally with profound divine runes. He heard his father's will morphing into a loom, weaving with the galaxy as thread and principles as weft, starting to interlace within his new body. Strands of brilliant divine meridians, wider and sturdier than ever before, materialized from thin air. What flowed within those meridians was no longer Dou Qi, but a more ancient and domineering golden divine power, as if it could incinerate the heavens. His internal organs, his limbs and bones underwent a complete and fundamental reformation. This was an unprecedented experience. Xiao Yan was utterly entranced. He lost track of time, lost his sense of self, leaving only pure admiration and reverence for the divine creation before him. As the last divine meridian was woven, and the final drop of divine blood infused into his heart, his soul, which had remained an observer, was irresistibly pulled back into this new, perfect vessel. Boom! An unprecedented, overwhelmingly potent feeling surged within him. Awakening like the cosmic explosion, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden divine flame flickering from the depths of his gaze. He looked down at his hands, their skin more delicate than that of a newborn, yet containing the terrifying power capable of tearing apart a Dou Wang. He could distinctly sense that his limbs, his internal organs, had been imbued with an incomprehensible golden divine power containing the essence of flame. His bloodline was no longer the former Dou Emperor lineage, but an even more ancient and noble one, transcending all flames, the primordial Yin god body. Xiao Zhan retracted his hand, calmly naming his son's new body. From this day forth, you shall be the one and only Yin god in this world. As Xiao Yan's body was reshaped, his cultivation began to surge like a torrent unleashed. Dou Qi, third stage, long since a thing of the past. Dou Shi, 1 star, 2 stars, peak of 9 stars. Dou Qi, 1 star, 2 stars, peak of 9 stars. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Xiao Yan's cultivation firmly settled at 1 star Dou Ling, a step ascending to the heavens. Chapter 5. Divine Fire as Plaything. The Divine Sun reveals his might. Within the Xiao clan's conference hall, time seemed to lose all significance, and the very fabric of space thickened under the incomprehensible creative might. As Xiao Yan's cultivation, amidst the astonished, reverent, and even fearful gazes of all, tore through the barriers of Dou Zhi, Dou Shi, and Dou Shi, ultimately halting in the realm of Dou Ling, symbolizing immense power. The entire hall had transformed from initial fervor into an almost religious, absolute silence. A step to the heavens. Those 4 words felt so pale and powerless at this moment. The members of the Xiao clan witnessed not merely the myth of a mortal's rise, but the process through which a deity crafted a work of art with effortless grace. Their young clan leader, Xiao Yan, under the enigmatic means of clan leader Xiao Zhan, had in mere moments transformed from a boy ridiculed as a waste into a formidable Dou Ling capable of overseeing the entire Wutan city and several surrounding city-states. This was not mere cultivation. This was divine grace. It was a redefinition of a higher dimensional existence upon a lower dimensional one. Am I in the realm of the divine? An elderly Xiao clan elder trembled, his voice quaking with profound shock. He did not pinch himself, for he knew this was more real than any dream. Instinctively he knelt, pressing his forehead against the cold ground, as if only thus could he bear the shudder rising from the depths of his soul. A miracle. This was the true miracle. Our Xiao clan, no. The clan leader. The clan leader is no longer a mere mortal. Countless members of the Xiao clan were now teary-eyed with excitement. They gazed at the figure atop the main seat, who remained calm and composed, their eyes transcending mere reverence to a fervor capable of sacrificing all. As the epicenter of all this, Xiao Yan himself was immersed in an unprecedented, wondrous realization, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth, unable to extricate himself. He could vividly see the once formless and intangible fire elements in the air transforming into jubilant golden threads, curling around his fingertips like the most docile of pets. He could hear within him not Dou Qi, but the golden torrent named Taichu Divine Power, each surge emitting a low roar powerful enough to command all flames. He even experienced the illusion that with but a thought, he could revert this conference hall, along with everything within, back to its primordial state of pure energy. This was the Taichu Yin God body. This was the authority of the Divine Sun. However, alongside this supreme power that surged within, there lingered a trace of cold detachment, rooted in the divine punishment scroll of the 2nd chapter. This strength was not cultivated through my arduous efforts. It was a gift bestowed upon me after my identity was remade following my deletion. Am I truly my father's son, or merely a creation that he finds rather satisfactory? This thought, akin to a barely perceptible flaw upon an immaculate divine form, jolted Xiao Yan from his intoxication with power. Suddenly, he raised his head, directing his gaze towards the towering figure of Xiao Zhan, and reverently performed an ancient courtly salute, more intricate and devout than any he had executed before. Thank you, Father, for the gift of rebirth. This bow came from the depths of his heart, infused with genuine gratitude. Yet, beneath that sincerity lay a trace of confusion regarding his own existence, a sentiment he had yet to fully recognize. Xiao Zhan nodded with satisfaction, seemingly oblivious to the complex emotions swirling within his son. Perhaps, in his eyes, this flaw was the most intriguing aspect of the creation itself. Then, as if recalling something, a playful smile crept upon his lips, and he silently inquired of that high-dimensional creation. Ah, system, just now I have corrected the growth trajectory of the main character. There should be a reward, right? Ding. Detected that the host has significantly altered the fate of the child of destiny. Xiao Yan. Plot correction degree. 20. Reward. 200. 000 Dominator points. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully captured and transformed the core plot catalyst. Yao Chun. Reward. 100. 000 Dominator points. Ding. Due to the host's consecutive major plot corrections in the initial phase, the hidden achievement script modifier has been unlocked, granting access to the daily check-in feature. A series of notifications echoed in Xiao Zhan's mind. Oh, daily check-in? A flicker of intrigue, akin to a chess player discovering a novel strategy, flashed in his eyes. He paid no mind to the hundreds of thousands of Dominator points. At his current level, he could effortlessly create most items in the system's shop, perhaps even better versions. Yet, this check-in feature, with its element of randomness from the unknown, piqued his interest in this otherwise monotonous world, which he had long since deciphered. System. Proceed with today's check-in. Ding. First check-in. Triggering divine, critical reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5-star legendary item. Purifying Lotus Demon Fire's embryonic form. Boom. As the system's notification faded, a flame, entirely ivory in hue and roughly the size of a fist, appeared silently in Xiao Zhan's palm, exuding an air of sanctity, as if it were condensed from the very concept of purification itself. The moment this flame manifested, the temperature within the council hall surged dramatically. The moisture in the air evaporated instantaneously, and even the space itself rippled visibly under the pressure of the terrifying law emanating from the essence of the flame. What is this? Beside him, Yao Chun, just recovering from the shock of Xiao Yan's advancement, was suddenly overtaken by an unprecedented, extreme astonishment and ecstasy upon witnessing this flame. His spiritual essence quivered violently from overwhelming excitement, nearly threatening to disperse on the spot. Purifying Lotus Demon Fire? No. This presence is even more primal, more terrifying than the purifying Lotus Demon Fire. As the former #1 alchemist of the continent, his understanding of flames transcended mere energy. Touching upon the realm of the Dao, he could distinctly perceive that within the seemingly holy ivory flame lay concealed 21 other equally powerful and domineering types of, all forcibly governed by an even higher will, the devouring essence of the void, devouring flame, the igniting gold of the Golden Emperor's flame, the genesis of the life flame, the annihilation of the 8 desolations destruction flame. 22 types, each a legendary source capable of driving a Dou Emperor to madness, were collectively and harmoniously serving a supreme emperor. Heavens! This is the embryonic form of the imperial flame, said to be forged from the fusion of 22. Yao Chun was utterly beside himself. He babbled incoherently, his gaze akin to that of the most devout alchemist witnessing the birth of the Philosopher's Stone. The third-ranked purifying Lotus Demon Fire was already a legendary entity, and the imperial flame, forged from all, existed only in the ancient alchemical theories as a mythic taboo flame. Yet now, this embryonic form of imperial flame, capable of plunging the entire continent into war, had been conjured by its master as if it were mere sleight of hand? What kind of celestial technique is this? However, in response to Yao Chen's nearly frenzied reaction, Xiao Zhan merely weighed the flame in his hand, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, and commented in a tone akin to an artist assessing a flawed masterpiece. The energy is convoluted, and the threads of causation are overly coarse. Even the most fundamental cycle of life and death has yet to be constructed. It lacks purity, but it is barely usable. Upon uttering this, amidst Yao Chen's stunned gaze, as if struck by divine thunder, Xiao Zhan made an unforgettable gesture. He casually tossed the embryonic form of the imperial flame, as one might toss an ordinary glass marble, toward Xiao Yan. Yinner, this little flame, while somewhat unique in shape, shall serve as your new birth gift from father. Take it and consider it a toy. A toy. Yao Chan felt as though his very soul was on the verge of ceasing to contemplate. He watched in disbelief as Xiao Yan clumsily caught the embryonic form of the imperial flame, feeling the overwhelming might capable of purifying all and commanding all flames, plunging him into a profound philosophical bewilderment regarding his identity, his place in the world, and the significance of the alchemical path he had pursued his entire life. Meanwhile, the other members of the Xiao family, though unfamiliar with the imperial flame, could deduce from the overwhelming aura in Yao Chun's disoriented reaction that this was undeniably a world-shattering treasure. Yet, in their patriarch's eyes, this formidable treasure was merely a toy for his child. In that instant, the respect for Xiao Zhan soared to an unimaginable, incomprehensible dimension. Just then, an urgent commotion erupted from outside the hall, punctuated by rapid footsteps. Patriarch, it's bad. The Gale and Uba families have surrounded our Xiao family's marketplace with a large force. A Xiao family guard stumbled in, his face etched with urgency and anger. Oh! Xiao Zhan's brow arched slightly, and a hint of mild displeasure crossed his otherwise indifferent visage, akin to an artist discovering a few bothersome specks of dust on his canvas. Before he could speak, the newly empowered Xiao Yan stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with golden divine flames, shimmering with eager combativeness. Father, I shall kneel before you, my voice clear, yet imbued with an authority beyond my years. This dust that tarnishes your scroll, why should you dirty your hands? Allow me, your son, to take up the challenge. He was now, with bated breath, eager to test the capabilities of his newly acquired divine body and the cataclysmic power it bestowed. More than anything, he yearned for a direct and thorough purification to address the confusion swirling in his heart regarding the relationship between his work and his son. Observing the fierce determination burning in his son's eyes, a satisfied smile crept across Xiao Zhan's lips. He sought not the Xiao Yan who had endured humiliation and hardship for 30 years, ultimately constrained by the confines of the script. Rather, he desired the figure before him, radiant and audacious, one who dared to strike back at all provocations and even question the will of his creator, this divine son. Go forth, Xiao Zhan gestured nonchalantly, his tone calm. Remember, you are the son of God. Dealing with these insignificant ants requires no further words. Simply trample over them. Yes, father. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, a look of sudden clarity dawning upon him. He bowed respectfully once more to Xiao Zhan, then abruptly turned and transformed into a brilliant streak of fire, vanishing instantaneously from the hall. His speed was such that even the Dou Zun, Yao Chun, could barely catch a glimpse of his fleeting shadow. Chapter 6. Royal Terror. The Forbidden Name. Within the Xiao family estate, a miracle capable of overturning the annals of cultivation history across the continent was unfolding. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital of the Gama Empire, St. Gama City, deep within the royal palace, in a heavily guarded chamber, impervious even to the smallest fly, an imposing elder clad in a dragon robe was listening to a report from a shadowy figure clad in black. His expression shifted dramatically, darkening to a near-drenched gloom. This elder was none other than the guardian deity of the Gama Empire and its most formidable figure, the royal ancestor, Jia Tian. Is what you say truly accurate? Jia Tian's voice trembled slightly, a quiver he himself had not realized. Reporting to the ancestor, it is indeed the truth. The kneeling, shadowy figure trembled as he spoke, fear lacing his voice. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Elder Guyi and Miss Nalan Yinran from Yunlan Sect were thrown out from the Xiao family estate. Shortly thereafter, news spread through Wutan City that the family head, Xiao Zhan, publicly declared that the Xiao family has severed ties with Nalan Yinran. Nonsense. Jia Tian slammed his palm onto the icy jade table before him, a chilling aura erupting that caused the temperature of the entire chamber to plummet drastically. Has Xiao Zhan lost his mind? Does he not realize that Nalan Yinran is the direct disciple of the Yun Sect master? Does he not understand that Yunlan Sect is a colossal entity within my Gama Empire? Is he intent on dragging the entire Xiao family into an abyss of ruin? Jia Tian was genuinely enraged. To him, Xiao Zhan's actions were the epitome of foolishness. To offend the Yunlan Sect for a fleeting moment of pride and family honor? What difference was there between that and courting death? Ancestor, please quell your fury. The shadowy figure hurriedly prostrated himself. Speaking hastily, there is more to this matter. What more? Jiaxing Tian restrained his anger, coldly inquiring. Not long after Nail and Yanran and Elder Guyi were expelled, there was an unprecedented commotion from the direction of Yunlan Sect. The shadowy figure's voice grew sharp with terror. According to our spies stationed around the Yunlan mountain range, the entire Yunlan Sect, along with the mountain, vanished in an instant. What? Jiaxing Tian sprang to his feet, an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a Dou Huang erupting uncontrollably. What do you mean vanished? Clarify it for me. It transformed into a mountain of glass. The shadowy figure gasped for breath. Summoning all his strength to scream, the spies reported that the entire Yunlan mountain, along with all its inhabitants and objects, was instantaneously turned into glass by a golden light. A massive, lifelike glass statue. A glass statue. Jiaxing Tian was rendered speechless. Having lived for over a century, he prided himself on his vast knowledge, yet he had never even heard of an entire sect, along with its mountain, being transformed into glass. What sort of unfathomable, miraculous power was this? An outrageous thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Could this event be related to Xiao Zhan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Zhan is merely an inconspicuous family head of the Xiao clan. Even if he concealed his strength, he could only be a Dou Wang at most. How could he possibly wield such world-destroying, almost miraculous power? Ancestor, there is yet another matter. The shadowy figure seemed to recall something and hurriedly added. According to reports from Wutan City, Elder Guyi, upon witnessing the Yunlan Sect's fortune jade pendant shatter, screamed in terror, declaring that Xiao Zhan is a demon. Boom! That statement struck Jiaxing Tian like a thunderclap, resounding through his mind. His complexion, once rosy due to his Dou Huang cultivation, paled to a ghostly white. It is he, truly him. Apart from this explanation, no other possibilities remained. That Xiao Zhan, the one regarded by all as merely a down-and-out middle-aged man, possessed the terrifying power to obliterate the Yunlan Sect with a mere thought. What manner of monstrosity was this? Jiaxing Tian felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to his head, as if his very blood were freezing. He recalled the ancient texts of the royal archives that spoke of certain forbidden existences. These entities had long transcended the mundane realm, treating humanity as ants, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single thought, or spilling blood with a mere flicker of anger. Could it be that the Xiao family had birthed such a living deity? Quickly convey my orders. Jiaxing Tian could no longer remain seated, his voice hoarse. He bellowed toward the door. Summon all royal Dou Wang and above to assemble. No, gather all members of the royal family present in the capital at the palace gates. I must personally visit Wutan City. What was his intent? To seek retribution? To confront the perpetrator who obliterated the Yunlan Sect? No, he was going to plead for forgiveness. What is the Yunlan Sect? It is a colossal entity of the Gamma Empire. Yet, due to the indiscretion of its disciple, that existence had casually erased it from a map. What then of the Gamma royal family? If, due to their negligence or their foolishness in defending the Yunlan Sect, they were to provoke that forbidden existence, Jiaxing Tian dared not think further. All he could do now was approach that entity with the utmost humility, respect, and reverence, offering the Gamma royal family's loyalty and awe. Otherwise, the fate of the Yunlan Sect today would be the fate of the Gamma royal family tomorrow. Outside the chamber, chaos had already erupted. Countless members of the royal family, bewildered by the urgent command from the ancestor, emerged from their respective palaces, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What has come over the ancestor? Why such a grand mobilization? I heard it concerns the Yunlan Sect. Are we going to war with the Xiao family? Va? A mere small clan from Wutan City dares to provoke our royal family? As the discussion swirled, Jiaxing Tian emerged, clad in the simplest of hemp robes, his expression grave. He cast a sweeping gaze over the gathered royal offspring, his voice hoarse and heavy as he declared a decision that left all present utterly astounded. Henceforth, all shall shed their lavish garments and remove their adornments, following me on foot to the city of Wutan. Remember, this journey is a pilgrimage, a plea for atonement. Should anyone dare express even a hint of disrespect or show the slightest rudeness towards the Xiao family, there will be no need for that esteemed being to intervene. I shall personally purge the ranks. Having spoken, this guardian of the Gamma Empire, under the incredulous eyes of all the royal members, knelt first before the palace gates, performing a profound act of homage towards the city of Wutan. In that moment, all comprehended the gravity of the situation. The heavens were about to change. A taboo, transcending both imperial authority and sectarian influence, known as the Xiao family, would from this day forth become the singular deity looming over the heads of all citizens of the Gamma Empire. Chapter 7. The Harbinger of Divine Retribution. The Purification of Ants. The Xiao family market, the very heart of Wutan City. The once bustling streets, filled with the sounds of life and the clatter of carriages, were now shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere of tension. The air felt as though it had solidified, and even the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from the shops was tainted with a hint of a chilling metallic scent. In front of the most lucrative alchemy shop, the Xiao family pavilion, hundreds of guards clad in the garb of the Gaili and Oba clans formed an impenetrable wall, effectively sealing off the area. Armed with gleaming weapons, their faces twisted into brazen sneers, they held dozens of Xiao family guards firmly pinned at the shop as in trance, rendering them immobile. At the forefront of the crowd stood Gaili Bai, the patriarch of the Gaili family. His rotund figure puffed out as he placed one hand on his hip and pointed accusatorily at the captain of the Xiao guards, spitting forth his vitriol. Has the entire Xiao family perished? Summon your patriarch, Xiao Zhan, to face his demise. How can a man who cannot even protect his own son be worthy of leading a clan in Wutan City? Beside him, the gaunt and sinister-looking Oba patriarch, Oba Pa, allowed a series of mock chuckles, his voice akin to that of a quacking duck as he chimed in. Brother Gaili, one mustn't speak thus. Perhaps they are inside, weeping together in despair. After all, the son was publicly rejected by the fairy of the Yunlan Sect, and has now become a mere shell of his former self, incapable of even gathering his fighting spirit. Such a double blow is truly heartbreaking for those who hear of it, and tear-inducing for those who witness it. Ha ha ha. The hundreds of guards behind them erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter, their mirth filled with scorn, disdain, and a merciless trampling of a once illustrious family now fallen from grace. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, had long since blocked the streets, pointing and gossiping about the besieged Xiao family. Alas, it seems the Xiao family is truly finished this time, offending both the Gaili and Oba clans. With the Yunlan Sect lurking behind them, it appears this market is soon to change hands. Lamented a lone mercenary who had spent years eking out a living in the market. He had once held the talented youth Xiao Yan in high esteem, but that admiration had now morphed into pity and regret. Indeed, I had always said that the Xiao family was merely riding on the coattails of a genius, basking in glory for a few fleeting years. Now that the genius has turned into a waste, and has also drawn the ire of the Yunlan Sect, look, retribution has come. They deserve it. Lower your voice, urged a knowledgeable onlooker, fear flickering in their eyes. Haven't you heard? This morning, Elder Gu Yi and Nalan Yanran from the Yunlan Sect were thrown out of the Xiao family residence. Moreover, soon after, a celestial phenomenon appeared in the direction of the Yunlan Sect, as if the entire sect had vanished. What? Impossible. What did you hear? Such nonsense. The Yunlan Sect is a formidable force. How could it simply cease to exist? It must be a ruse by the Xiao family to scare off the Gaili and Oba clans. Sighs of resignation and glances filled with sympathy or schadenfreude pierced through the hearts of every Xiao guard like invisible daggers. Each clenched their fists, knuckles whitening, their chests ablaze with righteous fury, yet they could only endure the humiliation due to their inadequate strength. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, as if a single match could ignite the entire powder keg, a calm, yet unmistakably clear voice emerged unexpectedly from the rear of the crowd. Who wishes to see my father? The voice, though not loud, lacked any trace of anger, yet possessed a peculiar quality that seemed capable of penetrating the clamor and reaching the very essence of the soul, instantly silencing the din around them. The bustling street seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand, pausing involuntarily. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. A youth clad in plain black attire emerged slowly from the throng. His pace was unhurried, yet it bore a strange rhythm, as if each step resonated with the heartbeat of the world. His expression remained indifferent. His pitch-black eyes, deep as the concentrated night sky, swept over the crowd, causing all who met his gaze, regardless of their cultivation level, to experience an inexplicable heart flutter. It felt as if before those eyes, they were but mere specks of dust, easily erased. Ha ha ha. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be the wasteful young master of the Xiao family. After a fleeting moment of silence, Gaily Bai was the first to react, staring at the approaching Xiao Yan in disbelief, before erupting into a more unrestrained fit of laughter than before. What? Is your old man too cowardly to show himself, sending you, this little waste, to your doom instead? Do you still possess any fighting spirit? Don't let the wind blow you away later. However, in the face of his scornful taunts, Xiao Yan's countenance bore no trace of anger. Not even the slightest ripple of emotion stirred within him. He simply regarded Gaily Bai with a quiet gaze, perceiving him as an unsightly blemish upon the canvas of existence. Deep within his inky eyes flickered two golden flames, burning calmly. He recalled his father's words. When dealing with such ants, there is no need for excessive words. Simply crush them beneath your feet. Thus, he raised his hand. Amidst the mockery and derision directed at him, he gently pointed forward. There was no cataclysmic eruption of fighting spirit, no dazzling display of martial prowess, and not even the slightest fluctuation of energy. That single gesture was as mundane as a mortal pointing towards a path ahead. Stop with the theatrics. Come to your end. Gaily Bai's mockery intensified. Impatience coursed through him as he unleashed the explosive fighting spirit of a grandmaster, his hefty hands swelling with power, morphing into a fearsome eagle's claw poised to crush this ignorant waste. Yet in the next instant, his voice, all his actions, and that sinister expression were forever frozen in time. A minuscule spark of divine fire, smaller than the finest needle, yet radiating a pure, holy brilliance, appeared inexplicably upon his brow. This spark was so infinitesimal, so sanctified, that it seemed devoid of any heat, resembling a particle of light condensed to perfection by the sun. The moment it manifested, Gaily Bai, the Grand Master who had lorded over Wutan City for many years, felt his mocking smile freeze, and the spark of vitality in his eyes vanished as if plucked away by an unseen hand, leaving them hollow and lifeless. Then, under the astonished gaze of thousands, an inconceivable scene unfolded. The body of Galeb, starting from the center of his brow, did not burn, nor did it explode. Rather, it disintegrated silently, inch by inch, akin to a weathered sand sculpture. His flesh, his bones, his meridians, and the proud fighting spirit of the Grandmaster within him were all, before the sacred spark of fire, utterly obliterated from the very fabric of existence, transforming into the most fundamental particles, dissipating into the cosmos. The entire process occurred with an astonishing swiftness, yet was rendered with such clarity that it sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. In the span of a breath, a living Grandmaster had vanished in a thin air, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Beside him, Obapa's mind was completely overwhelmed. He watched in horror as his ally turned to nothingness before his eyes, gripped by an indescribable terror that surged from the depths of his soul, seizing his heart in an instant. He wished to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were weighed down by 1,000,000 pounds of mercury, completely unresponsive. Xiao Yan's gaze turned indifferently towards him, and then, with a mere gesture, another sacred spark appeared silently at Obapa's brow. The same silent disintegration, the same erasure from existence. Yet another patriarch of the families in Wutan City vanished from the world entirely. Silence. An oppressive stillness prevailed. The marketplace, filled with thousands of onlookers, froze as if under a spell, their expressions locked in shock, their eyes glazed over, forgetting even to breathe. The once arrogant guards of the Galeb and Obapa families were now paralyzed with fear, their hearts racing with dread. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and a warm, foul liquid trickled down their pants, pooling beneath them. Demon, devil. Finally, one guard's psychological defenses shattered completely, unleashing a piercing scream as he turned to flee. However, the moment he spun around, Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze swept over him. There was no third gesture. The fleeing guard's body suddenly stiffened, and he too began the same silent disintegration as his master, dissolving into nothingness mid-flight. This scene became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Thud, thud, thud. All remaining guards lost any shred of defiance, hastily kneeling on the ground, frantically bowing to the young man in the black robe, his expression indifferent. Their heads striking the hard stone pavement with a resounding thud. Spare us, Divine One. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. The cries for mercy echoed, a cacophony of desperation. Xiao Yan did not look back at them. He slowly retracted his finger, his gaze sweeping over the guards who had already collapsed in fear, and the surrounding onlookers who were rendered mute, before announcing in a voice calm, yet resonant enough for all of Wutan City to hear. From this day forth, the Xiao family shall reign supreme in Wutan City. Those who defy this will meet the same fate as these two. With that, he turned away from the nightmarish scene behind him, stepping back, one deliberate stride at a time, towards the Xiao family estate. He was to return and report to his father. The Son of God had, for the first time, enacted divine retribution, purging the filth from this land. Behind him, the news spread like an uncontrollable plague, sweeping through all of Wutan City in an instant. Caleb and Obapa were dead, obliterated by the mere touch of young master Xiao Yan. What did it mean to be obliterated? It meant they had turned to light and vanished. Heavens! The Xiao family does not produce mere fools. They are divine beings. Countless families and factions, upon hearing this news, made the same choice in unison. They shut their doors and turned towards the Xiao family, burning incense and bowing in reverence, trembling in fear. The skies over Wutan City had irrevocably changed from that moment onward. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 8. The Establishment of the Divine Realm. The Queen's 7-day deadline. As the storms from the outside world grew ever more tempestuous, spreading the terrifying tales of divine punishment to every corner of Wutan City, within the Xiao family's council chamber, there existed an eternal sanctum of the divine realm. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood, and time here seemed to lose all significance. Xiao Zhan remained seated at the head of the table, his expression unchanged, as if the massacre that could have overturned the city's balance was merely the brushing away of a trivial speck of dust in his courtyard. Before him, Yao Chun, once the continent's foremost alchemist, now stood humbly by his side, breathing cautiously, fearful of disturbing the deity who savored his tea. Just then, a shadow, tinged with a faint scent of blood and char, silently appeared at the hall's entrance. It was Xiao Yan, returning after executing divine punishment. His black robe remained pristine, yet his eyes, once brimming with youthful vigor, now bore an unsettling calmness that belied his years, as if he had glimpsed the very essence of life and death. Having personally purified hundreds of lives, including 2 grandmasters, such experiences would have driven any peer into madness, perhaps even to the brink of becoming a killing machine. Yet Xiao Yan remained composed, for he acted on divine will. With each gesture that erased his enemies from existence, he felt not the thrill of slaughter, but an unparalleled sense of duty, a sacred mission to cleanse the world of its impurities as the Son of God. He understood the true meaning behind his father's words. To crush was to disregard the cries of mere insects. Father. Xiao Yan stepped into the center of the hall, kneeling respectfully on one knee before Xiao Zhan, performing an ancient and sacred knightly salute. The filth of Wutan City has been purified. My son has completed the task. His voice was steady, clear, devoid of any emotion. MHM. Xiao Zhan slowly set down his teacup, his eyelids remaining unlifted, merely emitting a soft sound from his nasal cavity. No pras, no critique. As if all this were a matter of course. Xiao Yan was not surprised by this. He quietly rose and stepped aside, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yao Chun, awaiting his father's next decree. The hall fell into a sacred silence once more. After a long pause, Xiao Zhan seemed to recall something and casually inquired, Yao Chun, at your service. Yao Chun responded, a shiver coursing through him as he hurriedly bowed in reply. In your esteemed opinion, what notable forces remain in the northwestern continent? Xiao Zhan's tone was akin to a gardener inquiring about the most conspicuous weeds in his garden. Yao Chen's mind raced as he realized this was both a test from his master and an opportunity to demonstrate his worth. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, reporting to my lord, regarding notable forces within the Gamma Empire, aside from the Yunlan Sect you have obliterated, only the royal family, the Alchemist Guild, and the Serpent people in the depths of the Taggart Desert remain. Among them, the Serpent Queen Medusa possesses a unique bloodline, naturally commanding the Qinglian Earth's core fire. Reaching the peak of Dou Huang in strength, her character being proud and violent, indeed a formidable warlord. Oh, Medusa, you say. Xiao Zhan's fingertips lightly tapped against the smooth armrest, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Each echo seemed to resonate within Yao Chen's very soul, causing him to break out in a cold sweat as anxiety gripped him. He understood that his master was reviewing the script. In the midst of this sacred silence, another corner of Wutan City has already been submerged in endless dread. The Middle Auction House, one of the 3 prominent families alongside the Xiao, Jali, and Uba families, finds its patriarch, Middle Tangshan, pacing anxiously in the innermost chamber of its headquarters, akin to an ant on a hot pan. His visage is etched with both terror and relief. The terror stems from the unfathomable methods of Xiao Yan. while the relief arises from their middle family's decision to remain neutral, thus avoiding participation in today's siege against the Xiao family. Just a single finger, merely a gesture, has caused 2 grandmasters to vanish into thin air. Every time Tingshan recalls the image relayed by his scouts, a chill courses through him, rendering his hands and feet icy. This is no mere combat technique. It is a divine miracle, a celestial art. Patriarch! Patriarch! At that moment, the door to the chamber was flung open, and a steward rushed in, stumbling and breathless, his face drained of color. Outside, it's pandemonium. They say the ancestral figure of the Jama royal family, the venerable Jia Xingtian, is leading all core members of the royal house, shedding his dragon robe for simple garb, and is making a pilgrimage towards our Wutan city, bowing every 3 steps. Boom! This news struck Tingshan's heart like the heaviest of hammers. Even Jia Xingtian, a figure of emperor-level prowess, has humbled himself to such an extent. In an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Xiao family has not unleashed a mere prodigy, but a living deity capable of instilling trepidation throughout the entire empire. Quick! Quick! Tingshan dared not hesitate further. With every ounce of his strength, he roared at the steward, "Open our family treasury. Gather everything. No, all that is the middle families, including land deeds, shops, and all assets, and compile them into a tome. I must offer it to the deity." He understood that in the face of divinity, any attempts at cunning would be folly. Only by offering everything in the most reverent manner could they plead for a glimmer of mercy from the divine amidst this cataclysmic upheaval. At the Xiao family's conference hall, Xiao Zhan seemed to have finally lost patience with this script. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless space, directed towards the desolate and ancient land veiled in yellow sand. The stage is too small, the roles too few. This performance has grown rather dull, he mused to himself. Then, extending a finger, he lightly tapped the void. An intention, invisible and incomprehensible to mortals, imbued with the highest laws of causality, instantly traversed thousands of miles, descending like an invisible sword of judgment, precisely landing within the magnificent temple of the Serpent People in the depths of the Tagore Desert. In the temple of the Serpent People, upon the throne, a queen draped in purple brocade, possessing a figure both alluring and voluptuous, with a beauty that could make the heavens and earth pale, languidly reclined. Her elongated purple-slit pupils brimmed with pride and wildness as she gazed down upon the 8 tribal leaders prostrating before her. She was none other than the queen of the Serpent People, Medusa. Suddenly, her enchanting face paled to the color of parchment. An overwhelming and indifferent will, alien to this world, descended upon the very essence of her soul without reason. In the face of this will, her peak emperor-level prowess, her internal strange fire, and her dignity as queen shrank to insignificance, like a speck of dust that could be erased at any moment. Then, an emotionless, godlike voice thundered in her mind, transforming into an indelible imprint of law. Within 7 days, to Wutan City, offer your loyalty. Failure to comply will result in the complete erasure of you and your race from the fabric of causality. As the voice faded, that terrifying will receded like a tide, as if it had never manifested. PFF. Queen Medusa, as if struck by lightning, spewed a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the throne before her. For the first time, her proud purple eyes were filled to the brim with an emotion known as fear. Chapter 9. The cornerstone of the divine realm, suspended from the mortal realm. The sky above Wutan City has irrevocably transformed. Since the bloody incident at the Xiao family's marketplace, the Jali and Uba families, once standing alongside the Xiao family, have vanished from the city's landscape as if erased by an eraser. Their clansmen and guards scattered like birds and beasts overnight, and all their properties were consumed at a frenzied pace by the myriad forces within the city. Yet behind this grand feast lies a stifling, bone-deep fear. No faction dares to approach the now forbidden Xiao family residence, not even to the slightest degree. Moreover, no one dares to express even a hint of greed towards the divine assets, previously protected by the Xiao family's guards, which have been seized overnight in prime locations throughout the city. All are bowing in the humblest and most reverent manner, expressing their submission to the sole, newly arisen deity of this city. The once bustling Bluestone Street before the Xiao family residence has transformed into a solemn pilgrimage square. Every morning, the heads of all families with any standing and the leaders of merchant guilds come here to kneel before the closed gates, praying for the deity's forgiveness and blessings. Among this trembling congregation of pilgrims, None stands out more than the patriarch of the middle family, Middle Tangshan. This rotund man, renowned for his shrewdness in the market, now kneels at the forefront of the crowd. Before him arranged several heavy nama chests. The lids are open, revealing a bounty of glimmering gold coins, vibrant magical cores, and thick stacks of deeds and contracts sufficient to purchase half of Wutan City. He has unreservedly sacrificed the entirety of the middle family's fortune here. This marks the third day. For 3 days, he has not eaten or drunk, remaining motionless in prayer, enduring the scorching sun and the evening winds. He dares not voice a single complaint, nor lift his gaze to the imposing gates. He waits. He awaits the decree of the divine. This almost self-punishing fervor draws the attention of all around, yet none deem him foolish. For all know that in comparison to a being capable of obliterating grandmasters with a mere gesture and annihilating the Yunlan Sect with a flick of a finger, these worldly riches are insignificant. Middle Tangshan gambles with the future of his entire family. Just as this oppressive and eerie silence persisted until noon on the third day, a distant, creaking sound finally shattered the tranquility of the heavens and the earth. The Xiao family gates, which had remained closed for several days, slowly opened inward. Every kneeling individual felt their heart convulse at that moment. They instinctively lowered their heads further, their bodies trembling violently from overwhelming fear. Is the deity about to deliver a mandate? However, emerging from the gates was neither the imposing patriarch of the Xiao family nor the decisive scion Xiao Yan who enacts divine punishment, but rather a seemingly ordinary servant of the Xiao family. The underling appeared utterly unfazed by the throngs of kneeling figures outside the gates. He strode directly before Middleton Mountain, delivering the divine decree in a tone devoid of embellishment. The patriarch has acknowledged the devotion of the middle family. These offerings have been accepted by the Xiao family. Henceforth, the middle family shall be the chosen merchants of the Xiao family, governing the empire's trade beyond the realm of the divine. Such simple words. Yet they struck Middleton Mountain's heart like the resounding echo of celestial edicts, laden with supreme laws. His parched lips, cracked from days of exposure, quivered violently, and his murky eyes were instantly filled with tears of ecstatic gratitude. He had wagered correctly. Not only had he secured a glimmer of hope for his family, but he had also summoned forth a fortune grand enough to elevate the middle family to unprecedented heights, shining through the ages. Chosen merchants. The weight of these 4 words surpassed that of the royal decrees of the Gamma Empire by innumerable magnitudes. This signified that from this moment forth, the middle family's enterprises would bask in the radiance of the divine. The sin-laden Middleton Mountain bowed deeply, expressing his reverence for the divine grace. His forehead striking the hard bluestone slab with a resounding thud. Blood trickled down his brow, yet he remained oblivious, wearing only the most fervent and devout smile. Within the conference hall, Xiao Zhan listened to the underling's report of the outside world, his countenance betraying no emotion. He found it somewhat tedious. The awe of mortals and their subservience felt to him like a preordained plot from a well-thumbed storybook, rendered dull from overexposure. The life of a deity, if devoid of amusement, becomes quite monotonous, he mused softly. He then issued a command to the system in his mind. System, conduct today's check-in. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a 6-star mythical item, Foundation Stone of the Divine Kingdom, Mustard Seed of Shumi. Item description. A stone imbued with the essence of spatial origin and the laws of creation. Placing it at the core of any architectural complex will transform that area into a semi-dimensional divine realm, independent of the primary material plane. Within this divine realm, all laws bend to the host's will, and the divine master becomes the singular path of heaven. Oh, this is rather intriguing. A flicker of genuine interest finally emerged in Xiao Zhan's eyes. He slowly rose from his throne, disregarding the bowed figures of Yao Chun and Xiao Yan, who did not dare to breathe, and stepped forth, vanishing without a trace to appear above the sacred square before the Xiao family estate. Divine Master. His sudden appearance incited a tsunami of commotion below, whether it was Middleton Mountain, freshly honored and about to depart, or the various leaders still prostrating on the ground. All were momentarily rendered speechless upon witnessing the figure clad in azure, suspended in the air, merging with the very essence of heaven and earth. Then came a wave of tremors, a fervor rising from the very depths of their souls, a fervor 1,000 times more intense. All hail the Divine Master. The thunderous sound of worship resonated through the skies. Yet, Xiao Zhan paid no heed to the mortals groveling below like ants. He simply opened his palm, revealing a seemingly unremarkable stone, resembling an ordinary pebble, resting quietly in his hand. He gazed down at the somewhat antiquated Xiao family estate, spanning merely a few miles, and shook his head slightly. As a deity's dwelling upon the mortal plane, it was ultimately too humble. With those words, he casually tossed the foundation stone, which transformed into a flash of light, silently descending into the very heart of the Xiao family estate. In the next instant, under the unforgettable, horrified gazes of thousands, a true miracle descended. Boom! The entire city of Wutan, no, the ground extending for 100 miles, began to tremble violently. Centered around the Xiao family estate, a visible, pure golden divine light enveloped the area, shooting skyward like a rising sun, instantly tearing through the clouds and piercing into the heavens. Then, the Xiao family estate, once firmly rooted on the ground, along with its foundation, began to inexplicably and slowly levitate. The earth cracked, and space wailed in anguish. Countless pavilions and towers were disassembled and reformed by an invisible, creative might. The modeled walls transformed into seamless white jade divine walls, decayed beams reshaped into golden pillars adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. And the ordinary bluestone floor was enveloped in a layer of mist infused with ethereal essence. In mere moments, that mundane estate vanished entirely. In its place hovered a celestial palace, suspended 1,000 meters in the air, occupying a vast expanse of land shrouded in endless colorful radiance and auspicious purple clouds. It floated there in serene majesty, as if it had existed since the dawn of time. The divine realm spanned 1,000 miles, composed of 9 celestial tiers, each radiating a different divine light. At the pinnacle, the chaos throne flickered into view, overseeing the minuscule Wutan city below, gazing down upon this mortal realm. Everyone was left utterly spellbound, their mouths agape, their eyes vacant, as if their very souls had been wrenched from their bodies. This was no mere contest of skills or celestial sorcery. This was creation, an unparalleled power that only the legendary deities of creation could wield. As all were overwhelmed by the sight of this celestial palace, the horizon in the distance, without warning, began to be tainted by an ominous, heart-stopping purple hue. A terrifying aura, powerful and violent, yet laced with endless dread and struggle, surged forth like a tsunami poised to engulf the heavens and the earth. Sweeping toward Wutan City from the direction of the Tagore Desert, the sky dimmed in an instant. The potency of the aura left all the Dou Wang and Dou Ling experts present feeling a wave of nausea, as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand. Xiao Zhan, hovering before the celestial palace, finally turned slowly. He gazed toward the encroaching purple tide, and a subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his otherwise indifferent visage, as if a director were finally pleased to see his actors take the stage. The 7A deadline had arrived. The final supporting character of this play had finally made their entrance. Chapter 10. The Queen's Pride Reduced to Ashes Before the Divine Kingdom. Wutan City, or rather, what was once Wutan City upon the earth, now lay ensconced in an absolute silence that transcended comprehension. Tens of thousands of beings, whether mortal or cultivator, prostrated on the ground, offering primal, instinctual worship to the celestial palace suspended 1,000 meters above, enveloped in colorful light and profound symbols. Their worldviews had been completely shattered a mere half-hour prior, and now, beneath that divine realm, no thought but reverence could arise. This sacred stillness, capable of halting time itself, signified the dawn of a new order for this city. At this moment, however, this sacred order was desecrated. It was neither the absence of light nor the shrouding of clouds. Instead, it was a more sinister and domineering transformation. In the distant western skies, the horizon that connected to the Tagore Desert began to be tainted by an otherworldly, soul-stirring hue of purple. This purple, akin to a drop of life-threatening poison, seeped into the crystalline canvas known as the sky, spreading with an irresistible intensity, frenziedly and arrogantly saturating the entire firmament. Wherever this purple essence traversed, the very laws of space emitted sorrowful wails beneath the unbearable strain. The moisture in the air evaporated instantaneously, and the bluestone pavement cracked with a chilling sound, revealing flickers of dark red flames due to the terrifying surge in temperature. A formidable, violent force, imbued with the primal ferocity of ancient beasts, loomed like an invisible mountain over the city of Wutan. Under this oppressive force, the mortals crawling on the ground fainted instantaneously, while the cultivators at the rank of fighter and grand fighter felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand. their souls trembling in terror, nearly torn apart by the violent aura. This was the might of the peak fighter emperor. A single individual could suppress an entire city and slaughter 1,000,000. Yet, the grandeur that could compel the vast majority of beings in the world to kneel appeared, at this moment, utterly hollow. For all those with even a modicum of cultivation could distinctly sense that within the depths of that overwhelming and violent aura lay an undeniable, frantic panic akin to a frightened bird, and a struggle and despair reminiscent of a prisoner facing execution. It was as if what descended here was not a sovereign ruler, but a wretched creature, choked by fate, come to sacrifice all dignity. At last, that bizarre purple light, sweeping across heaven and earth, paused in the void just 100 meters from the suspended heavenly palace. The radiance gradually retracted, revealing a figure of unparalleled beauty, capable of dimming all colors in the world. She donned an opulent purple brocade robe, accentuating her breathtakingly alluring curves. Her cascading hair, like a waterfall, framed a face of exquisite charm. Most striking were her elongated purple vertical pupils, which should have radiated pride, wildness, and unfathomable majesty. Yet in this moment, those eyes were fixated, unblinking, upon the realm of the gods that lay before her, far beyond her comprehension. Queen Medusa, the ruler of the serpent race known for her cold-blooded ruthlessness in the Tagore Desert, had undergone countless struggles and torments internally since receiving the divine oracle 7 days prior. Her pride as a queen made her unwilling to bow to any unknown entity. Yet, the indelible imprint of the law within her very soul constantly reminded her that the being capable of embedding a decree directly into her essence possessed the power to obliterate her and her race from the fabric of causality. Ultimately, under the immense fear for her race's survival, she suppressed all pride and resentment, arriving here at the last possible moment. She had prepared herself mentally to face an unfathomably powerful hermit, to endure humiliation and challenges, even to confront a battle that could lead to her demise. Yet, she could never have dreamed that she would behold such a sight. A city suspended in the sky, the white jade walls exuding the essence of creation, the golden pillars entwined with grand runes, the vibrant rays of light that flowed like a living entity, making the very air tremble with each breath. All of this violently challenged her worldview, shattering her meager pride as a fighter emperor. Could a fighter emperor achieve such feats? No. A ludicrous thought surged in Medusa's mind, only to be resolutely dismissed by herself. The ancient text depicted fighter emperors as capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, shattering the void, yet that remained within the realm of destruction. The celestial palace before her, however, exuded an aura of creation. It was the divine might of bringing forth existence from nothing, defining a new world from the void. Her pride in her peak fighter emperor cultivation felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, ready to be crushed in the face of this airborne divine kingdom. The azure lotus heart fire, which had instilled dread in countless powerful beings, paled in comparison to the shimmering light above the city, each thread seemingly embodying a complete law, dim as a mere campfire in the mortal realm. At this moment, she finally understood. What she faced was not a hidden powerhouse, but a being that transcended the comprehension of all life in this realm, a true god. Just as Queen Medusa's heart quaked, on the brink of losing her composure and plummeting from the sky, a figure clad in azure robes materialized before the heavenly palace of this divine realm. As if he had always been standing there, he emitted no aura, displayed no oppressive force. He simply stood there quietly, as if one with the divine kingdom, blending seamlessly with the redefined world. He was the sole embodiment of law in this space. Then, he turned his gaze toward her. What indifference lay in those eyes? There was no scrutiny, no pressure, not even the slightest fluctuation of emotion. It was as if a gardener regarded a plant in his garden that, while somewhat interesting, was riddled with various ailments and flaws. Under such scrutiny, Queen Medusa felt as if her very soul was laid bare, comprehended, and dissected. Her cultivation, her bloodline, the manner in which her otherworldly fire operated, her innermost desires and yearnings for evolution, all of it was as if laid open on pages under the sun, casually perused by that gaze. "You are Queen Medusa?" Xiao Zhan finally spoke, his voice flat and devoid of any inflection, yet resonating as the sole sound in that realm. Yes. Queen Medusa managed to squeeze out a word from her throat. She wished to straighten her back, to maintain the last semblance of dignity as a queen. Yet under that gaze, she found it exceedingly difficult even to gather her fighting spirit. For a path fraught with peril, she had spent 100 years. even willing to sacrifice herself, gambling on that meager chance of success. Xiao Zhan paid no heed to her response, continuing to speak in a tone that seemed to state facts and critique artifacts, casually divulging the deepest secrets of her heart. Your heart is pitiable, your actions tragic. Boom! These words struck Queen Medusa's heart like an invisible hammer imbued with immense force. Her stunningly beautiful face turned ashen, devoid of any color. How could this be possible? The secret technique of evolution using azure lotus heart fire and spirit fusion pills was a closely guarded highest secret passed down through generations of serpent queens, safeguarded by their bloodline power. No one else could possibly know, yet this presence before her had laid it bare. Even the elusive success rate was articulated with uncanny precision. Who on earth was he? What had he seen? Your bloodline descends from the ancient sky serpent, yet it has long since gathered dust in the legacy, becoming muddled and fraught with peril. It is but a dying ember. Xiao Zhan appeared oblivious to her shock, continuing in that evaluative tone. The method you have cultivated is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. With each cycle, it hastens the desiccation of your bloodline's essence. As for your so-called path of evolution, it is merely a beautiful self-destruction founded on ignorance. Forcing the fusion of foreign flames will only result in the separation of your soul and body, even if by some stroke of luck you succeed. You shall merely transform into a colorful, instinct-driven serpent devoid of intelligence, a mere shadow of true evolution. Each word, like the sharpest edge of a law, meticulously dissected the Queen Medusa's pride, her convictions, and her hopes, laying them bare at their roots before ruthlessly trampling them into dust. She was utterly shattered. Everything she once took pride in, everything for which she risked her life to pursue a future, was, in the eyes of her adversary, merely a tragic and somewhat laughable misstep from the very beginning. This absolute crushing from a higher dimension of understanding can obliterate a warrior's spirit more effectively than any physical assault. Thud! Queen Medusa could no longer maintain her composure. Her once proud form crumpled in midair, kneeling before the indifferent figure, lowering her head that had once held such regal nobility. She did not plead for mercy, nor did she attempt to justify herself, for she understood that in the face of absolute truth, all words are rendered feeble. With a voice trembling with endless bitterness and despair, she asked, "What am I to do?" Gazing down at the Serpent Queen, now devoid of all will to resist, akin to a being stripped of its spine and left with only a stunning shell, Xiao Zhan's eternally indifferent countenance finally revealed the faintest hint of a curve, as if a director were witnessing an actor finally embody their role. This was the effect he desired. Only by allowing a character to see that the path beneath their feet ends in a precipice would they willingly traverse the road he had laid before them. "Since you have arrived on time and have not squandered my time excessively," Xiao Zhan looked down upon her as a chess master bestowing grace upon an intriguing piece. "Very well, I shall grant you a true transformation." Chapter 11. The Return to Origin, the Creation of the Divine. The phrase true transformation floated from Xiao Zhan's lips, echoing before the silent celestial hall. For any being on the Dou Qi Continent, these two words represented the ultimate opportunity long sought after. Yet at this moment, kneeling in the void, Queen Medusa did not perceive a gift, but rather a profound prelude to judgment, as if her very soul were to be laid bare. She dared not raise her gaze, lowering her once noble head deeply, adopting a posture akin to that of sacrifice, awaiting the deity's decree. Xiao Zhan did not act immediately. His gaze remained as indifferent as ever, as if he were reviewing a series of ancient codes filled with errors and redundancies. To you, evolution means transforming from a snake into the so-called colorful swallowing python, does it not? He spoke flatly, like a teacher posing a fundamental question to an ignorant student. Medusa shivered, struggling to nod in affirmation. This was the only path to a higher plane of existence, painstakingly derived by the ancestors of the serpent people. It was her greatest obsession, foolishness. Xiao Zhan rendered the most succinct and brutal judgment. A snake transforming into a python is merely a slight alteration in form. The essence of life as hierarchy has not transcended. Such a crude version upgrade is utterly meaningless in my eyes. Version upgrade? Medusa's purple eyes brimmed with utter confusion. This term surpassed her realm of understanding. Nearby, Chun, standing at the edge of the divine realm, felt a chill run down his spine. Once the continent's foremost alchemist, he believed his research on souls and bloodlines to be unparalleled. Yet every word uttered by his master seemed to originate from a dimension of divine truth beyond his comprehension. Xiao Zhan paid no heed to their astonishment, continuing his divine discourse with an evaluative tone. A perfect life form should possess a life sequence that is simple, efficient, and brimming with unlimited potential. Yet your sequence is rife with convoluted bloodline information and erroneous transmission data. Particularly, your so-called path of evolution attempts to forcibly install an incompatible patch onto a system riddled with flaws, leading inevitably to system collapse and data overflow, resulting in the shattering of the soul. Boom! This was no mere critique. This was a total repudiation of her existence from the perspective of the creator. Medusa relinquished all thought. The pride of her status as a Dou Huang and her adherence to the Serpent People's secret arts were obliterated to mere ashes in the face of this dimensional onslaught of truth. Everything she had once held dear was, in the eyes of the divine, merely a collection of erroneous codes. Very well. Xiao Zhan seemed to have finally lost interest in continuing his explanation. Today, I shall grant you a glimpse of what true creation entails. As the words left his mouth, he slowly raised his right hand. There were no cataclysmic bursts of energy, nor any overwhelming pressure of fighting spirit. He simply gestured casually toward the kneeling Medusa, commanding, "Return to the source of the life sequence." Buzz! Before the horrified gazes of Yichun and Xiao Yan, a miracle beyond description descended. Yet for Medusa, what she experienced was a terror far more profound and ultimate than a miracle. At that moment, her consciousness was gently lifted from her body by an irresistible, gentle yet utterly tyrannical force. Instantly, she witnessed the most transformative and inconceivable scene of her life. Her body, the one she had honed over centuries, capable of driving any man wild, began to disintegrate without warning at the subatomic level. There was no pain, only an absolute, cold, and mechanical disassembly. She beheld her resilient purple scales lose all luster, transforming into the purest keratin particles, scattering like purple dust. She heard her robust bones emit groans of unbearable burden. Yet rather than shattering, they crumbled like sand sculptures, reverting to their primordial calcium and energy. She sensed her blood, coursing with the essence of ancient celestial serpents, being boiled by an invisible divine fire, all vitality and spirit evaporating, leaving behind only a pure crimson mist. Flesh, meridians, organs, all were being restored. What caused her soul to tremble was witnessing the azure lotus heart fire, which had long since merged with her essence, being forcibly extracted from her soul by a more primal will. The symbiotic connection that had endured for centuries was effortlessly severed. She was formatted from bloodline to soul. She was utterly reverted into a myriad of shimmering, purple-hued life points, forming a primordial purple nebula. This was not slaughter. It was not destruction. This was the restoration of a complex life form to its most fundamental materials. This is what I am? Medusa's consciousness floated above the nebula that embodied her very essence, engulfed in an unprecedented state of shock and bewilderment. Yet, before she could recover from this fear, Xiao Zhan's indifferent voice resonated through the void, akin to the immutable laws of the cosmos, imparting to her the true significance of this transformation. Redundant bloodlines eradicated. With a deft motion of his other hand, akin to a masterful surgeon, he swept through the purple nebula. In an instant, Medusa's consciousness comprehended. She beheld countless dim, jumbled specks of light within the nebula, some tinged with a shade of gray, lifelessness, effortlessly erased by that invisible hand, dissipating into the ether. At that moment, her soul's essence experienced profound enlightenment. She recognized that the discarded light points were remnants of her bloodline, degenerated genes belonging to mortal serpents. These shackles had constrained her potential. They were the genetic detritus that would incite catastrophic conflicts as she strove for higher realms. Erroneous cultivation imprints eliminated. Another sweep. Within the nebula, clusters of light interwoven into bizarre, twisted forms were instantly smoothed and aligned. Medusa attained enlightenment once more. She discerned that these were the imprints of the serpent people's cultivation methods she had practiced for centuries. Though seemingly powerful, each cycle exacerbated the withering of her bloodline's essence. Akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, exotic fire impurities extracted. One final sweep. The azure heart fire, now isolated, had its essence stripped of the violent, destructive black aura, leaving only the purest, most gentle essence of fire. Fear had long since vanished. In its stead arose a profound reverence and fervent yearning, born from glimpsing absolute truth. It dawned upon her that he spoke nothing but truth. She was indeed a flawed creation, and he, this deity, was rectifying all her errors with a method beyond her wildest imagination. After completing these tasks, Xiao Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it is much cleaner now. He then delivered a divine decree to the purified purple light cluster. In my name, I command the laws to be restructured, the sequence to transition. In this realm, forge your divine name. Primordial, amethyst serpent of the underworld. Thunderous echoes resounded. At the moment the final syllable fell, the entire firmament trembled violently. The pure purple light cluster, akin to a cosmic singularity receiving a divine command, began to collapse inwardly, coalescing and reorganizing in a manner that defied all physical laws. Medusa's consciousness was drawn back to the heart of that light. She felt visible chains of divine pathways manifesting from a void, weaving her life's light points together in an unprecedentedly perfect structure. Space bent for her. Time accelerated for her. Mere moments later, the radiance dissipated. A new form, so perfect it seemed otherworldly, re-emerged before the celestial threshold. It was still that exquisitely enchanting visage, but her skin now shimmered like the finest amethyst, glistening with a dreamlike sheen. Her violet hair danced without wind, each strand seemingly linked to an unknown void, subtly warping space. Her elongated purple eyes were now as profound as two star realms, reflecting not pride and wildness, but an innate mastery over the laws of space. Even more terrifying was the aura she emanated. No longer the ferocity of a peak Do Huang, but an ancient, noble divinity transcending all creatures of this realm. Her cultivation had unmistakably surpassed the confines of Do Huang, firmly stepping into the realm of a one-star Do zone. Moreover, she was several times more formidable than an ordinary one-star Do zone. Medusa. No, she ought to be called the primordial amethyst serpent now. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling within her an unprecedented strength capable of easily rending space, sensing the azure heart fire, now perfectly purified and harmonized with her being, enveloping her in an ethereal bliss. She had not only survived, she had attained rebirth, a true transcendence of life's essence. She gently lifted her gaze towards the figure in the azure robe, whose tranquil demeanor belied the depth of his power. In those purple crystalline eyes, a fervent, devout faith ignited. She finally understood. The divine is merciful. He simply erased all her flaws in his own way, bestowing upon her a correct path toward an eternal future. With a thud, she knelt once more, this time prostrating fully, pressing her pristine forehead deeply against the cold void. Sinner Medusa, I humbly thank my Lord, the Creator God. Her voice bore no trace of regal authority, only the purest, most fervent devotion. From this day forth, Medusa willingly transformed into the sharpest sword in her Lord's hand, the most obedient servant at his feet, pledging eternal loyalty to her Lord. Chapter 12. Guardian of the Divine Realm. A single thought commands, the desert changes hands. Sinner Medusa, I humbly thank my Lord, the Creator God. When this vow, born from the depths of her soul, brimming with boundless fervor and humility, escaped the lips of the newly reborn primordial amethyst serpent, it signified the complete dissolution of the desert's former queen, along with her meager pride, into the annals of history. Xiao Zhan maintained his eternal indifference. He neither offered assistance nor uttered a word of rise. The divine, accepting the worship of their servants, is the most natural order in the universe. He merely waved his hand casually, as if brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve, and announced her new identity in a neutral tone. From this day forth, you shall be the first guardian of my divine realm. Guardian? Medusa hesitated momentarily, then was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of joy and honor, a magnitude far surpassing that of her rebirth. She understood that these seemingly simple words carried more weight than any divine blessing. A boon could be granted to any pleasing insect. However, the identity of a guardian signified that she, Medusa, had truly been integrated into the divine realm's system from mere erroneous code amended by the deity. What exalted honor this was. Sinner, at your command. Medusa bowed deeply once more, pressing her flawless forehead against the void, pledging to guard the divine realm for her Lord, until eternity. Excellent. Xiao Zhan finally nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated intelligent tools. Then, as if recollecting something, he gazed through the endless space, casting a glance at the Tagore desert still shrouded in sand and violence. Shaking his head slightly, your kin are too scattered, lacking any semblance of order. Such chaos, if allowed to persist, is a waste of space. His tone resembled that of critiquing a haphazardly drawn map. Return, in the name of the guardian of the divine realm. Unify your kin and purge every vestige of filth from that desert. I demand a realm of absolute subjugation and unwavering unity within the sands. The divine oracle has been proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Medusa's delicate form trembled violently. A unified desert. This had been her lifelong aspiration. Yet, even as a peak Dou emperor, she was acutely aware that facing the vast, tribal-laden, and ferocious Tagore Desert was an endeavor bordering on impossibility. Even now, as she had ascended to the rank of Dou Zong, accomplishing this monumental feat would likely require decades, if not centuries. It seemed as though he could see through her mortal doubts. A sardonic smirk curled at Xiao Zhan's lips. You are pondering the length of time required? Fear not, sinner. Medusa, terrified to her core, hastily prostrated herself. Remember this. Xiao Zhan's voice carried a hint of impatience. You are the guardian of the divine realm. Your actions must reflect the divine. The mortal perception of time is but a shackle for you. With that, he casually raised his right hand and lightly pointed at the void before him. Buzz. This seemingly mundane gesture, however, elicited a tremendous uproar in the celestial palace and the surrounding spatial laws within 100 miles, as if the very fabric of reality resonated with it. Endless pathways of runes surged forth from the void, akin to golden streams guided by the hand of a deity, converging at Xiao Zhan's fingertips. Ultimately, they coalesced into a divine decree, a palm-sized gem of amethyst hue, inscribed with countless profound divine patterns. The moment this decree took form, an overwhelming aura of celestial authority radiated forth, commanding all laws to retreat. In the face of this aura, Yao Chun, a once mighty Dou Zun, felt as though his very soul was on the brink of freezing. He had no doubt that this decree, with but a thought, could utterly erase his lingering essence from the very fabric of causality. Receive it. Xiao Zhan flicked his finger, and the decree, capable of driving even Dou Sheng experts to madness, floated effortlessly before Medusa. Return to your desert and make this decree known to all. Then, you shall comprehend the distinction between divine unity and mortal conflict. Trembling, Medusa extended her hands, reverently accepting the amethyst decree as if cradling the weight of the world. Sinner, your will is my command. She bowed deeply once more, then slowly rose, offering a grand gesture of respect to Xiao Zhan before transforming into a violet streak of light, racing towards the Tagore Desert at a speed tenfold that of her previous pace, carrying the divine decree with her. In the Tagore Desert, the sacred city of the serpent people, the leaders of the 8 tribes were fraught with anxiety over the queen's sudden disappearance. An intense atmosphere prevailed throughout the sacred city. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure, 100-fold more terrifying than that of 7 days prior, infused with supreme divinity, descended from the heavens without warning. Boom! The entire sacred city of the serpent people, along with the surrounding desert for miles, trembled violently in that instant. All serpent warriors, regardless of their cultivation level, were compelled to kneel, burying their heads deep in the scorching sands, trembling with fear. It is Her Majesty. Oh heavens! Why has Her Majesty's aura become so terrifying? The 8 tribal leaders looked up in horror, witnessing the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of unparalleled grace hovering silently above the sacred city. Her beauty had intensified, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. The essence radiating from her had transcended the realm of Dou emperors, reaching a legendary status they could only revere and worship. Dou Zong, their queen, had not only returned, but had also transcended into the fabled realm of Dou Zong. Yet, before they could fully grasp this overwhelming shock and joy, Medusa's next action revealed to them what true divine miracles entailed. She slowly raised the amethyst decree, radiating supreme divine might. Without uttering a single word, she cast a detached gaze upon the vast desert below and elevated the decree above her head. Buzz, a visible dreamlike, purple-hued halo of divine light erupted from the decree's center, like a silent cosmic explosion, spreading across the entire Tagore Desert with reckless abandon. Where the halo passed, time and space seemed to be suspended. The relentless sandstorms, fierce enough to shred even Dou Wang experts to pieces, ceased instantly, becoming as docile as lambs. Those myriad savage beasts lurking beneath the sands halted their roars, prostrating themselves and emitting the most humble cries of submission towards the sacred city. Even more astonishingly, the desolate sands, barren for countless millennia, began to bubble forth with clear spring water from deep within the earth. Across the cracked ground, countless verdant sprouts surged forth at an unnatural pace, breaking through the sands and thriving. In mere moments, the desert surrounding the sacred city transformed into a vibrant oasis, teeming with life and lush vegetation. A miracle. This was the true manifestation of divine intervention. The 8 tribal leaders, along with millions of serpentkin, were so profoundly shaken by this epic-making scene that their very souls trembled. Then, a voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with supreme authority, resonated deeply within the souls of every serpent clan member, reverberating like thunder. In the name of the divine Lord Xiao Zhan, I decree, from this day forth, the Tagore Desert shall be renamed the Court of Divine Punishment. Medusa, as the guardian of the divine realm, shall wield the authority of the Court of Divine Punishment and govern all demons. All serpent tribes shall unify immediately. Those who defy shall be annihilated. Boom! This was no longer a mere command. It was a decree etched into the very souls of the beings, one that could not be disobeyed, nor could thoughts of rebellion even arise, a divine law. We shall abide by the will of the divine. Within the sacred city, millions of serpents, including the 8 once rebellious tribal leaders, prostrated themselves before Medusa in the heavens and towards the distant divine realm, offering up their everything. From this moment forth, the Tagore Desert has irrevocably changed hands. Meanwhile, on the official road 10 miles from Wutan City, a ragged and weary procession of several hundred people trudged along. At the forefront stood Jia Xingtian, the guardian deity of the Jiamar Empire. After days of arduous travel and a pilgrimage that required kneeling every 3 steps, this Dou Emperor's knees were bloodied, and the once regal aura of a monarch had been completely eroded, leaving only the purest sense of reverence and exhaustion. "Elder, we are almost there," a royal prince remarked, his voice trembling. Jia Xingtian remained silent, summoning every ounce of strength within him to slowly raise his head, which felt as heavy as a mountain, and gaze towards the distant silhouette of a city on the horizon. In the next moment, his pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. He beheld, hovering above that faraway city, an ethereal palace, indescribable by any words, seemingly existing only within the realm of myth, quietly overlooking the mundane world below, the divine, the celestial realm. In an instant, Jia Xingtian's mind fell into a void. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before he could recover from the shock of the heavenly kingdom, a terrifying wave of law, so potent that even he, a formidable Dou Huang, felt his soul tremble as if it might be crushed into dust, surged forth without warning from the distant Tagore Desert. He turned in horror, only to see at the edge of the sky a vast expanse of purple crystal divine light, akin to a primordial tide, engulfing the ancient sands. At the very core of that divine light, a figure he knew all too well, yet radiating a dreadful aura that filled him with despair, held a decree of the gods, reigning supreme. Medusa? No. This aura is that of a Dou Zone. At that moment, Jia Xingtian felt his worldview shattered, mercilessly and repeatedly. He finally understood. His journey was not to seek forgiveness from a reclusive powerhouse, but rather to beseech a living deity, casually painting the world map, for the right to kneel before the gates of their divine realm. After witnessing this paradigm-shifting miracle, Jia Xingtian dared not hesitate any longer. With a heart full of shock and reverence, he quickened his pace towards the divine kingdom. Chapter 13, The Sovereignty as Dust, the Beggar Before the Deity. Jia Xingtian felt as though his world had perished. It was not a destruction, nor a collapse, but a death, like a child's naive sand painting. Swept away by a dispassionate hand from a higher dimension, it was rendered into meaningless dust. He once believed that a Dou Huang was the embodiment of the laws governing this realm, capable of determining the fates of countless lives with a single word, and that a royal family was the supreme order of this land, passed down through generations, eternally immortal. But now, as he exerted all his strength to lift his leaden head and gazed at the palace suspended in the heavens, which even the sun's radiance seemed to bow before, he sorrowfully comprehended that his so-called laws were merely a laughable, distorted line in the sand painting. His notion of order was nothing more than a humble castle that could be toppled with a mere push. The true author, the deity who could effortlessly sketch the world map, had never even cast a glance at the characters within their painted realm. The divine, the celestial realm. Jia Xingtian's parched lips unconsciously moved, squeezing out the syllables of these 2 words, heavy enough to crush his very soul. They seemed to carry the weight of countless burdens, bending his back until he could no longer stand upright. Behind him, the hundreds of royal members could no longer bear the weight. That divine kingdom radiated no oppressive force. Yet its very existence was the ultimate suppression of the mundane world. Merely looking up left their souls feeling as if they would be torn apart by the divine might of creation, each one frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground, sinking into a faint deeper than death itself. Only Jia Xingtian, clinging to the will of a Dou Huang, struggled to endure. Yet what he sustained was no longer the dignity of sovereign, but the most humble desire to survive. That of a mortal who had glimpsed the truth and wished not to succumb to madness. The tide of law, capable of changing the very heavens and earth, that had come from the direction of the Tagore Desert, slowly began to ebb. But that aura, that familiar yet foreign figure, powerful enough to instill despair, was etched indelibly upon his soul like a profound brand. Medusa, the queen of the serpent people, who had battled him for nearly a century. She had not perished. Rather, she had ascended to the legendary realm of Dozong. Even more terrifying was her demeanor, commanding and indifferent, holding the decree of the gods, which unmistakably signified one undeniable fact. She had submitted to that deity. This realization became the final straw that crushed Jia Xingtian's last shred of hope. If even Medusa, the fiercely proud and unyielding warrior, had prostrated herself before the deity, what was he? What was the Jiama royal family? Thud! Jia Xingtian could no longer endure. His bloodied knees fell heavily, without dignity, upon the cold stone pavement of Wutan City. He did not dare to look upon that divine kingdom again, for he knew he was unworthy. Instead, he pressed his forehead deeply and reverently against the ground. In a voice almost dreamlike, filled with boundless awe and humility, he began a long supplication. The sinner Jia Xingtian, leading the sinners of Jiama, beseeched the deity outside the divine realm, imploring for a decree. Time lost all meaning. Day after day, Jia Xingtian remained motionless, kneeling in the streets of Wutan City, neither eating nor drinking, neither sleeping nor resting. The royal members behind him awakened and fainted and awakened, ultimately numbly mimicking their ancestor, prostrating themselves, surrendering their fates entirely to the judgment of the silent divine kingdom. Once the rulers of an empire, they had now become a group of beggars, pleading for mercy before the deity. This ironically poignant scene was witnessed by all surviving factions within Wutan City. Yet no one dared to speak, nor did anyone find it comical, for they understood that, compared to the deity capable of reshaping the heavens and earth with a mere gesture, royal authority was no different from dust. Just as Jia Xingtian felt his consciousness on the verge of being consumed by the scorching sun and hunger, about to plunge into eternal darkness, a distant, resonant hum unexpectedly emanated from the heavens above. He jolted awake, looking up in shock. He saw the tightly closed southern gate of the floating divine kingdom slowly opening a crack amidst swirling, radiant hues. Finally, would the divine respond? At that moment, Jia Xingtian's heart convulsed violently. Instinctively, he buried his head lower, his body trembling violently from sheer fear and anticipation. A figure, bathed in brilliant divine light, slowly emerged from within the gate. It was neither the imposing patriarch of the Xiao family, nor the decisive and ruthless divine child Xiao Yan, but rather a presence that would forever be etched in their memories, even more terrifying than encountering Xiao Zhan himself. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty, clad in a purple palace gown, her figure enchanting and fiery. She floated gracefully outside the southern gate, her captivating amethyst eyes gazing down upon the prostrate members of the once great empire with a gaze devoid of emotion, as one might regard mere ants. Her essence was vast, sacred, as if she were one with the entire divine kingdom. Medusa, the queen? As Jia Xingtian gasped in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He recognized that face, yet the aura surrounding it was foreign to him, as was the gaze that emanated from those eyes. This expression mirrored that of the deity who had looked down upon Medusa 3 days prior. Indeed, she was no longer the queen with whom he had battled for a century. She had become the divine messenger. This realization extinguished the last flicker of hope within Jia Xingtian's heart. He understood that the gods were so indifferent that they deemed it unnecessary to personally convey their decrees to mere mortals like him. Sending a newly acquired servant to deliver their will was already an immense grace. The sinner, Jia Xingtian, bowed before the divine envoy. He dared not hesitate, summoning every ounce of strength to strike his forehead heavily against the hard stone slab with a resounding thud. Medusa paid no heed to his prostration. She simply looked down upon this once equal adversary, now reduced to a groveling wretch at her feet, her violet eyes glinting with a complex, inscrutable light. Once, she too had held regal authority and dignity as paramount. Yet now, after basking in the true grace of divinity, she recognized how laughable those mortal obsessions truly were. Within the realm of the gods, all is eternal and unyielding. Beyond their domain, all is naught but dust. She slowly extended her hand, and a golden scroll, suffused with divine power and radiating supreme authority, materialized in her palm. Without uttering a word, she gently unfurled the scroll towards the gathered assembly. A profound, emotionless divine sound, imbued with the highest of laws, erupted from the scroll, manifesting as countless intricate golden glyphs that forcibly inscribed themselves into the very souls of all present royal members. In the name of the God Sovereign, Xiao Zhan, the decree is as follows. Firstly, in this realm, all empires and sects established by mortals are usurpers. Henceforth, they are to be abolished. Secondly, a new order shall be established in the mundane realm. The sinner, Jia Tian, of the former Gamma royal bloodline, shall be granted amnesty due to his piety and appointed as the earthly overseer of the divine realm, tasked with managing the livelihoods, commerce, and punishments of countless beings in this domain on behalf of the deity, thus maintaining the new order. Thirdly, the earthly overseer shall supervise 4 departments, governed by the Maitel, Nalin, and Mu families. This is the celestial mandate. Those who oppose shall be obliterated. Boom! This was no mere edict. It directly affected the laws of existence, reshaping the order of this world, a declaration of creation. The Gamma Empire, a colossal entity that had endured for nearly a millennium, was conceptually abolished with these seemingly casual words. In its stead arose a new order, one that transcended both imperial authority and sects, belonging solely to the divine. Jia Xingtian's mind crashed into oblivion. He had thought the best outcome for himself would be to secure a sliver of hope for his family. Yet, he could hardly have imagined that the gods would not only spare them, but also bestow upon him an unprecedented opportunity, one that could shine through the ages. Earthly overseer, managing this realm on behalf of the deity. This was not punishment. It was a tremendous fortune, compared to this identity. What was the title of emperor of an empire, but utterly unworthy? The sinner, no. The ancient servant, Jia Xingtian, awakened by the overwhelming joy and gratitude. Jia Xingtian fell into a frenzied state, tears streaming down his face as he battered his forehead until it bled, fervently expressing his most humble and fervent loyalty to the divine envoy above in the heavenly realm. I, the ancient servant, thank the Lord for his divine grace. I am willing to shepherd the mortal realm for the Lord, unafraid of 1,000 deaths. Chapter 14. The Divine Grace, the Lament of Old World Laws. As Jia Xingtian's fervent vow echoed above the city of Wutan, within the celestial realm of the gods, atop the throne forged from the remnants of cosmic stars, Xiao Zhan remained seated in tranquil contemplation. Abolishing a mortal empire and appointing an earthly overseer was, to him, merely a casual correction of a rather unreasonable plot in the grand tapestry of existence, failing to evoke even the slightest ripple in his serene disposition. He found it all rather dull. The foundation of this world was ultimately too flawed. His indifferent gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of the divine realm, transcending endless time and space, surveying this vast yet blemished continent. The pigments of this realm were far too coarse. He mused, like a painter about to begin, examining a canvas marred with stains and creases. The chaotic energies of combat, rife with fury and malice, resembled unrefined ore, rendering the canvas unsightly. The laws themselves were distorted, riddled with logical fallacies akin to the erratic scrawls of a child, disorderly and fragile. His intentions were neither out of pity nor redemption. It was merely to cleanse the base layer of this canvas, facilitating a more grandiose creation to follow. Very well. If he was to witness a performance here, the stage must first be mended. At the moment the words left his lips, he slowly raised his right hand, not a solitary finger, but his entire palm. He gently grasped the air before him. By my name, I decree, let the impurities be purged and the pure ascend. Laws reconstructed, origins unified. Boom! As the final syllable fell, a true divine miracle of creation, impacting the entire continent of martial energy, unfolded. In that instant, every being across the land, regardless of their level of cultivation or location, beheld a scene that would upend their understanding of reality. They witnessed black threads of laws representing resentment, violence, jealousy, and greed being forcibly extracted by an unseen divine hand from the folds of mountains, the silt of rivers, the miasma of forests, and even from the depths of their own souls. Countless beings collapsed to the ground in uncontrollable agony, howling as if their very souls were being torn asunder. Yet, following that suffering was an unprecedented lightness and clarity. The myriad filthy black threads coalesced into a river of murkiness spanning the continent, not flowing with water, but with all the negative emotions and erroneous consequences accumulated since the world's inception. Soon, under the awestruck gazes of the populace, this river of impurities was forcibly expelled into the boundless void of the cosmos by an irresistible force of divine law, vanishing without a trace. In the instant the old laws were erased, a silent lament echoed deeply within the souls of every being, and this was merely the beginning. After the impurities were entirely cleansed, the now pristine canvas welcomed the first stroke of divine grace. Above, the heavens twisted and turned, as if the firmament had transformed into a palette stirred by an invisible hand. The relatively pure essence was refined, compressed, and reorganized under a more profound creative force, ultimately transmuting into a purer, more primordial substance, more readily absorbed by sentient beings, the innate spiritual energy. In an instant, the sky above the entire Dou Qi Continent was graced by an extraordinarily vibrant cascade of rainbow-hued light rain. Wherever this luminescent rain fell, miracles began to unfold. In the northwestern continent, a once-fabled realm known as the Valley of Death, long depleted of its spiritual essence due to relentless exploitation, experienced a remarkable revival at the mere touch of a single droplet of this ethereal rain. The barren earth, which had been reduced to scorched soil, suddenly erupted with life. Rare and legendary herbs, thought to exist solely within the ancient alchemical texts, burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after spring rain, thriving with astonishing vigor. Dragon bloodgrass, eternal green vines, 9-grade purple ginseng, an intoxicating fragrance of medicinal herbs enveloped the entire valley in mere moments. In the southern wilderness within the beast domain, a colossal 9th-rank mysterious turtle, whose bloodline had run dry and whose life was nearing its end, lay quietly in its lair, awaiting the arrival of death. A gentle stream of spiritual rain silently seeped into its once petrified shell. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupted from the depths of its bloodline. Its murky, aged eyes snapped open, radiating a dazzling divine light. It let out a roar filled with boundless joy and gratitude, shattering the shackles of its bloodline that had long stifled its evolution, transforming its heavy, beastly form into that of an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal presence. Tears streamed down his face as he prostrated himself in fervent reverence toward the direction of Wutan City. In the Central Plains, within a mortal city, a child born with blocked meridians, destined to never cultivate, gazed enviously from his window at companions frolicking in the rain. A drop of rainbow-hued rain slid down the window sill and landed upon his hand. With a soft plop, the child trembled violently. A warm, soothing flow coursed through his body, and he could distinctly feel the ice that had blocked his meridians for over a decade melting away in an instant. A faint yet exceedingly pure flow of Dou Qi began to manifest within his dantian. I can cultivate now. His eyes filled with overwhelming joy in that fleeting moment. Withered trees blossoming anew, bones regaining flesh, bloodlines transcending, mortals awakening. This was no mere blessing. This was the metamorphosis of the entire cultivation environment of the world. This was a forceful elevation of the life potential of all beings in this realm. Simultaneously, the true, terrifying repercussions of this universe-wide restructuring of laws were merely beginning to ferment wildly among those self-proclaimed top-tier powers. In the depths of the Pill Tower, that ancient, immortal giant edifice suspended at the heart of the Pill Domain, a figure known as the Pill Ancestor, who had long ceased to concern himself with worldly matters and whose being had fused with the essence of the Pill Tower, suddenly awoke from a slumber that had lasted for countless millennia. With a gasp, a stream of reverse blood, imbued with the essence of the Pill Tao, erupted forth. His eyes, which seemed capable of discerning all medicinal properties, were now filled with an unprecedented horror and a collapse of belief. The properties of all medicinal herbs in the world were changing. No, not changing. They were being forcefully corrected by a higher dimensional law. He realized in shock that his Pill Tao, which had long been unified with the laws of the universe, was being fundamentally altered by a force more tyrannical and primal. The vast knowledge and experience he had accumulated throughout his life, which could be revered as sacred scriptures of the Pill Tao, were now rendered erroneous, requiring relearning for over 90% of it. Who dares to alter the foundations of the Pill Tao? The Pill ancestor let out a roar filled with boundless rage and astonishment, a sound that reverberated through every corner of the Pill Tower, causing the entire Pill domain to tremble violently. Deep within the Soul Realm, the Soul Emperor sat cross-legged upon a sea of blood composed of countless vengeful spirits, reveling in the power derived from their endless negative emotions. However, at the moment the cleansing spiritual rain penetrated the boundary and fell into the Soul Realm, hiss, 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 the entire sea of blood erupted as if doused with holy water, boiling violently. Countless vengeful spirits, under the illumination of the rainbow-hued light rain, began to have their eternal pain and resentment slowly dissolve, replaced by a sense of tranquil release. They were being liberated. Damn it! The Soul Emperor abruptly opened his eyes, and for the first time, genuine, uncontrollable rage appeared on his otherwise handsome and devilishly charming face. His fury was not directed at the strength of this force, but rather at its nature. It was cleansing his pasture, purifying his sustenance. For the Soul Clan, which thrived on devouring souls and manipulating negative emotions, this was akin to undermining the very foundation of their existence. Who dares to oppose my Soul Clan? The Soul Emperor's eyes glimmered with unprecedented gravity and murderous intent. In the ancient realm, atop the imperial altar, the towering figure of Gu Yuan trembled as well. He could distinctly sense an unusual resonance from his proud bloodline of the Dou Emperor within him. It was neither fear nor submission, but rather a primal yearning and a sense of inferiority, as if a tributary stream felt the tumult of a main river upstream. It was as though a more ancient, purer, and more righteous source of bloodline was awakening from afar, declaring its existence to all impure, downstream bloodlines with an undeniable presence. This is, Gu Yuan murmured, as a flicker of uncertainty, which even he had not noticed, arose within his steadfast heart. Meanwhile, the azure streak racing toward the ancient realm was none other than Xiao Zhan, who felt the changes most acutely. She gazed in astonishment at the sky, at the rain, sensing the air infused with energy more concentrated and pure than that of the sacred lands of the ancient realm. Her previously impassive, exquisite face was now completely filled with an emotion named astonishment. As the imperial daughter of the ancient clan, she was more sensitive to the energy laws of this realm than anyone else. She could clearly perceive that at that very moment, the foundational laws of this world had been altered, not influenced, not interfered with, but rather overwritten at a higher level, from the source code itself. Such a method, not even a Dou Saint, nor her father Gu Yuan, nor the legendary Dou Qi ancient emperor could possibly achieve this. She suddenly recalled the divine kingdom hovering above Wutan City, and that uncle from the Xiao family who could effortlessly tear apart the script of destiny. She finally understood. What she needed to bring back to her family was not a warning or a sign of rising power, but rather a declaration from a creator deity who was treating the entire Dou Qi Continent as a sandbox, freely reshaping it. This realization engulfed her heart, which had long been preoccupied with concern for brother Xiao Yan, with a far grander and more overwhelming fear. No longer daring to linger for even a moment, she propelled herself to the utmost limits of her speed, transforming into a streak of azure light, racing madly toward the distant ancient realm. She must, at the fastest pace possible, convey this message capable of overturning an entire era. Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Pill Tower, the Twilight of an Era. As the formidable Jia Xingtian led a fervent congregation of newly initiated believers from the Divine Kingdom, igniting a cataclysmic wave across the northwest continent aimed at dismantling the old order and proclaiming divine grace. A far more profound and radical tempest was silently brewing in the heart of the Dou Qi Continent, in the central region known as Zhongzhou. Here lies the Dan Domain, a sanctum revered by alchemists, a hallowed hall of supremacy in the hearts of countless cultivators. The Dan Tower, the preeminent organization of alchemists on this continent, wields an influence that, in certain respects, surpasses even the ancient races with their millennia-old legacies. Yet today, the Dan Domain finds itself shrouded in an unprecedented, profound dread and confusion. Within the oppressive atmosphere of the highest council chamber of the Dan Tower, the air felt as though it might solidify into substance. The three titans of the Dan Tower, Elder Xiankong, Elder 2, and Elder 3, each a ninth-grade alchemical master capable of commanding storms across the continent, now resembled three colorless stone statues, their gazes fixated on a crystalline compass before them. The compass was ablaze with a multitude of energy points, which were rapidly and irrevocably dimming at a visible pace. Each luminescent point represented a type of medicinal herb existing within the cosmos. At the center of the compass, the core halo symbolizing the laws of energy was marred by alarming fissures, threatening to shatter completely at any moment. The 1300th Elder Two's voice emerged hoarsely, laden with boundless bitterness and despair. The properties of the dragon blood mushroom had just undergone a complete transformation. Following the ancient methods of alchemy, what emerged now would inevitably be nothing more than a heap of refuse. And then there was the flame. Elder 3, who had remained silent until now, slowly opened his palm, and a deep azure flame, emanating a terrifying heat, surged forth. Yet this flame, once a source of pride after a century of dedication to tame, now trembled violently like a startled beast, its brilliance waning. It was gripped by fear. Each word from Elder 3 seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. Ever since the multicolored spiritual rain had descended 7 days ago, my connection with it has been forcibly weakened by an incomprehensible force from a higher dimension. I even harbor an absurd feeling. He paused, horror flickering in his eyes, as if the master of that law could, with a mere thought, seize this flame from my very being, along with its essence. Boom! This statement struck the hearts of all present like the heaviest of hammers. Why has the Dan Tower become a sanctuary? Firstly, because they command the pinnacle of alchemical arts on the continent. Secondly, due to their possession of flames powerful enough to suppress all. Yet now, these two foundational pillars upon which they relied for survival and pride are being systematically dismantled from the very laws of the world. The transformation of medicinal properties signifies that the prescriptions they have inherited for thousands of years are devolving into mere scraps of paper. The flames succumbing to fear indicates that their most formidable means as alchemists are rendered as fragile as childish play before this unknown power. This is no longer a challenge. It is a dimensional strike. A brand new era of alchemy, one that they cannot fathom, is audaciously proclaiming the complete eradication of these remnants from the old world. Have we uncovered the source? Elder Xiankong, who had been in deep contemplation, finally opened his murky, yet seemingly all-seeing eyes. Where does this spiritual rain originate? A Dan Tower guard, kneeling in the hall, trembled violently, his voice tinged with terror, reporting to the three esteemed gentlemen. According to our exhaustive investigations, the source points to a remote region in the northwest continent, a place known as the Gamma Empire. The Gamma Empire? The three titans furrowed their brows. This name rang a bell. It seemed to be a savage land devoid of even a Dou zone-level expert. What is the precise location? Wutan City, the Xiao clan. The guard's voice quavered, almost breaking into sobs. All intelligence indicates that there, a divine kingdom has emerged. Suspended in the heavens, the Gamma Empire has been abolished, and its royal ancestor, Jia Xingtian, proclaims himself the earthly overseer of the divine kingdom, instituting a wholly new order upon that land. A divine kingdom elder, Xiankong, slowly rose, moving to the window to gaze at the horizon shrouded in multicolored radiance to the northwest. For the first time, his aged visage bore an expression of profound helplessness and reverence, akin to a mortal gazing up at a deity. He finally comprehended. This was not merely the emergence of heavenly treasures or the unlocking of ancient relics. Rather, it was the descent of a genuine deity into the mortal realm. Moreover, this deity seems to be a master of alchemy far beyond their imagination, a true god of alchemy. Silence, an oppressive silence, enveloped the chamber. After a lengthy pause, Elder Xiankong issued a command that would send tremors throughout all of Zhongzhou with a voice that had grown hoarse to the utmost, as if he had aged 1,000 years in an instant. Convey my edict. The Dan Tower shall seal itself for 3 months. All 8th grade alchemists and above. Accompany us 3 to the northwest to Wutan City. He hesitated, slowly, and with immense difficulty, uttered the 2 words, pilgrimage. 3 days later, a colossal treasure ship of the Dan Tower, drawn by 9 Dou zone-level Thunder Eagles, gracefully departed the Dan domain amidst a spectacle that captivated all eyes. At the bow, the 3 titans of the Dan Tower had shed their robes of supreme honor, donning the simplest of hemp garments, their expressions solemn as the most devout of ascetics. Behind them stood hundreds of similarly clad 8th grade alchemical masters, capable of shaking the very foundations of a region with a mere stomp. This formidable force, poised to alter the balance of Zhongzhou, now resembled a congregation of pilgrims embarking on a lengthy journey to the distant northwest continent, once deemed a savage land, to atone for their sins. This news swept across Zhongzhou like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Countless sects and factions, upon learning of the Dan Tower's movements, fell into unprecedented shock and terror. Even the Dan Tower is undertaking a pilgrimage. What terrifying presence has emerged in that direction? In an instant, the entire Zhongzhou was rife with an atmosphere of apprehension. Ancient sects with legacies spanning millennia and formidable powers that had long dominated regions were enveloped in a wave of immense dread stemming from the unknown. They frantically dispatched spies at any cost, desperate to uncover the earth-shattering changes occurring in that barren northwest continent. Yet they were fated to return empty-handed, for all that transpired on that land had long surpassed their capacity for comprehension. They remained oblivious to the fact that they were about to witness the curtain fall on an era of alchemy that had endured for millennia, heralding the dawn of a new epoch, one handcrafted by a deity named Truth. Chapter 16, The Alchemical Monument, a miraculous event of 10,000 fires bowing in reverence. As the grand treasure ship of the Dan Tower, magnificently drawn by 9 colossal wind and thunder eagles of the Dou Zone level, traversed billions of miles across mountains and rivers, and finally appeared in the skies above Wutan City. Even though the 3 great leaders of the Dan Tower had mentally prepared themselves for every conceivable scenario, they were still profoundly shaken by the scene before them, which utterly shattered their worldview, leaving their very souls trembling. Gone were the imagined city walls, the supposed Xiao family estate. What lay before their eyes was a vast, ethereal realm, silently suspended in the heavens, enveloped by an infinite array of colorful radiance and profound runes, an immense celestial kingdom that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon. The white jade city walls exuded a breath of creation, the golden pillars entwined with chaotic energy, and the luminous laws flowing above the city like a living entity. All of this struck them with a ferocity that challenged their understanding, crushing their meager pride as alchemists. Is this the divine realm? The voice of the second elder emerged, parched and dry, as if eroded by the sands of 1,000 years. He could distinctly feel that each brick and stone constituting this divine kingdom harbored powers of the law, far more profound than anything he had learned in his lifetime. Not only could he not hope to destroy it, he sensed that merely approaching it would lead to the assimilation and disintegration of his very soul by that overwhelming divine might. How could we dare to speculate upon the abode of the deities? The third elder's expression was one of bitter resignation. The powerful beast fire, which had been restless in his palm and to which he had devoted a century of effort to tame, extinguished in an instant upon witnessing the divine kingdom, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke that retreated into his body, no longer daring to stir, as though it had encountered a born emperor. The grand elder, Xian Kongzi, remained silent. He simply knelt on the treasure ship, facing the distant divine kingdom with utmost reverence. Sinner Xian Kong, leading the sinners of the Dan Tower, beseeching the divine Lord for a decree to guide us lost souls. As he knelt, the hundreds of once arrogant 8th-grade alchemists behind him, drained of all spirit, followed suit, burying their proud heads deeply into the ground. Before true miracles, all pride appears utterly fragile. At the southern gate of the divine kingdom, Yao Chun, clad in white, with hair and beard flowing without wind, gazed down at the throng of once esteemed peers, now prostrated like ants, his expression revealing no flicker of emotion. Once, he had been one of them, but now he had transcended. He served as a divine attendant under the Lord, overseeing the myriad fires of alchemy in this realm. The master has issued a decree. Yao Chen's voice, though calm, resonated clearly in the ears of each individual below. You, who have traveled from afar, your sincerity is commendable. However, the sanctity of the divine kingdom is not for your mortal forms to tread upon. Upon hearing this, the hearts of Xian Kongzi and the others sank to the depths of despair. They were not even deemed worthy to enter, seemingly perceiving their desolation. Yao Chun shifted his tone. Yet, the master is merciful and cannot bear to see your life work dissolve into mere illusions. Thus, outside the divine kingdom, I shall erect a heavenly steel of alchemy, granting you an opportunity to witness the truth. How much you comprehend shall depend on your own fates. As his words fell, Yao Chun casually waved his sleeve towards the vast expanse below. Boom! The entire earth trembled violently at that moment. Under the incredulous gazes of the Dan Tower's members, a towering monument, crafted from an incomprehensible chaotic divine stone, emerged slowly and astonishingly from the depths of the earth. Upon the steel, there were no inscriptions, only countless golden divine patterns flowing like living entities, each exuding the utmost profundity. Each divine pattern seemed to articulate a supreme truth of alchemy. From the most fundamental identification of medicinal materials and the fusion of their properties, to the mastery of the rarest fires and the crafting of spirit-infused elixirs. Every aspiration they had pursued, even those they had once deemed inconceivable, now unfolded before them in the most direct and fundamental manner. What is this? An eighth-grade alchemist, merely catching a glimpse of the divine pattern concerning the shaping of the soul on the steel, stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. In the next instant, the bottleneck that had plagued him for nearly a century shattered with a thunderous roar. His soul power began to surge at an astonishing rate. I comprehend. I comprehend. So this is the true art of alchemy. The things I practiced before were mere refuse. He appeared almost frenzied, alternating between tears and laughter. And this was merely the beginning. Heavens, the essence of the rare fires is actually like this. The spirituality of elixirs can be endowed postnatally. This completely overturns all common sense. An increasing number of alchemists, after observing the heavenly steel of alchemy, found themselves enlightened, falling into a state of almost transcendent ecstasy. However, the most terrifying scene was yet to come. The most horrifying moment befell the third elder. As he focused on the area of the steel that elucidated the unification of myriad fires, the once dormant, powerful beast fire within him erupted uncontrollably, surging forth with wild ferocity. No, come back. The third elder's heart raced with fear, attempting to forcibly suppress it. Yet this time his beast fire no longer heeded his command. It transformed into a fire dragon, swirling and lamenting in midair, ultimately lowering its proud head before the towering heavenly steel of alchemy, as if bowing to its sovereign. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Within the bodies of the hundreds of prostrate alchemists, one by one, flames of various colors and potent auras erupted forth. Beast fires, transformative fires, and even rarer exotic fires, as if summoned by an emperor, competing to break free. They coalesced in midair into a resplendent torrent of flames composed of hundreds of powerful fires. Finally, under the dazed, petrified gazes of the three great leaders of the Dan Tower, this torrent of flames, capable of incinerating half of the central continent, collectively bowed, kneeling and submitting before the towering chaotic steel and the divine kingdom suspended in the heavens. The myriad fires pay homage. This is the true miracle. Thud! The Grand Elder, Xian Kongzi, could no longer endure. Tears streamed down his aged face. He gazed upon the unprecedented sacred tableau before him, the steel expounding the ultimate mysteries of alchemy, and finally comprehended the true significance of this journey. They had not come to pay homage. They had come to atone for their past, pitiful, myopic understanding of alchemy. Sinner Xian Kongzi dares to implore the Divine Lord for mercy. He summoned all his strength, striking his forehead heavily against the ground. His voice hoarse as he cried out, I wish for the entire Dan Tower to merge into the Divine Kingdom, to serve under the Divine Lord's alchemical division. I beseech the Divine Lord to grant us this qualification, to observe the heavenly steel day and night, serving the ways of alchemy. The voice of Xian Kong Zi resonated with the melancholic echoes of an era drawing to a close, intertwined with a final yearning for truth, reverberating beneath the divine realm. Unceasingly, behind him, hundreds of master alchemists, including two other formidable figures, pressed their foreheads firmly against the cold ground, adopting the most humble of postures, awaiting the ultimate judgment of the deity. Chapter 17. The Relics of the Ancient Emperor, the Judgment of the Son of God. As Xian Kong Zi's hoarse plea dissipated within the eternal radiance of the divine realm, the entire expanse fell into an oppressive, suffocating silence. Where the sound of a falling pin could be heard, time seemed to stretch infinitely for those kneeling on the ground. Each breath felt as protracted and tormenting as an epic. They dared not raise their heads, nor breathe, nor even contemplate. They resembled a congregation of sinners awaiting the pronouncement of their ultimate fate by the Creator, surrendering everything to the deity suspended high in the heavens. Would the divine accept their fealty? Or were they, remnants of a bygone era, unworthy even of the status of slaves in the divine kingdom? Just as this unbearable atmosphere threatened to drive several mentally fragile alchemists to madness, a chilling, sinister laughter, rife with endless malice and mockery, unexpectedly seeped from a void behind them. Hee, what a touching scene this is. Once lofty and revered, even my soul palace had to concede to the alchemist tower, and now they kneel here like a pack of beggar dogs, pleading for the refuge of an unknown entity? Xian Kongzi, when did your alchemist become so spineless? Boom! The sound erupted like a thunderclap from the depths of the netherworld, resounding violently in the minds of the alchemists of the tower. Xian Kongzi suddenly looked up, his tear-streaked visage instantly replaced by an unprecedented horror and fury. The Soul Palace. Before them, 100 meters away, the space had darkened ominously, as if tainted by ink. A gaunt figure, draped in a black robe and shrouded in an eerie black mist, emerged slowly from that warped space. With each step he took, the ground beneath him instantly lost all vitality, transforming into a charred wasteland. A shiding Malavoloha, potent enough to freeze souls, spread wildly. The voice of the Elder Second, a 5-star Dou Qi, trembled violently with sheer terror. The visitor was indeed an elder from the Soul Palace. His power surpassed that of any of their 3 leaders. Mugu, it is you. Upon recognizing the visitor, the third elder's eyes nearly bulged with rage. You traitor! How dare you appear before me? A traitor? The elder known as Mugu let out a piercing, sinister laugh. His scarlet eyes, hidden within the black mist, swept across all present, finally landing on Xian Kongzi. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Rather than clinging to your decrepit alchemical formulas and waiting for death, you might as well embrace my soul palace and enjoy the supreme pleasures of soul devouring. Enough with the nonsense. Xian Kongzi forcefully suppressed his inner dread, shouting sternly, "What is your purpose in coming here?" "What is my purpose?" The elder Mugu licked his cracked lips with amusement, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed. "Naturally, I have come to reclaim something that rightfully belongs to my soul palace." His gaze, like 2 sharp swords, fixed unyieldingly on Xian Kongzi's spatial ring. "The ancient emperor's jade, hand it over. Surrender it, and I can guarantee that only half of your souls will be taken. Otherwise, this place shall become your alchemist tower-esque grave." As the words fell, a soul storm, tenfold more terrifying than before, erupted violently from his being. The hundreds of 8th-tier alchemists kneeling on the ground felt as if struck by a heavy blow, their faces turning ashen, their souls pierced with pain, as if they were on the brink of being torn to shreds by that malevolent force. Xian Kongzi and the other 2 were equally appalled. They could never have anticipated that the Soul Palace's intelligence was so astute, nor could they have foreseen that they would choose to strike at this moment, when the Alchemist Tower was at its most vulnerable and confused. Deluded, Xuan Kongzi bellowed, forcibly channeling his internal energy to resist. However, at that moment, a voice, colder and more indifferent than that of Elder Mugu, devoid of any emotion, resonated slowly from behind the tightly shut South Heavenly Gate. "Is the place you speak of as a grave, referring to here?" The voice was soft, lacking any trace of warmth, yet it seemed to embody the supreme decree of heavenly law. As the voice echoed, Elder Mugu's wild grin abruptly froze. He was horrified to discover that the area of death, 100 meters around him, which had been corroded by his soul power, was silently purified by a more domineering, primal golden divine flame. His proud secret techniques of the Soul Palace melted away like snow under the sun, vanishing without a trace. Who? Elder Mugu's heart raced with alarm as he looked up sharply towards the majestic South Heavenly Gate. Creak, accompanied by a long, distant creaking sound. The door that seemed to separate the realms of deities and mortals slowly opened inward. A figure clad in black, tall and straight, with a demeanor so indifferent it seemed to regard all life as mere dust, stepped forth from within the gate. It was none other than the Son of God, Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan was transformed from the person he had been merely days ago, while his aura of Douling remained unchanged. His dark eyes had deepened to resemble 2 condensed universes. Merely meeting his gaze sent Elder Mugu, a 5-star Dou Qi, into a frenzy of soul-shaking terror. It was an absolute oppression stemming from the very essence of life. It was as if an ant were gazing upon a deity walking among mortals. "You are that little bastard of the Xiao family?" Elder Mugu quickly recovered from his shock, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "Perfect. I shall slay you first, then proceed to massacre your oblivious kin." Before his words were fully uttered, he moved like a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by the wails of countless vengeful souls. His claw aimed directly at Xiao Yan's crown. "Be careful." Xian Kongzi and the others gasped in alarm. Yet, In the face of this lethal strike capable of rending mountains, Xiao Yan's expression remained utterly unchanged. He did not even lift his eyelids. He merely extended a slender, pale finger, pointing gently at the oncoming black lightning. Purification. Buzz. A minuscule, milky white divine spark, smaller than a pinhead by 1,000,000,000 times, silently appeared at his fingertip. In the next instant, under the unforgettable and horrified gazes of the Alchemist Tower's crowd, an incredible scene unfolded. The black lightning, born from the full power of 5-star Dou Qi, upon contact with that milky white spark, did not explode or roar. Instead, it was as if it had been thrown into the furnace of creation, along with Elder Mu Gu's very essence, silently obliterated from the very fabric of existence. Purification. True purification. A single finger annihilating a 5-star Dou Qi in an instant. Silence. An eerie, death-like stillness. Xian Kongzi and the others gaped, their minds completely paralyzed. They watched in astonishment as the imperious elder of the Soul Palace vanished into thin air, leaving not even a speck of dust in his wake. After completing this feat, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his finger, as if he had merely crushed a mosquito that fortuitously flew by. His indifferent gaze swept over the group of stunned alchemists below, ultimately resting upon Zhuang Kongzi. "My father has decreed," he stated, his voice steady and clear, devoid of any emotion. "The Dan Tower is permitted to enter the Divine Kingdom and establish the Dan Department. As for this," he flicked his finger, causing the ancient jade within Zhuang Kongzi's spatial ring to uncontrollably soar into his grasp. "The relic of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi, is it?" Xiao Yan mused, weighing the jade in his hand, assessing it with a tone akin to that of a child playing with a toy. "A key left by a failure. It possesses a certain intrigue," he declared. "From this day forth, this item belongs to the Divine Kingdom. Do any of you have objections? And no, we express our deepest gratitude for the divine grace of our God. Thank you, Prince of the Divine." Zhuang Kongzi, as if awakening from a dream, led the group of still petrified alchemists in fervent bows to Xiao Yan, their voices brimming with ecstatic relief and profound reverence for the divine might they had just witnessed. Xiao Yan did not cast them another glance. He turned and, under the gaze of hundreds of fervent and awestruck eyes, walked step by step back toward the southern heavenly gate. The heavy divine door, behind him, silently closed once more, as if sealing away an entire era. It was not until the door had fully shut that the oppressive aura of the Divine Kingdom slightly receded, allowing Zhuang Kongzi and the others to cautiously raise their heads. They exchanged glances, each able to see the unmistakable horror and exhilaration reflected in the other's eyes. "Is he dead? The 5-star Dou Qi has just vanished?" The voice of the second elder remained dazed, as if lost in a dream. What kind of power was that? That flame. Why does it feel more primal than the myriad flames recorded upon the heavenly tablet? The third elder trembled uncontrollably. Zhuang Kongzi offered no response. He merely stared blankly at the tightly shut southern heavenly gate, the last words of Xiao Yan echoing repeatedly in his mind. A key left by a failure. It possesses a certain intrigue. The ancient Emperor Dou Qi, the last Dou Emperor in the history of the Dou Qi Continent. A myth that all practitioners pursue throughout their lives. Yet, the ancient jade he left behind, capable of plunging the entire continent into chaos, was regarded by the Divine Kingdom as nothing more than a trinket of a failure. In that moment, Zhuang Kongzi finally comprehended the magnitude of the being to whom they had pledged allegiance today, an existence that transcended even the Dou Emperor, who was rewriting the rules of the entire Dou Qi Continent as if it were a chessboard, the one pulling the strings. Contemplating this, his aged heart could no longer contain itself, igniting fiercely with an overwhelming sense of reverence and fervor. Chapter 18. The ink of the deity, the stains on the scroll. With a mere flick of his finger, Xiao Yan, the divine prince, extinguished the essence of the Soul Palace Elder Mu Gu, reducing it to nothingness amidst the flames of the pure lotus demon fire. As the divine gate closed, it resembled the weighty cover of a book being gently shut, isolating an entire epic. Zhuang Kongzi and the others remained prostrated on the cold, bluestone ground, not daring to move. Everything that had transpired felt like the most surreal of dreams. It was also an indelible mark of divine punishment etched deeply into their already numbed souls. The 5-star Dou Qi, elder of the Soul Palace. Mu Gu, a name that could silence the cries of children in Central State, was thus effortlessly purged from the world by the divine prince with a mere finger. This sensation was 1,000 times more terrifying than obliterating him with brute force. It was an absolute suppression on a life level. epitomizing the utmost disdain of a deity towards the mundane. We express our deepest gratitude for the divine grace of our God. Zhuangkongzi was the first to recover, bowing deeply once more. This time, his voice was devoid of any semblance of coercion or confusion, leaving only the purest and most fervent faith. The Dan Department of the Dan Tower, from this day forth, vows to be the most loyal hound under the Lord God, safeguarding the alchemical path of the mortal realm for eternity. Behind him, hundreds of alchemists, as if awakening from a dream, fervently followed suit in their bows. However, just as this fervent atmosphere reached its zenith, a wave of chilling, sinister, and incomprehensibly vast pressure, far greater than when Elder Mugu had descended, suddenly enveloped the entire realm without warning, as if an endless river of darkness had burst forth from the depths of the abyss. Buzz! At that moment, the sky lost all color. The sun, the clouds, even the radiant hues emitted by the divine kingdom were instantaneously consumed by darkness as thick as ink, utterly obliterating all light. The space itself seemed to be forcibly frozen by an invisible hand, and the prostrated members of the Dan Tower were horrified to discover that not only could they not move, but even their thoughts felt as though they were being frozen by this terrifying darkness. A cacophony of laughter, more jarring than the friction of ancient ice, resonated from the depths of the endless black, scraping against their very souls. What audacity! A mere shell, one that even I cannot see through, dares to speak of the divine kingdom? Accompanied by this voice, filled with mockery and disdain, three figures emerged from the distorted space like phantoms birthed from the darkness. At the forefront was a gaunt elder clad in a blood-red, sacrificial robe. He bore no eyes, only two flickering green flames burning within his eye sockets. The moment those flames swept across the members of the Dan Tower, they felt as if their souls were about to ignite, to be forcibly drawn out of their bodies. The aura emanating from him was beyond terrifying, a presence that could not be encapsulated by mere words. He was no Dou Zun, nor even a half-saint, but a true Dou Saint. Moreover, not just an ordinary first or second star Dou Saint. Soul, Deputy Master of the Soul Palace, Soul Mieshang. The heart of Zhuangkongzi convulsed violently upon recognizing the visitor, nearly ceasing to beat. Behind him stood two other figures, their auras no less formidable than his own, both terrifying existences of the Dou Saint level. The arrival of the three saints. This was a fearsome assembly capable of sweeping away any visible force in Central State. It's over. This time, it is truly over. Despair filled Zhuangkongzi's eyes in an instant. Members of the Dan Tower, I shall offer you one final opportunity. Soul Mieshang's gaze scrutinized them, as if they were livestock awaiting slaughter. Hand over the ancient Emperor Dou Qi Jade, and then offer your souls. In return, I can grant you a swift demise. His words were laced with the utmost cruelty and dominance. It seems you are unwilling. Soul Mieshang appeared to lose his patience, raising his gnarled hand, resembling a desiccated claw, towards the Dan Dao heavenly tablet, which symbolized the truth of the alchemical path, and casually pointing. Very well. Since you refuse my hospitality, I shall first obliterate your ludicrous faith, and then proceed to slowly craft your souls. As his voice fell, a beam of pure, condensed black soul energy, 1,000 times more potent than Elder Mugu's attack, surged forth like a world-ending spear, ruthlessly launching towards the towering heavenly tablet. Before the gathered multitude, he resolved to reduce the newly erected marvel to mere dust. However, at the very moment the world-destroying spear of annihilation was to make contact with the Dan Dao heavenly steel within the divine realm. Atop the exalted throne forged from cosmic remnants, Xiao Zhan slowly opened his eyes, exhibiting a hint of impatience. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless fabric of time and space, landing upon the most ancient scroll depicting the destiny of this realm. Once again, it was the Soul Clan, akin to a persistent filth that marred the aesthetic of this divine canvas. He mused softly to himself, reminiscent of a master artist scrutinizing a magnificent masterpiece, having stumbled upon an unsightly flaw. Very well, if it is a blemish upon the canvas, I shall personally eradicate it from its very roots. As his words echoed, he gradually raised his right hand, not merely a finger, but his entire palm, gesturing toward the void as if inscribing corrections. There was no cataclysmic pressure, no world-shattering energy. There existed only a profound, authoritative rectification of words. I deem that the Soul Clan should not be inscribed upon this celestial tome. Boom! As the final syllable resonated, a true cleansing of the laws descended. sweeping across the entire Dou Qi Continent, and even extending upstream through the River of Time. In the external realm, the world-destroying spear of annihilation, poised to shatter the heavenly steel, suddenly froze just mere inches from its target. In the next heartbeat, he was horrified to discover that he was vanishing, not through death, nor obliteration, but through a more terrifying form of self-denial at a conceptual level. Every memory of the Soul Clan within his mind began to fade and crumble at an incomprehensible pace. No, who am I? Why am I here? The Soul Annihilator emitted a soul-stirring scream filled with profound confusion and dread. Yet, in that fleeting moment before he and his two accompanying Dou Saints were to be utterly erased from the canvas, an anomaly arose. Swoosh! A dark will, replete with connotations of aggression, possession, and filth, unexpectedly surged forth upon the ethereal Dao scroll, akin to a brush dipped in the foulest ink, forcefully intruding. It did not seek to resist Xiao Zhan's rectifying power. Rather, it employed a more brazen and unreasonable approach, brutally smearing upon the very causal line representing the Soul Clan that was on the verge of complete erasure. Buzz! In the external realm, the three figures of the Dou Saints, who were destined to dissipate entirely, began to flicker chaotically like a faulty projection. Their forms alternated between the void and being forcibly restored to reality by that dark will. This was no longer a battle. It was a tug-of-war between two supreme artists, each vying to assert their will upon the same canvas. One sought to completely erase the blemish, restoring the canvas to pristine white, while the other aimed to deepen and smear it, ensuring the stain would remain eternally inscribed upon the artwork. Is this a divine conflict? The likes of Zhuangkongzi and others were already on the brink of their Dao heart shattering, utterly terrified by the horrifying spectacle that blurred the lines of reality and illusion. They bore witness to an unparalleled contest between two unknown supreme entities, engaging in a struggle of laws for their very existence. Upon the chaos throne, Xiao Zhan's eternally indifferent gaze momentarily narrowed, for the first time revealing a trace of cold displeasure, akin to that of an artist whose perfect creation is sullied by a fly. How dare you sully my canvas whilst I am painting? His emotionless voice transformed into an absolute will potent enough to freeze causality, suddenly amplifying a millionfold. Erase it. Boom! The supreme authority of rectification ceased to be gentle, morphing into a blade of rules capable of severing the very fabric of eternity. In the external realm, the flickering figures of the Soul Annihilator and his two Dou Saints abruptly solidified. This time, the dark force of erasure could no longer reshape them. No. Amid Soul Annihilator's desperate cries filled with boundless fear and despair, their primordial true spirits, along with the dark will attempting to protect them, were forcefully scraped from the Dao scroll by that blade of rules. Yet, at the very moment the dark will was about to be completely purified, it abruptly twisted, managing to extract a strand of the most resplendent yet tainted essence from the depths of the causal line of the Soul Clan, the last remnant belonging to the Soul Emperor. Having accomplished this, the dark will receded like a tide, as if it had never existed, with a soft sound, akin to a drop of ink being effortlessly wiped from a monumental canvas. The three Dou Saints completely vanished. The heavens instantaneously returned to clarity. Spiritual energy surged. The laws of heaven and earth became unprecedentedly stable and clear. Yet, upon the throne, the cold displeasure on Xiao Zhan's face did not dissipate. He quietly regarded the Dao scroll, observing the barely perceptible wrinkle left by the struggle between the two artists, and that strand of pigment forcefully taken away at the last moment. After a prolonged silence, the corner of his indifferent lips slowly curled into a smile, imbued with endless amusement. Very well. Even the ugliest pigment can add a touch of distorted color to the next painting. He gently closed his eyes, as if merely swatting away a fly that had landed upon his paper while he painted. Meanwhile, in the external realm, Zhuangkongzi and others, having endured this divine battle's horrific spectacle, could no longer suppress the awe and fervor within their hearts, offering their eternal and unyielding faith to the silent divine realm. Chapter 19. The dust of the old world, the order of the new god. To gaze upwards. This was the singular thought remaining in the minds of all who knelt beneath the divine realm, the most instinctual notion, as the three Dou Saints, deemed immortal and indestructible, were effortlessly erased from the scroll known as the Dou Qi Continent. The entire world descended into an unprecedented state of rebirth and joy, rooted in the laws of existence. The sky was bluer and more expansive than ever before. The sunlight seemed to harbor a warmth capable of cleansing the soul. The air, once filled with an oppressive chill that had lingered since ancient times, dissipated entirely, replaced by an unprecedented purity and vitality brimming with primordial spiritual energy. My bottleneck has loosened. Among the crowd, an elderly man, who had been stuck at the pinnacle of an 8th-grade alchemist for hundreds of years, suddenly trembled violently as a surge of soul power, far more potent than before, erupted uncontrollably from his crown, altering the very winds. He was not an isolated case. Pop, pop, pop. In an instant, nearly a third of the hundreds of alchemists kneeling on the ground experienced enlightenment under the baptism of the newly reborn heavenly laws. The cultivation barriers that had troubled them for decades, even centuries, shattered like eggshells struck by a deity's hand, erupting into chaos. This is no longer a mere cultivation. It is divine grace illuminating the world. It is the benevolence of the deities, who, after rectifying the errors of this celestial scripture, casually bestow their rewards upon all creation. O Lord of the gods, in your mercy! Tears streamed down the face of Xian Kongzi, as he felt distinctly that his once dry potential was revitalized under the new laws of this unprecedented realm. His long-standing endeavor to touch the threshold of semi-sainthood, which he had toiled over for countless years without success, now held the faintest glimmer of breaking through. Weeping profusely, he exerted every ounce of strength to press his forehead firmly against the cold, azure stone ground, adopting the most devout and fervent posture as he offered himself, along with the entirety of the Dan Tower, his eternal and indelible faith to the silent, unresponsive divine realm. He understood that the old era belonging to the Dan Tower, the Soul Palace, and the ancient 8 clans had, with the dispersal of those 3 battle saints, utterly transformed into the dust of history. A new golden age, handcrafted by the deities and named order, was declaring its arrival in the most tyrannical and irrational manner possible. While outside the divine realm, a celebration of divine grace was unfolding. The true, terrifying repercussions of this sweeping purification of the laws, which rippled across the entire continuum of time, had only just begun to ferment wildly in the farthest corners of the continent. In the central state, in a certain nameless, bustling metropolis, the most renowned establishment, the Soul Tower, a secret stronghold covertly supported by the Soul Palace, dedicated to gathering souls and intelligence, was hosting a bloody auction. A black-robed steward, grinning maliciously, raised a crystal vial containing an imprisoned infant soul, calling out to the countless numb and greedy gazes below. However, at the moment he shouted out a price of 100,000 gold coins, a soft sound echoed, akin to a candle being extinguished. The black-robed steward, a peaked dozone, suddenly froze in his sinister smile. Subsequently, under the horrified stares of all present, his body, along with the soul crystal vial, silently transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. It was as if he, along with what he represented, the Soul Palace, had never existed in this world. This bizarre scene was not confined to this location. Simultaneously, in every corner of the Dou Qi Continent, countless hidden points of connection to the Soul Palace, secret strongholds, hidden realms, and even Soul Palace experts executing missions, regardless of whether they were Douhuang, Douzun, or Semi-Saint, were all, in that very instant, completely erased from the celestial scripture by an invisible hand of fate. A targeted extermination sweeping across the entire continent, aimed at the very concept of the Soul Palace. In the distant ancient realm, the abode of the ancient clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, the atmosphere within the council chamber was so oppressive it felt as though it could drip with tension. The clan leader, Gu Yuan, a peak powerhouse at the late stage of the 9-star Dou Saint, furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the kneeling elders below. No news yet? His voice was deep and authoritative, laced with a hint of barely perceptible unease. Reporting to the clan leader, one elder responsible for intelligence stammered, his voice trembling with sheer terror. All our covert operatives within the Soul Palace, from the highest to the lowest, their soul jades. They all shattered half an hour ago. What? Even Gu Yuan, with his composure, could not help but leap from his seat, a terrifying aura erupting, causing the entire hall to resonate. All shattered. Are you certain it's all? Yes, yes. The elder was already pale with fright. Not just the covert operatives. We used the Void Mirror to probe the Soul Palace's headquarters, and the result, the Soul Realm. What happened? Gu Yuan barked. It's gone. The elder summoned the last of his strength to scream this earth-shattering truth. The entire spatial coordinates of the Soul Realm had turned into void. as if there had never been anything there at all. Boom! This revelation struck Gu Yuan and all the elders of the ancient clan like a cosmic hammer, embedding itself deeply into their hearts. A colossal entity that had persisted for tens of thousands of years, which had engaged in countless covert and overt struggles with their clan, had simply been erased from the map. How could this be? Who did this? Is it the void-swallowing flame that devoured the Soul Emperor, seeking to monopolize the Soul Clan's power? No, even the void-swallowing flame could never erase the entire Soul Realm from the spatial coordinates. This transcends mere power. It is, Daddy. Just as Gu Yuan's mind was engulfed in chaos, a clear and urgent call echoed from outside the hall. A figure clad in a light blue dress, radiating beauty, appeared in the center of the hall as if teleporting. It was Xiao Zhan, who had been tasked to return. At this moment, her once calm face was filled with an unprecedented sense of horror and urgency. Xunia. Gu Yuan was taken aback upon seeing his daughter, then grasped her like a lifeline, asking urgently, "Weren't you in Wutan City? What on earth happened there? Why has the law of the heavens undergone such a dramatic change? Is the annihilation of the Soul Palace related to this?" Faced with her father's barrage of questions, Xiao Zhan could only shake her head bitterly. She did not respond directly, but slowly extended her jade hand, gently placing a stream of her soul's memory-infused Dou Qi on his forehead. Buzz. In the next instant, the celestial realm that spanned the heavens above Wutan City, the towering steel elucidating the ultimate mysteries of alchemy, the indifference of the sun, Xiao Yan, as he purified the five-star Dozuan, and the singular phrase emanating from the depths of the divine realm, which caused the three battle saints and the entire concept of the Soul Palace to vanish from existence. It all surged into Gu Yuan's mind like a tempest of souls. Puff! This powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, a late-stage 9-star Dou saint, was struck as if by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. His complexion turning as pale as paper, he staggered back several steps, eventually collapsing onto the throne forged from dragon bones, his eyes filled only with endless horror and void. Transition, Eroshure, Establishment. Gu Yuan muttered to himself. His heart, once tempered to be unbreakable, now bore cracks upon glimpsing truths beyond mortal comprehension. He finally understood. What ancient 8 clans, what Soul Palace, what Tawasha ancient emperor. In the eyes of the being who descended upon Wutan City, they were merely characters within a narrative, mere constructs of a design. This being found the concept of the Soul Palace too obstructive, too grotesque. Thus, it was casually erased. This understanding shattered any remnants of pride he held as a pinnacle powerhouse of the continent into nothingness. What remained was a primordial fear arising from the deepest recesses of his soul. Daddy. Xiao Zhan gazed at her father, who appeared lost and despondent. Her eyes filled with concern. Gu Yuan paid her no heed. He remained seated in a daze for what felt like an eternity, resembling a statue turned to stone. Eventually, he slowly lifted his head, still filled with astonishment, and with a voice so hoarse it seemed to have aged him a millennium. He addressed the elders within the grand hall, who were already paralyzed with fear, issuing a command that would send tremors through the entirety of the ancient clan. Convey the order of the clan leader. Prepare the most opulent offerings our clan has amassed over the millennia. In 3 days, he paused, gathering the strength to force out the final words. I shall personally journey to Wutan City to atone for our clan. Chapter 20. The Twilight of the Gods. An invitation from beyond the heavens. Gu Yuan's last utterance resonated within the deathly, silent council chamber of the ancient realm like the mournful toll of a funeral bell, echoing endlessly. The term atone spoken from the lips of this towering figure, who presides over the continent as the leader of the mightiest ancient race, embodied the very essence of an era submission. Below him, all the elders of the ancient clan, including the most fiercely resolute Grand Elder of Justice, were rendered as lifeless as carved wooden figures, their faces etched with humiliation, resentment, and a deeper, inescapable dread. They comprehended the implications of the clan leader's decision. It signified that the pride, dignity, and the last vestige of glory they held as descendants of divine blood would be utterly crushed 3 days hence before the mundane city of Wutan. Yet, they could muster no words of dissent. For in the memories of Xiao Zhan, they glimpsed a truth that transcended the mortal realm. Before an omnipotent existence capable of rewriting the very fabric of history and erasing a dynasty that had endured for millennia, notions of dignity, pride, and even the power of the Dou saint were but fleeting strokes of dust on a canvas, easily brushed away. 3 days' time. in the midst of an atmosphere rife with trepidation and undercurrents, was but a fleeting moment for the central state. However, during these 3 days, the terrifying shockwave resulting from the disappearance of the Soul Palace struck with unprecedented ferocity, battering every ancient sect that dared to consider itself a top-tier force. Countless factions, previously oppressed by the Soul Palace and silenced in their fury, found themselves engulfed in a euphoric ecstasy after the initial shock and disbelief. They celebrated wildly, spreading the news, lauding the nameless hero who had eradicated a malignant tumor that had plagued the continent for eons. Yet, the truly elite races, such as the Flame Clan, Thunder Clan, and Stone Clan, sensed beneath this revelry a chilling, nameless terror. They were acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Soul Palace. The ability to obliterate such a colossal entity, along with its dominion over the Soul Realm for tens of thousands of years, was an act that transcended even that of the Dou Emperor. In this realm, an entity had emerged that they could neither comprehend, nor fathom, nor contend with. This realization loomed like a massive stone, weighing heavily upon the hearts of every ancient race, depriving them of peace and rest. They desperately engaged in calculations, sacrificing their own essence in a futile attempt to uncover the truth. Yet, the outcome remained a blank slate, as if an invisible hand had forcibly excised that region, along with its causal ties from the river of fate. Just as this oppressive atmosphere threatened to drive all ancient races to madness, the dawn of the third day arrived. Within the divine realm of Tianke, Xiao Zhan remained seated upon his throne forged from the remnants of the cosmos. He slowly opened his eyes, their indifferent depths reflecting the rise and fall of countless worlds, casting a glance at the seemingly monotonous tapestry below him, as if losing patience. He had thought that removing one unsightly stain would render the tapestry cleaner. Yet, the remaining dust still trembled in its corner, too timid to approach the truth. He mused to himself, akin to a spectator displeased with the actor's lackluster performance and sluggish pacing. Very well, since they do not dare to come forth, I shall summon them. Upon uttering these words, he raised his right hand and nonchalantly flicked his fingers into the void, as if brushing away trivial specks of dust from his sleeve. Simultaneously, in the distant ancient realm, Gu Yuan donned the simplest of hemp garments, shedding all traces of his authority as clan leader, resembling a penitent seeker of redemption. Behind him stood hundreds of solemn core elders of the ancient clan. The void vessel, laden with a millennium's worth of offerings from the ancient clan, was prepared for departure. He was about to issue the command to embark. However, at that moment, Buzz, a force more profound than Gu Yuan's 9-star Dou Saint power, transcending all reason, suddenly tore through the so-called indestructible spatial barrier established by generations of ancestors, descending upon the center of the council chamber. Who dares? All the elders of the ancient clan felt an immediate sense of impending doom. Yet, when they discerned the source of this presence, they froze as if under a spell. It was not an enemy. Rather, it was a golden invitation crafted from an essence they could not comprehend, as if the very Tao had been condensed into divine radiance. The invitation bore no signature, no title. It contained only a singular character, inscribed with ink infused with the highest celestial decree, an imperious command. Come. This single word seemed to embody the creative authority of divine edicts. Upon seeing this character, Gu Yuan, the pinnacle of strength on the continent, felt his legs weaken uncontrollably. He could not summon even a hint of rebellion within his heart. It was as if the owner of this invitation commanded him to perish, and he would do so without hesitation. This was the divine oracle, the most direct decree from the gods to the mortal realm. Thud! Gu Yuan could no longer endure. His knees, prepared for atonement, fell heavily before the golden invitation. He understood. The gods did not even deign to wait for his atonement. What the gods desired was for all remnants of the old era to arrive before them simultaneously, to heed their final judgment. This scene, which shattered conventional understanding, was not confined to the ancient realm. At the same time, in the Flame Clan, within the ever-blazing hall of fire spirits, in the Thunder Clan, atop the mountain of thunder punishment, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, in the Stone Clan, the Medicine Clan, the Spirit Clan, all existing ancient races, who prided themselves as descendants of the divine, regardless of how concealed they were within hidden dimensions, or the strength of their protective formations, were forcibly breached by that golden, overwhelmingly authoritative divine invitation in that very instant. The entire Dou Qi Continent fell completely silent at that moment. Countless ancient beings, having secluded themselves for millennia, were abruptly jolted from their slumber at this moment. They gazed in horror at the golden invitation suspended above the sacred grounds of their respective clans, feeling a supreme divinity that sent tremors through their very souls. On their faces, there remained only a reflection of the same astonishment and despair that marked Gu Yuan's expression. They understood that resistance was utterly futile. A mere thought could obliterate the existence of the Soul Clan and tear asunder their spatial barriers, and naturally, it could also erase them in an instant. Thus, on the dawn of the third day, a scene unprecedented in eons unfolded upon the Dou Qi Continent. The most magnificent yet tragically poignant spectacle. Streams of light, which on ordinary days would only reveal themselves in fleeting glimpses, and which could shake the central continent with a mere stomp, surged forth like rivers responding to a royal decree, rushing from every corner of the land toward a singular destination, the northwestern continent, once deemed a savage wasteland, and the mundane city of Wutan. This was not a pilgrimage nor a council. It was a collective funeral orchestrated by the deities of the old era. Chapter 21. Before the Divine Throne, all eternity is but a prologue. 3 days later, beneath the celestial vault outside Wutan City, the ground was no longer mundane. It had transformed into the culmination of power and authority across the Dou Qi Continent for tens of thousands of years. Gu Yuan, Yanjin, Lei Ying, each revered as a deity within their races, whose very footsteps could induce tremors in the central continent, now hovered in the air like prisoners bound by invisible chains. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, afraid even to breathe. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the divine realm that spanned the heavens and the earth. This divine realm exuded no oppressive aura. Its mere existence was the most profound and cruel judgment upon all ancient gods of this world. Before it, their proud imperial bloodlines, their millennia-old spatial barriers, and the power of Doshang they had painstakingly cultivated over millennia seemed laughably trivial, shockingly fragile. A sigh, laden with boundless bitterness and self-deprecation, escaped the lips of Yanjin, the leader of the Yin clan, shattering the suffocating silence. He glanced at Lei Ying, whose complexion was equally pale, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Brother Lei, we have spent our lives vying against each other, each striving to surpass the other, each wishing to elevate our clans to become the next imperial lineage on this continent. How absurd it all seems now." The once domineering visage of Lei Ying was now marred by an overwhelming sense of impotence. He lacked even the strength to retort, only managing a self-mocking shake of his head. Indeed, it was absurd. They resembled a throng of ants engaged in a fierce battle over a single grain of sand upon a sand table, oblivious to the fact that beyond the table, the one wielding the pen could effortlessly upend the entire scene, along with these so-called kings, with a mere flick of the wrist. Just as this atmosphere of despair threatened to consume the minds of all present, a low hum resonated from the long-silent Nine Heavens' divine kingdom. The tightly shut southern gate slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow crack. It has begun. In that instant, the hearts of all ancient clan leaders convulsed violently. They instinctively held their breath, lowering their heads in the most humble of postures, awaiting the imminent final judgment. However, emerging from the gate was not the stern deity they had envisioned, but rather a figure they recognized, yet felt was strikingly unfamiliar. The Son of God, Xiao Yan. Clad in black, his expression was indifferent, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any mundane emotions. He stepped forth from the divine gate that separated the realms of mortals and immortals, hovering before the divine kingdom. Without glancing at the paralyzed ancient gods below, he casually waved his hand towards the empty void, proclaiming, "My father has decreed. You, the old clans of the mortal realm, are unworthy to step within the divine kingdom even by a hair's breadth. Therefore, you shall establish a separate arena beyond this realm and await divine edicts." As his words fell, an incredible scene unfolded. Before him, the void seemed to tear open like a canvas, birthing golden divine patterns infused with the essence of the great Tao, intertwining and coalescing, ultimately constructing a white jade celestial platform in the skies, more magnificent than any mountain and more solemn than any palace. This celestial platform appeared to belong to another realm, its aura of laws flowing ancient and profound. Merely gazing upon it caused even the Doshang powerhouses like Gu Yuan to feel as though their very souls were on the verge of being assimilated and disintegrated. Once this was accomplished, Xiao Yan slowly lowered his head, regarding the ancient clan leaders below with a gaze devoid of any emotion, akin to observing mere ants. Come fort. These two simple words bore an undeniable decree of supremacy. Gu Yuan and the others trembled, daring not to hesitate further. They transformed into streams of light, as if pulled by invisible threads, cautiously alighting upon the edge of the white jade celestial platform. The moment their feet touched the platform, their expressions shifted dramatically. They were horrified to discover that upon this celestial platform, their Dou Qi, their proud bloodline powers, and even their connection to the laws of this world were forcefully suppressed by an even more domineering, primal force. Here, they were no longer exalted Doushangs, nor revered ancient clan leaders. They were merely a group of mortals awaiting the decree of the deities. As the atmosphere grew thick with dread, two more figures emerged slowly from within the southern gate. On the left, a figure clad in white, ethereal and graceful, was none other than the divine servant, Yao Chun. On the right, a mesmerizing figure in a purple dress, enchanting all, was the divine envoy Medusa. They stood as the most loyal guardians of the deity, one on either side, quietly attending to Xiao Yan. The three divine envoys of the kingdom had gathered upon the celestial platform. The pressure emanating from this higher realm felt like three ancient divine mountains pressing down upon the hearts of all ancient clan leaders, rendering their breaths laborious. Gu clan, Gu Yuan; Yin clan, Yin Jin; Lei clan, Lei Ying. Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze swept across each individual present, and with each name uttered, the heart of the respective clan leader constricted uncontrollably. Finally, his gaze settled upon Gu Yuan. Do you acknowledge your sins? It has come. The judgment had indeed arrived. Gu Yuan's heart quivered. Suppressing the terror within, he respectfully knelt upon the ground, his voice hoarse as he declared. The sinner Gu Yuan did not realize the arrival of the Divine Lord and failed to extend a proper welcome. This is the sin of negligence. Negligence? A mocking smirk curled upon Xiao Yan's lips. No, your sins lie not in negligence, nor in the failure to welcome. He paused momentarily, articulating his words with an air of detached profundity, as if imparting a universal truth. Each syllable resonated with a gravity capable of shattering the resolve of all ancient races, delivering the ultimate judgment. Your transgressions lie in the fact that your very existence is but an obsolete and meaningless variable inscribed upon this celestial scroll. As his words hung in the air, he did not allow time for the gathered crowd to respond. Instead, he waved his sleeve lightly towards the void. A resonant hum echoed as a vast, luminous screen, incomparably broader than the heavens themselves and woven from countless threads of causality and fate, suddenly materialized above the white jade platform. Within this ethereal display, scenes unfurled, revealing the future of the Dou Qi Continent. They beheld the soul of the heavenly emperor, who, having gathered the ancient jade, ascended to the rank of Dou Emperor, using the lives of beings across Central Continent as a sacrificial offering to unleash a cataclysmic calamity. They witnessed the so-called ancient races crumbling under the overwhelming might of the soul of the heavenly emperor, rendered utterly defenseless. The Flame Clan, the Thunder Clan, each a lineage steeped in millennia, effortlessly obliterated, their kin reduced to mere sustenance. They observed the ancient clan, led by Gu Yuan, igniting their bloodlines in a desperate struggle, yet ultimately meeting a tragic fate of total annihilation and the severance of their lineage. They even glimpsed their own demise, watching in horror as their proud heads were crushed beneath the foot of the soul of the heavenly emperor, as effortlessly as one might squash a ripe watermelon. No, this cannot be. Flame and Thunder, among others, found themselves on the brink of madness, their souls crying out in a chorus of profound terror and unwillingness as they faced the ghastly specter of their fates. They had never imagined that the imperial bloodlines they so cherished, the glory of their races for which they had fought tirelessly, would culminate in their roles as mere stepping stones on the path of the defeated soul of the heavenly emperor. The irony was staggering, the tragedy unbearable. This cannot be real. It is but an illusion. One clan leader from a different race, unable to bear the harsh truth, lost his composure, descending into madness. Yet Gu Yuan remained fixated on the luminous screen, where the exquisite figure of Xiao Zhan was reduced to a mist of blood by the soul of the heavenly emperor's hand, his aged visage marred by rivers of blood and tears. He understood that this was no illusion, for he could sense a presence within that screen, a breath of fate that was 1,000 times more tangible than his own 9-star Dou Saint power. It was the singular script that should have unfolded in this realm, absent the intervention of a divine master. Do you still believe that your so-called imperial bloodlines signify glory? Xiao Yan's voice, cold and detached, resonated like the final tolling of a death knell within the depths of every soul present. It was merely the decaying soil that nourished the malignant growth of the soul of the heavenly emperor. And my father, in his descent, seeks to eradicate this corrupt soil along with the weeds that have thrived upon it. As he spoke, a glimmer of indifference, reminiscent of the divine master's disregard for the mortal realm, flickered within his eyes. Eradicate. Boom. This word became the final straw that broke the camel's back. When this emotionless decree, akin to a celestial judgment, was etched into the very souls of all present, Gu Yuan's heart, already filled with dread, suddenly birthed a glimmer of absurd enlightenment amidst the abyss of fear. He finally comprehended that they had been wrong from the very beginning, profoundly, egregiously wrong. They had attempted to measure this divine master with their realms. Dou Saint? Dou Emperor? Or perhaps the legendary unknown realms from the vast universe. All were misconceptions. Those might merely be garments donned by this being to traverse the canvas, convenient titles for the understanding of those within the painting. The true power of the divine master was neither spiritual energy nor Dou Qi. It was the authority to wield the brush, to alter, smear, or even tear apart the entire canvas at will. It was the authority to dictate the rules. Yet, these mere figures within the canvas dared to gauge the artist's strength using the pigments of the painting? How tragically foolish. How laughably absurd. This realization struck him with a despair far greater than witnessing his own gruesome demise, for it signified that they had never even possessed the qualifications to be adversaries. They were merely lines of text, easily amendable at any moment. No, at that moment, the other ancient clan leaders also grasped this critical understanding, leading to their complete collapse. They could accept death, yet they could not bear the notion of their existence being defined as meaningless weeds. Thud! Just as despair threatened to engulf them entirely, Gu Yuan, who had remained silent until then, suddenly summoned all his strength and bowed his forehead heavily against the cold, white jade platform. Sinner, Gu Yuan. His hoarse voice was devoid of pride or resentment, leaving only the purest, humblest plea of a father. I offer everything on behalf of my ancient clan, bloodline, heritage, even the very essence of existence. I beseech the divine master for mercy. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes, clouded by blood and tears, fixated intensely on the closed southern heaven gate, and with his last ounce of strength, he bellowed his final, solitary choice. I implore the divine master to rewrite a new life for my Sunner. Chapter 22. The Way of Heaven as a Scroll. The deity wields the pen to amend the chronicles. When Gu Yuan's heart-wrenching cry, imbued with a father's ultimate resolve, dissipated into the stillness of the white jade platform, time seemed to freeze. All the ancient clan leaders instinctively turned their gazes towards the firmly shut southern heaven gate, awaiting the divine master who governs the way of heaven and the response to Gu Yuan's near-soul bargaining plea. Would it be a grace? Or would this humble wish be obliterated entirely? However, the southern heaven gate remained closed, devoid of any sound or silhouette emerging from within. Just as the last flicker of hope in their hearts was about to be consumed by the overwhelming silence, the son of the divine, Xiao Yan, whose eyes had been as deep and indifferent as the abyss, finally revealed the slightest ripple of emotion. He slowly lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the fate screen that continued to unfurl the tragic future, and spoke in a tone that seemed to be musing to himself, yet also addressing the insignificant beings below. It appears you have misunderstood a fundamental matter. My father's arrival is not to negotiate with you, nor to entertain your conditions. He is merely announcing that from this day forth, the fate of this realm shall be under his dominion, and those remnants of old causality that bear no relation to the new order must be purged. As for your requests, a cold, divine smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, a curve radiating with celestial brilliance, yet chilling to the core. How could an existence poised to reshape the very essence of this realm care for a speck of inconsequential dust? Boom! This declaration was more merciless than any previous judgment. It shattered Gu Yuan's final hope of exchanging the sacrifice of his entire clan for the rebirth of his daughter. It was revealed that, in the eyes of the deities, these so-called ancient imperial clans were deemed unworthy even to serve as mere bargaining chips. They were nothing more than dust. How tragically pitiful. How laughably absurd. No. At this moment, the already crumbling heart of Dao within Gu Yuan shattered completely. He let out a howl filled with boundless despair and unwillingness, collapsing onto the cold, white jade celestial platform as if he were an ordinary mortal. It was over. Everything was over. However, just as everyone was being utterly submerged by this despair known as absolute truth, Xiao Zhan, who had been seated upon the throne of the divine realm, seemed to find this prelude somewhat overly prolonged. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Not a single finger. Not an entire palm. Instead, he casually made a gesture, as if to pluck a trifling discarded piece from the grand chessboard of heaven and earth, delicately pinching it. Buzz! In the next instant, the entire world, every sound, every light, every law, vanished completely. In its place was an indescribable, absolute purity of white. Gu Yuan, Yin Jin, Lei Ying, and all others were horrified to discover that they had disappeared. No, more accurately, the realm they inhabited, this canvas of the Dou Qi Continent, had been forcibly extricated from reality by an invisible hand. They had become a vast, boundless, still painting. And these so-called Doushang powerhouses were but the laughable ink dots frozen within the artwork. Then, they beheld a hand, immense beyond imagination, woven from the most primordial Tao and principles, as if the very will of the universe had coalesced into this divine hand. This hand abruptly appeared above the canvas. It emitted no energy fluctuations, yet instilled in the ink-dotted Doushang powerhouses a primal, profound terror stemming from the very depths of existence. They instinctively felt that with a mere brush of this hand, they would be completely erased from the canvas, obliterated from existence itself, leaving not even a trace behind. Subsequently, under the gaze of all those who had long since frozen in sheer terror, the divine hand moved. It slowly traversed to the trajectory of fate belonging to the sole emperor, the harbinger of the future. Then, it aimed at the darkest and most sinister mark of causality representing the sole emperor. With a gentle stroke, no sound, no process, when the colossal hand lifted once more, the one who had once plunged all ancient races into despair, the only future Dou Di, the sole emperor, along with all the cataclysmic bloodshed he had instigated, and every thread of causality tied to his existence in this realm, simply vanished. It was as if he had never appeared upon the path of heaven at all. After completing these actions, the divine hand seemed unsatisfied. It moved again, arriving at the domain belonging to the ancient 8 clans. Observing the densely woven threads of fate representing countless beings, it appeared somewhat disdainful of the chaotic old causality. Thus it swept again. This time, it did not erase a singular existence. Instead, it severed the futures of the Yin clan, Lei clan, Shi clan, and all ancient races save for the Gu clan, truncating them entirely from the river of time. Their futures dissolved into utter void. This was no mere slaughter. This was a decree of divine eradication. More merciful than slaughter, yet infinitely more tyrannical, a divine removal from existence. The deities no longer wish to extend your lifelines. Your causality ends here. Upon witnessing the futures of their races so nonchalantly terminated, Yin Jin, Lei Ying, and the others plummeted into a madness deeper than death. Yet they could not even move. They could only watch helplessly as the fates of their clans were casually torn away like useless old tomes. Ultimately, the divine hand hovered above the trajectory of fate belonging to the Gu clan. It seemed to hesitate. Finally, it slowly descended, targeting the radiant silhouette of Xiao Zhan within the luminous screen. Then, with an unprecedented, exquisite gentleness, it gently erased her tragic fate from that future. In its place emerged a blank slate, radiant and imbued with infinite possibilities. Having completed all this, the divine hand finally withdrew, satisfied. Boom! The entire world reverted to normalcy, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet upon the white jade celestial platform, all the ancient clan leaders lay as if they had endured an eternity of reincarnation, slumped on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Their faces bore no trace of pride or resentment, only the purest blankness of having survived the cataclysm. Now, do you still wish to retain that so-called bloodline? The indifferent voice of the divine son, Xiao Yan, resonated once more. Thud! This time, no one hesitated. Yanjin, Lei Ying, and all the clan leaders whose futures had been sealed, desperately prostrated themselves before the tightly shut southern heaven gate, as if grasping at the last straw of salvation. We acknowledge our sins. We beseech the divine Lord for mercy. We are willing to offer everything. All we seek is a chance for our clan, a new continuation. Gu Yuan, too, was in tears, gazing at the blank slate filled with infinite possibilities that belonged to his daughter. With all his strength, he pressed his forehead heavily against the ground, his voice hoarse as he expressed his most humble and fervent gratitude. Sinner Gu Yuan humbly thanks the divine Lord for this act of rebirth. Chapter 23. Bloodlines as prisoners, divine grace like the sea. The white jade celestial platform lay in utter silence. The previously earth-shattering, causality-reforming divine might had dissipated. Yet the absolute terror that stemmed from the very essence of existence was indelibly etched into the deepest souls of every ancient clan leader. They remained slumped on the ground, heaving heavily, like survivors who had just emerged from an eternal drowning. Each face was marked by the blankness of survival and absolute submission. Pride, resentment, when your future, your clan, and all your causal ties can be casually erased by an invisible hand, akin to smudging ink dots from the heavenly scroll. Such mundane emotions appear utterly ridiculous and pitiable. They finally comprehended. They were not even worthy to be mere pieces upon the chessboard of the deities. They were but dust awaiting reorganization upon the board. We acknowledge our sins. We beseech the Divine Lord for mercy. We are willing to offer everything. All we seek is a glimmer of renewed life for our clan. At this moment, the clan leaders, such as Yin Jin and Lei Ying, found themselves stripped of any semblance of dignity befitting their status as Dou Sheng powerhouses. With every ounce of their strength, they fervently bowed their heads until their foreheads bled, their anguished cries resonating with the most primal and humble yearning for the continuation of their race. Gu Yuan, overwhelmed with tears, gazed upon the blank future that belonged to his daughter, a future brimming with infinite possibilities. The gratitude and reverence swelling within him had long surpassed any fear of his own mortality. He continued to prostrate himself, each bow infused with utmost effort, as if he were offering his very soul in tribute to that majestic divine realm. Amidst this desolate silence filled with desperate pleas, a distant, ethereal sound, seemingly existing since the dawn of the universe, echoed unexpectedly from the tightly sealed southern heaven gate. Though soft, this sound contained the utmost celestial decree. At the moment it resonated, the entire white jade celestial platform, along with the vast mountains and rivers beneath it, and even the laws of heaven and earth far beyond, harmonized in response. The heartbeats of all clan leaders momentarily halted in unison. The divine was finally about to respond. Under their gazes, rife with profound fear and fervent anticipation, the gate that seemed to separate the realms of immortals and mortals slowly opened inward. No figure emerged. Within, the depths of chaos remained, so profound that it seemed capable of swallowing all. Yet a voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with boundless compassion, flowed forth from the depths of that chaos, transforming into myriad golden divine runes that imprinted upon the souls of every being present. Just a single word, yet it felt as though it was the ultimate decree from the Creator to this realm. In the next instant, before Gu Yuan and the others could recover from the endless shock brought by this singular utterance, a force of creation, transcending time and space, descended with thunderous might. Yin Jin was the first to emit a wretched scream that scarcely resembled human sound. He was horrified to discover that the proud bloodline of the Yin clan, inherited over countless generations, began to melt away like ice meeting its nemesis. No, it was not melting. It was a more tyrannical stripping. Visible chains of blood-red runes intertwined, forcefully extracting from his limbs, organs, and even the very essence of his soul. Inch by inch, by an irresistible might, it was the bloodline shackles, the very roots that both defined and constrained these ancient races for eons. With a splatter, Lei Ying, Xiao Dan, and others simultaneously faced the same divine punishment. They each coughed up blood, their meridians shattering, their once imposing visages twisted by excruciating agony. The pain of having their bloodlines stripped was 1,000 times more brutal than any earthly torture. It was the most thorough severance, denying the existence of their past in its entirety. Yet in comparison to this pain that could shatter even a Dou Sheng, a more profound horror surged within them. They discovered that as the bloodline shackles were withdrawn, the cultivation barriers that had stagnated for thousands of years within them began to show signs of loosening. This is rebirth after destruction. Just as this thought arose, the vast divine voice resonated once more. Your blood originates from the old emperor. Yet, the emperor was but a mortal. This bloodline, once a glory in the olden days, has become a prison in the new era. Today, I shall shatter this prison for you. I grant you a new life. Boom! At the moment the words new life fell, a downpour of divine grace, more grand than the previous transformation of the Northwest continent, cascaded down from the heavens. It was a 7-colored divine light, coalesced from the purest essence of life and the laws of the cosmos. Wherever the divine light touched, the clan leaders, freed from their bloodline shackles, experienced a remarkable and unnatural reconstruction and evolution of their bodies. Their shattered meridians, under the nourishment of the divine light, became 100 times more resilient. The withered Dou Qi was replaced by more refined and abundant innate spiritual energy. Even their souls, somewhat decayed from the eons, radiated anew, resplendent brilliance at that moment. Yanjin, in a daze, lifted his hands. He could feel within him a newly born power, no longer purely fire attribute, yet more vast, purer, and imbued with infinite potential than the so-called imperial bloodline of the past, the barrier that had plagued him for 3,000 years. At the pinnacle of 7-star Dou Sheng was quietly pierced through under the baptism of divine grace. 8-star Dou Sheng. No, the aura was still surging wildly. Mid-8-star Dou Sheng. Late stage. Pinnacle. Finally, it settled firmly at the initial stage of 9-star Dou Sheng. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a chasm that countless peers could never hope to surmount in their lifetimes. And this was not an isolated instance. Lei Ying, Xiao Zhan, and all who received divine grace experienced a monumental surge in their cultivation at that instant. Upon the white jade celestial platform, divine light blazed and the laws roared. Terrifying auras powerful enough to make the entire central continent tremble surged forth. This was a collective ascension, a transformation orchestrated by the divine, remaking the formidable of the old era. This is the power of the divine. Gu Yuan felt within him a previously unfathomable power, resonating with the very fabric of the universe, and tears streamed down his aged face. He finally understood. The divine was not punishing them, but rather showing them compassion. Compassion for those trapped within the prison of their bloodlines, gazing at the heavens from the confines of a well for countless ages. Today, the divine had personally shattered this prison for them and bestowed upon them a broader expanse, a new sky named Future. How could one repay such grace of rebirth? With a thud, Gu Yuan summoned all his strength to bow his forehead to the ground, his voice hoarse as he uttered the most fervent and devout roar of his life. Sinner Gu Yuan, thanks to the divine Lord, grant me new life. From this day forth, the Gu clan shall cease to exist. In this world, only the most humble servants beneath the divine Lord shall remain. Boom! As he concluded, Yanjin, Lei Ying, and the others followed suit, making their eternal vows, imprinted with their souls, towards the still open southern heaven gate. The Yin clan shall cease to exist. The Lei clan shall cease to exist. We are willing to be the hounds of the divine Lord, burning the last drop of blood for the arrival of a new order. On this day, the ancient 8 clans, which had persisted for countless generations and once dominated the rise and fall of this continent, collectively disbanded outside the divine realm of Yutan City. The old era was thoroughly buried beneath the grace and majesty of the divine. A new epoch, personally ushered in by the divine, known as the Divine Court, is on the verge of descending. Chapter 24, The Edict of the Divine Court, Prologue to the Golden Age. As the final syllable dissipated into the wind, atop the white jade celestial platform, the hundreds of formidable presences who had just undergone ascension did not diminish, rather fueled by an overwhelming fervor. Their essence surged even more intensely. We shall willingly serve as the hounds of the divine Lord, sacrificing our last drop of blood for the advent of the new order. Ancient Yuan, Yanjin, Lei Ying, once the sovereigns of their domains, who dictated the fates of myriad beings across the continent, now adopt the most humble yet resolute stance, entirely dedicating their souls and futures to that majestic divine realm. Their races have been erased. Their bloodlines have been remolded. They are no longer the descendants of the Flame Emperor or the Thunder Emperor. From this day forth, they share a singular identity, one that bestows upon them unparalleled glory, servants of the divine, observing the throng below, who have utterly cast aside their pasts and embraced rebirth. From the depths of the profound chaos behind the southern heaven gate, a voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with the grandeur of celestial law, reverberates once more. The old order has collapsed. The new order shall be established. From this day forth, in the city of Wutan, the Xiao clan divine court shall be established, patrolling on behalf of the heavens, governing all laws and myriad beings of this realm. Boom! The words divine court struck the very souls of all present like 2 primordial stars crashing into existence. This was no mere transition of power. It heralded the birth of an entirely new epoch. Following this, more specific edicts, akin to celestial regulations forged from the essence of universal laws, flowed forth from within the southern heaven gate, transforming into countless golden divine inscriptions, crafting a magnificent tapestry of power for the new era above the white jade celestial platform. Under the divine court, establish 4 departments to govern the 4 symbols of heaven and earth, maintaining the operation of the new order. Ancient Yuan, shed your old self. Embrace your new destiny. You are appointed as the head of the human department, wielding authority over the divine court's teachings, rewards, and selections. All beings of the mortal world shall be governed by your department. As the divine voice concluded, a golden divine seal containing the essence of enlightenment descended from the heavens, slowly imprinting itself upon Ancient Yuan's brow. Ancient Yuan trembled violently. He could distinctly sense a profound connection forming between himself and the human destiny of this realm at that very moment. It was as if he could hear the prayers of billions of beings and witness the joys and sorrows of the mortal realm. This was power, a realm far superior to the might of a Dou saint, a primal authority of heaven and earth. Old servant, Ancient Yuan, expresses gratitude for the divine grace. Overcome with emotion, his tears streamed down as he bowed deeply, fully merging that divine seal into his very soul. The divine voice continued, solemn and reverent. Yanjin, shed your old self, embrace your new destiny. You are appointed as the head of the fire department, governing the myriad flames of the divine court, overseeing punishments and campaigns. All who disrespect the divine court or defy celestial law shall be purified by your department. A crimson golden divine seal, ablaze with judgmental flames, then descended. Yanjin fervently accepted it, feeling his mastery over all flames surge 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold at that moment. More importantly, his recently attained power as an 8-star Dou saint resonated perfectly with the authority of the fire department, granting him a significant qualitative leap in strength. Yulei Ing, shed your old self, embrace your new destiny. You are appointed as the head of the thunder department, governing the myriad thunders of the divine court, overseeing inspections and regulations, monitoring the world, and executing divine punishments. A divine seal, entwined with purple divine lightning, thundered down. Xiao Yan, shed your old self, embrace your new destiny. You are appointed as the head of the alchemy department, merging with the foundation of the alchemy tower, governing the divine court's elixirs and spiritual plants, nurturing all things, and creating life for all. A verdant divine seal, infused with the essence of life, then descended. The 4 department heads, each commanding education, punishment, regulation, and creation, formed a new ruling core with clearly defined roles and responsibilities, capable of enveloping the entirety of the Dou Qi Continent, all within the span of a few understated phrases. Such celestial methods of reshaping the heavens and the earth deeply astonished all the newly reborn powers below. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The moment the 4 department heads took their positions, the vast divine voice resonated through the skies once more, proclaiming a message akin to a superstorm of the highest magnitude, sweeping across the entire Dou Qi Continent. With the establishment of the divine court, let all the world rejoice. 3 months hence, outside the city of Wutan, ascend the divine long stairs, commencing the divine court trials. All beings of this realm, regardless of origin, bloodline, race, or cultivation, may participate. Within the trials, a hidden dragon ranking shall be established. Those who ascend the ranking shall receive the divine court's fortune, gaining unparalleled creation. And the one atop the hidden dragon rankings, the apex of 10,000 dragons, the divine voice paused momentarily, a profound temptation unlike any other, capable of driving any being to madness, descended like the sweetest poison, shall be granted the privilege to pose a single question directly to me. Boom! Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere, followed by an eruption of madness and greed that could make even the 9 heavens tremble. To pose a question to the Divine Lord directly? The significance of this utterance was crystal clear to all present. It meant that one could inquire about the realms beyond the Dou Emperor. One could seek the secrets of immortality. One could ask about lost inheritances. One could question the ultimate truths of this world. This was no mere reward. It was a key to ascend to the heavens. A true divine grace capable of altering the fate of any being. Compared to this reward, what were exotic flames or imperial-grade elixirs? Utterly insignificant. We shall faithfully adhere to the divine decree. Ancient Yuan, Yanjin, and others were the first to react. With all their strength, they bowed fervently before the southern heaven gate, their voices filled with an overwhelming loyalty that wished to immediately offer their lives and shed their blood for the Divine Lord. They understood that the Divine Lord was intent on employing an unprecedented overt strategy to completely reshuffle the existing order of the Dou Qi Continent. Bloodlines? Sects? In the face of the temptation to pose a question to the Divine, one that could drive even Dou saints to madness, all previous shackles would be utterly shattered. A brand new golden age, one that values talent and effort over lineage and bloodline, is set to be forcibly ushered in under the divine will. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the northwest continent, millions of miles away from the central continent, deep within a secluded mountain range inhabited by magical beasts, a ragged youth, scarred and tattered, with cultivation at the Dome Master level, struggles to evade the relentless pursuit of a second-tier magical beast. Suddenly, he stumbles, crashing heavily to the ground. As he gazes at the bloodthirsty beast closing in on him, despair and unwillingness flood his eyes. He possesses talent and perseverance. Yet due to the absence of a background and resources, he can only survive in this brutal mountain range. Is his life destined to end in such a pitiful manner? At that moment, the vast divine voice announcing the divine court trials transcended endless space, resonating clearly in his mind like a morning bell. All beings, regardless of origin, bloodline, race, or cultivation, may participate. The pinnacle of the potential dragon ranking grants one the privilege to pose a single inquiry directly to the Divine Master. The youth stood in stunned silence. Gradually, he lifted his gaze towards the distant Yunlan city, shrouded in a resplendent rainbow glow. In this moment, the despair that once clouded his eyes was ignited by an unprecedented, dazzling flame of hope. Does one's origins truly matter? He murmured to himself, as a wild grass named Hope began to flourish fervently from the depths of his soul. He sprang to his feet, and instead of retreating from the ferocious beast that lunged at him once more, he charged forward with an unprecedented fervor and determination. He was resolute in his will to survive. He yearned for strength. He aspired to reach Yunlan City. He was determined to seize the opportunity bestowed upon them, mere mortals, by the divine, an opportunity potent enough to alter the course of fate. At this very moment, such scenes unfolded in every corner of the Dou Qi Continent. Countless hidden prodigies and innumerable souls unwilling to accept their fates beheld the dawn of hope under the divine decree. The old era lay buried. A new mythic age, belonging to all, had just begun to unfurl its prologue. Chapter 25. Mortals as the forge, the divine court as the crucible for talents. As the divine sound dissipated, its lingering resonance metamorphosed into an eternal cosmic law deeply imprinted within the reshaped realms of existence. The southern heavenly gate gradually closed, and the chaos, capable of devouring all, receded from the mundane eye. Upon the white, jade, celestial platform, an eerie silence prevailed. The four newly appointed leaders of the divine court, Gu Yuan, Yan Jin, Lei Ying, and Yao Dan, remained prostrated, motionless. It was not that they lacked the desire to move, but rather that they dared not. The divine seal of authority branded upon their foreheads radiated a warm and vast brilliance, akin to the core of stars, instigating a monumental transformation within the depths of their souls. Their perceptions were forging an unprecedented connection with the cosmic laws of the entire Dou Qi Continent. Is this the essence of authority? After an indeterminate period, Gu Yuan, the leader of the mortal division, spoke in a dazed tone, imbued with endless shock. He slowly attempted to raise his head. In that instant, as his gaze ascended, his world transformed. He no longer beheld mere mountains, rivers, and skies, but rather intricate threads of causation, intertwining the fates of all beings across the continent. He witnessed a forsaken youth in the far northwest, reigniting the flames of vengeance upon hearing the divine oracle. He could hear the anguished roar of an ancient dragon, nearing its end. In the realm of myriad beasts south of Zhongzhou, determined to use its final strength to challenge the divine for an opportunity to inquire. He felt the myriad emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, greed, hatred, and delusion of countless beings across the Dou Qi Continent, flowing into his perception and ultimately condensing into an ethereal seal representing the fate of humanity in the depths of his soul. This was the leader of the mortal division, the custodian of the divine court's teachings, governing millions of beings. This transcended mere power. This was the embodiment of law. Thud. Gu Yuan bowed deeply once more, this time devoid of any semblance of coercion, filled only with the purest fervor and reverence stemming from the depths of his soul. Simultaneously, Yan Jin, Lei Ying, and Yao Dan each glimpsed a fragment of the divine realm through their respective authorities. With a mere thought, Yin Jin sensed the primordial essence of every exotic flame deep within the continent's core, all submitting to him with an air of familiarity. Ling closed his eyes, and the most ferocious thunder from the heavens became as docile as a pet at his fingertips. Yao Dan was astonished to discover that he could not only perceive the breath of every precious herb and treasure across the continent, but could also, through the authority of the Alchemy Division, accelerate their growth and alter their properties. Such dominion over the laws of nature rendered their former status as peak Dou Saint practitioners utterly insignificant. The power of the Divine Master is beyond our mortal comprehension. Yin Jin rasped, his once proud visage now bearing only the most devout fervor. To serve as hounds beneath the Divine Master is indeed a fortune of the ages. Indeed, Laying nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling with lightning. The divine decree has been given. We must act immediately. Within 3 months, the name of the divine court must become the singular faith across this continent. The 4 former overlords of the old era, united for the first time under a singular supreme goal, reached an absolute consensus. They rose slowly, exchanging glances that revealed the uncontainable flames of ambition within their eyes. Yet this ambition was no longer for their own races, but to spread the brilliance of the Divine Master to every corner of this realm. 3 days later, 4 supreme edicts, jointly issued by the 4 divisions of the Divine Court and stamped with the seal of authority, transformed into radiant beams of divine light that surged from Yunlan City, instantly resonating throughout every corner of the Dou Qi Continent. The first edict, from the Mortal Division. In the name of the Divine Master, we announce the details of the Divine Court's trials. Within 3 months, all who wish to participate in the trials may register at the newly established Divine Court halls across the continent. Registration is open to all, without regard for origins or prerequisites. On the day the Divine Ascension staircase opens, all beings may compete. The second edict, from the Fire Division and the Thunder Division. In the name of the Divine Master, we proclaim the laws of the Divine Court. Under the jurisdiction of the Divine Court, all private duels are strictly prohibited. Any violator shall be consumed by divine flames, and their souls refined by heavenly thunder. During the trial period, anyone who dares to secretly harm or obstruct the trial participants, regardless of their location or cultivation level, will be deemed as challenging divine authority. The Thunder and Fire divisions will administer divine punishment, obliterating their clans and erasing their names. The third edict, from the Alchemy Division. In the name of the Divine Master, we declare the grace of the Divine Court to aid all aspiring talents in preparation for the trials. The Alchemy Division will distribute divine elixirs for awakening at the beginning of each month, free of charge, at various Divine Court halls. These elixirs can cleanse the marrow, awaken spiritual intelligence, and allow mortals to undergo a transformation. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 edicts detonated like 3 consecutive suns, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Dou Qi Continent. If the previous divine oracle merely ignited the flames of hope, then these 3 specific edicts poured an entire barrel of divine oil upon that blazing fire. No regard for origins. No prerequisites. My heavens, the Divine Master has truly granted us mere mortals an opportunity. Prohibition of private duels. How splendid. No longer must we fear the oppression of those from powerful sects and noble families. Under the rules of the Divine Court, all are equal. Divine elixirs. Free distribution. The Alchemy Division is set to elevate the cultivation potential of the entire continent single-handedly. What grand ambition! What magnanimity! The entire continent erupted in fervor. Countless wandering cultivators. A multitude of hidden geniuses and innumerable mortals struggling at the bottom wept tears of joy, kneeling and prostrating towards the direction of Yunlan City. Meanwhile, those once proud sects and families were engulfed by an unprecedented chill beneath these 3 edicts. Their once prized bloodlines have been abolished by the Divine Master. The resource monopolies upon which they relied for survival were shattered beyond repair by the divine elixirs. They have become accustomed to the unspoken rule of resolving issues through brute force, which, under the deterrent might of divine retribution, has morphed into a lethal red line. The Divine Court, in its most domineering yet equitable manner, has drawn these beneficiaries of the old era onto the same starting line as all mortals. Do you dare to defy? Very well. The purifying divine fire of the Fire Department, along with the world-annihilating divine thunder of the Thunder Department. Await your summons at any moment. Before the absolute edict, all defiance is merely a farcical path to self-destruction. Instantly, the entire continent is engulfed in tumult. Countless strong individuals, prodigies, and even ordinary folks surge towards the towering halls of the divine court, akin to rivers converging into the sea, driven by an overwhelming frenzy. An unprecedented golden age, belonging exclusively to the talented and the mighty, has had its curtain drawn back entirely by the deities themselves. Within the divine nation, in the celestial hall, Xiao Zhan remains seated upon his throne forged from the cosmic remains, his demeanor unchanged. The colossal waves capable of driving the entire continent to madness are to him but a mere pebble cast into a pond, failing to stir even the faintest ripple within his heart. He merely perceives that this stage is somewhat adequate, yet still lacking something. Yenner, he speaks softly. Here, father. Xiao Yan, who has been standing respectfully beside the throne, steps forward. After days of introspection, his aura has grown increasingly profound and inscrutable. The primordial flame body, reshaped by the deity, is absorbing the essence of the world at a terrifying pace, propelling his cultivation from a nascent stage of doling to the current realm of a 3-star Douwan. Such a rate of advancement, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. You have witnessed the events outside. Xiao Zhan's gaze seems to transcend the vastness of time and space, resting upon his son. Indeed, Xiao Yan nods. Father strives to forge a generation of talents using the universe as the furnace and all beings as the materials. Such an endeavor is beyond my reach. You need not aspire to such heights. Xiao Zhan's voice, though calm, exudes an undeniable authority. He slowly extends his hand, and a grand cauldron, entirely formed from chaotic energy and inscribed with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, materializes in his palm. This is the Qian Kuanding, a trinket I fashioned in my leisure. For this trial, you need not partake. With a flick of his finger, the Qian Kuanding, embodying the power of a world, transforms into a streak of light and gently merges into Xiao Yan's forehead. Your task in this trial is to serve as the chief alchemist, with the universe as the fuel and all living beings as the medicine. Forward for me an unparalleled grand pill called Era. Chapter 26, The Divine Edict. The ants of the old world test the heavenly rules. The edict of the divine court hangs like 3 eternal suns in the sky above the reformed Dou Qi Continent, its radiance reaching every corner. The old epic crumbled silently before the absolute might of divine authority, without even a lament. A new age, brimming with limitless possibilities and primal fervor, has announced its arrival in the most domineering and irresistible fashion. The entire continent stirred into motion. It was an unprecedented migration transcending the boundaries of race, region, and cultivation. On the icy plains of the northern domain, an elder, long hidden for centuries and with vitality long extinguished, felt a flicker of life emanating from the divine elixir and resolutely broke free from his icy abode, transforming into a streak of light as he journeyed southward, his murky old eyes burning with the final yearning for life. Deep within the 10,000 mountains of the southern wilderness, a formidable beast, possessing bloodlines akin to ancient mythical creatures, upon hearing the divine decree that all races could participate, sheathed its ferocity and began its pilgrimage towards the sacred city of Wutan, its massive form shaking the mountains. Beneath the endless sands of the western desert, a monk who had toiled for a millennium to break through the barriers of Dozun, upon learning of the opportunity to pose questions to the deity, unhesitatingly abandoned his nearing enlightenment and soared into the sky, his eyes filled with fervor for the truth. Amidst the towering waves of the eastern sea, an alien with an innate affinity for water, under the protection of the divine court's prohibition against private duels, dared for the first time to leave the depths of the ocean and tread upon the once feared land. Countless cultivators, innumerable mortals, countless overlooked talents, and many defiant warriors now share a common identity: the pilgrims. Their singular goal is the floating city above the 9 heavens, now revered by myriad beings as the Wutan Divine City, the realm of the gods. This is a tidal wave sweeping across the continent, a convergence of all rivers, a return to the source. Yet beneath this unprecedented pilgrimage, those once exalted sects and families, accustomed to wielding bloodlines and fists to dictate rules, now experience a profound sense of fear and helplessness. In the Wutan Divine City, miles away, a once barren plain is now inundated with an endless tide of humanity. The sky is ablaze with colors as countless flying combat techniques and magical beasts blot out the sun, while the ground teems with a throng of people. The crowd resembling a vast, black ocean, slowly surging towards the radiant divine city. This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Divine Court's Human Department. A grand palace, forged from divine power and towering 1,000 feet high, stands silently at the heart of the plain, serving as the first stop for receiving and registering pilgrims. Before the palace, the head of the Human Department, Gu Yuan, clad in simple azure robes, stands with hands clasped behind his back. He exudes no aura, yet his profound gaze, infused with the authority of the Human Department, seems capable of perceiving the fate and karma of every being present. He gazes upon this scene, grander than any top-tier event the continent has ever witnessed, his aged face betraying no emotion. Behind him are thousands of elite cultivators from the ancient clans, clad in standardized armor, their presence solemn as they methodically maintain order, guiding the flow of people and distributing identity jade, tokens stamped with the Divine Court's insignia to every being who comes to register, regardless of their level of cultivation. Everything appears to be in perfect order. However, Gu Yuan understands that beneath this veneer of order lies the deeply entrenched arrogance and ignorance of the old era. Boom! At that moment, from the distant horizon, an utterly violent aura of Dou Qi erupted without warning, explosively and arrogantly. A colossal crimson vulture, exceeding 100 feet in size, spread its wings, unleashing a tempest of heat, blatantly disregarding the long queue before the divine palace, forcing its way forward like a falling meteor. Upon the back of the vulture stood an elder clad in a blood-red robe, haggard and proud, hands clasped behind his back. His terrifying aura, equivalent to a 5-star Dou Qi, descended upon the crowd like an invisible hammer, instantly causing thousands of weaker cultivators to spew blood, their faces pale. Are these ants, barely at the level of Dou Wang, worthy to stand alongside me? The elder in the blood robe scoffed disdainfully, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. All of you, get out of my way. The first opportunity to enter the divine capital, I, the Blood Eagle Elder, shall claim it. This imperious declaration instantly plunged the venue into a profound silence. All gazes instinctively converged upon the figure of the elder clad in crimson robes, their eyes brimming with anger, fear, and a hint of clandestine anticipation. They awaited, yearning to witness how the divine court would respond to this audacious fool who dared to brazenly defy the heavenly laws under the new order. How audacious! Before the divine court's hall, an elder of the ancient clan, a seasoned combat sovereign, stepped forward and sternly proclaimed, the first tenet of the divine court's laws forbids personal conflict. Yet before he could finish his statement, a glimmer of cruel malice flickered in the Blood Eagle Elder's eyes. He did not need to lift a finger. A mere thought sufficed. Silence. A tremendous surge of soul power instantly coalesced into an invisible spike, viciously piercing towards the combat's sovereign's mind. At that very moment, however, Gu Yuan's eyes, which had hitherto remained as tranquil as a placid lake, subtly lifted. He did not take any action, yet the soul spike, potent enough to severely injure an ordinary combat sovereign, dissipated silently, mere inches from the elder's brow, as if it had encountered the melting snow under the furnace of heaven and earth. The Blood Eagle Elder furrowed his brow, surprise flickering in his eyes. But in that instant of astonishment, an anomaly erupted. Buzz! This sound did not emanate from Gu Yuan or any of the divine court's practitioners, but from the very fabric of this realm. The previously clear sky, devoid of clouds, was inexplicably stained with a bizarre scarlet hue and a profound deep violet. An emotionless, overwhelming pressure, akin to the very decree of the heavenly Tao, instantly locked onto the Blood Eagle Elder, suspended in midair. To defy the divine court's celestial decrees is to invite divine retribution, to be consumed by celestial flames and refined by heavenly thunder. A chilling voice, seemingly woven from countless laws, reverberated within the very depths of every being's soul. At the moment the words echoed, a burst of golden flames, entwined with violet lightning, erupted from within the Blood Eagle Elder's very being. The shrill, inhuman wails resonated through the heavens. The Blood Eagle Elder was utterly bewildered. He horrifyingly discovered that this flame did not originate from the external world, but was ignited directly from his combat energy source, his bloodline, and even the innermost recesses of his soul. His once proud 5-star combat sovereign energy was rendered as fragile as the driest straw before this golden violet divine flame, instantly consumed and transformed into fuel for the flame's ravenous hunger. No, what manner of flame is this? Spare me. Gu Yuan, the clan leader, spare me. He screamed in terror, yearning to flee, to extinguish this relentless divine flame. Yet his body was ensnared by an invisible, colossal force of the heavens, utterly immobilized. He could only helplessly witness his limbs, his very essence, being incinerated to nothingness inch by inch within that flame. Even more terrifying was the violet divine thunder entwined about the flames. Each flash of lightning struck like hammers of judgment, forged from the laws of the heavenly Tao. Mercilessly pounding upon his soul, it relentlessly refined and purified every memory, every impurity, every sin within his essence. Burned, refined. This is the true divine punishment. It is not mere annihilation, but a far more tyrannical reclamation of resources. This entire ordeal endured for a span of several breaths. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of an eerie silence, filled with profound dread, the once mighty blood eagle elder, along with the crimson vulture beneath him, was entirely consumed by the golden violet divine flames, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Only a soul source orb, roughly the size of a fist and radiating a crystalline hue, containing boundless pure energy, quietly hovered in the air. This orb was the most refined essence crystallized from the lifetime cultivation and soul power of a 5-star combat sovereign, purified by the heavenly laws. Having completed this act, the anomalies in the heavens gradually dispersed. The sky returned to its clear state, as though nothing had transpired. Yet upon the plain, the countless pilgrims had already been rendered speechless, their hearts trembling in sheer terror. He is dead, a renowned 5-star combat sovereign, extinguished by a single word, a mere thought. As the heavens efficiently executed divine laws, as if rectifying a flawed code. What a terrifying order this is. Amidst this silence, Gu Yuan took a deliberate step forward, his voice devoid of emotion as he gestured towards the soul source orb. The treasure capable of driving any combat sovereign into madness obediently flew into his hand. Without a glance, he casually tossed it to the elder behind him, who had just been affronted by the blood eagle elder, his complexion still pale. This serves as an example, and likewise as a reward. Convey my decree to the people. Let this orb be displayed before the divine court's hall as a warning to others. Further, let it be known that from this day forth, those who serve the divine court with merit and uphold order shall be rewarded. Reward will be drawn from the ashes of those who defy the heavenly laws. Upon finishing, he paid no further heed to the throng of worshippers, who were now enraptured by a dizzying blend of terror and ecstasy, but instead slowly lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Yutan divine capital. He could distinctly sense that just moments ago, the outline of the divine capital seemed to have expanded outward by several miles. The city walls had grown denser and more imposing, as if the purification of that combat sovereign had provided the burgeoning divine realm with its first nourishment. Chapter 27. The alchemical furnace suspended in the heavens, the old world sect transformed into a city. The residual might of divine punishment did not wane with the dissolution of the blood eagle elder. Rather, it morphed into a tempest of order sweeping across the continent, reshaping every being's perception at an unprecedented velocity. The heavenly laws, once mere myths, had now become the most tangible and chilling edicts hanging over the heads of all. An increasing number of individuals, following the initial shock and fear, found themselves engulfed by an unprecedented euphoria and tranquility. Yes, tranquility. For those struggling at the bottom, oppressed for millennia by sects and families, the divine court's prohibition against personal conflicts and its egalitarian rules were nothing short of a long-dreamed-of salvation. A brand new era has truly dawned. Thus, the fervent tide of pilgrimage sweeping across the continent surged ever stronger, more devout. Countless beings emerged from every corner of the land, no longer merely seeking the ethereal chance to question the divine, but yearning to behold the divine capital, the architect of the new order, to bask in the glorious light of the heavenly laws. Yet, where there is light, shadows unwilling to be illuminated inevitably linger. The remnants of the old era, those sects and families entrenched in the survival of the fittest, ingrained with privilege, would not relinquish their decayed arrogance simply due to a single divine punishment. In the Central Plains, the vital fortress leading to the northwest continent, Zhantian City, a grand divine court hall had likewise been erected, presided over by Lei Ying, the master of the Thunder Department. Unlike other places, this gathering is predominantly comprised of powerful sects and cultivators hailing from the Central Continent. They do not exhibit the fervor of rogue cultivators. Rather, each countenance bears a complex mixture of scrutiny and apprehension. On this particular day, the skies above Zhantian City were tumultuous. A black dragon, exuding the aura of nine-headed might at the pinnacle of the Dou Zone, was tethering a menacing warship crafted from 10,000-year-old profound iron, stretching 1,000 fathoms in length. It tore through the clouds like an ancient demonic mountain, brazenly descending upon the very zenith of the divine court palace. Upon the warship, banners fluttered in the wind, showcasing a flamboyant character that radiated an aura of dominion over the world. Indeed, it was the Tianqing sect. Instantaneously, a wave of exclamations erupted from the throngs below. Akin to a tsunami, the Tianqing sect, a top-tier power in the central continent, boasted a plethora of formidable individuals, with its leader, the esteemed Qing Tian, being a veritable seven-star Dou Zun. Their actions have always been tyrannical, revering strength above all, and they are staunch supporters of the ancient order. Laying, step forth and meet me. A voice, resounding like thunder, emanated from the warship. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden threads, his demeanor haughty. Step forward. The terrifying pressure of a seven-star Dou Zun enveloped the entire Jintian city like an invisible tide. Under this overwhelming force, countless cultivators of lesser prowess fainted on the spot, and even those at the Dou Zone level felt their blood surge, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. Inside the divine court palace, Lei Ying, the head of the Thunder Department, bore a face known for its ferocity, devoid of any expression. He merely raised his eyelids slowly, casting a glance at the imperious figure suspended in midair, and with a calm tone, addressed the nearby Thunder Department cultivators. According to the rules, issue a warning. Understood. A Thunder Department cultivator complied, stepping out of the divine court palace, suspending himself in midair, and addressing the esteemed Qing Tian with an unyielding yet respectful voice. The third article of the divine court's laws states that outside the divine city, the exertion of pressure is prohibited. We kindly request that you temper your aura and line up for registration. Any transgression shall be deemed a provocation of divine authority. Ha ha! The esteemed Qing Tian seemed to have heard the most ludicrous jest in existence, his laughter reverberating throughout the land. Line up? I have traversed the central continent for a millennium and have never encountered these two words. A cruel glint flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the Thunder Department cultivator. I have heard that your divine court possesses a so-called celestial regulation capable of automatically purifying transgressors. That worthless blood vulture must have perished due to this, right? Today, I shall personally test it. Let us see whether your celestial regulation is real or mere fiction. As his words fell, he abruptly raised his hand. A terrifying fighting spirit capable of rending mountains and piercing the heavens coalescing wildly in his palm. He intended to openly challenge the law before billions of living beings. Foolish. Inside the divine court palace, Ling slowly closed his eyes and uttered two words. Just as the cataclysmic energy in Qing Tian's grasp was on the verge of erupting. Buzz. The entire realm fell into silence once more. This time, the sky was not tinged with the color of thunder and fire, but instead engulfed by a primordial hue reminiscent of the chaotic essence at the dawn of the universe. An unfathomable will, belonging not to this world, capable of reverting all things to their most primitive state, descended with a thunderous roar. Detection of large-scale acts of rebellion against order. A voice, devoid of any emotion and seemingly woven from countless laws, resonated within the depths of every soul. Judgment. Purification level insufficient. Initiating higher tier adjudication. Divine punishment. Return to the furnace. At the instant the words return to the furnace echoed. Boom! Under the gazes of hundreds of millions, a colossal entity appeared, an unimaginable being, seemingly formed from the very essence of chaotic void, imprinted with the sun, moon, and stars, embodying the rise and fall of all existence. The nine-dragon divine fire alchemy furnace. It appeared abruptly above the warship of the Tianqing sect. The moment the furnace manifested, the haughty visage of Qing Tian was filled for the first time with an emotion known as fear. He was horrified to discover that he could not move. His prideful seven-star Dou Zun fighting spirit had become akin to a frozen stream, entirely unresponsive. No, what is this thing? He shrieked in terror, yearning to flee. But it was already too late. The chaotic furnace slowly opened its lid, unleashing an indescribable terror, a suction force potent enough to instantly engulf even Dou Sheng experts. Ah! The wails of despair echoed through the skies. The warship of the Tianqing sect, along with thousands of disciples aboard, including the imperious Qing Tian, were swept up like dust caught in a tempest, uncontrollably drawn into the chaotic furnace. Within the furnace, divine flames blazed. The disciples of the Tianqing sect did not even have time to scream before they were instantaneously transformed into the purest energy under the divine fire's incineration. Meanwhile, Qing Tian, relying on a 7-star Dou Qi prowess, struggled in vain, emitting roars filled with boundless terror and regret. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I beseech the divine master for mercy. Yet, the celestial regulations were merciless. All that responded to him was the increasingly terrifying chaotic divine fire. To the outside world, the entire process seemed to transpire in a mere span of a dozen breaths. As the colossal chaotic furnace gradually became transparent and ultimately dissipated into the universe. The Tianqing sect, a premier sect that had thrived for millennia in the Central Continent, along with its leader, had completely vanished from this world. In their stead, thousands of bricks, exuding a dark golden sheen and inscribed with profound divine patterns, radiating an aura of immortality, emerged. The divine nation's bricks. Having completed this act, the celestial phenomena once again dispersed, as if nothing had ever occurred. However, the thousands of bricks quietly suspended in midair resembled invisible tombstones, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all cultivators within and around Zhen City. Gulp. It was uncertain who swallowed hard, but soon after, a Dou Qi expert from the Central Continent could no longer bear it, his legs buckling, and he prostrated himself towards the distant divine city, fervently knocking his head against the ground. His action seemed to signal a chain reaction. Thud, 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 whether in the skies or on the ground. Whether elders of sects or prominent rogue cultivators, all present cultivators, in that moment, cast aside all dignity and hope like the most devout of worshippers, offering their utmost reverence towards the silent divine nation. At that moment, Lei Ying's emotionless voice slowly resonated from within the divine court palace, echoing throughout the desolate realm. The laws of the divine court follow the words spoken. The foundations of the divine city are derived from the ancient world. As his words fell, the thousands of divine bricks seemed to respond to a call, transforming into streams of golden light, instantly tearing through the void, racing towards the distant, ever-expanding Wu Tan divine city. Any who defy, Lei Ying's voice paused slightly, ultimately transforming into the coldest and most merciful proclamation towards all remnants of the old era, shall serve as kindling. Chapter 28. Divine Grace Rains Down. All beings bow in reverence, as the thousands of dark golden divine bricks tore through the sky, carrying the profound legacy of a top-tier sect spanning millennia, and vanished into the distant horizon. The grand city of Zhen, a majestic stronghold of the Central Plains, was engulfed in a silence deeper than death itself. The overwhelming pressure of the 7 Stars combat sovereign, which had previously arrived with the might to crush mountains, now seemed a grand jest. That oppressive force, at least, had instilled a sense of fear, a feeling of suffocation. Yet now, what permeated the universe was a far more terrifying void, a cold and merciless new order, as if the laws of the heavenly path had been forcibly erased. Gulp. Amidst the crowd, a semi-holy ancestor from an ancient family in the Central Plains struggled to swallow. His face, seasoned by a millennium of trials, was now contorted in sheer terror. What had he witnessed? He had seen a colossal entity, with a legacy of thousands of years and power to rival his own clan, along with its mightiest 7 Stars combat sovereign, reduced to mere materials, transformed into a pile of bricks in mere breaths. This was no longer a combat technique or a secret art. This was a redefinition. The divine was redefining the rules of material and energy conversion in a manner they could not comprehend. Queue up, he had said, queue up. Another elder from a different sect, now resembling a soulless puppet, mechanically muttered those 2 words. Once, these words had been a source of mockery and insult among the lofty elite. Yet now, they seemed to embody the profound vitality of the heavenly truths. Thud! The semi-holy ancestor could no longer bear it, the first to leap from his ornate flying mount, crashing down, devoid of dignity, kneeling at the very end of the 100-mile-long queue formed by countless commoners. His kneeling served as a signal. Thud! 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 Above, the once mighty figures of the Central Plains, who had hovered in the air exuding powerful auras, now descended like dumplings, hurriedly retracting their energies and landing clumsily, rushing towards the end of the line, burying their once noble heads deep into the ground. They dared not resist. They dared not voice a single complaint, for they all comprehended the true meaning behind Lei Ying's final words. The foundation of the divine city is sourced from the old world. Those who do not comply shall become firewood. The divine was conveying, in the most direct and cruel manner, that every brick of this ever-expanding divine realm must be forged from the arrogance of the bygone era. Who would dare to defy? Who would still wish to become the next brick of the divine kingdom? Meanwhile, the Yutan divine city, the heart of this new world, was witnessing a creation miracle that would be etched in the memories of countless pilgrims for a lifetime. Look, what is that? A cry filled with boundless astonishment erupted from the seemingly endless ocean of worshippers. In the distant horizon, thousands of dazzling golden streams of light suddenly illuminated the sky. These streams resembled a golden meteor shower cascading from the heavens, trailing long tails, hurtling towards the divine city at an incredible speed. Were the stars from beyond the heavens falling? No, there was an aura of laws above them. Each stream of light seemed to bear the weight of a mountain. Just as countless spectators gasped and trembled in awe, the thousands of golden streams had already reached the skies above the divine city. They did not fall. Instead, guided by an invisible, gentle creative force, they gradually slowed, ultimately merging silently into the ever-expanding foundation of the divine realm, like the most docile of weary birds returning home. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a resonant humming reminiscent of the primordial chaos, the entire outline of the Yutan divine city visibly expanded outward by several dozen miles. The newly formed white jade city walls, after absorbing these divine bricks, became even more solid and majestic. The flowing path, runes upon them sparkled with renewed vitality, illuminating the entire divine kingdom with an increasingly sacred and inviolable aura. The divine kingdom was growing. It could draw nourishment from the purified sects of the old world. Embarking on an endless expansion, this realization plunged all witnesses of the scene into a profound shock, akin to a collapse of faith emanating from the depths of their souls. However, before they could recover from this creation miracle, a vast and benevolent fragrance, imbued with the essence of endless life, gradually wafted from the divine realm without warning. It was the aroma of elixirs. Heaven, what kind of transcendent elixir was this? Merely the scent loosened the barriers of my cultivation. Among the crowd, an elder who had been stuck at the peak of the Battle King realm for decades exclaimed in astonishment. Soon after, a figure clad in a green divine officer's robe, exuding an ethereal aura, slowly emerged from the southern heavenly gate, hovering before the divine kingdom. It was none other than the head of the divine quartz pill department, Xiao Zhan. Behind him were hundreds of former alchemical masters, all similarly garbed in green divine officer robes, led by Xian Kongzi. At this moment, they bore no remnants of the pride of the old era. Instead, they radiated the supreme glory of being servants of the divine, bestowing grace on behalf of the deities. Xiao Dan's profound gaze swept over the millions of beings below, already entranced by the elixir's fragrance, and with a voice imbued with the power of laws. He proclaimed, "In the name of the divine lord, I declare the grace of the divine court, to assist the world's talents in preparing for trials. The pill department shall today bestow divine elixirs upon all. Anyone who bathes in the elixir rain shall cleanse their meridians and bones, awaken their spiritual intelligence, and undergo a rebirth." Upon finishing his words, he gently waved his sleeve towards the crowd. Elixirs did not fly forth. Instead, it began to rain. A deluge composed of billions of tiny elixirs, each shimmering with a vibrant green life force, fell from above, a rain of divine grace. Miracles began to unfold wherever the light rain touched. A boy, once deemed incapable of cultivation due to naturally blocked meridians, trembled violently the moment a single elixir raindrop made contact. A warm and gentle current surged through his entire body, and the blockage that had persisted for over a decade was instantly cleared. A faint yet pure fighting spirit was born within him. "I can cultivate. Ha ha ha. I can cultivate." The boy wept with joy, fervently bowing to the heavens. A mercenary, who had lost an arm in battle and had sunk into despair, felt the elixir rain drench his wound. In the next instant, under his astonished gaze, flesh and blood began to stir at his empty shoulder, bones regenerating, and at a visible pace, a new arm sprouted, whole and intact. A low-level magical beast, devoid of intelligence and merely following its instincts to worship, swallowed an elixir and, for the first time, its murky eyes sparkled with the light of awareness. It imitated the humans around it, instinctively and anthropomorphically prostrating its massive body towards the divine kingdom. Withered would meet spring, bones regenerate flesh, awakening of intelligence. This was no longer mere elixirs. This is the most direct and unreasonable blessing from the deities upon the mortal realm. The benevolence of the Divine Lord is boundless. After a brief moment of silence, the vast ocean of pilgrims erupted into a fervent tumult. Countless beings, irrespective of their race, be it human or beast, whether they are mighty or humble, at this instant, from the depths of their souls, directed their most pure and fervent faith toward the divine kingdom that hangs high in the celestial expanse, toward the supreme deity who has never shown themselves yet exists everywhere. On this day, the ancient sects were transformed into the very foundation of the divine realm, a testament to divine authority. The elixirs bestowed by the gods fell like a gentle rain of grace, nurturing all living beings, a manifestation of divine favor. The divine might and grace, akin to a colossal hammer forged by the heavens and earth, one soft, one hard, shattered the final echoes of the old era and laid the most unbreakable cornerstone for the forthcoming golden age. Chapter 29. The Divine Sun surveys the heavens. Can the flickering candle of the old world compete for glory? The 3-month period passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these months, the entire continent of Dou Qi was engulfed in an unprecedented and nearly frenzied wave of cultivation. Under the absolute deterrence of the divine court's regulations and the boundless grace of divine elixirs, the entire world was forcibly drawn into an extreme state of fairness. Those once shackled by bloodlines and resources, like fledgling dragons bursting from their cages, began to radiate dazzling brilliance. The palaces of the divine court across the continent were already overflowing with people. The registrars were astonished to discover that within just 3 months, the number of newly emerged fighters at the king and emperor levels surpassed the total from the past several millennia. A true golden age was burgeoning under the will of the deities, growing with an unstoppable vigor. At the center of it all, the holy city of Wutan, suspended high above the heavens, underwent transformative changes, built upon the remnants of the old sects, nourished by the faith of billions. Its boundaries expanded 100-fold over these 3 months. It had now become a vast city of white jade stretching across the horizon, its limits unseen. Within the city, ethereal mist swirled, divine light shone brilliantly, and countless palatial structures formed from divine power towered magnificently, surpassing even the fabled realms of legend. Beneath the divine city, the sacred land had been reshaped by an invisible force of law, rich in spiritual energy to the point of tangibility, where countless heavenly treasures grew wildly like common weeds. This place had become the sole sanctuary of the entire continent. Finally, amidst the fervent anticipation of billions, the 3-month period had arrived. The day of the divine court's trial had come. On this day, before dawn, outside the divine city, a vast expanse of sacred land had been transformed into an infinite plaza, already teeming with an inconceivable throng of pilgrims. This was the true convergence of all streams. Pilgrims from all directions gathered in numbers that exceeded anyone's imagination. The sky, the ground, and even the void were filled with countless figures. Their cultivation levels ranged from fighters to sovereigns, and even included several elusive, semi-holy beings. Their races were diverse: humans, magical beasts, elemental beings, and even some ancient species long thought extinct. At this moment, the essence of the entire Dou Qi Continent converged here. All beings held their breath, their gazes filled with a mixture of fervor, tension, and reverence, fixed upon the majestic divine city bathed in the morning light. Above the multitude of trial takers, the Lord of Thunder, Liang, silently surveyed the entire plaza. His consciousness swept through every corner like thunder, monitoring for any who dared to defy the divine court's laws. Any private conflict or disrespect would not escape his perception. This was the duty of the Thunder Department, to maintain order in the divine court and execute divine judgment. At that moment, boom! A sound reverberating from the very dawn of the universe, without warning, emanated from within the divine city, instantly resonating through the heavens and the earth, striking the hearts of every living being. As the chime faded, an extraordinary event unfolded. The tightly sealed southern gate of the divine city slowly opened inward. Yet, emerging from within was neither a deity nor one of the 4 lords, but a figure familiar to all, yet feeling profoundly strange. The divine son, Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan remained clad in black, his expression indifferent. However, the aura he emanated was no longer that of a mere doling from 3 months prior. It was a depth and unity with the laws of this realm that even the semi-holy elders present could not fully comprehend. He stepped forth from the southern gate, silently hovering before the divine city. He did not gaze upon the billions of trial takers below, but instead slowly raised his head, looking toward the vast and boundless void beneath the divine city. Then, with an emotionless voice, as if enacting the will of the deities, he proclaimed, "In the name of the Father God, I declare, ascend the divine long stair." As his voice fell, he slowly extended his hand, summoning the ancient Qi cauldron, which had long since merged with him, from his brow. Boom! The archaic cauldron swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal, towering vessel that seemed poised to completely suppress the heavens. The cauldron's mouth tilted, not pouring out anything, but instead, it erupted with an endless cascade of 9-colored steps. Woven from the most primal runes of the Tao and chaotic energy, these steps appeared insubstantial, stretching from beneath the divine city toward the boundless earth, wildly expanding. One step, one world. One step, one life and death. In mere moments, a staircase, invisible at its origin and limitless at its end, as if transcending past, present, and future, leading to the shores of eternity, lay before all. This is the divine long stair. Everyone stood dumbfounded. They could distinctly feel that what emanated from the steps was not mere energy, but law. It was will. It was the heart of the Tao. Just as the crowd was overwhelmed by this miraculous sight of creation, mocking laughter filled the skies above, dripping with endless scorn and arrogance. What a charade. This so-called divine court is nothing but a farce. Do you think such illusions can deceive us? 3 figures, exuding a terrifying aura at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou suddenly tore through the void, appearing above the starting point of the divine long stair. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the previously purged Yunlan Sect. They were the 3 esteemed elders of Yunlan Sect. They had not perished. A strong man from Zhongzhou gasped in shock. These 3 were the true foundation of Yunlan Sect, having secluded themselves for years, oblivious to worldly affairs, thus narrowly escaping the cataclysm 3 months prior. We have toiled for a millennium, seeking to breach the holy realm. Today, let these commoners witness what true power is. The leader, an elder with a hooked nose, gleamed with frenzied greed in his eyes. This divine realm, this staircase, shall be our supreme resource for breaking through to the Dou Qi. As his words fell, he disregarded all rules of the divine court, his figure transforming into a streak of light, attempting to force his way to the pinnacle of the divine long stair. Yet, just as his foot was about to touch the first step, standing silently before the divine city, Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze finally, albeit slowly, shifted towards them. There was no anger, nor did he take any action. He merely regarded the 3 oblivious figures with a frigid look akin to that reserved for dross, and softly uttered 2 words. Nuisance. In that instant, as the sound reverberated, the divine staircase, forged from the power of the Qi cauldron, seemed to awaken, erupting with a dazzling brilliance of 9-colored divine light. The 3-peak 9-star Dou powerhouses, unable even to let out a scream, found their bodies disintegrating silently under the illumination of that divine light, akin to scrap iron cast into a smelting furnace, decomposing, melting, and purifying. Ultimately, they transformed into 3 streams of the most pristine origin energy, quietly merging into the sacred staircase, rendering it even more solid and ancient. Silence. A deathly silence. All present were petrified by this shocking spectacle, their very souls trembling. 3-peak 9-star Dou powerhouses, beings nearing the half-saint realm. All it took was a single phrase, a mere action for the staircase to refine them on the spot into mere stepping stones. Having completed this, Xiao Yan slowly retracted his gaze, as if he had merely brushed away 3 bothersome specks of dust. His emotionless, resounding voice once more echoed through the heavens, establishing the final and sole rule for all challengers. The divine staircase has opened. Time limit, 1 month. With heart as strength and will as the staircase. Ascend the staircase. Life and death, self-responsibility. Chapter 30. The path of heaven as the staircase, the first ascension of mortals. As Xiao Yan's last syllable, devoid of emotion, dissipated into the stillness of the world, the 9-colored divine staircase, which spanned the continent and seemed to connect the past and the future, suddenly glowed with the brilliance of profound runes. A formless, indescribable rule, like a vast net enveloping the entire world, quietly unfurled. Life and death, self-responsibility. These 4 words were akin to a basin of icy water from the depths of the abyss. instantly extinguishing the greed and fervor that had just ignited in the hearts of the majority. The preceding scene of the three-peak, nine-star Dozone powerhouses being refined like dross remained etched in the souls of all present as a haunting nightmare. Even those nearing the half-saint level appeared as fragile as paper before this staircase. What were mere mortals like them? In an instant, the boundless square outside the divine city, teeming with countless souls, fell into an eerie silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to move. Even fewer dared to become the first sacrificial offering to test the divine rules with their lives. Yet, amidst this dead silence, there were always some fools blinded by the arrogance of a bygone era. Alarmist. A voice filled with disdain burst forth from the front of the crowd. A grand elder clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuding the aura of an 8-star Dozone, stepped forward with determination. He was the ancestor of the Jin family, an ancient lineage that had persisted for nearly 10,000 years, and he held the belief that power was paramount. In his view, the three men who had perished were merely victims of their own folly for daring to provoke the Son of God directly. Now that the rules had been announced, he believed that the first to ascend the staircase could seize the opportunity and attain that supreme fortune. Wealth and honor are found in danger. The first footprint on the divine staircase shall be left by my Jin family. With a wild laugh, the Jin family elder unleashed his Dou Qi, transforming it into a brilliant golden stream as he charged towards the first step of the 9-colored staircase like a predatory falcon. His action ignited the ambitions of many old-world powerhouses present. Indeed, opportunities are seized, not waited upon. Ha ha ha. Old Jin, you cannot monopolize the title of the first. In an instant, dozens of equally formidable auras surged from the crowd, all renowned Dozone powerhouses, rushing towards the only path leading to the divine city like fish crossing a river. However, just as the Jin family elder's foot, enveloped in mighty Dou Qi, was about to touch the first step, an incredible scene unfolded. His foot passed through the seemingly solid 9-colored staircase without obstruction, as if it were nothing more than an ethereal mirage. What? The Jin family elder's pupils contracted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Immediately, a cold, merciless will, even more frigid than that which the three elders of the Yunlan Sect had encountered, instantaneously locked onto his soul. This was not an attack, but rather a qualification judgment. A vast, emotionless voice resonated directly within his mind. Judging target, Jin XX. Judgment item, Dao Heart. Judgment result, greed, arrogance, disrespect, disqualified. Judgment item, Wool. Judgment result, opportunism, cowardice. Hollow strength, disqualified. Judgment item, piety. Judgment result, negative value, disqualified. Comprehensive judgment, no qualification to ascend the staircase. Ruling, strip away cultivation, demote to immortal, and forever barred from stepping into the divine realm. Boom! This was no ordinary judgment. This was the heavenly Tao system coldly rejecting an unqualified application. No. Upon hearing this decree from the heavenly Tao, the Jin family elder's eyes widened in horror, letting out a soul-piercing scream filled with endless fear and regret. He was horrified to discover that the Dou Qi he had painstakingly cultivated for 3,000 years, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, was now dissipating uncontrollably from his limbs and bones, returning to the heavens and earth. In just a breath's time, his once powerful form withered like a desiccated piece of wood aged for a millennium, rapidly shriveling and fading. His once black hair turned snow white in an instant. His haughty visage was now marred with age spots, filled with silence and despair. He had transformed from a lofty Dozone powerhouse into a mortal devoid of Dou Qi, on the brink of death. Thud! He could no longer maintain flight, plummeting like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily onto the hard stone ground. His head bloodied and bones broken, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. And his fate was merely the beginning. Oh, my Dou Qi is vanishing. No, spare me. Divine Lord, spare me. We realize our mistakes. The dozens of Dozone powerhouses who had followed closely behind encountered the same cruel and fair decree from the heavenly Tao as the Jin family elder. One by one, terrifying figures that once dominated their realms plummeted from the sky, transforming into frail, powerless old men, writhing in agony on the ground, wailing. This scene unfolded like an invisible, colossal hammer forged from the essence of fear, striking mercilessly upon the square, reverberating in the hearts of all the old-world powers still clinging to false hopes. They finally comprehended the truth. This divine staircase to ascension was not a test of cultivation. It scrutinized one's very soul. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air. No one dared to take a single step forward. The sacred staircase leading to ultimate creation now appeared to them as a one-way path to the abyss. Amidst this stifling silence, a ragged youth, his face marred by grotesque scars and possessing merely the cultivation of a mere fighter, slowly emerged from the dense throng. It was the nameless boy who, 3 months prior, had reignited hope through a divine decree in a monster mountain range. He disregarded the scornful and pitying gazes of the surrounding strongmen. Instead, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with the purest, most primal yearning and reverence. Gazing up at the celestial city, suspended in the heavens, and a staircase that seemed capable of altering the course of his life. Then he knelt before that staircase, before that divine city. He bowed thrice with utmost respect. No words were spoken, yet his soul cried out, "I refuse to accept mediocrity. I am willing to question the heavens with this humble body. I beseech the divine master to grant me an opportunity." Having completed this act, he slowly rose and, step by step, approached the colorful staircase that none dared to approach. He extended his trembling yet resolutely steadfast foot and gently stepped upon it. Buzz! This time, his foot did not pass through. Instead, it firmly landed on the first step, formed from the essence of the great path's runes. Immediately, under the astonished and horrified gazes of countless beings, a true miracle unfolded. As the moment his foot touched the staircase, it erupted with a warm and magnificent divine light. That radiance, like the gentlest of hands, lifted the youth's body with care. A surge of creation's spirit, purer and more primordial than the previous reign of divine grace, surged through his limbs and bones. The numerous ailments accrued from years of battle were instantly healed beneath the radiance of the divine light. His previously mediocre meridians were forcibly expanded and reshaped, becoming more resilient than even those of a genius. His cultivation, which had merely lingered at the fighter realm, crumbled like paper, shattering with a thunderous roar. Great fighter, fighter spirit, fighter king, with just a single step, a nameless fighter boy, before the eyes of countless beings, broke through 3 realms in one leap, becoming a fighter king strong enough to establish his own sect. Boom! The entire square erupted in pandemonium. Everyone went wild. They watched in awe as the boy, upon stepping onto the second step, experienced another surge, solidifying his position at the pinnacle of Fighter King. Upon reaching the third step, his grotesque scars gradually fell away under the healing light, revealing a handsome and resolute visage. Fourth step, fifth step. With each step forward he took, his aura grew stronger, and a staircase beneath him shimmered ever more brilliantly. This was no mere test. It was a divine transformation, turning stone into gold. Oh heavens! This was the true nature of the divine staircase. The divine master had not deceived us. It did not regard one's origins or cultivation. It solely considered the pure heart that yearned for the path. After a brief silence, the vast ocean of pilgrims erupted in a thunderous cheer, filled with boundless joy and gratitude. Thud, thud, thud. In that instant, no one hesitated any longer. Millions of beings, be they human or beast, strong or ordinary, felt as if summoned by the most sacred call, rushing forward to the divine staircase, to that majestic city. Prostrating themselves and fervently bowing, they emulated that boy. They offered their everything to the divine in the most reverent manner. On this day, the former champions of the old world were reduced to the mundane, losing even the qualification to ascend the staircase. Yet, the ants of the new world soared to the heavens, commencing their own myth under the divine's decree. A myth that would sweep across the entire continent had begun. And amidst this witnessing of myth, within the divine city, the bricks of the divine realm, forged by the likes of the rebellious heavenly radiant sect, were gradually merging into the foundation of the divine city under the divine will, rendering this divine kingdom ever more solid and immortal. Chapter 31. All spirits bow to the staircase. Shadows of the old world reduced to dust. A grand creation feast, named the Carp Leaps over the Dragon Gate, sweeping across the continent, reached an unprecedented climax under the divine's observation. The once unknown fighter boy, under the divine's decree, ascended to greatness in a manner that transformed decay into the miraculous, igniting the most primitive and fervent desires in the hearts of millions. The divine master is merciful. The divine master has truly granted us an opportunity to question the heavens and change our destinies. Cultivation, bloodlines, origins, all are illusions. Only reverence, only a heart yearning for the path, is the sole staircase to the divine realm. Bow, bow to the divine. Let the divine master witness our resolve. After a brief stillness, the infinite ocean of pilgrims erupted once more. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of countless kneelings resonated through the skies. Millions of beings, be they human or beast, strong or ordinary, at this moment, cast aside all distractions as if called by the most sacred summons. Rushing forward to that staircase that could change their lives, to that majestic divine city, prostrating themselves and fervently bowing. They emulated that boy. They offered their souls and faith to the exalted deity in the most sincere and pure manner. In an instant, the boundless square outside the divine city transformed into a fervent ocean of faith. Countless invisible, pure powers of faith surged like rivers returning to the sea, converging towards the divine kingdom suspended in the heavens. And within this fervent ocean, those former strongmen of the old era, stripped of their cultivation by the decree of the heavens and reduced to the mundane, writhed in anguish like discarded refuse on the shore. Their despair stood in stark and ironic contrast to the joy of millions around them. Their existence became silent monuments, cruelly proclaiming a truth to all beings in this world. The old era has long been buried by the hands of the divine. Those who dared to approach the rules of the new world with the arrogance of the old era would ultimately find themselves stripped of even the right to become dust. As the square below descended into a maelstrom of fervor, the boy chosen by the divine miracle continued to ascend, steadfastly climbing higher, step by step. He is the first spark ignited by the deities in this golden era. With each step he takes forward, the nine-colored staircase beneath his feet erupts with an even more resplendent divine light, nourishing him in return. His cultivation, which has just broken through to the Douwang realm, surprisingly consolidates and refines itself once more within merely a few dozen steps, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the nine-star Douwang. He is but half a step away from becoming a Douwang. Such a meteoric rise in power, if it had occurred in the past, would have left any Dousheng powerhouse utterly astounded. Yet now, within this grand creation ceremony personally orchestrated by the deities, it all seems so utterly deserved. However, just as this sacred tableau of all beings prostrating in worship and one individual ascending to the heavens is about to reach its zenith, a discordant voice shatters the fervor. Clear the path for me. Accompanied by a roar filled with rage and impatience, a colossal shadow, as terrifying as a mountain, forcibly emerges from the kneeling throng. It is an ancient giant ape, towering over 1,000 feet, its body entirely clad in black scales. Its blood-red eyes brim with bloodlust and madness. It is none other than the notorious overlord of the southern wilderness, the demon ape sovereign. How could a mere Doushi, relying on a stroke of luck, dare to seize the supreme glory of being the first to ascend? The demon ape sovereign emits a deafening roar, disregarding the lifeless gazes of those around it, as if they were mere corpses, emulating the earlier actions of the Jin clan's ancestor. Its massive form transforms into a black cannonball, intent on forcefully charging up the divine staircase. It refuses to believe. It refuses to accept that the rules of the divine court would treat these inherently powerful magical beasts with the same fairness. Yet, just as its colossal paw, capable of shattering mountains, is about to touch the staircase, the leader of the human faction, Gu Yuan, who had been standing silently before the divine court, finally slowly opens his eyes. He does not take action. Rather, he gazes upon the oblivious giant ape with a cold stare akin to identifying a flaw in a program, and softly utters a single word: foolish. Suddenly, the golden divine seal on his forehead, representing the authority of the human faction, blazes to life. In the next instant, an invisible yet overwhelming force, seemingly imbued with the will of countless beings, descends. Before the divine court, all beings are equal. Those who dare to disrupt the order shall have their intelligence stripped away, transformed into stone statues, to guard this place for 10,000 years as a warning to others. Gu Yuan's voice, calm yet authoritative, resonates as if proclaiming a newly inscribed law in the heavenly edict. No, the demon ape sovereign's massive form abruptly freezes mid-air. It is horrified to discover that its once proud, semi-saint-like powerful physique is now uncontrollably petrifying, starting from its feet. Its blood-red eyes are filled with boundless fear and regret. It finally comprehends. The divine court's rules are not directed solely at mankind, but rather at all those foolish enough to cling to the outdated era. In mere moments, A lifelike stone statue of the giant ape, towering 1,000 feet, stands eternally beside the foot of the divine staircase, its fierce and fearful visage serving as the most direct and profound warning to all who follow. Having completed this, Gu Yuan slowly retracts his gaze and addresses the now silent sea of pilgrims below with an undeniable tone. The trials of the divine court are not a contest of one person at one time, but a selection of an entire generation. All sincere prostrators shall queue in order to ascend. Should anyone attempt to cut in line, create a disturbance, or instigate trouble, he pauses, casting a dismissive glance at the freshly formed stone statue. Such apes. As his words resonate, the entire square erupts once more into fervor. Yet this time, amidst the frenzy, there is an added layer of reverence and order emanating from their very souls. Millions of beings truly begin to queue up in an orderly fashion, as if they were the most disciplined of devotees. The scene is magnificent, grand, yet imbued with a spine-tingling sense of absolute unity. Just as the order in the square is re-established, the closed south heavenly gate high above unexpectedly begins to slowly open again. A figure clad in black appears as if by instantaneous teleportation, silently materializing at the very base of the nine-colored staircase. It is the Son of God, Xiao Yan. His appearance instantly silences all commotion and unrest below. Millions of gazes converge upon him. What does he intend to do? Could it be that the Son of God wishes to participate in this trial as well? However, Xiao Yan pays no heed to the countless gazes below. He merely raises his head, his indifferent eyes seemingly embodying the birth and death of the universe, fixate upon the scarred youth who has already ascended nearly 100 steps. Bathed in divine light, his cultivation having reached the Dou Huang realm. Well done. These three simple words resonate as the highest praise bestowed by the deities upon a mortal. The youth trembles violently. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, his resolute face is instantly filled with an unprecedented joy and excitement. He wishes to kneel, yet finds himself supported by an invisible force. The first to step upon the staircase, your courage has offered the finest tribute to this grand feast. Xiao Yan's voice remains calm. As a reward, he flicks his finger. A drop of blood, shimmering with nine-colored brilliance and seemingly containing a universe of flames within, silently flies from his fingertip, instantly merging with the youth's brow. Boom! In that moment, the youth's body feels as though it has been cast into the core of the sun. His recently transformed physique begins yet again, under the domineering power of this divine blood, a more thorough and ultimate leap towards a higher plane of existence. This is the blood of the Son of God, a preordained gift for the top of the potential dragon list. When you reach the summit, come and find me. Having spoken, Xiao Yan no longer gazes at him, but slowly turns to face the divine staircase, which even semi-saints dare not tread lightly upon. Then, under the gaze of millions who appear as if petrified, he leisurely steps forward, placing one foot upon the staircase. There is no divine light, no extraordinary phenomena. That sacred staircase, which for mortals signifies a step towards the heavens, lies beneath his feet, obedient as a mere, commonplace path leading home. Chapter 32. The sun ascends. The path is a carpet. As Xiao Yan's foot lightly alights upon the first step, woven from myriad pathways of runes, the entire world seems to be pressed on pause by an invisible hand. Time freezes. Space stands still. Millions of expectant beings, their breaths filled with fervor and anticipation, become lodged in their throats at this moment. They await the resplendent divine light that would allow a mortal to ascend to the heavens in one step. They await the creation spirit capable of reshaping bones into new life. They await a divine banquet belonging to the Son of God, which will undoubtedly surpass the grandeur and brilliance of the scarred youth by billions of times. Yet one breath, two breaths, three breaths. Nothing occurs. No divine light. No extraordinary phenomena. Not even the faintest ripple of energy stirred. The divine staircase, which erupted with endless brilliance beneath the feet of the scarred youth, lay submissively and silently under the foot of the divine son, Xiao Yan, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary, stubborn rock. What on earth is happening? In that fleeting moment, all minds present plunged into a vast, incomprehensible abyss. Could it be that the divine son is not recognized by this staircase of ascension? This absurd and blasphemous thought, which had just begun to take root in some hearts, was swiftly extinguished by their own deepest fears. Yet how to explain this bizarre scene before them? Amidst this absolute silence, capable of decaying time itself, Xiao Yan moved. He paid no heed to the countless gazes filled with doubt and confusion below, he merely lifted his other foot, stepping forth with an air of leisurely grace upon the second step of the staircase. Still, there was no response. The third step, the fourth step, the fifth step. He ascended step by step, unhurriedly, as if he were a mortal strolling along a familiar, well-trodden stone path in his backyard at sunset. It was mundane to the utmost degree, and yet it was also eerily extraordinary. I understand now. Among the crowd, a semi-saint elder from the central continent fixated on Xiao Yan's silhouette, his weathered face etched with deep lines, convulsing violently as a conjecture that overturned his lifelong understanding took shape in his mind. He muttered hoarsely, as if in a dream, "No, it is not the staircase that fails to recognize him, but rather it dares not. It lacks the qualification to test its own master." Boom! This revelation struck like a primal thunderbolt, piercing the minds of all the top-tier powerhouses present. Indeed, how could they have forgotten? This divine staircase was crafted by the divine Son himself, using that chaotic divine cauldron. The essence of the staircase was to test the hearts and qualifications of mortals, while the divine Son himself was the embodiment of the Tao, the arbiter of rules. A mortal traversing a path laid by his own hand. How could there be any response? This realization struck them with a greater shock, a deeper despair than witnessing the scarred youth's meteoric rise. It was an insurmountable chasm of life itself. They were mere candidates in an examination, while this divine Son had been, from the very beginning, the one setting the questions. Just as the crowd succumbed to chaos in the face of this harsh truth, the scarred youth, bathed in divine light and recently bestowed with the blood of the divine Son, was the only one among them to sense the truth. He dared not look at Xiao Yan, for he was too afraid. In that instant when the divine blood melded with his brow, his life level underwent an unfathomable leap. He could see and feel things that other beings could not even begin to touch. Within his perception, this divine staircase, filled with supreme authority and trials for external beings. Upon the moment the divine Son set foot upon it, the myriad intertwining torrents of chaotic laws within it inexplicably knelt down. Yes, they knelt, like the most humble and fervent of worshippers, welcoming their sole, true deity's inspection. The formidable energies that could shatter the hearts of the mighty transformed into the gentlest of breezes. The divine flames, capable of incinerating semi-saint souls, morphed into the most docile candlelight. The core of the staircase, forged from the power of the cauldron, was wildly and joyfully offering its allegiance to its master, resonating with cheers and submission from its very essence. The divine Son was not merely ascending. He was surveying the heavens. He was reviewing this new world, birthed from the will of his Father, and he was merely the first torch lit by the divine in this celestial review, intended to guide all beings. Thus, this is what divinity truly is. The youth murmured, gazing at the vibrant divine blood within him. That pride which had just blossomed from his ascent now shattered into fragments. In its place arose a deeper, purer, fervent faith, one that would compel him to sacrifice everything. Before the divine court, the four sovereigns, including Gu Yuan and Yan Jin, witnessed it all. With their divine authority, they perceived more clearly than even the scarred youth. The Tao as a carpet, myriad laws as subjects. Lei Ying's voice was hoarse, and in his once domineering gaze, only the purest reverence remained. The divine Son treads not upon the staircase, but walks upon the very spine of this realm. Indeed, the head of the pill department, Yao Dan, fervently added, "Look, with each step the divine Son takes, the Tao runes beneath his feet actively report the mysteries of the trials contained within this staircase." The crowd focused intently, and indeed, Xiao Yan's steps seemed leisurely, yet each stride traversed thousands of steps. Where he passed, the illusions and obstacles that should have manifested as trial for the heart, will, and talent of mortals flowed past him like a stream of information. He was not breaking through barriers. He was reviewing every question his father had set for this golden age. Just then, Xiao Yan, who had been ascending, suddenly halted. He stopped at the very center of the staircase. Then, slowly turning, his indifferent gaze, as if surveying the epochs, swept over the countless trial-takers below, who appeared as insignificant as dust. This level is for questioning the Tao. His voice, calm yet vast, echoed like the ultimate decree of the heavens, resonating within the depths of every soul. Inquire, do you harbor reverence in your hearts? Inquire, is there any flaw in your Tao heart? Inquire, is your journey in pursuit of the Tao or in pursuit of gain? The three questions bore down upon all like ancient mountains, countless with ulterior motives, who sought to take shortcuts, turned pale under these celestial inquiries, their hearts unsteady, and were forcibly ejected from the neatly arranged ranks by an invisible force. After completing this, Xiao Yan gradually withdrew his gaze and continued his ascent. He did not look back. He left behind a declaration that would define this trial, one that would drive all truly sincere trial takers to madness. I am the beacon of your journey. My silhouette is the terminus of your existence. Catch up to me, surpass me, or be consumed by my shadow. As his words fell, his figure did not linger. With a single step, he traversed billions of steps. Appearing directly before the open southern gate, he gradually turned around, amidst the resplendent divine radiance, and once again took his seat upon the exalted throne prepared for him, the position of the divine son, second only to the supreme throne. Here, he would personally preside. Like an eternal deity, he gazed down upon the celestial path, which he had personally forged and now vigilantly guarded. His seemingly unremarkable silhouette, yet imbued with the essence of myriad celestial pathways, instilled despair in any who dared to challenge him, transforming into an everlasting imprint of divine law, forever etched at the pinnacle of the divine ascent. Boom! Below, the myriad beings, after a fleeting moment of deathly silence, descended into utter madness. The guiding post, His Highness, the divine Son, is our beacon, pursuing the shadow of the divine. What a monumental trial! What unparalleled glory! No one hesitated any longer. No one feared. All true seekers of the path, at that moment, with crimson eyes, exerted every ounce of strength to bow their foreheads heavily upon the ground. Then, with hearts unprecedentedly sanctified by divine miracles, they resolutely embarked upon the first step of the path leading to myth, a true tempest of genius and madness. In pursuit of the divine shadow, thus commenced. Chapter 33. The dragon emerges from the abyss, sin and punishment above the divine realm. As Xiao Yan's figure transformed into the eternal guiding post suspended at the journey's end, the sea of pilgrims composed of countless beings below was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy, a chaotic amalgamation of profound reverence and overwhelming fervor. Charge forth, to chase the shadow of the divine sun. To witness a miracle in this lifetime is already a fulfillment. If one could ascend to the divine realm and coexist with the divine sun in the same space-time, what matter if death were to follow? Ha ha ha! I, an old man, have been trapped at the pinnacle of the fighting emperor for 300 years, with no hopes for this life. Today, I shall, with this frail body, seek the divine realm, yearning for a true revelation. No one hesitated any longer. No one lingered. The previously devout, bowing, and orderly ascent were instantly cast aside in the face of the ultimate temptation that ignited every cultivator's heart. Boom! 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 Countless trial takers surged like a torrential flood from all directions towards the seemingly limitless nine-colored staircase. The scene was more magnificent than a stampede of beasts, more spectacular than falling stars. However, ascending the divine staircase is a divine decree, not a mundane marketplace. It possesses its own method of discerning its followers. Just as the first wave of over 1 million fervent cultivators was about to step onto the first stair, a resounding hum erupted. Suddenly, the entire staircase radiated with a brilliance 1 billion times more dazzling than the sun, an invisible, yet seemingly encompassing the truths of the universe. Vast will surged forth like a silent storm of souls, sweeping through every being present. An elder, a dominant figure in Central State with a cultivation level of 7-star fighting sovereign, was the first to bear the brunt. The moment he made contact with that divine light, the fervor on his face abruptly froze, replaced by an unprecedented horror and distortion. In the next instant, an incredible scene unfolded. Above his head, images woven from light and shadow materialized out of thin air. Within these images were the myriad sins he had committed throughout his life, slaughtering entire families for treasures, practicing wicked arts, harming the innocent to satiate his own desires. Each scene vividly clear, as if the heavenly law itself had unveiled his life dossier for all to see. No, this is not real. This is an illusion. The elder's eyes widened in terror as he let out a soul-wrenching scream. Yet, in response, the divine staircase delivered its cold, merciless judgment. A 9-colored divine thunder silently seeped from the staircase, gently landing upon his crown. There was no explosion, no roar. The body of the 7-star fighting sovereign, along with all the sins of his soul, was purified under that divine thunder, transforming into pure primordial energy, silently merging into the staircase. enhancing its radiance. And he was not alone. Thud, thud, thud. In that moment, beneath the illuminating divine light, over several 100,000 trial takers were simultaneously enveloped by the images of sin hovering above their heads. Their faces turned pale, wailing as they were ruthlessly purified by the merciless nine-color divine thunder, becoming sustenance for the divine ascent. Sin and punishment. This is the first, and indeed the most brutal, threshold of the divine staircase. It tests not your cultivation, nor your talent, but the very essence of your soul, whether it is illuminated or tainted. This scene struck like a bucket of the coldest, deepest abyssal spring, instantly awakening all beings intoxicated by fervor. They halted in horror, drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the area that had been purged of nearly 1/10 of its inhabitants. Thus, the divine staircase possesses its own method of selection. Those burdened with guilt lack even the qualification to step upon the staircase. This realization left countless individuals spared from the brink, clutching their chests in relief, while many others began to genuinely reflect upon their own hearts. Amidst this chaos and purification, a few true hidden dragons began to shine forth, revealing their first glimmers of brilliance in this crucible of sifting through the sands. At the edge of the crowd stood a girl clad in a tattered black gown, her face obscured by a black veil, emanating an aura of coldness that deterred approach. She remained still, neither rushing nor scrambling. Instead, she lifted her head, her eyes, hidden beneath the veil and seemingly containing boundless darkness, gazed longingly at the divine silhouette suspended at the staircase's end. "Power," she murmured, her voice hoarse, yet imbued with a fervor that could ignite even the coldest of ice. "Is this the power I seek, capable of changing everything?" She hailed from a long-forgotten demonic sect, the Ghost Valley, in Central State. Her life had been intertwined with slaughter, betrayal, and darkness. Ordinarily, one like her would have been among the first to be purified. However, when the encompassing divine light fell upon her, no images of sin materialized above her head. Instead, there existed only a darkness so pure it seemed capable of engulfing the entire world, along with a faint yet tenacious light in the deepest recesses of that darkness. Guarding a wilting flower, the divine light lingered upon her, seemingly unable to determine in an instant whether she was good or evil. Ultimately, the divine light gradually receded. There were no rewards nor punishments. The girl paused momentarily, and then that pair of eyes hidden beneath the veil erupted with a dazzling brilliance. She understood. The divine does not judge your past, but rather your path. No longer hesitating, she took a step forward, resolutely embarking upon the divine staircase under the gaze of countless bewildered and questioning eyes. Buzz! This time, the staircase responded. Yet it was not the divine bestowal encountered by the scarred youth before her. It was a far more terrifying trial of the heart. Beneath her feet, the steps instantaneously transformed into an infinite expanse of blood-red hell. Countless vengeful spirits, whom she had once slain with her own hands, clawed their way out of the sea of blood, driven by an overwhelming fury, lunging at her with wild abandon. "Kill! Kill! Kill! You witch! Return my life!" they screamed. "Ha ha! This is your retribution. Together with us, may you forever fall into despair." If it were an ordinary cultivator facing such a soul-shattering horror, their resolve would likely shatter, succumbing to madness. Yet, the corners of the girl's mouth, hidden beneath her veil, curled into a smirk filled with boundless mockery and determination. "My life no longer belongs to me. My path is solely for the purpose of protection. You dare to shake my resolve." With a chilling roar, she did not retreat. Instead, she charged bravely into that boundless realm of vengeful spirits. She wielded no fighting spirit. She relied solely on her unyielding will, honed to an indestructible strength, to tear through, to collide, to crush. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step forward, the darkness enveloping her dimmed a fraction, while the light deep within her soul, nurturing a withered flower, grew ever more resplendent. She was undergoing a transformation. In the trial of the divine realm, she severed her past in the most brutal and complete manner, embracing a wholly new future in the divine kingdom. Atop the throne of the divine sun, Xiao Yan slowly opened his indifferent eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of countless steps, landing upon the petite figure fiercely fighting amidst the blood sea. In his eyes, he did not see a hell of vengeful spirits, but a girl, fiercely opposing the darkness of the world to protect that tiny flicker of light within her heart. "One intriguing soul," he remarked softly, passing his judgment. Then, With a flick of his finger, a barely perceivable thread of nine-color divine light, embodying both purification and protection, silently traversed the endless void, merging into the depths of the girl's soul, nurturing the long, withered flower within. In the next instant, the withered would encountered spring. That flower, which had lost all vitality, slowly began to bloom again under the nourishment of divine light, radiating a dazzling and warm brilliance. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the girl's body suddenly stiffened. She sharply lifted her head, and her once dark eyes instantly shed all coldness and darkness, transforming into the clarity and purity of a newborn. Boom! A surge of creation spirit far more vast and pure than that of the scarred-faced youth descended from the heavens like a divine punishment, enveloping her entirely. Her cultivation began to rise at a terrifying speed, surpassing that of a rocket, soaring wildly. Dou Huang, Dou Zong, Dou Zun. Finally, it stabilized at 3-star Dou Zun. Simultaneously, above the divine capital, amidst the celestial expanse, a golden scroll, formed by countless runes of the great Tao, slowly unfurled. Upon it, 4 grand characters, embodying the supreme celestial decree, emerged with a thunderous roar, hidden dragon list. And atop that list, 2 names shone like the most brilliant stars, one after the other, igniting with sudden brilliance. Second on the hidden dragon list, Lin Zai, original name unknown, ascended to the 327th step, awarded a drop of the divine sun's blood. First on the hidden dragon list, name undecided, ascended to 600 steps, awarded a strand of the divine sun's light. In the moment the list appeared, the entire world fell silent once more. Chapter 34, A Visitor from Beyond. Do mere ants dare covet the divine throne? The revelation of the hidden dragon list sounded the horn of creation, marking the most frenzied chapter of this golden age. Heavens! The hidden dragon list truly exists. That youth named Lin Ziyai ascended directly to the second position. The reward is the blood of the divine sun. Even more terrifying is the first place. That mysterious, demonic woman, ascending nearly 40,000 steps, she was directly granted the divine sun's light. Her cultivation, my heavens! 3-star Dou Zun. She leapt from an inconspicuous junior to a top-tier powerhouse capable of establishing a sect in the central continent. Outside the divine capital, the sea of pilgrims, already in a frenzy, erupted into chaos the moment they glimpsed the contents of a list. If the previous sins and penalties had instilled a sense of awe and caution in many, now, these 2 hidden dragons, like living miracles, demonstrated to the entire world the unfathomable transformations contained within this trial. Ha ha ha. So, it is. The divine realm does not test good and evil, but the path. Indeed, regardless of your past, as long as you are steadfast and pure enough, you can earn the recognition of the divine. Charge for the hidden dragon list, for divine grace. Let be done. No longer would anyone suppress their desires. No longer would anyone hesitate. Billions of trial takers surged forth like moths drawn to a flame, propelled by a fervor akin to sacrifice, rushing towards the divine stairway that leads to myth. Each step, a step into the heavens. Each step, a transformation. This divine stairway had become the most efficient yet brutal crucible for prodigies, with countless hidden dragons being fervently tempered, selected, and elevated within. Yet, as this unprecedented celebration of creation unfolded in this realm, none noticed that above the divine capital, amidst the endless chaos that even the Dou Sheng could not perceive, outside the layers of the 9 heavens gale, a faint sound, akin to fabric being torn, quietly emerged. Then, without warning, a pitch-black spatial rift, seemingly capable of devouring all light, appeared out of thin air. In the next instant, a bloodied figure stumbled forth from that rift. It was a youth clad in silver armor, strikingly handsome, yet with an expression filled with boundless pride and ferocity. The aura emanating from him was immense, overwhelming, and of a purity far beyond any Dou Sheng of the Dou Qi Continent. It was the spiritual energy belonging to a higher dimensional world, the Great Thousand World. Cough! Damn time-space storm. It has dragged me to such a spiritually barren, lawless lower realm. The silver-armored youth steadied himself, feeling the thin energy of the surrounding world, his eyes flashing with disdain and contempt. He was the holy son of the Xiantian Palace, a superpower of the Great Thousand World, known as Xian Luo. His cultivation had reached the genuine early stage of the spirit-level heavenly sovereign. In the entire Great Thousand World, he was considered a dominant force. Just as he prepared to assess his coordinates and find a way back to the great thousand world. His gaze was suddenly drawn to the floating heavenly city bathed in divine light below, as well as the nine-colored staircase piercing through the heavens and earth. Is this what a lower realm should possess? In Xian Luo's eyes, for the first time, a profound astonishment and greed surfaced. With his heavenly sovereign's perspective, he could clearly discern that the materials and laws constructing that heavenly city and staircase far surpassed the limits that this lower realm could sustain. Especially at the heart of the celestial city, an aura emanated that even he, the celestial sovereign, could not help but feel a pang of trepidation. How intriguing, truly intriguing. I never anticipated that in such a barren mire, a treasure of such astonishing magnitude could be born. Xian Luo licked his lips, and his proud eyes were instantly filled with the most primal greed. He couldn't even be bothered to investigate the natives below, whom he regarded as no more significant than ants. To him, the emergence of such a treasure in a lower realm was a gross misallocation. It rightly belonged to his Xiantian palace. Once I refine this city and return it to the Xiantian palace, it shall be a monumental achievement. Perhaps then, I may earn my father's favor and be bestowed the sacred inheritance. With this thought, Xian Luo could no longer contain the ecstatic joy within him. With a swift movement, he transformed into a silver streak of light, tearing through the ocean of clouds, descending like a celestial deity upon the city of Wutan. Boom! A pressure more terrifying, more overwhelming, and infinitely more advanced than that of any previous battle saint descending, akin to the very will of the vast universe, descended with crushing force, enveloping the entire city of Wutan. Under this immense pressure, the divine staircase, which was in frenzied operation, emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, and the divine light flowing upon it dimmed for a brief moment. Below, the countless trial-takers desperately climbing were struck as if by an invisible ancient mountain. With 99% of them instantly suffering from nosebleeds, their Dao hearts shattered, violently flung off the staircase. The entire sacred trial was abruptly interrupted by this celestial pressure. Ha ha ha! A group of mere ants from a lower realm, lacking even a celestial sovereign, dares to conduct such a laughable trial? Xian Luo's voice, brimming with boundless arrogance and disdain, thundered through the skies. This city, this treasure, from this day forth, belongs to me, Xian Luo. You natives, if you wish to survive, kneel and offer your soul marks, becoming the most humble servants of mine. As his words fell, he casually raised his hand and, with a nonchalant gesture, struck down upon the impenetrable Wutan city. Buzz, a colossal hand, formed from the purest spiritual power and entwined with countless chains of universal laws, materialized out of thin air, brandishing a terrifying might capable of reverting this realm to chaos, and forcefully crushed down towards the southern heaven gate. Celestial Sovereign. At the front of the divine court, the four sovereigns, Gu Yuan, Yin Jin, and others, were simultaneously struck dumb upon sensing that aura. Their Dao hearts, which had just swelled with pride from wielding power, were shattered under this absolute force from a higher dimension. It is over. Everything is over. However, just as everyone was paralyzed with fear at this world-destroying power, the Son of Heaven, seated at the southern heaven gate, slowly opened his eyes after a prolonged period of contemplation over the staircase's information flow. His face bore no fear, only a frigid demeanor. As if his review had been interrupted, he rose, gazing at the colossal spiritual hand that darkened the sky, yet did not turn away. Instead, he respectfully performed the most sacred and ancient of rites towards the empty, supreme throne of chaos. I humbly beseech the Father God to manifest. The moment those words left his lips from the depths of the divine realm, where time and space seemed to cease to exist, a response finally echoed from the supreme throne forged from cosmic remains. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic energy fluctuations, only a light huff, imbued with a trace of artistic displeasure at the interruption. That solitary sound, though seemingly trivial, resonated as the singular truth in this world. Boom! As that sound, a mere huff, flowed forth from the throne of chaos, an indescribable transformation, transcending the comprehension of all beings in this realm, descended. The once impenetrable Wutan city, now trembling beneath the celestial sovereign's strike, revealed its core, from which emerged a colossal hand, entirely formed from the purest principles of order and creation. Devoid of flesh, only countless divine scripts flowing in myriad colors. It did not attempt to brush aside the spiritual hand, but rather confronted it directly, in a manner more straightforward and domineering. With fingers splayed wide, it boldly clashed against the impending colossal hand. Boom! In that instant, sound vanished. Light disappeared. The entire world seemed to be dragged into a profound void. The two hands, representing the supremacy of the vast universe and the creation of the divine realm, engaged in the most primal and fearsome collision of power in midair. There were no world-shattering explosions, only the mutual annihilation of their respective laws, as Xian Luo's colossal hand made contact with the glazed hand. The chains of universal laws entwined around it cried out in anguish, shattering under the strain as if they were mere mortal iron meeting the king's water. Subsequently, the palm, composed of pure spiritual power, was forcibly reverted to the most primordial energies of heaven and earth under the assault of the higher principles of creation, dissipating into the air. Puff! Upon witnessing this scene, Xian Luo was struck as if by lightning. His face, once filled with pride and disdain, was now overwhelmed with sheer horror and the collapse of faith, akin to a mortal glimpsing the ultimate mysteries of a universe. He violently coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, his aura plummeting to its lowest point. He could distinctly sense a terrifying will, one capable of utterly unraveling even a celestial sovereign like himself, had locked onto him. He could no longer afford to consider treasures or dignity. In a frenzy, he ignited his celestial sovereign essence, turning to tear through space, desperate to escape this domain of unfathomable terror. Yet, just as he was about to vanish into the void, he abruptly turned back, his eyes, now filled with fear, fixating on the throne of chaos at the deepest part of the divine realm. And with his last ounce of strength, he let out a wail filled with regret and realization. This is not a lower realm. This is a realm being reforged, a furnace of heaven and earth. And he is not a mere cultivator. He is the celestial alchemist overseeing this furnace. No sooner had his words concluded than he activated a desperate life-preserving secret technique, his figure vanishing completely into the rifts of space. Silence, an eerie stillness. Celestial alchemist? Furnace? These two phrases, laden with unknown and terrifying connotations, reverberated in the ears of the gods in the divine court, causing their recently eased hearts to leap back into their throats. Meanwhile, atop the Son of Heaven's seat, upon hearing those two words, Xiao Yan's indifferent eyes suddenly narrowed. It was as if he had touched upon a truth more grand and brutally harsh. Just then, the rift in space which had just sealed was once again forcefully torn open by an overwhelming surge of relentless resentment and a frenzied will to survive. The figure of Xian Luo, now rendered ethereal and insubstantial, seemed on the verge of dissipating entirely, emerging from within. His handsome visage was grotesquely contorted by sheer terror and hatred. Wait for it. Celestial forger. This furnace, defiant against the heavens. This fruit of the Tao, capable of refining an entire world. Those reapers, who revel in devouring beings such as ourselves, will not let this opportunity pass. They will soon come knocking, guided by this elixir's fragrance. With that proclamation, the rift sealed completely. The sky regained its clarity, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet beneath the divine capital, both the ancient sovereigns of the divine court and the countless interrupted challengers were already trembling, their souls quaking at the final words. Reapers? Devouring works? For the first time, they comprehended that above this seemingly invincible divine realm, above the seemingly omniscient and omnipotent Lord of gods, there existed an even more terrifying adversary. Before the southern heavenly gate, Xiao Yan slowly turned, casting his gaze upon the now silent chaotic throne, his eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity and curiosity. And within the depths of chaos, upon that throne, the timeless and majestic figure, after hearing those words for the first time, revealed a glimmer of pure interest, akin to a chess player awaiting the entry of another player into the game. Chapter 35. The Word of the Deity, the Heavenly Law as Punishment. As Xiao Yan's words, seemingly embodying the laws of heaven, reverberated before the desolate southern heavenly gate, the entire world descended into an absolute silence. Unprecedented and born from the very essence of the laws, time appeared to stretch to its limits. Underneath the colossal hand, forged from the laws of myriad worlds, space emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Below, before the palace of the divine court, the four newly appointed sovereigns of the divine court, including Gu Yuan and Yan Jin, found themselves transformed into mere stone sculptures, stripped of all divinity. Their faces etched with unprecedented horror and despair in the face of the genuine heavenly supremacy emanating from a higher dimension. The authority they took pride in felt as fragile as a child's plaything against this pure and absolute power. It's over. This time, it is truly over. This thought, like a seed of despair, frantically took root in the hearts of every high-ranking member of the divine court. The colossal hand of spiritual power, capable of crushing the newly born divine realm along with its myriad beings back into chaos, thunderously descended, just as this moment of imminent catastrophe approached. When everyone was on the brink of being completely consumed by endless despair, a response finally emerged from the depths of the divine realm, a place where time and space seemed non-existent. Upon the supreme throne crafted from the remnants of the cosmos, a single understated and emotionless syllable resonated, as if it contained all the truths since the universe's inception. Permit. One word, just a single word. Yet it seemed to emanate from the highest authority governing the laws of heaven, granting permission to its most trusted envoy to alter the rules. As the syllable flowed slowly from the chaotic throne, an indescribable transformation, transcending the comprehension of all beings in this world, unfolded. The once impenetrable Yutan divine city, teetering under the weight of the heavenly supremacy, witnessed its sky mysteriously dissolve. No, it was not torn apart, nor shattered. It was a far more terrifying reversion to the primordial state. The sky, the clouds, and even space itself seemed to be restored to the purest chaos, as if an irresistible force had reverted them to their most primitive form before the universe's creation. Within that boundless chaos, an ancient scroll of heavenly law, indescribable by any material, radiating infinite brilliance, and seemingly composed of the very essence of Tao and principle, slowly unfurled. The scroll bore no words, no images, only countless golden divine patterns flowing as if alive. Each divine pattern represented a supreme law governing the operation of this world. That was the heavenly law of this realm. It constituted the very essence of mountains and rivers, the fates of all beings, and the cycle of cause and effect in this world. The manifestation of the heavenly law. This is impossible. In midair, Xian Luo's face, once filled with arrogance and disdain, froze at the sight of the ancient scroll of heavenly law. What replaced it was an unprecedented shock, akin to a mortal glimpsing the ultimate secrets of the universe, along with a profound collapse of faith. With his supreme perspective, he understood far better than the natives below what he was witnessing. That was not power. It was not any form of energy. It was principle. It was Tao. It was the authority to establish, modify, and define the laws of all things. A power that even his father, a saintly supreme being revered throughout the myriad realms, could only comply with and borrow, but could never wield or modify. How could a lower realm possibly give birth to an existence that commands the heavenly law? This defies logic. It contradicts all principles of the world. Xian Luo fell into utter madness. The heart of the heavenly sovereign, once tempered to be indomitable, began to show cracks before this miracle that overturned all his understanding. Yet, before he could recover from this immense shock, Xiao Yan, the divine son acting as the agent of divine punishment, took action. He did not glance back at the now deranged extraterrestrial visitor. He merely raised his hand slowly, extending a slender, pale finger toward the most brilliant yet disharmonious silver divine pattern representing Xian Luo on the ancient scroll of heavenly law, and gently brushed it away, as if erasing an unsightly blemish. Simultaneously, his emotionless and vast divine voice resonated as the ultimate decree within the depths of every being's soul. The one who spies on the deities, their crime shall be punished. The ant from beyond, who collides with the divine realm, their path shall be obliterated. The moment the words fell, a soft sound echoed, as if the morning sun had risen and the ice had melted. The colossal hand of spiritual power, capable of reducing this realm to chaos with a single strike, silently disintegrated less than 100 paces from the southern heavenly gate. It was not shattered, rather. All the laws and spiritual power constituting were stripped of their right to exist from the source of the heavenly law. No. Upon witnessing this scene, Xian Luo was instantly gripped by a terror that pierced his very soul. He could no longer concern himself with treasures or dignity. He turned to tear through the fabric of space, desperate to escape this realm of endless terror. Yet, he was horrified to discover that he was, in fact, disintegrating. Yes, disintegrating. His divine body, forged from the unparalleled power of the celestial supremacy, was being rejected by the laws of the cosmos like a virus, gradually reverting to its most primordial energy, returning to the essence of heaven and earth. The path he took pride in as a celestial sovereign was being forcefully overlaid and assimilated by the heavenly laws of this world. My path is being devoured by the heavenly laws of this realm. Xian Luo let out a soul-stirring scream filled with boundless confusion and dread. He was vanishing, not through death or annihilation, but through a far more terrifying self-denial at the level of the very laws themselves. Remember it all. Just as he was on the brink of total dissolution, he abruptly raised his head, his once vibrant eyes now devoid of all luster. Fixating on the chaotic throne at the deepest point of the divine realm, expending his last ounce of strength to emit a mournful howl, laden with infinite regret and enlightenment. This is not a lower realm. This is a realm being reforged in the crucible of heaven and earth. And he was not merely a cultivator. He was the master of this crucible, the alchemist of heaven. With the final syllable dissipating into the wind, the individual from the vast universe, capable of dominating a territory, along with all traces of his existence in this realm, was entirely transformed into nothingness. It was as though he had never appeared in this world at all. Silence, an oppressive stillness. The heavens slowly began to heal. The ancient scroll of heavenly law vanished once more from the sight of the mundane. The sky regained its clarity, as if nothing had transpired. Yet beneath the divine capital, whether among the ancient lords of the divine court or the countless interrupted challengers, all were already trembling in fear, their very souls shaken by this silent, yet profoundly terrifying spectacle. The celestial sovereign, a celestial sovereign from a higher dimensional world, just like that, summoned by the Prince of the Divine, was utterly erased from this world, as if erasing a flawed law. This realization elevated their reverence to an indescribable, absolute fanaticism towards the truth of creation. Before the southern heaven gate, Xiao Yan slowly retracted his finger, turning to once again take his seat upon the throne of the divine. His indifferent gaze swept over the myriad beings below, still in a state of shock and stupor, as well as the dimming divine staircase. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a warm, nine-colored divine light cascaded down like a spring rain, instantly enveloping the entire staircase. Those challengers who had been injured and sent flying by the oppressive aura of the celestial sovereign found their wounds miraculously healed beneath the radiance of the divine light. Even their hearts of Tao became more resolute than ever. The God Master is merciful. The Prince is merciful. Countless individuals, having survived calamity, wept profusely, prostrating themselves in fervent gratitude. Xiao Yan paid them no mind. He simply proclaimed once more, in an undeniable, resounding voice, the trial continues. As his words fell, the staircase, restored by divine light, erupted once again into dazzling brilliance. Below, the myriad beings, having witnessed the miraculous obliteration of the celestial sovereign, dared not entertain even the slightest notion of trickery. They ascended the path to divinity with hearts purified and sanctified by the truth, orderly and reverently embarking once more on the road to myth. Chapter 36. The manifestation of all paths, the ice and fire purgatory. The visitor from beyond, Xian Luo, like a section of erroneous law erased, utterly dissipated into the cosmos, plunging the entire world into an absolute silence stemming from its very essence. This stillness transcended sound. It was the purest blankness, stripped of all distractions, as billions of beings, having witnessed the truth of creation, had their souls thoroughly cleansed. The fervor bred from greed and opportunism had long since turned to ash with the disintegration of the celestial sovereign. At this moment, what filled the hearts of every challenger was a more profound and terrifying, yet fervently sincere, absolute reverence. They finally grasped, in the most profound and brutal manner, what divinity truly was. God is not merely a power, nor a realm. God is a qualification, a supreme qualification that defines all things, judges all things, and determines whether one can exist. As the Prince, Xiao Yan's emotionless decree, the trial continues, resonated once again like a celestial mandate in this silent world. The pent-up reverence erupted, transforming into an unprecedented tsunami of faith sweeping across the entire continent. We bow before the true God. It was unknown who first summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a soul-stirring roar from the depths of their being. Immediately, a cataclysm ensued. We bow before the truth. We are willing to be the fuel for the divine, to burn out this life in pursuit of the great path. There is no longer a trace of chaos, nor any thoughts of opportunism. Millions of beings, as if responding to the most sacred call, orderly prostrated themselves towards the staircase restored by divine light, performing the most ancient of rites with utmost reverence. Their gazes transcended mere fervor. They reflected the unique devotion of pilgrims who had found their lifelong faith, a blend of profound humility and unparalleled glory. With the obliteration of a celestial sovereign, the nature of this divine trial had fundamentally transformed. It was no longer a mere contest for opportunities, but a most sacred offering directed towards the truth. The torrent of faith rendered the staircase to divinity even more resplendent. Amidst this pilgrimage dominated by absolute order, figures began to resolutely step onto the road to myth in a nearly sacrificial manner. This time, no sinner dared to advance. Each being ascending the staircase had passed through the first threshold of sin and punishment. Awaiting them was the true test of the Tao, the manifestation of all paths, the submerged dragon emerging from the abyss. At one side of the staircase, a youth from the southern region, adorned in a crimson and gold fire-patterned robe, with a divine flame mark naturally etched on his brow, ambled with his hands clasped behind him. His handsome visage and overwhelming presence evoked the image of a born ruler of flames. He was none other than the renowned prince of the southern region, the first among the younger generation. He walked the path of the true solar fire, his heart fierce and blazing, aiming to incinerate all things to fulfill his own utmost yang and unyielding self. With each step he took, the staircase beneath him transformed into a molten lava purgatory. Countless ancient fire demons, birthed from the laws of flame, emerged from the magma, charging towards him. The Prince of Burning Heaven did not even lift his eyelids. He merely allowed his dominating will to sweep forth. I am the sun. You mere fireflies dare to compete for brilliance? In an instant, the myriad demons submitted. The lava surged, transforming into the purest essence of fire, flooding into his body, augmenting his cultivation. And on the other side of the staircase, far away, a stunningly beautiful woman hailing from the icy valleys of the northern domain, adorned in a pristine white gown woven from the silk of iceworms, ascends the steps with an aura as frigid as ancient glacial ice. Her hair cascades like a waterfall. Her skin surpasses the purity of snow. And within her pair of phoenix-like eyes, there resides not a trace of mundane emotion, only a relentless pursuit of the Tao. She is none other than the Ice Phoenix Saintess, revered as the reincarnation of the goddess of snow and ice. She cultivates the path of the supreme Yin's mysterious ice. Her heart as cold and solitary as the eternal frost, intent on freezing all things and attaining the ultimate tranquility of complete annihilation. The staircase beneath her feet resembles an eternal expanse of frozen tundra. Countless frost dragons, formed from the laws of icy cold, roar fiercely, attempting to encase her very soul in an everlasting freeze. The Ice Phoenix Saintess's response is remarkably direct. She simply stands there, allowing the boundless chill, capable of shattering the spirit of a battle saint, to envelop her. My heart is as ice, unmelting through the ages. You all are but sustenance for my Tao. The frigid air, upon touching her form, instantly resembles weary birds returning to their nests, wholly absorbed by her even purer and more primordial body of supreme Yin's mysterious ice. These two individuals, one from the south and the other from the north, one embodying fire and the other ice, are the pinnacle of hidden dragons in this realm. They advance with an unstoppable momentum through their respective tribulations of heart refinement. Their names have already graced the hidden dragon ranking. While they have yet to enter the top 10, they are ascending at a breathtaking pace. However, just as they each climbed nearly 50,000 steps, their distances draw near to a critical point. An unforeseen anomaly descended without warning. A profound hum reverberated through the entire divine ascent, as if the staircase itself were succumbing to an unbearable burden, centered around the Burning Heaven Prince and the Ice Phoenix Saintess. The symbols of the Tao flowing across thousands of steps suddenly collided with the force of two invincible armies charging toward one another. The very fabric of space seemed like a fragile sheet of paper, violently torn apart by an unseen force. The lava inferno beneath the Burning Heaven Prince and the icebound snowfield beneath the Ice Phoenix Saintess were brutally fused together under the coercive intervention of the staircase's laws, forming a new realm that was half eternal frozen earth and half endless sea of flames, replete with an aura of contradiction and destruction. What was this? The staircase had transformed. Beneath the divine city, countless onlookers gasped in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. They could clearly see that the two once warring figures were being irresistibly drawn into the same independent space. The resonance of the Dao was not mere coincidence. It was a contest of the Dao itself. Before the divine court, the Lord of Thunder, Lei Ying, who had been quietly observing, revealed a rare expression of profound astonishment in his imposing, thunderous gaze. The rules set by the divine sovereign were far grander and more ruthless than we had imagined. The Lord of Humanity, Gu Yuan, added with a hoarse voice, his face equally marked by disbelief. Through the power of their divine seals, they could perceive what ordinary mortals could not. Within this newly birthed ice and fire realm, the laws were being restructured. This was no longer merely a trial of heart refinement. It was a battle of existence, a life-and-death contest of the Tao. The divine level sensed that the attributes of the paths of these two individuals were mutually antagonistic, yet both belonged to the pinnacle, thus triggering a higher-level trial, the plunder of Tao rhythms. In this arena, they would wield their understanding of the Tao as their weapons, engaging in the most primal slaughter. The victor would seize a portion of the loser's Tao rhythm, integrating it into themselves, thereby perfecting their own path. Meanwhile, the loser. Gu Yuan struggled to swallow the words. The loser, with their heart of Tao shattered, will be forever exiled from the divine realm, reduced to a mere husk. This harsh truth sent chills down the spines of all the high-ranking members of the divine court present. Such tyrannical rules. This was no longer a selection of geniuses. It was a process of watering the roots of a truly invincible divine king with the bones of countless prodigies. Within the ice and fire realm, the usually domineering and proud countenance of the burning heaven prince bore an unprecedented seriousness. He felt the chilling aura of the supreme Yin that could suppress his solar true fire by a third, and his gaze, ablaze with intensity, fixated upon the breathtaking figure across from him. Ice Phoenix Saintess of the Northern Domain, the burning heaven prince began, his voice laced with a mixture of admiration for a worthy adversary and the overwhelming dominance of one who consumes all. Alas, I had no intention of overpowering a woman. However, since this is the rule set by the deities, then your path of supreme Yin's mysterious eyes shall today serve as the most exquisite nourishment for my solar true fire. His words erupted like a chorus of volcanoes, brimming with undeniable arrogance. The Ice Phoenix Saintess's serene and ethereal visage showed no signs of change. She merely lifted her gaze, her phoenix eyes clear as ancient glacial ice, revealing an unmasked disdain. Does the light of a firefly dare to contend with the brilliance of the full moon? Your so-called dominance, in the face of absolute purity, is not but a laughable cacophony. Today, I shall freeze your Tao, extinguish your fire, and pave my path to divinity with your ashes. Ha ha! What a remarkable embodiment of solitary pride. The burning heaven prince laughed maniacally, his crimson hair swirling in the absence of wind, and the divine flame mark on his brow erupted in a blinding golden radiance. He held nothing back. He understood that in this contest of the Tao, any hint of reservation would be a sacrilege against his own path. Then let me witness how your so-called purity withstands my great son's inferno. As his words fell, he stepped forward with fervor. Without employing any combat techniques or summoning any battle energy, he simply pointed toward the heavens with his fingers, commanding with the path of solar true fire. In this realm, there shall be no ice. Boom! A terrifying scene unfolded, sending shivers down the spines of all. Within the arena, the half that was once enveloped in a tempest of snow and wind suddenly ignited in a cataclysmic blaze. Countless golden divine flames erupted from the void, like the most tyrannical celestial weapons, fervently scorching and purifying everything in this world that belonged to the element of ice. This was no longer a clash of energies. It was an invasion of laws. The very qualifications for existence of one realm were being forcibly stripped away by another. What a truly tyrannical Tao. Beyond the divine city, a semi-saint elder from the northern realms, who had cultivated an ice-based martial art for millennia, gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. His heart, which had long since melded with the essence of ice, trembled uncontrollably at that moment. He could distinctly sense that within the sacred arena, the path of ice was weeping, retreating and quaking in fear. It was as if it beheld a born sovereign. It is over, another formidable warrior muttered with great difficulty. Though the Ice Phoenix Saintess's path is pure, it is devoid of movement. The path of the burning sky prince, however, embodies the ultimate dynamism and aggression. Under such divine rules, defense can never triumph over offense. In that instant, the hearts of all present plummeted to the abyss. They perceived this as an inescapable demise. Yet, just as the flaming firmament was on the verge of engulfing the entire icy world, the ice phoenix Saintess, at the eye of the storm, displayed no trace of fear upon her breathtaking visage, as frigid as an ancient glacier. Instead, a hint of profound contempt flickered in her crystalline eyes, as if mocking her opponent's ignorance. Gradually, she raised her flawless jade hands, gently bringing them together before her chest, forming an ancient and mysterious seal. She uttered no sound. Yet, at that moment, her soul, her heart, and her will issued forth a supreme edict to the crumbling heavens and earth. By the path of the ancient ice, I decree, all flame shall return to the void. The instant her words fell, her clasped hands suddenly unfurled. A blossom, indescribably beautiful and radiating a glass-like hue, as if birthed from absolute zero and eternal silence, quietly unfurled. A 9-petaled ice lotus. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, no cataclysmic waves of cold. The moment the ice lotus appeared, the entire world came to a standstill. Indeed, it was as if time itself had frozen. The sun's blazing fire, which consumed all in its path, was arrested in its frenzy. The laws of ice, which had been wailing and crumbling, found stability. Even the tempest of laws raging through space and the intangible flow of time were forcibly halted by an irresistible primordial power. What is this? Outside the ice and fire arena, before the divine court, the Fire Lord Yin Jin's traditionally fierce countenance suddenly bore an unprecedented look of horror. The innate dominion he held over all flames sent forth a warning of the utmost severity, as if he perceived an enemy capable of extinguishing even his fiery essence. It is not merely frozen. The lord of the human realm, Gu Yuan, fixated on the slowly rotating 9-petaled ice lotus, her voice rasping to the extreme. Her path does not freeze energy, but rather the very laws themselves. She is rendering the law of fire obsolete. Boom! This realization sent shivers down the spines of all the high-ranking divinities present. Even more so than witnessing the Burning Sky Prince wield his dominion with absolute authority. If the Burning Sky Prince's mastery of ice operated within the confines of established rules, the Ice Phoenix Saintess's decree to return all flames to the void was a direct assault on the laws themselves. She was ensnaring the very essence that constituted the concept of fire in an eternal silence. This is the true terror of the Yin Xian ice path. It does not engage in combat, nor does it collide with you. It simply leads you into oblivion. Within the arena, the haughty visage of the Burning Sky Prince finally shifted. He was horrified to discover that the sun's divine fire, which he had always prided himself upon as capable of incinerating all, was indeed beginning to extinguish at the most fundamental level beneath the eerie glow of that ice lotus. It was not merely being snuffed out by cold. It was an even more terrifying self-negation. The flames were losing their warmth. The light was losing its brilliance. His overwhelmingly dominant path of solar fire was being forcibly assimilated by the Ice Phoenix Saintess's purer, more pristine path of tranquility. Fool! The Burning Sky Prince howled in a thunderous roar, his eyes ablaze with fury. He frantically urged his heart to reignite the fading laws. Yet it was futile. Before that ice lotus, which seemed to represent the ultimate silence of the universe, all struggles appeared painfully futile. The Ice Phoenix Saintess's serene face bore no trace of triumph. She simply observed the Burning Sky Prince, who was writhing in despair, much like a summer insect on the verge of freezing to death. She gently lifted her jade hand, seemingly prepared to pluck the victorious lotus that would wholly freeze her opponent's heart. But at that moment, the Burning Sky Prince, who had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, with half his body already encased in frost, suddenly revealed a glimmer of madness and insatiable greed in the depths of his fiery eyes. One that could make even gods and demons tremble. Ah, so it is. So it is. Ha ha ha. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, facing the chilling light that could freeze all things, and let out a frenzied laugh. I understand now. My path is not to incinerate all. Rather, is to consume all. To use all as kindling, to burn the heavens, is the true meaning of the great sun. Ancient ice. What a splendid resource. What perfect kindling. With this thought, he made a reckless move that left all outside the arena in utter disbelief. He relinquished all resistance, allowing the terrifying chill capable of freezing laws to surge into his entire being in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. In a mere breath, his right arm, ablaze with golden divine flames, was entirely encased in a thick layer of shimmering, glass-like ice. As he lost his mind, he's courting death. He is willingly sacrificing his path. Gasps erupted beneath the divine city. Even the ice phoenix Saintess, whose icy countenance had remained unchanged for countless years, betrayed an expression of shock and confusion for the first time. Yet in the next instant, her clear phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed to the sharpness of a needle's tip, for she beheld that within the ice-encased arm, which should have completely lost all vitality, a wisp of black flame quietly ignited. This flame bore no warmth, even colder than the surrounding ice. It emitted no light, darker than the deepest void. Yet, the moment it appeared, the nine-petaled ice lotus, on the verge of success, trembled violently for the first time, as if encountering an incomprehensible, indefinable, and unconquerable adversary. Ha ha ha! The burning sky prince's face, now tinged with purple from the frost, bore a smile brimming with unbounded ecstasy, with the een as the core and the sun as the shell. The fusion of ice and fire is the true fulfillment. Today, I shall use your path to validate my supreme way. Great sun black flame, devour the heavens. Boom! His ice-encased right arm erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, yet from it surged forth not flesh and blood, but an absolute darkness, capable of utterly devouring light, space, and even the very essence of the laws themselves. A terrifying torrent coalesced from pure black flames, reminiscent of a cosmic black hole, bore an insatiable will to consume and return to the source, instantly enveloping that precariously swaying nine-petal ice lotus. No, it is impossible. For the first time, the ice phoenix Saintess gasped in horror. She could distinctly feel her path of purest Taiyin, Xianbing, being relentlessly devoured and plundered by that unreasonable black flame. Her path was becoming sustenance for the adversary. With a gasp, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Beneath the searing of that black flame, her Dao heart manifested an irreparable fissure. With a sharp crack, a resplendent ice-blue Dao rhythm, forged from the purest essence of Taiyin, was forcibly stripped from her being, resembling a startled silver dragon emitting a mournful cry of unwillingness, ultimately consumed by that black sun. Boom! The ice-fired Dao field shattered with a resounding crash. The figure of the burning heaven prince reappeared in everyone's sight. At that moment, his crimson hair danced wildly, and the flames surrounding him were no longer the pure golden divine flames, but a paradoxical fire of golden exterior and black interior, its core shimmering with a hint of ice-blue divine light. A contradiction, yet perfection in divine fire. His aura had grown at least tenfold stronger than before. Opposite him, the figure of the ice phoenix Saintess fell like a kite with severed strings, helplessly plummeting from a staircase, ultimately guided by a gentle force to the area reserved for the vanquished. Though her cultivation remained intact, her once cold and proud phoenix eyes had dulled, filled with desolation. Her path was ruined. Just then, above the divine city, the immense hidden dragon ranking board blazed with golden light. The name of the ice phoenix Saintess instantly dimmed and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the name of the burning heaven prince soared like a rocket, ascending madly, finally stabilizing amidst a dazzling divine radiance at the 10th position. Hidden dragon ranking, 10th place, burning heaven prince, ascended 53,000 steps. Defeated ice phoenix Saintess in the ice fire inferno, acquired a Dao rhythm, rewarded with divine king's aura. Boom! A golden beam of light, grander and more magnificent than any previous divine grace, descended from the heavens, enveloping the burning heaven prince completely. The victor is king, the vanquished a thief. The most brutal and spectacular aspect of this divine court trial was finally unveiled before all. After a brief silence, the ocean of spectators, composed of countless living beings, erupted instantaneously. Heaven above, the Dao, the great Dao, can truly be plundered. The ice phoenix Saintess, a prodigy not seen in the northern domain for 10 millennia, has become another stepping stone. Madness. This trial is utterly insane. This is not a selection. It is the breeding of a monster. It is feeding a true aberration with the Dao hearts and futures of countless geniuses. Fear, astonishment, and an overwhelming fervor. The weak witnessed the cruel elimination, trembling in terror. Yet those truly self-important hidden dragons, instead of fear, ignited an ambition fiercer than that of the burning heaven prince. This was the stage they yearned for. a most extreme and fair dark jungle, capable of transforming all opponents into their own resources. Bathed in the aura of the Divine King, the Burning Heaven Prince slowly opened his eyes. He felt the power within him undergoing a frenzied metamorphosis, alongside the perfectly merged Taiyin Dao rhythm. A smile of boundless dominance and satisfaction graced his face. His gaze swept across the other figures on the staircase, akin to a sovereign surveying his territory, finally resting upon the two names that hung at the pinnacle of the ranking board, Lin's Eye, and that one whose name had yet to be revealed. The first, excellent kindling. He licked his lips, and, in a voice only he could hear, softly proclaimed, "Your Dao, I shall soon taste personally." The bloody clarion call of the great Dao-S competition had, from this moment forth, truly sounded. Chapter 38. The Scholar S. Dao questions the Saint. One stroke of spring and autumn determines the universe. The Burning Heaven Prince S. hubris, akin to the sun S. black flames that had devoured the Taiyin Dao rhythm, scorched every inch of the divine ascension staircase, imprinting itself upon the hearts of every hidden dragon. To taste, how domineering, how arrogant. He viewed all the unparalleled prodigies upon this staircase as mere sustenance for his ascent to the divine throne. In an instant, countless formidable wills awakened on the staircase. They gazed at the figure bathed in the aura of the Divine King, now ranked 10th, their eyes devoid of scorn, replaced by a primal, beast-like desire to hunt. Breeding a monster. The deities were indeed cultivating a monster. If so, then, slaughter, slaughter until there is no one left to kill. Pave 1's immortal divine throne with the Dao bones of myriad prodigies. This frenzied and bloody thought spread like a plague, infecting every corner of the staircase. The atmosphere, once relatively mild, suddenly turned cold and fierce. Those who practiced the path of slaughter no longer suppressed their natures, launching brutal Dao battles against other trial participants' Dao heart projections within the illusion. Those adept in the art of curses attempted, from across endless steps, to use the most bizarre witchcraft to corrupt their opponents' Dao hearts, leading them to self-destruction without a fight. The divine ascension staircase had transformed into the most chaotic and equitable battlefield of slaughter. Yet amidst this arena rife with ambition and bloodshed, there were always some anomalies. At the 68,000th step, in a relatively tranquil area, a scholar clad in a faded blue robe, with a handsome visage and a demeanor as gentle as jade, sat quietly cross-legged upon the staircase. Unlike others, he did not madly ascend, nor did he partake in any bloody Dao battles. He simply read a book, a bamboo scroll radiating a faint, righteous aura, forged from his own Dao heart. Around him, chaos reigned, with murderous intent lurking. At times, the blood-red blades of demonic cultivators would tear through the void, flashing past him, while at others, the roars of formidable demon beings shook the very fabric of space. Yet all of this seemed as if separated by an entire world from him. Any chaotic laws that approached within 3 feet of his being would be subtly smoothed by an invisible, gentle yet indestructible force, transforming into the most harmonious order. He appeared as the soul's sanctum amidst this chaotic battlefield. He was none other than the contemporary sage from the Jixia Academy of the Central State, Xiao Zhan. He practiced the Confucian Dao, long forgotten by this strength-obsessed world for over 10 millennia. How intriguing. The eyes of Xiao Yan, who had been silently reviewing countless examination questions from his position on the throne of the Divine Kingdom, finally opened, revealing a genuine awakening for the first time. His gaze seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, with an air of fascination, settling upon the figure of the scholar clad in a blue robe. With an absolute mastery of the divine staircase, he perceived truths more profound than any other. In the eyes of the likes of the Burning Heavens Prince, the staircase represented a battlefield, a hunting ground. Yet, in the eyes of that scholar, the staircase transformed into an ocean of books, a repository of sage wisdom. Each step he ascended was not a trial to endure, but an inquiry into knowledge. Beneath his feet materialized not the treacherous mountains of blades or seas of fire, but rather ancient epics long obscured by the sands of time, and the venerable Confucian sages long vanished from the world. He engaged in dialogue with these sages, resonating with the verses of the epics. With each question posed, his resolve crystallized further, becoming ever more transparent and expansive. The universe served as his tome, and all living beings as his pages. This path was indeed intriguing, Xiao Yan remarked with a hint of nonchalance. At that moment, Zhou Sheng, who had been quietly absorbed in his studies, seemed to have finally perused all the tomes of his current realm. He slowly closed the bamboo scroll, rose to his feet, and then, with unhurried grace, ascended the 68,001st step. A thunderous hum reverberated. An unprecedented, terrifying transformation descended upon him. This time, what appeared beneath his feet was not any concrete illusion, but a world in the throes of collapse. It was an immensely vast realm of mortals, where mountains and rivers lay shattered, and smoke from conflict billowed forth. The sky was a pallid hue of despair. The earth was painted in a blood-red stillness. Upon the throne, the monarch was blind to reason, while treacherous ministers held sway. The rites and music lay in ruins. In the realm of chivalry, heroes wielded their blades, not for the common folk, but for selfish desires, as righteousness crumbled. In the countryside, fathers turned against sons, and couples resorted to cannibalism, as humanity's bonds disintegrated. This was a world where propriety and music had utterly fallen apart, an unspeakable lament, one potent enough to twist even the most steadfast resolve. Enveloped Zhou Sheng's entire spirit like a silent plague of despair. This was the trial of the sage of inquiry. Before the divine court, Gu Yuan, the leader of the human realm, gasped in disbelief. For the first time, the usually composed expression on his face displayed profound emotion. What constitutes the sage of inquiry? Thunderously, Lai inquired. Most trials test how one overcomes them. Yet, this trial of the sage of inquiry challenges one to consider. Gu Yuan's gaze fixated on that seemingly insignificant figure in the tempest of the collapsing world. His voice hoarse, he uttered, "How will you save it?" This was no mere trial. This was the divine realm, interrogating Zhou Sheng's path. What use are your Confucian principles, your benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust? In the face of a world where all order has disintegrated, within the illusion of the apocalyptic realm, Zhou Sheng's delicate features paled instantly. He could vividly sense his heart, forged from the essence of righteousness, being relentlessly eroded and tainted by the overwhelming despair and chaos. In his ears echoed the anguished curses of countless souls. Sages? Can sages fill our bellies? Principles? Can principles shield us from the blades of slaughter? Depart. We do not need your hypocritical scholarship. What we require is strength, the strength that allows us to survive. These voices morphed into the most vile of demons, viciously gnawing at his soul. Yet, Zhou Sheng stood silently. He closed his eyes, allowing the tempest of the apocalypse to whip his garments into a frenzy. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes. In those clear orbs, all confusion and wavering had vanished. In their place resided an unprecedented resolve and compassion. The heavens are vigorous. A gentleman strives for self-improvement. He began to speak, his voice soft yet imbued with a peculiar power that seemed capable of piercing through all chaos and despair. The earth is nurturing. A gentleman embodies profound virtue. He did not expound upon lofty principles, nor did he attempt to suppress this apocalyptic realm with brute force. He simply, gently raised his right hand, extending his index finger, using it as a quill and the boundless essence of righteousness as ink. He lightly drew upon the collapsing heavens and the sinking earth. My path is not for preaching, but for establishing intent. Boom! With a single stroke, he opened the heavens. A brilliant golden divine script, resplendent and vast beyond description, flowed from his fingertips. It was an ancient character, imbued with endless order and hope, benevolence. The moment this character materialized, the desolate and despairing sky was forcibly torn asunder, allowing a long-awaited shaft of warm sunlight to cascade down, illuminating the sunken earth. For the heavens and the earth, I establish intent. Zhou Sheng wielded his pen again. For the fate of all living beings. Boom! Another character, righteousness, formed out of thin air, akin to a primordial divine mountain, crashing down into the blood-stained silence of the land. The earth ceased its lamentations, and the mountains and rivers halted their disintegration. A profound vitality and sense of responsibility began to awaken from the depths of the earth. For the livelihood of the people, I establish fate, to carry forth the ancient teachings, to usher in peace. Zhou Sheng's actions grew increasingly rapid. He seemed to transform into a brush writing the chronicles of civilization and inheritance. Ritual, wisdom, trust. Each character, containing the essence and principles of Confucianism, was inscribed with the utmost dedication, leaving indelible marks upon every corner of this apocalyptic realm. He was reshaping the spirit and backbone of this world. When the final character for trust was completed, Zhou Sheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. his complexion turning as pale as parchment. To reshape the spirit of a world in ruin with but a single heart's resolve came at an unimaginable cost. Yet, at that moment, his clear eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, for he had succeeded. The chaotic and blood-soaked illusion of the apocalyptic realm was gradually retreating under his pen, transforming into a grand tapestry, depicting majestic mountains and rivers, a cacophony of voices and harmony, where every individual had clothing to wear and books to read. A flourishing era. Boom! The illusion shattered with a resounding crash. Zhou Sheng's figure reemerged before all eyes. He remained that scholar in blue, yet behind him stood the ethereal shadows of countless scholars, echoing with the resounding voices of learning that reverberated throughout the entire divine staircase. The once depleted essence of righteousness within him surged forth, reinvigorated by the flourishing tapestry, becoming even more vast and substantial than before. At that moment, above the divine city, the immense potential dragon list erupted with a radiant golden light. A brand new name boldly asserted itself, firmly settling into place. Ninth on the potential dragon list, Zhou Sheng ascended to the 68,001st step, with a single stroke of spring and autumn determining the cosmos during the trial of the Sage of Inquiry, awarded the heart of the sage. The moment the words fell, a radiant gem, entirely forged from the purest essence of righteousness, seemingly encapsulating the wisdom of countless sages from the ancient times, descended slowly from the heavens. Unlike the domineering aura of the divine monarch, it bore a more ancient and gentle power, an extraordinary force capable of tranquilizing myriad paths, quietly merging into the brow of Zhou Sheng. With a thunderous impact, Zhou Sheng's body convulsed violently. His recently attained Dou Qi cultivation underwent an astonishing leap under the influence of this sage's heart. 1 star Dou Qi, 2 stars Dou Qi, 3 stars. Ultimately, it stabilized at 7 stars Dou Qi. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The ethereal figures of millions of scholars behind him began to solidify under the illumination of the sage's heart, eventually transforming into an immensely heavy ancient bronze tome inscribed with the characters Spring and Autumn. The tome hovered above his head, moving of its own accord, its pages fluttering as the resonant voices of sages echoed forth, weaving invisible barriers of order, rendering the 3-foot radius surrounding him an absolute sacred domain, impervious to all forms of interference. How could this be possible? Beneath the divine city, countless beings fell silent, to ascend without bloodshed or plunder, merely through the pursuit of knowledge. 7 stars Dou Qi. He had transcended the arduous cultivation of an ordinary practitioner's lifetime. What an awe-inspiring existence is this Confucian Tao. If the rise of the burning heaven prince ignited the ambitions of all, then at this moment, Zhou Sheng's path to enlightenment shattered everyone's previous understanding. It turned out there truly are 3,000 paths. It revealed that the road to divinity is not solely paved with blood and slaughter. Heretical paths. On the staircase, the burning heaven prince gazed at Zhou Sheng. Enveloped in sacred light, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Merely useless doctrines in the face of absolute power. How could your spring and autumn withstand even a few of my punches? However, in stark contrast to his disdain, Gu Yuan, the leader of the human department before the divine court, was already in tears, deeply bowing toward the direction of the divine kingdom. The path of sages has not been severed. O divine Lord, be merciful. Meanwhile, upon the exalted throne of the celestial sun, Xiao Yan observed the figure draped in a green robe, standing tall in the sacred light. And for the first time, a subtle smile graced his lips. He spoke softly, yet his words distinctly echoed in the ears of the 4 heads of the divine court. A sharp sword is wielded to expand territory and reshape order. Historical records are meant to carry civilization, guiding the multitude. This realm requires not only the firewood of the burning heaven to boil the seas, but also the steadfast stone that stabilizes the universe. One decree sets the tone. Zhou Sheng's emergence was akin to a refreshing stream flowing into a battlefield long stained with bloodshed and ambition. For the first time, this brutal game of nurturing Gu presented an alternative possibility that could stand shoulder to shoulder with tyranny. At a higher tier beyond the 80,000 levels, the youth Lin Xiao Yan, bearing an ancient battle blade, radiating indomitable fighting spirit, suddenly opened his eyes. He had just shattered a despairing demon formed from his own inner turmoil with unparalleled resolve, his heart at its zenith. Yet, As Zhou Shang's boundless Tao, resonating for the people's fate, traversed thousands of steps and reached him, his previously unyielding warrior spirit wavered for the first time. It turned out, the Tao could also manifest in such a manner. He murmured, lowering his gaze to the blade, meant solely for victory. Then raising his eyes to the green-robed figure enveloped in sacred light. In that instant, he seemed to grasp something profound. His sharp gaze deepened, now more resolute than ever. Chapter 39. The deceptive Tao devours the heart. One blade shatters illusions. Zhou Shang's path to enlightenment resonated like a clear bell, reverberating across the bloody battlefield, awakening countless maddened souls momentarily. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment. In the next instant, an even more extreme greed and madness completely consumed the battlefield. The Tao truly comprises 3,000 paths. The burning heaven prince's tyranny can plunder. Zhou Shang's royal path can guard. Then, can my path of slaughter, my path of deception, my path of desire also triumph? This thought, like the most malicious seed, took root and sprouted in the hearts of every lurking dragon. If previously they fought and seized based on instinct, now they had attained enlightenment. They finally understood the true core of this nurturing trial. The divine does not care if your path is righteous or evil, good or bad. What matters is purity. As long as your Tao is pure enough, steadfast enough, capable of devouring others amid the collision of myriad paths, or standing alone, you can earn its favor. Boom! Realizing this, the entire ascent to divinity transformed into a dark jungle of competing paths, each vying for supremacy. The path of slaughter grew unsatisfied with mere illusions of combat. Some demons even began to ignite their own hearts, attempting to project their murderous intent beyond the staircase to influence the corporeal opponents in reality. The path of desire morphed into intangible, seductive barriers, weaving nets of temptation capable of ensnaring even the most steadfast sages, capturing those trial takers with wavering resolve. The intensity of the Tao battle surpassed the earlier confrontation between the burning heaven prince and the ice phoenix saintess by more than tenfold. The rankings on the lurking dragon list began to fluctuate at a dizzying pace. Almost every breath saw once prominent prodigies shatter their hearts, falling from the list into obscurity, turning to dust. Nearly every breath witnessed previously unknown, ruthless individuals, stepping over the bodies of others, forcefully ascending the ranks, basking in divine grace. Amidst the increasingly chaotic vortex of battle, on the 80,000th tier, the figure sitting cross-legged, Lin Xiao, appeared as an ancient, immovable rock. Zhou Shang's royal path served as a mirror, reflecting the confusion within his heart. His path was one of unwavering determination, a path of conquest. His blade was forged to vanquish all foes before him. Yet, upon witnessing Zhou Shang's commitment to the people's fate, wielding the pen as a sword to recreate a prosperous realm, his pure warrior heart trembled for the first time. What lies at the end of war? What is the meaning of victory? If it is solely to conquer, how does that differ from a beast that knows only slaughter? This question became the most formidable demon of his life, lodged firmly within his heart, rendering him immobile. Beside him, countless streams of light surged past. Each one of the lurking dragons ranked below him, desperately surpassing him, rushing toward higher tiers. Yet he remained still, eyes closed, unyielding as a mountain, as if he had long been cast aside by this frenzied era. At that moment, a gentle voice, as if it could merge with shadows, unexpectedly echoed in his heart. "Tao friend, do you harbor doubts?" Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes. He was horrified to discover that, at some unknown moment, a man cloaked in a pitch-black robe, seemingly composed entirely of shadows, had silently appeared within mere feet of him. He had not sensed even the slightest hint of his presence. "Who are you?" Lin's eye instantly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, a fierce battle intent surging forth. "Hee, I am Mei, merely an unknown individual." The man in black chuckled lightly, his voice imbued with an uncanny allure. "I see that you are troubled by inner demons, and I cannot bear to watch. Allow me to assist you." "Assist me?" Lin Zi's brow furrowed deeply. "Indeed." Mei's tone grew increasingly gentle. "Your confusion stems from the struggle between tyranny and righteousness, a dilemma that holds you captive. Look at the burning heaven prince, seizing all paths with such delight. Then behold that Zhou Shang, safeguarding the common folk with utmost nobility. And you, caught in between, unable to ascend or descend. Does it not bring you anguish?" Every word from Mei struck Lin Zi's heart like the most precise of poison needles, piercing the softest places within. What do you wish to convey? Lin Ziyai's voice had taken on a chilling edge. I wish to suggest that you might as well fulfill their desires. A malicious smile curled upon Ying Mei's lips. Observe that Zhou Sheng, having just attained enlightenment, though his resolve is firm, his cultivation remains shallow. At this moment, numerous demonic cultivators are eyeing his scholarly heart with greed. As his words trailed off, he waved his sleeve gently. The scene before them shifted abruptly. Beneath countless steps, the once spirited Zhou Sheng was now besieged by several formidable demonic overlords, all above the level of 7 stars Dozun. Trapped within a blood-red formation composed of countless souls, the ancient tome, spring and autumn, above his head, dimmed in its radiance. The sacred realm surrounding him was being relentlessly gnawed at and eroded by the endless vengeful spirits. He was on the brink of collapse. You see, Lin Ziyai's pupils contracted sharply. This is a choice, my friend. Ying Mei's voice dripped with temptation, akin to a devil's whisper. You may choose to stand by, clinging to your outdated path that conquers all. In doing so, your heart will remain unblemished. Alternatively, you can choose to intervene, to save that scholar with whom you share no ties. In this way, your path of guardianship may begin to coalesce. Now, tell me your choice. Lin Ziyai's gaze was fixed upon the blood-red formation, his grip on the sword hilt tightening, veins bulging. His heart was embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. Reason told him this might be a trap. In this arena, where everyone was a foe, any hint of misplaced kindness could lead him to utter ruin. Yet the battle-hardened heart, stirred by his commitment to the fate of the people, cried out in madness. If I stand idly by, how does my blade differ from those fiends? If I cannot even protect the good before me, how can I ever hope to conquer the evil that lies ahead? Ultimately, in his keen eyes, all hesitation transformed into an unwavering resolve. My sword, it is both for victory and for protection. With a thunderous roar, he stepped forward, charging into the blood-red illusion. The divine blood within him surged, igniting his pure heart with fervor. Clang! A deafening clang echoed. A dazzling blade of light, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens asunder, descended with an indomitable will to protect and resist. Yet, as the blade of light passed, the blood-red formation, along with the precariously situated Zhou Sheng, shattered like a mirage. It transformed into a flurry of black butterflies. A trap. From the very beginning, this was a trap designed for him. Ha ha! Ying Mei's triumphant and mocking laughter resonated throughout the realm. How touching, for the sake of a false illusion. You have willingly exposed the greatest flaw in your heart. Your path is in disarray. Lin Ziyai, your steadfastness, your resilience have been utterly destroyed by your own hand. Now, let your heart, your divine blood, become my sustenance. With a piercing scream, the surroundings shifted once more. All steps, all light vanished in an instant. In their place was an expanse of absolute void, devoid of light, sound, or any sense of direction. The domain of malice. Chains of pure malevolence and treachery shot forth from the void, ensnaring Lin Ziyai's limbs and body, binding him tightly in the center of this darkness. Ying Mei's figure emerged, as if the master of this abyss, slowly materializing with a grotesque smile of triumph. In this domain of malice, the more you struggle, the more your inner conflict will swell, ultimately tearing your heart asunder. Give in, become the first stepping stone to my ascendance. Is that so? Yet, just as Ying Mei believed his victory was assured, Lin Ziyai, bound by the black chains, slowly raised his head. His resolute visage bore no trace of panic or regret. What remained was an unprecedented clarity and purity, as if the blade that had just struck down was not shattering an illusion, but rather dispelling the last remnants of confusion in his heart. Your path is intriguing, Lin Ziyai remarked calmly, gazing at Ying Mei. It has illuminated a truth for me. What truth? Ying Mei instinctively inquired. Why does my sword fight? A confident smile graced Lin Ziyai's lips. It does not fight for tyranny, nor for righteousness. It does not seek conquest, nor does it aim to protect. My sword is solely for. He slowly raised his battle blade. The ancient weapon emitted no explosive energy. Instead, it radiated a pure, razor-sharp light, capable of severing all illusions and realities in the world. To cleave through all that I desire to cut. In that instant, he swung his blade. There were no moves, no techniques, just the simplicity of a single strike. SZZZZ, a line of division, indescribable by any dimension, appeared out of thin air. This line separated light from darkness, divided truth from illusion, and further severed Ying Mei's proud domain of malice. No, it cannot be. My path of deceit, my laws, how could they? Ingmei's face filled with horror. Slowly split open a line of blood down the center of his forehead. He could distinctly feel his heart, constructed of treachery and illusion, being forcibly divided at its very essence by an unreasonable, sharp intent. His path, in the presence of Lin Ziyi's more pure and absolute way of severance, appeared as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. I comprehended this, as the gaze of Ingmei reflected an eerie stillness, akin to that of the ice phoenix Saintus, filled with boundless regret and enlightenment. Your path is not one of tenacity, nor of guardianship. It is instead pure. With a sudden release, his body, along with his path and all his discontent, transformed into the most pristine primordial energy beneath that absolute demarcation, instantly absorbed by Lin Ziyi's blade, leaving nothing behind. A thunderous roar resounded, as darkness shattered and light re-emerged. Lin Ziyi's figure once again materialized before the eyes of all. His aura was now more formidable than ever. Having multiplied in strength, those keen eyes sparkled more brilliantly than the stars. His once wavering heart of the path, after undergoing destruction and reformation, attained an unprecedented completeness. At that moment, above the divine city, the Qianlong list radiated with golden brilliance. Lin Ziyi's name swiftly surpassed renowned figures such as Zhou Sheng and the Burning Heaven Prince, ultimately resting firmly in the second position, just beneath the top spot, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. Qianlong lists second place. Lin Ziyi ascended to 80,001. In the domain of deception, a single strike shattered illusions. Heart of the path completed. Reward for the indomitable fighting spirit. As the words echoed, a battle spirit phantom, not composed of any energy, but rather coalesced from the purest concepts of victory and resilience, descended from the heavens, radiant in platinum. It did not merge with Lin Ziyi's corporeal form, but instead directly fused into the ancient blade he wielded. The sound of the blade resonated, a clear and melodious chime that could subdue a myriad of warriors, reverberating throughout the divine ascent. In that instant, Lin Ziyi's soul seemed to merge entirely with the blade in his grasp. He was the sword. The sword was he. He had been forged by the divine into a blade that would never dull, never shatter, a blade of celestial principle. Once again, a completely different path emerged, not one of plunder nor of protection, but solely for the purpose of severance. What a pure and terrifying will this was. Beneath the divine city, countless beings found themselves plunged into profound cognitive upheaval once more. On the staircase, the Burning Heaven Prince, with eyes ablaze like the sun, fixated on the newly reborn figure. Every trace of disdain evaporated from his countenance. In its stead was an exhilarating thrill of finding a worthy opponent. What a swift blade! He licked his lips, hoping that Lin Ziyi's purity would prove more enduring than ice. Meanwhile, far below on the countless steps, Zhou Sheng, who had just repelled a wave of demonic cultivators, gazed up at the dazzling blade light, a gentle smile gracing his face as he nodded slightly. His path may not have been adopted, yet it illuminated another lamp. Upon the throne of the divine, Xiao Yan's indifferent lips curved into a smile once more. He addressed the four leaders beside him, who were now numbed by shock, and spoke slowly. The tyrant can serve as the spear of kings. The benevolent can serve as the shield of kings. And this person, his gaze fell upon Lin Ziyi, is the sharpest sword in the king's hand. This sword shall drink the blood of gods and demons, establishing order among the myriad realms. Thus it was spoken. Tyranny, royal path, severance path. Among the top 10 of the Qianlong list, 3 distinct pinnacle paths had already emerged. The direction of this trial grew increasingly enigmatic and splendid. Yet, all eyes ultimately gravitated upwards, instinctively seeking the highest point, still shrouded in endless darkness. Where even the name remained hidden, the first position. What extraordinary path could she possess that defies convention? Chapter 40. End of the path, new birth in darkness. Lin Ziyi's path of enlightenment was akin to a blade severing through chaos, forcibly opening a third peak road to the divine throne upon this bloody battlefield. Tyrant, benevolent, swordsman. 3 distinctly different auras, like ancient beings slowly awakening, stood in opposition at varying heights upon the staircase. Their paths attracted and repelled one another, forming a peculiar balance amidst the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, all battles of the path fell silent. For every surviving potential dragon understood that the true decisive battle no longer concerned them. This trial, this game of nurturing, had devolved into a contest among these three apex powerhouses. However, while all gazes were fixated upon these three figures, speculating who would initiate the next earth-shattering clash of paths, none noticed that the entity at the pinnacle of the Qianlong list, which had remained as an eternal statue, silent since the trial commenced, was now stirring. She did not, like the burning heaven prince, proclaim a tyrannical declaration. Nor did she, like Lin Zuyai, deliver a stunning strike. She merely, slowly stood up. Then, under the scrutiny of countless astonished and bewildered eyes, she performed an action that subverted everyone's understanding. She turned around, facing the path she had traversed, and with a single step began to descend. What? What is she doing? Has she lost her mind? Descending. Is she truly willing to forsake this once-in-an-eternity opportunity? Beneath the divine city, billions of beings fell utterly silent, their minds, unable to comprehend this unfathomable spectacle, spiraled into chaos. Even the trio of pinnacle powerhouses, Burning Heaven Prince, Zhou Sheng, Lin Ziai, who had fortified their hearts of the path, displayed profound shock upon their faces. Ascending is the pursuit of the path, the birth of the new. Descending is the mundane, the past. This action was tantamount to self-sabotaging one's foundational path. Yet, just as her delicate jade foot, concealed beneath a tattered black skirt, was about to touch the 99,998th step, a true miracle descended. Boom! The entire staircase, composed of countless runes of the Great Path, inexplicably began to collapse beneath her feet. No, it was not collapse. It was a far more terrifying return to the source. The staircase was dying. All the laws, divine lights, and orders constituting the staircase, under the guise of her seemingly casual step, were stripped of all meaning of existence, spiraling uncontrollably towards the most primal, purest, chaos and void, evolving into an absolute darkness capable of swallowing all light, all sound, all perception. Centered around her body, this darkness spread like a silent plague throughout the entire divine ascent. What path is this? In front of the divine palace, Lei Ying, the Lord of Thunder, gasped in astonishment. The divine seal, representing his authority over punishment and rules, emitted an instinctual and profound fear as the darkness spread. It was as though all the order he maintained was as fragile as childish play before this darkness. Not destruction, the master of humanity, Gu Yuan, fixed his gaze upon that petite figure, increasingly solitary in the darkness, his voice rasped to its utmost limit. Destruction still falls within the realm of rules. Yet her path is the ultimate conclusion. She was hastening the arrival of the end for this divine staircase, crafted by the hands of the divine Sun himself. Boom! This realization sent a chill of profound dread through the very souls of all the higher echelons of the divine court. If the tyranny of the burning heaven prince dictated that those who defy him must perish, and the sovereign path of Zhou Sheng demanded those who resist be transformed, while Lin Xiaoyou's blade path decreed that those who obstruct him be severed, then the path of this enigmatic woman proclaimed, "This world shall be extinguished." A higher, colder notion, one that regarded all existence as mere fodder, an absolute stillness. In the divine kingdom, upon the seat of the divine sun, Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze ignited for the first time with genuine clarity. He observed the encroaching abyss of annihilating darkness that voraciously engulfed the divine staircase. And upon his eternally unchanged visage, an unprecedented glimmer of appreciation emerged. A fascinating material, he murmured, to comprehend the first essence of the path of heavenly refinement through sheer personal strength. "My lord, what is this?" Beside him, Yao Chan was utterly astounded by this scene that transcended comprehension. "Continue watching," Xiao Yan said softly. "Her trial is unlike any other. While others face tribulations, she is creating a world. Within the depths of the terminal darkness, the young girl, or rather, the woman shrouded in black veil, continued her deliberate descent. Wherever she tread, all laws fell silent, all paths faded into nothingness. It was as if she embodied the very essence of the apocalypse. The burning sun of the burning heaven prince dimmed before this darkness. Zhou Sheng's spring and autumn sacred domain crumbled under its weight. Lin Xiaoyou's sharp blade intent dulled in its presence. Every path faced termination. Yet, amidst this absolute darkness, the woman came to a gradual halt. She extended her arms, as if to embrace the entirety of existence. Yet her embrace held nothing but a faint, flickering glimmer, a light so tenuous it seemed on the verge of extinguishing, emanating from the depths of her soul. Under the guardianship of this light lay a flower, a small, withered blossom, devoid of all vitality and color. This was her true trial of heart. In the depths of the terminal darkness, could she safeguard that initial spark of rebirth? A long-sealed memory surfaced within her mind. A recollection of a war-torn afternoon when a tattered little girl trembled as she offered a dewdrop-laden white flower to her brother, who had broken his legs while shielding her from the chaos of battle. "Brother, it won't hurt. The flower will take away the pain." That was the final warmth of her life, the source of all her subsequent suffering and darkness. The woman spoke not a word. With a tenderness surpassing that of a mother cradling her infant, she poured all her path, all her will, and all her soul into that withered flower without reservation. She relinquished her struggle against darkness, for she herself was darkness. She also forsook the pursuit of light, for she intended to create light with her own hands. Buzz! At the moment she sacrificed everything to that withered flower, an unprecedented miracle unfolded. The dead would encounter spring. The once lifeless blossom gradually unfurled its desiccated petals under the nurturing glow. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. When a 9th petal fully blossomed, boom! A light so resplendent it defies description, so pure it cannot be defined by any law, erupted from that tiny flower bud. Light instantaneously dispelled the darkness. Light instantaneously reshaped order. Light instantaneously restored the long-dead divine staircase. This light fell like the spring rain of creation, nourishing the entire world, touching every trial-taker who had been eroded by the terminal darkness. My heart of the path, has it been restored? No, not merely restored. My path has become more pure. This is rebirth after destruction. We have all received a grace. On the staircase, all the latent dragons gazed in astonishment at the figure bathed in the light of rebirth, their eyes filled with a complex blend of awe and reverence. She had concluded all paths, yet bestowed them with new life. Just then, above the divine capital, the towering latent dragon list radiated with unprecedented brilliance. The name that had been shrouded in darkness at the pinnacle of the list finally revealed its true form under the light of rebirth. First on the latent dragon list, Yishi. On the divine staircase, she embodies the paths of termination and rebirth, harmonizing with the path of heavenly refinement, earning a fragment of the fire of creation. The moment the words fell, a flame, neither golden nor multicolored, but rather exhibiting an undefinable chaotic hue, drifted silently from the supreme throne of chaos. It bore no warmth, yet seemed capable of incinerating all things. It emitted no light, yet appeared able to illuminate the heavens. It was the primordial divine fire condensed by the divine Lord Xiao Zhan after refining countless worlds. The chaotic flame silently merged into Yishi's brow. Her cultivation did not surge wildly as others did. Her aura was even more restrained, more ordinary than before. Yet, all the top-tier powerhouses present, including the Burning Heaven Prince and Lin Xiaoyo, quaked uncontrollably at the moment they beheld her, for they sensed that this woman before them had transcended into a different dimension. She was no longer a mere examinee, but had gained a semblance of the examiner's qualification, akin to that of the supreme divine sun. Yishi slowly opened her eyes. Her clear gaze, hidden beneath the veil, finally lifted as she looked up to the exalted seat of the divine sun. It was as if an unspoken confrontation, transcending countless steps, unfolded between them. And upon the seat of the divine sun, Xiao Yan's lips curled into an increasingly distinct smile. Spear, shield, sword. He gently articulated the final syllable, along with the hand that governs it all. One word marked the conclusion of this protracted contest of paths. The tyrant, the Burning Heaven Prince, shall be the spear of the divine king, to cleave through all obstacles and conquer myriad realms. The benevolent Zhou Sheng shall be the shield of the divine king, to enlighten all beings and fortify the territory. The swordmaster Lin Ziyai is the sword of the divine king, destined to vanquish the malevolent and uphold righteousness. And at the pinnacle stands Yi Shi, a figure capable of wielding spear, shield, and sword, a singular entity, the third person, apart from the divine Lord and divine Son, in the future divine kingdom. The materials are prepared. Xiao Yan slowly rises, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the diverse yet transformed figures of the, akin to assessing a batch of unparalleled divine materials ready for the furnace. His vast and emotionless divine voice resounds throughout the heavens and the earth, proclaiming the final verdict of this sacred trial. The ascension stairs to divinity are now closed. All contenders shall enter the divine hall to pay their respects. With these words, he turns, taking a step, his figure vanishing into the profound radiance of the southern heaven gate, leaving behind the emblazoned with the names of the era's mightiest prodigies. Standing eternally like an immortal monument in this new world, soon to embrace its ultimate refinement. Chapter 41. The Divine Hall's Decree, You Are All Fuel. Xiao Yan's declaration of the closure of the Ascension Stairs resonates like a final judgment, bringing down the curtain on this golden age that has swept across the continent. The nine-colored staircase, a conduit of myriad great paths, suddenly dims. A hum reverberates as an irresistible force of the laws of conclusion descends. The road that has borne countless glories, sins, rebirths, and deaths begins to dissipate, as if it were a sand painting washed away by the river of time, transforming inch by inch into the most primal nine-colored points of light, slowly vanishing into the cosmos, as if it had never existed. Those fortunate enough to have ascended to the rankings, remaining on the staircase, are gently lifted by a warm and boundless power of creation. In the next moment, time and space reverse. The universe turns awry. When they regain their senses, they find themselves in a sacred hall that defies description by any mundane language. Here, there are no walls, no ceilings. Looking up, they behold a magnificent river of stars, flowing slowly, comprised of countless constellations, each emitting a terrifying aura more formidable than the essence of the contest of saints. Looking down reveals an unfathomable sea of chaos, where purple divine thunder and golden Dao lotuses rise and fall, manifesting the primordial scenes of the universe's creation. They float at the very center of the cosmos. Is this the divine kingdom's heavenly vault? A newly ascended prodigy from the demon clan, whose heart remains unstable, gasps in horror upon witnessing this spectacle. Yet, his voice cannot escape his lips, for within this divine hall, sound, light, and even time adhere to a higher dimensional law. Here, the only rule is absolute silence and submission. All gazes are drawn to the singular divine throne that hangs at the end of the starry river. The divine son, Xiao Yan, he sits quietly upon the white jade throne, second only to the supreme chaos throne, his eyes slightly closed, as if he has become one with this universe. Behind him, the divine envoy Medusa and the divine servant Yao Chan stand like the most loyal stone sculptures, hands at their sides. Below them, the lords of the divine court, Gu Yuan of the human department, Yan Jun of the fire department, Lei Ying of the thunder department, and Yao Dan of the alchemy department, are arrayed on either side, their formidable pressure capable of making all beings bow in reverence. Yet here it is contained like a still pond, daring not to leak a hint of its might. This is the true order of the divine court. This is the genuine majesty before the deities. Including the burning heaven prince, all the once spirited and self-assured aspirants are, in this moment, forcibly brought low by an insurmountable pressure emanating from the essence of life itself. Their paths may reign supreme in their own realms, yet in this hall, forged by true creators, they are as insignificant as a grain of dust. Amidst this absolute silence, potent enough to decay time itself, Xiao Yan's indifferent eyes slowly open. He does not gaze upon anyone. His sight seems to penetrate through the 100 aspirants before him, through this divine kingdom, landing upon the celestial furnace that awaits its ultimate elevation. After a long pause, his calm yet profound voice, akin to the ultimate decree of the heavens, resonates deep within the souls of every aspirant. Do you comprehend the significance of this trial? No one dares to answer. Xiao Yan does not anticipate their responses. He merely rises slowly from the divine throne. With a step, his figure appears to teleport, silently materializing before the 100 aspirants. His eyes, seemingly imbued with the cycles of the universe, scan this assembly of materials he has meticulously selected for the first time. His gaze lingers for a moment on the burning heaven prince. Tyrannical, you could serve as fuel, igniting the divine fire fiercely. The burning heaven prince trembles violently. His proud heart, once unyielding, quakes with an uncontrollable flicker of fear at that glance, as if the grand sun-black flame he boasts of is but a mere ordinary flame, ready to be controlled and utilized before this figure. Xiao Yan's gaze shifts to Zhou Sheng. The royal path could serve as the furnace wall, establishing the order of the cosmos. Zhou Sheng bows deeply. His scholarly heart clearly senses the supreme authority within the other's words that defines all things and allocates laws. Next, his attention turns to Lin Ziyai. The path of severance could serve as a sharp blade, cleansing impurities. The battle knife in Lin Ziyai's hand emits a clear, mournful wail, imbued with a sense of submission. His recently perfected, unwavering path of severance loses even the courage to be unsheathed before this divine sun. Finally, Xiao Yan's gaze alights upon the singular figure daring enough to meet his eyes, a petite silhouette veiled in black. Yevi, and you. Xiao Yan's lips curl into a subtle, almost imperceptible arc reminiscent of before. You could be the alchemical guide, mastering the fire of creation. Boom! At this proclamation, silence envelopes the surroundings. Even the four divine court lords, including Gu Yuan, display profound astonishment on their faces. Fuel, furnace wall, sharp blade, and alchemical guide. The divine sun has likened this group of unparalleled prodigies, rare as the ages, to mere alchemical materials. As the crowd grapples with this revolutionary realization, their hearts shaken, Xiao Yan slowly raises his hand. In the name of the Father God, I decree you all. His emotionless, vast voice transforms into a tangible, golden divine script infused with the highest heavenly decree, resonating thunderously within this cosmic divine hall. Burning Heaven Prince, step forward to receive your decree. The Burning Heaven Prince's spirit jolts, suppressing the tempest within, stepping forward to kneel on one knee. I decree you as the divine court's battle spear. Bestow upon you the authority to conquer. Command the divine court's burning heaven army to incinerate the myriad realms for my seat. Boom! A dark golden divine seal, forged from pure conquest and destruction laws, instantly embeds itself in the Burning Heaven Prince's forehead. His breath surged dramatically, breaking through the shackles of the Dou Zun and stepping into the realm of the half-saint. Zhou Sheng stepped forward to receive the decree. Zhou Sheng approached, bowing deeply. I am appointed as the scribe of the divine court. Bestow upon me the authority of enlightenment. I shall oversee the Jixia Palace of the divine court and recount the merits of countless ages. Buzz, a bronze divine seal, formed from the laws of order and heritage, fused into his forehead. The ancient tome of spring and autumn above his head radiated brilliance, and his cultivation firmly stabilized at the half-saint level. Lin Ziyai stepped forward to receive the decree. Lin Ziyai advanced, leaning on his blade. I am appointed as the heavenly blade of the divine court. Bestow upon me the authority of judgment. I shall preside over the immortal execution platform of the divine court and eliminate all those who defy fate. Clang! A platinum divine seal, forged from the laws of sharpness and discipline, merged into his forehead. He and the battle knife in his hand became one, and his aura of ferocity was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Prince of Burning Heaven. Yi Shi stepped forward to receive the decree. Yi Shi glided forward gracefully, standing still before him. Xiao Yan gazed at her in silence for a long while. Finally, he gently snapped his fingers. A strand of the creation fire, bestowed by the Divine Lord, slowly emerged from Yi Shi's forehead and hovered between the two. I do not bestow you a title, nor grant you power. Xiao Yan's voice, for the first time, bore an unfathomable depth that no one could comprehend. I only offer you a choice. He extended his hand, pointing to the vibrant Dou Qi Continent below, alive with the cheers and prostrations of countless beings, as if indicating a masterpiece about to be cast into the furnace. This realm is the furnace. All beings are the medicinal ingredients, and you, along with them, are the Danine. I shall refine a peerless elixir called the Divine Domain. Now, tell me, his indifferent gaze fixated on Yi Shi, as if conducting a final interrogation originating from the depths of the soul. Are you willing to wield the fire for me? At the moment the words fell, the entire cosmic divine palace plunged into an unprecedented silence. An absolute stillness derived from the laws. Wield the fire. Command that strand of creation fire. The Prince of Burning Heaven and the others, who had just experienced a fleeting sense of pride for being conferred as half-saints, were instantly crushed upon hearing these two words. They were merely materials cast into the furnace. And this woman, the divine princess, was being invited to become an alchemist. What a stark contrast. What unparalleled glory. All gazes converged upon that figure shrouded in a black veil. Yi Shi did not respond immediately. She simply stood quietly, observing the figure before her, as if fused with the entire universe, gazing into his eyes that were devoid of emotion, yet seemed to encompass the rise and fall of myriad worlds. After a long pause, she slowly lifted the black veil that she had worn since her appearance. Beneath the veil lay a countenance of unparalleled beauty. It was not a beauty of any earthly form, but more primordial essence, woven from the silence of demise and the hope of rebirth. A contradictory yet perfect divine beauty, a faint smile, capable of making thousands of galaxies pale in comparison, emerged from the corners of her lips. Then, She faced Xiao Yan and the creation fire and slowly, respectfully, knelt on one knee. She did not utter the words, "I am willing." Instead, she answered this sacred inquiry in a manner more sincere than the most fervent of devotees and purer than the most resolute of hearts, unique to her. The path of Yishi, in the depths of ultimate darkness, guards the light of new life. Today, I behold the creation fire. She slowly raised her head, her clear eyes reflecting the chaotic flame, as well as that magnificent figure. I am willing to be the firewood, to burn out this life, for the Divine Lord and your Highness, to illuminate all realms. The instant her words fell, that strand of creation fire seemed to respond to the most sacred of summons, emitting a joyful chime and instantly transforming into a streak of flowing light, fully merging into her forehead. Boom! An aura of the fire wielder, immeasurable by any realm, transcending even the comprehension of all beings in this world, erupted from her. A grand alchemical feast had thus laid its final cornerstone. Chapter 42. Questioning before the Divine, the true meaning of the furnace. Yishi's vow to illuminate all realms resonated in eternal harmony with the creation fire, gradually dissipating in the cosmic divine palace, as a sacred decree that overturned the understanding of all beings in this world finally came to a close. Firewood, furnace walls, Charblades, Dunyan. These seemingly mundane words, laden with boundless mysteries and chilling solemnity, pressed heavily upon the hearts of the 100 Taoists within the hall. Like ancient divine mountains formed from fear and reverence, they were the most brilliant stars of this golden era. They had emerged from a sea of blood, stepping over the corpses of countless beings, as peerless dragons of the generation. Yet in the end, all their glory, all their struggles, all their paths were merely a prologue to an alchemical composition already scripted by the divine, just an inconsequential material in the furnace of creation about to ignite. This realization was more terrifying than any form of oppression. It shattered the last remnants of arrogance, known as self, in their hearts from the most primordial level. The Prince of Burning Heaven lowered his once proud head. The blazing black flames surrounding him no longer bore any hint of dominance, only the awakening of a firewood soon to be ignited. Zhou Sheng's ancient tome of spring and autumn no longer attempted to inscribe order, but transformed into the most solid barrier, ready to welcome the divine fire capable of refining all things. Lin Ziyi gripped his battle knife tightly. The sharp intent of the blade no longer sought to slay, but to purge, awaiting the divine's command. They had all come to recognize their positions. In this grand feast of creation, directed by the alchemist of heaven himself, they did not even qualify to be mere pawns. They were simply tools. And in this atmosphere of absolute silence brought about by the revelation of truth, Yishi, who had just accepted the identity of the fire wielder, slowly rose from her kneeling position. She did not succumb to the collapse of self-identification like others. Her clear eyes, reflecting the creation fire, gazed beyond the divine figure before her, towards the more distant, deeper expanse that seemed to transcend time and space, the end of the divine palace. There lay the throne of the supreme chaos. There lay her ultimate answer for this journey. On the throne, Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze seemed to penetrate her thoughts. His emotionless yet profound divine voice resonated once more in the depths of every soul. The decree is complete. The rest shall return to their places and await the opening of the furnace. As his voice fell, he gently waved his sleeve. An irresistible force of time and space descended instantly. In the vast expanse of the cosmic temple, the figures of the Burning Heaven Prince, Zhou Sheng, Lin Ziyi, and over 90 newly ascended Taoists, alongside the high-ranking members of the divine court, such as Gu Yuan, faded away under an overwhelming force, as if erased from a canvas, silently vanishing from this celestial sanctum. They had been returned to their respective stations. The grand temple now stood desolate, enveloped in an eerie silence, leaving only the divine Sun Xiao Yan, seated upon the jade throne, and the fire-bearer, Yishi, standing resolutely in the center of the temple. "Do you seem to have further inquiries?" Xiao Yan spoke, his tone flat as he regarded her. "Indeed," Yishi replied, her voice cold and pure, devoid of any trepidation. "I wish to meet the divine sovereign." These 4 words, uttered with casual ease, seemed imbued with a forbidden allure, causing the already silent cosmic temple to momentarily still, as if time itself had paused. Even Medusa, the divine envoy standing like a statue behind Xiao Yan, revealed a fleeting expression of profound astonishment on her exquisite face. Hidden beneath her veil, to see the divine sovereign, as she lost her mind, Since the establishment of the divine court, no being, save for the divine Son, had ever dared entertain such an audacious thought. The divine sovereign embodies the Tao, the principles, an existence beyond comprehension, impervious to scrutiny, a being whose very essence is unfathomable. Mortal eyes that gaze upon the divine must be punished. Yet, Xiao Yan displayed no sign of surprise. He merely observed Yi Shi, and for the first time, a glimmer of ungraspable approval flickered within the depths of his indifferent gaze. Granted, this single word seemed to unlock the final gateway to truth. He rose slowly, raising a hand gently towards Yi Shi. "Follow me." As his words fell, the space before him rippled like the surface of a tranquil lake. With a single step forward, his figure vanished into the undulating waves. Yi Shi hesitated not for an instant, her lotus steps moving in swift pursuit. The moment her form entirely disappeared into the spatial ripples, the entire cosmic temple trembled violently. The southern gate, which had remained ajar since their entrance, suddenly slammed shut with a thunderous roar, as if severing the known from the unknown. There was no sensation of vertigo from traversing time and space, nor the tearing feeling of shifting through laws. When Yi Shi regained her sight, she found herself amidst an undefined expanse, devoid of any direction or temporal continuity. What lay before her was pure, akin to the primordial chaos that existed before the birth of the universe. At the very center of this endless chaos floated a throne, indescribable by any material, seemingly forged from truth and the essence of annihilation. A black throne that hung in stillness. Upon it sat a figure, obscured in mystery, indiscernible in form. Even his existence or non-existence remained uncertain. He sat there quietly, yet he appeared to be the nucleus of this chaos, the genesis of countless universes, as well as the terminus of all causality. His presence was the embodiment of the Tao, his breath, the essence of the law. Yi Shi could acutely feel the spark of creation within her, an ember potent enough to incinerate all, subdued before this figure, as meek as a spark that could be extinguished at any moment. At last, she beheld the one who had personally laid to rest the old era and ushered in a new epoch, regarding all things as fuel and all beings as kindling. The supreme divine sovereign, the alchemist of heaven, Xiao Zhan, you have arrived. A voice resonated deep within Yi Shi's very soul, not a language, but a primal transmission of information, a direct communion between Tao and Tao. In reverence, she knelt before this ineffable figure, executing the most ancient and sacred gesture of homage. She was not bowing to a monarch, nor to a deity. She was bowing to the very end of the Tao that she had sought throughout her existence. Yi Shi pays homage to truth. The figure upon the throne seemed to emit a soft chuckle, devoid of joy or approval, merely an ancient indifference, as if assessing an intriguing work. You have one opportunity to pose a question. The vast, emotionless voice resounded once more. Power, immortality, or dominion over another realm. Speak your desires. This was a divine gift, an ultimate temptation capable of driving any being to madness. Should she utter a word, she could attain all that any being could ever dream of. Yet, Yi Shi remained silently kneeling for a protracted duration. Gradually, she lifted her gaze, and in her clear eyes, reflections of the infinite chaos, there emerged a hint of confusion, potent enough to stir the very fabric of chaos itself. She relinquished her inquiry concerning her own fate. She forsook the pursuit of supreme techniques. Instead, she posed the most devout, pure, and humble query that had long haunted her since her inception, a question shared by all apex beings within this realm. The ultimate question. May I inquire of the divine sovereign, what is the significance of our existence in this world? This question struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the eternal chaos, sending ripples through the unchanging fabric of time and space. The figure upon the throne fell into a prolonged silence, as if contemplating the audacity stemming from mere insects, or mocking the navet rooted in ignorance. After what felt like an eternity, the vast, impassive voice finally descended like a final decree. There were no explanations, no jurisjudences, only a revelation so cold and grand that it could shatter the very heavens of antiquity. You are all kindling and also divine fire. This realm is a furnace, aimed at forging a fruit of the Tao that leads to eternity. Now, the figure gradually rose from the throne that symbolized the end, an indescribable will, potent enough to reignite countless universes, awakened with a thunderous roar. The materials are prepared. Ignite the furnace. Commence the forging. As the final syllable, containing the dual laws of creation and annihilation, fell from the supreme throne. Chaos erupted. The sky above the continent of fighting Qi, which had only just regained clarity, transformed into a sheet of transparent glass under the astonished gazes of countless beings. Through the crystalline canopy of the heavens, all beings, be they mere mortals or mighty battle saints, simultaneously beheld the towering figure that slowly rose amidst the eternal chaos. Immediately thereafter, an ancient and vast chaotic cauldron, seemingly embodying the rise and fall of myriad universes, emerged from the void, swelling against the wind. In an instant, it obscured the entire firmament, enveloping this realm known as the continent of Battle Qi, along with the countless unaware elixirs contained within, completely shrouded. A monumental alchemical endeavor, with the world as its furnace, all living beings as its ingredients, and ancient prodigies as the guiding essence, aimed at forging a divine fruit of the realm, was thus inaugurated. Chapter 43. The furnace ignites the world. All beings become flames. The final syllable of the incantation transformed into a celestial edict, defining the end of this world, resonating throughout the chaos. An epic-defining creation of unparalleled magnitude, beyond the comprehension of all living beings, descended upon existence. Thunderous roars echoed across the continent of Battle Qi. This ancient domain that bore witness to the joys and sorrows of countless souls, as its celestial vault vanished in an instant. In its stead loomed an immense, boundless cauldron wall, inscribed with the ancient scriptures of eons, descending inexorably. The sun, moon, and stars, all celestial bodies known to mere mortals, suddenly lost their significance, reduced to mere cold patterns upon the cauldron's surface. The world transformed into a prison, a cauldron gradually heating up. The sky was no more. In the grand city of the central continent, a child pointed at the despairing sky, whispering with a blend of innocence and terror. His mother, paralyzed and pale, was already overwhelmed by this apocalyptic sight that shattered her worldview. God, the Divine Lord, what we done wrong? After a brief silence, an overwhelming wave of primal panic and the collapse of faith swept across the continent. Billions, who had but a moment ago fervently worshipped and praised the Divine Lord's compassion, found their faith shattered by an invisible hammer. What did they witness? They beheld the towering figure in the eternal chaos, whom they regarded as truth and salvation. They also saw the chaotic cauldron that had sealed them all within this realm, treating them as mere ingredients. There was no divine retribution, no acquiescence, not even the slightest explanation. Only the alchemist's customary processing of his creation. No, this cannot be real. This is an illusion, a deception conjured by demonic forces. A battle emperor, unable to accept this harsh reality, lost his composure and in a frenzied state, soared into the sky, unleashing all his battle energy against the seemingly close cauldron wall. However, his full force, capable of splitting mountains upon contact with the cauldron wall, vanished without a trace, absorbed and assimilated by the ancient inscriptions, transforming into the first insignificant flame to heat this furnace. He himself, under the gaze of all, was crushed by an invisible force of law, reduced to pure energy, silently merging into the preheating expanse. Silence. An eerie silence. All understood. Resistance was futile. Escape was a delusion. They, along with this world, had become trapped. Just as the mortal realm below was engulfed in endless despair and chaos, those newly appointed disciples, having just been assigned their roles, finally comprehended their true mission. In the southern wilderness, at the Fiery Sky Cliff, the recently summoned Prince of Fiery Sky, still basking in the glory of the divine spear, suddenly froze, his countenance filled with arrogance and dominance. Boom! The great sun-black flame within him, born of the fusion of the sun and moon, expanded uncontrollably. An irresistible, terrifying pull from the chaotic cauldron was greedily siphoning his proud source of fire. He was not wielding the flame. He was becoming the flame. This was the true meaning of kindling. The Prince of Fiery Sky, feeling the ignition of his Dao heart, displayed for the first time a bitter smile, tinged with self-mockery and profound dread. He was becoming the first torch to ignite this celestial furnace. In the central continent, at the Academy of Jixia, the ancient tome of spring and autumn above Zhou Sheng's head fluttered without wind, revealing countless ethereal figures of sages chanting ancient scriptures, transforming into impervious barriers of order, spreading wildly in all directions. He was using his royal way to forcibly suppress this continent, on the brink of collapse due to the impending reforge of its laws. He was the barrier preventing the cauldron from exploding before the divine fire ignited. In the northwest, at the celestial slaying platform, Lin Ziyi stood holding his battle blade upon a towering platform forged from bones and divine gold. He could distinctly feel a cold, merciless will of judgment emanating from the divine realm, merging with the blade in his hand. This will guided him to eliminate those impurities unwilling to be refined, those remnants of the old era clinging to life, and those resentful ancient beings. He would become the sharpest and most ruthless blade of purification in the hands of the divinity. In the depths of chaos, before the supreme throne, the imposing figure of Xiao Zhan slowly turned. His indifferent gaze, reflecting the rise and fall of countless universes, fell upon the only remaining petite figure standing there, Yi Shi. They were all in position. The vast sound of the Tao resonated directly within Yi Shi's soul. The kindling was prepared, the cauldron walls were solidified, and the blade was poised. Now, only the final and most crucial step remained. Xiao Zhan slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the continent of Dou Qi, shrouded in endless fear and despair. Go, ignite them. A collective they, encompassing countless unaware ingredients of this realm. Yi Shi's body trembled violently. Her clear eyes, hidden beneath her veil, fixated intently on the unfolding tapestry of human dramas below, filled with myriad joys and sorrows, love and hatred. For the first time, that Tao heart, recently filled with truth, wavered, unable to suppress a flicker of doubt. Ignite them? With what shall I ignite? With the spark of creation within me, symbolizing rebirth and hope. To ignite a cataclysmic fire that engulfs the entire world. Is this the path I seek? Is this my ultimate fate as the bearer of fire? As if perceiving the turmoil within her heart, Xiao Zhan's emotionless voice resonated once more. Do you pity them? Yi Shi did not respond, yet her silence spoke volumes. Ignorance. Xiao Zhan spoke with an air of detachment, offering his judgment. The destruction you perceive is merely the herald of a higher order rebirth. The suffering you witness is but the labor pains that must be endured before one can metamorphose from a chrysalis into a butterfly. Their individuality holds no significance. Only when their divinity is thoroughly purified in this grand crucible, melded into a single essence, can they attain true eternity. As his words faded, Xiao Zhan afforded her no opportunity for hesitation. He directed a gentle finger towards Yi Shi, uttering, "Go forth, flame bearer." Buzz! Yi Shi felt as though her soul had been seized by an invisible hand, yanked from the chaos and hurled, at a velocity that transcended time and space, into the imprisoned realm below. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself suspended at the very heart of the Dou Qi Continent, above the heavens of Zhongzhou. Below her, countless souls gazed upwards, their eyes filled with confusion, fear, and a flicker of fragile hope. Within her being, the spark of creation flickered wildly, resonating profoundly with the souls of every living entity beneath her. She was the conduit, and the myriad souls and beliefs below served as the source of divine fire potent enough to ignite the entire cosmos. Yi Shi closed her eyes. She beheld a mother fiercely cradling her child, cursing the lofty deity with the most venomous words. She witnessed an elder kneeling before his ancestral grave, lamenting the arrival of doom in the most sorrowful tones. She saw a pair of lovers entwined in a desperate embrace, resolutely awaiting their ultimate demise. Was all of this truly devoid of meaning? Just as her resolve began to waver once more, the cold, unfeeling voice of the divine master reverberated within her soul like a final warning bell. Ignite the fire. Yi Shi's body stiffened. Her clear eyes suddenly opened wide. All compassion, all uncertainty, all reluctance were, in that instant, wholly supplanted by grander, more indifferent will of the heavenly Tao. She was Yi Shi, yet she was also the embodiment of the will of the celestial smith, the flame bearer of this grand creation forge. She hesitated no longer. Slowly, she raised her delicate hand, capable of defining rebirth and destruction. She gently pushed forth the spark of creation, which had already become one with the souls of countless beings. In the name of the flame bearer, I decree divine fire. Ignite! Boom! The moment the final word of ignition echoed throughout the heavens and earth, a brilliant conflagration, indescribable by any light, surged forth from every corner of the Dou Qi Continent, erupting from the depths of countless souls. In that instant, the entire continent transformed into a vast ocean of light. There was no pain, no wailing. All living beings lost consciousness the moment the radiance ignited. Their corporeal forms remained, yet their souls, memories, emotions, and every experience of their lives dissolved into the purest, colorless divine flame, soaring skyward, merging into the chaotic divine cauldron that enveloped the world. From outside the cauldron, the once pitch-black and silent, chaotic giant vessel began to radiate light from within. The illumination grew ever more resplendent, culminating in a creation sun more dazzling and fervent than countless stars. The heavenly furnace had been utterly ignited. Chapter 44. Laws as broth, mountains and rivers as medicine. The moment the creation sun, illuminating the endless chaos, ascended within the Qinquan cauldron, time itself lost all significance. Outside the cauldron lay eternal chaos and silence. Inside, a silent cosmic cycle of creation and annihilation unfolded at an unimaginable speed. The realm once known as the Dou Qi Continent was being irreversibly unraveled by an irresistible force of return to origin, disassembling its fundamental structure. Mountains ceased to be mountains. The rocks, soil, and even the dragon vein energy contained within were reduced to the purest essence, different elemental particles, under the omnipresent divine fire's scorching. This scene resembled countless brilliant, colorful rivers of stars flowing slowly within the boundless furnace, intertwining with one another. Rivers were no longer rivers. The water, along with the life and nourishment it bore, evaporated, transforming into the most refined principles of water and life energy, swirling like a gossamer green nebula above the furnace. The 5 great regions that once divided the continent saw their geographical boundaries dissolve entirely. The prosperity of Zhongzhou, the antiquity of the northwest, the heat of the southern region, and the chill of the north. All regional differences and laws were forcibly erased, morphing into a bubbling concoction of varying temperatures, hues, and textures within this colossal alchemical furnace. This was the true essence of the celestial forging, not a brutal annihilation, but an exquisitely precise purification. It dismantled a world, along with all its laws, energies, beings, and even its history and civilization, washing away all complex identities, leaving only its most primordial, purest divinity, ready for reconstitution. In this grand creation furnace, so monumental that even gods and demons trembled before it, the 3 chosen disciples of the deities executed their fated roles as instruments in ways beyond imagination. In the southern wilderness, at the site of the former Burning Sky Cliff, the figure of the Burning Sky Prince had long since vanished. In his stead floated a terrifying sun, black at its core with a golden exterior, shimmering with a thread of ice-blue divine light, suspended at the furnace's lowest level. He was the source of this celestial furnace. The authority of the divine spear within him had transformed into a conduit of divine fire, continuously drawing forth his unparalleled black flames of the sun, converting them into the most stable and efficient refining fire, evenly roasting every corner of this world's remnants. He felt no pain. Indeed, he possessed no self-awareness. He merely fulfilled the duty of kindling, and his path, his life's pride, found its most extreme and sorrowful transcendence within this conflagration. In Zhongzhou, above the heavens, Zhou Sheng's figure also became ethereal. The ancient tome of spring and autumn above his head had metamorphosed into an invisible web of laws covering the entire continent. Upon this web, the 5 sacred symbols of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust glimmered like 5 eternal stars, radiating a warm yet unyielding light of order. Whenever the tectonic plates below threatened to collapse from excessive refining, the web would unleash countless golden chains, forcefully anchoring that region's existence. Whenever the laws of space threatened to tear apart, creating a rift to an unknown dimension due to overwhelming pressure, the sacred barrier manifests, quietly smoothing the disturbance. He, through the path of kings, maintains this alchemical furnace, ensuring its stability before it ultimately transforms into a pill. Yet, even with kindling and furnace walls, a grand refinement is not without its challenges. For even the most perfect herbs inevitably conceal impurities that resist being refined. In the farthest reaches of the continent, in the forbidden land known as the Wailing Ice Field, deep beneath its surface lies a dark lair, a place uncharted even by the ancient Empyreans. Formed from the absolute evil and the grievances of the end, it begins to awaken slowly, scorched by divine fire. Who dares to disturb the slumber of the ancients? A howl, composed purely of mental corruption and inaudible to any vocal cords, resonates softly from the depths of that lair. In the next instant, a being beyond description, seemingly composed of writhing shadows and flesh that screams, tears through layers of the earth, and boldly emerges into the world. It embodies all negative concepts that were expelled by the heavenly path at the dawn of creation. It is the cancer of this realm, lacking intellect. It possesses only the instinct to devour all. Roar! At the moment of its appearance, the ancient dominator opens its massive maw, formed from countless arms of vengeful souls, and viciously bites down upon a strand of life essence, recently purified and profoundly pure, hanging in the sky. With a sizzle, that essence, which should have merged into the elixir, is instead consumed on the spot. Its aura surges in response. It can indeed feast upon the divine, alchemical results. This is the gravest and most lethal impurity within this furnace. In the depths of chaos, upon the highest throne, Xiao Zhan's indifferent eyes slowly open. His gaze seems to penetrate the thick walls of the cauldron, landing upon the ancient dominator, which is ravenously consuming the alchemical results. His expression bears no trace of anger. Instead, there's a pure indifference, akin to that of a craftsman scrutinizing a flawed piece of art. Impurities must be excised. He does not even stir a finger. Merely a thought crosses his mind. In the next heartbeat, at the immortal slaying platform in the northwest, the towering edifice forged from bones and divine metal trembles violently. Lin Xiao, standing atop it, suddenly opens his tightly shut eyes. Yet within those eyes, there is no glimmer of his own spirit, only an absolute indifference, mirroring that of the deity upon the throne. He has been momentarily overtaken by the will of the divine. In the name of the deity, he, or rather it, slowly raises the battle knife in his hand. The ancient blade, adorned with a platinum divine seal representing the authority of judgment, gleams with sudden brilliance. An essence, not of this world and untethered to any known laws, exists purely to sever and divide, descends as the supreme blade of heaven. Execution. The instant the words are spoken, Lin Xiaoyan's figure vanishes from the immortal slaying platform, as if he had never existed. Simultaneously, above the ancient dominator, which is consuming voraciously, Lin Xiaoyan's presence materializes out of thin air without warning. He does not gaze at the vile creature, nor does he unleash any earth-shattering fighting spirit. He simply, with a single stroke of his knife, cleaves down. Clang! There is no flash of light, no aura of the blade. The moment this stroke descends, all flowing laws within the alchemical furnace come to a standstill, as if paying the highest respect to this supreme cut. The ancient dominator, with its maw formed from countless vengeful souls, remains poised to consume. Yet, its movements are forever frozen. A second later, a line, thinner than a hair and a billion times purer, composed solely of the concept of division itself, slowly emerges from its forehead, penetrating its colossal and twisted body. Pop! With a soft sound, that being capable of instilling despair even in the Empyreans, along with the recently consumed life essence within, is perfectly and flawlessly divided in two. Next, the separated life essence transforms into a stream of light, reintegrating into the emerald star cloud. Meanwhile, the purified remains of the monster are decomposed under the will of the heavenly blade into the most pristine essence of evil and grievance, manifesting as two streams of black air, completely absorbed by the chaotic divine cauldron, becoming a vital auxiliary herb for refining the Dao fruit. Having completed this, the cold indifference within Lin Xiaoyan gradually recedes. He regains clarity, gazing at the empty ice field below, a flicker of bewilderment and trepidation flashing through his eyes. One he himself does not fully comprehend. Did he truly deliver that strike? His figure is then teleported back to the immortal slaying platform, as if nothing had transpired. In the chaos, upon the throne, Xiao Zhan slowly closes his eyes. It seems as though he has merely swatted a fly that dared to enter his kitchen. His vast Dao sound echoes through the empty chaos, tinged with a barely perceptible satisfaction. The impurities have been cleansed. The time is nigh. The formation of the pill is not far off. Chapter 45. The initial formation of the Dao fruit, the embryonic form of the divine realm. The supreme will of judgment from the blade flickers and vanishes within the alchemical furnace, and chaos returns to its eternal themes of deathly silence and unending refinement. Throughout this grand creation, time has long since transformed into the most meaningless measure. Perhaps it is a moment, or perhaps it has been an eternity. Within the cauldron, the realm once known as the continent of fighting Qi has had all tangible existence utterly erased. Mountains, rivers, flora, and beings, all forms have returned to the void. What remains is essence. Countless strands of divine light, purified from the souls of living beings, devoid of joy or sorrow, float like an endless ocean of fireflies. Numerous pathways representing the elemental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness transform into myriad colorful streams, gently and aimlessly flowing within this sea of light, distinctly separate, yet perpetually at risk of colliding and annihilating one another under the divine fire's scorching gaze. This is the most primordial elixir of this world. Chaos, immense and filled with infinite potential, yet also chaotic to the extreme, without an absolute core of order to forcibly coalesce them. Their only fate awaits in endless consumption, ultimately returning to silence. In the depths of chaos, upon the highest throne, Xiao Zhan's indifferent eyes slowly opened. He had waited long enough. The moment for this pot of medicinal soup had finally arrived. Dannying back in place. He did not utter a word. He merely summoned a thought, a singular notion, potent enough to ignite the final congealment of this primordial, bubbling concoction. In the next instant, at the very heart of that chaotic sea of primal light, a petite figure, veiled in black gauze and standing apart from the world, materialized without warning. It was Yi Shi. At this moment, she was no longer the girl caught in the struggle between darkness and light. Her eyes, clear and pure, bore an undeniable indifference, reminiscent of the deity enthroned above. It was as if she had transcended her individuality and had become the Tao itself. She was the divinely ordained core of this divine realm's Tao fruit. Buzzing, the instant Yi Shi's form emerged in this sea of primordial light, the strand of chaotic divine fire, bestowed upon her by the deity, ignited abruptly at her brow. It held no warmth, no radiance, yet, as it flared to life, the tumultuous, violent, conflicting primal laws within the entire furnace of the cosmos seemed to be commanded by an absolute edict from an unyielding sovereign, and instantly ceased to flow. They stilled. What followed was an even more astonishing spectacle. The myriad strands of floating divine flames, like weary birds returning home, erupted in joyful cheers filled with submission, eagerly converging towards Yi Shi's form. She did not seek to absorb them. Instead, she quietly opened her arms, as if embracing a new world on the verge of birth. Allowing the boundless divinity to coalesce around her, she initiated the first round of consolidation. Booming, that boundless sea of divine light began to collapse inward at a visibly rapid pace. Its brilliance intensified, its density escalated. Ultimately, beyond Yi Shi's body, it coalesced into a brilliant star core, exceeding 10,000 miles in diameter, composed entirely of the purest soul light. This was the first strand of the divine realm, the foundation that would bear all things. However, this was merely the beginning. The laws became the pulse. As Yi Shi's emotionless Tao sound resonated, the strand of creative fire within her erupted once more, unleashing waves of invisible order. The myriad streams of primal laws that had been at rest stirred. They no longer conflicted nor repelled one another. Instead, they were as if combed and woven by an invisible hand. The laws of earth and the solidity of the soil were the first to sink into that resplendent star core, transforming into the most steadfast mountain and dragon veins within it. Following closely, the laws of life and moisture, like emerald ribbons, entwined around the dragon veins, becoming the ceaseless rivers of blood. Gold, wood, wind, thunder, all foundational laws were forcibly realigned at this moment, constructing the star core's internal organs in a manner that was both perfect and stable. Boom! The moment the last foundational law melded into the star core, the entire core trembled violently. It began to give rise to vivid mountains, plains, and oceans. Though still mere illusions of light and shadow, the overwhelming essence brimming with vitality and vigor was undeniably real. The embryonic form of a world had been birthed. Amidst this grand creation, the three Tao children finally faced their ultimate fate as tools. At the furnace's base, the great sun-black flame, transformed from the burning heaven prince, blazed with unprecedented intensity. The divine spear authority within him was fervently consuming all of him, continually infusing the newly born star core with the most domineering power of destruction and conquest, refining its divine bone. This would grant it, from the very moment of its birth, a brilliance capable of incinerating myriad realms. High above in the heavens, the spring and autumn law net descended with millions of chains of order. The royal path of the surrounding saint transformed into the sturdiest world barrier. firmly enveloping the newborn star core to shape its divine body. This would enable it to withstand any external law erosion for the endless ages to come. And upon that solitary immortal execution platform, the battle knife in Lin Xiaoyan's hand quietly shattered, piece by piece. His supreme path of severance, along with that judgment divine seal, transformed into the purest concept of sharpness, silently merging into the rules of this newly birthed world's heaven and earth. From this moment forth, this realm would face heavenly tribulations. This realm would have laws. Those harboring ill intentions and acting against the heavens would summon the relentless judgment of the heavenly blade. He had, in essence, become the Tao, the first embodiment of the heavenly will governing punishment in this divine realm. Firewood, furnace walls, sharp blades. The three Tao children, each representing distinctly different paths, ultimately converged in the most perfect manner, becoming an indispensable part of this divine realm's Tao fruit. In the chaos, Xiao Zhan gazed quietly at the slowly rotating embryonic form of the world within the cauldron, magnificent mountains and rivers shimmering upon it, and within his indifferent gaze. For the first time, a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction emerged. The embryonic form had been set. He spoke slowly, his voice no longer echoing within the chaos, but resonating directly within that newly born world. With myriad laws, he gently lifted his right hand, one capable of defining existence and void, toward that resplendent star core, and softly clasped it, refining its divinity. Boom! An indescribable surge of supreme, creative authority, emanating from the essence of the celestial refiner, descended with a thunderous impact. The world's embryonic form, already taking shape, began yet again to undergo an ultimate leap toward higher dimensions and realms under this power's refinement. A true feast of creation belonging to the gods had only just begun at this moment. Chapter 46, Tao Fruit Fulfilled, Decreed as Divine Sovereign. That hand, capable of defining existence and void, tightened slowly within the chaos, heralding an ultimate refinement that could not be described by any language, transcending cause and effect and the fabric of time and space. Boom! The world embryonic form, with Yi Shi at its core, the three Tao children as its framework, and the divine essence of countless beings as its flesh, found its myriad laws, recently woven, shattering once more beneath the crushing weight of this supreme authority. Yet this was not annihilation. Rather, it was a more advanced reorganization and sublimation. If one were to liken the prior refinement to the process of transforming heterogeneous ores into pure molten iron, then the current quenching is akin to forging this molten iron into a blade capable of severing the bonds of eternity, a divine weapon of immortality. Crack, crack, crack. Within the cauldron, the chaotic ocean formed by countless streams of laws has had its clear boundaries utterly shattered. No longer does pure fire exist, nor does pure water remain. The searing fire laws, representing fervor, have been violently crushed and melded with the flowing water laws in a manner that subverts all earthly reason, achieving a flawless fusion. Ultimately, they transform into a new law, the fountain of life, that is both blazing and surging, capable of giving rise to boundless life steam in its flow. The sharp metal laws collide with the desolate laws of death, annihilating each other, only to be forcibly unified under the will of creation's authority. In the end, they coalesce into a realm that embodies both conclusion and judgment, the invisible celestial killing intent. This is the true might of the celestial refiner. He does not merely adhere to the ancient laws of this world. Rather, he is crafting, defining, and forging a new divine domain that transcends the constraints of the old era with truths from a higher dimension. Amidst this frenzied law fusion, the resplendent star core finally embraces its ultimate transformation from illusion to reality. Thunderous roars. The once ethereal expanse composed of soul light begins to genuinely sprout the first strands of immortal soil, formed from divine essence. This soil, shimmering with a faint nine-color glaze, possesses a weight sufficient to collapse an expanse of the old world. Following this, mountains rise, rivers flow, no longer mere shadows, but tangible entities forged from true divine gold and path water. Towering peaks, reaching immeasurable heights, surge forth, their summits piercing the very fabric of the world, woven from order and the laws of inheritance, becoming the unyielding mountains that support this new realm. Vast celestial rivers, wide enough to span millions of miles, cascade down from the origins of the divine peaks, each drop infused with an overwhelming vitality capable of elevating mortals to sainthood. At this moment, the sun and moon are redefined. They are no longer distant stars suspended in the sky, but two embodiments of the supreme laws of the yin and yang, the divine eyes of heaven and earth. The rising sun signifies the awakening and active realm of the divine domain, where all things flourish. The setting moon represents the quietude and passive aspect of the divine domain, where souls return to the netherworld and order finds repose. Life and death, movement and stillness become the eternal pulse of this divine realm. In a single breath lies the transition of epochs. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Zhan gazes quietly into the cauldron, observing the rapid evolution of a new world, transforming beyond imagination. A subtle satisfaction gradually deepens within his indifferent gaze. He slowly releases his tightly clenched right hand. The supreme authority of quenching gradually recedes. All law fusions come to a complete halt at this moment. All miraculous evolutions are frozen in time. A radiant Dao fruit, perfectly round, adorned with magnificent landscapes and the brilliance of sun and moon, encapsulating the complete cycle of an era's life and death, quietly hovers at the center of the chaotic cauldron. It has become the abandoned furnace of heaven and earth, where countless beings, once regarded as mere kindling, ultimately transform into this immortal divine artifact, enough to drive the myriad realms into madness. Indeed, Xiao Zhan calmly renders his judgment. He rises slowly, stepping forth, his figure traversing the boundless chaos, directly appearing before the magnificent chaotic cauldron, grander than an entire world. He extends his hand towards the resplendent Dao fruit and gently beckons. The Dao fruit emits a sound filled with reverence and joy, akin to a streak of light, instantly soaring from the cauldron, ultimately transforming into an ancient divine seal, inscribed with the words Dou Qi, silently landing in his palm. This is the core of this divine realm. With this seal, one can decree the life and death of all within this world with but a thought. Having completed all this, Xiao Zhan slowly turns, his vast voice of Dao resonating for the first time with a hint of proclamation, filling this newly birthed divine domain, shaped by his will. From this day forth, this realm shall be named the Dou Qi Divine Domain. The moment his words fell, thunderous roars within the divine domain, the heavenly laws resound. The words Dou Qi transform into two brilliant divine characters, more radiant than the sun and moon, fiercely imprinting themselves into the core of the laws within every inch of this world. Immediately following, Xiao Zhan's gaze seems to penetrate the barriers of the divine domain, landing upon the four figures he had previously returned to their respective posts, now engulfed in absolute shock and fervor due to this creative divine might. Gu Yuan, Yan Jin, Lei Ying, and Yao Dan step forward to receive their seals. The four figures are instantly drawn into the chaos by an irresistible force. Upon seeing the Dou Qi divine seal hovering in the hands of the divine master and sensing the terrifying power within capable of reducing them to ashes in an instant, they can no longer contain their fervor and reverence, prostrating themselves in wild homage. I hereby appoint you as the four divine lords of the Dou Qi divine domain. Boom! A radiance of authority, more magnificent and primordial than that bestowed during the sealing of disciples, erupts from the Dou Qi divine seal, instantly embedding itself into the foreheads of the four. Their cultivation, their life levels, their understanding of the laws, all commence their final leap towards the divine tier at this moment. Gu Yuan, as the Eastern Divine Lord of Greenwood, governs vitality and enlightenment. Yan Jin, as the Southern Divine Lord of Blazing Fire, governs destruction and war. Lei Ying, as the Western Divine Lord of Golden Thunder, governs punishment and law. Yao Dan, as the Northern Divine Lord of Celestial Water, governs healing and reincarnation. The four Divine Lords have returned to their positions. The entire framework of order within the Dou Qi Divine Domain is thoroughly solidified at this moment. Thank you, Divine Master, for your celestial grace. The four newly appointed Divine Lords, feeling the power within them potent enough to reshape a continent with but a thought, tremble with excitement, their very souls quivering. Yet, Xiao Zhan no longer gazes upon them. His attention appears to pierce through the endless chaos, gazing towards a more distant and profound unknown realm. Within his internal monologue, the long-sealed true will of the celestial refiner, Lin Yi, slowly awakens. The first piece of art is completed. Its quality is commendable. Thus, he slowly raises his gaze, and for the first time, a flicker of interest ignites in the depths of his indifferent eyes. What marvels shall the next furnace behold? System notification. Detected that the host has successfully refined a realm. The multiverse book crossing function has been activated. Scanning the myriad heavens. Scan complete. The most suitable next realm for the furnace has been locked. The Great Thousand World. Chapter 47. The Divine Domain Assembly. The final chapter of the Old World. In the depths of chaos, the chaotic divine cauldron, which once forged a realm, has now vanished. The eternal silence and void once again reign as the dominant melody of this extra-mundane land. Upon the throne, the magnificent figure who once walked the world under the name of Xiao Zhan slowly opened his eyes. What kind of gaze was this? Within them lay not a trace of emotion belonging to sentient beings, but rather an absolute indifference to the birth and demise of the universe, the cycles of myriad paths. He was no longer Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan. That guise, donned for the sake of convenience, fulfilled its historical mission the moment the Dou Qi fruit was forged. Now, seated here, was the celestial smith, Lin Yi. He gently raised his right hand. In his palm lay an ancient divine seal, inscribed with the words Dou Qi, radiating a harmonious and flawless essence of the Tao. This was his first masterpiece. Forged from the remnants of a shattered furnace, the divine essences of countless beings, and the paths of 5 prodigies, culminating in the immortal divine domain. Satisfactory. Lin Yi assessed with an unassuming demeanor. He did not traverse the realm with divine consciousness. For every speck of dust within the divine domain was merely an extension of his will. He comprehended all, perceiving everything. He merely entertained a thought, a notion to convene the first assembly within this newly birthed divine hall. Thus his voice, devoid of emotion yet imbued with the supreme principles of celestial law, resonated for the first time throughout this nascent divine domain. Gather. A single word. With utterance. The law followed. Boom. The entire Dou Qi divine domain responded with fervor to this decree. This was not a command. It was the primordial logic bestowed upon this realm by the creator deity. In the eastern extremity of the divine domain, amidst an expansive sea of life, countless divine trees began to surge forth in wild growth, in endless vitality and teachings coalescing into a towering azure beam of light, ascending to the heavens. Within this pillar of light, a majestic figure clad in the robe of the Azurewood Emperor manifested, none other than Gu Yuan. He was not wielding this power. Rather, the power itself became his throne and staircase to descend upon this realm. In the southern extremity of the divine domain, an unending torrent of destructive divine fire erupted from the earth's core, coalescing into a lotus of the southern Mingli fire that spanned the horizon. The silhouette of Yin Jin gradually emerged from within the heart of that lotus. He embodied war. He embodied destruction. In the western extremity of the divine domain, countless bolts of divine thunder, symbolizing punishment and discipline, intertwined to form a sea of thunder. Li Ingi Gripida Divini Vip, stepping forth from the depths of a thunderous ocean. With each stride, the laws of the entire divine domain bowed in solemnity. In the northern extremity of the divine domain, the North Xian Water Divine Spring, connecting healing and reincarnation, gushed forth, transforming into a river of reincarnation that spanned the heavens and earth. The figure of Yao Dan stood upon the river, surrounded by countless newly born pure souls, exuding divine compassion and solemnity. The divine lords of the 4 corners, wielding their respective powers, offered the highest reverence to their former worlds and, using this as a stepping stone, transcended endless time and space. Almost simultaneously arriving beneath the towering divine peak that floated at the heart of the divine domain. They knelt upon one knee, heads bowed deeply, not daring to gaze directly at the figure upon the peak, their voices filled with fervor and reverence that emanated from the depths of their souls. We pay homage, divine sovereign. At this moment, atop the peak, the eternal divine temple forged from the Creator's fire silently opened its doors. 2 figures slowly emerged from the divine light. On the left stood the divine son, Xiao Yan, clad in a golden flame divine robe. He resonated perfectly with the power of the primordial flame divine body and the fire laws of the entire divine domain. He was no longer the sheltered youth. His gaze now bore a hint of the indifference characteristic of an arbiter of order, much like his father. On the right stood the flamekeeper, Yi Shi, her face veiled in black gauze. Her aura had completely transcended the boundaries of the old era, merging with the creative laws of this divine domain, becoming a higher existence straddling the line between sentience and law. She was the heartbeat of this divine domain, the most loyal executor of the divine sovereign's will. Together, They descended the alabaster steps, ultimately standing with the divine envoy Medusa before the four divine lords, facing the chaotic throne atop the peak, and offered their respectful salutation. At the core of the divine court, all were assembled. This marked the first, and indeed the most sacred, assembly of this new world. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi gradually withdrew his divine consciousness from the grand echoes of creation. A subtle yet unmistakable satisfaction blossomed within his indifferent eyes. Though the materials were inferior, under my hands, they possess a hint of divine resonance. He slowly rose, the unchanging, majestic figure finally standing from the chaotic throne. An indescribable pressure enveloped the entire divine domain, causing even the heavenly Dao to tremble in submission. The name Xiao Zhan had perished with the old world. Lin Ye's voice resonated calmly within the souls of each individual. Henceforth, whether within or beyond this realm, I shall be referred to by my true name, Lin Yi. Boom! As his words fell, the name Lin Yi transformed into two supreme, celestial characters, fiercely imprinting themselves upon the very essence of the Dou Qi divine domain. From this moment forth, his name would symbolize the heavens of this realm. It would epitomize the Tao of this realm. A profound tremor surged through the hearts of all present, leading them to prostrate themselves fervently, bowing deeply in reverence. We shall faithfully adhere to the divine, sovereign Lin Ye's decree. Lin Yi inclined his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He gradually raised his hand, and the Dou Qi divine seal erupted with myriad divine lights, projecting before him a vast and boundless star map of the myriad realms. Upon this star map, countless worlds sparkled and flickered like grains of sand in the Ganges. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless time and space, ultimately locking onto a certain region, rich in spiritual energy, with intricate laws, yet overshadowed by an intent rife with greed and coarseness, a brilliant star domain known as the Great Thousand World. Lin Yi gazed upon that world, a smile gracing his lips for the first time, reminiscent of an artist who beholds a rough gem worthy of refinement. A playful curve emerging, a fine material, yet regarded by a clumsy craftsman as mere livestock pasture. Truly a waste. He withdrew his gaze, directing it towards the divine court's core, which had long been poised for action. His indifferent voice transformed into the final decree, heralding a new epic. I am most satisfied with this pilgrimage. Yet, the march of art should not cease. Convey my decree. Set sail. The target, the next furnace. The moment his words concluded, the entire Dou Qi divine domain trembled violently. It morphed into a creation arc beyond any language's description, its hull illuminated by billions of celestial characters, with its prow pointed directly towards the towering divine peak that pierced the chaos. Boom! The ark had begun its journey. It did not sail towards any known direction, but instead crashed directly into the depths of higher dimensional time and space, commencing its inaugural expedition towards the new canvas it had chosen. Part 1. The Battle Against the Gods concluded. Chapter 48. The divine vessel descends. The Tao weeps in sorrow. In the realm beyond, within the chaotic sea where time and existence have long lost their significance, an eternal stillness prevails. Yet at this moment, this perpetual silence is irrevocably shattered by a stroke of vibrant color. It is a vessel, a creation that transcends any description conceivable within the confines of the material world, the arc of creation. Its hull is a seamless embodiment of principles, harmoniously integrating the resplendent divine domain, undergoing an epical transformation. A base forged from rainbow-hued divine soil serves as its foundation. Countless towering celestial peaks form its keel, and the boundless Milky Way acts as the inexhaustible source of divine power propelling its voyage. At its prow stands the once core of the divine court, a celestial peak that now resembles a divine spear capable of piercing through myriad realms, tearing apart the ink-like chaos ahead, steadfastly sailing towards the next furnace that has long been predetermined. At the vessel's bow, atop the summit of the divine peak, Lin Yi stands with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility. His seemingly unremarkable black robe remains undisturbed by the chaotic winds, as if he himself epitomizes the ultimate definition of motion and stillness. Behind him, the divine son Xiao Yan, the fire-bearer Yi Shi, the divine envoy Medusa, and the four divine lords stand with bowed heads, refraining from uttering a single word. Their gazes occasionally drift over Lin Ye's shoulder, peering into the bizarre and limitless chaos beyond, their eyes reflecting not only fervent admiration, but also a hint of primal reverence. Though they have been anointed as gods within the new divine realm, wielding powers unimaginable even to the former emperors of the old era. They are acutely aware of their fragility, akin to a mere speck of dust in this true realm beyond. The only anchor in this void for them lies in the towering figure ahead, seemingly one with the chaos. Yan, Lin Ye's indifferent voice resonates calmly. Do you understand what authority is? What energy is? Xiao Yan's heart stirred, and he stepped forward, respectfully lowering his head. I am but a foolish child, only aware that what my father wields is authority, capable of determining all laws and altering the very fabric of day and night. Yet, the energies cultivated by all beings, whether they be mere mortals or those who consider themselves immortal and inscribed among the celestial ranks, are merely energy that must operate within the confines of law. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging this answer. However, what he intended to impart to this divine son today undoubtedly extends beyond this. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the seemingly endless chaos ahead. Behold this chessboard. His voice articulated a fundamental principle of the Tao. The myriad worlds exist in a similar manner. Within them, all beings, be they mere ants or self-proclaimed immortals inscribed upon the celestial list, are fundamentally nothing more than pieces on a chessboard. They expend their lives striving to render their pieces more resilient, sharper, and more lethal. The most exceptional among them may even momentarily draw upon a fragment of the chessboard's inherent rules, which they pride themselves on as divine powers and principles. They are the most formidable pieces upon this chessboard. Lin Ye's tone remained devoid of fluctuation. Yet ultimately, they are merely pieces. He gradually withdrew his hand, his indifferent eyes reflecting the birth and demise of the universe, finally settling upon the contemplative face of Xiao Yan. And we, the heaven refiners, are the players. Pieces must always adhere to the rules of the chessboard, while the players can modify the rules at will, even overturn the board to restart the game. This is the fundamental distinction between authority and energy. Remember, Yan, in the myriad realms ahead, any adversary you encounter, no matter how formidable they may appear, as long as they remain within the chessboard, they are not to be feared. For we are the architects of the game. This declaration resonated like the solemn tolling of bells, striking deep into the souls of every core member of the divine court. It bestowed upon them a newfound, revolutionary understanding of their Lord's power and the impending new world they would face, one that was both subversive and fervently exhilarating. So, in the eyes of their Lord, that so-called throng of powerful beings, exalted as greater existences within the vast world, is merely a chessboard. And those legendary beings capable of creating continents or obliterating stars with a mere thought are simply more formidable pieces. What an extraordinary perspective. What absolute confidence. I understand. Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly with intense shock and excitement. He performed the most devout bow towards Lin Yi. He finally grasped why his father's countenance had never betrayed even the slightest hint of gravity regarding the forthcoming new world, because it was fundamentally not a war of comparable magnitude. At that very moment, Lin Ye's indifferent eyes seemed to pierce through the chaos spanning millions of miles, catching sight of something. A playful smirk danced upon his lips once more. It appears our chessboard has arrived. Boom! At the instant the final syllable fell, the entire arc of creation erupted with brilliance as countless divine inscriptions, forged from the laws of the battle against the gods, illuminated in a dazzling display. The celestial peak at the prow unleashed a terrifying radiance potent enough to compel the chaos to retreat. It did not decelerate nor seek any portal to the world, but rather, in the most audacious, domineering, and unreasonable manner, crashed mightily into the seemingly empty void, which in truth concealed an invisible barrier of crystalline worlds. Meanwhile, in the vast world, atop an ancient sacred mountain suspended above the 9 heavens in the northern wasteland, an elderly man with flowing white hair, his essence perfectly intertwined with the very fabric of the universe, held a black piece, quietly contemplating the cosmic chessboard before him. He is the guardian of this northern wasteland, a being whose true name graces the celestial rankings. An immortal presence who has transcended into the realm of the divine sovereign for countless eons, Bei Ming Long Kuan. Suddenly, the hand that was about to place the piece trembled violently, without warning. The piece, crafted from the core of stars, cracked instantly, resembling a spider's web. Bei Ming Long Kuan was struck as if by lightning, violently expelling a mouthful of golden divine blood imbued with the essence of immortality. His eyes, capable of piercing through the ages, abruptly lifted, gazing in horror at the northern sky, he had guarded for countless years. There lay nothing. Yet, within his divine perception, the entire Tao of the myriad worlds, the foundational laws of existence, emitted a profound, indescribable, and intense lamentation. It was as if a mortal had been seared by a red-hot branding iron. That pain, originating from the very essence of existence. This is... Bei Ming Long Kuan's voice quivered for the very first time, laced with an uncontainable tremor. The Tao's afraid? How can this be? The Tao is the supreme rule of this world. It is the very source of reverence for all beings. How could it possibly feel fear? Yet, before he could recover from this earth-shattering shock, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Crack! A sound reminiscent of fragile glass shattering reverberated from the heavens above, instantly resonating throughout the vast expanse of the universe. Immediately thereafter, in the northern wasteland, in the western continent, in the spirit beast sacred grounds, and across the entirety of the world, billions of living beings, their eyes wide with unforgettable astonishment and terror, beheld an astonishing sight. The azure sky, the crystalline barrier that had safeguarded this realm for eons, was suddenly pierced, as if by an invisible divine spear, from beyond the realm. A colossal, unfathomably dark void materialized out of thin air. Following this, an influx of an otherworldly essence, higher in dimension, more complete, and overwhelmingly dominant, began to surge into our world through that void, akin to the unleashed torrents of a celestial river. As the unfamiliar and elevated laws came into contact with the native laws of the universe, an explosive clash ensued. No, it was not merely a conflict, but rather an unambiguous invasion and assimilation. Centered around that abyssal void, the sky within a radius of millions of miles began to transform at an observable pace. No longer was it the original azure. Instead, it morphed into a resplendent hue of nine-colored glass, imbued with divinity and a sense of immortality. Beneath this glassy canopy, the laws of space became unprecedentedly resilient, while the flow of time slowed to a weighty crawl. Even the ambient spiritual energy in the air, after being purified by those higher laws, grew more refined and concentrated. A nascent divine domain began to take root in this parasitic manner above the skies of our world. This was the arrival of the creation arc. This was the anchoring of the laws by the celestial smith. The realm, the outer celestial demons. The aged visage of the North Sea dragon Kuan paled instantly. He finally comprehended that it was not the heavenly Tao that trembled in fear, but rather, it was the heavenly Tao that cried out for salvation. It was a desperate plea directed towards every certifier of the heavenly Tao in this realm, every false deity inscribed upon the celestial records, emitting the most anguished call for help. Without a moment's hesitation, his frail form trembled violently, and an intention imbued with his life as cultivation, an immortal divine essence transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens, directing the most urgent telepathic message towards the elusive supreme record at the heart of the universe. Warning! An unknown enemy descends from beyond the realm. Their path surpasses ours. Their laws can defy the heavenly Tao. Please, all on the record, awaken swiftly, unite to repel this foe. Save us. At this moment, the entire universe awakened, all ancient beings in deep meditation, stirred by the resonant, sorrowful call of the heavenly Tao. Terrifying wills, capable of collapsing epics, began to revive slowly from those immortal sanctuaries and ancient forbidden zones. Their gazes, laden with unprecedented gravity and dread, turned towards the sky in the north, now tainted by the nine-colored glass. A cataclysmic upheaval, unprecedented in the annals of history, had officially commenced. Chapter 49. The Judgment of Causality, the Fall of the False Deity. That mournful cry for salvation, entwined with the fear of the essence of the heavenly Tao, swept through every corner of this realm like an invisible tempest, shaking all ancient beings slumbering in the river of time. Boom! 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 Beneath an ancient, unmelting glacier on the western continent, a pair of ice-blue eyes suddenly opened, causing the temperature of the entire land to plummet. In the depths of the spirit beast sacred grounds, silent for 1,000,000 years, a soul-shattering roar echoed through the clouds, seemingly in response to the call from the heavenly Tao. The floating pagoda ancient clan, the Mo ancient clan, the Sword domain. Terrifying wills, each having once dominated an era, whose names could compel reverence from all beings, emerged fiercely from those immortal sanctuaries and ancient forbidden zones. Their gazes, filled with unprecedented seriousness and horror, traversed boundless time and space, all fixated upon the northern sky, now being forcibly assimilated by the nine-color glass. What audacity to dare intrude upon our vast realm! Such purity of laws, never before witnessed. Could it be that the outer evil races have manifested a new variant? No, this is not malevolence. It is a higher dimensional divinity. It purifies and, simultaneously, it replaces, for the first time in eons, these celestial sovereigns, who had long transcended the three realms and were no longer bound by the five elements, felt that nameless terror. Their immortality, their omniscience, appeared utterly laughable and pitifully powerless before those higher dimensional laws. Just then, at the very heart of the universe, the elusive supreme record, the celestial record, finally stirred into action. Buzz! The entire record radiated with golden light. Each name, once representing the highest glory and immortal myths of this realm, flickered with unprecedented frequency, akin to stars igniting. A formidable will, amalgamated from countless epochs of faith and the immortal essences of numerous celestial sovereigns, roared to life from within the record. It was enraged, as the guardian of this cosmic chessboard and the essence of the rules themselves. It sensed the blatant provocation and disdain emanating from the creation arc. In the next instant, three of the most resplendent and ancient names on the celestial record erupted with a divine brilliance of immeasurable magnitude. The immortal Saint Emperor, the Lord of all laws, the ancestor of heaven's might. These three were the earliest beings inscribed upon the celestial record from the ancient era, the most loyal and powerful guardians under the master of the pastures. Their wills, bolstered by the celestial record, fused instantly into one, transforming into an indescribable colossal hand, forged purely from the laws of the heavenly Dao. This giant hand, with its 5 fingers entwined around the supreme laws of time, space, life and death, reincarnation and creation, cradled within its palm a complete cycle of the world's birth and demise. Upon its emergence, the laws of the entire universe bowed before it. Even the expanding 9-colored glass canopy hesitated in its growth. The outer demons dared to covet the sacred land. In the name of the heavenly Dao, suppress them. That vast, emotionless voice of the heavenly Dao resonated deep within the souls of every living being. The colossal hand, wielding the terrifying power capable of obliterating an entire continent, descended slowly yet irresistibly upon the creation arc, which appeared as insignificant as dust before it. At this moment, the entirety of the universe felt as if their souls were on the verge of being crushed by that supreme celestial might. All beings, regardless of their cultivation, prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear. This was the power of the celestial record. This was the might of the false deities of this realm. Unassailable, unmatched. Yet, the creation arc remained steadfast, atop the pinnacle of divine peaks, before the colossal hand of annihilation, capable of subjugating even the very laws of this realm. Lin Yi did not even lift his eyelids. Behind him, Xiao Yan, Yi Shi, and the others felt their souls tremble under the weight of divine might. Yet not a trace of fear marred their countenances, for they were acutely aware of the crude nature of this so-called hand of heaven in the eyes of the master strategist before them. The intertwining of cause and effect, the impurity of the laws, these were all too evident. At last, Lin Yi spoke, his indifferent voice resonating within the hearts of every core member of the divine court, akin to a master of the game imparting wisdom on a flawed endgame. To dare claim divinity, merely borrowing a thread of causality from the essence of this realm, without even comprehending the eternal truths? How laughable! As his words fell, he finally made a move. He did not rise, but remained with his hands clasped behind him, standing resolutely at the bow of the vessel. He simply issued a decree, the simplest yet most domineering of commands, directed at the impending colossal hand. Deprive. Boom! The moment that word escaped Lin Ye's lips, the entire vast world, governed by the relentless laws of heaven, came to an abrupt halt without warning. Time, space, life, death, reincarnation. Everything was forcibly paused by an authority from a higher dimension, incomprehensible to all. Then, an invisible, colorless, formless, and intangible blade of heaven materialized from the void, purely born from the very concept of judgment itself. It did not strike at the colossal hand, for in the eyes of the master strategist, that was merely a pawn's move, devoid of significance. Instead, it cleaved towards something deeper, more primal, the causal lifeline connecting the piece to the board. A soft ripping sound, reminiscent of fabric tearing, echoed, akin to the mournful cry of the very essence of heaven being severed, resonating in the deepest recesses of every celestial sovereign soul. The blade of heaven flickered and vanished, as though it had never existed. The colossal hand, which had previously loomed over the creation arc, poised to unleash a thunderous strike, suddenly dimmed, its myriad divine lights entangled with a myriad laws flickering out. In an instant, like a sandcastle deprived of its foundation, it crumbled silently, transforming into the most primordial motes of spiritual energy, dissipating into the cosmos. Silence. The entire vast world fell into a deathly stillness. All ancient entities observing this scene found their wills utterly frozen at that moment. Only one thought lingered in their minds. What has transpired? The answer soon emerged in a manner so brutally shocking that it pierced through their immortal hearts, forged over countless eons. The celestial ranking, high above the world, trembled violently. Then, under the gaze of innumerable horrified minds, the three names that should have endured through the ages: the undying Holy Emperor, the Dao Monarch of all laws, the ancestor of heaven's might, had their divine radiance gripped as if by an invisible hand. One stroke at a time, their names were forcefully scraped away from the golden scroll. In the undying holy temple, an emperor seated on his throne, surrounded by the majestic flames of immortality, suddenly found his expression of cold indifference frozen in disbelief. He looked down at his hands in utter incredulity. His once undying holy body was visibly withering, aging at a rapid pace. Waves of deathly energy, signifying the end of his lifespan, surged uncontrollably within him. No, no. My immortality, my divine essence. The undying holy emperor let out a piercing howl filled with boundless fear and despair. He could distinctly feel the causal lifeline that had once connected him to the celestial ranking, bestowing him with eternal life, severed. He, once a false god perched high above, was now cast down to the status of a mortal nearing the end of his days. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in the Tao of all laws and the ancestor of heaven's might. The two ancient figures who had once looked down upon the ages, considering all beings as mere ants, helplessly watched as their paths unraveled like a dam bursting. Within mere moments, their divine forms aged into that of decrepit elders on the brink of death. Spare me, great God, spare me. They had lost all semblance of the celestial sovereign's dignity, expending their final strength to plead towards the northern skies, filled with regret and terror. Yet, Lin Yi paid them no heed. He was merely engaged in the simplest act of sweeping away dust. Moments later, the three legendary figures who had each once suppressed an era in their respective sacred grounds, under the astonished gazes of countless disciples, utterly extinguished their life force, transforming into three decayed corpses. Soon, even the skeletal remains could not be sustained, completely turning into a handful of ash. They were not slain. They simply perished of old age. At this moment, the entire vast world, all ancient wills that had awakened, collectively fell silent. The path they had once revered as their ultimate pursuit, their names inscribed in the annals of eternity, was shattered today by a decree from beyond the realm. It turned out that what they had considered immortality was nothing more than a jest. The nine-colored, glazed sky that enveloped the north, in their eyes at this moment, was no longer an invasion, but rather a higher realm of heaven, a true heaven that could freely define their life, death, and immortality. Upon the creation arc, Lin Yi slowly retracted the authority of judgment that seemed never to have existed. He gazed down at the vast world engulfed in absolute silence, as well as the celestial ranking, dimmed by fear and paralyzed into inaction, his expression remaining one of unwavering indifference. Turning, he looked back at the awestruck Xiao Yan, whose very soul trembled with shock. Calmly, he spoke. "Yinner, do you see clearly now? This is the act of purification, simply wiping away the dust that has obscured the jade from this realm." At his words, Xiao Yan's soul quaked. Instinctively, he raised his gaze towards the dimmed celestial ranking and then glanced at his father's seemingly eternal indifference. The old understanding of power within him was entirely overturned and reshaped. It was revealed that this, indeed, was the essence of true strength, not merely adapting to the rules, nor borrowing from them, but rather becoming the rules themselves, to define what constitutes immortality and to judge what is mere dust. "Child, I am enlightened." Xiao Yan's voice trembled with an unprecedented realization, a reflection of his newly elevated understanding, as he deeply bowed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze once more falling upon the trembling celestial ranking. That gaze, akin to that of a true artist, scrutinizing a pristine piece of jade, freshly cleansed and poised for the delicate touch of sculpting. The playful curve at the corner of his mouth grew ever more pronounced. The dust has been swept away. What follows is the intricacy of its chisel. Chapter 50. The Divine Brush of Heaven, commanding the new deity. Lin Ye's voice, indifferent and seemingly soliloquizing, resonated like an eternal decree upon the silent arc of creation, echoing throughout the vast expanse of the world, reverberating in the hearts of all ancient wills that still endured. Sculpting? He dares to treat the core of this realm's celestial principle, the supreme celestial ranking, as mere unrefined jade to be freely carved at his whim. At this moment, all remaining celestial supremes discerned from the boundless dread stemming from the fall of those three false gods a deeper, more profound despair. They finally comprehended. This terrifying entity from beyond the realms sought not merely slaughter, nor annihilation, and certainly not conquest. What he desired was a form of recreation, one that transcended even their wildest imaginations, a higher dimensional rebirth. He intended to erase not only this chessboard, but all the rules governing it, and then paint his own vision anew. Upon the arc of creation, Lin Ye's gaze fell quietly upon the celestial ranking, its brilliance dimmed by fear, starkly illuminated by the glaring emptiness where three true names had been erased. He slowly shook his head. His expression resembled that of the most discerning artist, examining a flawed and erroneous masterpiece. Firstly, the method of certification was woefully crude. He spoke with indifference, as if teaching Xiao Yan, yet also as if pronouncing judgment upon this celestial principle for its sins. To measure the profundity of one's path solely by the quantity of energy within living beings was akin to equating it with a mere hoarding hamster. True strength is not the accumulation of quantity, but the elevation of quality, is the understanding of legal principles and the mastery of rules. Secondly, the name of immortality was a misnomer, merely leveraging a thread of this realm's causality to audaciously proclaim eternal existence was nothing but a vine dependent on this furnace. Should the furnace cease to exist, what would the vine cling to? True immortality lies in one's own path, capable of forming its own realm, independent of externalities, untainted by reincarnation. Thirdly, and most importantly, Lin Ye's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of the celestial ranking, revealing all behind it, filled with greed and a desire for control, equal to his own. This object had been sullied by the paw prints of a clumsy shepherd dog. With these words, he ceased his judgment. For an artwork on the verge of being reshaped, assessing its past imperfections held no significance. What he aimed to do was bestow upon it a brand new future. Buzzing, Lin Yi gradually raised his right hand. His fingers spread wide, reaching towards the celestial ranking, situated billions of miles away at the heart of the celestial principle, with a gentle grasp. Since this ranking was so tainted, its divinity obscured. Let it be I who restores it to its pristine origin. A thunderous force, more magnificent and primordial than when he had severed causality, descended with an overwhelming authority. This time, he targeted not a specific name upon the ranking, rather, the very existence of the entire celestial ranking. No, the celestial foundation of the vast world emitted a mournful wail, more anguished and fear-stricken than when the three gods had perished. It could distinctly sense its core authority and underlying logic being forcefully formatted by an irresistible power from a higher dimension. Upon the resplendent celestial ranking, aside from the three newly erased spaces, the remaining dozens of true names that still shimmered with immortal divine light began to fade at a visibly rapid pace. As if scorched by the blazing sun, their names, all traces of causality left upon the ranking, their once proud immortal divinity, were forcibly stripped away by that unparalleled purifying force, transforming into the most refined essence of divinity, which was wholly returned to the celestial ranking itself. My divinity, my path, supreme deity, we are willing to submit. We are willing to bow. In an instant, a chorus of anguished wails filled the vast world, emanating from those ancient celestial supremes, steeped in unending fear and regret. In mere moments, they followed in the footsteps of those three false gods. From the heights of immortality, they were cast back to the realm of mortals. Yet, Lin Yi remained undisturbed. He was merely engaged in a most ordinary act of purifying the essence. After a few moments, the entire celestial ranking, once a vessel carrying the myths and glories of an entire epoch of this realm, became utterly blank. No names remained. No traces persistiv. Only a pure, pristine essence, reminiscent of a universe's inception, untouched and untainted, radiated with golden light. Once all was accomplished, Lin Yi slowly withdrew his hand, which seemed capable of grasping the celestial principles. He gazed upon the newly formatted celestial ranking, a product of his own design, and the playful expression of an artist grew ever more vivid upon his face. His indifferent voice resonated like a new decree of celestial principle, echoing in the depths of every sentient being's soul in this realm. From this day forth, ascending this ranking shall rely not on power, but solely on the profundity of one's path. Anyone harboring deceitful intentions or possessing a flawed path, regardless of their immense capabilities, shall be deemed unworthy of leaving their name upon it. This proclamation struck like a thunderclap of creation in the hearts of all those fallen from their lofty status. Not relying on energy, only on the path? What does this even mean? The singular standard they had pursued for countless millennia, the measure of power, had been utterly nullified by a mere utterance. However, before they could recover from this earth-shattering revelation, Lin Yi had already taken action, demonstrating to them what true path truly entailed. He glanced at Xiao Yan, whose spirit trembled in exhilaration from his father's supreme might. With a flick of his finger, a strand of divine light, radiant beyond the sun and stars, flew forth from his fingertip, ultimately transforming before Xiao Yan into a divine brush of heaven. Its handle forged from order, its tip condensed from truth. Yenner, Lin Yi's tone remained indifferent, yet bore an undeniable authority. Father does not favor the emptiness upon this brush. Go, fill it with the name of the divine court. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Yan's mind went blank. He gazed at this brush, seemingly capable of wielding divine punishment and reshaping the cosmos, and then at his father's still indifferent silhouette, a surge of unparalleled ambition and reverence erupted within him. Enough to ignite the heavens and earth. What trust this was! What glory! Father, you wish for him, the Son of God, to personally compose the prologue of a brand new epic's myth. My child, as you command. Xiao Yan's voice trembled with an uncontrollable quiver as he extended his hands, reverently grasping the celestial pen. In that fleeting instant, as he held the divine tool, the entire creation arc and the foundational laws of the Dou Qi divine realm resonated with him in a profound bond of bloodline. He could distinctly feel an influx of divine essence from a higher dimension, more complete, more perfect, flowing through the pen and into his being. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward, his figure now before the newly unveiled celestial ranking. He raised the divine pen high, its tip radiating a brilliance of truth that soared for billions of miles. Without a trace of hesitation, he inscribed at the pinnacle of the blank scroll, atop the singular divine throne that rightfully belonged to the strongest of this realm. Every stroke infused with his understanding of the path of the Son of God, etching down his true name, Xiao Yan. As the final stroke fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the celestial ranking, reverberating with joy and submission. It was as if a long-dormant artifact, shrouded in dust for eons, had finally welcomed its true master. The characters, Xiao Yan, shone with a golden radiance surpassing that of all previous heavenly sovereigns combined, more resplendent, more sacred. A new deity ascends. An old deity steps down. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Xiao Yan did not pause. With the divine pen in hand, he continued to inscribe names below. Firekeeper Yi Shi, Eastern Extreme Greenwood God, Lord Gu Yuan, Southern Mingli Fire God, Lord Yanjin, Western Gung Gold Thunder God, Lord Laying, Northern Xian Heavenly Water God, Lord Yao Dan, Divine Envoy Medusa. One by one, names representing the supreme authority of the divine court were indelibly imprinted by his own hands upon this exalted scroll, which was meant for the vast world. With each name inscribed, the roar of the celestial ranking intensified. The divine resonance emanating from it grew richer. It was ascending. It was undergoing a transformation, reborn through the path of the divine from a higher dimension. At this moment, all the former heavenly sovereigns who had fallen to the mortal realm beheld this scene with wide eyes, witnessing the exalted divine ranking, which they had spent countless eons and endured endless battles to achieve, now completely occupied in mere moments by a group of outsiders they had never heard of, in a manner that seemed almost mockingly effortless. Countless ancient beings, their hearts shattered, spewed blood on the spot, their vitality dwindling to the utmost. Their era, their faith, all their pride, were today utterly buried. Just then, as the deities of the divine court ascended the divine ranking, the newly unveiled celestial ranking reached an unprecedented pinnacle of divine radiance. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A surge of bloodthirst, decadence, chaos, and destruction erupted without warning from the other end of the vast world. This malevolent intent coalesced into a form, a blood ranking of 10,000 demons, opposing the celestial ranking. A voice, brimming with endless malice and madness, rang out from the blood ranking. Linye, did you think you had triumphed? My master had long anticipated your schemes. The voice belonged to the sole emperor. Shortly after, a chilling decree, far grander and more nefarious than that of the sole emperor, emanated from the rancher through the blood ranking of 10,000 demons, enticing all the despairing souls of the vast world. Linye's path is ephemeral, whereas my power is tangible and undeniable. All unwilling souls, all beings yearning for power, offer your loyalty to me. Those who ascend this blood ranking of 10,000 demons, I shall grant you transcendence. As the words echoed, the blood ranking unleashed an irresistible pull across the vast world. Numerous beings plunged into despair due to the collapse of their faith and were driven by greed for power. Their souls were involuntarily extracted by the blood ranking. Thus, a grand game of black and white chess that would engulf the entire world officially commenced. Chapter 51. The Game of Deities, the Carnival of Demons. The voice, more malevolent than the roar of the 9 nether demon god, and far more enticing than the whispers of the ancient chaos demon, spread like a plague that seized the soul, instantly permeating the entire vast world. Linye's path is ephemeral, whereas my power is tangible and undeniable. On one side stood the newly risen god, the celestial ranking, which had just obliterated ancient myths with its thunderous might, declaring that power is irrelevant and only the height of the path matters. On the other side lay the blood ranking of 10,000 demons, steeped in bloodshed and decay, promising loyalty in exchange for transcendence. One deity, one demon. One white, one black. One path, one power. 2 rankings, representing 2 entirely different, yet equally supreme forces, hung in the skies of the vast world, facing each other like 2 suns, symbolizing rebirth and destruction. The entire world, cloaked in this dual, celestial majesty, fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. Countless beings, whether mortals or the former heavenly sovereigns recently cast down, all lifted their heads in unison. Their gazes were filled with confusion, fear, struggle, and a flicker of rekindled, twisted greed. Linye's path was too distant, too transcendent. That indifference, akin to purging dust, and that casual sculpting brought them only an incomprehensible terror. They could neither understand nor wish to understand. Yet the rancher's power was simple, brutal, and soul-piercing. It was what they were familiar with, what they yearned for, and what they had struggled for over countless eons. In the depths of the Ma Guh clan, recently plunged into silence following the fall of their elder, an aged figure, gaunt and diminished to the pinnacle of mortal existence, slowly rose from the ruins of the collapsed sacred seat. He was once the second strongest of the Ma Guh clan, beside the elder on the ranking, a peak existence on the verge of the heavenly sovereign realm. Ma Tian, moments ago, he had been engulfed in endless despair as his heart shattered and his cultivation was lost. Yet now, his murky eyes were fixated intensely on the sky, drawn by the alluring presence of the blood ranking of 10,000 demons. His throat emitted raspy, beast-like growls driven by insatiable desire. His body trembled violently. This was not fear, but rather the suppressed ambition of eons finding a new outlet, an exhilarating thrill. The path? The path. The Matii interrupted into a frenzied, low chuckle. Victory and defeat define all. Power is the very essence of existence. What nonsense is this talk of the heights of the Tao? It is merely the embellishment of victors. Matii cultivate the path of power, the path of the conqueror. Abruptly, he raised his head, his murky eyes now consumed by a crimson madness. No longer did he harbor any hesitation. Before the sanguine edict in the heavens, he offered his most humble and fervent self. He knelt heavily upon the ground, expending his last ounce of strength to unleash a soul-piercing roar that reverberated across the skies of the Ma ancient clan. O great pastoral master, Sinir Mahdistayen, I offer up my withered body, my very soul, my all. I seek only power. I yearn solely for the strength to exact revenge upon that so-called new deity. Seated high above. Boom! The instant his final word echoed, the distant blood list of 10,000 demons, seemingly attuned to his plea, erupted with a blood-red beam that pierced the heavens and the earth, instantly enveloping Ma Tian's form. Ma Tian let out a wail, steeped in excruciating pain yet tinged with exquisite ecstasy. He could distinctly feel his soul being forcefully extracted from his corporeal body, torn asunder and reconstituted by that sanguine light. His lifetime of memories, emotions, and even his understanding of tyranny were being madly tainted by a more sinister, more chaotic will. However, accompanying this ultimate suffering was an influx of a dark power, a force that surpassed his former peak by countless magnitudes, surging into his being like a tidal wave from the depths of the abyss. His flesh, under the infusion of that bloodlight, swiftly transformed from frail to robust. His aura swelled at a pace that defied all known cultivation principles of this world, escalating wildly. Earthly sovereign, celestial sovereign, spirit grade, celestial sovereign. Even still, he ascended further. Moments later, as the bloodlight dissipated, the frail elder had vanished, replaced by a new demon god clad in crimson battle armor, surrounded by myriad vengeful spirits. With two chaotic flames burning in his eyes, his aura had approached an apex that nearly rivaled the three fallen pseudo-deities. This is power. Ma Tian, feeling the terrifying demonic energy within him capable of rending the very fabric of the vast universe, let out a roar filled with boundless intoxication and fervor. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the blood list of 10,000 demons, whereupon a brand new true name, forged from blood, slowly emerged upon the once blank edict. Blood Demon Ma Tian. This was not an isolated incident. At this moment, in every corner of the expansive world, countless ancient beings who had fallen to the mortal realm due to Lin Ye's purging and innumerable ambitious souls with an insatiable thirst for power made the same choice. I, the holy venerable of the withered spirit, willingly embrace the demonic path. I seek supreme power. I, the Nine-Nether Sparrow Emperor, offer up my entire clan. I seek transcendence. I. Waves of greedy and unwilling soul roars surged forth, one after another. Blood-red beams, piercing the heavens and the earth, descended like a torrential rain. One after another, terrifying blood demons, bone demons, and vengeful demons emerged like mushrooms after a rain. The once blank blood list of 10,000 demons was now filling with names at a pace that sent shivers of dread through the heart. The entire vast world seemed, at that moment, to transform into a blood-soaked revelry of chaotic demons. Upon the creation arc, the deities of the divine court regarded the rapidly demonic world below with solemn expressions. Even with their divine composure, they could not suppress a shiver of unease. Such madness, pursuing power at any cost, was beyond the comprehension of these gods born from the realm of perfection. Divine Lord, the South Ming fire god, Yanjin, with his fiery temperament, was the first unable to contain himself. He knelt before Lin Yi atop the divine peak, his voice like thunder. Such demonic aberrations dare to challenge the divine court, desecrating the celestial majesty. May the divine Lord issue a decree. Let me lead the court's fire division to unleash the divine fire of annihilation upon this so-called blood list of 10,000 demons, incinerating both it and those rebels who have forsaken divine grace. What Lord Yanjin says is entirely correct. The West Gung lightning god, Lei Ying, stepped forward, the laws of thunder crackling around him. Such chaos must be suppressed with thunderous force. Otherwise, it will surely undermine the new regulations established by the Divine Lord. This trend must not be allowed to persist. Their faces were etched with anger and urgency. To them, the emergence of the blood list of 10,000 demons was the most vicious provocation against the Divine Lord's supreme authority. It was the most blatant humiliation of their recently attained celestial list. It must be eradicated at once. However, at the bow of the ark, atop the divine peak, Lin Yi remained as indifferent as ever. He gazed down at the chaotic revelry of the demonic path unfolding below. At the blood list of 10,000 demons standing in defiance of the celestial list, his eyes reflecting the cosmic ebb and flow, without a ripple of emotion surfacing. After a considerable time, as the gods, including Yanjin, struggled to contain their anxious hearts, Lin Ye's impassive lips slowly curled into a grin, one that left everyone astounded, a playful arc. He even let out a barely perceptible, soft chuckle. That laughter bore no wrath, no murderous intent. It contained only a pure satisfaction, as if an artist beheld their creation transformed into something more exquisite by an unexpected splash of color. He slowly turned to face the anxious, perplexed, and furious gods behind him. His emotionless voice resonated calmly within each soul. A canvas of pure white is not art, it is void. It is the chaos and darkness I have created that grants this piece, titled Rebirth, the contrast of light and shadow, rendering it perfect. This statement left Yanjin, Gu Yuan, and all the deities momentarily speechless. They could not fathom the divine Lord's intentions. Chaos? Darkness? Should these not be eradicated? Why, in the divine Lord's words? Did they become perfect embellishments? Lin Yi offered no explanation, for the art of the divine does not require elucidation to mortals. He simply acted, completing the final and most crucial rule for this game, initiated by his adversary. His gaze fell upon the celestial list, which had dimmed somewhat due to the emergence of the blood list of 10,000 demons. His indifferent voice resounded again like a new divine decree. Convey my edict. From this day forth, establish the rule of dual-list hunting, primordial mutual devouring. All gods ascending the celestial list may hunt the demons of the blood list of 10,000 demons. Upon slaying a demon, they may strip away its demonic essence entirely. This primal source, purified by the divine list, can transform into the most untainted divinity, nourishing its own path. Furthermore, it can be utilized to sustain this list, assisting its ascension. Boom! Oh. This decree of divine law struck the depths of the souls of the gods in the divine court like a cataclysmic bolt of creation. In an instant, they comprehended. They fully understood. In the eyes of the divine Lord, this so-called blood list of 10,000 demons, this so-called adversary, was no threat whatsoever. Instead, it was a means by which the divine Lord, to expedite the growth of these newly ascended deities and to hasten the perfection of the brand new celestial list, had personally sanctioned its existence, a resource for them to reap at will, transforming enemies into sustenance for their own empowerment. How utterly tyrannical, how astonishingly unfathomable. The divine Lord is truly wise. The fierce and wrathful visage of Yanjin was instantly replaced by an unprecedented fervor and excitement. His gaze shifted to the blood demons below, who had just recently reveled in their newfound powers, and it changed, no longer filled with rage, but rather akin to a glutton starved for eons, gazing upon a table laden with the most exquisite and sumptuous blood delicacies. At this moment, all the deities aboard the creation ark were aflame with fervor. Lin Yi disregarded their enthusiasm. His indifferent gaze finally settled on his most valued creation, Xiao Yan. He observed his son, whose eyes similarly blazed with fierce battle intent. Calmly, he issued the first decree of this hunting feast. Yanea, go forth. This banquet shall commence with you. Chapter 52. The Hunting Feast, the Primordial Deed of the Divine Son. The moment Lin Ye's emotionless decree descended from the pinnacle of the divine peak, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. The golden flame eyes, once ablaze with fervent battle intent, suddenly lost all their exuberance and fervor in an instant. In their place emerged an absolute indifference, reminiscent of his father, the arbiter of order. He was the divine son, the sharpest extension of the divine Lordess will in this realm. In his father's game, he was the chief executioner. In his father's feast, he was the officiating high priest. Child, I heed your command. Xiao Yan's voice was calm, yet authoritative. He respectfully bowed deeply to the towering figure atop the divine peak. Then he slowly straightened, his indifferent golden flame eyes for the first time actively casting their gaze upon the blood list of 10,000 demons, which stood in fierce defiance against the celestial list. That gaze no longer regarded an adversary. Instead, it scrutinized a sacrificial offering already fated to meet its end. Where shall I begin? Buzz. As if sensing his will, the golden flame totem representing his position within the celestial list ignited at the center of his brow. A surge of heavenly authority, rooted in the very essence of the celestial list, erupted with thunderous awakening. In the next moment, upon the blank canvas of the blood list of 10,000 demons, the names of the recently forged demon gods, exuding endless resentment and chaotic aura, materialized in Xiao Yan's mind as if laid bare in the most comprehensive of records. Blood Demon Mo He Tian, formerly a supreme elder of the Mo He ancient clan, a half-step celestial sovereign, who fell into darkness due to a shattered heart and burgeoning greed, currently possesses strength comparable to the mid-stage celestial sovereign of the bygone era. Demon trait, bloodthirsty, frenzied, capable of devouring the essence of life to enhance his demonic form. Bone Demon Ku Ling Shangzun, once the sovereign of the Ku Ling continent. At the pinnacle of Earth sovereigns, who fell into darkness due to the unwillingness to perish as his lifespan waned. currently possesses strength comparable to the early stage celestial sovereign of the bygone era. Demon trait, manipulation of bones, enslavement of souls. Grievous demon Geo UKD, and so forth. Each an ancient name that once dominated an era. These beings transformed into new demon gods with strength far surpassing their former selves after succumbing to darkness. They were the first pawns placed upon the chessboard by the rancher for this game. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept across the blood-red menu. Ultimately, his sight anchored upon the most arrogant, potent presence, the first to respond to the rancher's allure. Blood demon Mo He Tian. Let's commence with you. Xiao Yan's tone was serene, as if stating the simplest of facts. With the head of this first fallen one, I shall offer tribute for this grand banquet. Upon uttering these words, he spoke no further. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a radiant golden flame, soaring from the creation arc, instantly tearing through the barriers of divine realms and the myriad worlds, hurtling toward the distant blood feast situated in the ancestral land of the Mo He ancient clan. Simultaneously, in the ancestral land of the Mo He ancient clan, it had already morphed into a realm of blood-soaked hell, just having received supreme demonic powers through sacrifice. Mo He Tian floated above the ancestral land's firmament, arms outstretched, reveling in the offerings of his kin, filled with dread and despair. The once sacred ancestral mountain range was now enveloped by a grand blood sacrifice array, forged from the flesh and blood of countless beings. Numerous former elders and disciples of the Mo He ancient clan, now like puppets controlled by invisible strings, helplessly pressed their palms upon the blood-red array. Their faces still bore the shock and ecstasy of the ancestors' resurrection. Yet in the next moment, that ecstasy morphed into boundless terror. Ancestor, what are you doing? My essence. My cultivation. No, please. I am your most loyal descendant. The anguished wails reverberated incessantly. They could distinctly feel their life's essence and lifelong cultivation being frantically and greedily extracted by the blood sacrifice array, ultimately transforming into pure crimson energy, continuously flowing into the figure above, resembling a demon god, Mo He Tian, feeling the surging and increasingly refined demonic energy within him, let out a long howl filled with boundless satisfaction and delight. This is the true essence of power. This is the pinnacle of tyranny. What bloodlines? What kin? In the face of absolute power, they are merely resources to be discarded at will. Once I have fully drained the potential of these worthless beings, I shall proceed to annihilate 100 continents and billions of lives. At that time, my strength shall undoubtedly surpass those so-called pseudo-deities. When that moment arrives, my master, the rancher, shall surely bestow upon me true immortality. His face was etched with madness and twisted ambition. However, just as he was lost in this bloody revelry, unable to extricate himself, a voice, devoid of any emotion and indifference, seemingly emanating from the divine heavens, unexpectedly resonated above him. Excellent nourishment. Alas, you wretched beast. You are unworthy of partaking in them. The laughter of Mohitian, wild and frenzied, came to an abrupt halt. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with chaotic demonic flames narrowing in an instant. Before him, the dim sky, shrouded in a crimson glow, was unexpectedly torn apart by a brilliant golden flame, more domineering, more sacred, and more pure than anything before. At the heart of this golden fire stood a youthful figure clad in a robe of golden flames, exuding an aura as deep as a chasm, gazing down upon him with an indifferent stare, as if scrutinizing a lifeless object. The newcomer was none other than the divine son, Xiao Yan. Is it you? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Mohitian's twisted visage was instantly replaced by an unprecedented ferocity and malice. Truly, I have stumbled upon you without effort. I was just lamenting how to exact vengeance upon you and your father. You, a mere child, dare to present yourself at my doorstep. He sensed the nascent aura of divinity emanating from Xiao Yan, whose position had just entered the celestial rankings, and his face was suffused with disdain and cruelty. Very well. Today, I shall first slay you, the so-called divine son, and use your divine blood to cleanse the Mahagu's clan of the humiliation we have previously endured. With that proclamation, he ceased his prattle. The colossal demonic form quaked violently, causing the blood sacrifice grand formation, spanning millions of miles, to erupt with fervor. Endless bloodthirsty demonic energy surged into his palms, frantically coalescing into a blood-red demonic spear, stretching thousands of zhang, entwined with countless vengeful souls. exuding an aura of infinite depravity and chaos. With a roar, Mohitian brandished the demonic spear, wielding a terrifying power capable of piercing through an entire continent, and lunged fiercely toward Xiao Yan. However, in the face of this world-shattering strike, Xiao Yan's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any sign of alarm. He did not even assume a defensive posture. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, within which blossomed a golden fire lotus, composed entirely of the purest order and truth, as if it were the origin of all flames in existence. How can a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the sky? Xiao Yan's tone was calm, as if elucidating a truth long since ordained. The power you claim to wield is merely the refuse bestowed upon you by the rancher, a concoction mixed with the remnants of countless beings. In contrast, the path I uphold originates from a higher dimension, crafted by my father's own hands, embodying the perfect divine realm. What separates us is not a disparity in cultivation, but rather the chasm between heaven and earth. At the very moment his words fell, he gently pushed the golden fire lotus forward. Boom! There was no cataclysmic clash of energies, nor any harrowing scene of shattered loss. When the golden order fire lotus made contact with the blood-colored chaotic demonic spear, time seemed to come to a standstill. The terrifying spear, capable of instilling fear even in the hearts of heavenly supremes, found a countless vengeful souls entwined upon it, emitting a piercing wail of ultimate terror, as if encountering their nemesis, and were instantaneously purified into the most pristine void by the golden flames. Following that, the spear's body, forged from boundless bloodthirsty demonic energy, began to dissolve before the seemingly diminutive golden fire lotus, akin to ice melting beneath the scorching sun at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly disintegrating. No. What kind of flame is this? Mohitian's grotesque face was instantly overtaken by an uncontrollable horror. He could distinctly feel that his demonic energy, his path, possessed not even a shred of resistance against that golden flame. It was not merely being overwhelmed. Rather, it was undergoing an irreversible purification at the very root of existence, dictated by a higher-level law. Flee! A thought echoed through his mind like an instinctive alarm. No longer did he harbor any desire for vengeance. He frantically ignited the essence of his demonic path, turning to tear apart space and escape towards the direction of the blood ranking of the 10,000 demons. However, it was already too late. I have spoken. Xiao Yan's indifferent voice resonated behind him, akin to a final decree. This feast shall be heralded by your sacrifice. Swoosh! The golden fire lotus silently imprinted itself upon the back of Mohitian's heart. Ah! A scream, more piercing and despairing than even during his fall into madness, reverberated through the heavens. Mohitian's colossal demonic form ignited like a painted scroll, consumed from within by a blazing golden divine fire. There was no agony, no struggle, only the most complete purification. Moments later, the once formidable demon god, blood demon Mohitian, along with his cataclysmic demonic flames, was utterly erased from existence beneath the scorching embrace of the golden fire lotus, as if he had never existed at all. And at the moment of Mohitian's total demise, above the firmament, the blood ranking of the 10,000 demons trembled violently. The 5 characters, blood demon Mohitian, forged from blood, cracked with a resounding snap, spreading spiderweb-like fractures, before collapsing in a resounding shatter. Immediately following, an incomparably pure, yet chaotic and frenzied essence of demonic energy manifested at the sight of Mohitian's fall, yearning to return to the blood ranking. Yet before it could make a move, another ranking, radiating boundless sanctity and order, the celestial ranking, suddenly erupted with an irresistible devouring force from the 2 characters, Xiao Yan. Whoosh! The massive essence of demonic energy was uncontrollably drawn by this devouring force, transforming into a streak of light that instantaneously merged into the celestial ranking. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire celestial ranking emitted a thunderous roar of satisfaction upon consuming this essence. Behold, the chaotic demonic energy, as it entered the ranking's text, was forcibly purified and refined by the divine realm contained within, cleansing all discordant wills, ultimately transforming into 2 strands of the purest divinity. One, relatively weaker, seamlessly integrated into the celestial ranking itself, enhancing its brilliance and sanctity. The other, far more substantial, manifested as a dazzling golden light, bursting forth from the rankings text and instantly merging into Xiao Yan's brow. Boom! Xiao Yan felt as though his soul had been immersed in the warmest divine spring. He could distinctly sense that his path as the divine sun had become even more complete and powerful after absorbing this nourishment. Although his ranking on the celestial ranking remained first, the golden light emanating from his name shone brighter than ever before, more than a mere doubling. This is the dual rankings hunt, the mutual devouring of origins. This is the game rule set forth by my father. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew the golden fire lotus, which continued to burn quietly in his palm. His indifferent golden eyes slowly lifted, once again sweeping over the blood list of 10,000 demons, which had fallen into a profound silence due to the demise of Mo Tian. There was no trace of victorious joy in his gaze. Rather, it resembled that of a hunter savoring the first course of a meal, an understated calmness lingering in the air, as if anticipating the next. Chapter 53. The Gathering of the Demon List, the Divine Court declares war. As Xiao Yan's next 3 words, accompanied by the divine feedback from Mo Tian's fall, reverberated across the celestial rankings, an ancient will which had been closely observing this confrontation between gods and demons, plunged into a fear deeper than that felt during the fall of the 3 gods. If previously Lin Yi's divine punishment, which severed causality, showcased an unfathomable and supreme authority belonging to a master strategist, then at this moment, the act of slaughter and devouring by the divine sun Xiao Yan declared, in the most bloody and straightforward manner, the ultimate fate of the pieces in this new game. These once exalted celestial supremes, and these newly fallen demons who believed they had attained rebirth, were merely fodder for the new gods to hone their paths and to nourish the brand new divine rankings. This realization was far more brutal than mere death. Boom! 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 Above the heavens, the blood list of 10,000 demons, which had just been engulfed in demonic flames due to Mo Tian's addition, trembled violently without warning. The names of the newly formed demons, radiating endless chaos and malevolence, flickered erratically with bloodlight, as if sharing a collective sense of dread. They all witnessed. Through the obscure resonance of demonic pathways, they saw how Mo Tian was utterly purified into the most pristine void beneath that seemingly insignificant golden fire lotus. Powerless to resist, they beheld how the vast source of Mo Tian's demonic essence was brazenly devoured by the celestial rankings, as if it were a trophy. A chill, emanating from the depths of their souls, spread like a parasitic worm throughout every newly ascended demon's body. Their ambition and madness, which had just inflated to their utmost limits due to newfound power, was doused with a bucket of ice water from the abyss. Instantly they cooled. Mo Tian simply died? Within a castle of demons constructed from countless bones, the bone demon withered spirit saint felt his eye sockets, ablaze with soul fire, violently pulsating. He could distinctly sense that Mo Tian's aura had completely vanished from this realm. Not even a trace of lingering soul remained. What kind of flame could purify the essence of the demonic path? Elsewhere, in the abyss of the 9 hells, formed from endless grievances, the massive shadow of the grievance demon 9 Hell's Sparrow Emperor let out a roar filled with disbelief and horror. Impossible. We have merged with the demonic path and become one with the negative essence of this world, impervious to calamity. Unless that flame's path transcends the demonic path of this realm. Fear. After a brief silence, a fear akin to a plague spread wildly. They were terrified. They had thought they had allied with a supreme demon lord who could stand against the external malevolence. They believed they had joined a bloody revelry of plunder and vengeance. Yet at this moment, they sorrowfully realized they were merely jumping from one furnace into another, a purgatory burning even more fiercely, from lambs destined for slaughter to mere materials awaiting harvest. However, just as this wave of fear threatened to shake the very foundation of the blood list of 10,000 demons, a will, brimming with endless resentment and madness, erupted violently from the pinnacle of the blood list. A bunch of useless fools. Just because one Mo Tian has fallen, you tremble in such fear? Boom! That will belong to the Soul Emperor. His silhouette, forged from pure malice and resentment, emerged from the blood list, his eyes coldly scanning the trembling kindred below, who were shaken by fear. Why'd he die? The Soul Emperor's voice resonated like a demonic echo, striking deep into the souls of every demon. Because he was foolish. Because he was greedy. Because he had acted alone. Did he think that descending into the demonic path would grant him eternal peace? Wrong. The Soul Emperor unleashed a thunderous roar. To descend into the demonic path only bestowed upon you the qualification to engage in battle with those false gods. That Lin Yi is utterly tyrannical. That divine court is exceedingly arrogant. They have long regarded you as livestock, ready to be slaughtered at any moment. Fighting individually leads only to a dead end. If you do not wish to end up like Mo He Tian, a mere piece of fodder in the merit book of the divine son Xiao Yan, then you must. The colossal shadow of the Soul Emperor abruptly pointed at the celestial rankings, which shone ever more brilliantly after devouring the essence of the demonic path. His voice, filled with boundless incitement, echoed through the heavens. Gather, counterattack, hunt, rather than be treated as mere materials to be harvested one by one. Let us transform into a tide of vengeance, dragging them and that repulsive false god List into the abyss of hell together. These words struck like the most potent poison, forcefully injecting each demon's heart with fury. Instantly, their fear morphed into a heightened frenzy and resentment. Indeed, they were once the rulers of this realm. They were once the gods who looked down upon all beings. How could they resign themselves to become mere fodder? Roar. Indeed, counterattack, hunt. That divine son Xiao Yan is but one person. Together, we are more than capable of tearing him to shreds. Kill, kill, kill. Let their divine blood cleanse the humiliation we have endured today. In an instant, a chaotic frenzy erupted, demonic flames surging on the blood list of 10,000 demons. The flames, which had just dimmed in fear, blazed once more with unprecedented intensity under the Soul Emperor's incitement. They had united as one, a force powerful enough to make the entire vast world tremble in fear, a tide of vengeance. On the Ark of Creation, the gods of the divine court beheld the assembly of the demonic path below in its entirety. The faces of Yin Jun, Lei Ying, and others revealed disdainful sneers. A group of pitiful creatures, just risen from the dust of defeat, reliant on the sale of their souls for power. Even if they gathered, what difference would it make? Before the absolute authority of the Divine Lord, and in the face of the higher dimensional divine path of the Divine Son, they were merely a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. At that moment, a radiant golden flame, piercing through the heavens and the earth, flickered and vanished. Xiao Yan's figure had silently returned to the ark from the direction of the Mo He ancient clan. His divine flame had become ever more refined and profound. The imprint of divine status upon his brow radiated a chilling pressure. Clearly, the hunt and devouring had greatly benefited him. Father. Xiao Yan bowed respectfully to Lin Yi at the pinnacle of the divine peak. Child, I have not failed my mission. The first offering has been presented. Lin Yi's indifferent voice slowly echoed, devoid of any discernible emotion. How does it feel? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan replied candidly, it is utterly inadequate. The essence of its demonic path, though seemingly grand, is in truth rife with the tangled grievances of myriad beings. Its foundation is unstable and easily toppled. In comparison to the harmonious and self-consistent path of our divine realm, it is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Indeed, Lin Yi offered his assessment with a detached tone. This illustrates the distinction between domestication and creation. The rancher perceives this realm as merely a pasture, knowing only how to hasten growth, yet utterly ignorant of the art of refinement. The demonic beings birthed under such circumstances may appear formidable, but are, in essence, mere hollow shells of inferiority. Conversely, you all, born from the realm I have painstakingly crafted, possess a path that has been perfect from its inception. This is your greatest advantage. At this juncture, he slowly turned, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the group of eager gods below, each one poised for action. His emotionless decree resonated deep within every soul like a final edict. This chessboard has been set. Thus, as the player, one must embody the composure of the player. The opponent has made their move. We shall respond in kind. He raised his hand, addressing the vast universe. To the countless beings in a state of ceaseless panic and confusion due to the confrontation of the two lists, proclaiming the ultimate rules of this game, transmit my decree. From this day forth, the vast universe shall enter the great cataclysm of the heavenly path. 1. The rules of dual-list hunt are officially enacted. All who ascend to the divine and demonic lists may hunt each other, seizing their essence to validate their path. Life and death shall abide by destiny. 2. All who do not enter the list shall be deemed as mortals. In the struggle between gods and demons, mortals must retreat. Should any mortal being dare intervene in the battle of gods and demons, they shall be met with merciless slaughter. 3. Lastly, Lin Ye's lips curled into a playful smirk that sent shivers through the assembly of gods. This tribulation is not an end, but a means of ascension. Henceforth, every century, I shall personally enact a great cleansing of this realm's mortals. All those who have not chosen a faction, who have not contended for a path, shall be regarded as the dust that obscures a precious gem and shall be entirely eradicated. Only those who continuously ascend and transcend amidst this bloody hunt, ultimately standing atop their respective lists, shall be deemed worthy of my recognition and attain true transcendence. Boom! These 3 decrees, akin to 3 hammers of creation imbued with supreme celestial authority, struck heavily upon the hearts of all beings in the vast universe. In an instant, it plunged this realm into an unprecedented, bloody scramble for survival. One must choose the celestial list and hunt demons under the protection of the divine court, or choose the blood list of 10,000 demons and resist the divine court under the rancher's grace. Alternatively, one may merely exist as a mortal, struggling to survive in the crevices, ever prepared to face the cleansing that occurs once every 100 years. There is no neutrality. There is no retreat. To not contend is to perish. At this moment, the entire vast universe erupted into chaos. Countless ancient powers that had been observing, numerous beings still hesitating, were forcibly compelled to make their choices under the weight of these brutal game rules. A war of faith, ignited by Lin Ye's own hand, swept across the world, erupting in full force. Chapter 54. The heavenly tribulation descends, the being's choice. Those 3 decrees, devoid of any emotion, yet laden with the highest celestial authority, fell upon the hearts of all beings in the vast universe like 3 chaotic hammers capable of shattering the old era and ushering in a new epoch. There is no neutrality. There is no retreat. To not contend is to perish. In the brief, absolute silence that seemed to suspend time itself, the ancient chessboard of the vast universe, dormant for countless eons, finally erupted into fervor. In the sword domain, an ancient sword pavilion suspended above the 9 heavens, Sword River rang with alarm. Thousands of sword cultivators, each bearing unparalleled sword bones and harboring celestial sword intent, gathered in the white jade plaza before the pavilion. Their faces bore the confusion and terror that followed the shattering of their faith. At the highest point of the sword pavilion, the current sword master and several venerable elders, their hair gray, yet their essence still sharp as a blade, stared intently at the heavens, where the 2 clearly defined supreme lists of deity and demon hovered. The atmosphere was tense to the utmost degree. Absurd, simply absurd, roared a hot-tempered elder, slamming his palm upon the jade table before him, causing a web of cracks to spread across the table crafted from sword heart crystal. That outside fiend dares to regard us as mere livestock. Either enter his divine court or descend into the demonic path. If we do not choose, we shall be treated like dust and washed away after 100 years. This is an intolerable insult. His voice brimmed with boundless humiliation and fury. Yet, what could they do if they did not choose? Another elder sighed heavily, his expression filled with bitterness. 3 divine beings have fallen. Ancient myths have turned to dust. That demonic Ma, Tian, was purged into nothingness in an instant by that divine son, Xiao Yan. Even if we were to expend the entirety of our sword domain's resources, how long could we withstand him? As these words fell, the entire sword pavilion once again descended into a deathly silence. Indeed, resistance? What could they resist with? Their prideful sword path. Before a being with the power to arbitrarily decree causality and strip away immortality, how could their swords, however sharp, sever anything? We cannot descend into the demonic path. The current sword master, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His eyes, seemingly containing countless sword shadows, fixated upon the radiant list above, where the name Xiao Yan radiated endless order and the essence of truth. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, embodying the determination of a sword cultivator. The swords of our sword domain are forged for protection. They embody our integrity. If we were to sell our souls for power and ally with those fiends, the sword heart that has been passed down for millions of years would shatter in an instant. Even if we were to survive, we would be no different from walking corpses. But Swordmaster, an elder interjected urgently, the divine court is equally tyrannical, equally unkind. They treat all beings as pawns and the world as their chessboard. If we were to ally with them, How would we differ from the likes of Mation? Not the same. The sword master slowly shook his head. He raised his hand, pointing toward the list that, though domineering, radiated a harmonious and flawless essence, the celestial list. The demonic path is about demand, about degradation, about endless chaos. Whereas the path of the divine court, though equally indifferent, is at its core order. He paused, a self-mocking and sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Moreover, we have no choice. Either we stand for integrity and, after a century, are humiliated and wiped away as dust. Either they must submit to this equally domineering, yet at least orderly new deity, in hopes of securing a sliver of survival. Ultimately, the sword master inhaled deeply, his voice, imbued with the authoritative gravity befitting a ruler, transformed into a command that resonated with poignant resolve throughout the entire sword domain. Convey my edict. From this day forth, the 70 million sword cultivators of my sword domain shall all yield to the divine court. Enter the heavenly rankings. Boom! As this decree echoed, the entire sword domain erupted into a cacophony of astonishment among countless sword cultivators. There was dissent, humiliation, and rage, yet ultimately, all sentiments coalesced into a single, sorrowful, and resigned response. We heed the command, and shall obey the sword master's decree. In the next heartbeat, the fortune of the entire sword domain transformed into an ethereal sword intent, soaring skyward, transcending infinite time and space, and offering its loyalty to the distant, heavenly rankings. Buzz! The divine light of the heavenly rankings flickered, as if accepting this pledge of allegiance. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in countless corners of the vast world. Numerous ancient sects and superpowers, faithful to the righteous path and unwilling to ally with darkness, after enduring agonizing struggles, made the same choice. They had no alternative. In that instant, the entire vast world simmered with fervor. Waves of will, signifying submission and allegiance, surged forth like rivers returning to the sea, wildly converging upon the heavenly rankings. What was once a divine list bearing only the names of a few from the divine court began to visibly manifest, one after another. Totems of power radiating a faint glow. However, where there is light, there must be shadow. While some chose to languish under order, others reveled in chaos. In a forbidden land of the demonic path, nourished by countless corpses and blood, dozens of demon gods, having just fallen from the celestial heights and reborn through the grace of their master, gathered here. On their faces, there was no trace of confusion or struggle, only an extreme veneration for power and an endless animosity towards the divine court. The bone demon hollow spirit saint emitted a harsh, grating laughter akin to bones scraping together. The hypocrites of the sword domain have indeed chosen to become the hounds of the outer demons. Very well, very well. His eyes, ablaze with the fire of souls, fixed greedily upon the newly emerged sword domain totem beneath the heavenly rankings. Once we trample the sword domain and refine those 70 million sword cultivators into bone demon slaves, I shall see what expression the so-called divine court will wear. Not just the sword domain, the profound nether demon ancestor, shrouded in endless black waters, spoke coldly. Those who once stood alongside us, now groveling before their enemies, shall not escape. Kill, kill, kill. The horde of demons roared, flames of malice soaring. Under the consolidation of the sole emperor, they had united into a singular force, driven solely by vengeance and destruction, a terrifying tide of demons. Upon the creation arc, the deities of the divine court beheld the rapidly cleaved, distinct vast world below. On one side were countless righteous forces, submitting in humiliation and reluctance to the heavenly rankings. On the other, numerous fallen demon gods gathered beneath the blood rankings of 10,000 demons, sharpening their blades for battle. A grand war of faith, poised to engulf the entire world, was imminent. Divine Lord, the South Bright Flame God, Yan Jin, with eyes brimming with the essence of war and destruction, ignited with fervent battle intent. Once more, he knelt on one knee before Lin Yi atop the divine peak, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the heavens. The demonic forces have gathered. The righteous path is also aligning. This is the perfect moment for the divine court to establish its authority in this realm. Please, Divine Lord, issue a decree. Allow me to lead the divine court's fire division to obliterate those demonic wretches' nests and turn their demonic souls into nourishment for the heavenly rankings. Please, Divine Lord, command us. Please, Divine Lord, command us. Lei Ying, Gu Yuan, Yao Dan, Yishi, Medusa, and all the deities at this moment knelt in unison, their gazes fervently fixed upon that timeless, majestic figure. Their paths had long been parched with anticipation. Their divine weapons yearned for the blood of their foes. Atop the divine peak, Lin Yi slowly withdrew his gaze from the tumult of faith below. He regarded his fervent assembly of gods, their battle spirit reaching a fever pitch. The artist's delight on his face growing ever more pronounced. This was the effect he desired. A canvas that bore only black and white would be dreadfully monotonous. Only when these contrasts began to clash, to battle, and to stain one another, would the resulting blood-red hue, filled with contradiction and struggle, be the most satisfying color to him. Excellent. He spoke softly, his indifferent tone transforming into the final decree that would inaugurate this grand hunt. Now that the adversaries have entered the arena, as the host, it is only fitting that I personally extend my hospitality. He slowly raised his hand, gently waving it toward the eager assembly of gods below. His gesture was less an order and more akin to an emperor granting permission to his hunting hounds in his own hunting grounds. Go forth, hunt to your heart's content. Let this realm, let that scheming master, witness the path that belongs to the divine court. Boom! The moment the final syllable fell, the entire creation arc erupted with divine brilliance. Yin Jin, first to unleash a cry filled with boundless excitement and brutality, transformed into a world-destroying flame lotus, surging toward the blood rankings of 10,000 demons, targeting the most arrogant demonic sanctuary. Following closely was the Western Thunder God, Lei Ying. He morphed into a titan of thunder, wielding the divine whip of law, surrounded by a torrent of divine lightning, aiming straight for another notorious demon lord. Gu Yuan, Yao Dan also transformed into azure divine light and the river of reincarnation, each locking onto an area in need of enlightenment and healing. The fire-bearer Yishi and the divine envoy Medusa, without a hint of hesitation, became two divine rainbows, trailing right behind. At this moment, the divine court was unleashed. 6 deities, born from a higher dimensional divine realm, descended with the might of creation, capable of rending asunder the darkness of the entire vast world, descending fiercely from the 9-colored, glazed heavens. Thus commenced the first war of deities and demons, instigated by the divine court, fully ignited. Chapter 55. The 6 gods traverse the heavens, purifying the demonic lands. As Lin Ye's hunting permission descended from the divine peak, a celestial of the deities began, one that would be etched into the memories of billions of beings in the vast world until the end of time. Boom! The 6 paths, embodying the divine light of the Creator's law from a higher dimensional realm, descended fiercely from the resplendent, 9-colored glass canopy. Without the slightest pause, they surged forth with a velocity that mere mortals could scarcely fathom, directly targeting the 6 coordinates atop the blood list of 10,000 demons, notorious for their overwhelming malevolence and deep-seated sins. The Bone Demon Domain, once a vibrant and peaceful land, had transformed into a desolate realm of death after the Bone Demon Dry Spirit Saint succumbed to the path of malice, becoming a forbidden zone constructed from the countless bones of fallen beings. An endless sea of white-boned demon slaves gathered before the vast Bone Demon Palace, which was formed from innumerable skulls. At the apex of the palace, the Dry Spirit Saint sat regally upon a throne fashioned from the spine of a divine sovereign, his eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue soul flames, fixated intently on the increasingly condensed blood list of 10,000 demons, stirred by the machinations of the Soul Emperor. A cruel and malicious smile spread across his visage. Ah, the celestial court, you say? Just wait until I refine these myriad demon slaves into my bone death bell. Then I shall annihilate a few oblivious continents to amass a billion souls. When the bell tolls, even should the divine heir Xiao Yan arrive, I will ensure he experiences the taste of soul annihilation. Yet, as he reveled in his nefarious imaginings, an explosive howl, laden with the essence of endless war and destruction, erupted from above him without warning. Beast, your future is forfeit. Boom! The Dry Spirit Saint's eye sockets suddenly constricted. He looked up sharply to behold the darkened sky, shrouded in an aura of death, now dominated by an immense fire lotus, ablaze with the South Ming fire capable of incinerating eons, supplanting it entirely. At the core of the fire lotus stood a formidable figure clad in radiant golden armor, exuding an aura so violent that even the heavenly Tao recoiled at its presence, surveying him with an expression akin to that of one regarding refuse. The newcomer was none other than the South Ming fire deity, Yan. The celestial court, a deity? After a fleeting moment of shock, the dry spirit saint's skeletal visage was instantly overtaken by an abyss of madness and ferocity. Excellent. Just in time to use your so-called divine flames to adorn my death bell with the most splendid hues. With a roar, the palace, constructed from countless skulls, crumbled into a multitude of death runes, merging entirely with the ominous, blood-scarred bone death bell floating before him. Demon bell, quell the souls, silence all bones. Give me death. Clang. A sound so terrifying that even the divine sovereigns would falter erupted from the bell, transforming into visible waves of black sound. Infused with the laws of death and finality, hurtling towards Yan. However, before this overwhelming demonic resonance capable of subduing an entire continent, Yan wore a countenance of disdain. Does a mere grain of rice dare to shine? He did not even adopt a defensive posture. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, gently grasping at the sea of corpses below. My path is fire and also the end. Divine flames cleanse the world. Boom! At the very moment the final syllable fell, the apocalyptic fire lotus, enveloping the entire sky, revealed a pure, untainted, glass-like divine flame gently descending from its heart. This divine flame, seemingly diminutive and gentle, brought with it an instant of stillness in time. The terrifying demonic resonance, upon contact with the glass-like divine flame, was utterly obliterated, as if confronted by an icy nemesis, leaving not a single ripple in its wake. Merely purification. Next, the bone death bell, forged from millions of bones and the blood of demon gods, under the illumination of that divine flame, emitted a shrill wail as the death runes inscribed upon it began to dissolve under the relentless heat, as if punished by the scorching sun. No, what is this flame? For the first time, the dry spirit saint's eye sockets, ablaze with soul fire, brimmed with a profound sense of fear. He could distinctly feel his demonic path, his very existence, commencing an irreversible annihilation under the radiance of that glass-like divine flame. This was not mere destruction. It was a complete erasure, executed by a higher dimensional law of obliteration, targeting the very roots of his concept. In a frenzy, he summoned all of his demonic energy and turned to flee. But it was already too late. The glass-like divine flame, appearing leisurely, had transcended time and space, silently landing upon the vast, white-boned sea. There were no flames, no explosions, no wails, only purification. As the divine flame descended, the countless bones of fallen beings swiftly melted away, as if touched by a gentle spring breeze, dissolving before the naked eye. They did not turn to ash. Rather, they were restored to their pure, emotionless essence of life. The souls, once imprisoned within the bones and filled with anguish and resentment, were cleansed of all sins under the light of that divine flame, their faces revealing serene liberation, transforming into specks of light that dispersed into the cosmos. In mere moments, this bone demon domain, which had instilled terror across countless realms, was entirely purified. In its place blossomed a land suffused with boundless vitality and sacred essence. A glass-like pure land, and the dry spirit saint, the once mighty demon god, found his immortal, skeletal form quietly disintegrating within the radiance of that purifying divine light. In the last moment before the extinguishing of the soul fire in his eyes, the reflection captured was that of Yan, brimming with unrelenting violence and indifference. The countenance of a deity. A soft sound echoed. The era of the demon god, bone demon dry spirit saint, had utterly vanished from this realm. The vast source of demonic energy that dissipated following his demise was inevitably consumed by the sky ranking, transforming into an even more resplendent mark of merit upon Yan-Jin's divine status. And this was merely a microcosm of the divine deity's celestial. In another realm, above the Blood River Demon Sect, where heinous slaughter had once been committed, the thunder god of the west, Lei Ying, manifested as a towering figure of thunder. He did not summon any devastating divine lightning. Instead, he simply cracked his whip, forged from the laws of regulation and punishment, against the blood-red magic mountain below. Crack! A sound of the whip echoed. There was no thunder, no flashes of lightning. Yet, within that mountain, every demon cultivator who had committed heinous acts, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their long-forgotten sins erupting forcefully from the depths of their souls. In an instant, countless demonic cultivators were reduced to ashes, consumed by the inner demons and malevolent flames that had taken root within their hearts, all before the gaze of the masses. One lash, one judgment upon a sect. This, indeed, is the path of laying. Upon that land, once hailed as the city of 10,000 medicines, now transformed into the domain of 10,000 poisons due to the descent into darkness, the North Xintian water deity, Xiao Yan, did not bestow any punishment. Instead, he gently lowered the ethereal projection of the North Xintian River, a conduit of healing and reincarnation from the heavens above. The divine and compassionate waters of reincarnation flowed across every inch of the land tainted by toxins. Wherever they passed, poison dissipated, demonic soil was purified, withered trees blossomed anew, and all things revived. Countless souls who had suffered and perished from plagues and toxins found their ultimate rest and transcendence beneath the cleansing waters of the river. Xiao Zhan, through healing, enacted judgment. This is his path. As for those local forces that had just pledged allegiance to the celestial ranking, they witnessed for the first time during this divine the true nature of their newly chosen order. The eastern extreme green wood deity, Gu Yuan, descended upon the sword domain that had recently sworn loyalty. He did not issue any edict. Instead, he tenderly inserted a branch, containing the laws of vitality from the realm of divine destruction, into the ancestral vein of the sword domain. Thunderous roars echoed as that branch took root, growing into a colossal divine tree that enveloped the entire sword domain in mere moments. An endless stream of pure and advanced divine aura, far superior to the spiritual essence of the myriad worlds, cascaded down from the branches and leaves of that divine tree. Heavens, my sword heart's bottleneck has loosened. What unparalleled purity of spiritual essence is this? To cultivate here for just one day is equivalent to a century of arduous training. Divine grace. This is divine grace. Instantly, the entire sword domain, comprising 70 million sword cultivators, was engulfed in unprecedented ecstasy and astonishment. The last vestiges of humiliation and resentment in their hearts were utterly washed away by this overwhelming divine grace. In its place arose fervent reverence and adoration. Gu Yuan fortified his dominion through enlightenment and bestowal. This is his path. Meanwhile, the fire-bearer, Yi Shi, and the divine envoy, Medusa, appeared as phantoms lingering outside the battlefield. Their targets were not the openly displayed demon gods, but rather the cunning old foxes hiding within the layers of space, watching the chaos unfold with hopes of reaping the benefits. Medusa, utilizing the bloodline of the primal purple crystal dark serpent, suppressed the spatial realm. One by one, she forcefully dragged forth those ancient beings who fancied themselves hidden from view. Yi Shi, in turn, would unleash the Genesis fire, seemingly gentle yet containing the dual principles of creation and annihilation. They must either choose to submit to the celestial ranking, accepting the purification and blessings of divine fire, or face being reset to the most primordial void within that flame. There was no third option. At this moment, the entire vast world trembled before these 6 true deities from a higher dimensional realm. Their arrival heralded not war, but rather a one-sided, sweeping cleansing, a redefinition of the entire world. Above the heavens, the 10,000 demons' blood ranking witnessed names extinguishing at a visible pace. In stark contrast, the totem of forces beneath the celestial ranking surged at an even more frenzied speed. Darkness receded, light spread. This battle of faith ignited by the rancher tilted the scales, from the very beginning, decisively towards the divine court, without a hint of doubt. Chapter 56, The Embers of the Demon Tide, the Edict of the Soul Emperor. The 6 deities had descended, their might just beginning to ferment. The entire vast world lay enveloped in an unprecedented silence. The unilateral cleansing initiated by the divine court, under the guise of purification, left indelible marks upon every inch of this ancient chessboard, like a red-hot branding iron. Countless beings, regardless of their cultivation level, upon closing their eyes, would uncontrollably envision the 6 towering figures that define the essence of divinity. They would recall the fiery lotus that incinerated the bones of the demon realm, restoring billions of skeletons to their original life essence. They would remember the judgmental blood river that detonated the inner sins of countless demonic cultivators. They would think of the North Xintian River, which cleansed the domain of 10,000 poisons, allowing withered trees to bloom anew. And they would recall the towering divine tree rooted in the sword domain, bathing 70 million sword cultivators in divine grace. Fear, awe, and even reverence. These complex emotions spread like a plague in every corner. Above the heavens, the once mighty 10,000 demons blood ranking, now dimmed, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Over 90% of the names had extinguished, transforming into sustenance for this celestial ranking. The few remaining true names of demon gods barely clung to life in the corners of the ranking, their demonic aura as faint as gossamer. Their wills were completely consumed by fear, retreating deep into their respective domains, afraid to exhale even a whisper, lest they become the next target of purification. In this realm dominated by fear, a solitary demonic shadow stood out prominently. At the pinnacle of the 10,000 demons blood ranking, the figure of the Soul Emperor, forged from pure malevolence, hovered silently. He felt neither fear nor tremor, merely observing coldly the disgraceful state of his kindred beneath him, filled with disdain. At that moment, a chilling, brutal will, imbued with supreme authority, surged forth from the depths of the blood ranking. Useless trash, a group of worthless beings, beneath even the status of livestock. This will belong to the rancher. His voice conveyed no lament for the lost game, only intense anger and contempt for the incompetence of his pieces. I granted you power not to cower beneath the enemy's blade. You have sullied the name of the demon path. With that roar, the remnants of demonic essence recently purified by the 6 deities surged forth like a vile torrent, drawn by an overwhelming command, rushing towards the singular demonic shadow. The Soul Emperor. Since inferior livestock are of no use, the rancher's icy voice continued with a simple directive for resource utilization. Thus, I shall extract the last value from you to forge a truly effective weapon. The wailing did not emanate from the Soul Emperor, but from those demonic remnants drained of their final essence. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor, under the deluge of this tainted energy, did not emit a single cry of pain. Rather, he spread his arms wide, allowing the chaotic remnants, filled with the resentments of countless failures, to tear apart and then reassemble his demonic form inch by inch. His body was undergoing a frenzied purification, all emotions and intentions not of pure essence, belonging to the sovereign of souls, were utterly erased under the relentless tide of this higher chaos. In their place arose a concept of slaughter and annihilation, more unadulterated and terrifying than before. After a lengthy silence, as the final remnants of demonic essence merged with his being, the rancher's emotionless decree resonated throughout the remaining will of the demonic realm. Sovereign of souls, from this day forth, you shall be known as the king of all demons. In my stead, carry out the hunt. Those who defy shall be your sustenance. As the blood light dissipated, a renewed sovereign of souls, his aura magnified manifold, slowly opened his eyes. Within those eyes, no trace of sentience remained. Only the indelible mark of the rancher's will and an insatiable thirst for destruction lingered. Meanwhile, atop the pinnacle of creation, the Genesis Ark, the 6 divine figures, Flame Ash, Thunder Winning, and others, appeared silently, kneeling on one knee before the ancient, towering figure. We report to our Lord. The main force of the demonic realm has been entirely purged. Flame Ash's voice resonated like a mighty bell, yet was suffused with profound reverence. We are grateful for the honor bestowed upon us. The divine light surrounding them had coalesced into a form far more refined than before. The divine marks on their foreheads, having absorbed vast quantities of demonic essence, now exuded an overwhelming pressure that was heart-stopping. However, at the bow of the ship, Lin Yi merely turned slowly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over them. Acceptable. These 2 words bore no hint of emotion, yet seemed to serve as the highest judgment in existence. As his voice faded, he gradually raised his hand and pointed gently at the radiant celestial rankings that had flourished due to their achievements. For merit, there must be reward. This is the order I have decreed. With a hum, the divine light of the celestial rankings surged, and the names of the 6 divine lords began to evolve spontaneously. Following Gu Yuan's name, the title Eastern Enlightenment Divine Lord emerged, imbued with boundless vitality and the essence of order. Flame Ash's name was followed by Southern Purification Divine Lord. Thunder Winning, Western Punishment Divine Lord. Yao Dan, Northern Reincarnation Divine Lord. And Yishi and Medusa each received the official divine titles of Master of Creations and Master of Primordial Space respectively. This was not a mere bestowal of names, but a certification and elevation on a fundamental level of rules. Flame Ash felt distinctly that his southern flame of purity, empowered by the title of purification, had seen its capacity to cleanse and restrain demonic essence increase tenfold. Gu Yuan's world tree, radiating the light of enlightenment, could effortlessly cover an entire continent, ensuring that those bathed in its glow would possess a clear heart and be free from wicked thoughts. This was the reward from Lin Yi, an artist's meticulous refinement of his own creation. A stark contrast to the butcher's crude methods of forcefully cramming all remnants into a single vessel. Gratitude for the divine bestowal. The six gods bowed once more, their fervor reaching its zenith. Lin Yi inclined his head slightly, uttering no further words. His indifferent gaze seemed to penetrate infinite time and space. Perceiving the newly anointed king of all demons and the brutal, utilitarian will of the butcher that loomed behind him, a playful smirk of an artist deepened at the corners of his mouth. The chessboard had been nearly cleared. It was time for the strongest pieces of both sides to make their moves. At that moment, the newly empowered king of all demons, sovereign of souls, slowly raised his head. His emotionless gaze swept over the celestial rankings, ultimately fixing upon the totems of power that had just sworn fealty and basked in divine favor. A malicious smile crept upon his lips, filled with pure malevolence. A bloody hunt, led by a king against pawns, was about to unfold. Chapter 57. The Demon King's Hunt, the Bloodstained Divine Favor. The sword domain basked in an unprecedented euphoria and rebirth. The world tree, personally planted by the Eastern Enlightenment Divine Lord, had transformed into a sacred totem supporting this realm. Countless beams of nine-colored luminous light cascaded from its branches, turning the entire sword domain into a true sanctuary of divinity. In the air, every thread of spiritual energy contained the essence of a higher dimensional realm. And the 7 million sword cultivators, young and old alike, could distinctly sense their long-stagnant sword hearts beginning to stir with incredible rapidity. Divine favor. This is the true divine favor. I feel it. I feel my sword rejoicing. It yearns to offer everything to that supreme deity. Ha ha! Under the nourishment of such divine energy, the strength of our sword domain will surely multiply tenfold within a century. Fervent adoration replaced the initial humiliation and resentment. Every sword cultivator wore a genuine expression of devotion and gratitude. They sat cross-legged beneath the sacred tree, greedily inhaling the pure divine light, envisioning a glorious future for the sword domain under the protection of the divine court. However, they remained oblivious to the encroaching darkness. At the edges of the nine-colored celestial canopy, a thread deeper than the abyss of 9 yews, colder than the chaos of the void, began to silently spread. Hiss, hiss. The world tree, which should have been invulnerable and teeming with life, began to wither and curl without warning, its outermost branches and leaves succumbing. The radiant nine-colored divine light swirling upon it turned murky and dim, as if poisoned by vile waters. A surge of chaotic and finalizing demonic intent, like an invisible plague, began to ravage this sacred ground. What was happening? An elder of the sword domain, deep in meditation, was the first to sense the anomaly. He abruptly opened his eyes, horror-stricken, gazing at the tainted divine tree. The tree's vitality is waning. Before his cry could echo, a voice, devoid of emotion, yet chilling as if it could freeze the soul, emanated from the darkened celestial dome above. There was no anger, no intent to kill, only an absolute malice. As if scrutinizing lifeless objects. Divine favor? How laughable a term. Before destruction, all new beginnings are but the most melodious of lamentations. In the instant the words fell, boom! The pure demonic shadow, wrought from the king of all demons, sovereign of souls, descended from the heavens like a drop of ink capable of tainting an entire ocean. He did not unleash any earth-shattering attack. Rather, he slowly spread his arms. In the next moment, an unseen, untraceable, yet undeniably real realm of chaos enveloped the sword domain. Centered around him, descending with unrestrained force. This was not a clash of energy, nor a contest of laws. It was a pollution of a higher concept, a butcher's enforced definition of his own pasture. Buzzing, the entire sword domain, with 7 million swords, whether in their sheaths or wielded by their masters, erupted in a wail of sheer terror. The blades, recently sharpened by divine grace, began to manifest eerie magical runes, symbolizing rust and decay. No, my fated divine sword, my sword's essence, it shatters before my very eyes. The piercing wails echoed relentlessly. Countless sword cultivators, in a state of terror, realized that their proud guardianship of the sword path was crumbling irreversibly before the raw chaos of demonic intent, as if facing a natural enemy. Their faith, their integrity, their very essence, were being forcibly erased by a more tyrannical concept of destruction. This is the terror of the king of all demons. He was not engaged in battle. He was merely declaring a fact. Within this realm shrouded by him, all order is but a false pretense. Help! Quickly! Seek assistance from the divine court. The Lord of the Sword Domain gazed at the swiftly withering world tree, witnessing the collapse of his kin, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. His once resolute visage was suddenly overtaken by boundless despair and bloodlust. Without a moment's hesitation, he fervently ignited his own divine soul and sword essence, transforming it into a most desperate will, soaring skyward to the celestial rankings above, issuing a final plea for aid. Upon the arc of creation, a celestial canopy, forged from divine light, vividly reflected the hellish landscape within the sword domain. The 6 newly anointed deities, their faces once adorned with the dignity of divinity, were instantly engulfed by a tidal wave of wrath. Soul Heaven Emperor! The South-Bright Pure World deity, Yan was the first to unleash a thunderous roar. Surrounding him, the divine fire of glass, capable of incinerating eternity, erupted violently, warping the very fabric of time and space. This fiend, how dare he, in our presence, profane the divine grace bestowed by the Lord? Divine Lord! He suddenly turned, kneeling before that magnificent silhouette, his voice resounding throughout the universe. I, your humble servant, request to battle. Grant me permission to unleash the pure world divine fire and reduce that demonic spawn, along with his filthy shepherd, to ashes. I, your humble servant, request to battle. Lei Ying, Gu Yuan, and Yao Dan also stepped forward, their divine forms trembling violently with unrestrained fury. This is the most blatant provocation against the divine court. It is the most vicious humiliation towards these newly elevated deities. If we do not respond with thunderous force, where lies the dignity of the divine court? However, at the helm of the vessel, atop the divine peak, Lin Yi remained unfazed, bearing an air of calm indifference. He merely raised his right hand slowly, with a simple gesture, halting the fervent battle intent of the deities behind him. His apathetic gaze did not linger on the brutal battlefield below, but pierced through endless time and space, falling upon the young figure deep within the temple, who had been in seclusion since slaying Mo Hetion. The king's opponent must be a king. Lin Ye's emotionless voice resonated in the hearts of the deities, instantly freezing their raging fury. This trial is for Yan Air. At that moment, the long-sealed Eternal Divine Palace's doors opened without warning. There was no divine light, no imposing pressure. What remained was an absolute tranquility, as if capable of encompassing the rise and fall of the cosmos. A figure clad in a 9-colored glass, divine robe slowly emerged from that stillness. It was none other than the divine son, Xiao Yan. He had emerged from seclusion. In this instant, he bore no resemblance to his former self. The sharpness and dominance characteristic of the divine son had completely receded, replaced by an absolute indifference that mirrored his father, Lin Yi, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. His golden eyes no longer burned with flame. Instead, they transformed into 2 profound glass suns, seemingly capable of piercing through the annals of time. At the center of those divine suns, a 9-colored lotus seal, formed from pure order, rotated languidly. He had thoroughly digested the nourishment belonging to Mo Hetion. More importantly, he had glimpsed, through the chaotic essence of the demonic path, a fragment of the true perfection that belonged to his father's artistic way. Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the celestial canopy, observing the devastation within the sword domain and the arrogance of the Soul Heaven Emperor. His countenance bore neither anger nor urgency. He simply bowed deeply and respectfully to his father's imposing silhouette. No words were necessary. The bond of their shared path and understanding transcended all. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's figure transformed into a radiant 9-colored stream of light, capable of rectifying the heavens and reshaping the universe, silently vanishing from the Arkansas. The deities of the divine court, watching his departing form, felt the profound resonance of his essence, increasingly akin to that of the divine Lord. Their expressions shifting from initial fury to boundless astonishment and anticipation. On the chessboard, the most formidable trump cards of both sides were finally poised for a direct confrontation. Chapter 58. The Contest of Heart and Enlightenment of the Pieces. The sword domain lay in ruins. The once revered world tree had now completely withered, its 9-colored glass leaves reduced to ashen charcoal, entwined with inescapable chaotic demonic intent. Across the land, 70 million swords had been severed. The once clear sound of swords transformed into an unending lament and wail. Here lies the graveyard of order, openly trampled by destruction. The king of all demons, Soul, Heaven Emperor, stood silently at the center of this masterpiece, crafted by his own hands. He did not gaze upon the ruins beneath his feet. His emotionless demonic eyes merely regarded the silhouette that had quietly arisen before him, unbeknownst to him. The divine son, Xiao Yan. His appearance bore no cataclysmic divine light, nor overwhelming pressure. He simply stood there, serene in his nine-colored glass divine robe, as if he had been a part of this world since time immemorial. Within his vicinity, the chaotic, demonic intent potent enough to warp laws receded like a tide before an unseen force of more primordial order, silently purifying and restoring it to the purest essence of heaven and earth. You have arrived. The Soul Heaven Emperor spoke slowly. His voice was no longer a mere roar, but a composite demonic resonance, imbued with the remnants of countless fallen demons, steeped in notions of corruption and finality. Come to lay to rest another failed creation of your father? Xiao Yan did not respond to his provocation. His eyes, now resembling glass suns, calmly surveyed the desolation, eventually settling on the Soul Heaven Emperor's form, composed entirely of malice. He slowly shook his head, his tone indifferent, as if stating an established fact. No, I have come to rectify. Rectify? The Soul Heaven Emperor appeared to find the notion utterly ludicrous, unleashing a demonic howl potent enough to rend souls. You? A pathetic puppet whose very strength derives from the gifts of others. Boom! Before his words could fade, he swiftly launched an attack. There were no flashy techniques, no gathering of energy. He merely invoked the chaotic concept sourced from the rancher to its utmost limit. Suddenly, centered around him, the very laws of the sword domain's ruins began to twist frantically. The space churned like boiling water. Time intermittently halted and flowed backward. Matter flickered in a manner that defied all logic, oscillating wildly between existence and nothingness. A wave of destruction, intent on dragging all order into infinite chaos, surged violently towards Xiao Yan. Yet, in the face of this terrifying spectacle capable of shattering the resolve of any celestial sovereign, Xiao Yan maintained an expression of calm indifference. He merely raised his right hand slowly. In the palm of his hand, the nine-colored lotus seal, forged from pure order, began to rotate gently. I have stated before, your path is flawed. The moment the words fell from his lips, he stepped forward, without defense, without evasion. Instead, he proactively walked into that chaotic realm, one capable of overturning the heavens and the earth. As Xiao Yan's figure was engulfed by that chaotic domain, his nine-colored glazed divine robe erupted into a magnificent radiance. The light, though not blindingly fierce, emanated an undeniable authority of definition. Wherever the light reached, the tumultuous space instantly calmed. The inverted time was forcibly recalibrated. The flickering matter was redefined with the significance of existence. It was as if an exalted painter was using the brush of truth to meticulously restore a canvas that had been carelessly defaced to its rightful form, stroke by stroke. Xiao Yan not only remained unscathed within that chaotic realm, but he also forcefully corrected the chaotic path of the Soul Emperor with his own order. How could this be possible? For the first time, a hint of uncontrollable shock emerged in the purely malicious eyes of the Soul Emperor. He could not comprehend why his supreme demonic path, derived from the ranch master, was so easily resolved by the other in such a seemingly disdainful manner. I have said, it is but a fragile thing. As Xiao Yan emerged slowly from the purified domain, with each step he took, an inch of the desolate land beneath his feet was restored to order and clarity. Your power, though seemingly formidable, is in truth merely a pile of countless remnants, a tumor cultivated by the butcher to hasten the maturation of livestock, whereas my path is that of an artist painstakingly sculpted in pursuit of perfection, a masterpiece. The disparity between us is evident. These words pierced into the depths of the Soul Emperor's demonic soul like a truth sword sharper than any divine weapon in existence. His most valued power, the foundation upon which he survived, was belittled to worthlessness by the other. Silence. The Soul Emperor was utterly enraged, unleashing a thunderous roar. He ceased the conceptual confrontation and instead concentrated all chaotic demonic essence within himself, transforming it into a world-destroying demonic spear capable of puncturing through this realm, thrusting it fiercely towards Xiao Yan. At that moment, his voice, filled with endless temptation, slithered into Xiao Yan's heart like a venomous serpent. Xiao Yan, look at yourself. You are merely the most obedient dog of your father. Your power, your glory, your everything is granted by others. Do you know what true struggle is? What it means to carve out supreme strength with your own hands from a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood? You know nothing. You are just a pitiful creature living in the shadow of your forebears. These words struck like a heart-wrenching curse, capable of shaking the resolve of any prodigy. Buzz, the nine-colored protective divine light that once enveloped Xiao Yan, harmonious and impervious to all, suddenly trembled violently under the impact of those words. In that instant before him, there was no longer the ruins of the sword domain, nor the demonic shadow of the Soul Emperor. Instead, he beheld the back mountains of the Xiao family in Wutan City. He saw that solitary figure, under the moonlight, repeatedly pounding the hard bluestone with his tender fists. He heard the unabashed ridicule and mockery of his kin. Look, that waste has returned. Truly a disgrace to the clan leader. He felt the profound loneliness of being abandoned by the entire world, the endless confusion regarding the future, and the despair so bitter that even breathing felt like a burden. Each scene was an indelible pain, the most vivid reality of his life. Look at that pitiful gaze. The Soul Emperor's demonic voice whispered like a venomous snake in his ear. But for your father, you would still be that ant struggling in the mire. The order you possess now is merely a betrayal of your past incompetence. Your current strength is but a shackle bestowed upon you by your father. For the first time, Xiao Yan's breath became erratic. His eyes, ablaze with glazed divine fire, revealed a barely perceptible flicker of doubt. Indeed, without his father, what would he amount to? Was everything he now possessed truly his own path? Or was he merely the most perfectly sculpted creation, the most obedient pawn? However, just as his heart began to crack under the weight of this fatal self-doubt, that stubborn visage of youth, surrounded by countless jeers and laughter in his memories, began to overlap with his current divine form, one that commanded supreme order. Xiao Yan smiled. The smile was faint, yet carried an essence of absolute enlightenment and release, as if he had finally discovered the singular truth amidst the endless darkness. You are correct. Xiao Yan's voice resonated calmly, yet contained an extraordinary power capable of dispelling myriad inner demons. The world-destroying spear, which had been thrusting towards him, momentarily stilled. My power indeed derives from my father. But you, for the first time, his gaze bore a trace of pity, as if he could see through the Soul Emperor's every facade. What of you? Boom! This rhetorical question struck the Soul Emperor's demonic soul like a divine thunderbolt. We are both mere pawns. Xiao Yan's tone remained indifferent, yet every word pierced to the heart. The difference lies in that my player teaches me how to appreciate this chessboard, how to comprehend the rules upon it, and even, in the distant future, how to create my own chessboard. While your player, Xiao Yan gazed at the Soul Emperor's twisted demonic visage, now filled with shock, and slowly unveiled the most cruel truth. Only regards you as a disposable weapon. He did not pause. His eyes, ablaze with glazed divine fire, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance unique to Xiao Yan. You ask me what is struggle. I understand it better than you. Those 3 years of darkness, those thousands of days and nights filled with loneliness and resentment, are the most solid foundation of my path. The order I choose is not to forsake the past. On the contrary, it is to put an end to your enjoyment of devouring the weak through chaos. In order to ensure that this world shall never again witness another youth, akin to the once despairing and helpless version of myself, struggling in utter hopelessness. The moment the words fell from his lips, Xiao Yan's Tao heart, with its final trace of imperfection, achieved complete fulfillment. He no longer regarded the Soul Emperor as a foe to be vanquished, but instead perceived him as a flawed creation, grotesquely twisted and tainted by a clumsy craftsman. Buzz. The 9-colored lotus seal in his palm erupted with a resounding bloom. This time, he did not confront the annihilating spear of the world head-on. Rather, he employed an astonishingly exquisite angle to gently imprint the 9-colored fire lotus, imbued with the essence of order, onto the spear's body, a most discordant and distorted node of law. This was not purification, but correction. Sizzle. That spear, which was destined to obliterate all, faltered the instant the fire lotus marked it, as its internal structure, forcefully coalesced from countless remnants of demonic energy, plummeted into disarray. A far more terrifying backlash of law erupted furiously from within. No. The Soul Emperor emitted a piercing wail, filled with incredulous despair. He watched helplessly as his most formidable strike began to self-destruct, much like a toy with a fundamental flaw. Roar! The searing agony of his own power rebounding upon him, coupled with the profound impact of those words, plunged the Soul Emperor into utter madness. The rationality that belonged to the king of all demons was wholly supplanted by a primal, beast-like fury. He could no longer maintain his lofty demeanor, and, ensnared by the crumbling essence of demonic energy, charged at Xiao Yan with the wild ferocity of a wounded beast. The battle intensified. However, the scales of victory had irrevocably tilted. Not a defeat of strength, but a defeat of the Tao. Chapter 59. The Pastoral Master makes a move, the Divine Sovereign smiles. Madness. Under the impact of Xiao Yan's heart-piercing words, the king of all demons, Soul Emperor, succumbed to the most unadulterated, beast-like insanity. The kingly rationality he had just coalesced was wholly incinerated, replaced by an infinite hatred and fear of the very notion of weapons, arising from the depths of his soul. Roar! He abandoned all pretense, engulfed by the impending collapse of his demonic essence, charging at Xiao Yan like a filthy star on the verge of self-destruction. Embarking on a frenzied, mutually destructive assault, the battle had devolved into a primal bloodbath. Although the scales of victory had shifted, the death throes of the demon king still possessed the might to alter the very fabric of the heavens. Yet at that moment the blood list of all demons, which had dimmed in brilliance, trembled violently without warning. A force, far exceeding the limits of this realm, purer, older, and a chaotic magnitude 1,000,000,000 times greater than all the demonic essence within the Soul Emperor, seemed to tear through the barriers of the myriad realms. Crossing over from the other side of the blood list, this was the hand of the chess player, personally reaching into the board. Seeing his strongest piece on the brink of defeat, the elusive Pastoral Master could no longer restrain himself. Sizzle. That pure, chaotic essence transformed into a stream of ink-black light, disregarding the distance of time and space, forcibly flooding into the Soul Emperor's crumbling demonic form. Ah! The Soul Emperor emitted a wail, more anguished and tormented than any he had previously uttered. Twisted demonic patterns, alien to this world and laden with ominous portent, erupted and spread wildly across his vast demonic body. His power surged with a ferocity akin to cheating, catalyzed by this external essence. Boom! In but an instant, he broke free from Xiao Yan's correctional suppression, swiping back with a claw that tore open a massive rift in the protective nine-colored light. Xiao Yan's figure was sent flying, as if struck by lightning, for the first time overwhelmed by that unreasonable, savage force. Prince of the Divine, on the Creator's Ark. Yan Jin, Lei Ying, and the other divine beings gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. They could distinctly sense that the Soul Emperor's aura had surpassed the realm of the spiritual tier supreme beings of this world, reaching a level that eluded their comprehension. A far more bizarre echelon. The situation had turned on its head. However, at the bow of the ship, atop the peak of the Divine Mountain, Lin Yi gazed at Xiao Yan, who had been grievously wounded by a single strike, and at the Soul Emperor, now ablaze with demonic flames due to the influx of external power. On his eternally impassive face, there was not a hint of gravity. Instead, a gradual, almost predatory smile emerged, as if an artist had long awaited the moment his prey stepped into the trap. He did not look at Xiao Yan, but allowed his eyes, reflecting the birth and demise of the universe, to settle upon the sky list, which shone brilliantly due to the Pastoral Master's cross-realm power. By intervening personally, you have disrupted the power rules you established. Lin Ye's indifferent voice resonated calmly, yet seemed to deliver a final verdict to another being of equal standing. Then, I shall employ the rules of the Tao I have set forth to judge this. Transgression. As the words fell, he calmly uttered 2 characters towards the radiant sky list. Correction. Buzz. The moment those 2 words were spoken, the sky list erupted with an unprecedented, supreme divine light capable of defining the truths of this world. Upon the list, an ethereal silhouette of the heavenly Tao divine brush, forged from pure laws of order, slowly materialized. It did not attack the invincible Soul Emperor. Its brush tip did not even carry a hint of murderous intent. It merely, across the boundless void, gently, made a stroke towards the pure chaos essence emanating from the Soul Emperor. This stroke was not an attack. It was a definition, a correction. It represented the heavenly laws of this world, under Lin Ye's authority, rendering a final judgment upon that foreign substance within the demon's body. Foreign object, air, rumbling. The moment this definition was inscribed into the laws of this world by the sky list, the entire great thousand world seemed to be endowed with an instinctive immunity, actively rejecting and decomposing that foreign essence which the Soul Emperor had only just assimilated into his body. No, no. What is this? The demonic flames that had just surged to their peak within the Soul Emperor suddenly faltered. Then he emitted a wail, filled with disbelief and a pain 1,000,000,000 times greater than that of a soul being torn asunder. He could distinctly feel the conflict and violent backlash occurring within his body between the essence of the great thousand world and the chaotic essence from beyond the realms. He not only failed to master the supreme power that could have turned the tide of battle, but instead became a battleground for the clash of two paramount laws. This nascent force was being assimilated by the entire world. Upon the creation arc, Lin Yi gazed upon the Soul Emperor, who was writhing in agony amid the backlash of the laws, his breath plummeting like a cliff's edge. He also cast a glance at the nebulous, dark thread of origin connecting the Soul Emperor to the blood list of 10,000 demons. A faint, indifferent smile tugged at the corners of his lips, his gaze reminiscent of a glutton surveying a most exquisite delicacy delivered right to his doorstep. He softly addressed the pantheon of gods behind him, who were utterly shaken by this astonishing reversal. The finest materials have presented themselves. His indifferent gaze then shifted downward to Xiao Yan, who was slowly rising from the ground. His eyes filled with profound shock and insight. It was as if he were imparting wisdom from afar. Do you see it, Yinner? The true player never descends to the battlefield himself. He merely entices his opponent into committing the most fatal errors. Chapter 60. The incarnation of the shepherd becomes a sacrifice. Lin Ye's distant words resonated like a primordial thunderclap, echoing deep within the souls of Xiao Yan and the assembled gods. The true strategist never engages in direct combat. He only lures his adversaries into making their gravest mistakes. It was revealed that the earlier show of weakness by the Divine Prince, the Soul Emperor's counterattack, and the shepherd's brazen intervention, all of it had been orchestrated by the God Lord from the very beginning. He had treated a being of equal caliber, one who wielded authority over chaos and corruption, as mere prey to be toyed with and lured. This realization shattered everything previously witnessed, rendering it utterly subversive and terrifying. At the moment when the gods were still immersed in this overwhelming shock capable of piercing their very hearts, at the pinnacle of the divine peak, the eternal and majestic figure finally stirred. The materials are prepared. Lin Yi spoke indifferently, as if he were an artist about to embark on a perfect creation, merely stating a process that could not be simpler. Next, we shall purify. He slowly raised his right hand, gesturing toward the sky ranking, which glimmered with maximum brilliance above. With a gentle beckon, a resounding hum reverberated. The sky ranking, as if responding to its masteress summons, roared violently. A chain of divine laws, not composed of any energy, but rather crystallized from the pure concepts of order and truth, erupted forth from the ranking. It did not attack the Soul Emperor, who was struggling in agony from the backlash of the laws. In Lin Ye's eyes, the Soul Emperor had lost even the qualification to be considered an enemy. He was merely a pathetic conduit linking the materials to the furnace. With a swift motion, the chain of divine laws, surpassing the speed of causality, accurately traced back along the dark thread of origin connecting the Soul Emperor to the blood list of 10,000 demons. A roar of incredulity and rage resounded from the depths of the chaotic and corrupt realm at the other end of the blood list. The shepherd finally perceived Lin Yi's true intent. He was not aiming to kill the Soul Emperor. He sought to reverse steal a portion of his origin through this connection. A thunderous rumble. The blood-soaked void was torn apart by a hand of pure greed and chaos. A colossal, shadowy figure, more immense than mountains and more wicked than abysses, surged forth from the rift. He was the incarnation of the shepherd's will. As soon as he emerged, he aimed to sever the causal link with the Soul Emperor with thunderous force for the sake of self-preservation. Despicable artist. The will of the shepherd transformed into a demonic roar that could send tremors through all realms. How dare you steal my sustenance? Your sustenance is far too crude. Lin Yi responded indifferently from the creation arc, his tone serene as if evaluating a flawed and failed product. I am merely recycling waste. The moment his words fell, Lin Yi's slowly raised right hand, with fingers extended across the boundless void, gently grasped the end of the chain of divine laws. Net caught. Boom! The chain of laws, originally tracing back, suddenly constricted. An undeniable, irrefutable, and unyielding authority of supreme order erupted explosively. No, the incarnation of the shepherd, which had just torn through the void, let out a howl filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness. His massive shadow was tightly bound by the seemingly slender chain of laws and was rudely dragged out from the realm that belonged to him. In that moment, all living beings in the vast world witnessed a scene that would be forever unforgettable and fundamentally transformative. The once mighty king of 10,000 demons, the Soul Emperor, and the even more terrifying incarnation of the shepherd were like two fish strung together by an invisible fishing line. No matter how wildly they struggled or how they roared, they could not break free from the binding of the chain of laws, being inexorably pulled toward the already gaping maw of the sky ranking. This was not a battle. It was not even a judgment. It was a one-sided, coercive, feeding, ligne. You will pay for this. The shepherd's will, in the final moment before being dragged into the sky ranking, unleashed the most vengeful curse. Yet, Lin Yi remained in his indifferent demeanor, quietly watching as those two incredibly nourishing materials were entirely consumed by the sky ranking. Buzzing. The entire sky ranking, after devouring the two offerings imbued with chaotic origin, erupted with a brilliance a billion times more resplendent than ever before. The radiance transformed from mere golden hues into a primordial chaotic glass color, reminiscent of the universe's inception, before the duality of yin and yang was defined. Countless more profound and intricate new pathways surged and intertwined upon the ranking, ultimately coalescing into a sacred mark symbolizing absolute order and supreme truth, imprinted at the very center of the ranking. In that moment, the sky ranking achieved its most significant transcendence since its inception. In contrast, above the heavens, the blood list of 10,000 demons, once ablaze with demonic flames, extinguished the moment it lost its core origin and connection to the shepherd. The banner, too, with a sharp crack, was riddled with spiderweb-like fractures, ultimately shattering with a mournful wail, transforming into countless motes of demonic energy that dispersed throughout the cosmos. The game was now decided, the victor and the vanquished clearly delineated. A voice, imbued with boundless resentment and unyielding will, resonated from the distant realms beyond, before finally succumbing to silence. Evidently, the rancher had sustained a grievous loss in this confrontation, one severe enough to leave him deeply wounded. Upon the creation arc, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was the flames of ash or the ancient Yuan, these newly ascended deities found their minds shrouded in a void. Their gazes toward the towering figure that remained steadfast at the bow of the vessel could no longer be described as mere awe. It was a profound, instinctual submission that mortals experience when they gaze upon the essence of creation itself. Lin Yi slowly retracted his hand. He observed the celestial ranking, which had grown ever deeper and more perfect after absorbing the offerings, and a hint of pure satisfaction, akin to an artist admiring a completed masterpiece, graced his countenance. He turned gradually, addressing the deities who had long since prostrated themselves, as well as Xiao Yan, who was slowly ascending from the ruins. His eyes filled with profound enlightenment and shock. He announced the most fundamental truth of this third volume. The gods of the old era were destined to become the cornerstone of the new age. Today, let this statement serve as testament. Chapter 61. The rectification of the heavenly path and the emergence of a new order across the realms. That phrase, akin to a final decree of creation, marked a bloody and tyrannical conclusion to the game played by the cosmic chess masters. The gods of the old era had indeed been reduced to mere foundations for the new age, while the deities of the new era basked in the remnants of the old gods, relishing the most bountiful rewards of victory. As the blood ranking of 10,000 demons shattered and dissipated in the heavens, the now transcendent celestial ranking erupted in a blaze of divine radiance. This brilliance transcended mere illumination, transforming into a torrential downpour of divine favor that swept across the vast cosmos, imbued with higher dimensional order and the very essence of life. The divine rain fell precisely upon those lands untouched by the choice of allegiance, bestowing its grace solely upon the believers who had pledged their loyalty to the celestial ranking and the order it represented during this cataclysm of heavenly tribulation. In the sword domain, where the land had recently been ravaged by the might of the Soul Emperor, leaving it in dire ruin, the current sword master and countless surviving sword cultivators knelt amidst the wreckage, their faces a tapestry of sorrow and confusion about the future. The world tree, once regarded as their beacon of hope and glory, now stood withered and desolate, reduced to a lifeless blackened trunk, seemingly mocking their impotence. Yet at that moment, the nine-color divine rain, infused with the essence of creation, began to descend from the heavens. A single droplet landed upon the swordmaster's brow. His sword heart, once cracked with despair, began to mend and reconstruct at an astonishing speed, becoming more transparent and resilient than ever before. What is this? The sword master suddenly looked up, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy and disbelief. More divine rain fell upon the once withered world tree. A miracle unfolded. The lifeless trunk, which had seemingly perished, cracked open with a vibrant burst of verdant vitality. Tender shoots sprang forth at an observable pace, while the trunk ascended with the might of a mountain, climbing toward the heavens. In mere moments, a new divine tree, grander, more sacred, and 1,000,000 times more flourishing than the one previously planted by the ancient Yuan, erupted skyward, its canopy once again shrouding the entire sword domain. And this time, what cascaded down from its branches was no longer mere divine energy, but strands of the purest creation's essence, refined and purified through the celestial ranking from the higher dimensional chaos embodied by the rancher. My sword path has transcended. Oh heavens! I have been stuck at the peak of Sword Emperor for 3,000 years. Today I have ascended in a single step. Divine favor. This is true divine favor. In an instant, all sword cultivators bathing in this divine rain within the sword domain experienced a meteoric rise in their cultivation, sword hearts. An understanding of the sword path, akin to an epiphany. All sorrow and despair born from the destruction of their homeland were washed away beneath this vast divine grace. In its place bloomed a fervent worship that emanated from the very depths of their souls towards the celestial ranking suspended in the heavens and a majestic figure seated upon the creation Arkansas. Such is the reward of following the artist. Such is the retribution for choosing order. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded in countless corners of the vast world. All factions that had chosen to yield were graced with fortunes far beyond their wildest imaginations amidst this deluge of divine favor. The fortunes of the entire celestial faction surged with an unprecedented intensity. On the creation arc, Lin Yi gazed indifferently at the jubilant scene below, crafted by his bestowal, his expression betraying no hint of emotion, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He spoke slowly, his emotionless voice resonating like a new decree of heaven in the hearts of every living being. The rectification of the heavenly path has thus concluded. As his words echoed, he raised his hand and gently pointed towards the areas once tainted by demonic influence and later purified by the six gods. Boom! The lands began to undergo violent reshaping and transformation under his will. Mountains shifted, rivers flowed backward. Ultimately, they morphed into new continents, imbued with divine pressure and boundless trials. From this day forth, the divine court trial grounds shall be established. Any faction that ascends the celestial ranking may send their prodigies to partake in these trials, where opportunities for fortune and peril await. Additionally, the meritorious hall shall be established. Anyone who contributes to this new order, whether by hunting down remnants of demonic forces or maintaining the flow of the heavenly path, shall be able to exchange their merits for divine blessings and profound insights on the celestial ranking. New, clear, and specific regulations were inscribed into the laws of the heavenly path of this realm, establishing a new cultivation civilization centered around the celestial ranking, measured by the heights of the Tao, with clear rewards and punishments, and an upward trajectory. Thus, all was settled. The old era lay buried. A new epoch was on the cusp of unfolding. Whether it was the flames of ash, the ancient Yuan, or the beings of the vast world who were immersed in ecstasy, all believed that an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity was about to dawn. However, at that moment, Lin Yi, executed an action that left all deities utterly shaken and bewildered. He slowly raised his hand and gently beckoned towards the chaotic ruins below, which should have crumbled alongside the blood list of 10,000 demons. A low hum resonated as, within that desolate expanse, a fragment, an incomplete blood list riddled with web-like fissures. Its demonic flames, long extinguished, began to coalesce once more, embodying the essence of chaos and the path of corruption. To everyone's astonishment, it gradually ascended, ultimately hovering directly beneath the resplendent and orderly celestial list. God, the God Lord. For the first time, the eyes of Yin Shun, filled with the fervor of violence and war, were entirely consumed by bewilderment. He could not fathom why the source of chaos was being preserved. Xiao Yan also abruptly looked up, his increasingly profound and indifferent gaze reflecting the same confusion. He reverently inquired of the towering figure atop the divine peak, voicing the unspoken concern of all. Father, why must you preserve it? Atop the divine peak, Lin Yi slowly turned, He gazed down at the two lists, one divine and one demonic, one pure and one fractured, achieving a bizarre equilibrium. The corners of his indifferent mouth curled into a playful smirk, akin to that of an artist. Yinner, this painting is now too pristine. It has lost some of its intrigue. These words struck Xiao Yan and all the deities like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Intrigued, he dared to refer to this cataclysmic calamity that had engulfed the world and claimed countless lives as mere intrigue. Lin Yi paid no heed to their shock. His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated like a final summation, laying the groundwork for the conclusion of this third volume and the impending new chapter, embedding the deepest and most frenzied foreshadowing. The blood list of 10,000 demons shall not be annihilated. It will serve as an eternal choice for those in this realm who remain obstinately devoted to power rather than the path. The value of order can only be illuminated against the backdrop of chaos. I have painted the light. Now, I require some self-important insects to apply the shadow. As his words faded, the entire arc of creation, along with the vibrant, multicolored celestial canopy, slowly receded into the deeper void, vanishing from sight. What remained above was the celestial list, radiant with divine light and representing supreme order, and beneath it, the shattered yet endlessly alluring blood list of 10,000 demons. One ascended, one descended, one shone bright, the other dark. They stood in silent opposition, as if declaring to the newly reborn vast world below that an eternal game of black and white was about to commence. Chapter 62. The Game of Black and White. All beings as pawns. Time flowed silently. 30 years had passed in the divine domain era. For the mortal beings, 30 years was sufficient for a generation of infants to grow into pillars of society, for once heroic figures to fade into obscurity. Yet for the vast world today, these 30 years represented an unprecedented golden age, akin to divine miracles. Once tainted by demonic forces, the Forbidden Grounds had transformed into the vibrant divine court trial grounds, where countless prodigies fought valiantly, pursuing their own paths, with strong individuals achieving enlightenment between life and death at every moment, garnering fame across the realm. The Sword Domain, once ravaged by the might of the Soul Emperor, now boasted the World Tree, planted by the ancient Yuanshan Lord, which had grown to protect countless miles of territory after being nourished by the divine rain. The divine essence that fell from its branches had fortified the Sword Domain's overall strength to over 100 times that of 30 years ago. Meanwhile, the two lists, one above and one below, became the sole standard by which all beings in this realm measured glory and degradation. The celestial list shone with divine brilliance, adorned with the exalted names of the gods of the divine court, while below, a multitude of merit rankings flourished. Countless young cultivators aspired to ascend this list, viewing even the lowest position as the pinnacle of glory. In stark contrast, the battered blood list of 10,000 demons dimmed, quietly suspended beneath the celestial list, like a scar nailed to the pillar of historical shame. For 30 years, it had remained dormant, as if it had lost all power the moment the shepherd's incarnation was sacrificed, leaving behind only an empty husk. The world gradually forgot its existence, viewing it merely as a monument left by the god, Lord, to awaken future generations. Under the new order, the vast world flourished in vitality and peace. Yet, where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. In the North Spirit realm, an ancient battlefield long forgotten by the world lay in ruins. This was the site of the calamity 30 years prior, where countless sects and families had turned to dust in the wake of the confrontation between gods and demons. Deep within the ruins, beneath a crumbling statue, a pale-faced youth, his eyes ablaze with an age-inappropriate wrath, etched in eerie blood array into the ground with his broken nails, staining the intricate patterns with his own blood. His name was Mo Chun. 30 years ago, he had been the brightest prodigy in this land, hailing from a top-tier sect. However, his sect's indecision during the Great Calamity led them to hesitate in pledging allegiance to the Celestial List, resulting in their annihilation at the hands of fleeing demonic titans. He, fortunate enough to be away for training, had narrowly escaped. Over these 30 years, he watched as powers that were once inferior to his sect flourished under divine grace, while those who had once called him brother ascended to the Hall of Merits, their names ringing throughout the world. Meanwhile, he remained like a stray dog, hiding within these ruins, his soul devoured day and night by an insatiable hatred. He loathed the demonic path, but he loathed even more that so-called God Lord, who coldly regarded all of this as mere chess pieces in a game. Why? Mo Chen's throat emitted a low, beast-like growl, My talent is no less than anyone else's. My resolve was once unwavering. Just because my sect hesitated for a moment, must we bear this catastrophic fate? And you, the aloof god lord, dare to call this order? What kind of absurd order is this? He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes piercing through the ruined ceiling, fixated on that blood list of 10,000 demons above, which he regarded as the source of all his suffering. It symbolized chaos. It was the root of corruption. Moreover, it represented his sole hope for vengeance. Since your order does not permit me, then I shall plunge into chaos and utterly shatter your hypocritical order. In his eyes, the final remnants of rationality were utterly consumed. No longer hesitating, he abruptly bit down on his tongue. A single drop of blood, infused with his lifelong cultivation and the essence of his soul, violently sprayed onto the core of the blood array. Simultaneously, his soul, rife with boundless resentment and unwillingness, howled, reverberating throughout the desolate ruins. Oh, Lord of the Abyss, I, the devotee Mo Chun, offer all that I possess. All I seek is power. All I desire is the strength to exact vengeance upon that lofty, false deity. Boom! The moment his last word echoed, the shattered blood list, dormant for 30 long years, trembled inexplicably. A wisp of an almost imperceptible, pitch-black, demonic intent slowly oozed from the fissures of the list, transcending endless time and space, instantly descending and merging into Mo Chen's brow. Ah! Mo Chen emitted a piercing howl, filled with excruciating pain, yet tinged with exquisite pleasure. He could distinctly feel a force of purest chaos and destruction fervently reshaping his soul and remolding his flesh. His cultivation surged at a pace that defied all conventional norms of the new order. Moments later, tranquility returned. Mo Chen slowly rose from the ashes of the blood array. His pale visage still handsome, yet within the depths of his eyes lay a disquieting, sinister glint. He had become the first fallen one of the new era. Meanwhile, upon the ark of creation, long hidden in the deeper void before the divine temple, Xiao Yan finally voiced the greatest perplexity that had plagued him for the past 30 years. Father, he bowed respectfully to the imposing figure quietly contemplating a chessboard. Why did you leave behind the source of chaos? At the summit of divine peak, silence reigned. After a long while, Lin Yi slowly turned. His indifferent eyes, reflecting the rise and fall of the universe, settled quietly upon his increasingly composed and powerful son. For the first time, he elucidated to his true heir the ultimate aesthetics of a higher dimensional artist. Yenner, the value of order can only be illuminated against the backdrop of chaos. A canvas of purest white is not art. It is void. I have painted the light. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth gradually curled into a smirk, one that sent shivers through Xiao Yan's very soul. Now, I require some self-important insects to add the shadow for me. The moment his words fell, he slowly raised his hand, and a divine decree, imbued with supreme celestial authority, transcended endless time and space, resounding throughout the myriad worlds and deep within the souls of all living beings. Convey my edict. From this day forth, the hunting king chessboard shall commence. The sky list shall be white, the blood list of all demons shall be black. All beings in this realm shall be mere pawns. Those within the divine path may form demon hunting teams at will. Anyone who slays a fallen one may exchange their demonic soul within the merit hall for heavenly merit and insights into the great way. Boom! This decree struck like a chaos divine thunder, potent enough to obliterate an entire star system, crashing down upon the surface of the tranquil lake that had only just experienced 30 years of peace. Instantly, it stirred up monstrous waves. The newly established era of peace was, in fact, brought to an end by its very creator, a sacred game where the entire world serves as a chessboard. All beings as pawns and hunting as the rule officially commenced. Chapter 63. The game begins, prey and hunter. Lin Ye's decree erupted like a supernova cast into the serene cosmos, its shockwave sweeping across the entire myriad worlds within mere hours. The ironclad peace established under the Divine Lord's authority over the preceding 30 years was shattered by this more tyrannical decree. Yet, the anticipated panic and chaos did not materialize. Instead, a fervor agreed 1,000,000 times greater than that during the great calamity of 30 years prior ignited the world. Hunting king chessboard. Merit hall. Demon hunting teams. Fresh terms brimming with opportunity and bloodshed spread with a virulence akin to a plague, swiftly replacing peace and cultivation. becoming the most fervent topic on the lips and in the hearts of all beings. Within the grand cities of the deities, the vast water mirrors, previously used for issuing sect tasks, were overnight overtaken by the alluring listings of the Merit Hall. The fallen one, Mo Chun, has been sighted in the ruins of the ancient battlefield of the Northern Spirit Realm. First kill reward, 100,000 points of heavenly merit. A thread of insights into the Great Way. Suspected fallen ones numbering 3 have been spotted in the Black Wind Plains of the Western Continent. Bounty, 30,000 points of heavenly merit. Each hunting bounty certified and issued by the Sky List. Plunged into the hearts of every cultivator like a potent drug infused with divine and demonic blood. Insights into the Great Way. Heavenly merit. Such rewards could elevate an ordinary cultivator to celestial heights and allow top prodigies to glimpse the threshold of higher realms, an unparalleled divine grace. And now, the means to attain it was astonishingly simple and pure. Hunt down those fallen ones deemed as blemishes and shadows by the Divine Lord. In an instant, the entire myriad worlds seemed to regress from an orderly divine realm into a primal jungle rife with bloodshed and opportunity. Countless highly skilled solitary cultivators, once complacent elders of sects, and even ancient families that should have remained detached from worldly affairs found their eyes glistening with fervor amidst this torrent. They frantically assembled their own demon hunting teams, dusting off long-forgotten weapons of slaughter from their vaults. Meanwhile, those who control the information networks profited immensely, with the price of accurate intel regarding suspected fallen ones skyrocketing to match that of a sacred artifact. 30 years of peace seemed but a prolonged prelude to the madness of this moment. In the sword domain, beneath the world tree, in stark contrast to the atmosphere of greed and restlessness pervading the outside world, this place remained sacred and serene. Thousands of disciples of the new generation, clad in uniform azure lotus robes, sat cross-legged beneath the divine tree, quietly absorbing the teachings of an elder. On their faces, there was not a trace of greed, only an absolute reverence for the divine Lord and for order. Atop the divine tree, within a sword pavilion woven from sword intent and divine light, the current sword master gazed with satisfaction upon the vibrant youth below. Before him stood a team of 5 young sword cultivators. The leader, with a countenance like jade and eyes that seemed to flicker with a myriad of sword shadows, donned a specially crafted silver-white battle armor emblazoned with the merit insignia of the Sky List, his aura so formidable that it subtly surpassed many of the elder generation. He was none other than Lu Qingyuan. In the past 30 years, the most remarkable prodigy of the sword domain has emerged, a paragon among the youthful elite of the vast world, who first distinguished himself in the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, leading the Celestial Pivot Squad. Comprised of the 5 most exceptional talents of the sword domain, he stands as a resolute advocate of the new order and, under the divine sovereign, the sharpest blade. Master of the sword, Lu Qingyuan reverently performed a standard sword salute to the swordmaster. His clear voice resonated with undeniable confidence and fervor. The divine sovereign has initiated the chess game, intending to eradicate the shadows that dare to tarnish the peace of this realm. We, the Celestial Pivot, pledge to the divine sovereign to sever the first demon head as a testament to our unmatched loyalty to the divine sovereign and the order. Good. The sword master nodded in satisfaction. Though the fallen demon Mo Chun is the first of his kind in this realm, his foundation is but the resentment of a stray dog, hardly worthy of fear. You shall proceed like a thunderbolt, swift and decisive. Let the world witness how the sword of our sword domain defends the glory of the divine sovereign. Qingyuan understood. A flicker of disdain for the so-called fallen demon flashed in Lu Qingyuan's eyes. In his view, those who cannot exist within the benevolent order established by the divine sovereign, but instead crawl like vermin to seek the powers of darkness, are simply unworthy of being called opponents. It is merely a one-sided purification. Without further ado, Lu Qingyuan bowed again to the swordmaster, then turned, transforming into a dazzling silver streak of sword light, accompanied by the 4 equally sharp wills of soar behind him, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the horizon. Their destination, the northern spiritual realm, the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, the ancient battlefield ruins, long locked away by the entire world, lay in a deathly silence. Deep within the ruins, Mo Chun sat quietly atop the crumbled head of a divine statue. His once handsome visage appeared even paler than a few hours prior, yet the malevolence and madness in his eyes had intensified. He did not flee, nor did he conceal his aura. He sat there boldly, as if awaiting not the arrival of hunters, but rather the prey he had long since predetermined. Beneath his feet, the blood-soaked earth had, unbeknownst to anyone, been intricately inscribed into a colossal chaotic trap, seamlessly merging with the death and resentment that permeated the veins of the ancient battlefield. He slowly lifted his head, his malevolent eyes seemingly piercing through the endless void, catching sight of the 5 radiant sword lights hurtling towards him at great speed. A sinister smile, brimming with a twisted delight, crept upon his lips. Have they come, the most loyal chosen ones beneath the divine sovereign? He extended his tongue to lightly lick his cracked lips, a beastly whisper emanating from his throat. What a feast it shall be, indeed. I wonder when you, the heavenly prodigies bask in light, are wholly consumed by my shadow, what expression will the lofty player above wear? With that, he slowly closed his eyes, merging completely with the death-laden ruins beneath him. The hunter is in position. The trap is set. Now, all that remains is for the prey to walk willingly into the snare. Chapter 64, Bloodstain Merits, The Weight of Cost. In the northern spiritual realm, the ancient battlefield ruins. Death and silence are the eternal themes of this place. Yet today, this age-old stillness was violently torn asunder by 5 radiant beams of light, akin to celestial swords descending from the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword lights cleaved through the air, eventually hovering above the ruins. As the brilliance receded, the forms of the celestial pivot squad emerged, exuding an aura of indomitable vigor. Clad in unified silver armor, adorned with the flowing radiance of divine grace and the order runes of the celestial rankings, they stood in stark contrast to the chaos and finality that enveloped the ruins. They are the messengers of light, the most devout purifiers beneath the divine sovereign. Indeed, just a rat hiding in the gutter. Among the squad, the proud youth Qin Yu, with brows like swords, cast a scornful glance at the deathly stillness below, where even the light seemed devoured. This filth-ridden place was fitting to serve as the burial ground for a shadow. Do not be careless, junior brother Qin. Leading the charge, Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. His eyes, seemingly harboring a myriad of sword shadows, swept over the ground below. For some inexplicable reason, this desolate ruin instilled an eerie sense of unease within him. The divine sovereign has initiated the game, requiring us to correct the flaws of this realm with our swords. Any imperfection, before it is rectified, may turn against us. Captain, you worry too much. Qin Yu brushed off the concern, polishing his radiant divine sword. We have basked in divine grace for 30 years, practicing the orthodox order of the sword path. That fallen demon is merely a mad dog, blinded by jealousy and resentment, lost to darkness. Dealing with a mad dog requires but a single strike. With that, he ceased to wait. His divine sword erupted with a brilliance so vast it seemed to pierce the heavens. Abomination, come forth and meet your demise. His voice boomed like thunder, carrying the supreme pressure of the Order Sword path as it crashed down upon the desolate ruins below. However, just as the sword light was about to reach the ground, the long silent, deathly veins of the ruins stirred to life without warning. The earth trembled violently. Endless, long-dried resentments of the deceased, along with the chaotic spiritual force buried deep within, were forcibly awakened by an unseen power, manifesting as visible black chains shooting skyward. They did not assault the sword light. Instead, they intertwined in midair, forming a dark domain that completely enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Hiss, 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 the once unparalleled brilliance of Qin Yu's sword light, upon entering that domain, seemed to encounter its nemesis, emitting mournful cries as the order runes faltered under the strain, dimming at an observable rate. Ultimately, it silently dissolved into the depths of that dark realm. What? The 5 members of the Celestial Pivot Squad changed their expressions in unison. At that moment, a raspy voice filled with madness and malice emanated from the heart of the domain. Welcome to my canvas, noble chosen ones beneath the divine sovereign. As they beheld the center of the ruins, the figure of Immo Chan gradually materialized atop the crumbled divine statue. His once handsome face remained pale, yet the malevolence and delight in his eyes were on the verge of overflowing. Now, allow this shadow to feast upon your brilliant light. Apply the most exquisite hues. Engage in mischief. As Qin Yu realized his first strike had failed, a layer of frost, born from vexation and humiliation, instantly adorned his visage. No longer hesitating, he let out a furious roar, transforming into a streak of light, the first to plunge into the realm of chaos. Célestial soit formation, Staffad. Lu Qingyuan and the other 4 exhibited no hesitation either, following suit, and together, 5 figures swiftly coalesced within that domain, forming a lethal sword array imbued with order and the essence of celestial rhythms. Countless brilliant sword energies, forged from divine laws, cascaded like falling stars, converging upon Mo Chun in a relentless onslaught. Yet, in the face of this devastating sword formation that could instill fear in any earthly sovereign, a sickly grin deepened on Mo Chen's face. He merely spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entirety of the chaotic domain. Futile, before my turmoil, your proud order shall become your most fatal weakness. Buzz! As the final syllable escaped his lips, the laws within the chaotic realm descended into utter disarray. Space folded haphazardly. Time bizarrely lagged. Even the most fundamental spiritual energies of heaven and earth became violent and aggressive, tainted by the chaotic rhythms. The once impeccably synchronized sword array of the celestial team faltered, succumbing to a deadly stagnation. Their sword energies veered off course in strange deviations. The conduits of spiritual power between them became intermittent. The previously infallible sword array now appeared riddled with flaws. How could this be? For the first time, a wave of unease surged within Qin Yu's heart. He could distinctly sense the divine energy within him becoming exceedingly unstable in this chaotic realm. His path is contaminating our laws. Lu Qingyuan's voice, for the first time, bore a hint of gravity. We must conclude this swiftly, crush him with absolute power. However, it was already too late. Mo Chun seized upon their momentary lapse in judgment, born of overconfidence. His figure vanished like a wraith, only to materialize before the most shaken Qin Yu in the next instant. He did not employ any intricate techniques. Instead, he thrust forth his right arm, now imbued with a chaotic and destructive aura, in a frenzied motion, piercing towards Qin Yu's heart. Seeking death. Though startled, Qin Yu remained composed, instinctively preparing to unleash his most potent defensive technique with his divine sword. Yet at that moment, the divine energy within him faltered for an instant due to the chaotic law's interference. And it was this fleeting interruption, less than a 10,000th of a second, that determined life and death. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, Mo Chen's dark arm brutally pierced through Qin Yu's order armor. Capable of withstanding the full force of an earthly sovereign, it plunged deep into his chest. Ah! Qin Yu let out a heart-wrenching scream filled with agony and disbelief. He could distinctly feel a pure essence of chaotic rhythm surging through that demonic arm, tainting his spirit and corroding his sword heart. Junior brother Qin, Lu Qingyuan and the other's eyes widened in horror. They could never have anticipated that this hunting expedition, meant for purification, would witness such a brutal turn of events in a mere instant. Ha 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 ha! Do you see? This is your order. Montak Chens Manyakai Laukata Eshot. Heedless of the bloodied state of his left shoulder, ravaged by Qin Yu's dying counterattack, his face alight with vengeful ecstasy, utterly ineffectual. Yet, just as he was about to unleash the chaotic rhythm within Qin Yu, an unprecedented, overwhelming pressure, as if even time and space would solidify, descended with a thunderous force. Enough! Lu Qingyuan's voice rang coldly, devoid of any emotion. He gazed at his fallen disciple, lying in a pool of blood, his spirit being tainted, then at the manic, triumphant visage before him. In that moment, his heart, which had unwaveringly believed in order for 30 years, transcended amidst immense pain and fury. He finally comprehended why the divine monarch left shadows behind. True order is not about extinguishing chaos, but rather, through one's own path, forcibly correcting chaos, defining what is right. In the name of Lu Qingyuan, I decree. He slowly raised his sword, and his once clear eyes bore an inkling of indifference mirroring that of his father, Lin Yi. This realm, within 100 yards, shall be my domain of absolute order. Boom! The moment the last syllable echoed, a force of correction, transcending all laws of this realm, erupted from the tip of his sword, composed solely of will and belief. An immaculate domain, devoid of any chaos, expanded instantaneously from his center. Within this realm, all chaotic laws were forcibly rectified. All erratic spiritual energies were cleansed. Mouchenes Franzier visage faux instantly. He could distinctly feel the connection to the chaotic realm severed. For the first time, he experienced the absolute suppression from a higher dimensional authority. Lu Qingyuan afforded him no time to react. He stepped forward, his figure appearing before Mo Chun. His sword, seemingly ordinary, thrusting forward with a simple motion. The action resembled that of an artist erasing an unsightly blemish from his canvas, rather than that of a killer. With a soft sound, Mo Chen's head, filled with madness and resentment, soared into the air. The last glimmer of light in his eyes reflected Lu Qingyuan's youthful face, etched with infinite sorrow and indifference. And in that moment of Mo Chen's complete demise, his vanishing demonic soul was forcibly extracted by an invisible might, coalescing into a pitch-black crystal of demonic soul, radiating pure, chaotic rhythm in midair. Following that, above the heavens, the resplendent, celestial rankings erupted with an irresistible force. Whoosh! That crystal of demonic soul was instantly drawn in, absorbed into the text of the rankings. In the next heartbeat, under the astonished gazes of countless powers observing this inaugural kill through various reflective mediums across the vast world, the celestial rankings, a list reserved for the names of the divine court S deities, illuminated the broad, meritorious hall area. The two characters, celestial, suddenly radiated with a brilliance that spanned myriad miles. Following this, a series of figures sufficient to drive any earthly sovereign to madness gradually materialized. Heavenly Tao Meritorious Service, 100,000. However, this is merely the beginning. Thunderous roars reverberated as a magnificent stream of nine-colored radiance, visibly coalescing from the purest insights of the great Tao, cascaded down from the proclamation. Without the slightest pause, it surged into Lu Qingyuan and the three surviving team members, who were fiercely guarding their severely injured comrade. Lu Qingyuan felt as though his very soul was infused with the profound truths of the sword path, encompassing the entire universe. The cultivation bottleneck that had plagued him for over a decade shattered under the onslaught of this enlightenment. His aura surged with unprecedented intensity. The three surviving comrades, though each wounded, could not conceal the enlightenment and ecstasy shimmering in their eyes. In that moment, their sword hearts and cultivation underwent an unimaginable enhancement. The entire vast world fell into a profound silence. All beings witnessing this scene found their breaths completely halted in that instant. In their minds, only the image of the young sword cultivator, lying in a pool of blood, remained, starkly contrasting with the burgeoning auras of Lu Qingyuan and the others, who had been graced by divine favor. The fall of a companion exchanged for a reward from the heavens that could drive anyone to madness. The price and allure of this game were laid bare in that moment. After a brief, deathly silence, chaos erupted, sweeping across the entire world. Chapter 65. The Gaze of the Player, The Birth of Shadows. The frenzy, which engulfed the entirety of the vast world, did not wane with the passage of time. On the contrary, spurred by the blood-stained achievements of the Heavenly Pivot team, it intensified. Once a symbol of order and glory, the celestial rankings had now become a spark igniting the primal greed within the hearts of all beings in this realm. Countless cultivators no longer fought to uphold the order of the Divine Lord. Instead, they transformed into hunters, driven by the prospect of celestial merit that could elevate one to unimaginable heights, embracing a madness even more frenzied than the demonic path. Within the divine city, before the Hall of Information, voices clamored. A precise lead on a suspected fallen demon. The highest bidder shall prevail. The Rift Mountain Demon Hunting Team was recruiting its final member. Requirements must have ascended within the top 100 of the Merit Hall. Lives and fortunes are not guaranteed. Former allies drew their swords against one another in a bid for a coveted first kill. Once exalted prodigies began to resort to any means necessary, even delving into forbidden secret arts they had previously scorned as heretical, to hunt more efficiently. The entire world, having slid from 30 years of orderly peace, descended into a chaotic frenzy where everyone was both hunter and prey. Light shone with unprecedented brilliance. Shadows, in turn, grew ever more profound. In the dark corners of the world, when purity of light was marred by greed, darkness found fertile ground to thrive. In the ruins of a long-dilapidated sect, a young disciple, blind and callously abandoned due to his lackluster talent, trembled as he knelt before a shattered statue of a demon god. Listening to tales of his former peers celebrating their divine favor after slaying a fallen demon, two streams of blood tears slowly traced down his once numb face. Why can my devotion not earn me a glance of order? Then I shall embrace chaos with all that I am. He extended his hands, using the blood from his fingertips to inscribe the final stroke upon the broken blood of 10,000 demons totem. In an ancient battlefield, a vengeful soul burdened by deep-seated animosity, yet unable to obtain a judgment through the order of the Merit Hall, due to insufficient evidence, stood silently outside the enemy's sect. He gazed at the flourishing mountain gate, having aligned itself with the divine court, and the last glimmer of hope in his eyes extinguished completely. Slowly turning away, he offered his soul to the blood moon, a symbol of his fall. Your order cannot grant me justice. Thus, I shall become chaos myself. In a stone chamber suffused with the stench of decay, an ancient entity, nearing the end of its lifespan and whose presence was faint enough to dissipate at any moment. Fixated intently on a shard of the blood of 10,000 demons, emanating a faint demonic aura. The blessings of the celestial rankings required time to comprehend and merit to exchange. Yet, what he lacked most was time. He slowly extended a hand, gnarled like a withered claw, his face awash with boundless terror of death and an insatiable yearning for life. Since the light has long forsaken me, I shall seek immortality within the darkness. In that moment, across this land engulfed by the fervor of the hunt, the number of fallen demons had not diminished with the increase of hunters. Rather, they proliferated like mushrooms after the rain, quietly thriving in corners forsaken by the light. Upon the arc of creation, the deities of the divine court beheld the scene below, a world ensnared in a game, caught in a stark dichotomy of black and white, where light and shadow intertwined. Their expressions varied. Yin Shun felt his blood boil. To him, this was the most authentic visage of a universe. War and destruction, an eternal cycle. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, acknowledging the divine lord's design, yet instinctively feeling an unease at the crumbling societal order wrought by fervor. Before the temple, Xiao Yan quietly observed the starry chessboard composed of countless luminous points, simulating the destinies of myriad beings in a vast world. On the board, white points, divine cultivators, flickered with unprecedented frequency, frantically moving, pursuing, and encircling the few black points, fallen demons, that continued to emerge. The entire board pulsated with vitality from this intense collision. Father, Xiao Yan's voice was calm, yet laced with an undeniable complexity. The world has indeed come alive. He paused, finally voicing a question that had troubled him for long. But this game, it seems, is far too cruel. At the bow of the ship, atop the peak of the divine mountain, Lin Yi did not turn back. His indifferent gaze remained fixed upon the starry chessboard, caught in an endless cycle of life and death. After a long while, his emotionless voice finally broke the silence. Yania, art is inherently cruel. It requires the most extreme conflicts to forge the most resplendent beauty. In that instant, he slowly raised his right hand, his slender fingers delicately pinching a pitch-black piece formed from the pure essence of chaos. This piece represented a newly fallen demon who had just sacrificed their soul in despair. Without a hint of hesitation, he gently placed the piece upon a once pure white space on the board. Buzz, the ebony chess piece, upon its descent, resembled a droplet of ink merging into clear water, instantly stirring a tempest of violent ripples filled with bloodshed and opportunity. Countless white specks, akin to sharks scenting blood, converged frantically towards that very region. Lin Yi observed this scene in silence, witnessing the game, now rendered even more exhilarating by the introduction of that dark piece. A faint, artistic satisfaction slowly curled upon the indifferent corners of his lips. He was not merely a spectator. He was, in essence, admiring his own creation. Look, he addressed the contemplative Xiao Yan behind him, his tone calm, reminiscent of the greatest painter imparting the ultimate secret to his most accomplished disciple. Those self-righteous insects have learned how to apply the most exquisite shadows to my canvas. The course of this game had always been under his dominion. The black and white pieces were merely pigments he utilized to complete the artwork titled Rebirth. Chapter 66. Unruly Pieces, Evolving Shadows. The initiation of the hunter's chessboard was akin to an invisible hand that shattered the existing societal ecology of the vast world, subsequently reconstructing it in an even bloodier and more efficient manner. Hunting became the singular path of this realm, the perpetually shifting rankings upon the hall of merit-supplanted sects, bloodlines, and cultivation levels, emerging as the sole standard by which a cultivator's worth and that of a faction was measured. In this novel ecosystem, a plethora of organizations centered around the concept of hunting emerged. The Wendaoge, specializing in the trade of information regarding the fallen ones, became a bustling hub, where an A-grade intelligence certified by the Sky ranking could exchange for a once elusive sacred artifact. Star hunting teams composed of elite prodigies, such as Yao Wang and Yu Heng, drew the attention of countless cultivators with each strike, their exploits becoming the stuff of legends revered by countless young practitioners. Furthermore, forges dedicated to studying the chaotic rhythms of the fallen ones crafted various counteracting divine weapons, with their products like the Order Holy Armor and the demon-breaking crossbow being treasures sought after at any cost. The entire world resembled a war machine, feverishly operating around the notion of hunting. The fallen ones, proliferating in the shadows, served as the fuel propelling this machine. Everything appeared to be thriving, brimming with a morbid vitality. Yet, as all the white pieces immersed themselves in the revelry of this hunt, they overlooked a crucial detail. The shadows were not merely breeding. They were quietly evolving. In the western wilderness, a domain abandoned by the world due to overexploitation, now surged with demonic energy. The abyss of 10,000 demons, constructed from countless remains of cultivators and shattered divine artifacts, loomed like a grotesque scar across the earth. Deep within this abyss, a throne of crystallized souls was occupied by a gaunt, hollow-eyed figure, emanating a presence more terrifying and wise than any fallen one in this realm, the heart-eating ancestor. The former supreme being cast down to the mortal realm by Lin Yi 30 years ago, unwilling to fade into oblivion. He had sacrificed his last remnants of soul during the cataclysmic tide of corruption, becoming the most devout adherent of the blood ranking of 10,000 demons. With a profound understanding of the laws of nature, he emerged as the first true king of the fallen since the dawn of the new era. Indeed, the heart-eating ancestor let out a raspy laugh akin to that of a night owl. He opened his mouth and swallowed a crystal formed from the soul of a fallen prodigy. As he felt the pure essence of order dissolve and be consumed by his chaotic nature, a near-maniacal glint flickered in his murky eyes. Those foolish hunters believe we are mere beasts driven by instinct to destroy. They fail to comprehend that the divine sovereign left behind the blood ranking of 10,000 demons not for our annihilation, but to elevate us to a state of chaos that is equal to order. This too is a path, an exalted path that stands in opposition to the light, yet coexists with it. He slowly rose, arms outstretched, issuing a solemn decree to the hundreds of lesser fallen ones prostrating before him in worship. Go forth, lure those blinded by greed to this place. Use their flesh and souls to offer the most exquisite sacrifice to my demonic path. He was employing his minions as bait to ensnare those arrogant hunters. He had become yet another player on this chessboard who understood the intricacies of strategy. Days later, an S-grade intelligence released by the Windaoge ignited the entire divine city. Suspicion of the Demon King, heart-eating ancestor's presence in the abyss of 10,000 demons. Only one demon general stands guard. This news struck the hearts of all elite hunting teams like a heavy golden brick capable of piercing the heavens. That was the heart-eating ancestor, the highest bounty on the blood ranking of 10,000 demons. Whoever could claim his head would ascend to glory and secure a spot for ascension. Such a providential opportunity is destined to belong to us, Yaoguang. A voice brimming with boundless confidence and pride echoed throughout the divine city. A magnificent flying vessel, crafted entirely from 7-colored jade, burst forth from the most opulent mansion in the city. Upon this vessel, the 5 prodigies of the Yaoguang team, full of vigor, soared without a hint of concealment, tearing through the void as they headed straight for the abyss of 10,000 demons in the western wilderness. To them, this was merely a glorified coronation, a conclusion already fated. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at the pinnacle of the divine city they had just departed, a pair of indifferent eyes, forever beyond their comprehension, gazed upon them. Those eyes seemed to observe a few moths willingly darting toward the flame. As the Yaoguang team's resplendent vessel descended upon the abyss of 10,000 demons, they were met not with the anticipated Demon King and his generals, but rather with hundreds of bloodthirsty and frenzied fallen ones who had long awaited their arrival, alongside a chaotic, demonic formation meticulously laid by the heart-eating ancestor himself. Not good. It's a trap. The captain of Yaoguang paled in an instant. However, it was far too late. Buzz! The moment they stepped into the abyss of 10,000 demons, the entire demonic formation roared to life. The boundless chaos surged forth like an abyssal sea unleashed by a broken dam, instantly engulfing them entirely. Their once proud swordsmanship, the Yaoguang sword formation honed through countless trials, failed to even stir a single ripple amidst this absolute tumult and overwhelming numbers. No, accompanied by a scream filled with boundless regret and unwillingness. The captain of Yaoguang, once hailed as the paragon closest to divinity, had his skull crushed by the heart-eating ancestor's own hands. His soul, along with those of his 4 equally extraordinary comrades, was mercilessly devoured by the hundreds of fallen demons. And in that moment, as the entire Yao Guang team perished, far across billions of miles away, within the vast expanse of the celestial rankings, the illustrious name of Yao Guang, once radiating with resplendent divine light and placed among the top 10, trembled violently without warning. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of countless cultivators fervently monitoring the changes in the rankings, it gradually and utterly extinguished. The entire world seemed to have pressed the pause button. The clamor before the Hall of Intelligence, the grandiose proclamations of the demon-hunting teams before their departure, all came to an abrupt halt in that singular moment. A bone-chilling cold spread wildly from the depths of every hunter's heart. They finally, for the first time, comprehended clearly that the shadows on the chessboard were not only proliferating, but were, in a manner they could not fathom, evolving. This game, initiated by the Divine Sovereign, was far more perilous than they had ever imagined. Chapter 67. The Divine Sovereign's Grace, the Path to Ascension. The fall of Yao Guang was akin to an ancient glacier crashing into a sea of magma, once seething with greed. For the first time, the fervent tide experienced a fleeting cooling. The entire vast world plunged into an eerie silence due to the disappearance of that brilliant sacred name in the Hall of Merits. Fear, like an invisible plague, for the first time overpowered greed, beginning to spread wildly in the hearts of every hunter. They came to realize that this game, initiated by the Divine Sovereign, was not merely laden with easily attainable opportunities. It also harbored a depth so profound that even the most exceptional talents could not escape its grasp. In an instant, countless demon-hunting teams that had already set out slowed their pace. The once boisterous voices in front of the Hall of Intelligence grew sparse. All gazes instinctively turned toward that forbidden realm in the western wilderness, the abyss of 10,000 demons. That lair, crafted by the former heavenly sovereign, the heart-eating ancestor, had become an insurmountable black mountain in the hearts of all hunters. Upon the arc of creation, the atmosphere before the divine hall grew as heavy as iron. The deities, including Yin Jin and Gu Yuan, stood with bowed heads, their faces etched with a complex expression of anger and concern. Divine Sovereign. Ultimately, it was Yin Jin, the most tempestuous among them, who could no longer contain himself. He knelt on one knee, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, brimming with a battle intent potent enough to incinerate the ages. That heart-eating ancestor dares to transgress and ambush our celestial prodigies. This act is nothing short of the most vicious provocation against the game you have set. I beseech the Divine Sovereign to issue a decree. Allow me to lead the fire department of the Divine Court and unleash the southern bright, purifying divine fire to incinerate the so-called abyss of 10,000 demons, along with all its fiendish entities. Calm yourself, Lord Yanjin. Gu Yuan stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the majestic figure atop the divine peak. His ordinarily composed face was now filled with worry. Divine Sovereign. The heart-eating ancestor was once a heavenly sovereign, and his comprehension of the laws far surpasses that of mere juniors like Mo Chun. He now openly mimics our divine court, establishing a demonic lair, mass-producing fallen demons, and using them as bait to hunt our cultivators in return. If this continues, the proliferation of chaos will undoubtedly outpace the purification of order. At that time, the entire chess game will spiral completely out of control. The foundations of the world's order will be utterly shaken. As the most loyal deities under the Divine Sovereign, they were accustomed to eradicating all flaws with thunderous means. To them, the emergence of the heart-eating ancestor was a grievous error that had to be corrected immediately. However, at the bow of the ship, atop the divine peak, Lin Yi remained unmoved after listening to their reports, his indifferent gaze reflecting the birth and demise of the universe, maintaining an air of tranquility. He casually remarked, "An interesting player has appeared." This statement left Yin Jin and Gu Yuan momentarily stunned. Interesting? In the face of a variable capable of shaking the foundations of the game. The Divine Sovereign found it merely interesting. Lin Yi paid no heed to their bewilderment. He slowly turned, his calm gaze sweeping over his anxious and perplexed divine subordinates. His emotionless voice resonated like a profound truth capable of piercing through the mists of eternity, echoing within the depths of every soul. When another intriguing player emerges on the chessboard, the best response is not to brutally expel him from a board. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Ye's lips, sending shivers down the spines of the deities. Instead, it is to provide our pieces with even greater impetus. He gradually raised his hand, as if caressing the grand tapestry known as the vast world before him. His tone was imbued with the artist's pure and cold essence. The emergence of the heart-eating ancestor was not a threat. Rather, it was the perfect brushstroke that rendered this canvas even more exquisite. For only a shadow of sufficient strength could forge the most brilliant light. In the instant his words fell, he ceased to elaborate. For the artistry of the divine does not require explanation to mere pawns. He merely acted to reintroduce a level of intensity into the game, momentarily stagnated by the heart-eating ancestor's emergence, a move that would drive all beings into utter madness. Boom! Lin Ye's slowly raised right hand pointed gently toward the heavens, an unparalleled authority, surpassing the imagination of all living beings in this realm, thunderously descended. The laws of heaven and earth across the vast universe were forcibly altered beneath that single gesture, under the watchful gazes of billions of beings, their unforgettable, horrified eyes fixed upon the scene. An illusory projection leading to another world gradually unfolded above the celestial rankings and the abyss of 10,000 demons. It was a realm of unparalleled perfection. The earth was a divine soil flowing with a 9-color divine light. Above the divine soil stood a towering divine tree, its height unfathomable, supporting the entire firmament, with each leaf seemingly containing a complete pathway, a resplendent river, vaster than the sum of all rivers in the vast world multiplied by billions, surged forth from that void, its waters formed from the purest essence of creation. In that realm, the laws are harmoniously coherent, flawless in their perfection. The essence of the Tao there is so profound that it seems that merely inhaling a breath could elevate one to sainthood. What pray tells that place? A miracle. Indeed, this is a true miracle. Before that world, my path appears as insignificant as a firefly in the glow of the moon. Upon witnessing the projection of the battle of the gods' domain, all beings across the vast universe, regardless of their cultivation levels, succumb to an instinctual, primal yearning. At that very moment, Lin Ye's decree, transformed into supreme celestial authority, resounded like a creation edict, echoing deep within the souls of every living being. Convey my decree. From this day forth, for the Hunter King chessboard, finalize the ultimate regulation and commence the path to ascension. All those who, at each cycle of 60 years, rank among the top 100 in the Hall of Merit, shall gain the qualification for ascension. Enter my divine domain. Cultivate for a century. Boom! As the words cultivate for a century resounded, the breath of every cultivator in the world grew unbearably heavy. Yet before they could fully comprehend this divine grace, which could drive even the supreme beings mad, Lin Ye's indifferent voice delivered the most devastating addition. A century in the divine realm equates to merely a year in the outside world. Silence. The entire vast universe plunged into an absolute silence for several breaths. Time seemed to stand still. Space appeared to solidify. In that instant, the thoughts of all beings were utterly obliterated by the proclamation of a century in the divine realm, equating to a year in the outside world. After several breaths, when the first cultivator, driven by insatiable greed and fervor, let out a beastly roar, the thread of reason that bound the entire world snapped completely. A frenzy more terrifying by billions than before erupted, sweeping across the entire realm like a cosmic explosion. Chapter 68. Madness for the Divine, a World Torn Asunder. The initiation of the path to ascension was akin to a creation edict delivered by the divine sovereign, igniting the ultimate desire deep within the souls of all beings in this realm. If earlier, the Hunter King chessboard had merely kindled the greed of cultivators for merit and status, now, the ultimate temptation of a century in the divine realm and a year in the outside world hung like a blazing sun, capable of evaporating all reason and emotion, suspended above every living being. To become divine, this is a path ascending to true divinity, a path that allows them to transcend from mere pawns to worthy companions of the players. Madness, the final madness. The ancient sects held nothing back. They awakened all the dormant ancestral guardians, those living fossils meant to protect the sect's last vestiges. These ancient beings, whose time was nearly up, now surged into the hunt like the youngest of hunters, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The vast families disregarded blood ties, sacrificing 99% of their resources to procure a forbidden divine weapon for their most promising genius, the one with the highest chance of entering the top 100 of the Hall of Merit. hoping to gain even a fractional increase in hunting efficiency. The demon-slaying teams, once cautious due to the fall of Yao, now cast aside all reservations to contend for the ownership of a high-tier fallen demon. Allies who fought shoulder to shoulder yesterday could draw swords against each other today, spilling blood in mere steps. All the morals, emotions, and rules once revered by the beings of this realm crumbled under the supreme temptation of ascension. The entire vast universe was utterly torn apart, transforming into a blood-soaked purgatory that existed solely for the pursuit of divinity. In the northern region, within an ancient royal family perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, the most dazzling pair of twin stars of the royal lineage stood atop a snow-capped peak, facing each other from afar. The elder brother, born with divine bones, had been hailed as the northern region's Xiao since childhood, the sole hope of the royal family to break into the top 100 of the Hall of Merit. The younger brother, of mediocre talent, could only ever live in the shadow of his elder brother. The younger brother's voice was hoarse, filled with suppressed anguish. Is the family truly going to bestow upon you the last vestige of the sacred dragon's blood? That was the final opportunity his mother had begged for him before her death, one that could enable him to undergo a transformative rebirth. The elder brother paused for a moment. He gazed at his younger brother, who had lived in his shadow since childhood, a flicker of imperceptible guilt flashing in his eyes. However, when his gaze fell upon the projection of the battle of the gods' domain in the heavens, that flicker of guilt was instantly replaced by a fiercer ambition. He slowly nodded. This is the decision of the Elder Council. The younger brother smiled. That smile was filled with boundless sorrow and despair. He took a step back, bowing deeply to his brother, the one who had taken away all his brilliance and hope. I understand. I wish you, brother, a swift ascension. With that, he turned and walked step by step into the endless wind and snow, which symbolized despair and conclusion. Days later, a new name quietly emerged on the blood of 10,000 demons list. Snow Resentment Demon. Upon awakening, the first thing he did was transform the ice and snow royal family that had nurtured him but ultimately abandoned him into an eternal ice sculpture. In the southern frontier, within a picturesque valley, a young couple, once hailed as celestial lovers, now stood in silence facing each other. Months prior, in a brutal battle against high-tier fallen demons, the man had sustained grievous injuries while rescuing the woman, his foundation shattered, and his cultivation plummeted from the ranks of the exalted to the mundane. He had utterly severed all possibilities of embarking on the path to ascension. The woman had tenderly cared for him for several months. Yet every night, as she gazed upon the increasingly haggard face of a man, whose foundation had been destroyed, and then looked up at the divine realm that seemed to drift further away, her once steadfast heart would be gnawed at, leaving it riddled with wounds. Finally, on this day, she prepared the last bowl of calming herbal soup for him. She quietly watched as he drank the soup and fell into a deep slumber. Then, she slowly rose and gently placed a letter, already penned, beside his pillow. The letter contained but a single line, its ink blurred by tears. Await my return as a deity. With one last, profound look at the face she had once been willing to sacrifice her life to protect, she turned and transformed into a resolute streak of light, soaring into the sky. She was off to continue her path of hunting, her path to ascension. Upon the arc of creation, Xiao Yan, in a state of silence, beheld the once celestial chessboard below, now transformed into a crimson inferno, rendered speechless. Upon that board, the luminous points representing brotherhood had turned into foes, and those symbolizing lovers had diverged on separate paths. All that once epitomized a harmonious order was now shattered, succumbing to the overwhelming temptation of ascension. He slowly turned, casting his gaze upon the unwavering, monumental figure behind him. At long last, he grasped the profound truth behind his father's assertion that art is inherently cruel. He began to speak, his voice imbued with a complexity and compassion that transcended the mere identity of a pawn. Father, are we selecting gods? Or are we nurturing a more formidable curse? At the pinnacle of the divine peak, Lin Yi did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the chessboard, where the increasingly formidable black piece, representing the heart-eating ancestor, loomed larger. The heart-eating ancestor, in a moment of revelation, realized that the resentment and despair harbored within the souls of hunters, betrayed by allies and abandoned by kin amidst the frenzy of ascension, constituted the finest materials for crafting the ultimate fallen beings. His demonic army was expanding at an exponential rate, akin to a snowball gathering momentum. Lin Yi observed the increasingly balanced game. His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated with calm indifference. Yan, look. This game has finally begun to take on a balance that is both intriguing and captivating. The chessboard he had meticulously initiated was unfolding with precision, adhering flawlessly to his artistic vision. Chapter 69. The Path of the Divine Sun. The game begins. The inquiry that emanated from the depths of the Divine Sun soul was akin to a stone cast into Lin Ye's eternal, indifferent heart lake. Are we selecting gods? Or are we nurturing a more formidable curse? At the summit of the divine peak, silence lingered for an extended period. Lin Yi did not turn back. His eyes, reflecting the birth and death of the universe, remained fixed upon the chessboard below, which had become increasingly balanced and captivating due to his manipulations. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his tone still imbued with that same emotionless detachment. Yet, he did not directly address Xiao Yan's question. Instead, he raised his hand, gesturing towards the grand chessboard composed of countless luminous points. If you were the player, how would you make your move in this game to render this tapestry even more perfect? Boom! This rhetorical question struck Xiao Yan's soul like a divine thunderclap. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards his father's imposing figure. The last flicker of confusion within him ignited into clarity at that moment. Indeed, why should he seek answers? His father was the player, and as the divine son, could he merely remain a pawn, forever bound to obey commands? No, his father was enlightening him. He was imparting the most profound lesson through this game, which spanned the entire world. I understand now, declared Xiao Yan, his voice shedding all traces of reverence and dependency, replaced by a newfound determination belonging to himself. He would no longer seek answers, for the true answers could never be extracted through inquiry. Rather, they must be discovered upon the chessboard itself, through one's own path. He bowed deeply in respect to Lin Ye's back, his tone suffused with unprecedented resolve. I too wish to learn from my father, to add my own stroke to this masterpiece. With that, he gradually straightened, his eyes ablaze with a nine-colored divine fire. For the first time deliberately shifting his gaze towards the heavens, towards the ever-spiraling bounty list of the meritorious hall, set in motion by the opening of the path of ascension. Upon that list, names radiating with dark demonic intent hung prominently. Each name was followed by merits so staggering they could drive any being to madness. Heart-eating ancestor, merit 10 million. Status, active in the Western Wasteland Demon Abyss. Snow Wraith Demon, merit 3 million. Status, active in the Frozen Royal Clan of the Northern Domain. Each one was a notorious figure, a paragon of unfathomable malevolence. Yet, Xiao Yan's gaze transcended them all. His eyes swept over the list, finally resting upon a name that bore little merit, lacking even a notable demonic title. Order's Vengeful Demon. Merit, 500,000. Status, residing in the ruins of the Eastern Wasteland's law enforcement temple. Upon seeing this name, the faces of the gods, including Yan Jin, displayed expressions of confusion. They could not fathom why the Divine Sun would forsake those grandiose figures of greater merit and menace for such an ostensibly insignificant character. However, Xiao Yan perceived far deeper than they did. The Order's Vengeful Demon, in life, had been the Grand Elder of the Eastern Wasteland's Law Enforcement Temple, a staunch guardian of order, unwavering and impartial. His faith in order surpassed that of many cultivators within the Divine Court. Yet, following the opening of the Path of Ascension, this fervent zealot of order was ruthlessly sacrificed by his sect, prioritizing resources to support a leader deemed more likely to breach the top ranks of the meritorious hall, along with his family and disciples, all falling victim to the most innocent sacrifices beneath the fervor of order. His faith in order ultimately transformed into the deepest resentment amidst the most extreme fanaticism. To rectify this realm, one must first address these malignant roots. Xiao Yan's tone remained calm and indifferent. Light, if it cannot illuminate every corner, is itself a flaw. With those words, he ceased to elaborate. In a flash, he transformed into a stream of nine-colored light, leaping from the celestial vessel and vanishing into the horizon. In the ruins of the Eastern Wasteland's law enforcement temple, the once sacred ground had morphed into a realm steeped in the essence of resentment and betrayal. Outside the ruins, several formidable demon hunting teams were embroiled in a heated dispute over who would claim the priority to hunt this fallen being with a merit of 500,000. Their faces flushed and the atmosphere charged with the threat of violence. This demon was first discovered by our Furious Wind team. You all retreat at once. Nonsense. In this world of merit, the capable shall prevail. Do you, Furious Wind, intend to hoard it all for yourselves? Yet, Just as they were on the brink of a bloody confrontation, the entire realm fell into an eerie silence, devoid of all sounds. The wind, the quarrels, even the beating of their hearts were forcefully erased by an overwhelming, absolute pressure. All gazes turned upwards in horror. A young figure clad in 9-color divine robes had silently appeared above that cursed ground. He did not regard the hunters below, already rendered mute by fear. It seemed as though they were but mere specks of inconsequential dust upon this grand tapestry. Throughout, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the depths below, the nest of malice where resentment festered the most. He stepped forth, and beneath his feet, the void blossomed like a lotus. Gradually, he approached that accursed lair, impenetrable even to light, advancing step by step, all the demonic traps meticulously laid by the Order's resentful demon, capable of instilling dread even in the hearts of the mightiest celestial beings, melted away before him like snow under the scorching sun, even before they could be triggered. The aura of perfect order emanating from the realm of shattering gods. Around him was a formidable adversary that all chaos in this realm could neither comprehend nor disrupt. Ultimately, amidst the myriad gazes filled with awe and shock, Xiao Yan slowly traversed to the innermost sanctum of that dark nest. Standing before the shadow of malevolence coiled in the shadows, radiating endless malice, he beheld the face twisted beyond recognition by profound anguish and hatred, and calmly posed the first question of his journey. Tell me, what kind of order has forsaken you? Chapter 70. The Burning Heavens Discourse, the Refinement of the Tao Heart. Xiao Yan's tranquil inquiry struck the Order's resentful demon, like a heated iron brand, searing deeply into the soul already consumed by hatred and madness. Ha 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 ha! After a brief silence, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the depths of the dark nest, a sound more chilling than the wails of the 9 nether demon god, more mournful than the whispers of the ancient chaos demon. The coiled shadow gradually lifted its head. The visage that should have been grotesquely contorted by unbearable agony was, at that moment, eerily serene, a calm that sent shivers down the spine. Only those eyes, which ought to have been hollow, wept 2 streams of blood tears, forged from the purest resentment and betrayal. Betrayal? The voice of the Order's resentful demon was hoarse, laden with endless self-mockery. No, you are mistaken. Order has never forsaken me. For he slowly extended a withered finger, resembling a skeletal claw, pointing to his heart, long ravaged by demonic energy. I was once the most devout embodiment of order. I presided over the temple's laws for 3,000 years, unyielding and impartial, showing no favoritism. With my own hands, I cast my errant progeny into the 9 Netherwind prison. I guarded the eastern wilderness for 5,000 years, defending that so-called order against the tide of demons. With scarcely a disciple left alive, in my quest for absolute justice, I have offended countless noble families in this realm. I am the sword of order, the eyes of order, the gatekeeper of order. His voice rose with fervor, each word steeped in righteous indignation. And yet what was the outcome? Simply because that so-called ascension path was opened. Simply because my mediocre son claimed a spot within the sect. Simply because I, the gatekeeper, obstructed the path of a favored child of heaven. My family, my disciples, were sacrificed as the first offering to that ascension path by the very sect I dedicated my life to protect. Ha ha ha! How absurd! How utterly ridiculous! He suddenly lifted his head, those blood-weeping eyes fixated fiercely on Xiao Yan's unperturbed face. Tell me, divine son, is this the order established by your father? An order that sacrifices justice at will for the sake of a so-called greater good. An order that exists solely for the strong. What difference is there between such an order and the law of the jungle of the demonic path? No, it is even more hypocritical, more vile. He spread his arms wide and let out his final roar. Only absolute chaos can bring about absolute fairness. Outside the nest, the demon-hunting squads, initially drawn by merit, fell into a profound silence after hearing this impassioned and blood-soaked lament. They could not refute his claims, for many among them were also beneficiaries and witnesses of this fervent order. Yet within the depths of the nest, Xiao Yan, having quietly listened to it all, retained that expression of unwavering indifference in his eyes, ignited with a 9-colored glazed divine fire. He slowly shook his head. You're not wrong. This unexpected affirmation astonished the Order's resentful demon, halting his frenzied outburst. The order you follow is flawed, for it is riddled with the greed and selfishness inherent to humanity. Xiao Yan's voice was calm, as if elucidating a truth long since ordained. However, he gradually lifted his gaze. that indifferent expression seemingly penetrating the twisted form of the resentful demon, revealing the same resentment and unwillingness within its very soul. The chaos you embrace is also flawed, imbued with your own narrow-mindedness and obstinacy. They are merely two sides of the same coin. Both are imperfect entities. You, the Order's resentful demon, as if struck at his deepest wound, felt the tranquility of his face shatter, replaced once more by an expression of unending savagery. You insolent whelp! You dare to discuss the Tao with me? Today, I shall let you experience the taste of being buried by the very order you revere. Boom! In the instant his words fell, the colossal shadow of the demon erupted violently, transforming into an endless torrent of chaotic order, instantly engulfing Xiao Yan. He did not launch any direct assault. Instead, he employed a more sinister and malignant method to distort the order within Xiao Yan's being. Buzz! The once impenetrable, nine-colored protective divine light surrounding Xiao Yan began to turn upon itself, the orderly patterns swirling within it reversing without warning. The divine light, which was meant to safeguard him, transformed in the blink of an eye into a cage of laws that bound him in place. Next, the sword in his hand, forged from divine fire, emitted a mournful wail of unbearable burden, turning the blade against its own master. Ha ha ha! Do you see? This is my Tao. The triumphant voice of the Order's resentful demon reverberated throughout the entire nest. I shall let you perish beneath the very order you take such pride in. Yet, faced with this bizarre scene capable of shattering the resolve of any divine practitioner, Xiao Yan's expression remained inscrutable. He even relinquished his resistance, allowing the Order cage to imprison him, permitting the treacherous sword to pierce his brow. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Within his palm, the Order fire lotus, which had been quietly burning, began to transform subtly. The flames were no longer merely a force of purification and annihilation. They now possessed an essence that seemed capable of forcibly correcting and harmonizing even the Tao itself, a correctional rhythm of the Tao. The frog at the bottom of the well cannot fathom the vastness of the sky. Xiao Yan's tone was serene, akin to the articulation of a truth that had long been predetermined. The so-called path you speak of is merely a flawed stroke upon my father's canvas, one that requires correction. At the moment the words fell, he gently pushed forward the transformed, error-correcting fire lotus in his hand. Boom! There was no cataclysmic clash of energies, nor was there a terrifying spectacle of shattered laws. The instant the fire lotus, imbued with the essence of rectification, made contact with the chaotic realm, time seemed to stand still. What once served as a cage of order, confining Xiao Yan, had its reverse-flowing patterns smoothed out as if by an invisible hand, restoring its rightful trajectory of protection. The treacherous sword, which was meant to backfire upon its master, halted abruptly mere inches from Xiao Yan's brow, emitting a joyous chime before transforming back into the purest divine fire. This was not mere resolution. It was a rectification of a higher dimension, forcibly correcting the erroneous into the correct. No, this is impossible. The voice of the Order's resentful demon, once filled with delight, was instantaneously replaced by an uncontrollable horror. His proud path of chaos, in the face of Xiao Yan's higher dimensional understanding, appeared as childish play, easily rectified one by one. All his strategies had lost their significance. He was defeated utterly and completely. This was not a defeat of power, but a defeat of principle. With a cough, a stream of black blood, imbued with the essence of his demonic path, erupted forth. His spirit shattered completely. The colossal shadow of malice could no longer be sustained. Kneeling before Xiao Yan, in his tear-streaked eyes, boundless resentment finally transformed into a sigh filled with profound sorrow at the moment his heart of principle shattered. It turned out that his lifelong persistence and resentment were nothing but a farce. Xiao Yan observed him quietly as the fire lotus in his palm gently descended. The flames had lost their ferocity of destruction, replaced by a cleansing and gentle purification. In the end, the Order's resentful demon, enveloped by that flame, emitted not a single cry of despair, silently dissolving into the purest void. A crystal of chaotic gray, interwoven with both black and white, quietly hovered in place. Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand, grasping the unique soul crystal, feeling within it the tragedy of order descending into chaos. He remained speechless for a long time. Finally, he lifted his gaze towards the sky that his father referred to as the canvas, as if gaining a deeper understanding of his father's artistry. This painting required not only pure light and pure darkness, but also the gray areas that arise from light's descent into darkness. Only then could it be deemed a truly complete work. Chapter 71. The King of Black Pieces, the Soul Emperor Awakens. The moment Xiao Yan gently stowed away the chaotic gray crystal transformed from the Order's resentful demon, the heavenly rankings, which had long since become the singular truth of this realm, erupted with a brilliance of divine light in the area of the Hall of Achievements that was unlike any previously witnessed. After the achievements of the Celestial Pivot Team, divine light flowed, and a line of golden annotations, composed of pure heavenly principles, slowly emerged. Break the flawed path, gain the favor of the heavenly Tao, double the comprehension of the great path. The moment this annotation appeared, the world was thrown into an uproar. All cultivators observing this scene through various secret methods felt as though a chaotic divine thunder had detonated within their minds. To break the flawed path? What does this mean? Did the Divine Lord not intend for us to merely hunt down those fallen demons? Double comprehension of the great path. Heaven above. This signifies that the gains from this endeavor far exceed those from previously slaying blood demon Mo Tian. After a brief silence, a more intense storm of thought ensued. Countless truly wise cultivators, especially those prodigies from top-tier forces, gleaned a glimpse of a deeper game rule from that line of golden annotations. It turned out that the Divine Lord's chessboard was far from being as simple as mere slaughter. He sought not merely hunters wielding blades, but rather rectifiers who could comprehend the true meaning of his canvas. In an instant, the previously fervent and singular atmosphere of hunting within the vast world began to fracture. Some remained ensnared in their greedy pursuit of achievements, unable to extricate themselves. Meanwhile, a more elite group of prodigies began to attempt emulating Xiao Yan. They no longer regarded the fallen demons as mere prey, but began to study and understand the roots of their fall, searching for the flaws within their hearts. On the Genesis arc, Lin Yi observed the new ripples stirred by Xiao Yan's actions on the chessboard below. For the first time, a subtle arc flickered in his eternally indifferent eyes. His son had finally taken the first step from being the sharpest pawn towards becoming a contemplative player of the game. At that very moment, in the myriad demons abyss of the western wilderness, an even more terrifying feast was unfolding. He, the heart-eating ancestor, gazed in rapture at the thousands of newly birthed fallen demon armies below. He was delighted to discover that the resentment and despair contained within the souls of those hunters betrayed by allies and abandoned by kin during the fervor of the path to ascension were the best materials for creating the most perfect fallen demons. The demon army under his command was expanding at an astonishing speed, akin to a snowball effect. Soon it will be time. He felt the burgeoning essence of the demonic path within him, fed by the consumption of countless souls, and his face was filled with boundless ambition for the future. Once I gather 1,000,000 demon armies, I will be able to confront that divine prince Xiao Yan head-on. At that time, the king of black pieces in this game will no longer be. However, before he could finish his thought, his face, filled with pride and madness, suddenly froze. He was horrified to discover that the overwhelming resentment and despair emanating from himself and his 1,000,000 demon army were uncontrollably being drawn forth by an even deeper, older, and more supreme will from the depths of the myriad demons' blood rankings. Who is it? The heart-eating ancestor roared in a mix of astonishment and fury. Yet, no one answered him. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens. Above, the once fractured and long-forgotten blood list of all demons began to absorb the boundless negative emotions accumulated over decades due to the king's game. The cracks on its surface began to visibly mend themselves with remarkable speed. Bloodlight surged into the sky, a terrifying figure, capable of making even the heart-eating ancestor, the king of fallen demons, tremble in his very soul, emerged slowly from the heart of the blood list. What a formidable presence it was. Clad in an imperial robe forged from the grievances of countless souls and shattered paths, and crowned with a diadem wrought from pure chaos and malice, he bore the visage of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Yet, the madness and distortion that once characterized him had now been reined in, transforming into a pair of hollow, deathly eyes that seemed capable of piercing through all light and hypocrisy in this world, an embodiment of supreme malevolence. He was no longer a mere instrument of slaughter beneath the pastor's dominion. He had unmistakably become the ultimate incarnation of chaos and corruption in this realm. The Demon Emperor had returned. Upon awakening, the Soul Heaven Emperor cast a detached glance at the prostrate and trembling heart-eating ancestor. He then slowly raised his hand and gently grasped the abyss of 10,000 demons, which housed 1,000,000 demon armies below, accompanied by the heart-eating ancestor's shriek. Filled with unfathomable fear and disbelief, he, along with his formidable million-demon army, was forcefully drawn into his palm as if they were mere dust, succumbing to an irresistible might. Ultimately, they transformed into an exquisitely pure essence of demonic origin, which he consumed gradually. After completing this act, a semblance of tranquility, akin to one savoring an appetizer, flickered across the Soul Heaven Emperor's emotionless visage. His hollow and deathly eyes gradually ascended, penetrating the endless void and locking onto the figure of the son who had just discerned the flaw in the path. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated deeply within the souls of every fallen being who still revered chaos. The game must come to an end. Chapter 72, The Emperor's Decree. All demons pay homage. The Soul Heaven Emperor's final proclamation, stripped of all emotion, echoed like an eternal ice capable of freezing an entire epoch, reverberating through the depths of every fallen being's soul. The game must come to an end. This voice bore no anger, no murderous intent, nor did it carry the madness of a mere instrument of slaughter. It resonated solely with an absolute confidence, an end and a verdict. In the northern domain, within a newly birthed demon nest forged from betrayal and resentment, the newly minted demon of Snow's resentment reveled in the chaos that had reshaped his demonic form. Yet, at that moment, an edict, seemingly originating from the very core of his demonic soul, erupted within him without warning. The ecstasy on his face froze instantly. In its place rose an irresistible, primal fear derived from the instinct to survive. He could feel his demonic essence trembling violently before that voice, lamenting as if it were a subject responding to its sovereign summons. "No, I am a master here." He emitted a roar filled with defiance, attempting to resist that absolute pressure emanating from the soul. However, the voice resounded once more, still devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable urgency. "Gulme, or perish." Boom! The demon of Snow's resentment's soul went blank. He felt an overwhelming will of annihilation, capable of erasing him and his newly formed demon nest in an instant, locking onto him entirely. He had no choice. "I obey, my emperor." His defiant roar ultimately transformed into a cry filled with boundless fear and submission. With no trace of hesitation, he became a streak of dark light, soaring skyward toward the distant abyss of 10,000 demons in the western wasteland, propelled by an uncontrollable frenzy. A similar scene unfolded in every corner of the vast world. Whether they were newly fallen demons or ancient fiends who had survived the king's game, all heard that final decree emanating from the essence of demonic origin. In an instant, the entire world witnessed a sight both terrifying and magnificent. Countless black meteors, exuding endless chaos and corruption, streaked across the sky from every direction. Their purpose was neither to hunt nor to destroy. Instead, they converged in a manner akin to a pilgrimage, fervently rallying toward the same destination. The abyss of 10,000 demons in the western wasteland. 10,000 demons paying homage. The once fractured abyss of 10,000 demons had undergone a cataclysmic transformation under the will of the Soul Heaven Emperor. The earth was reshaped by pure chaotic laws into a boundless, pitch-black, infernal demon city. The tattered blood list of all demons had morphed into a supreme throne constructed from countless bones and shattered divine weapons. The Soul Heaven Emperor sat quietly upon that bone throne. His hollow, deathly eyes coldly regarded the subjects converging from all directions below. This was not a chaotic gathering. Rather, it was a meticulously orchestrated and suffocatingly orderly rite of homage. All fallen beings gathered here were arranged into rigorously disciplined formations according to their power and the depth of their sins by an invisible force. They prostrated themselves, bowing deeply before the supreme demon emperor upon the bone throne, offering their most humble allegiance. In the most extreme chaos, he had established the most stringent dark order in this world. Upon the ark of creation, the gods of the divine court and the entire divine faction beheld this scene, capable of making even the heavenly Tao tremble through the world-spanning mirror of laws. Flames ignited within the eyes of the one who burned with the fire of the southern Ming, revealing for the first time a hint of gravity. What a Soul Heaven Emperor! He had harnessed all the chaos of this world for his own, converting it into his own order. Divine Lord! He abruptly turned and knelt on one knee at the peak of the divine mountain. The Soul Heaven Emperor had risen to prominence. This demon was no longer a foe that could be faced by a single son of God. "Please, Divine Lord, issue your decree." Allow me to lead the 4 divisions of the divine court and 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers to trample that infernal demon city. Let's utterly incinerate his so-called dark order. However, before the divine hall, Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. He calmly halted Ember's request for battle. Ember God, there's no need. His eyes, ablaze with the 9-colored divine fire, pierced through the boundless void, locking onto the sole emperor seated upon the throne of bones. He understood. This was no longer a battle between legions, but a confrontation between kings, a clash of 2 starkly divergent paths. At that moment, within the abyssal demon city, atop the throne of bones, the sole emperor seemed to sense his gaze. His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated for the first time through the world's pervasive law mirror, echoing in the ears of every living being. Divine Son, Xiao Yan, I await your arrival in abyssal demon city to witness the path of enlightenment. There was no threat, no bluster, only a tranquil declaration born of absolute confidence. Boom! The entire vast world erupted into fervor. This was the ultimate challenge issued between the black and white kings upon the chessboard. On the creation arc, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze. He bowed deeply in reverence to the towering figure that had never once turned back. Then, he turned slowly, uttering not a single word more. Alone, he set forth toward the west, where countless demons congregated, taking his first step. At that moment, the eyes of the entire world focused upon his solitary, desolate figure journeying westward. Chapter 73. The Divine Son's Westward Journey. 1 step, 1 lotus blossom. It was a solitary journey westward, etched into the deepest souls of countless beings throughout the vast world. A journey to be remembered in all possible ways. A Xiao Yan's figure, appearing both forlorn and resolute under the gaze of the world, stepped off the creation arc. Every being watching through the law mirror was filled with confusion, tragic awe, and an undeniable sense of admiration. They could not comprehend why the Divine Lord would permit his only progeny to venture alone into the death pact of the myriad demons. Yet, they were compelled to be swayed by the courage of this divine son, who knowingly walked into the jaws of danger. However, they would soon realize their profound error. Xiao Yan did not soar toward the abyssal demon city with the speed of divine light. He chose to walk. He restrained all divine radiance and shed all divine might. Resembling an ordinary mortal traveler, steadily traversing the land, tainted with madness and decay from east to west. His steps were steady and rhythmic. His expression remained indifferent and undisturbed, as if he were not embarking on a life and death journey that would determine the fate of the world, but rather, like a compassionate sage on a pilgrimage through the trials of humanity. The entire world bore witness as he passed through a wasteland, ravaged by cultivators' frenzied hunting for merit, leading to the depletion of spiritual veins and the decay of all life. He neither invoked any divine powers, nor did he alter his tranquil passage. Yet, a miracle quietly unfolded behind him. With each step he took, the once charred and lifeless land sprang forth with the purest vitality. Dead trees unfurled tender green shoots anew. Dry riverbeds once again gathered clear streams. A wasteland, long since devoid of life, transformed into a vibrant oasis after he passed. Countless cultivators before the law mirror rose in astonishment. They could scarcely grasp what they were witnessing. This was not ordinary healing. It was a higher dimensional rectification, forcibly correcting the land's erroneous state of death back to its rightful state of life. However, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Yan continued westward. He traversed a city of death, shrouded in endless resentment due to the rampage of the fallen, now a haunt of ghosts. He remained calm as he walked through. Yet, the aura of perfect order emanating from fighting breaks the sky spread warmth to every corner of the city of death. The faces of the countless tortured souls, once destined for eternal despair, gradually smoothed under the rectifying aura. They relinquished their hatred and discontent, revealing serene liberation that transformed into glimmers of light, dissipating into the world. A city that should have been rife with resentment became a sanctuary of peace and tranquility in his wake. The entire world fell into silence. If the earlier revival of withered trees could be somewhat explained as a miracle, then this purification of vengeful souls utterly shattered their perceptions. This transcended the realm of techniques. It was the Tao. It was the supreme path that only the highest deities wielding the authority of order in this world could manifest. At that moment, the world finally witnessed an even more astonishing scene. With every seemingly ordinary step Xiao Yan took, a 9-colored lotus blossom, formed from the purest order and rectification laws, blossomed beneath his feet. One step, one lotus blossom. From east to west, a sacred path paved with countless nine-colored lotus blossoms unfurled beneath him, stretching across the entire continent. This was his Dao, rectifying a canvas marred by chaos and greed. Yet, as the light began to illuminate the land, darkness stirred from the abyss. Just as Xiao Yan purified the world from east to west with the path of rectification, a pure aura of termination and silence emanating from the Soul Emperor began to spread like ink toward the east. He sought to drag the entire world into his eternal realm of chaotic demons. In the end, two forces representing the extremes of order and chaos in this world quietly converged at the center of the continent. There was no cataclysmic collision, only a clear and distinct rift. The vast world was sharply divided by an invisible line into two halves. To the east lay the birth and order brought forth by Xiao Yan's every step, where flora revived and all was harmonious. To the west resided the decay and chaos radiating from the Soul Emperor's demon city, where laws crumbled and all fell silent. On one side stood the divine realm bathed in holy light. On the other, the abyss where countless demons sank into despair. Black and white, the boundary drawn, and Xiao Yan found himself before this stark line that divided the world. He came to a halt. Silently, he gazed upon the realm before him, a place where light, laws, and even existence itself had been utterly consumed by absolute chaos. On his indifferent visage, not a ripple of emotion stirred. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of billions of sentient beings, whose breaths seemed on the verge of cessation, he slowly lifted his foot. Calmly, he stepped into the dark domain belonging to the Soul Emperor. Chapter 74. The endgame of the chessboard, the duel of the two kings. As Xiao Yan's foot made contact with the shadowy realm, the entire world appeared to be stripped away from the canvas of reality by an invisible hand. Light vanished. Sound disappeared. Laws dissolved. Even existence itself became hazy and unreal. This was the path of the Soul Emperor, the true core of the demon city of no return. A purgatory of inner demons. Endless waves of negative emotions coalesced into a viscous, frigid sea of darkness, capable of freezing souls, silently engulfing Xiao Yan from all directions. "Welcome to my kingdom, Prince of the Gods," intoned the Soul Emperor, his voice devoid of any emotion, resonating from every corner of the Obsidian Sea. Here, there was no hypocritical order, no divine grace towering above. There was only the most genuine despair. The moment his words fell, the scene before Xiao Yan suddenly transformed. He beheld the order's resentful demon, its face twisted with endless hatred and bitterness, a visage born from sacrificial offerings to the sect. That face repeated its blood-soaked lamentation of betrayal by order again and again before his eyes. "Do you see? This is the order you revere." The Soul Emperor's voice echoed like the most venomous curse within his soul. It will devour its most loyal adherents. It will crush all ants in its path for the sake of a so-called greater good. Tell me, Prince of the Gods, what difference is there between this order and my chaos? This was a question that pierced the heart. A final interrogation potent enough to shatter the resolve of any practitioner of the divine path. Yet, surrounded by this endless tide of resentment, Xiao Yan's indifferent face remained unperturbed. He quietly observed the tragic visage before him. After a lengthy pause, he slowly shook his head. "Flaws are not the fault of order," Xiao Yan's voice, calm, yet imbued with a clarity that could pierce through the mists of eternity, resounded. "Rather, it is the sin of the human heart. And your chaos." He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with nine-colored divine flames, as if piercing through the purgatory of inner demons to glimpse the equally obsessive source of the Soul Emperor's demonic path. It is merely another form of absolute tyranny. The instant his words fell, the order Fire Lotus, which had long since transformed into a corrective form within his palm, suddenly erupted with brilliant radiance. That light was gentle yet irresistible. All illusions constructed from resentment disintegrated under its illumination, like snow encountering the scorching sun, silently corrected and purified. The purgatory of inner demons crumbled without a fight. Sharp-toned. For the first time, a hint of anger tinged the Soul Emperor's icy voice. "If the discourse fails, then I shall crush you with the purest of paths." Boom! In that moment, the entire demon city of no return sprang to life. It transformed into the chaos demon kingdom of the Soul Emperor. Here the earth ascended, the sky descended. Rivers were composed of solidified flames. Stars were hearts of resentment, continuously exploding and rebirthing. A myriad of contradictory and conflicting laws coexisted at once in the most violent manner. This was a realm capable of driving any being attempting to comprehend it into madness, a country of absolute chaos. However, in the face of this terrifying spectacle, sufficient to overturn the truths of a universe, Xiao Yan remained calm, extending his right hand. The Order Fire Lotus rose slowly from his palm, unfolding a world that was its absolute opposite behind him, his domain of order. Within this domain, the sun and moon traversed the heavens, stars revolved, the seasons cycled through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Life, aging, illness, and death perpetually reincarnated. All things adhered to an extraordinarily precise, harmonious, and perfect trajectory, quietly revolving. In the next instant, the two realms, representing the extremes of order and chaos in this world, collided violently. Sizzle. The boundary of their collision emitted no sound, for even the concept of sound itself was utterly obliterated in that clash. Reality was torn asunder. Laws were ground to dust. This was the most primal and fundamental mutual erosion and devouring of two worlds. Useless. The Soul Emperor's frenzied roar echoed throughout the demon kingdom. Your order is built upon existence. Yet my chaos, in essence, is the void. Existence will ultimately be consumed by the void. Boom! After a prolonged stalemate, the Soul Emperor finally unleashed the ultimate demonic technique he comprehended after devouring all sources of chaos in this world, the return to the void of all paths. At that moment, the entire Chaos Demon Kingdom began to collapse inwardly with wild ferocity. Ultimately, it transformed into a pure black singularity, seemingly capable of swallowing light and thought entirely. This singularity no longer sought to defeat order. Instead, it aimed to completely consume Xiao Yan's domain of order, along with the perfect path itself, transforming it into a part of chaos. Faced with this irresistible, unavoidable force of devouring, the beings aboard the creation ark, including Yin Jin and others, rose in horror. However, within the domain of order, Xiao Yan performed an act that caused even the Soul Emperor and Lin Yi atop the divine peak to momentarily glance askance. He did not resist. Rather, he voluntarily dissipated the nearly absolute defense of the domain of order, allowing a thread of the most primordial chaotic path to flow into his once perfect domain. Light cannot exist in isolation. Just as that thread of chaos was about to taint his entire divine domain, a flicker of unprecedented enlightenment flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. With his own path of perfect correction, he did not seek to purify the thread of chaos. Instead, he endeavored to understand it, to untangle it. Ultimately, before the consuming force of the return to the void of all paths, he transformed that lethal chaos into a controllable shadow, coexisting within his domain of order. Buzz. In that moment when the shadow was wholly embraced, the order divine domain of Xiao Yan underwent a cataclysmic transformation. No longer was it merely a canvas of pure white. Instead, it morphed into a magnificent tapestry, where black intertwined with white and white with black. The interplay of black and white, the birth of light and shadow, stood in stark opposition, yet achieved a sublime unity, resembling the Taiji diagram. This was the nascent form of the harmonious convergence of yin and yang. As this concept manifested, the Soul Emperor, who embodied absolute chaos, experienced for the first time a tremor of uncertainty. At the pinnacle of the creation arc, Lin Ye's eternally indifferent visage finally revealed a trace of genuine satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His son had, at long last, embarked on his own path of transcendence. Chapter 75, The Collapse of the Dao, The Fall of the Demon Emperor. It was a scene that transcended the comprehension of all beings in this realm, as Xiao Yan's Taiji divine domain unfurled at the heart of the Chaos Demon Kingdom. The Soul Emperor's overwhelming, myriad paths returned to ruin, lost its target for the very first time. It could not devour, for the realm before him, a dynamic interplay of black and white, already encapsulated chaos itself. It was beyond his understanding. As the path exhibited by that divine domain surpassed the highest dimensions he could conceive, no longer did the eternally stoic face of the Soul Emperor bear witness to mere indifference. For the first time, a flicker of confusion emerged within his hollow eyes. He did not comprehend. Yet, Xiao Yan did not grant him the luxury of time to understand. The slowly rotating Taiji divine domain, akin to an unparalleled, grinding wheel forged from truth and the essence of the Tao, began to dismantle the pure chaos that constituted the sole emperor's very being. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within the chaos demon kingdom, all the fierce, disordered, and contradictory laws fell under the shadow of the Taiji diagram, forcibly decomposed into the most primal energies of yin and yang by an irresistible corrective force. Subsequently, the vast, oceanic energies of yin and yang were uncontrollably drawn into the spinning wheel, serving as the finest nourishment to fortify that Taiji divine domain. This was not a battle. It was a digestion of a higher dimension. My path, my chaos, the sole emperor watched in disbelief as his pride. The unparalleled demon kingdom capable of reducing the cosmos to nothingness was so effortlessly dismantled and absorbed before the seemingly serene black and white domain. His absolute belief as the ultimate embodiment of chaos began to collapse irreversibly. Frantically, he summoned all his demonic essence, striving to thwart this indignity of consumption. Yet, all was in vain. He resembled a mere mortal, attacking water with his fists, for regardless of his madness and fury, he would ultimately be assimilated by the seemingly gentle yet all-encompassing water. Why? For the first time, within the sole emperor's vacant demonic gaze ignited a furious flame of self-doubt. He witnessed his once revered chaos, which he regarded as the ultimate truth of the universe, so easily defined as flawed and merely sustenance before the higher dimensional path of his adversary. His absolute belief as the incarnation of chaos was utterly shattered in that moment. My path, the sole emperor let out the final, mournful wail of his life, a sound steeped in boundless confusion and self-doubt. Was I wrong? Bone! The instant this query, potent enough to shatter his Tao heart, echoed forth, his form, comprised of pure chaos, could no longer sustain itself and began to disintegrate. Xiao Yan observed this spectacle quietly. He did not strike with lethal intent. Instead, he gradually unfurled the already magnified Taiji divine domain, enveloping the sole emperor. On the verge of complete annihilation, the entire process lacked the previous ferocity, replaced instead by tranquil correction. The sole emperor's ink-black demonic essence was relentlessly ground away by the gentle rotation of the Taiji diagram, erasing all bitterness, madness, and obsessive negativity, leaving behind the most pure and neutral source energy devoid of any notions of good or evil. Ultimately, that essence, potent enough to drive 10 heavenly sovereigns mad, was entirely absorbed by Xiao Yan's Taiji divine domain. His aura soared at that moment, reaching a new realm incomprehensible even to the likes of Yin Jin and others upon a creation arc, as the last vestige of the sole emperor's unwilling will was obliterated. A magic soul crystal, no longer purely black, but instead radiating a chaotic hue imbued with countless contradictions and possibilities, quietly suspended before Xiao Yan. This was the greatest trophy of his journey, as well as the proof of his path. Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand, cradling the crystal in his palm. With the sole emperor's complete demise, the once mighty, infernal demon city crumbled into disarray. The endless darkness that had shrouded the western wilderness for decades receded like a tide, and the entire world basked once more in the harmony and peace brought forth by Xiao Yan's harmonious convergence of yin and yang. This protracted duel of kings concluded with the resounding victory of the divine sun. However, atop the creation arc, Lin Ye's gaze did not linger excessively on his son, who had transcended his role as a mere pawn. His indifferent eyes remained fixed upon the deeper, darker void beyond, as if awaiting the arrival of a true spectator. Chapter 76. The Teachings of Deities, the Truth of the Chessboard. When the last flicker of the sole emperor's unwilling will was thoroughly corrected and obliterated within the Taiji divine domain, the chessboard of the king's hunt, which had persisted for decades, saw the most formidable black piece silently exit the stage. The endless darkness that enveloped the west dissipated like a receding tide. In the east, the ordered divine radiance laid forth by Xiao Yan, step by step, began to gradually spread across the world. As one faded, the other emerged, starkly contrasting in black and white. The grand duel of kings that swept across the world concluded with the divine sun's resounding victory. Upon the creation arc, Xiao Yan's figure quietly returned from the now tranquil western wilderness, his aura of black and white, the harmonious essence of yin and yang, having been entirely reined in. In this moment, he no longer appeared as the resplendent, earth-shaking divine sun. Instead, he resembled a mortal who had shed all brilliance, returning to a state of simplicity and authenticity. However, when the likes of Yin, Gu Yuan, and other divine beings cast their gazes upon him. Their eyes unhesitatingly reflected a tinge of profound reverence born from the depths of their hearts. It was a gaze reserved for those of equal standing. They all understood clearly that, at this moment, Xiao Yan's comprehension of the Tao had transcended that of these primordial deities born within the Dou Qi. He had truly embarked upon a path of transcendence uniquely his own. Father. Xiao Yan approached the towering figure still calmly standing at the bow of the ship and bowed deeply in respect. He presented the chaotic-colored demon soul crystal, transformed by the Soul Emperor. Child, I have not failed in my mission. At the very instant his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from beyond the vast universe. As the previously silent sea of chaos suddenly ignited with a tempestuous fury, capable of driving the very walls of reality into a frenzied lament. A will imbued with boundless brutality and madness descended fiercely from the deep recesses of the distant demon realm. The rancher, having witnessed the perfect killing tool, painstakingly nurtured through countless efforts and even personal interference, being devoured by a pawn of the adversary as if it were mere fodder, he finally lost composure entirely. Yet, in the face of such unparalleled wrath that could make the entire world tremble, Lin Yi did not even flinch, nor did he lift his eyelids. He disregarded the butcher, who was violently assaulting the walls of reality, and calmly observed his son, who had truly matured. He answered the earlier question, Father, was your true intention in laying this trap to temper me? No. Lin Ye's voice was indifferent, but carried a hint of pure delight, akin to an artist ready to finalize his masterpiece. Tempering you was merely incidental. My true purpose has always been singular. These words were not only intended for Xiao Yan, but also for the rancher, who was gradually losing his sanity in his fury beyond the walls of reality. Lin Yi slowly turned. For the first time, a glimmer of amusement, characteristic of a player poised to conclude a game, surfaced in his indifferent gaze. He unveiled the most profound and cruel truth of this game to both Xiao Yan and the butcher beyond the realm. An artwork, if comprised solely of jade, is ultimately monotonous. It requires the finest chisels to carve out the most exquisite details. Lin Ye's tone was calm and indifferent, yet suffused with a transcendent allure that could enthrall the multiverse. I have found no fitting chisels in this realm. Thus, I lured a butcher to willingly offer me his sharpest blade. Boom! The moment the final word resonated, the rancher's frenzied roar abruptly ceased, and instead arose a terrifying murderous intent ignited by the most extreme humiliation. He understood. He comprehended everything about the hunter's chessboard, the rise of the Soul Emperor. Even Xiao Yan's path to enlightenment was merely a ruse, a trap designed to provoke him, to drive him into a frenzy of rage and despair, compelling him to unleash his chaotic and destructive essence across dimensions, the ultimate snare. For that power was the final and most crucial step for Lin Yi in perfecting this artistic masterpiece. Lin Yi, how dare you scheme against me? The rancher's roar, overflowing with humiliation and murderous intent, resounded through the chaos. His colossal demonic form, devoid of any hesitation, surged forth, enveloped in the primal flames of destruction, and violently collided with the world's crystalline barrier, which had already been marred with spiderweb-like cracks from his earlier assaults. Meanwhile, upon the Genesis Arc, Lin Yi merely wore a satisfied smile, akin to a player awaiting his opponent's fall into the final trap. Chapter 77. The rancher falls into the trap. The world forged in the furnace. As Lin Ye's final proclamation, brimming with endless amusement, echoed across the Genesis Arc, the once silent sea of chaos erupted into a frenzy. Lin Ye. The rancher's roar, filled with infinite humiliation and murderous intent, transformed from mere willful transmission into a substantial sonic wave capable of reversing the currents of chaos. His true power, composed of pure chaos and an insatiable desire to consume, no longer hesitated, tearing through the already battered walls of reality. Like a black sun capable of annihilating the cosmos, it descended upon the Genesis Arc, which appeared as insignificant as dust in his eyes. Boom! At that moment, the entire vast cosmos seemed to have its doomsday countdown initiated. The sky was utterly shrouded in an inky black hue, symbolizing finality and void. The earth fractured and sank beneath the terrifying pressure emanating from the higher dimensional butcher. Even the heavenly Tao laws, recently restored to calm due to Xiao Yan's corrections, let out a wail more mournful and despairing than any prior instance. On the Genesis Arc, Yin, Gu Yuan, and the other divine beings, who had just moments ago been consumed by fervor and pride due to the sun's victory, were instantly replaced by a tremor born of instinctual dread. So powerful, truly formidable. This was the genuine might of the one who held the reins. The earlier so-called incarnation of will was but a flicker compared to this true essence, capable of making an entire world lament. However, just as the Black Sun, destined to obliterate all, was about to descend upon the Genesis Ark, Lin Yi finally moved. He did not rise nor attack. He merely lifted his right hand slowly toward the Genesis Ark, which bore all, with a gentle grasp. The entire Dou Qi resonated thunderously beneath that hold. The towering divine peak, initially serving as the bow of the ship, erupted with myriad divine runes that, in an instant, transformed into a nail of the world, as if it could pin the entire universe in place. The river, originally intended as a source of power, transformed into a vast celestial river whose waters surged upstream, metamorphosing into innumerable chains capable of sealing fate and confining time and space. The chains of void, the myriad mountains, once envisioned as the backbone of the heavens, rose majestically, interlinking to form a seal profound enough to isolate the past, present, and future. The seal of heaven, an unparalleled world formation, constructed from the very fabric of the higher dimensional realm of celestial combat, unfurled in an instant. Its aim was not to assault the already arrived master of the pastures, but rather to completely seal the rift in the world that he had personally torn asunder. What? The Black Sun, once brimming with a fierce intent to devour Lin Yi and his creations utterly, for the first time emitted a roar filled with astonishment and disbelief from its core. He, in horror, realized that he had lost his escape route. He was ensnared within a cage formed by the entirety of a divine realm, trapped within what should have been his domain. He finally understood the sheer madness and terror of the trap he had fallen into. Linye, what are your intentions? The master of the pastures roar, filled with rage and astonishment, echoed through this realm, now entirely sealed off. We are both players in this game. You may confine me for a moment, but you cannot hold me for eternity. When I have spent countless eons extinguishing your divine seals, I shall undoubtedly, countless eons. Yet, Lin Yi interrupted him directly. For the first time, a hint of near-pitying amusement surfaced on his eternally indifferent face. Why should I grant you countless eons? The moment his words fell, he slowly turned to face Xiao Yan, who was already profoundly shaken by the scene before him, as well as the entire vast world trembling in fear due to the confrontation of the two great players. His final decree, belonging to the celestial refiners, resonated in the ears of every sentient being in this realm. Celestial refinement of the great world, he slowly brought his hands together, initiating the process. With a thunderous roar, when the last syllable faded, the entire world seemed to have been reset. Above the heavens, the celestial ranking, which had long become the singular truth of this realm, shattered with a resounding crash, transforming into a radiant platinum sun composed of pure order and light. This is the fire of the sun, beneath the earth, the remnants of the shattered blood ranking of 10,000 demons, under the influence of the master of the pasture's chaotic and corrupted source of demonic flames, also reformed explosively. It became a pitch-black moon of chaos, coalescing from the most extreme disorder and darkness. This is the fire of the moon, with the sun and moon in the sky, the cycles of yin and yang. At this moment, the entire great world transformed into an infinite, inescapable heaven and earth furnace. No. The master of the pastures let out the most horrified and despairing roar of his life. He finally comprehended the true meaning of Lin Yi's sharpest blade. Lin Yi intended to use his own chaotic essence, a being of equal standing, as the source of the yin fire, to create the most perfect opposition to the fire of order, thus elevating the level of this celestial refinement to a new height, one that even he could not fathom. Yet it was all too late. The furnace was forged. The fire was kindled. The dual flames of white and black, of yin and yang, representing the two ultimate paths of this world, soared skyward. They began to indiscriminately refine everything within the furnace, including the master of the pastures, who roared in defiance amidst the flames, including the countless beings plunged into endless panic by this apocalyptic spectacle. A grand event, sweeping across the entire world, was about to commence its final sublimation. Chapter 78, The Laws as Broth, All Beings as Medicine. When the heaven and earth furnace, taking the entire great world as its cauldron and order and chaos as the yin and yang flames, was completely ignited by Lin Yi. The apocalypse descended. No, what unfolded was a sight even more terrifying and ultimate than the apocalypse. The anguished wails erupted simultaneously from every corner of the great world. Countless beings, still immersed in the endless terror of the two great players' standoff, were horrified to discover that the ground beneath their feet was melting away. This was not ordinary fracturing or collapse. It was a more fundamental disintegration. Solid mountains, under the dual illumination of the platinum sun and the black moon, melted like ice beneath the scorching sun, swiftly reverting from matter to the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Rushing rivers evaporated instantly under the scorching of the yin and yang flames, their water laws forcibly extracted and transformed into visible essences of the path. Forests, mineral veins, cities, all tangible entities in this world lost their forms in that moment, reverting entirely to the most primitive materials that constructed this realm. The laws transformed into boiling broth. The mountains and rivers became the medicinal ingredients thrown into the broth. No, help me. Divine Master, save me. Countless beings, in desperation, cried out towards the heavens, towards the soul creation arc suspended outside the furnace. Yet, their flesh was disintegrating into ash within the refining flames capable of dissolving all. Their souls were forcibly extracted by an irresistible force from their shattered bodies and cast into the broth composed of the entire world. This is the refinement of heaven. This is using all beings as medicine, an ultimate sublimation sweeping across the entire world. Lin, yay. At the center of the furnace, the black sun, formed from the true essence of the master of the pastures, erupted with the most frenzied and vengeful roar of his life. He finally comprehended Lin Ye's intentions. This madman, he intended to use his own essence, a being of equal rank, as the primary ingredient, to refine it alongside the countless beings as auxiliary ingredients, into an unprecedented yin-yang Dao fruit. You shall not succeed. The master of the pastures completely lost control. His essence of pure chaos and devouring erupted, transforming into countless black tentacles capable of tearing the universe apart, furiously tearing towards the yin and yang flames that composed the heaven and earth furnace. He sought to explode this furnace before he was entirely refined. In that instant, the entire heaven and earth furnace seemed to erupt in a cataclysmic storm. The chaotic essence of the master of the pastures collided fiercely with Lin Ye's ordered divine fire. Yet, this was not a battle of equals. For within this furnace, Lin Yi was the absolute sovereign. In the arc of creation, atop the divine peak, Lin Yi gazed upon the primary ingredient, which writhed in a frenzied struggle within the furnace, his eternally indifferent countenance betraying not a hint of emotion. He merely extended his hands slowly, akin to the most focused and precise alchemist, commencing the delicate balance of the furnace's heat. With a gentle press of his right hand towards the platinum sun, emblematic of order, the fiery essence immediately receded. Conversely, with a subtle flick of his left hand towards the obsidian moon, representative of chaos, the flames surged violently. This interplay of yin and yang ensued, as the chaotic essence of the rancher, capable of annihilating everything, failed to shake the furnace in the slightest. Instead, it became the finest fuel for the refinement of the elixir for countless sentient beings. Each of its struggles and roars only served to intensify the blaze. Outside the furnace lay the apocalypse, while within, the arc of creation, safeguarded by the Dou Qi, enveloped in absolute tranquility. The divine beings, including Yin Shun and Gu Yuan, were profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them, one that could pierce their very souls. They finally bore witness to the true essence of celestial alchemy. They grasped the sublime path of the divine Lord, who forges the universe as his furnace and the myriad of lives as his elixir. This was beyond their comprehension of power. It was creation, the act of utterly shattering a flawed old world and, using its remnants, molding a new, more perfect one, a supreme authority. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had long since settled into a meditative posture. His eyes, ablaze with the nine-colored glazed divine fire, remained fixated upon the performance of yin and yang converging within the heaven and earth furnace, the embryonic form of the Taiji divine domain, which he had only just begun to comprehend, manifested uncontrollably from within him. This resonated profoundly with the celestial alchemical scene that engulfed the world. He beheld how pure order meticulously restructured the shattered laws. He witnessed the ultimate chaos providing the nascent world with primordial vitality. He observed the countless souls, suffering in the flames, yet through their torment, purged of all imperfections, emerging as the purest embodiments of the Tao. Thus he realized the true artistry of his father. Harsh yet compassionate, destructive yet regenerative. In this moment, Xiao Yan's Tao heart, which had just transcended the confines of being a mere pawn, began its metamorphosis amidst this ultimate transcendence that swept across the world. Time passed, though its measure was lost, as the rancher's unwilling roars gradually faded. In the final moment, when all traces of the butcher's chaotic will were on the verge of annihilation, a final thought, brimming with endless malice and mockery, pierced through the furnace, striking Lin Ye's mind with precision. Lin Ye, you have triumphed, but do you believe this so-called masterpiece is the end? Foolish artist, do you not realize that beyond this endless multitude of heavens, there exists a cadre of ultimate connoisseurs who revel in devouring creations such as yours? The perfection you have forged today will merely become their delectable feast tomorrow. I await you in the void. Faced with this curse potent enough to shake the very soul of any strategist, Lin Ye's expression remained unperturbed. He calmly remarked, the impurities have finally been purged. The quality is acceptable. In that instant, he forcefully clasped his hands together. The first step in transforming the elixir had been accomplished. Next was the formation of the pill. The entire heaven and earth furnace erupted with thunderous roars as the cauldron, comprised of the world's essence, began to whirl frantically around a singular point. A vortex capable of devouring all and reshaping the cosmos thundered into existence. This vortex marked the end of an era and the dawn of a new one. It was the culmination of myriad paths and the originating point of creation. All essences distilled into purity and all souls cleansed of imperfections were irresistibly drawn towards that singular origin, converging madly. A grander and more magnificent condensation commenced. Chapter 79, Yin and Yang as the grindstone, the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. This was the end of an era and the genesis of creation. As Lin Ye's emotionless declaration of forming the pill resonated within the heaven and earth furnace, the vortex, formed from the essence of the entire world, accelerated its rotation exponentially. The furnace trembled under the terrifying centrifugal force capable of obliterating eternity. Immediately following, the platinum sun, order, suspended above the vortex, and the obsidian moon, chaos, floating below, seemed to respond to some absolute decree from a higher dimension. They began to move slowly towards the center of the vortex, rotating, colliding. The thunderous cacophony resonated. In that moment, time and space lost all meaning. The concepts of above and below were utterly subverted. The two celestial bodies, representing the two extremes of this world, transformed into a colossal heaven and earth millstone, capable of obliterating all laws and extinguishing all existence. The millstone began to rotate slowly. An indescribable force of return erupted from its center. The cauldron, forged from the world's laws, spiritual energy, and landscapes, along with the countless souls that have been distilled into purity, were all drawn irresistibly into the heart of the millstone, where yin and yang clashed and myriad paths converged. The first to be absorbed was that chaotic essence, which Lin Yi had meticulously refined from the rancher and deemed of acceptable quality. It was the yin of this newly forged Tao fruit, the profound underlayer of this grand tapestry. Lin Ye. Within that chaotic essence, the rancher's last remnants of will, on the brink of total annihilation, emitted a roar filled with boundless malice and resentment. He watched in horror as his once mighty chaotic essence, which had devoured countless worlds, was now utilized as mere foundational material, the first to be cast into the millstone that would determine the form of the new world. However, upon the arc of creation, Lin Yi merely observed this scene in silence. His indifferent visage betrayed not a single flicker of triumph belonging to a victor. He merely inclined his head slightly towards the material that was on the verge of complete dissolution, as if expressing the most profound gratitude for a finely crafted tool. This was the ultimate humiliation. It also represented the utmost reverence an artist could hold for their medium. Boom! At the moment when the last vestige of the rancher's will was utterly obliterated, the pure essence of chaos and the equally formidable source of order in this world were forcibly united beneath the overwhelming power of the great mill of heaven and earth, capable of crushing all. A singularity beyond the realm of verbal description was born with a resounding force at the core of that mill. It expanded wildly, ultimately transforming into a sphere, a half that was as dark as the abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all the light in existence, and a half that shone brilliantly like the divine realm, as if it could illuminate all the darkness of the cosmos, a form of Dao fruit, imbued with endless contradictions and oppositions. However, this was merely a skeleton, a work incomplete, adorned only in shades of black and white, lacking the myriad colors of life. At that moment, the resplendent river of stars, formed from the purified hearts of countless sentient beings, finally found its destination. They surged into that duality of Dao fruit as if on a mission, each not consumed, nor refined, but rather finding their rightful place in a newly birthed universe that had just emerged from the union of order and chaos. They transformed into the first batch of radiant stars in that new universe. Each soul would become part of the laws of the new world. Each heart would contribute its unique hue to this fresh canvas. This was Lin Yi's Dao. The sentient beings were both the materials and the creators, buzzing as the final star fell into the Dao fruit universe, that embryonic yin-yang Dao fruit which had absorbed the essence of the entire world, emanated a pressure that had reached a critical point, one that even the heaven and earth furnace could not withstand. The two forces of order and chaos, which were meant to be eternally opposed, began to clash and repel each other in the absence of the mill's coercive restraint. The Dao fruit throbbed violently. Each pulsation caused the entire heaven and earth furnace to tremble violently. Even the barrier formed by the furnace of the God realm began to manifest visible, fine cracks. It seemed on the verge of exploding due to the overwhelming power of this newborn entity. Chapter 80. The Divine Sun's Insight, the New Birth of the Divine Realm. On the arc of creation, Lin Yi gazed upon the Dao fruit embryo, which teetered on the brink of chaos due to the inability of its opposing forces to harmonize perfectly. For the first time, a hint of extreme focus appeared on his eternally indifferent face, akin to an artist confronting the final and most critical challenge of their creation. He understood all too well that this yin-yang Dao fruit, crafted from the entirety of the world and a peerless existence as its primary ingredient, had potential that surpassed all his previous works. Yet, precisely because of this, it lacked one critical element, a key capable of perfectly harmonizing absolute order and absolute chaos, allowing these two forces, which were destined to be eternally opposed, to achieve ultimate balance. At that moment, before the temple, Xiao Yan, who had resonated most profoundly with the external heaven and earth furnace, slowly opened his eyes. He too beheld the flaw in the Dao fruit and instantly comprehended why his father had devised the hunter's chessboard, why he had to traverse the boundary of black and white, and why he had to witness how order could descend into chaos and how new order could arise from chaos. It turned out that all of this was merely to allow him, the most vital piece on the board, to personally inscribe that critically important stroke, the finishing touch, on this most perfect canvas. Father. Xiao Yan slowly rose. He bowed deeply in respect to the towering figure still focused on harmonizing the flames. I understand, my child. The moment the words left his lips, without a trace of hesitation, he stepped forward, his figure already appearing at the center of the heaven and earth furnace, before the imminently exploding yin-yang Dao fruit. Your Highness, the Divine Sun. Yen Jun, Gu Yuan, and the others rose in shock. They could hardly believe that Xiao Yan would undertake such an act, nearly akin to suicide. This was the very core of creation, a force that could compel both players to exert their full might. For him, with his just completed transformation, to forcefully intervene would only result in being torn to shreds by the violent order and chaos. Yet, Xiao Yan's face bore no semblance of fear. What he displayed was an absolute confidence and calm inherited from his father. He slowly extended his right hand, offering his newly transformed Tai Chi divine realm, which had been perfected through the understanding of the Dao's flaw and the fusion with the source of the Soul Emperor, gently to the imminent explosion of the yin-yang Dao fruit. He was the key capable of reconciling all contradictions. Buzz. The moment the Tai Chi divine realm made contact with the yin-yang Dao fruit, the violent, mutually repelling forces of absolute order and absolute chaos seemed to instantaneously discover their common ground, their ultimate equilibrium. They ceased to conflict, ceased to repel each other. Instead, centered around Xiao Yan's Tai Chi divine realm, they began the most exquisite cycle of yin and yang, mutually nourishing each other, Xiao Yan's divine realm was not consumed. Rather, it became the core driving principle of this brand new Dao fruit. At this moment, the Dao fruit was entirely perfected. It was no longer merely a dichotomy of black and white, but had transformed into an entity radiating chaotic light, within which countless universes waxed and waned. Embodying the ultimate mysteries of the cosmos, the yin-yang, chaotic Dao fruit. On the arc of creation, Lin Yi gazed upon this ultimately completed masterpiece, and a genuine smile finally graced his previously indifferent face. He slowly extended his hand, beckoning toward the now flawless Dao fruit, which transformed into a streak of light and fell into his palm. He, with 5 fingers, slowly closed his hand. The Dao fruit shattered, transforming into an infinite, boundless light of creation that spread forth into a world long since refined into nothingness. A brand new world was thus born. Above the heavens, a radiant platinum sun, composed of pure order, coexisted with a pitch-black moon, condensed from ultimate chaos, illuminating each other. Upon the earth, there existed both the orderly and ethereal sacred mountains, as well as the chaotic, primordial lands teeming with raw vitality and surging demonic energy. They stood in opposition, yet perfectly coexisted, forming an ultimate harmony filled with endless possibilities and contradictions. This was Lin Yi's second masterpiece, the yin-yang divine domain. Within the divine realm, countless points of light gradually converged. The myriad souls that had been cast into the furnace were reshaped into Dao bodies, reborn in this brand new world. They had shed the memories and causality of their past lives, yet possessed an innate understanding of the harmonious union of yin and yang. Together, they gazed towards the heavens, towards the ancient, ever-present arc of creation, towards the 2 figures resembling the primordial gods of creation, offering the first and most devout worship of this era. Lin Yi felt the unparalleled power within him swell, a power that had surged immeasurably from refining the entire world, and a pure satisfaction graced his face. He slowly spread his hand, and the yin-yang chaotic Dao fruit hovered serenely in his palm, within which billions of universes seemed to enact the ultimate symphony of order and chaos. His emotionless voice transformed into the highest decree of this divine realm. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Dao harmonizing divine lord, and the operation and balance of this yin-yang divine domain shall be under your command. Xiao Yan's figure silently appeared behind him. He respectfully bowed deeply to that magnificent silhouette. I, your child, obey your command. He raised his head, a flicker of enlightenment passing through his eyes, along with a hint of doubt regarding that unknown existence. The final words of the rancher. Lin Yi slowly turned around, and for the first time, a hint of indescribable fatigue surfaced on his eternally indifferent face. The rancher, along with the devourer, was merely a symptom. His voice was hoarse and ancient, a terminal affliction that swept through the myriad realms, one from which even the chess player could not escape. The true source of this affliction lay in that forbidden land. The plateau. All my past refinements, Lin Yi continued, his voice utterly overturning all of Xiao Yan's understanding, were merely experiments to create something immune to the bizarre pollution of the plateau. And you, along with these 2 divine realms, are my most perfect experimental results to date. As his words fell, the arc of creation trembled violently, changing course, embarking on a new expedition to seek the next testing ground. Chapter 81, Conceptual Dams. Scars of the Dao. After refining the divine domains of Dou Qi and Qian, the arc of creation, transformed from the supreme Dao fruit, underwent a subtle yet fundamental deviation in its trajectory. It no longer resembled a ravenous leviathan, searching through the chaotic sea for the next furnace to be melted and reshaped. The objective of its voyage had vanished, replaced instead by an ancient and fated pull. Upon the throne of the temple, Lin Yi's indifferent eyes, reflecting the rise and fall of the universe, had opened at some unknown time. He was no longer the refiner contemplating the canvas for his next masterpiece. The coldness and playfulness of the creator had completely faded. At this moment, he resembled a traveler tracing back to ancient origins, his gaze deep, laced with a gravity that even he himself had not yet perceived. He followed a faint guiding thread that seemed to traverse all timelines, steering this vessel, laden with the sparks of new Dao, into an absolute forbidden zone that even his vast and boundless memories had never marked. Chaos here manifested in a radically different form. No longer was it the violent torrents of energy and shattered remnants of worlds, but a near absolute stillness. The ark sailed like a solitary boat across a black ocean composed of endings themselves. Within that ocean floated countless world graveyards. Father, what are these? At the bow, Xiao Yan gazed at the scene that shattered his understanding, his soul struck by an unprecedented shock. He beheld complete worlds, their crystalline walls intact, their mountains and rivers, pavilions and towers, even retaining their final forms. Yet they were all dead, dead with utter finality. This was not the ruin of being devoured, nor the emptiness of being refined. It was a more primal form of oblivion. It was as if a supreme will had forcibly severed them from the river of causality, rendering them entirely disconnected from the past, present, and future. Their existence had become a meaningless island, abandoned by time itself. Such terrifying stillness. One of the four divine lords, Guhuan, who presided over life and teaching, turned pale. His authority, capable of reviving withered trees, sensed not a single trace of life in this domain. Here lay the absolute forbidden zone of the concept of life. No, this is not stillness. The Ember, who governed destruction and war, spoke with a tone laced with astonishment. His battle intent, capable of incinerating worlds, felt doused in ice water here, unable to ignite even a flicker of desire, for there was nothing to be destroyed. Their new Tao, their supreme authority capable of defining a divine realm, appeared utterly out of place and powerless before this ancient rule. The minds of the divine court's members, for the first time, plummeted from that of lofty creators to that of explorers filled with reverence for the unknown. Just then, a hum resonated. The arc of creation halted. There was no violent collision, no clash of energies. It was as if, while traveling at high speed, the pause button had been pressed, abruptly defying all physical and logical laws, coming to a standstill in this absolute void. The relentless brilliance of creation, the terrifying momentum capable of shattering any world, silently returned to nothingness in that moment. What was happening? Lei Ying and Yao then exclaimed in shock. They could distinctly feel an indescribable rule enveloping the entire vessel. A rule that was not hostile, yet far more terrifying than any enmity. That rule seemed to question them, the latecomers, demanding to know by what right they dare to tread upon this historically sealed, forbidden ground. Their souls trembled violently under this intangible interrogation, as if their very existence could be entirely denied and erased by this older reality at any moment. Now, just as the hearts of the crowd teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Ye's calm voice, like a stabilizing anchor, instantly fortified their crumbling resolve. He slowly rose from the throne, stepping forward, already arriving at the bow of the vessel. He did not gaze upon the surrounding world graveyards. His focus was fixed upon the seemingly empty chaos ahead. On his eternally indifferent visage, a complex expression, intermingled with reverence and a sigh, appeared for the very first time. Some existences, even when reduced to dust, still hold the power to transcend the ages. Some scars, despite enduring countless epochs, continue to bleed with an indomitable essence. Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand. At his fingertips, the strand of primordial fire, symbolizing the genesis of a new path, did not unleash any cataclysmic might. Instead, it merely served as a gentle lamp, softly illuminating the encroaching darkness ahead. The light caressed the wall, a wall that was intangible, formless, yet utterly unbreakable. In the next instant, the entire chaotic forbidden zone erupted into brilliance. A grand fissure, spanning all dimensions of time, severing the causal threads, appeared, a grotesque scar of the universe itself, manifesting its soul-shuddering contours beneath the radiance of the primordial fire. It was not composed of any material substance. Rather, it was forged from will, from the indomitable battle spirits of countless deceased celestial monarchs and immortals, their unyielding souls and eternal obsessions interwoven into an everlasting barrier. Where the light reached, the onlookers could even discern every detail of the crack. It revealed blurred and tormented faces, shattered celestial swords, fractured battle banners. Each strand of will represented an insurmountable law. They collectively cried out and roared, guarding this fissure and safeguarding the world beyond it. This was Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly constricted to their utmost limit. Upon this fissure, he sensed a force more pure, more brutal, and infinitely more solitary than his father Lin Ye's path of refining the heavens. A supreme will. Conceptual dam. Lin Ye's voice, imbued with unprecedented gravity, defined this miraculous phenomenon that had upended all understanding. It was, indeed, the scar of the path, bequeathed to this world by a pioneer who had unilaterally traversed the ages. He did not disclose the identity of this pioneer. For the moment that name surfaced in the hearts of Xiao Yan and the others, it would already constitute the greatest disrespect to that existence. We cannot bypass this. Lin Yi gazed at the dam, calmly stating the facts. It severed the heavens and obstructed our path forward. The only passage. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the ceaseless storm of war, composed of the wills of countless battle spirits, hovering above the solitary grave he had constructed with his own hands. The moment the words fell, it was as if the term solitary grave had triggered some kind of taboo. The wills of the millions of battle spirits atop the conceptual dam seemed to awaken simultaneously. Their gazes, filled with tragic resolve, pierced through the barriers of time and space, locking onto the few vibrant and vital newcomers aboard the primordial ark. An overwhelming, soul-drawing force, far more terrifying and utterly irresistible than before, erupted violently from the core of the dam. Not good. Xiao Yan, Yivi, and the four divine monarchs barely had time to utter a cry of alarm. In the next instant, their souls were forcibly yanked from their mortal forms, transforming into 6 streams of light, helplessly drawn into the blood-red vortex forged from the imprints of endless war. In an instant, the primordial ark was left with Lin Yi alone. He stood quietly at the bow, watching the 6 streams of vanishing soul light, his gaze profound and unperturbed, as if merely bidding farewell to his students entering an examination hall he had long foreseen. Chapter 82. The Battle of the Dam, Lost in Oneself. The moment their souls were torn from their bodies, they did not experience the anticipated agonizing rift. The sensation was more akin to a droplet of water merging into an infinite sea of blood and wails. The concepts of time and space were utterly overturned in that moment, when Xiao Yan, Yi Shi, and the 4 divine monarch souls coalesced once again. They found themselves upon a vast, blood-colored plain. The firmament was a dark crimson, as if stained by desiccated blood for eons, with grotesque rifts in the void stretching across the sky like eternal scars. The ground was charred black, littered with countless broken weapons and shattered bones, emanating an indomitable resentment and battle spirit. Most terrifying of all was the incessant roar and howl that filled every corner of this realm. Kill, hold the line, forge a path for future generations. Infidels from another realm, today you shall be slaughtered. These voices did not travel through the air. Instead, they were engraved directly upon the very essence of their souls like steel needles. Each voice contained the most resolute obsession of a celestial monarch or immortal at the moment of their demise. What place is this? Lei Ying's soul was momentarily dazed. His heart, which governed punishment and law, felt an unprecedented suppression in this chaotic battlefield devoid of order. Yet, before anyone could regain their bearings from this sudden upheaval, roar! From the end of the earth, a black tide surged forth. It was a terrifying legion composed of countless grotesque entities, each with unique forms, engulfed in ominous black flames. There were fallen beings with rib-like bone wings wielding white bone spears, and other unspeakable monstrosities as massive as mountains, stitched together from twisted flesh and blood. Some even retained the outlines of immortal cultivators, yet their eyes held nothing but pure destruction and madness. The immortals from the foreign realm and the bizarrely corrupted remnants of celestial monarchs. On Gu Yuan's usually composed face for the first time, a look of profound horror emerged. He could distinctly sense that any unit within this army possessed a soul strength rivaling their former peak during the old era. Moreover, the few leaders at the forefront exerted a pressure far surpassing that of these newly appointed divine monarchs. Engage the enemy. Yan Jin's reaction was the most direct. As the divine monarch presiding over war and destruction, this battlefield of blood and fire did not instill fear in him. Instead, it ignited his most primal and fervent battle spirit. Whatever it is, just kill it. Boom! The southern bright leaf fire erupted with a thunderous roar. The destructive power of a divine monarch still displayed unparalleled might within this realm of spiritual imprints. A crimson sea of flames surged forth, incinerating the leading fallen beings into nothingness. Delightful! Yan Jin howled, his soul transforming into a stream of fire, eager to plunge into the enemy ranks and wreak havoc. However, just then, an unexpected change arose. Hiss! An indescribable force of repulsion, seemingly originating from eons past, descended upon Yan Jin's soul without warning. His blazing southern brightly fire was suddenly doused, as if splashed with an invisible bucket of cold water, its radiance dimming in an instant. Even his supposed indomitable divine monarch heart began to exhibit a subtle, imperceptible weakness. What? Yan Jin's heart trembled violently. He could unmistakably sense a fragment of his existence being extinguished by this very realm. Something is amiss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Yuan also discerned the predicament. He summoned the authority of enlightenment, endeavoring to purify a tainted remnant soul of a celestial sovereign. However, his once invincible azure divine light, upon making contact with the entity, not only failed to exert any effect, but was instead dispersed like snow under the blazing sun, overwhelmed by the ancient and pure will of slaughter emanating from the adversary. Simultaneously, his own divine consciousness experienced a piercing pain akin to 1,000 needles. "I understand now," echoed the chilling voice of Yi Shi within the hearts of the onlookers. Imbued with an unprecedented gravity, this place repels all forces that do not belong to that era. Her unique Tao, which fused the concepts of finality and rebirth, allowed her to perceive the essence of this realm with unparalleled clarity. Here, an overarching will reign supreme, dictating the course of eternity. This will isolated all outsiders and rejected every foreign path. Their new doctrine, born from Lin Yi, was deemed an absolute heresy upon this battlefield forged by the pinnacle will of the old path. Each invocation of power was akin to a provocation against the rules of this world, inevitably inviting the ruthless backlash of the historical imprint of will. The paradox of power struck Xiao Yan with the realization of their dire straits. To wield power accelerated their obliteration. To refrain from using it meant being utterly submerged and torn apart by the inexorable tide of terror before them. This was a war that had been doomed to failure from the very beginning. GGG, the latecomers shall perish. Just as the resolve of the collective wavered, the terrifying army surged forth. Numerous tainted celestial sovereigns struck simultaneously. There was no grand clash of laws, only the purest and most primal concept of slaughter, manifesting as black lightning capable of rending souls, descending from all sides. Formation. Gu Yuan suppressed the terror surging within him and bellowed. The four divine monarchs understood instinctively, swiftly returning to their positions, and the four extremes divine array erupted with a thunderous roar. The azure vitality of the forest sea, the crimson fire lotus of the southern Ming, the platinum thunderpool of regulations, and the obsidian river of reincarnation. These four distinctly different powers of the new path forcibly carved out a domain belonging to them upon this desolate battlefield. However, at the very moment the divine array took shape, the repulsive force emanating from heaven and earth surged exponentially. Crack! The newly formed barrier of the divine array was instantly marred by a web of fissures. The divine bodies of the four monarchs felt as if they were being sliced by countless invisible blades. Their radiance dimmed at a visibly alarming rate. The most fiery-tempered among them, Yan Jin, was the first to succumb, his divine essence wounded, spewing forth a mouthful of divine blood. For the first time, the flames in his eyes revealed a profound sense of frustration and helplessness. As the god of war, he found himself on the brink of collapse due to the overwhelming strength of his own power in the midst of battle. One irony. Just as the divine array was on the verge of shattering, a figure appeared silently at the very center of the formation. It was Xiao Yan. He did not glance at the collapsing divine array, nor at the encroaching tide of black killing intent. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless mist of the battlefield. For the first time, gazing far off into the horizon of the blood-red plain, there stood a figure, lonely and indistinct, yet seemingly upholding the entirety of the dark crimson heavens. He merely stood there, solitary, facing the unfathomable and terrifying abyss beyond the dam, a void far more horrifying than the alien army. The sword in his hand was unadorned and ancient, yet each swing appeared capable of severing causality and truncating timelines. The supreme and dictatorial will that enveloped the realm emanated from this very silhouette. He was the sole order and the only rule in this place. The moment Xiao Yan beheld that silhouette, an indescribable sense of tragic nobility and tranquility surged within his heart. It was as long as that figure remained, the heavens would not collapse. And then, at that instant, the four extremes divine array shattered. Endless black concepts of slaughter surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, utterly engulfing the souls of the five. The excruciating pain of their souls being torn apart spread through every inch of their awareness. However, just as consciousness was on the brink of descending into darkness, Xiao Yan seemed to hear a sigh that transcended the ages. In the next moment, light returned. The souls of the five, miraculously intact, reformed at the edge of the battlefield, as if the death that had nearly shattered them moments ago was merely a fleeting dream. Yet, deep within the core of their souls, an undeniable weariness and weakness made it clear that everything that had transpired was indeed real. They had perished in battle, only to be reborn. What is this? The voice of Xiao Yan trembled with an uncontrollable quiver. No one answered him, for before them, the black tide surged once more. An unending war, an inescapable cycle. Fear and despair began to spread like an invisible toxin within each person's heart of Dao. Chapter 83. The Grief of Reincarnation, an Inextricable Dilemma. Light returned, the moment their souls coalesced. They scarcely had time to feel the profound weakness stemming from their essence before the earth-shattering roars once again filled the realm. Once more it was that blood-red plain. Once more that dark crimson sky. In the distance, the black tide, composed of malice and resentment, approached with its ancient, unchanging demeanor. How many times had it been? Lei Ying's soul light had dimmed to its utmost limit, and for the first time, his voice of regulation bore a hint of uncontrollable numbness and tremor. No one responded, for time had long since lost its significance here. They only knew that with each rebirth, the deep-rooted fatigue within their souls intensified. The divinity that once allowed them to overlook an entire era was being cruelly worn down by this interminable cycle. They had attempted everything. To scatter and break through would result in being forcibly drawn back to the center of the battlefield by the omnipresent dictatorial will, where they would be divided and consumed. To defend with full force would hasten the decay of their own Tao, ultimately forcing them to choose between self-dissolution and being torn apart by their enemies. Both equally despairing outcomes. It could not continue like this. Yan Jin's fervent battle spirit, after experiencing dozens of meaningless deaths, had been reduced to mere agitation and resentment. Every time we passively respond, fighting our own battles. This time, we shall unite all our strength, deploy the four extremes divine array, and forcibly carve out a domain belonging to our new path. I refuse to believe that the rules of this cursed place can truly surpass the grand Tao imparted by the Lord of Gods. His proposal received the final assent of the others, rather than passively awaiting death in an endless erosion. It is far more admirable to exhaust all one's strength in a final, resounding attempt. Form the formation, with a thunderous roar. Gu Yuan suppressed the increasingly potent sense of powerlessness within him. The four divine lords returned to their positions. This time, they held nothing back, their divine souls burning fiercely like kindling. The verdant vitality of the forest transformed into a world tree's ethereal shadow composed of creation runes. The crimson South Ming fire lotus morphed into a cataclysmic sun capable of incinerating the void. The platinum-hued law of judgment thunder pool evolved into the celestial net of justice that condemns all evils. The obsidian reincarnation river surged forth, washing away the causal waters of rebirth. The four forces, representing the core authority of the new path, united with unprecedented resolve. Boom! A formation more solid and resplendent than any before, the four extremes divine formation, boldly unfurled upon this blood-soaked battlefield. Within the divine array, the repulsive force emanating from heaven and earth was momentarily severed. A realm of unique, harmonious rules belonging to the new path began to struggle into existence. It worked. A surge of ecstasy erupted in Yan Jin's eyes. However, this exhilaration lasted but an instant. The divine array was met with no attacks from the enemy. Yet, the overwhelming, autocratic will of the eternal desolation emperor that shrouded the entire realm seemed incensed by this provocation of an alien rule. A force, far more terrifying than any previous repulsion, a purer and more fundamental conceptual might, slowly advanced from the solitary figure at the battlefield's end. This was not an attack. It resembled rather a correction, an undeniable assertion of reality over illusion. Crack, crack, crack. The four extremes divine formation, born from the four divine lords' sacrifice of their origins, and the newly birthed realm of the new path, became as fragile as exquisite porcelain before this descending power of correction. The chains of order formed by the new path runes began to shatter inch by inch. The web-like cracks on the barriers of the divine array spread wildly. No! Gu Yuan gazed in horror at this scene, his once unyielding heart of the path utterly pierced by a deeper despair. Their desperate struggle, in the face of this supreme will, was scarcely more than a futile effort. This was not a contest of the same magnitude. Bone! In the end, amidst the deathly silence of the onlookers, the four extremes divine formation, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The divine souls of the four lords flickered like candles in the wind, nearly extinguished by the backlash. And the boundless black concept of slaughter had already engulfed their every perception. Light reemerged. Rebirth. A cold, utterly merciless rebirth. This time, no one dared to speak, nor did anyone attempt to resist. They merely stood numbly at the edge of the battlefield, gazing at the approaching black tide, their souls devoid of the flame of hope, extinguished entirely. The external enemies were infinite. The internal resolve had been worn away. The greatest adversary was no longer the undying remnants of souls, but rather the absolute impotence and void brought forth by this cycle itself. In the midst of this profound silence of despair, each individual began to perceive their own illusions. Yan Jin beheld himself wielding a spear, annihilating world after world, ultimately standing at the edge of the universe. Yet there lay nothing, no enemies, no glory, not even a rock upon which to stand. Only an eternal, cold, meaningless void. His path of destruction, which had sustained him throughout his life, led to such a hollow conclusion. Gu Yuan envisioned himself enlightening countless beings, establishing prosperous civilizations. He was filled with joy, believing he had ushered in a new dawn for the world. Yet, at the end of time, the black mist of the plateau descended silently. He watched in despair as his most cherished disciple was the first to kneel, offering faith to the darkness. Witnessing the order he had built transform into a breeding ground for the bizarre. His proud path of enlightenment ultimately merely provided a layer of fertilizer, named hope, for destruction. Laying S laws could not confine the greed of the human heart. Xiao Dan's reincarnation could not alleviate the world's suffering. Yixi's end appeared utterly laughable here, and her rebirth was proven to be so fragile through countless cycles. The pride of the deities was shattered in this moment. They had fallen to become prisoners more desperate than mortals. Yet, amidst this absolute despair capable of sinking any heart of the path, Xiao Yan, after yet another rebirth, made a choice utterly distinct from all others. He did not rise. He did not even glance at the encroaching black tide. Instead, he sat cross-legged, on this blood-red plain, littered with corpses and filled with resentful spirits. He slowly closed his eyes. It was as if all external matters had become irrelevant to him. He forcibly suppressed the instinct to fight born from the cycle deep within his soul, stifling the overwhelming sense of impotence that threatened to tear his spirit apart. He recalled his father, Lin Yi. He remembered that alchemist's gaze, one of absolute indifference yet profound understanding when faced with any creation. Perhaps, from the very beginning, I have been mistaken. Lin Yi did not send us here to conquer it. He intended for us to comprehend it. This was not a war. This was an examination presented through the tragedy of an era. This thought, like the first beam of light cleaving through chaos, instantaneously dispelled all confusion within Xiao Yan's heart. His extraordinary action immediately captured the attention of others. Prince Xiao Yan, Gu Yuan gasped in astonishment. What is he doing? Has he given up? Yan Jin's voice was filled with confusion and urgency. No. Yixi's icy gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yan's back. She could distinctly sense that his soul state was undergoing a transformation she could not comprehend, yet one that felt profoundly correct. He is breaking through. Roar. The black tide was now mere inches away. The polluted celestial kings, with their chilling intent to kill, had already locked onto the defenseless figure seated in meditation. Protect him. Yixi's voice, for the first time, bore an undeniable resolve. She did not know what Xiao Yan intended to do, but she trusted her instincts. Yes, Gu Yuan, Yan Jin, Lei Ying, and Yao Dan, four divine beings on the brink of collapse, felt a flicker of hope reignite deep within their once silent hearts upon hearing those two words. It was a trust in their comrade. It was the only light amid absolute despair. Without a moment's hesitation, their divine souls shone like meteors one last time. With utmost determination, they charged into the black sea of death that threatened to engulf them entirely. As a shield, to break the deadlock for the king, I offer my final loyalty, just before the soul is torn apart by the endless concept of slaughter. The four divine lords, and Yixi, with their last vestiges of strength, turned to glance back. They beheld a figure seated in meditation, whose eyes, unbeknownst to them, had opened. In those eyes, all emotions had faded, leaving only the purest black and the purest white. The dualities of black and white no longer stood in stark opposition. Instead, they began to merge and flow in a manner they had never witnessed before, tracing a path of profound intricacy, slowly intertwining, as if birthing an entirely new universe. Chapter 84. Errata of History Insights of the singularity. That final, resolute glance back resembled 5 falling stars, burning out their last glimmers of light before descending into the abyss of darkness. Xiao Yan witnessed this, seated in this realm constructed from tragedy, his soul in deep meditation. Yet a thread of spiritual awareness remained tightly connected to his companions. He saw the ethereal image of the world tree of ancient Yuan transforming in a most steadfast barrier in defense of his comrades, only to be pierced instantaneously by a pure concept of slaughter. He beheld the cataclysmic sun of Yanjin erupting one last time, unleashing light and heat that incinerated all. Yet before the endless tide of darkness, it was but a diminutive wave. He perceived Lei Ying's net of laws, Yao Dan's river of death, and Yi Shi's intertwining melodies of demise and rebirth, all mercilessly shredded and submerged by a more ancient, more brutal will to war. They had once again met their demise. This time, it was to protect a hope that seemed all but forsaken, a surge of excruciating pain, originating from the very essence of his soul, nearly yanked Xiao Yan from that profound state of meditation. It was the resonance of the Tao brought forth by the extinction of his companions' souls. Yet he endured. He forcibly suppressed the sorrow potent enough to rend his heart, plunging all his thoughts and spirit into those eyes, which were unfolding an entirely new cosmos. For he understood that this was the singular opportunity that his companions had traded their lives for. He could not, and would never allow himself, to betray this weighty trust. As heavy as an epic, when he relinquished his instinct to fight entirely, abandoning all thoughts of attack and defense. The Tai Chi divine realm, enveloping him, underwent a fundamental metamorphosis. It ceased to be a domain attempting to resist or rectify the outside world. Instead, it transformed into a mirror, absolute in transparency, unblemished in clarity. A mirror of the Tao that no longer sought to alter, but to purely reflect and comprehend. To cease battle with battle is an unsolvable dilemma. The method to break the deadlock lies not in combat, but in understanding. At the moment this thought crystallized in Xiao Yan's mind, the world in his eyes altered. The deafening roars and howls ceased to be jarring noise. They transformed into billions of characters brimming with profound information, each inscribed with the loves, hates, and grievances of a warrior from the celestial domain or an immortal from another realm, detailing their reasons for fighting and the moments of their demise. The blood-soaked plains littered with corpses ceased to be a scene of horror, evolving instead into an open tome, a history written with endless tragedy. Every inch of land etched with a segment of a brutal chapter long forgotten by time. The inexhaustible, encroaching black tide was no longer an enemy, but lines of rolling text, representing destruction and despair within this epic. For the first time, Xiao Yan transformed the corrective power of the Tai Chi divine realm, from rectifying errors to understanding logic. He no longer perceived this battlefield as a malady to be excised. Rather, he regarded it as a profound elegy to be deeply read and comprehended. He began to read. His soul became the sharpest probe, fervently absorbing, analyzing, and organizing within this ocean composed solely of pure information. He read of an old soldier from the celestial domain, in his final moments before death, not harboring hatred for his enemies, but an endless longing for his wife, waiting beneath a peach tree in his homeland for his return. He read of an immortal from another realm, whose soul was not driven by sheer bloodlust, but rather by the sorrow of a clan that had to plunder for survival. As their own world lay desolate, he grasped the brutality of this battlefield, as well as its futility. He discerned the guardianship of the celestial domain, the tragic resolve to seek a glimmer of hope for future generations at any cost, and the despair of the invaders, forced to become demons to endure. Here, there was no absolute right, nor absolute wrong. What existed were merely two civilizations, engaging in the most primal and brutal clash for their continued existence. However, just as Xiao Yan's soul began to immerse itself in this ocean of tragedy composed of endless information, even starting to waver on the righteousness of this war, a far more terrifying crisis descended. The autocratic will that enveloped the heavens and earth seemed to sense the intrusion of this outsider. The very tome began to resist this reader, who did not belong to its era. A concept pressure, more fearsome than any previous rejection, surged from all directions, violently compressing Xiao Yan's soul. This was not an attack, but a thorough erasure, as if the author of this book sought to obliterate Xiao Yan, this reader, along with all he had comprehended, from the very words on the page. This is dire. Xiao Yan's soul throbbed with pain. He could distinctly feel his sense of existence being forcibly diluted by this supreme will. The information he had just read was being extracted and erased from his memory by an irresistible force. He was being forgotten by history. The closer he drew to the core, the stronger the backlash became. In a critical moment, when his soul was on the verge of complete erasure, Xiao Yan's heart became unervingly calm. He understood that he had touched upon the crux of this historical imprint. Since I am not permitted to read, Xiao Yan's eyes swirled with the dualities of black and white. In the Tai Chi divine realm began its final deduction and synthesis of the myriad conflicting yet interrelated information packets at an unprecedented speed. Then let me read only the most core sentence. He relinquished all inquiries into details, concentrating all his corrective power into a singular point. To seek the initial cause that had led to all this tragedy, the cause that perpetuated this cycle of sorrow. The very logic point that prompted the Emperor of the Wild Heavens to make his unilateral decision. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Yan's soul seemed to transform into a lightning bolt, cleaving through the fog of information. Under his deduction within the Tai Chi divine realm, all the intricate timelines and seemingly unrelated chains of causality converged upon a single coordinate. He found it. It was a singular moment. A moment that, regardless of how this war unfolded, whether the celestial domain triumphed or fell, would inevitably lead to the ultimate instant. In that moment, the solitary silhouette at the end of the battlefield, faced with the ultimate darkness beyond the dam, deep enough to swallow all hope, made a decision. That decision was the very essence of this epic. It was the theme of this elegy. It was the premise of this unsolvable enigma. However, that singularity was guarded by an even more formidable will, a beacon of hope that remained tantalizingly out of reach. Any foreign soul that dared approach it would be utterly crushed by an unwavering decree that transcended the ages. How could one possibly touch it? Xiao Yan's heart of Tao churned rapidly. A forceful intrusion would undoubtedly lead to failure. Observing from afar would only reveal the superficial. The sole recourse was a thought, one that could only be deemed mad, which thundered to life within Xiao Yan's mind. Since he could not peruse as a reader, he resolved to become a part of this tome, an ink stain inadvertently marked by the author's pen. He would become the quill itself. In that moment, all hesitation in Xiao Yan's eyes transformed into a resolute determination akin to burning bridges. He made a decision that even Lin Yi had not foreseen. He voluntarily and completely dissolved the Tai Chi divine realm that safeguarded his soul. He relinquished all resistance, exposing his most vulnerable and primal essence, his soul. Defenseless before the overwhelming will that could obliterate everything. With the barrier of the Tai Chi divine realm removed, that colossal historical will found an outlet in an instant. It surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, rushing through Xiao Yan's open heart of Tao, mercilessly inundating his very essence. It sought to devour him, to assimilate him, to render him yet another lament bound to this endless battlefield, doomed to eternal suffering. Xiao Yan's soul, amidst this torrent, flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering, as though it would extinguish at any moment. Yet he smiled, for his purpose had been achieved. Just as his soul teetered on the brink of complete assimilation, he harnessed this irresistible force of consumption, using himself as a probe, and finally, he traced the root of logic flowing upstream, successfully, touching that logic singularity sealed at the end of all timelines. Boom! The blood-soaked battlefield vanished. The earth-shattering roars faded away. The endless cycles ceased. Xiao Yan's soul was drawn into a realm composed solely of will, an expanse of absolute purity, absolute silence. Here, there was no time, no space, not even a concept of existence. Only a question and an answer remained before him. The silhouette he had gazed upon countless times at the battlefield's end, blurred and solitary, became startlingly clear for the first time. He still could not discern the face, which seemed shrouded in the sorrows of an entire era. Yet he could see that the figure was marred by countless gruesome wounds, each oozing ominous black blood. He could vividly perceive the ancient stone sword in its grasp, its blade long shattered, yet still clutched tightly by that hand. He could even feel a gaze that transcended description, seemingly imbued with the weight of eternal solitude and resolve, slowly emanating from that figure. That gaze seemed to inquire, "What have you comprehended?" Chapter 85. The Resonance of Tao, the Weeping of the Lonely Grave. It was an ultimate question that spanned across eons. What have you comprehended? The voice did not echo in his ears, but was instead imprinted directly upon the very essence of Xiao Yan's soul. Each word bore the weight of an entire epic, pressing down upon his soul, which had only just grazed the singularity, nearly collapsing under the strain. In this pristine expanse, crafted solely from will, Xiao Yan remained silent. He understood that any words spoken before this supreme being, who had transformed itself into a dam, unilaterally dictating the ages, would be utterly impotent. Words could deceive, could embellish. Only the Tao represented the truest response. He slowly raised his head, meeting that gaze, which seemed to carry the sorrow of an entire epoch. In his eyes, swirling with the duality of black and white, all emotions had faded. In their stead was an unprecedented clarity and compassion. He did not respond with words. Instead, he manifested his answer through his own Tao. Buzz, the Tai Chi divine realm, once again erupted in this expanse of pure white. But this time, it transformed into a vibrant, living tapestry, rich with sound and color. A historical scroll unfurling before him. At the center of the divine realm, the simple yin-yang symbol was no longer present. Black morphed into an endless despair. Within that profound darkness emerged an immortal from a distant realm, in a desperate bid to bring a flicker of life back to their long-dead mother world. Was compelled to transform into a demon and embark on a path of invasion. White became a dazzling protection. In that radiant light appeared an old soldier from the celestial realm, whose final thoughts as he fell in battle were not of glory, but of his wife waiting beneath the peach blossom tree of their homeland. The boundaries of the divine realm blurred. Xiao Yan poured every piece of information he had gleaned, every joy and sorrow, every helplessness, unreservedly into this scroll. He depicted two civilizations, forced to collide violently for their own survival. He portrayed the brutality of that battlefield, as well as its inevitability. He refrained from passing judgment on who was right or wrong, nor did he define good and evil. He simply recounted, in the most objective and compassionate manner, this epic tragedy, a grand lament composed of endless sorrow in its entirety. As this historical scroll, embodying the joys and sorrows of countless beings, unfurled completely, that ancient, unyielding figure, its blurred outline, trembled ever so slightly for the first time. The ancient stone sword, long battered, emitted a sound akin to a sigh, echoing from the upstream of all timelines. Clang, a pure and ultimate sword intent, representing severance and isolation, erupted from that figure, soaring into the heavens. It did not strike at Xiao Yan, but stood in opposition to the slowly rotating scroll of the Tai Chi divine realm. Two utterly distinct paths began their first and final wordless dialogue within this realm of will. The sword intent of the Emperor of Heaven was domineering, resolute, and relentless. It embodied the pinnacle of the old path, willing to sever all, to isolate all, even at the cost of transforming itself into a prison, sealing both hope and despair at the ends of eternity. Its path was one of rigidity, of ferocity, a road paved with endless solitude leading to no return. Whereas Xiao Yan's Tai Chi divine realm was harmonious, inclusive, and rectifying all things. It represented the nascent form of the new path, not seeking to forcibly sever, but to comprehend its logic, reconcile its contradictions, and from the roots, seek another possibility for the tragedy that was already destined. Its path was one of softness, of resilience, a journey striving to understand all and ultimately transcend everything, a path of liberation, hard and soft, severance and unity, isolation and inclusiveness. Two entirely different, even diametrically opposed paths should have clashed like fire and water, incompatible with one another. However, at this very moment, they discovered a common fulcrum within this realm of pure white consciousness. That is protection. The Heavenly Emperor's decisive strike was intended to safeguard the myriad realms behind him. Xiao Yan's convergence was meant to shield every vibrant soul sinking into tragedy. Their paths diverged, yet the guardianship that arose from the deepest recesses of their hearts transcended the epochs, achieving the most perfect harmony. The resonance of the Tao. In this instant, Xiao Yan's spirit seemed to merge entirely with that towering figure. He beheld it. He witnessed that figure casting one last glance at the vibrant homeland before making the irrevocable decision to sever the ages. That glance contained boundless reluctance and profound affection. He saw that figure, as it wielded the final sword to cut through eternity, bearing within its heart the supreme resolution to shoulder all darkness, all consequences, and all sins alone. He saw it standing solitary upon the dam after severing the ages, confronting the eternal ultimate darkness, enduring a loneliness so profound that it could drive any being to madness. It turned out that the pinnacle of guardianship is such an agonizing release. It turned out that the most potent force is such a gentle farewell. Boom! At the moment when Xiao Yan's understanding overlapped completely with that ancient solitude, the resonance of the Tao reached an unprecedented zenith. That imposing figure, which stood at the end of all timelines, immovable and seemingly transformed into an eternal sculpture, trembled violently upon that obscured visage, shrouded in the sorrow of an entire epoch. It appeared as though something silently slipped away. It was not a tangible tear. It was a tear of concept, formed from the purest sense of release and the deepest compassion. He had been alone for far too long. His path had been lonely for far too long. No successor had ever truly comprehended why he wielded that resolute sword. The world only knew of his unilateral severance of the ages, yet no one understood the reason behind it. But today, at last, a successor from a different path grasped the unspoken tenderness beneath his sword's blade. That tear of concept silently drifted down from that grand figure, devoid of any power, yet seemingly heavier than any divine ability. It radiated no light, yet appeared more resplendent than any star. It gently settled into the very center of the slowly rotating Tai Chi Divine Realm scroll. Not a ripple was stirred. That tear seemed to have found its ultimate resting place, silently merging into the flowing diagram of the Tao, transforming into an eternal, stable singularity that emitted a faint glow of compassionate light between the eyes of Yin and Yang. Just at the moment that tear fell, crack, this pure white realm of consciousness, akin to an epic with a final period, was riddled with web-like cracks and shattered with a thunderous roar. The bloodstained battlefield reappeared before their eyes. Yet, the deafening roar had transformed into a whisper of farewell. The boundless black tide receded slowly, as if drawn back by the ebbing tide. The cycle that had plagued everyone countless times, the interminable war, at this moment finally drew its curtain. A previously unseen, gentle power gently lifted Xiao Yan, along with the 5 souls that had just perished, weakened to their limits. It slowly transported them out of this historical imprint on the verge of complete dissolution, back to the waiting creation Arkansas souls returned to their bodies. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes once more, he found himself still seated on the deck of the Ark. Night dawned, and the 4 divine monarchs also awakened in succession. Each soul's light dimmed to the utmost, their faces still bearing the shock of lingering trepidation. Yet within the depths of their eyes there was a newfound, unprecedented clarity and resolution. Their hearts, having been shattered and reforged through the baptism of life and death, emerged anew from the final resonance of the Tao. Xiao Yan slowly turned inward. He saw, in the center of his Tai Chi divine realm, a singularity of tears composed of pure compassion, quietly suspended, radiating a calming power that brought him immense solace. However, before anyone could fully recover from this unparalleled experience, a calm, indifferent voice, seemingly imbued with ultimate truth, resonated from the bow of the ship. It was Lin Yi. He stood there, as if he had never moved an inch from the beginning. This was the first path to reach its end, severed. His voice seemed to draw a final period to this grand archaeological endeavor. He, as a dam, severed the ages, leaving hope for future generations, while he himself transformed into an eternal solitary tomb. Yet, Lin Ye's tone suddenly shifted, revealing the coldness hidden beneath his indifference. Look, he slowly raised his hand, pointing to the other end of the conceptual dam, which had become clearer with the dissipation of the historical imprint. Everyone followed his direction and gazed in horror. There, in the depths of darkness that should have been devoid of anything, the ominous and eerie presence that should have been suppressed had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, having been imprisoned for countless ages, it had brewed a more profound, pure, and indescribable essence in its struggle against the will that severed the ages. Lin Ye's icy voice, like a final verdict, delivered the ultimate commentary on this examination. A grave cannot contain a plague. It only allows the virus to brew into a more terrifying form. Chapter 86. The Bronze Immortal Palace, Ruins of Order. The creation arc traversed the conceptual dam, forged from the will of the Heavenly Emperor. This was not merely a simple spatial transition. It resembled a forced reverse crossing from effect to cause. The moment the bow of the ark emerged from the crevice of the Tao, flowing with compassion and release, everyone distinctly felt that they had entered a realm of chaos utterly different from before. On the other side of the dam lay a cacophony of violent, chaotic echoes filled with primal slaughter and indomitable will. Yet here, there existed an absolute stillness. The sensation was akin to a drop of scalding boiling water suddenly falling into a transparent amber that had solidified for countless epochs. There were no energy storms, no turbulent flows of time and space. Even the eternal, disordered entropy movement of chaos itself was forcibly paused by an even more domineering and unreasonable supreme will. This was Yan Jin's eyes, burning with the South Mingli fire, revealed a deep sense of confusion and discomfort for the first time. He commanded destruction and war. His path needed to flourish in chaos and conflict. Yet this absolute order, so silent that not even a hint of energy friction could be sensed, felt to him like the most formidable of prisons. What lay before everyone's eyes was an expansive universe graveyard. Countless grand palaces, forged entirely from celestial bronze, loom like the remnants of colossal, forsaken beasts, silently adrift within this stilled chaos. Most of these edifices lie in ruin. Some have had their domes cleaved by a single sword stroke, while others bear the gaping wounds of a mighty fist. Yet, all the debris retains the posture of its last moment of destruction, eternally unchanging. Towering celestial columns, reaching heights of billions of fathoms, stand broken, their shattered ends as smooth as mirrors, seemingly narrating the unparalleled brilliance of the strike that felled them. Further afield, an ancient banner of the heavenly court, long since tattered, still exudes an air of supreme authority, commanding the heavens and the myriad paths, standing resolutely like a fallen general who will not bow. This is the ultimate battleground of the era of the Emperor Yi Tian, the remnants of the once supreme heavenly court that sought to impose its order upon the entirety of the cosmos, now a fallen relic. The arc of creation glides slowly through this silent graveyard, its movement akin not to sailing, but rather to laboriously carving a path upon a solid sheet of ice. The new blade of light, potent enough to shatter an entire world, struggles here to merely part the nearly tangible imprints of order surrounding it. "Look over there," exclaimed the alchemist Dan, pointing towards the ruins of the southern gate not far away. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Beneath the lofty gate, now half collapsed, stood a celestial warrior clad in silver armor, frozen in the act of striking forward, his eyes wide with fury. In his hands, the heavenly blade bore a glimmer of resplendent celestial light, poised to erupt forth. He stood there in silence, as though on the verge of unleashing a thunderous roar. Charging an unseen foe, time, in his presence, had utterly lost its meaning. The death under this order evoked a deeper, more profound sense of dread and chill than the chaotic and brutal echoes of the previous war. Here, the path rejects all change. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow tightly. His eyes, swirling with the dual energies of black and white, perceived the essence of this desolation more clearly than anyone else. Any force that did not belong to the heavenly court system would be deemed an impurity and heresy, subject to purification by the residual laws of the ruins. Purification? Yan Jin scoffed, a flicker of defiance and combativeness igniting in his gaze. "I shall see whether its rules are unyielding or whether my fire is indomitable." With that, he flicked his finger. A wisp, merely a wisp, finer than a single strand of hair, of the South Ming leaf fire slithered forth like a sentient flame, cautiously probing towards a nearby, floating bronze palace. However, just as the divine fire was about to brush against the palace's surface, a hum resonated. An invisible, frigid power of celestial law, devoid of any warmth, quietly emerged from every brick and tile of the palace. It neither resisted nor extinguished the fire. Instead, it employed a higher-dimensional legal principle to analyze and revert that divine flame. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, that spark, capable of igniting the essence of a fighting sage, was instantly disintegrated by the celestial law's power. Its concept of destruction was stripped away, its searing attributes erased, ultimately transforming into the most pure and harmless particles of primal energy, gradually dissipating into this still chaos. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any energetic fluctuations. It was as if to declare, "Here, destruction is not permitted." This left Yan Jin utterly speechless. For the first time, his proud warrior's heart experienced a sense of humiliation crushed mercilessly by the rules. At that moment, the previously silent Gu Yuan's spirit suddenly quivered. A complex expression, mingling pain and intoxication, surfaced upon his typically composed visage. I can feel it," he murmured, his voice ethereal. "Such perfect order, such pure enlightenment. This is the ultimate Tao I have been seeking." "Gu Yuan." Alarm bells rang in Xiao Yan's mind as he abruptly turned around. To his horror, he beheld Gu Yuan's once gentle eyes now chillingly transforming at a visible pace into an expression of coldness emptiness, and indifference. A ruthless aura of celestial law, regarding all beings as mere fodder, surged from the depths of his soul, spreading wildly. He, who wielded the authority of life and enlightenment, was intrinsically closest to establishing order. Thus, amidst these ruins, he faced the most terrifying resonance and assimilation crisis of the Tao. Yan, Liang, Dan, your paths are too radical, existing as variables outside the order. Gu Yuan slowly turned to face his former companions, his icy gaze viewing them as flawed pieces in need of correction and smoothing. An intention of pure judgment, rooted in the heavenly court's desire to restore order, erupted within him. He was about to strike against his own companions. Gu Yuan, wake up! Xiao Yan bellowed, unleashing the Tai Chi divine domain in an attempt to envelop Gu Yuan. Yet it was too late. With celestial law in place, heretics must be purged. Gu Yuan's indifferent voice echoed, as if it were the very voice of the laws here. He pointed, and in that moment, the order imprint of the entire ruin resonated with him. A terrifying power of celestial law, capable of instantly suppressing Yan and others, bore down upon the three. In this critical moment of impending crisis, a brilliant light suddenly shone from the center of Xiao Yan's brow. The terror concept, acquired from the resonance of the ancestral emperor's Tao, born from pure release and compassion, was fiercely summoned. A drop, formless and intangible, yet seemingly containing the sorrow of an entire epoch, silently fell upon Gu Yuan's heart, which was on the brink of complete freezing. This drop contained no power, but it embodied the profound tenderness and compassion of a forerunner at the end of the path of guardianship towards all sentient beings. Order exists to protect. If protection transforms into merciless suppression, then that order itself has become the greatest heresy. Gu Yuan let out a soul-wrenching scream. Within his icy eyes, two utterly divergent paths commenced a frenzied battle. Ultimately, the vitality and humanity stemming from the new path, under the influence of that drop of conceptual tear, struggled to triumph over the celestial ruthlessness and divinity from the heavenly court. With a convulsive gasp, Gu Yuan's soul trembled violently, expelling a mouthful of primal essence. His breath instantly waning to an extreme, yet his eyes finally regained clarity. He glanced at his hand, still poised in judgment, then looked at his concerned companions before him. For the first time, a deep sense of fear and confusion emerged on his aged face. We understand now. Xiao Yan retracted the conceptual tear, his voice heavy with unprecedented gravity. It seems the obstinacy and tyranny of this second-old path are far more terrifying than we imagined. The group, still shaken, dare not let their guard down any further. The arc of creation cautiously navigated around the palaces emanating powerful order imprints, slowly steering towards the deepest recesses of the ruins. Finally, after traversing a forest of stairs composed of broken paths to ascend to the heavens, a vast expanse of a pristine white jade plaza unfolded before the eyes of all present, its completeness relatively intact. Scattered across this plaza were the remnants of countless meditation cushions, left behind from the days when the celestial emperor imparted his teachings. Yet, at the very heart of the plaza, all gazes were irresistibly drawn to a singular presence, which was not a gravestone, but an immense throne of the celestial emperor, a majestic seat that loomed over eternity, seemingly forged from the very essence of imperial authority emanating from the cosmos itself. Upon the throne sat no one, yet an unparalleled aura of dominance, a supremacy that commanded the heavens and declared its unique reign, lingered palpably in the air as if it had never dissipated. It remained there, silently observing every audacious soul daring to tread upon this ground. Chapter 87. The Relentless Warriors, the Battle of Obsession. The throne of the celestial emperor stood solemnly at the plaza's end, not crafted from any divine metal or immortal material, but rather, it appeared to be a manifestation of an era's collective concepts of dominion and singularity. Though it was unoccupied, the overwhelming pressure of its sovereign presence, which overshadowed all of time's cycles, was etched indelibly into every particle of dust within this desolate expanse. Simply gazing upon it, the assembly of divine beings felt an oppressive weight, a suffocating sensation that stemmed from the depths of their very souls. It was an absolute suppression of hierarchy, more profound than when faced with the enigmatic progenitor, as if they, mere foreign deities, were but uncultivated savages before the path of this former celestial emperor. What a formidable imprint of order! The ancient voice of Yuan, dry and cracked, stirred the recently awakened heart of his path. compelling him to uncontrollably feel a fleeting desire to prostrate in reverence before this ultimate aura of kingship. Humph, merely remnants, he scoffed, forcibly suppressing the tumult within. As the wielder of war and destruction, he instinctively harbored wariness and disdain towards such unadulterated order. He was the first to step forward, attempting to set foot upon the seemingly tranquil, white jade plaza. However, at the very moment his foot was about to descend, an unforeseen event transpired. A unified sound, as jarring as it was synchronized, echoed from the countless lifeless bronze palaces surrounding the plaza, the sound of armor scraping together. Then, one by one, figures cloaked in tattered celestial armor, wielding broken heavenly weapons, emerged from the shadows of those solemn halls, moving with steps that had remained unchanged for eons. They were not living beings. Their soul lights had long been extinguished, nor were they vengeful spirits. There was no malice or ominous aura about them. They resembled war puppets, driven by some supreme will. Their celestial armor bore grotesque cracks, as if they had endured injuries capable of rending the universe asunder. Their heavenly weapons were shattered, with only fragments remaining that glinted with a cold, harsh light. Their faces were shrouded in obscurity, as if veiled by a thin mist of time. Yet their gazes were clear, resolute, filled with an everlasting light, the light of guardianship. That light represented an unwavering obsession, one that remained unshaken even through life and beyond death. The Xianyuan War Division of the Celestial Court stood guard here. The Zhuge Legion of the Celestial Court arrayed here. Emotions devoid of sentiment, yet imbued with boundless tragedy, transcended the eons, resonating in the souls of the divine assembly. They were the celestial generals who had fought alongside the celestial Emperor Yi until the final moment. The unwavering warriors of the Celestial Court, the only remnants remaining after the ultimate battle. They converged from all directions, their steps steady, their formation formidable, completely encircling Xiao Yan and his companions outside the plaza. No murderous intent emanated from them, only an even colder, more absolute will of judgment. The foremost warrior raised his broken weapon, pointing it towards the assembly of divine beings. A decree, as if spoken into existence, thundered down. Those who intrude without summons, daring to trespass upon this sacred ground, shall all be deemed traitors. Execute them. No unnecessary words. Just a single command, a word issued in unison by the fervent will of countless celestial souls, an ultimate military order. Seeking death, Yanjun could no longer contain himself. Faced with the provocation of these lifeless beings, the majesty of his divine status ignited. Let me see whether your obsession is stronger or my divine flames. Boom! The South Mingli fire erupted once more. This time, Yanjun held nothing back. Under the impetus of his soul's essence, the destructive divine fire transformed into a colossal dragon of flames, roaring forth to incinerate the leading warrior. However, the ensuing spectacle plunged all, including Yanjun, into a profound cognitive upheaval. That fire dragon, capable of instilling dread even in ordinary celestial kings, upon colliding with the warrior, flowed through him like a gentle breeze, causing no tangible harm, passing straight through. It was as if that warrior did not exist within this realm of matter and energy. He was merely a void, an illusion. What? Yanjun gaped in horror. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the warrior retaliated. With an effortless slice of his broken weapon, he made a simple, unadorned cut through the air. No flash of blades, no sword chi, not even the slightest ripple of energy. Yet Yanjun's countenance turned pallid with terror. He realized that the line connecting him to the essence of destruction, the thread of law that linked him to the world, had been severed by that singular stroke. His connection to the South Mingli fire was abruptly cut off. He had momentarily lost the power inherent to his divine status. This was an assault on the very level of law. Ancient Yuan gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. The attacks of these warriors did not target energy or soul. They directly assailed the rules themselves. With each strike, they interrogated, judged, and negated all that defied the celestial order. Clang, clang, clang. Before the assembly could recover from their shock, all the warriors moved. They did not engage individually, but instead, in an instant, formed an unfathomable and supreme battle formation. Their essences, their pure will of guardianship, intertwined and soared skyward, amplified by the formation. Buzz! Above the formation, within the stillness of chaos, a colossal silhouette of an ancient cauldron, heavy and imbued with the essence of life and death, began to coalesce. This was not the genuine primordial cauldron of all things. It was the embodiment of order itself, the ultimate principle employed by the celestial court to suppress all disorder and chaos. Not good. It southed the celestial court as formation. The return of 10,000 paths to one. A deep apprehension crept across the typically compassionate visage of Xiao Yan. This formation could forcibly incorporate all aberrant laws into its order, refining them as part of the cauldron. Retreat quickly. Yet it was too late. The immense silhouette of the cauldron began to descend upon the assembly of divine beings, bearing an irresistible force of suppression. Under the weight of that formidable force, all present felt as though the authority they wielded over their own paths had transformed into boiling molten iron, forcibly reshaped by an unseen power into the forms desired by the celestial court. Their individuality, their free will, were being ruthlessly flattened by this absolute order. Damn it! Let me go! Yin Shun roared, striving to rekindle the power of destruction. The divine thunder of Lei Ying morphed into myriad lightning serpents, violently striking at the shadow of the cauldron. Yet all was in vain. The moment their powers touched the shadow, they were absorbed and assimilated by an even grander order, causing the shadow of the cauldron to solidify further. This battle was, from a legal standpoint, already doomed to failure. Just as everyone was on the brink of being thoroughly suppressed and refined in a part of the order, Xiao Yan did not, like the others, futilely resist the onslaught of power. While laboriously maintaining a small realm of chaos with Taiji divine domain to protect everyone, he rapidly recalled that similarly unsolvable battle of reincarnation atop the conceptual dam. The same obsessions lingered. The same powers proved ineffective. The same predicament could not be resolved through conquest. I understand now. Xiao Yan's once dim black and white eyes, subdued beneath the shadow of the cauldron, suddenly sparkled with clarity. Their paths were not erroneous. It was not their fighting spirit that could find no rest, but rather their lingering regrets. These Dao soldiers were in essence akin to those souls guarding the dam. They were all unfinished epics, waiting for a successor to punctuate their tales. Friends, Xiao Yan's thoughts resonated clearly in the souls of each individual. Cease the futile assaults. Converge all your power. This is not a battle. It is a transcendence. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yet, out of absolute trust in Xiao Yan, they instinctively halted their futile resistance. Without the nourishment of their combined strength, the oppressive force of the cauldron's shadow momentarily eased. And in that fleeting moment of respite, Xiao Yan made a gesture that drew the attention of all the Dao soldiers. He stepped forth, deliberately breaking away from his companion's protective embrace. Alone, he approached the shadow of the cauldron, a manifestation of order itself, capable of suppressing all eternity. He did not unleash any power. In fact, he actively dissipated the protective Taiji divine domain. He simply raised his head, casting a gaze filled with understanding and empathy upon the shadow of the cauldron, and behind it, the countless silent, resolute figures. It was as if he were paying the highest tribute to a group of lost predecessors. It was as if he were saying, I comprehend your rules. I shall resolve your regrets. Chapter 88. The Responsibility of the Emperor's Shadow, the Final Mandate. Xiao Yan stepped forth. He willingly detached himself from his companion's protection. Approaching the shadow of the primordial cauldron, a manifestation of order capable of suppressing all eternity, he shed all defenses. The swirling black and white energies of the Taiji divine domain receded into his being like a silent tide. His soul, unguarded in this realm of stringent celestial laws and principles, resembled a solitary boat that could be overturned at any moment. All actions of the steadfast Dao soldiers momentarily faltered. For the first time, their clear and resolute eyes revealed a flicker of confusion and wariness. In their logic, there existed only enemies and comrades. They could not fathom why this traitor before them would abandon all resistance. Yet, the battle formation remained intact, and the shadow of the cauldron did not dissipate. The oppressive force representing order continued to descend like the sword of Damocles, slowly bearing down. Xiao Yan did not resist. He merely lifted his head, gazing with understanding and empathy at the shadow of the cauldron, and at the countless silent, steadfast figures behind it. He did not speak, for he knew that no words could penetrate the impenetrable ice formed by the obsessions of countless epochs. To transcend them, the only path was to become them. Without experiencing their suffering, one has no right to speak of their regrets. A moment of clarity flashed through Xiao Yan's mind. He hesitated no longer and willingly opened his soul's consciousness completely. Buzz! His spirit, like a drop of water, voluntarily merged into the vast ocean formed by countless protective obsessions. There was no rejection, no consumption. The moment Xiao Yan relinquished all sense of self, the sea of obsessions embraced him, as if he were indeed one of them. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Yan's soul was swept into an endless torrent of memories. He was no longer Xiao Yan. He was now a member of the Celestial Court. His perspective began to shift at an astonishing speed. In the previous moment, he seemed to transform into a celestial soldier guarding the southern heavenly gate. Witnessing the silhouette of the primordial emperor emerge from chaos, suppressing the restless life zones, that unparalleled aura, turned against all beings and facing the darkness, stirred his spirit. In the next instant, his soul clung to a falling celestial flower, witnessing the breathtakingly formidable emperor in the ruins of Yaoqi, manifesting a bloom with a thought. Reigning over the world, his unwavering dedication to await a return amidst the mortal realm deeply moved him. He saw it. He witnessed the celestial court in its prime, how it swallowed the ages in grandeur, and how it commanded respect throughout the lands. The Emperor Yi presided over the Lingxiao Palace, surrounded by a myriad of powerful warriors. Valiant generals, they quelled the dark upheaval, subdued the immortal mountain, and conquered the ancient mine of Taichu, wherever the battle flags of the celestial court pointed. All realms dared not defy. What vigor! What brilliance! The pride and glory deeply embedded in the bones of every celestial court warrior resonated with Xiao Yan's soul, igniting a fervor within him. Yet, all brilliance, all glory, ultimately became like a scroll consumed by fierce flames, frozen in time at that ultimate battle that swept through the heavens. All fragments of memory converged into a singularity at that moment. Xiao Yan's soul was forcibly thrust into the body of a celestial general clad in golden armor, wielding a broken sword. His perspective was irrevocably fixed. He stood behind that magnificent figure. The Emperor Yi. He beheld the grand silhouette he had heard of countless times in legends. That figure was no longer the imposing presence surveying the ages from the imperial throne, but instead, it was filled with weariness and resolve. The robe of the celestial emperor, a symbol of supreme authority, had long since been torn asunder in the relentless wars, stained with ominous black blood and the emperor's own golden divine blood. He could distinctly feel the source of this emperor, long depleted, and the last flicker of unyielding fighting spirit forcibly pressed forth to protect the myriad beings behind him. Opposite them, from the depths of the torn chaos, emerged a towering demonic figure, indescribably terrifying and ominous, from the six paths. They hail from the highlands. They are the true, enigmatic progenitors. Merely their existence causes the very laws of the universe to lament, and time and space to contort. The celestial court has already succumbed. All the valiant warriors have bled their final drops of blood. All the imperial artifacts have shattered in the struggle. Your Majesty, Xiao Yan, or rather, that celestial general, exhausted his last vestige of strength to emit a howl filled with sorrow and unwillingness. The last soldier can still fight. No need for that. The voice of the heavenly emperor resonated calmly. In that voice, the former dominance had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented weariness and tenderness. He did not turn back. Instead, with his still erect figure, he upheld the last remnants of hope for the few comrades behind him, shielding them beneath the final expanse of heaven. I have witnessed your valor. The glory of the celestial court shines because of you. He slowly raised his hand, marred with cracks, yet still clutching the half-destroyed cauldron. The terrifying pressure of the six progenitors descended like countless universes, suppressing all. Yet he seemed impervious to it. He simply spoke in a tone reminiscent of one preparing for the end, issuing his final decree as the heavenly emperor. This decree did not call for a fight to the death. It did not demand the last drop of blood for the celestial court. Rather, it proclaimed, after this battle his voice etched itself deeply into the souls of Xiao Yan and every soldier of the celestial court. The celestial court is disbanded. You shall pave the way for an era of peace for all generations to come. Boom! At the moment those words echoed, Xiao Yan finally comprehended. He understood the source of the unwavering resolve of these soldiers. Their inability to find peace was not born from the bitterness of defeat, but from the realization that they had failed to fulfill the Heavenly Emperor's final command before their deaths. The Heavenly Emperor urged them to live on. He urged them to create a peaceful world in the absence of the Celestial Court's protection. Yet they had perished in battle. They had betrayed the Heavenly Emperor's last hope. This unfulfilled duty, this guilt towards the emperor's decree, transformed into an eternal shackle, binding their obsessions to this ultimate battlefield. Thus, upon grasping the profound regret embedded at the core of all their beliefs, Xiao Yan's soul gradually detached from the body of that celestial general. He was no longer a participant. He had reverted to being a guide. With the will of his newfound path, he conveyed an entirely new answer, one that originated from the future, to this sea of obsessions composed of endless regrets. This answer was not articulated in words, but rather through the manifestation of true cause and effect. Esteemed predecessors, the light of Xiao Yan's soul became unprecedentedly gentle and solemn within this realm of obsession. You have not failed the heavenly emperor's decree. Your responsibilities have been fulfilled. Your blood has not been shed in vain. Xiao Yan transformed the enduring flame of civilization he had witnessed in the Dou Qi God realm, forged in the vast realms, and still stubbornly continued in the world devoid of the celestial court, into a message that was transmitted forth. It has been continued by those who come after. The heavenly emperor's wish has not been severed. Boom! When this answer, laden with the cause and effect of future generations, resonated across the entirety of the sea of obsessions, all the unwavering soldiers, who had remained silent for billions of epochs, seemed to finally obtain the ultimate and most fervently sought-after forgiveness. The indomitable fighting spirit that had sustained them for eons, the heavy regret that could crush time and space, transformed at that moment into a sigh of relief. In the outside world, upon the white jade plaza, the phantom of the primordial cauldron that suppressed eternity quietly dissipated. The solemn 10,000 paths returned to origin battle formation also crumbled. All the indistinct faces of the soldiers slowly turned in unison. They faced the throne of the heavenly emperor they had defended unto death. Clang! They raised their broken weapons, expending the last of their obsession's strength to perform one final and most standard military salute to that figure they had eternally followed. Your Majesty, the last soldier has not failed you. A thought filled with boundless relief and solace gradually faded away. Subsequently, the silhouettes of all the soldiers, like weathered statues, transformed into swirls of golden light, dazzling yet tragic. Moments later, the plaza returned to profound silence. All the soldiers had found their rest. The path leading to the throne of the heavenly emperor, after billions of epochs, for the first time, was completely open to those who would come after. Chapter 89. The Inquiry of the Emperor's Throne, the Cage of Order. The swirling golden lights represent the final release of the countless heroic souls of the celestial court, when the last vestige of obsession, accompanied by a sigh of relief, dissipated within this still wasteland. The white jade plaza returned to eternal silence. The path to the heavenly emperor's throne, after billions of epochs, was fully open to those who would come after. The members of the divine court slowly emerged from their shock of transformation. Each soul was weakened from the previous battle. Yet their resolve was clearer and more resolute than ever after such unprecedented cleansing. They stepped forward onto the white jade plaza, which bore witness to the end of an era, with a complexity of reverence surpassing that felt in the face of conceptual barriers. Without the obstruction of the soldiers, the plaza was left echoing only with the sound of their footsteps. Each step felt as though it resonated with the pulse of history, allowing them to vividly sense the remnants of indomitable spirit and tragedy that lingered in the ruins. Finally, they arrived before the colossal throne of the heavenly emperor, which loomed over eternity. Gazing up closely, the unmatched pressure of dominion over all heavens surged forth like tangible waves, crashing against their souls. However, upon the throne, there was not emptiness. The moment they set foot in the core area of the plaza, the once desolate throne suddenly began to gather. As if summoned by an invisible force, countless laws of order that had long since dissipated. In an instant, they coalesced into a figure more solid and regal than all the unwavering soldiers combined. He sat quietly upon the throne, adorned in a tattered ancient imperial robe, stained with black and gold blood, his visage obscured as if enveloped by the causality of eons. He bore no hostility, no murderous intent, nor any flicker of emotion that belonged to living beings. He simply sat there quietly, as if he had never left. He was the heavenly emperor, the final imprint of the Tao left upon this ultimate battlefield. When Xiao Yan's gaze met that of the imprint, an ultimate inquiry stemming from the Tao descended without warning. Buzz. The surrounding scenery abruptly shifted. The white jade square, the throne of the celestial emperor, and indeed the entire expanse of the order's ruins vanished in an instant. In their stead emerged an absolute void. At the heart of this void, a colossal sand table, unfathomable in scale and woven from countless rays of light, began to materialize. Within this sand table, stars swirled and galaxies surged, revealing a miniature universe in motion. This is the sand table of the heavenly Dao. Ancient Yuan gasped in astonishment. He could distinctly sense that within this sand table resided a truth far purer, far more absolute by billions of times than the teachings and order he governed, the principles of the heavenly Dao. As the crowd stood in shock, the figure bearing the imperial seal appeared beside the sand table. He spoke not a word, merely raised his hand and gently tapped the sand table. A wisp, exceedingly faint yet brimming with pure malice and chaos, was cast into the ceaselessly operating cosmic sand table. Catastrophe erupted in an instant. The wisp of chaotic essence, akin to a drop of ink in clear water, began to replicate wildly, corroding and polluting. Within the sand table, resplendent stars rapidly dimmed, succumbing to deathly silence. Flourishing star realms transformed into breeding grounds for ominous forebodings. Chaos, in an irreversible manner, engulfed the entire cosmic sand table. Yet, the imperial seal's visage remained devoid of any expression. He simply raised his hand once more. This time, it was not a tap, but a grasp. The heavenly laws, absolute order, a cold, indifferent, and irrefutable will resonated throughout this void space. Boom! Within the cosmic sand table, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Billions of golden divine chains, forged from the most stringent heavenly laws, materialized from the void, intertwining to form an invisible net that covered the entire universe. That wisp of chaotic essence, no matter how it transformed or concealed itself, was relentlessly intercepted, suppressed, and sealed by this net with an unwavering resolve. A single star tainted would lead to the entire star realm being thoroughly sealed by the divine chains of law. Reduced to cosmic dust, when chaos erupted within a galaxy, the entire river of stars would be forcibly evaporated by the heavenly Dao net, reverting to nothingness. After the harrowing price of nearly 2/3 of the universe facing utter annihilation, that wisp of chaotic essence was finally successfully compressed and confined to a corner, rendered immobile. The cosmic sand table regained its tranquility. However, this tranquility was a deathly silence. The remaining 1/3 of the universe, though safe, had utterly lost all variability. All stars were compelled to operate along predetermined orbits, without deviation. All laws became rigid and inflexible, incapable of giving rise to any new possibilities. Any being attempting innovation, any deviant law, would be ruthlessly eradicated the moment of their birth, deemed as unstable factors alongside the chaotic essence by the ever-watchful heavenly Dao net. A perfect prison, an eternal cage of order. After accomplishing all this, the imperial seal slowly turned to face the assembly of deities. He still uttered not a word, yet his doctrine transformed into the grandest and coldest of inquiries, echoing in the depths of every soul, for the sake of absolute safety. Is it worth sacrificing all freedom and possibility? Yanju, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, and Yishi were all shaken to their cores, unable to respond. This question transcended the realm of their doctrines. Affirmation implied the negation of their own vibrant existence. Denial, on the other hand, offered no superior means to suppress the chaotic. Ancient Yuan, too, felt as though struck by lightning. He stared blankly at the lifeless, cold, yet flawlessly perfect cosmic sand table, his usually composed countenance paling for the first time. The perfect order he sought, the enlightenment he yearned for, was it not the very lifeless prison before him? In the quest to eradicate all potential for evil, all hope for life was likewise extinguished. His heart of doctrine trembled with unprecedented intensity at that moment. Just then, Xiao Yan slowly regained his senses from the profound impact of ideology. He gazed at the cage of order, then at the silent figure of the imperial seal. In those eyes, swirling with black and white energies, there was no confusion, only a hint of deep, penetrating compassion. He understood. He comprehended the ultimate brilliance borne by this former celestial emperor, as well as the profound helplessness he bore. Faced with this ultimate inquiry concerning the very foundation of the Tao, Xiao Yan offered no verbal response. Such words would be too pale, too powerless. Instead, he gently extended his right hand. At his brow, the tear of concept obtained from the wild celestial emperor quietly materialized. That tear contained the utmost tragic grandeur of severance and the most tender essence of guardianship. It also embodied the unique harmonizing power within Xiao Yan's new path. He directed that drop of concept tear towards the cold, lifeless sand table of the heavenly Tao, gently letting it fall. The tear silently traversed the stringent net of heavenly laws. It did not resist the order, nor did it disturb the imprisoned chaos. It simply fell softly onto the barren land of the cosmic sand table, a place long rendered desolate by the rigidity of law. There were no earth-shattering changes, no collisions of law. That drop of tear merely permeated the desolate earth like spring rain, quietly nurturing. Then, beyond the rules of the net woven from billions of golden divine chains, outside the influence of the imprisoned chaotic essence, a small, pure white flower, not belonging to any known species, began to sway and slowly bloom. It was the variable beyond order. It was the rebirth amid deathly silence. It should have been eradicated the moment it was born by the stringent heavenly laws. Yet it did not perish, because it stemmed from the compassion of a precursor who safeguarded all beings. It was in essence hope. The figure of the imperial seal, seated beside the sand table, gazed at the small flower that quietly bloomed within his perfect cage and fell into silence, as though he had been silent for an eternity. Ultimately, a distant sigh, akin to the release of all burdens, resonated slowly in this void space. The solid imperial figure began to dissolve inch by inch, like a weathered sculpture, turning into countless specks of light. And once he had completely vanished, the throne of the celestial emperor, symbolizing supreme authority, also cracked with a resounding snap, revealing a small bronze coffin, suppressed within the depths of the imperial seat, crafted from the essence of all things, adorned with countless ancient runes. Chapter 90, Whispers from the Coffin, the Plague of Logic. The throne had fractured. That embodiment of unparalleled authority, which symbolized an era, collapsed as if it had completed its historical mission after delivering its final inquiry. As it shattered, the suffocating absolute order that had enveloped the entire ruins receded like a tide that had lost its source. The ruins remained a still tableau of desolation. Yet the relentless celestial decree that had imposed such oppressive rigor had vanished. The newly forged path of divine authority, once nearly frozen, began to flow anew. All eyes were fixated on the bronze coffin revealed beneath the fractured imperial throne. This coffin, scarcely 3 feet in length, was forged from the purest essence of primordial matter, adorned with an intricate tapestry of ancient runes, the origins of which were lost to time. It hovered silently, devoid of any energy fluctuation or ominous presence. Rather than evoking a sense of danger, it imparted an aura of something far older and more primal, a finality in silence, as if all sounds, conflicts, and causalities in the universe would dissolve into nothingness before it. This was the ultimate seal employed by the Emperor of Heaven to suppress the source of the strange phenomena. Was this the source of the anomalies? Yan Jin's voice was dry, and even his traditionally fearless warrior spirit felt an instinctive flicker of resistance in the presence of the coffin. It was not fear of power, but rather a natural aversion to annihilation. No, perhaps it was not the source after all. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head, his eyes swirling with the duality of black and white, fixated on the complex runes inscribed upon the coffin. It resembled more of a specimen, an anomalous sample that the ancient emperor had once suppressed for study and exploration. With reverence and vigilance towards the ultimate secret, the crowd cautiously approached the bronze coffin. However, as they drew within 100 paces, perhaps due to the dissipating imperial seal, the coffin exhibited a barely perceptible loosening of its seal. From the gap in its lid, a whisper of information silently leaked forth. It was not a sound, yet it resonated more profoundly than any sound could. It was not divine thought, yet it bore an unmistakable clarity that was utterly irresistible. It pervaded like a silent spring rain, penetrating the barriers of time and space, subtly saturating the minds of each individual present. There was no malice, no intent to kill, nor any semblance of a corrupting force. The message it contained was imbued with a chilling calmness, an unwavering rationality, and an endless compassion and concern. It felt as though a sage, having glimpsed the ultimate mysteries of the cosmos, was imparting an irrefutable truth to those still struggling in the sea of suffering. Existence itself is a form of suffering. The whisper echoed directly within Yan Jin's soul. The destruction you wield leads only to nothingness. The war you pursue culminates in silence. All your endeavors merely accelerate a fate that is already sealed. If the end is tranquility, why endure the endless strife and exhaustion of a journey? Release it and embrace the eternal peace that is rightfully yours. Yan Jin's soul trembled violently. The once unyielding resolve of his warrior spirit flickered for the first time under the weight of that whisper. Order is but a futile attempt to delay collapse. The voice echoed in Gu Yuan's mind. The civilization you have built will inevitably crumble into ruins. The beings you have enlightened will return to dust. The entropy of a universe is an irreversible tragedy. All your efforts serve only to add meaningless bricks to a collapsing edifice. Witnessing them born in your hands only to see them perish before your eyes is a cruelty beyond measure. Why not grant them eternal peace from the very beginning? Gu Yuan's newly forged heart of the Tao was instantly marred with cracks. The whispers seemed to penetrate the essence of each individual's path, constructing an impeccable, irrefutable logic from their own beliefs. It spoke to Laying. Precepts cannot halt the march of entropy. To Xiao Zhan it said, reincarnation cannot ferry you beyond inevitable nothingness. To Yishi it proclaimed, what you perceive as the end is not destruction, but liberation. What you create as rebirth is merely the beginning of another pain. Finally, that whisper settled deep within Xiao Yan's soul. Its tone transformed into one of unprecedented gentleness and compassion. Child, you bear too much. You strive to reconcile yin and yang, rectify the heavens and earth, seeking a path for all beings. But have you considered whether those beings, struggling and suffering, truly wish to be saved? Life is a senseless internal conflict. Emotion is the root of pain. Hope is the prelude to despair. And the strange is not the pollution and destruction you envision. It is a form of compassion, a means to help all beings escape the suffering of existence and return to the eternal silence and peace of ultimate liberation. Release your heavy burdens. Accept this final gift from the very essence of the universe. Boom! When this truth, laden with irresistible temptation, unfurled fully within Xiao Yan's soul, his heart of the Tao, tempered through 2 lifetimes, became unshakable for the first time, trembling under its weight. He could not refute it. For in the face of this perfect logic, all his efforts and hopes appeared so pallid, so laughable. What he deemed salvation seemed utterly self-righteous against the compassion of the other. An unprecedented weariness surged from the deepest recesses of his soul, consuming his will and unraveling his path. Perhaps what it said was indeed true. Perhaps surrender was the only righteous path. Not just him. Guiyuan, Yanjin, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, Yevi. All their gazes began to grow vacant and hollow. Their once formidable presence, which could shake an entire divine domain, began to dissipate at a visible pace. They were being swayed. They were on the verge of voluntarily relinquishing all resistance to embrace the eternal silence known as liberation. This was the plague of logic, a form of dimensional assault far more terrifying than any form of power could ever be. Yet, just as the souls of all were about to sink into that abyss of compassion, relinquishing all resistance, a voice cold, indifferent, yet tinged with a hint of amusement, as if laughing at foolish students, thundered like celestial thunder from the direction of the creation arc, reverberating through the very essence of each soul. It was merely a perfect sophistry built upon erroneous premises. This voice was not loud, but it seemed to embody an absolute truth that transcended all logic. Like a sharp scalpel, it precisely cleaved through the splendid fade of that perfect logic, piercing directly to its core, revealing the most absurd premise beneath. Who possesses the right to determine the suffering and liberation of all beings? Boom! Xiao Yan and his companions felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, their souls trembling violently. The will that was on the brink of complete descent was forcibly yanked back to reality by this sharp rebuke. Their previously unfocused gazes sharpened once more, as they beheld the bronze coffin, still exuding whispers of compassion. A profound sense of dread and horror flickered in each of their eyes. They had come perilously close to self-destruction. Lin Ye's figure had, at some point, appeared on the white jade plaza. He did not cast a single glance at the bronze coffin. His gaze fell solely upon the long-broken, dissipated throne of the heavenly emperor, where, for the first time, a hint of complex emotion akin to regret surfaced within his indifferent eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet imbued with finality, delivering the ultimate verdict for this second-old path. This was the path that had reached its end, bearing the burden. He chose to be the backbone, shouldering the causality of an entire era, employing the most perfect order to suppress darkness. However, Lin Ye's tone suddenly shifted. You have seen. He pointed towards the bronze coffin that tirelessly continued to emit whispers of compassion. Order can confine power, yet cannot sever thought. On the contrary, it is precisely this flawless, eternally unchanging sterile chamber that provides the ideal breeding ground for this plague of logic, allowing it to evolve from a mere beast of pure power into a loquacious philosopher. As his words faded, Lin Yi gently waved his sleeve. The supreme might of the creation arc resonated with a thunderous roar. It transported Xiao Yan and the others, along with the bronze coffin that continued to emit whispers of compassion, back into the ark, temporarily sealing them with the new laws of creation. Separation breeds greater brute strength. Order fosters more toxic thoughts. Lin Yi observed the group, their hearts wounded and faces still pale, his voice returning to its indifferent tone. Now, you should understand. The battle against the plateau has never been merely a contest of strength. He turned to face the more profound and desolate chaos beyond the Arkansas. Let us go. To witness the third and most despairing path. The creation arc trembled slightly, changing course. It did not leap through dimensions nor tear apart the fabric of time, but instead glided away from the ruins of order constructed by the Bronze Palace and heavenly laws at a pace reminiscent of solemn mourning. This journey was starkly different from the previous one, devoid of remnants of the world and the imprints of laws. The arc seemed to enter an absolute void where even chaos itself had perished. After an indeterminate time, as the group remained engulfed in the aftermath of their profound awakening, an extraordinarily brilliant yet sorrowful spectacle unexpectedly unfolded before their eyes. It was an ocean, a vast expanse formed by countless minuscule particles radiating soft glimmers, a cosmic sea of pollen. These particles, diverse in form, resembled dandelion seeds, falling snowflakes, and even the remnants of extinguished stars. Collectively, they were known as pollen, the remnants of a path once attempted by the Emperor of Chu during the era of the Holy Ruins. A path intended to carry all spirits toward evolution and transcend fate. The creation arc, akin to a silent leviathan, gracefully sailed into this breathtaking sea of pollen. It was a beauty that seemed unreal. Each grain of pollen emanated a gentle glow, illuminating what should have been the pitch-black void of chaos, transforming it into a mythic river of dreams. Yet, it was also eerily silent, an unsettling stillness that was utterly devoid of sound, energy fluctuations, or even the faintest hint of information flow. It was a silence more profound and fundamental than the stillness of the heavenly ruins, as if every story had been inscribed here, reaching its final conclusion. What a beautiful place, Yao Dan murmured, his heart, which governed healing and reincarnation, sensing within the pollen a once mighty force of life, evolution brimming with infinite hope. However, Gu Yuan's expression was unusually grave. He cautiously extended his hand and, with his inherent authority of enlightenment, gently touched a hexagonal snowflake-like particle drifting past the Arkansas boom, a torrent of information, vast enough to overwhelm the soul of a celestial king, surged into his mind in an instant. This was not an attack, but rather a complete epic. Gu Yuan beheld a blue planet, an ancient civilization known as Earth. He witnessed this civilization's journey from savagery to technology and in an era of spiritual resurgence. Its embarkation upon the path of pollen evolution. He saw countless heroes and heroines staining the starry sky with their blood to protect their homeland, and countless sages and philosophers forging ahead in pursuit of the unknown. He witnessed them harnessing fields, researching esoteric arts, and evolving step by step from mere mortals into powerful beings capable of traversing the universe. Ultimately, he beheld this civilization giving rise to an extraordinarily talented leader who united all forces, establishing a magnificent alliance to embark on the final expedition into the unknown darkness. This was a path filled with hope. Gu Yuan broke free from the overwhelming torrent of information, his face alight with shock and exhilaration. In this particle of pollen, he saw a civilization bursting forth with unparalleled brilliance in its quest to transcend itself and defy fate. YNJN, Liang, and the others, witnessing this, followed suit, each extending a thread of consciousness to touch different grains of pollen. Without exception, they all absorbed epic chronicles of civilization, grand and stirring. There were mechanical divine nations where technology and cultivation merged, barbaric warrior clans devoted to honing their physical forms, and celestial dynasties soaring through the starry seas. They hail from disparate universes and distinct races, yet in their respective epochs, they have all concurrently chosen the path of pollen evolution. Each civilization has basked in unparalleled glory, birthed supreme beings of the sacrificial realm, and forged formidable alliances potent enough to challenge the highlands. This path appears to be viable. The extinguished fervor of Yin Jin's martial spirit, for the first time, flickered back to life, reigniting a spark. As the multitude of civilizations that once traversed this route toward magnificence stands as testament to its potential. A voice, tranquil yet laced with an undercurrent of chill, interrupted his thoughts. It was Xiao Yan. Unbeknownst to him, he had already taken his stand at the bow of the vessel. His eyes, swirling with the dual energies of black and white, fixated intently upon the resplendent sea of pollen before them, his countenance paling more than ever. Have you glimpsed their fates? Xiao Yan's voice trembled, betraying a quaver he himself did not recognize. Fates? The assembly paused in bewilderment, enraptured by the splendor of those civilizations. They had instinctively overlooked this query. Gu Yuan once more delved into contemplation, endeavoring to trace the destiny of the earthly civilization following its final expedition. Yet there was nothing. The flow of information ceased abruptly the moment the expedition's mothership plunged into the abyss of darkness, as if an unseen hand wielding scissors had severed the most pivotal, concluding page of this epic narrative. How could this be? Gu Yuan, undeterred by the unknown, procured another grain of pollen. The outcome was identical. The illustrious mechanical divine nation, upon activating its creation engine capable of restarting the cosmos, saw all information dissolve into a void. The formidable barbaric warrior tribe, after their towering ancestral warrior unleashed a final blow that transcended all limits, found all causality reduced to naught. One after another, Gu Yuan, Yan Jin, Liang, Yao Dan, Yi Shi, they fervently perused grain after grain of pollen, striving to uncover even a solitary civilization with a conclusion. Yet none existed. The flow of information abruptly halted at the zenith of each civilization's glory, leaving an expanse of emptiness in its wake. As rivers converge into the sea, so too did all paths lead to the void. A chilling dread, more horrifying and bizarre than confronting failure itself, enveloped the hearts of all present. This was not a tale of defeat. It was a collective disappearance that swept away countless civilizations and epics. What indeed had transpired? Yan Jin's voice was parched. The spark of martial spirit, just ignited, was extinguished by the icy waters of the unknown, leaving no trace of even a wisp of smoke. Just as the assembly was gripped by the icy grip of this shared disappearance, the Genesis Ark navigated through layers of mist, gradually steering toward the depths of this sea of pollen. There, the pollen was densest and most somber. In the heart of that dim glow floated an immense, utterly desiccated tree, as if abandoned by the universe for eons. Its roots anchored in the void, its branches pierced through the fabric of time. This tree was the origin of the evolutionary path and the terminus of all grand epics. Beneath that withered giant, exuding an aura of profound desolation and emptiness, sat a figure in quiet meditation. This figure was not corporeal. It seemed woven from the fabric of all failed logics and the truths of all endings, coalescing into existence. It was the answer to this sea of silence, the ultimate embodiment of all blank conclusions, the specter of the way. The moment the gaze of the divine court met that ethereal figure, they seemed to hear a sigh, a lament from the ultimate laws of the universe. Chapter 92. The Debate of Truth, the Inquisition of the Heart. That sigh echoed with the resonance of cosmic inevitability, gentle yet imbued with an inescapable sense of destiny. Upon making contact with the essence beneath the withered tree, the divine court understood that the trial of this ancient path had begun. The voice of a thought, not of sound, resonated within the souls of the assembly with clarity surpassing any utterance. This thought bore no emotion, no pressure, no malice. It was as tranquil as a still ancient well. It was the spirit of the way, forged from all failed logics and ultimate truths. Do you wish to embark upon this evolutionary path, which has long been proven impassable? Who are you? Yan Jin, suppressing the tumult within, inquired solemnly. His warrior spirit felt an unprecedented sense of impotence when confronted with this undefinable entity. I possess no name, the spirit of the way replied calmly. I am the ultimate answer discerned by all civilizations traversing this pollen path upon reaching the end. You may refer to me as Truth. Truth? What an audacious and irrefutable title. Answer? What answer? Gu Yuan pressed. Why do all the epics of civilization cease here? Where have they all gone? They have not gone anywhere, the spirit of the way responded, still calm and unwavering. They merely adhere to the ultimate laws of the universe and return to the silence to which they rightfully belong. For they have all seen me and comprehended me. This revelation sent shivers through the divine court. It turned out the collective disappearance that spanned countless epochs was, in truth, a collective suicide? Nonsense. Yan Jin bellowed. The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance against the heavens. How could one abandon the journey before reaching the destination? Surely it is you, this enigmatic being, who has employed some means to obliterate them all. In the face of Yin Jin's accusations, the spirit of the way exhibited the faintest ripple of emotion for the first time. Not anger, but a semblance of pity and regret. Defiance against the heavens. The spirit of the way fixed its gaze upon Yin Jin. The path of destruction you wield essentially accelerates the disintegration of matter, hastening the decay of energy, ultimately returning order to chaos. This bears no distinction from the ultimate law of cosmic entropy. In other words, with every act of destruction, every conflict you instigate, you are not defying the heavens, but rather, you are aiding this universe, which is fated to descend in a heat death, to reach its eternal peace more swiftly. From this perspective, you are not a warrior, but a benevolent being worthy of commendation. Boom! Yin Jin's spirit felt as if struck by lightning. The very essence that had sustained his battles across countless years began to fracture before this flawless, irrefutable logic. The struggle he believed in was merely compliance? The destruction he wrought was an act of virtue? This realization was far more debilitating than any assault could ever be. As for order, the spirit of the way shifted its focus to the pale-faced Gu Yuan. Your path of enlightenment seeks to establish an eternal civilization, to forge an immortal order. This indeed contravenes the natural flow of entropy. However, have you ever contemplated the sheer amount of futile energy expended to maintain a semblance of order, and the unnecessary suffering it inflicts upon the beings within? The birth and demise of civilization are but a cacophonous and futile scribble on the vast canvas of the universe. All your exertions shall ultimately be erased by the relentless hand of entropy, leaving no trace behind. A struggle destined for futility, a cyclical tragedy inevitable. Why, then, do you cling to this path? Gu Yuan opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. The scene of the ruins of the heavenly court lingered vividly in his mind. The immaculate prison of order created by Emperor Yi, was its final fate not in absolute silence? The spirit of the Tao offered no respite to the multitude. Its thoughts, akin to the sharpest of scalpels, incisively dissected each individual's path, exposing the fundamental logical paradox within. Delaying, it proclaimed that regulations cannot halt the decay of the universe. To Yao Dan, it asserted that reincarnation cannot traverse the predetermined void. At last, the spirit's thoughts, like the gentlest yet coldest moonlight, fell upon Xiao Yan. To correct, to amend errors, and to return to the correct path. Indeed, this is a most intriguing journey. For the first time, the spirit of the Tao's thoughts bore a hint of appreciation, as if a chess player had discovered a worthy opponent. Yet, young successor, have you pondered the most fundamental question? What is the standard by which you judge right and wrong? The ultimate law of the universe is entropy, a transition from order to disorder, ultimately leading to eternal thermal death. This is not an error, but an immutable truth. And you, in your singular endeavor, strive to oppose this truth. You seek to use your corrections to prevent the extinguishing of stars, to stave off the decay of life, to halt the disintegration of a universe. You are attempting to amend a universe that is destined for the right conclusion into a state you subjectively deem beautiful, yet which contravenes the ultimate law. The spirit of the Tao's intent grew unprecedentedly gentle and compassionate. It did not question, but rather calmly stated a fact. Tell me, one who defies the heavens and seeks to alter the ultimate truth of the universe, what distinguishes you from that which you perceive to be a distortion of reality? A corruption of all things? Boom! When this ultimate inquiry, piercing the very core of the Tao's heart, resonated within Xiao Yan's soul, his Tai Chi divine domain, which had long merged with his essence, and the ceaselessly flowing black and white energies came to a sudden halt for the first time. Indeed, what is the difference? By what right is your correction deemed correct? By what justification is the peculiar corruption deemed erroneous? If the universe's conclusion is destined to be death, then are all your efforts to sustain it truly the real defiance? Are they, in fact, the true errors? This thought, like a most venomous and indelible seed, took root and sprouted wildly in the depths of his Tao heart. The most terrifying aspect was that there was no trace of mockery or animosity in the spirit of the Tao's thoughts. Instead, they were filled with understanding and sympathy for their futile endeavor against the inevitable. I understand you. I admire your courage, yet lament your futility. It is precisely because I perceive this destined tragedy that I bring you the ultimate liberation. Surrender. Abandon this struggle, devoid of hope and meaning. Return to that eternal silence, free from pain and conflict. This, indeed, is is the highest tribute to you valiant resistors. This empathetic exhortation dismantled the will more effectively than any form of attack. It was not about your destruction. It was about your sorrow. Puff. Yan Jin was the first to succumb to this ultimate upheaval at the level of the Dao heart. A spurt of his soul's essence erupting forth. His once fiery eyes, brimming with boundless martial spirit, dimmed completely. Following him were Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, and Yao Dan. The hearts of all began to shatter inch by inch before this irrefutable logic and truth. Xiao Yan's Tai Chi Divine Domain. Under the weight of the ultimate question, you are the error, experienced the stasis for the first time as the black and white energies ceased their flow, entangled like two lifeless serpents, exuding an aura of self-contradictory chaos. The once indomitable heart that had supported him through countless dire straits was now marred with grotesque fissures beneath the weight of an unanswerable ultimate inquiry. He was persuaded, not defeated by power, nor crushed by will, but irrevocably convinced by a flawless, frigid logic he could not refute with his own path. It turned out he was the one attempting to drag the universe into the abyss of error. This collapse of the Dao heart spread silently like a plague from Xiao Yan to every being in the divine court. They were no longer lofty deities, nor were they the creators of a new path seeking to save the world. They were merely a group of pitiful patients, freshly awakened from a ludicrous dream. The eternal silence articulated by the spirit of the Tao was the sole remedy for their existential ailment. It became clear, I am the sinner hastening the world's demise. The first to relinquish was Yan Jin. His once fierce eyes dimmed completely. He gazed at his hands, which had wielded the power of destruction and war, for the first time revealing a profound disgust and self-loathing. The valor he had once prided himself on, his tyrannical ability to incinerate myriad realms, was but a series of absurd gestures hastening the funeral procession when faced with the ultimate truth of the universe's entropy. What significance does war hold? He murmured, as if questioning himself, or perhaps confessing to the vast sea of silent pollen. Boom! A soft sound. The blazing sun of the southern bright leaf fire, which had once hung behind him, capable of incinerating the void, extinguished quietly like a bubble that had been pierced. He willingly relinquished all authority as the guardian god of the South Pole. The light of his soul dimmed at a visible pace. Yan Jin's extinguishing was akin to the first domino falling. Establishing a civilization destined for destruction, Gu Yuan gazed at his hands, now mere illusions. A bitter smile that was more grotesque than tears gracing his face. It was merely a more exquisite cruelty. He recalled the ruins of the heavenly court, the perfect prison of order. Originally, the path of enlightenment that one pursued had long been proven impassable by a predecessor, marked by an epic's demise. Behind him, the once vibrant world tree, a symbol of life and hope, now stood as a mere shadow, its branches and leaves transforming into gray-white dust, cascading down like withering petals. His dominion over the eastern extremity, a manifestation of pride derived from creation, crumbled into the heaviest of sins before the inescapable truth of destruction. Next came Lei Ying, whose once judicious net of moral law appeared woefully naive and overreaching in the face of the universe's ultimate principles. The strands of his web snapped, dissolving into nothingness. Following him was Yao Dan, whose path, once a source of healing and an attempt to achieve eternal cycles of life, now lay completely desiccated in the face of all things destined for thermal death. They all, in a posture bordering on reverence, willingly relinquished their paths to embrace the liberation that had long been ordained. In the end, only Xiao Yan remained. He was the core of the divine court, the cornerstone of the new path, and the final, crucial target of this logical plague. He sat cross-legged, yet the once majestic form had lost all its radiance. His Taiji divine realm, once imbued with Lin Ye's lofty expectations and a perfect embryonic form of the new path, had come to a complete standstill. The black and white no longer intertwined. Instead, they lay entwined like two lifeless corpses, exuding an aura of self-denial and decay. His heart, once capable of discerning the very fabric of existence, had completely lost its direction and meaning under the ultimate realization that it was itself a mistake. He too had surrendered. This marked the most profound, complete, and silent despair since the founding of the divine court. There were no fierce battles, no tragic cries, only a series of self-obliterations, willingly accepted before the absolute truth. This was the ultimate form of the plateau's bizarre existence. It scarcely deemed it necessary to destroy you. It merely awakened you, allowing you to slay yourself with your own hands. The light of everyone's souls had dimmed to the utmost, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing entirely, merging with the vibrant yet lifeless sea of pollen. They were on the brink of attaining the eternal peace they had come to accept. Yet, just as the last flicker of existence was about to be snuffed out, amidst this realm governed by logical despair, a sigh emerged, transcending countless epochs of failure, bearing the weight of endless solitude and fatigue. It resonated from the creation arc, which had silently floated above the sea of pollen. Chapter 94. The first patient, the source of pathological wounds. That sigh seemed to emanate from upstream across all timelines, gentle yet laden with the weight of countless reincarnations. It traversed the vibrant yet lifeless sea of pollen, brushing against the flickering lights of souls poised to extinguish, acting like an invisible hand that gently cradled them away from the precipice of logical death. Beneath the withered giant tree, the spirit of the path, transformed by the final truth, experienced a genuine moment of confusion for the first time. It could not comprehend why, within this domain of absolute logical despair that it ruled, there existed a sigh that did not belong to the realm of silence. At that moment, a figure appeared silently beneath the withered giant tree. It was Lin Yi. He did not gaze upon the spirit of the path, radiating ultimate wisdom, nor did he exert any formidable pressure inherent to a primal seeker. His eyes simply rested calmly upon his children, who were on the verge of death. Observing Xiao Yan's halted Taiji divine realm, the extinguished flames of destruction from Yanjin, and the withering world tree of Gu Yuan, a trace of profound weariness and solitude, imperceptible to outsiders yet deeply felt, flickered in his seemingly indifferent eyes. It was as if this desolate scene had unfolded countless times throughout his immeasurable existence. Who are you? The spirit of the path's thought turned to Lin Yi. It sensed that the life level of this being surpassed all those before him. Yet his path seemed to harbor an irreparable flaw. Lin Yi finally turned his head slowly. He regarded the spirit of the path, which was the embodiment of truth itself, without anger, rebuttal, or even a hint of hostility. He merely nodded calmly, then uttered a phrase that rendered all remaining wills, including the very logic of the spirit, momentarily speechless. You are correct. Upon these words, the world fell silent. Even the eternally silent sea of pollen seemed to pause in its final, meaningless drift at that moment. Correct? The spirit of the path's thoughts vibrated with intensity for the first time. You understand me? I understand you. Lin Ye's voice remained calm, yet it bore a depth older and more profound than the truths articulated by the spirit. The universe will ultimately succumb to thermal death. Life is an unexpected journey toward decay. Resistance, in the face of the ultimate law of entropy, is indeed meaningless. Every word you spoke is an irrefutable fact, grounded in the universe's ultimate principles. The spirit of the path fell silent. For the first time, it encountered an existence that fully acknowledged all its logic. However, Lin Ye's next words shook the very foundations of its logic. However, Lin Yi turned away, no longer regarding it, but instead facing his children, whose soul lights had dimmed to the utmost, leaving only the faintest glimmer. Knowing and accepting are two different matters. As his words resonated in the ears of all present, including that of the spirit, Lin Yi slowly raised his hands. He unfastened the dark divine robe that symbolized supreme authority and indifferent divinity. The robe fell away, revealing not flesh, not soul, and not even any form of energy. Instead, it was a body constructed purely from the essence of the path and concept itself, a form riddled with countless grotesque fissures, visibly undergoing a continuous cycle of decay and rebirth. Boom! As this conceptual body was fully exposed to the sea of pollen, Xiao Yan and the others, on the verge of extinction, were jolted awake from their self-destructive descent by an indescribable shock. They witnessed the terrifying and magnificent eternal battle unfolding upon their father Lin Ye's conceptual form. One part of the body was decaying. Those ancient and powerful runes constituting his very existence were irreversibly crumbling, fading into the purest void. That was the ultimate truth of the universe, as articulated by the spirit of the path, destined for extinction. Yet another part was struggling to be reborn. At the very edge of those decaying fissures, new runes, more resilient and resplendent, imbued with unprecedented possibilities, struggled to emerge in an excruciatingly slow, yet remarkably tenacious manner. They endeavor to mend those cracks, resisting the inevitable decay and rebirth and decay. This cycle continues, boundlessly, such as the Dao injury of Lin Yi. Xiao Yan gazes blankly at his father's body, embroiled in a battle with itself, his shattered Dao heart gripped tightly by an indescribable pang of sorrow and grandeur. It is not a wound of strength. Rather, it is a more terrifying, more brutal form of truth, a torturous revelation. Have you seen clearly, children? Lin Ye's voice, for the first time, no longer bore indifference. It carried a hint of hoarseness, as if it had coexisted with this pain for eons. He extended his hand, calmly pointing to the areas of decay on his own body, which were continuously disintegrating into nothingness. This is what it refers to as truth. All things in the universe are destined for extinction, an irreversible fate. I am no exception. Then he pointed to those nascent regions, which at the brink of decay, were laboriously and stubbornly giving rise to new Tao rhythms. His hoarse voice bore a resolute tone, powerful enough to evoke emotion across the eons of time. And this is my answer. Even if the conclusion is destined to be darkness, even if all struggles are in vain, even if existence itself is but a tragic march toward demise. Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his weary eyes seemingly piercing through the vast sea of lifeless pollen, through the endless chaos, to behold that indescribable black plateau. Refuse. Boom! When the word refuse resounded in this realm of logical despair, the entire sea of pollen trembled violently. For the first time, a crack, one that did not belong to the realm of logic, appeared in the perfect, irrefutable truth cage constructed by the spirit of the Tao. Lin Ye's method of breaking the stalemate was simple yet audacious. He did not seek to refute that flawless logic, for truth requires no rebuttal. He simply used himself to demonstrate another possibility to all, a choice that transcended all logic, all considerations of pros and cons. I acknowledge all your logic, but I reject your final conclusion. I'm the first being to be touched by this ultimate truth. Lin Yi slowly donned his divine robe once more, concealing the body forever struggling between decay and rebirth. Thus, I am the world's, the original patient. His strength does not lie in conquering truth, but in enduring it. And beneath the relentless torment of this truth, capable of driving the cosmos to despair, he still chooses to resist. This is the grandeur of knowing the futility, yet choosing to strive. This is the supreme solitude of making oneself a battlefield against the destined fate of the entire universe. More potent than any grandiloquent words, more devastating than any divine powers, this defiance can shatter even the most seemingly perfect logic of despair. Father. Xiao Yan gazed at his father, now shrouded once more by the divine robe, yet appearing more fatigued and more magnificent than ever. The once dimmed eyes, unbeknownst to him, were now brimming with tears. He finally understood. He comprehended the ancient solitude of his father. He grasped the true meaning of the new Tao. At that moment, at the very core of his long-stagnant, Taiji divine domain, the tear of concept, derived from the emperor of the wild heavens and born of pure resignation and compassion, felt Lin Ye's will, one that also bore the weight of eternal solitude for the sake of protection, stir for the first time, gently, trembling. Chapter 95. The Seed of New Fire, a Transformative Plateau. That slight tremor emanated from the very core of Xiao Yan's, Taiji, divine domain, akin to the first pulsation of the initial singularity before the cosmic explosion. The tear of concept, embodying the utmost compassion of severance, was finally activated after sensing Lin Ye's supreme resolve to reject the ultimate truth. No longer was it a passive remnant. It transformed into a seed. Xiao Yan's once shattered and despondent Tao heart felt enveloped by an indescribable warmth as it responded to the seed's tremor. He beheld the solitary figure of the emperor of the wild heavens, an embodiment of isolation through the ages, as well as his father Lin Ye's tragic form, eternally struggling between decay and rebirth. Two paths, one choice. One path, to transform oneself into a cage for the sake of protecting the myriad worlds behind. The other, to become a battlefield in pursuit of new possibilities. Both have succumbed to truth. Yet, in their own ways, they have uttered a no to that cold truth. So, it is. A radiant smile, brighter than the sun, graced Xiao Yan's tear-streaked face for the first time. It was a smile born of embracing hope after piercing through all despair, a release. He finally comprehended. The significance of resistance does not lie in the success of the outcome, for the result is already determined. The essence of resistance lies in the very act of choosing to resist. Just as one would plant the first flower on a desolate planet destined for silence, not to revive the planet, for that would be too arrogant and futile. but merely to signify that a flower once bloomed amidst the vast desolation. The moment this thought crystallized in Xiao Yan's heart, his already shattered Dao heart was not mended, but rather, amidst the ruins, it was resoundingly reshaped in an entirely novel and unprecedented manner. Its foundation was no longer built upon the hope of victory, but upon the awareness of failure. I know this battle must be lost, yet I choose to fight. I know this journey may yield no fruit, yet I choose to move forward. Boom! The long stagnant Taiji divine domain, under the impetus of this new Dao heart which, despite its defeat, glowed with honor, reignited once more brilliantly than ever. The dualities of black and white no longer merely circulated and harmonized. At the core of the singularity formed by the tear of concept, a strand of light, neither black nor white, brimming with infinite possibilities and uncertainties, was born with audacity. Xiao Yan's correction, at this moment, finally transcended the rectification of past errors. For the first time, it possessed the ability to conjure entirely new and correct attributes from thin air. Excellent. Beneath the withered giant tree, Lin Yi gazed at the air of novelty surrounding his son, a sensation that even he found intriguing. A genuine, heartfelt look of comfort appeared on his weary face for the first time. He understood that he had embarked on an unparalleled archaeological journey, transcending the boundaries of a trilogy, turning his grand endeavor of deconstruction and reconstruction into reality. Slowly, he pivoted, casting his gaze upon the Tao spirit, which continued to elucidate the ultimate truth. For the first time, within those indifferent eyes, a hint of tranquility, characteristic of a victor, emerged. He gently extended his hand, and within his palm, a faint and diminutive flame flickered, a chaotic ember that seemed to encapsulate the nascent form of an entirely new universe, quietly igniting. This was the final manifestation of the new Tao. His voice, raspy yet imbued with unwavering resolve, resonated throughout this realm of logical despair, echoing deep within the souls of Xiao Yan and the others, imparting upon them this final lesson. When all the old pieces on a chessboard have proven incapable of achieving victory, the sole method to break the impasse is not to scrutinize the ancient records filled with tales of defeat, but rather to create a piece that defies the very rules of the board. At the moment his words fell, Xiao Yan's Taiji divine domain resonated intensely with a new flame in Lin Yi's palm. Boom! The chaotic light surged behind Xiao Yan. His aura began to swell in a manner that even the Tao spirit's logic could not comprehend. This reborn power, akin to a beacon, instantaneously illuminated the once dim souls of Gu Yuan, Yan Jin, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, and Yi Shi. They witnessed Xiao Yan's transformation and heard Lin Yi's ultimate answer. The Tao heart, already convinced by truth, melted like ice cast in its searing flames, evaporating instantly. In its place arose an unprecedented awakening. Indeed, what truth? What fate? Even if destined to fail, we retain the power to choose the manner of our failure. I have come to understand. The extinguished fire of destruction within Yan Jin roared back to life. Yet this time, at the heart of the flames, a hint of verdant creation emerged. Destruction was not for the sake of returning to silence, but to make way for rebirth. So it was the withered world tree of Gu Yuan rejuvenated once more. But this time, beneath its roots lay a shadow of cyclical movement. Order was not to confine all things, but to allow life to flourish beautifully within the confines of rules. The edicts of Lei Ying, the cycles of Yao Dan, the twilight and rebirth of Yi Shi. Everyone's authority reached an ultimate sublimation at this moment. Deep within their souls, without exception, ignited a seed of new fire, unique yet sharing a common origin with Xiao Yan. However, at the instant these six flames, unbound by any known causality and defying all established laws, simultaneously blossomed amidst this sea of pollen, a profound tremor rippled through the entire chaotic sea. An unprecedented variable emerged, as if the very cosmos itself quaked in astonishment. Far away, on an ineffable and indescribable black plateau, the 10 ancient and enigmatic progenitors, sensing a formidable adversary capable of overturning their very existence, stirred from their eternal slumber in unison. Yet, their awakening was not the conclusion. Behind these 10 progenitors, in the most profound and core darkness, lay an ancient and terrifying entity, one so revered that even the other progenitors must maintain awe towards it. Its eyes, which had been sealed for myriad epochs, seemingly fused with annihilation itself, slowly began to open for the first time. What kind of eyes were those? Within them lay no rage, no intent to kill, not even curiosity. Instead, there was only a pure, absolute void, perceiving the entire universe as a predetermined script. Its gaze seemed to pierce through all timelines, scrutinizing every chain of causation, ultimately resting upon the arc of creation that bore the 6 new flames. For the first time in its perfect script, a role emerged that it could neither calculate nor comprehend. Boom! A pressure that transcended the imagination of all Dao-level existences surged forth, crossing infinite space-time and disregarding all barriers. Arriving with unyielding force. This was not an attack of power, but a superior gaze from the author, scrutinizing a typographical error. That gaze seemed to convey, you should not exist. Yet, in the face of this ultimate scrutiny, potent enough to cause any Dao-level being to experience an instant collapse of their Dao heart and self-erasure, Lin Yi merely raised his head calmly. His concept of a body, engaged in an eternal struggle between decay and rebirth, appeared to have long since acclimated to this sensation of opposing the entire world. He even found the leisure to accomplish 2 tasks. The first, he glanced at the Dao spirit, now ensnared in logical confusion due to his answer, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, the bronze coffin, which he had temporarily sealed, transformed into a streak of light, silently returning beneath the withered giant tree. Your truth is returned to you. The second, he turned to behold those who had already returned to their true selves, their auras renewed, led by Xiao Yan. Their eyes ablaze with fervent new fire. A genuine smile finally graced his weary face, a smile filled with comfort, legacy, and boundless fighting spirit. He issued the first and final command to this group of new pieces, forged by his own hands, that did not belong to the old rules of the chessboard. Prepare to engage in battle. Chapter 96. The Author's Gaze, the Dissolution of Existence. Lin Ye's command to prepare for battle served as the final trumpet call, igniting the newly born seed of fire within the hearts of the divine court amidst this splendid yet desolate sea of pollen. This fire was no longer a mere illusion based on hopes for victory, but a resolute flame founded upon the awareness of failure, embodying the spirit of honor in defeat. Their Dao hearts, tempered by the trials at the terminus of the 3 old paths, became unprecedentedly steadfast and resplendent. However, the adversary they were to confront was not any form of enemy. This was not a war on the horizon, for the battle had already begun. The moment they ignited the new fire, becoming the first variable in this tale, the gaze emanating from the deepest recesses of the plateau, from the end of all timelines, belonging to the most ancient progenitor, had already descended. It arrived silently, devoid of any trace of smoke or fire. There was no cataclysmic energy storm, no distortion of the laws of space-time, nor even a hint of malice or murderous intent. The sensation was more akin to an author, perusing an epic narrative, finally discovering a typographical error within a script whose conclusion had long been predetermined. Thus, it raised a pen in its hand, ready to gently correct this error along with the page it inhabited. Buzz. The first to sense the anomaly was the arc of creation itself. This vessel, born of the supreme Dao fruit and bearing 2 divine realms, was meant to be an invulnerable arc, impervious to all laws. Yet, beneath the feet of the multitude, its indestructible deck began to blur. This was not merely a visual illusion, but a fading of existence at a more fundamental level. Yin Jiao instinctively reached out, yearning to touch the intricately carved white jade railing beside him. As his fingertips grazed the railing, he felt a chill, the solid texture of divine gold. However, in the next instant, his hand passed through as if it encountered no resistance whatsoever. The once unyielding white jade railing flickered violently, akin to a holographic projection suffering from poor signal, before barely regaining its corporeal form. What on earth is happening? Yin Jiao was taken aback. The fervent warrior spirit that had just been rekindled was doused in a deluge of icy water. Soon after, an even more bizarre spectacle unfolded. The towering golden pillars of the temple, which should have obscured all light, began to turn semi-transparent. The onlookers could even glimpse the ceaseless chaos beyond the hall. The air lost its essential texture, and with each breath, there was an unsettling sensation of inhaling emptiness. The light lost all depth and gradient, flattening like a scroll. Sound were fading away, not due to silence, but because the very concept of sound was becoming increasingly absurd. He is denying us. For the first time, fear utterly consumed Gu Yuan's typically composed visage. He could distinctly sense an ineffable, supreme rule emerging from the foundational code of this universe, deeming them, along with this creation arc, as illegal data, and executing a deletion. Attack. With all his might, locate his position. Yin Jiao struggled to comprehend this unimaginable mode of assault. He could only respond to this profound dread in the manner most familiar to him. Boom! The South Ming Li fire erupted without reservation. That cataclysmic divine flame, capable of turning an entire world to glass, transformed into a crimson beam piercing through chaos, charging toward the origin of the gaze. However, as the divine flame shot forth from the arc, it vanished into another dimension, piercing the seemingly existent void without stirring a ripple or igniting any laws. Shooting straight into the unknown, ultimately disappearing from sight. It was as if it had never been part of this narrative. Ineffective, Yin Jiao stood frozen. It was neither being resisted nor dissolved, but rather being dismissed at a higher level. The solidification of the authority of vitality exists. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had also taken action. He summoned the essence of his new fire to its utmost limits. The rich, nearly tangible azure vitality radiance entwined like vines, desperately wrapping around the blurring hull, attempting to heal this existential fading with the power of life. But it was futile. His vitality radiance merely muddled and distorted the colors of the sand painting, achieving nothing in terms of solidification. There were no wounds to heal. There was only a draft being ruthlessly erased by the author. Our Tao has been ignored, thundered Lei Ying, his voice dry as dust. For the first time, confusion seeped into his face, which was normally shrouded in the web of laws, immune to all. The most terrifying aspect was not the ineffectiveness of power, but the severance of causality. The threads have snapped. Night Shi's cold eyes reflected a scene capable of plunging any deity into despair. In her perception, each individual was connected by countless invisible threads of causality. These threads linked their pasts, their loved ones, the arc beneath their feet, and the world they inhabited. It was these threads that defined their identities and existence. Yet at this moment, these threads of causality were being mercilessly severed, one, by an unseen, cold pair of scissors. As the first thread connecting to the past snapped, Yin Jiao's soul jolted. A memory from his childhood, once vivid, suddenly became hazy and faded, ultimately dissolving into a blank void. He was forgetting himself, with the severance of a thread tied to the world. Gu Yuan was horrified to discover that the solid deck beneath him had truly vanished. One of his feet teetered into the void, nearly plunging him into the erasing chaos. The world was forgetting them. They were being forgotten by the world. They were plummeting from reality into nothingness. From flesh and blood beings, they were being forcibly redefined as mere, non-existent drafts. Just as the divine court's resolve had been solidified beyond measure, they now faced a more immediate and terrifying sense of ultimate powerlessness. Their once proud awareness crumbled before the author's pen, which sought only to erase them, appearing so utterly pale. They had plummeted from the heights of enlightenment into the abyss of unreasonable existence. In that critical moment, when everyone's resolve seemed destined to drown in this silent erasure, Xiao Yan's eyes, swirling with black and white energies, suddenly ignited. Within them was neither despair nor fear, but a pure, brilliant combat spirit that remained after transcending life and death, success and failure. His heart, newly reshaped on the foundation of insight rather than hope, was the first to discern the essence of this deadlock. Indeed, when the author intends to delete you as a typo, what use is it to argue or attack? You are but a mere word. The only thing you can do is one thing. Prove you're not a typo. Prove that your existence is more splendid and reasonable than the conclusion he has already penned, since you're denying our existence. Xiao Yan's voice resonated clearly amidst the impending silence of oblivion. Then, the sole method to break the deadlock is to, in his eyes, the seed of new fire, born of creation and change, erupted into a roaring blaze, to actively create the significance of our existence. Chapter 97, Creating Existence. The Flame of the Tao. Xiao Yan's proclamation to actively create the significance of our existence struck like the first bolt of lightning cleaving through eternal darkness. It bore no earth-shattering energy, yet contained an unparalleled variable potent enough to counter the script of annihilation. The moment the words fell, the newly ignited seed of flame within the depths of his soul blazed with intensity. This was not a traditional explosion of power, but a higher, more primordial declaration of the Tao. Buzz, the Taiji divine realm, which had long been on the brink of collapse due to the erasure of concepts, astonishingly ceased its outward expansion and defenses at this moment. Instead, it rapidly contracted inward, coalescing into a seemingly fragile black and white light shield, barely capable of enveloping the 6 members of the Divine Court. His Highness Xiao Yan, the spirit of Gu Yuan, already rendered ethereal by the dilution of his existence, trembled violently. He could not comprehend how, in the face of a rule potent enough to annihilate all, the act of contracting defenses was any different from self-destruction. Gu Yuan, the divine monarch. For the first time, Xiao Yan's voice bore an undeniable and absolute authority, intrinsic to the core of the Tao. From this moment forth, abandon all external attacks and defenses. Unreservedly infuse all your new fires into my divine realm. It seeks to erase the rationale of our existence. What we must do is not resist, but to create the necessity of our existence faster than it can erase us. These words struck each divine monarch's heart like the resounding chimes of a morning bell or the tolling of an evening drum. In an instant, they comprehended. Indeed, when the author seeks to eliminate a typographical error, what use is it to resist with the most solid of erasers against that pen? The only way is to transform oneself into an indispensable thematic sentence within this narrative at a swifter pace. Make the author ponder whether erasing you would lead to the complete collapse of the story's logic. Understanding dawned. Yen Zhu was the first to respond. After discerning the essence of this conceptual tug-of-war, all his reluctance and frustration morphed into a resolute determination akin to burning bridges. No longer would he futilely unleash the already disregarded Southern Ming fire. Instead, he sat cross-legged, unreservedly channeling the seed of new fire, symbolizing destruction and rebirth, into a torrent of crimson-golden primal essence, forcefully infusing it into Xiao Yan's Taiji divine realm. And I, Gu Yuan, Li Ying, Yao Dan, Ye Yi, Ritual Hesitation, the verdant vitality and order, the platinum laws and judgments, the deep black cycles and healing, along with the chaotic Tao rhythm that merges end and new beginnings. All 4 sources of power, representing different branches of the new Tao, converge like 4 colossal rivers returning to the sea, all flowing into the black and white Tao diagram led by Xiao Yan. Boom! At the moment when the 5 new fire's primal essences fully merged with Xiao Yan's Taiji divine realm, the small, seemingly delicate black and white shield underwent a cataclysmic transformation within. No longer was it merely a circulation of black and white energies, but rather, under the nurturing of the shared Tao of the 6, it began to create worlds. Xiao Yan's reformed Tao heart became the absolute anchor of this diminutive divine realm. He, as an origin point, let forth the first cry of change against the formless, all erasing supreme rule. I think, therefore I am. This phrase from ancient civilization was at this moment endowed with unparalleled might, capable of counteracting the rules of creation by Xiao Yan's new Tao. His will transformed into a tangible law of existence, forcibly defining self within this realm on the brink of oblivion. Next, he began to define his companions. Gu Yuan, as the cornerstone of order. The existence of the divine court, without order, is irrational. With this definition, Gu Yuan's spirit, once rendered ethereal, solidified once more under the power of creation. The causal thread connecting him to his past was forcibly re-welded. Yen Zhu, as the edge of power. The existence of the divine court, without power, is irrational. Yen Zhu's extinguished battle spirit ignited once again. He felt his forgotten memories being forcefully rewritten by a more dominant force. Laying for laws, Yao Dan for cycles, Yi Shi for endings and rebirth. Xiao Yan's voice grew ever grander. He was no longer passively accepting the author's design. He was actively writing his own narrative, for himself and his team. He was using his creation to oppose the erasure stemming from the script itself. This was a silent, invisible, yet fiercely intense conceptual tug-of-war. The arc of creation and the members of the divine court were akin to the red scarf at the center of the tug-of-war. At one end of the rope lay the gaze of the most ancient ancestor, representing the erasure power of the ending script. It was constant, the very essence of rules that exerted no effort. At the other end were Xiao Yan and the divine court, the newly birthed seed of fire, representing the creative force of infinite variables. They burned their primal essences madly, renewing the cost of their existence. Puff, presiding over the tug-of-war, Xiao Yan was the first to succumb to the intense drain at the primal essence level. His spirit light shone with an intensity akin to a supernova, radiant to the utmost, only to begin a gradual, irreversible dimming. A mouthful of golden divine blood, distilled from pure New Dao essence, erupted violently from his lips. His Highness Xiao Yan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Do not be distracted. Xiao Yan's voice, tinged with weakness, retained its unwavering determination. Continue, before it completely erases us. We must prove ourselves first. Prove that we are not insignificant typographical errors, but rather key characters capable of influencing the entire narrative's direction. Under Xiao Yan's call, Gu Yuan, Yin Zhu, and the others cast aside all reservations. They no longer contemplated the victory or defeat of this tug of war, nor did they weigh the consumption of primal essence. They simply merged all their Dao, all their will, and their very existence into that Taiji divine realm, which stood in opposition to the entire script. For the first time, 6 independent gods truly coalesced into an indivisible whole for a common concept. A community of fate named the Divine Court. This pure will of existence, forged from 6 new fires, was so brilliant, so dazzling. It caused the erasure force, which was erasing everything, to momentarily falter. The blurred, fading reality, under the force of this will's imposition, briefly regained a semblance of clarity. They were winning. In a nearly self-igniting manner, they were laboriously pulling the red scarf, symbolizing existence. Back an inch in this seemingly unwinnable tug of war. However, just as a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts, the gaze from the edge of the highlands, the unchanging power of rules, seemed to lose a hint of patience due to the stubbornness of this typographical error. The efficiency of erasure suddenly intensified. Crack! Xiao Yan and the others heard a chilling, crisp sound, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of the world's code. The rationale of existence they had just forcibly created shattered like glass, instantly riddled with cracks. Their causal threads with the world began to snap massively once again. Not good. Xiao Yan's complexion turned as pale as paper. He could distinctly perceive a force of erasure, more thorough and resolute, circumventing their creation and directly impacting the very rules themselves. If the previous erasure was akin to an author using an eraser to eliminate them, then now the author had opted to completely tear away the entire page upon which they resided. The existence barrier, painstakingly constructed by the collective effort of many, was faltering under the weight of this dimensional assault, retreating step by step. Their rate of creation once again lagged far behind the efficiency of erasure. Xiao Yan's spiritual essence was on the verge of total depletion. The reality of the Taiji divine domain, tenuously upheld by the 6 of them, flickered violently like a candle in the wind, becoming increasingly blurred. Ultimately, they were destined to lose this tug of war against the entire script. Chapter 98. The end of the script. The name of the vanquished. Crack. That sound, emanating from the very core code of the world, resonated like a final verdict, declaring the defeat in this conceptual tug of war. The existence barrier, forged by their combined efforts, shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, riddled with irreparable cracks before the more thorough and resolute force of erasure. The red scarf, symbolizing existence, was mercilessly yanked by an unseen hand towards the abyss known as void. Is it to end now? The recently rekindled fighting spirit of Yin was utterly extinguished, turning to despair in the face of the dimensional assault of the very rules. He could acutely feel the rationale of his existence being thoroughly stripped away, his spirit fading at an unprecedented speed, poised to return to oblivion. They had lost. They lost so completely, so inevitably. In a script with a predetermined conclusion, any rebellion against misspellings was merely a futile endeavor destined to be corrected. Yet, just as that ultimate force of erasure, capable of tearing away the page, was about to descend and obliterate the string of garbled codes from the universe as causality, Lin Yi, who had remained silent in the depths of the creation arc, finally moved. He did not strike out nor unleash any earth-shattering power. He simply stepped forward calmly. His figure appeared silently before Xiao Yan and the others, standing alone against the formless gaze of the author from the edge of the plateau. Then, in the fading consciousness of all, they witnessed the most contradictory and tragic scene of their lives. Lin Yi willingly dispelled the protective divine robe, revealing a corporeal form in an eternal struggle between decay and rebirth. He did not resist. He did not even seek to justify his own existence. Instead, he chose to unguardedly present the decaying aspect of his body, which represented the ultimate truth of the universe's demise, towards the supreme rule of conceptual erasure. Father, Xiao Yan was aghast. This was akin to suicide, to embrace the deadliest virus with wounds already infected. However, the anticipated instant collapse did not occur. The moment the decaying part of Lin Ye's conceptual body made contact with that rule of erasure, an anomalous resonance, transcending everyone's understanding, took place. The supreme rule that ought to erase everything, upon encountering the essence of decay that was of the same origin, indeed even older than itself, reacted as if faced with an entity indistinguishable from its own organization, causing the efficiency of erasure to falter for the first time. Lin Yi stood as a shield. What he employed was not resistance, but deception. He achieved a momentary resonance with the rules using his own decaying wounds, which were of the same origin as the demise script, in communion with the gaze of the most ancient progenitor. Like an astute hacker, he utilized a segment of code from the same source, even more fundamental, to temporarily stall the firewall executing the deletion command. Seizing this invaluable moment, measured in epochs, Lin Yi's weary and hoarse voice thundered like a cataclysm across the spiritual essence of Xiao Yan and the others. Awaken. See clearly what your enemy truly is. That voice contained a sharpness potent enough to pierce through all illusions. The wavering will of Xiao Yan and the others was forcibly pulled back from the abyss of obliteration by this commanding shout. They strained to lift their heads. And through the tragic figure of their father, trembling between decay and rebirth, they finally discerned the essence of that gaze. It was not power. It was not will. It was a sequence of cold, emotionless lines of code, predetermined at the very foundation of the world. That code held but one command: eliminate all variables that do not conform to the conclusion of demise. It was not a living being. Lin Ye's voice, like a final decree, unveiled the harsh truth that would plunge any deity into despair. It was the embodiment of the inevitable fate of this narrative world, the conclusion towards which all causality and timelines must inevitably converge. To stand against it, Lin Ye's voice paused, the weariness hidden beneath indifference nearly spilling forth. Was to stand against the grand conclusion of the entire story. Boom! When this statement, which utterly subverted everyone's worldview, detonated in their minds, a despair deeper and more profound than the concept of erasure itself surged forth like an invisible tide, instantly drowning their resolve. So that was it. All that they had done, from refining the divine domain to exploring ancient paths and igniting new flames, all their self-righteous struggles, all their bittersweet realizations, were merely the performance of a few characters in a script with a preordained conclusion, destined to enact a scene that would be deleted, a ridiculous farce. Their enemy was not some primordial ancestor. It was the story itself. They were at odds with their own fate. That the desolate emperor, the leaf emperor they... Gu Yuan's voice was parched to the utmost. He thought of those two similarly brilliant existences who had also reached the terminus of the old path. They too. Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of sorrow for his fellow travelers. They had not been defeated by the power of the plateau, but rather by the conclusion the story had long since scripted for them. The desolate severance, stunning through the ages, could not halt the progress of the script, ultimately rendering him a solitary tomb. The leaf's burden, devouring the universe, could only construct a perfect cage within the framework of the script, inadvertently nurturing even greater enemies. They, like us, were unwilling to embrace the conclusion of this script, yet powerless to change their fate. Lin Ye's voice delivered the ultimate definition for those three tragic predecessors and for themselves: the vanquished. Vanquished. This word struck Xiao Yan's heart like a heavy hammer. So it was that the ends of those three paths were not simply dead ends. Rather, it is the lament of the three protagonists, who, after exhausting every conceivable method, remain ensnared by the shackles of the script. The subversion of cognition has engendered a despair more profound than the crushing weight of power. Given that even those three predecessors have faltered, and that even the father, the original patient, can only cling to existence through self-harm, what right do these newly ignited successors have to challenge the conclusion of the entire narrative? Does this struggle truly hold any significance? The recently rekindled resolve teeters once more on the brink of collapse. How? Shall we simply surrender? Lin Yi seems to pierce through the thoughts of all present, his hoarse voice carrying, for the first time, a sharpness akin to reproach. Do you believe that my purpose in guiding you along three well-trodden paths is merely to present you with a tragedy? Do you think I have ignited a new flame within you solely for the sake of prolonging your suffering in this erasure? Fools! He suddenly whirls around, his eyes, caught in a relentless struggle between decay and rebirth, fixated intensely upon Xiao Yan. Since we are already destined to be eliminated variables, Since we cannot, by our own strength, withstand the script's corrective force, then what is the sole glimmer of hope? What is the only chance of salvation? Xiao Yan's mind is blank. The singular hope. Lin Yi's voice resonates like the first flicker of wild fire, ignited in the depths of a chasm of despair, filled with madness yet brimming with hope. It is to introduce more variables into this script, so many that even the author himself cannot easily erase them. Let all the unwilling losers who resist their impending fate raise their voices. Let this script, already doomed to descend into silence, become resoundingly vibrant. Chapter 99. The Cry of Variables, the Echo of Eternity. Lin Yi's declaration, infused with both madness and hope, detonates like a supernova in the hearts of those within the divine court, whose spirits had long been submerged in despair. To become resounding? To let all the unwilling losers voice their dissent? What a notion! So radically unconventional. What a magnificent spectacle! Xiao Yan's heart, which had only recently teetered on the edge of collapse due to the weight of the narrative, is suddenly invigorated by this audacious thought. Indeed, when the board and the rules conspire against you, overturning the board is certainly one option. However, there exists a more sophisticated and elegant choice: to invite more players to the game. When the board is no longer the domain of a single author, but brimming with countless readers eager to rewrite the narrative, the so-called singular conclusion ceases to be unique. Father, Xiao Yan's eyes shine with unprecedented brightness. In that instant, he comprehends Lin Yi's intent. This is the essence of the new path. It is not merely about creating a new piece. It is about establishing an entirely new game where all pieces are endowed with their own will. Yet ideals are splendid, while reality is stark. The ancient concept of erasure, the author as corrective force, shows no signs of abating due to Lin Yi's command. On the contrary, as Lin Yi momentarily obstructs the deletion commands with his own body, an even more terrifying and thorough rule power is slowly gathering at the edge of the plateau. The author seems poised to initiate a formatting program. Frustrated by this persistent virus, time is running out. A look of almost sacrificial resolve crosses Lin Yi's weary face. His concept body, perpetually embroiled in the eternal struggle between decay and rebirth, now bears an unimaginable burden. The decaying region resonating with the erasure rules is rapidly consuming the newly sprouted essence of the Dao that had only just begun to flourish. His injuries to the Dao are deteriorating at an irreversible pace. Xiao Yan, Lin Yi's voice, hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority, commands. You six shall gather all the sources of this new flame within you. Channel your definitions of existence, your awareness of choice, and all your unwillingness to accept this concluding script into a single concept potent enough to pierce through all timelines. And Lin Yi slowly opens his arms, as if to embrace the invisible rules that seek to erase everything, to tear open a rift that leads to the past and the future for you. In that instant, Lin Yi makes a reckless move that leaves Xiao Yan and the others aghast. He willingly sacrifices the newly birthed region of his concept body, using it as fuel, casting it into the decaying wounds that are consuming him. Boom! To feed the tiger with one's own flesh. When the two utterly opposing concepts of rebirth and decay collide and annihilate each other within him in an extreme act of self-destruction. An unfathomable power, one that even momentarily deceives the ultimate laws of the universe, a fusion of creation and annihilation, explodes forth from his rapidly disintegrating concept body. Open, Lin Yi unleashes a roar that seems to exhaust the solitude of eons. He transforms this power, gained at the cost of his own accelerated decay, into an invisible conceptual blade, striking fiercely against the impenetrable regulatory barriers laid down by the ancient progenitor. A jagged rift, not existing within the material dimension, but manifesting directly within the realm of causality, is forcibly torn open. Within that rift, there is neither light nor darkness, only countless epochs flashing by like frames of a film. Xiao Yan sees it. He glimpses the solitary figure of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens, who ruled throughout the ages. He witnesses the Emperor Yi, bearing the weighty edicts of the heavenly court. He perceives countless civilizations, traversing the path of pollen towards glory, only to return to nothingness. The past, the present, the future, all timelines converge and overlap within this rift. Lin Yi, through his selfless sacrifice, creates for Xiao Yan a fleeting yet ultimate opportunity to transmit his voice to all the defeated. Now, Xiao Yan, Lin Yi's voice has grown weak to the extreme. Yes, Father. Xiao Yan's eyes, blurred by scalding tears, yet his newly forged heart of Tao becomes more composed and sharper than ever. He understands that he must not, under any circumstances, squander this fleeting moment earned through his father's sacrifice. Fellow comrades, he does not turn back, yet his will resonates clearly with every companion behind him. Ignite the fire. Ignite. Yanshan, Ging, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, Yeshi, the five deities, without hesitation, channel their own hard-won new flames from the depths of their souls, igniting them completely. 5 flames, each of a distinct hue, yet fundamentally identical, surged into the heavens, akin to 5 celestial rivers flowing against the current, all converging into Xiao Yan's realm. The Taiji divine domain, which was already poised for action, with a resounding roar, Xiao Yan's soul, in that moment, seemed to transform into a colossal, chaotic sun, embodying 6 possibilities. His Taiji divine domain transcended mere black and white. It infused the relentless resolve of the flames seeking rebirth amidst destruction. It integrated the tenacity of ancient origins, establishing order for the sake of life. It absorbed the sharpness of Lei in delivering judgment upon the unjust fate. It embraced the compassion of the medicinal elixirs, alleviating the suffering of reincarnation. Furthermore, it incorporated the supreme Tao rhythm of Yishi, who birthed an epic at the brink of annihilation. All paths, all grievances, all awakenings coalesced, refined, and elevated at this singular moment by Xiao Yan's creative force. Ultimately, it manifested as a singular proclamation, a declaration devoid of sound and energy, constructed purely from the essence of the concept itself, an ultimate assertion, a resounding and defiant response to the despair of that logical framework, a final call to all those unwilling to meet their demise in their respective narratives, the ultimate cry of the vanquished. At the bow of the Ark of Creation, Xiao Yan stood before the temporal rift flowing with the light and shadows of ancient epics. His youthful visage bore traces of tears yet to dry, yet his gaze radiated the authority of a deity wielding a newfound truth. He faced the rift, a passage to all pasts and futures, and with brazen audacity, he shouted forth the concept forged from the self-immolation of 6 new flames. It was not merely a shout. It was a brilliant pebble cast into the boundless sea of causality. It was a philosophical broadcast addressing all unwilling souls. It was a declaration of variability potent enough to make every script tremble. Though defeated, still honorable. I choose. I exist. When this shout, constructed from pure concept, thundered into the temporal rift, the entire chaotic sea paused. That shout rippled forth, unimpeded by any rule, spreading with a velocity transcending all concepts. Upstream and downstream along the timeline, it traversed the silent sea of the Pollen Road, the ruins of heavenly order, and the unilateral dam of the Emperor of Desolation. It stretched toward even more ancient and distant epics, long reduced to the dust of history, in a remote and unnamed era, upon an ancient battlefield long shrouded in darkness. Something seemed to stir gently, awakened by this shout from the future. Chapter 100. Resonance of the Vanquished, a Glimmer of Hope. The concept forged from the self-immolation of 6 new flames surged into the rift, torn open by Lin Ye's sacrifice. Then there was silence. A silence more profound and thorough than any before. The rift slowly began to close at a visibly discernible pace. The fleeting images of ancient epics within flickered like a film reel nearing its end. Lin Ye's conceptually decaying and rebirthing form trembled as the overwhelming strike exceeded all limits, with decay rapidly spreading, threatening to consume the last vestiges of new light entirely. His once magnificent figure became increasingly ethereal, as if on the brink of complete dissolution into nothingness. After uttering that ultimate declaration, Xiao Yan's soul too had reached its limits. The brilliance of his Taiji divine domain dimmed to its nadir, the newly ignited spark flickering like a candle in the wind. The 5 divine lords behind him had already collapsed, their souls dimmed like fireflies on the verge of extinguishment, barely able to maintain their most basic forms. That earth-shattering shout, that gamble of self-affirmation, seemed to have failed. It was like a stone cast into a black hole, creating no ripples, completely devoured by the grander, colder script of annihilation. The gaze of the author from the edge of the plateau, after a brief moment of stasis, became once again clear, cold, and unequivocal. The invisible pen of the author was raised anew. This time, it would not merely erase a few typographical errors. Instead, It aimed to obliterate the entirety of this page, riddled with flaws and gibberish, a waste draft. A more thorough and resolute conceptual erasure, like a silent tide, began to roll in once more. This time, no one could withstand it. Despair was more pure than ever before, because they had already burned through everything. Yet, just as that eternal silence was about to engulf the solitary vessel entirely, a sound, seemingly emanating from the upstream of all timelines, from the epochs long turned to historical dust, quietly resonated, the sound of a sword's cry. Clang! The sound of the sword was neither loud nor brilliant. It was profoundly lonely, profoundly resolute. It pierced through the impenetrable absolute silence governed by the script of annihilation like the finest, sharpest steel needle. Xiao Yan's consciousness, on the verge of dispersion, shuddered. He heard it, through the rift that was about to close completely. He heard the sound of the sword that had once left endless sorrow and emotion within his heart. His gaze instinctively turned toward the rift. He beheld, at the end of those flowing ancient lights, upon the conceptual dam that severed all causality, there stood the solitary figure that had once suppressed the darkness of an entire epoch, and for the first time, the scorched earth beneath its feet, worn down by countless years, ceased to crumble. The ancient stone sword in his hand emitted a sound akin to a sigh, as if responding to a kindred spirit. In the next moment, a pure and resounding echo of intent, representing an unwavering guardianship despite death, surged forth like a golden lightning bolt against the current, piercing through the closing temporal rift, defying all laws and distances, and boldly infused itself into Xiao Yan's crumbling, Taiji divine domain. Boom! Xiao Yan's soul did not grow stronger as a result. However, his existence, on the brink of erasure, was forcibly anchored by this will. It was as if a voice was declaring on his behalf to that supreme author, "He walks the same path as I. If you seek to erase him, it is tantamount to questioning the significance of my existence." An unparalleled being that once ruled the ages endorsed Xiao Yan's existence with its remaining Tao. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before anyone could fully comprehend this sudden turn of events, buzz! Another echo followed. This time, it emanated from the ruins of order constructed by the bronze immortal palace. The once majestic throne, a symbol of supreme authority from an era long past, has now shattered, its grotesque fractures emitting a faint yet indomitable light, capable of illuminating the vast expanse of desolate ruins. This radiant glow seems to narrate the tale of the celestial sovereign, who, burdened with the weight of an entire epoch's karma, would rather imprison himself than bow to the finality of doom, embodying unparalleled pride. A resonant will, emblematic of resilience amidst defeat, transforms into a resplendent river of stars, flowing seamlessly into Xiao Yan's Taiji divine realm. If the will of the ancient Heaven Emperor provided a profound anchor for Xiao Yan's existence, then the will of the Leaf Heaven Emperor offers him a broad support. It appears to declare, "He carries my wish. To deny him is to negate all our efforts toward establishing peace for eternity." Two vestiges of will, emanating from the pinnacle of the old path, empower Xiao Yan's Taiji divine realm, allowing it for the first time to tenuously maintain its footing against the tide of conceptual erasure. Yet, it remains insufficient. The author's power of revision is vast and utterly undeniable. The barriers erected by the Taiji divine realm still crackle ominously, on the verge of collapse. At this critical juncture, a third echo, the weakest yet most ethereal and resilient, finally arrives. It originates from the vibrant yet desolate sea of pollen, atop a long withered ancient tree, seemingly abandoned by the cosmos for countless epochs. From a charred branch, symbolizing the end of all evolutionary paths, emerges a delicate bud, coalesced from pure possibility, striving silently against the suffocating truth of finality that could drive the universe to despair. It is undeniably minuscule, yet remarkably stubborn. It signifies the ultimate hope that refuses to relinquish thought or inquiry, even at the precipice of logical despair. A will representing an undying hope echoes forth, akin to a spring breeze of creation, ultimately sweeping into Xiao Yan's tempestuous Taiji divine realm. Boom! When the three echoes, symbolizing guardianship, burden, and hope from the old path, converge with a new spark of creation and enlightenment within the Taiji divine realm. A quantitative change incites a qualitative transformation. Xiao Yan's Taiji divine realm does not grow stronger, nor does its energy level see even the slightest enhancement. However, its concept undergoes a fundamental elevation. It ceases to be merely Xiao Yan's solitary cry amidst a minor variable. Instead, it metamorphoses into a collective proclamation of all the unwilling losers who refuse to accept the finality of their narratives. It provides Xiao Yan's emerging path of existence with 3 irrefutable proofs from disparate epochs. It battles against the preordained conclusion that has long been inscribed in the story. At that very moment, the ancient power of conceptual erasure, capable of annihilating all, descends once more with a fierce resolve. Yet this time, it collides with an invisible barrier, a wall, constructed from the unwillingness of all the defeated and the choices of every variable. No cataclysmic explosion occurs, nor is there a clash at the level of laws. The sensation is akin to an author wielding a pen that can amend anything, attempting to erase the most glaring typo on the page, only to discover with astonishment that this error has seeped through to the reverse side of the paper, revealing the mottled script written with blood and tears on the other pages. They overlap, intertwining, having long since fused with the fibers of the paper. To forcibly eradicate, it would not simply obliterate this single word, but would instead tear apart the entire page, even the entire volume of history already inscribed. For the first time, the author's pen falters. The gaze that spans across the ages, capable of shattering the resolve of any existence at the sacrificial path level, is successfully met with resistance. The eternally unchanging script encounters a contradictory passage that it cannot rectify immediately. The crisis receives a momentary reprieve. A deathly silence envelopes the creation arc. Xiao Yan and his companions remain on the brink of exhaustion, yet within their dimmed eyes flickers an unprecedentedly bright and resolute flame. They're no longer solitary. Their new path blooms as the first flower atop the grand corpses of all the old paths. At the bow of the vessel, Lin Ye's conceptually deteriorating body stabilizes miraculously under the feeble nurturing of the 3 echoes from the old path. He gazes at the 3, gradually merging into the Taiji divine realm, resembling 3 towering pillars supporting this realm of existence, and then looks upon Xiao Yan, who, though weakened to the utmost, possesses an unprecedented brightness in his eyes. A trace of a successful planned smile finally graces his eternally fatigued face. Very well, he speaks slowly, his voice hoarse yet filled with a calm certainty. The actors are almost in position. He then lifts his gaze, as if piercing through the endless chaos, to behold the 3 remnants of the old path that have completed their mission. It is time to seek suitable weapons for them. Chapter 101. The Path Home. The Unyielding Echo. Silence. Like the final note of the concluding page of the script of doom and eternal rest. Upon the creation arc, the previous resonance and outcry that shook the ages now seem to have drained the last vestiges of sound from this desolate expanse of time and space. Only a suffocating silence remains, one so profound that even light cannot penetrate it. This is a Pyrrhic victory. The cost of triumph is the near total depletion of everything. At the vessel's bow, Lin Ye's conceptually decaying body, engaged in an eternal struggle between decay and rebirth, flickers violently with an unprecedented frequency. The rotting that had recently spread due to sacrifice threatens to completely engulf the last remnants of new life, akin to a greedy ink stain. His form hovers between reality and illusion, as if on the verge of disintegrating into the cold logic and paradoxes that constitute the very foundation of this universe. Behind him, Xiao Yan sits slumped, the light of his spirit dimmed to its utmost. The Taiji divine realm, which had just attained conceptual elevation through the echoes of the 3 emperors, now holds its light subdued, resembling a charred ember that, though it still retains warmth, reveals no flicker of flame. His ultimate cry of existence has nearly exhausted all his essence. Further away, the 5 divine lords have succumbed to a profound state of quasi-death. Their spiritual origins are as dim as a candle flickering in the wind, barely sustaining the most fundamental spark of immortality, which is already their limit. The brief glory that momentarily resisted the author's gaze came at the cost of consuming everything. They have gained a fleeting breath, yet seem to have lost the entirety of their future. However, the true crisis does not stem from the exhaustion of one's own resources, but rather from that retreating gaze. It is not vanquished, but merely caught in a fleeting stutter, a momentary halt caused by the emergence of incomprehensible contradictions within the script. At this moment, at the chaotic terminus, so distant that no concept of time or space can measure it, upon that timeless black plateau, a force of rules far more terrifying and thorough than the previous erasure is slowly coalescing. If the earlier assault was akin to an author using an eraser to eliminate an irksome typographical error, Then this time, it seems that patience has been lost. What is being prepared is the initiation of a most thorough formatting procedure. It seeks to utterly shred this entire page of discarded drafts, filled with loopholes and garbled text, along with all its struggles and cries, reducing them to nothingness. The next assault will be the finale, a final judgment, irrevocable in its logical domain. Despair, more profound than during battle, emerges with a purity and silence, though the hearts of many still harbor embers of new fire. They are at a loss as to how to rekindle it upon this doomed wasteland, destined for formatting. In the imminent silence, poised to become eternal, a hoarse, weary voice, imbued with an undeniable will, shatters the quietude. A single cry is insufficient to rouse a slumbering author. It is Lin Yi. His flickering figure has gradually straightened. Although his conceptual form appears on the brink of disintegration, his gaze remains as tranquil and profound as the only star in an eternal night. Xiao Yan and the others are stirred by this voice, their dim eyes instinctively converging. Father, Xiao Yan's voice is parched. Lin Yi shakes his head slightly, scanning the nearly extinguished flames of spirit in the others. In a calm tone, he continues, when the plot of the script brings contradictions even to the author, he will not amend the ending. Rather, he will eliminate the characters causing the contradiction along with that segment of the plot. We have created a small inconvenience for him. Thus, he is poised to take a more significant action to rectify this trouble. His words clearly articulate the even more dreadful fate that awaits them. Then, the feeble will of Yin Jin trembles with profound helplessness. What can we do? One thing. A weary yet slightly mad and cunning smile curves Lin Ye's lips. We must make this script noisy, so noisy that the author himself cannot easily put pen to paper. He extends a nearly translucent finger and gently taps the void. We need to retrieve all the discarded drafts that he has previously deleted, those unwilling losers who face their end, and bestow upon them new voices. Boom! This thought, akin to a creative thunderclap, erupts in the depths of the silent hearts of the crowd. To recover all the deleted drafts? What a mad and grandiose concept. Xiao Yan's dim eyes are instantly rekindled by a flame named hope. He understands, completely understands. The father's intention extends far beyond merely issuing a reluctant cry. That cry is just a signal, a rallying cry to all epochs, all realms for those similarly shackled by the script, who are also heading toward tragic conclusions. The phrase "United we stand" suddenly appears in the ancient heart of Yuan, filled with shock. Indeed, Lin Yi nods in approval. It is united we stand. We are to form an unprecedented. His voice pauses, defining this nascent alliance, one that would provoke both surprise and fury from the author. The alliance of losers. These 4 words seem to possess a certain magic, miraculously revitalizing the nearly depleted essence of spirit within all present. They're no longer solitary variables in a battle. They are about to become the voices of all the will of the defeated. Yet, Father, Xiao Yan forcibly suppresses his excitement, posing the most crucial question. Though the paths of those 3 predecessors resonate with us, they have already failed. How shall we persuade them? This journey is no longer an excavation. Lin Ye se gaze depens, as if piercing through all mists of the past and future. Rather, is a transmission of fire and persuasion. We must approach those 3 long-sealed solitary graves with a singular answer. Though defeated, I choose to exist. His voice carries an inexplicable infectious quality, as if painting a canvas capable of rewriting all tragedies. We must demonstrate to that autocratic guardian of the ages that the hope he safeguards has not succumbed to inevitable silence, but has birthed entirely new variables. We must make the supreme being that bears the heavenly court aware that beyond the order he has established lies a new realm embracing chaos and possibility. Moreover, we must inform the evolutionist who has reached the end of logic that in his abandonment of inquiry, we have discovered a new premise for his perfect despair. We are their answer. We are their hope. The moment his words conclude, Lin Yi suddenly gestures with his hand. In the core of the arc of creation, a vast and boundless chaotic star map unfurls. Upon are not stars, but worlds that wax and wane like bubbles, along with 3 scars of the Tao, exuding an eternal yet sorrowful and silent aura. Lin Ye's finger sweeps across the star map, finally pinpointing with precision the most desolate and resolute scar, one that spans before all timelines. This is the concept dam left behind by the autarch of the wasteland. The author's erasure relies on the invisible causal connection between the logic he has inscribed and the reality we inhabit. Lin Ye's voice, akin to the most precise surgical knife, dissects the vulnerabilities of the enemy. Our first step is to return to that solitary grave, not to mourn, but a flicker of utmost reverence for that predecessor, along with a sharpness akin to that of a fire thief, flashes in his eyes, to borrow a blade capable of severing this connection. As his words fall, the arc of creation, this solitary vessel carrying variables and new fire, slowly alters its course. It no longer wanders aimlessly in the sea of chaos, but, for the first time, possesses a clear, proactive target. Its course is set toward the path that buried an unparalleled emperor in the tragic homecoming of an entire epic. Chapter 102, at the door of the Sword Tomb. Seeking a new sheath for protection, the arc of creation sails through the sea of chaos. Its speed is unhurried, yet carries an unprecedented sense of purpose. As solid as a mountain, it is no longer a panicked solitary vessel, but a ship bearing the will of a nascent alliance, embarking to visit ancient allies. The silence aboard has long been shattered. The flicker of flame rekindled within the hearts of the crowd, though faint, is sufficient to dispel the ultimate dread wrought by the formatting procedure. Hope, once bestowed with a tangible path, possesses a power that transcends all logic. Father, Xiao Yan's soul fire has regained a flicker of brilliance. He gazes upon the scar of the Dao on the star map, drawing ever closer, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Can we truly persuade that elder? The persuasion he speaks of carries the weight of countless galaxies. It is not a mere debate of mortals, but the ultimate clash of two paths. One side stands as an exalted existence, having proven its own road's worth through an epic of solitude and resolve, even in defeat. The other is a nascent possibility, born from ruins, yet still unverified. To persuade an absolute guardian with mere possibility is, in itself, a grand gamble. You need not persuade him. Lin Ye's voice emanates from the bow of the vessel, his ethereal form flickering between decay and rebirth. Yet his will remains resolutely clear. You need only allow him to see that the seed he has guarded with his life has not withered in the destined winter, but instead has sprouted new branches he could never have imagined. Lin Ye's gaze falls upon Xiao Yan's Taiji divine domain. You're that branch. You are the ultimate embodiment of the meaning he protects. At the moment Lin Ye's final word resonates, the arc of creation arrives. Before them, the concept dam, which has severed all causality throughout the ages, once again looms silently. Yet this time, the sensation is entirely different. During their previous archaeological visit, the dam exuded an aura of pure, suffocating solitude and exclusivity. It resembled a cold, cosmic gravestone, repelling all intruders, quietly safeguarding the passage of time behind its deathly silence. Yet now, while that solitude persists and the resolve remains, within its deepest core, there lies a hint of confusion, a flicker, as if having awakened from a slumber of countless epochs, slowly opening its eyes to survey this unfamiliar world, inquiring. Xiao Yan's cry, though defeated, embodies honor. I choose. I exist. That resonance, transcending time and space, ultimately leaves a faint yet indelible crack upon this ancient, unchanging lonely grave. It is no longer perfect. Thus, it is no longer closed. I shall proceed. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and rose slowly from his feigned death state. He did not attempt to restore his power, but rather immersed his entire being in the faint new flame within him. He understood that the forthcoming confrontation would not pertain to the strength of energy, but rather to the purity of the Tao. He stepped forth, leaving the sanctuary of the arc of creation. There was neither earth-shattering pressure nor collisions at the level of laws. He approached as an ordinary junior, walking toward an ancient tomb that housed the sages, his expression solemn and his eyes reverent. As his foot touched the charred earth of the dam, formed from pure will, a wave of cold, resolute intent surged forth, potent enough to freeze any existence at the Path Festival level. That will roared, sounded alarms, and sought to expel all foreign entities. However, when this will encountered the new flame within the depths of Xiao Yan's soul, a miraculous calm overtook the violent expulsion force. It resembled a reclusive host, recognizing a familiar essence in the stranger before it. Though still wary, it ultimately did not close the ajar door. Xiao Yan successfully stepped onto the sword mound that buried an epic. He did not advance further, but instead sat cross-legged on the spot, closing his eyes. In the next moment, the Taiji divine domain behind him began to unfurl. The dual colors of black and white flowed like the most ancient yin-yang scroll. Yet this time, within the scroll, it was no longer a mere evolution of energy. With the Taiji divine domain as his canvas and the concept of the new path as his ink, Xiao Yan began to present his enlightenment unreservedly to this silent forerunner. This was a silent communion, existing solely at the level of the Tao heart. Xiao Yan's will transformed into an ethereal shadow, entering a realm of even older, purer will. Here, he once again beheld the never-ending war of the Dam. Endless, bizarrely corrupted immortals and fallen celestial kings surged like a dark tide, relentlessly battering the Dam. Upon that dam stood only a solitary figure, armed with a sword and shadow, embodying the entire defensive line of an epic. With each swing of the sword, countless radiant runes erupted, converting chaos into nothingness. With every turn, the figure bore the infinite solitude capable of shattering any being's Dao heart. This was guardianship, a grand cold, and utterly emotionless will resonated within Xiao Yan's Dao heart. It was the lingering echo of the desolate emperor's Dao. It revealed to Xiao Yan the purity and absoluteness of its path. Xiao Yan's Dao heart's shadow bowed deeply before that figure. Then he raised his head, remaining silent, yet unfurling his own scroll. In his Taiji divine domain, countless beings appeared. Yet these beings did not exist in a state of security under the protection of strong. They struggled, erred, waged wars against one another, created brilliant civilizations, only to hasten their own demise. Chaos, disorder, filled with countless seemingly meaningless variables. This was chaos. The ancient will resonated once more, this time imbued with a scarcely perceptible hint of denial. To it, what Xiao Yan presented was precisely the source of pollution it had once attempted to isolate with the dam. Xiao Yan remained silent. His scroll continued to evolve. After enduring endless chaos and destruction, those beings began to spontaneously birth a new order from the ruins. They learned to support one another, to establish rules, and to seek the path to harmony through countless trials and errors. This process was slow, clumsy, fraught with pain and sacrifice. Yet every glimmer of order that emerged was born from their own awakening, not a gift from the strong. Ultimately, a brand new civilization, filled with infinite variables yet maintaining balance within its dynamism, gradually took shape. This was choice. Xiao Yan's Dao heart finally voiced its essence. The ancient will fell silent. A prolonged silence, as if spanning an entire epic. It could not comprehend. Within its pure guardianship path, there existed only the concepts of guardian and the guarded. It utilized its absolute power to provide the guarded with an utterly safe and pure living space. This was the most efficient and thorough form of guardianship. Yet what Xiao Yan exhibited was a path it had never envisioned. A path that allowed the guarded to possess the right to err, the possibility of self-destruction, and ultimately, the awareness of self-salvation. Was this still guardianship? Was this not a form of indulgence? If the end of guardianship remained a predestined despair, then what was the meaning of this guardianship? Xiao Yan's Dao heart issued a deafening ultimate inquiry. His voice struck like a heavy hammer upon the very foundation of logic at the heart of that ancient will. Esteemed predecessor, you have severed the ancient ties, isolating the taint of corruption. Yet, in doing so, you have also barred the possibility of hope's germination. You stand as a bulwark, leaving behind the embers for future generations. However, if those embers may only ignite within the confines of your designated safe haven, what difference is there between them and a lantern that can never spread its light beyond its boundaries? I, along with the new path that follows me, represent the greatest variable born of your vigilant guardianship. I come not to refute your protection, quite the contrary. The ethereal shadow of Xiao Yan's heart resonates deeply with reverence as it bows once more to that solitary figure. I am here to seek a brand new answer for your guardianship, an answer that will allow the hope you protect to genuinely possess a future. Boom! At the instant when Xiao Yan's declaration, imbued with respect and awakening, reverberated through the core of his will, the entire concept dam trembled violently. That lonely silhouette, untouched by time, which had never wavered, turned slowly for the first time. Xiao Yan could not discern its features, only perceiving a pair of eyes that seemed to encompass the entirety of an epic's birth and demise, filled with sorrow. In those eyes, there was neither anger nor doubt, only a trace of relief, as if a burden had been lifted and a glimmer of acknowledgement towards the successors. In the next heartbeat, that grand, ancient will transformed into an essence that surged into Xiao Yan's heart. Good, a mere word, yet it signified the affirmation of a supreme forerunner towards an entirely new path. At that very moment, the external world, the concept dam constructed from the wills of countless battle souls, began to crumble, not merely dissipating, but undergoing a profound reformation. The endless cacophony of battle cries, the indelible imprints of war, the blood and fire that could plunge even the highest of existences into despair, all of it, at that moment, collapsed and converged frantically toward a singular point. That point was the ancient, seemingly hewn from an entire mountain range, stone sword held aloft by that silhouette. Countless battle souls transformed into the runes upon its blade. Infinite protective will coalesced into the sword's edge. The solitude and resolve of an entire epoch became the profound, undying essence of this sword. Ultimately, when the entire concept dam vanished in an instant, merging into the void, a sound akin to the shattering of all predetermined fates rang throughout the boundless sea of chaos. The ancient stone sword was completely reshaped before Xiao Yan. It was no longer mere stone. Rather, it became an ethereal blade forged from the very essence of absolute termination and the severance of concepts. Upon its surface, there was no radiance, only a depth that seemed capable of devouring all light and causality. Merely gazing upon it, one could feel their very thread of destiny being forcibly severed by an irresistible force. This sword no longer merely safeguarded the future from the taint of the past. It now protected the present, unshackled from the predetermined conclusions penned by its author. Excellent. Lin Ye's figure had appeared beside Xiao Yan without his notice. He gazed upon this ethereal blade, potent enough to make any narrative tremble, and a weary smile, the first sign of success in his scheme, graced his face. He slowly opened his mouth to formally bestow it with a name. This sword shall be called the Sword of Fate's Severance. Chapter 103, Before the Throne, Constructing a New Realm of Order. Clutching the Sword of Fate's Severance, this conceptual armament capable of severing predetermined fates, did not bestow any ease upon the members of the Divine Court. On the contrary, a heavier sense of duty weighed upon each of their hearts. They were not merely confronting a singular enemy, but a series of once great forerunners, awe-inspiring yet ultimately choked by the scripts of fate. Their expedition, termed the Borrowing of Forces, was in truth a passage for souls. The creation arc cleaved through chaos, guided by Lin Yi, arriving at the second scar of the path. As the arc came to a gentle halt, an aura starkly different from the profound solitude of the Emperor of Desolation enveloped them. It was a grand, majestic presence, yet chillingly cold and utterly lifeless, an embodiment of absolute order. Before them lay a shattered cosmic wasteland, where countless, once magnificent bronze palaces drifted like the remains of giants in the void, exuding an indelible divine glow. Towering stone pillars, which once supported the spine of an entire era, lay fractured, their surfaces obscured by the dust of time, the engravings of worship long forgotten. In the center of the ruins, a tattered, yet commanding celestial banner, bearing the might to dominate the heavens, fluttered without wind. Each line seemed woven from the most stringent of laws, radiating an unyielding, iron-willed authority. Here was the final battleground where the Emperor Yi wagered an entire era in an attempt to suppress the dark, the ruins of the Celestial Court. Unlike the Emperor of Desolation's empty grave, this place was far from void. The group could distinctly sense countless gazes silently scrutinizing them amidst the fragmented palaces and shattered pillars. Those gazes harbored no emotion, no will, only a pure, mechanical coldness in their scrutiny. They scrutinized the chaotic intruder that was the creation arc, as if determining whether this anomaly conformed to the Celestial Court's supreme edicts. The trouble here was far greater than that of the dam. Lei Ying's soul fire flickered uncontrollably. He, the master of punishment and discipline, whose path was most aligned with the order of this realm, felt keenly the terrifying exclusivity hidden behind that grand will. The last time he had merely brushed against this grander, purer order of the Celestial Court, his heart had nearly succumbed to assimilation, becoming a mindless automaton devoted solely to the preservation of this wasteland. To forcefully employ a new doctrine to persuade, that would be akin to declaring to an iron-willed emperor that the laws he established for eternity were worthless. The outcome would be instant formatting by this grand order, capable of suppressing an entire epoch. Just as everyone braced themselves, a warm yet resolute voice slowly emerged. It was Gu Yuan, the Eastern deity of life and enlightenment, who had previously been filled with reverence and confusion, now bore an unprecedented clarity and lucidity upon his visage. He inclined slightly towards Lin Yi and Xiao Yan, addressing them. Divine Lord, Divine Son, the path here is most entwined with my fate. Allow me to resolve this thread of causality. A flicker of concern flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, yet Gu Yuan returned a gentle smile, one filled with the transparency and awakening of rebirth. He understood that he could not, nor should not, confront or replace the old order of this wasteland with a new one. That would be a sign of disrespect towards the Forerunner and a deviation from his own path of enlightenment. What he aimed to do was not to deny that magnificent monument, but to erect a new realm beside it, one brimming with infinite possibilities. He sought to show the silent emperor that the highest manifestation of order was not a static perfection, but an eternal evolution. Stepping forth, Gu Yuan advanced alone, slowly soaring towards the lifeless ruins. He did not unleash any divine might, nor did he emit the slightest trace of his newfound aura. He appeared merely as an ordinary junior, come to pay homage to the relics of the ancients. As he passed through the tattered banner of the heavenly court and entered the very heart of the ruins, a myriad of icy gazes from all directions suddenly sharpened. A hum resonated. An invisible domain, wrought from pure order, descended in an instant. Within this realm, all variables were suppressed to their barest minimum. The chaotic energies were smoothed out, errant thoughts were confined, and even the slightest fluctuation of the ancient primordial spirit seemed compelled to adhere to a preordained rhythm, precise to the last detail. This was the Tao of the Emperor Yi Tian, a perfect prison that ensnared all things in the universe under its absolute dominion. However, in the face of this formatting power capable of shattering the resolve of any Tao ritual existence, Gu Yuan merely paused in calm contemplation. He neither resisted nor submitted. He simply settled himself cross-legged before the shattered imperial throne, a symbol of supreme authority from a bygone era. Then he extended his hands, palms upward. A strand of azure divine radiance, emblematic of vitality, and a strand of golden divine radiance, signifying enlightenment, slowly ascended from his palms. The junior Gu Yuan had no intention of offending the majesty of the emperor. His voice resonated peacefully within the desolate ruins. Today he had come not to challenge, nor to subvert, but to present to the emperor a novel possibility of order. The moment his words fell, the azure and golden divine radiance unfurled in the void before him. It did not conjure any earth-shattering miracles, but instead transformed into a translucent sandbox, measuring merely a 10-foot square. Within the sandbox, there were no deities, no celestial laws, only a chaotic expanse teeming with primal vitality. Immediately thereafter, Gu Yuan dripped a drop of his primordial essence into the sandbox. Boom! That drop of essence erupted instantly, transforming into countless minuscule seeds of life, akin to motes of dust, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. An unprecedented evolution of civilization unfolded before the shattered imperial throne, manifesting in a manner transcending the flow of time by billions of times. Initially, there was barbarism and chaos. Countless sparks of life morphed into bizarre creatures, devouring and warring against one another for survival. The flames of war scorched every corner of the sandbox. Destruction became the sole theme of this diminutive world. The will of the heavenly court, lingering within the ruins, coldly observed all that transpired, its sense of denial intensifying. In its eyes, this was the very source of turmoil it had once sought to suppress at any cost. Gu Yuan, however, remained indifferent. He quietly maintained the existence of the sandbox, granting all beings within it the utmost freedom. Time flew rapidly within the sandbox. After countless generations of blood and fire at long last, the first being chose to bury its fallen companions rather than consume them. The first tribe, confronted with calamity, opted for collective resistance instead of fleeing in disarray. The tender shoots of order did not arise from the decrees of the mighty, but from the profound yearning for coexistence deeply rooted within the hearts of living beings. It was birthed from chaos, flourished amidst ruins, filled with numerous imperfections, yet consequently, it was teeming with vitality. A new order began to thrive from the ground up. They were no longer uniform and rigid. Some tribes evolved into druidic civilizations that revered nature, while certain city-states established stringent codes and councils. Others propelled art and emotion to their zenith. Varied and diverse, they continued to experience conflicts and contradictions among themselves. Yet, they also learned to seek a path toward balance amidst these conflicts and contradictions. Ultimately, a civilization federation, rich in infinite variables, embracing chaos and imperfection, yet maintaining a higher, more resilient harmony and dynamic coexistence, took shape. It resembled a tropical rainforest teeming with myriad species, thriving endlessly. Meanwhile, the order of the heavenly court resembled a classical garden, where every plant was pruned to uniformity, thereby losing all vitality. The superiority and inferiority were unmistakable. The will of the heavenly court, entrenched within the ruins, fell silent. A prolonged silence, akin to an epic. It beheld the terminus of its path, having transformed itself in an entire glorious era into a perfect prison to suppress chaos. Yet, in that absolute stillness, it gave rise to a deeper silence and despair. It had attained order but lost the future. Yet this modest sandbox before it revealed another possibility of order, a form of chaotic order that embraced variables and chaos as integral parts of itself, an order brimming with vitality. The acknowledgement, akin to that of the Emperor of the Wilds, transformed into a grand will that reverberated throughout the ruins. In the next moment, the entire ruin of the heavenly court began to tremble violently. Countless shattered bronze palaces, innumerable fractured stone pillars reaching for the heavens, and the tattered banner of the heavenly court, all of it transformed in that instant into the purest source of order. They did not coalesce into weapons, but rather became a vast azure torrent, surging into the small sandbox of civilization before Gu Yuan. The sandbox, in an instant, turned from ethereal to substantial. Ultimately, it coalesced into an ancient jade plate, cast entirely from bronze, imprinted with the scenes of the rise and fall of myriad civilizations. Upon this jade plate, there was no trace of aggressive intent, only an absolute domain power capable of shielding all truths of finality and severing all predetermined fates. Within this domain, all variables would receive the utmost respect. All possibilities would be allowed to evolve freely. It was no longer a prison that suppressed all, but a sanctuary where hope could take root. Lin Yi's figure quietly materialized. He gazed at the jade plate in Gu Yuan's hand, representing a novel order concept, and a smile graced his fatigued visage. Growing brighter, this artifact would be the sole bastion in the author's narrative, impervious to arbitrary erasure. It would be named Logical Sanctum. Chapter 104, The Source of Affliction. Prescribing a new remedy for despair. The sharpness of the sword of severance and the steadiness of the logical sanctum did not lighten the voyage of the Genesis Arkansas. On the contrary, as the Ark departed from the ruins of the heavenly court, heading towards the last and most enigmatic scar of the Tao on the chaotic star chart, an unprecedented gravity enveloped every individual. In the previous two stops, they faced the solitude of guardianship and the majesty of order. Though was the utmost Tao, it could ultimately be understood and resonated with. Yet what lay ahead was the ultimate affliction, one that even the two supreme emperors could only choose to isolate and suppress. Unable to rectify, there was the terminus of the Emperor Chu Tian's path of pollen evolution. There exists neither foe nor war, nor even the will to resist. Instead, it is merely a vast expanse, capable of rendering any semblance of meaning into nothingness, a chasm of logic. The arc of creation gradually comes to a halt. Before the eyes lies a scene that is both resplendent and eerily silent. A long broken path of evolution, paved with countless fragmented points of light, stretches across the chaos. At the terminus of this ancient route lies an endless ocean of pollen, each grain embodying a potential for the evolution of civilization, emitting a faint luminescence akin to the tears of the cosmos. Yet at the heart of this seemingly magnificent stellar sea floats a diminutive coffin, merely 3 feet in length, cast entirely in bronze, adorned with incomprehensible ancient patterns. It is this very coffin that has brought the once promising path of evolution to an abrupt end. It is this that rendered the eternal inquiries of the celestial emperor into a profound silence. Here comes. Lin Yi's voice, for the first time, carried a genuine gravity. His ethereal form, flickering with uncertainty, now exhibited a tumultuous agitation in its decaying parts, as if this small bronze coffin were the very source of his existential injuries. A chill coursed through the hearts of those present. They could acutely sense an intangible essence, impervious to any divine will, gradually seeping through the crevices of the coffin. It was neither power nor pressure nor murderous intent. It was a principle, a profound truth imbued with compassion and pity, seemingly sighing for the futile struggles of all existence. Then, a voice emerged, not through divine means nor through auditory perception, but rather directly within the logical framework of each individual, quietly resonating. Why must it be so? The voice was gentle, serene, and brimming with wisdom. Existence itself is an incessant drain of energy, from birth to annihilation. It is but a meaningless release of energy under the law of entropy. Have you ever rigorously validated the truth of the victory you pursue, the significance you uphold? In that instant, the vision before them transformed from the ocean of pollen into an endless cascade of causality composed of pure data, and runes. Within that waterfall, it vividly showcased the Celestial Emperor's choices across 13,652 parallel realities. In some, he transformed himself into a cosmic barrier. In others, he transmuted the entirety of the realm into an ultimate prison. Yet the outcomes remained the same. The imprisoned anomalies ultimately corroded their very guardians from within, manifesting in even more horrific forms. In 87,911 different parallel realms, the Heavenly Emperor established a more stringent and perfected order within the Heavenly Court. In some, he distilled the primordial essence of all creation into the Tao, ruling over all beings. In others, he formatted all life into an absolute unity of celestial soldiers. Yet the conclusion, too, was identical. Absolute stasis became the optimal breeding ground for the emergence of anomalies. The Celestial Emperor, moreover, enacted millions upon millions of divergent evolutionary possibilities. In some scenarios, he demonstrated the Tao through sheer force, his physical form severing through the ages. In others, he amalgamated myriad civilizations, striving to create entirely new life forms. Yet, all deductions, all variables, all possibilities ultimately pointed to a singular, irrefutable, and chilling conclusion: failure. Once more, the voice resonated with compassion. Look, the act of resistance itself, at the level of mathematics and causality, is an equation long proven to yield no solution of victory. All your efforts merely repeat a tragedy that has been enacted a billion times. Surrender. Returning to the eternal silence is the most profound liberation, for yourself and for this weary universe. Boom! As this ultimate plea for surrender, grounded in fact and wielding logic as its weapon, unfolded in their minds, the hearts of the gathered began to crumble systematically. This was not an attack, it was truth. A correct answer that could neither be refuted nor denied. Fight, fight, fight. The embers of the divine soul ignited with frenzied fervor, desperately attempting to rekindle his indomitable will to battle. Yet that compassionate voice rendered a final definition to his martial spirit: a meaningless expenditure of energy, only accelerating the universe's thermal demise. Each skirmish merely laid another brick in the path to oblivion. In an instant, the embers of his will extinguished. The punitive thunder surrounding Lei Ying crackled ominously as he sought to judge this disseminator of despair. Yet that voice gently countered: if failure is inevitable and resistance futile, then is your judgment upholding justice or punishing those pitiable souls who refuse to accept the truth? The foundations of Lei Ying's principles crumbled under the weight of logic. Even Xiao Yan, whose heart had recently been fortified by the lingering echoes of the three emperors, found cracks forming in his seemingly indestructible resolve. He instinctively activated the core authority of the Tai Chi divine domain, seeking an error within this flawless logic. However, no errors could be found. Not a single flaw could be discerned, for this despair itself was the correct answer, grounded in fact. When truth becomes your greatest adversary, how can one hope to conquer it? The divine light of the heavenly court's denizens began to visibly dim at an alarming rate. Their existence was actively dissolving under the weight of their own logic. This was the plague of logic, the bizarre ultimate manifestation. It did not destroy you. It merely persuaded you. Just as all wills were on the brink of total dissolution, their very souls beginning to dissipate spontaneously, Lin Yi, who had remained silent until now, finally stirred. He did not refute that perfect logic, nor did he unleash any power to resist. Instead, he calmly unfastened the divine robe that symbolized the supreme majesty of the divine sovereign. In the next instant, all those on the verge of collapse were seized by the sight before them, a scene steeped in the utmost tragedy. Beneath the divine robe was not flesh and blood, but a form riddled with countless grotesque fissures, as if painstakingly stitched together from the remnants of shattered universes. One half of his body was being relentlessly eroded by a pitch-black decay, exuding an aura of finality, while the other half, in a struggle both arduous and tenacious, radiated glimmers signifying creation and rebirth, waging an eternal war against the corruption. This was Lin Ye's own injury of the Tao. This was the eternal imprint left upon him, the original patient, after tasting the ultimate truths across countless epochs. This correct answer, capable of unraveling all, was now at his command. Lin Ye spoke. His voice, no longer indifferent or tranquil, bore the weight of seemingly endless exhaustion, as though rising anew from the ashes of countless failures. I have tasted this for far too long. He did not contest that despairing truth, for he understood more profoundly than anyone else that it was indeed correct, beneath all known rules and variables. That is the sole answer. He slowly extended his trembling palm, a hand that oscillated between the realms of birth and decay. A diminutive flame, woven from the energies of Tai Chi and the essence of creation, ignited softly within the cradle of his hand. What you see is all true. His gaze swept over Xiao Yan and the others, whose resolve was on the verge of collapse. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with a supreme wisdom capable of establishing entirely new axioms, resonated with profound clarity. On the old chessboard, all moves had been proven to lead to a stalemate. However, his eyes sharpened with unprecedented intensity, akin to a blade capable of piercing through all logical confines. When a chessboard no longer allows for victory, the only way to break the impasse is not to reiterate those old moves that have long been proven futile, but rather to create a piece, one that the chessboard has never encountered, transcending all established rules. Lin Ye Seijandor. His endless history of failure, as both the original seeker of truth and the initial patient, shattered the despair of logic more effectively than any grandiose proclamations. The crowd finally understood that Lin Ye's guidance to retrace 3 old paths was intended to disabuse them of any hope within the confines of those ancient frameworks, thereby allowing them to truly accept and give birth to their own new spark of truth deep within their hearts. This journey is a grand yet brutal operation of dismantling and reconstructing the heart of the path. You cannot refute a flawless conclusion. Lin Yi gazed at the bronze coffin, which for the first time exhibited a ripple of logical disturbance due to his revealed wounds of truth, and calmly continued. Just as you cannot prove the existence of an up or down to a being from a two-dimensional world, the only method is to introduce an entirely new dimension to its existence. The moment his words fell, Lin Yi guided Xiao Yan to unleash that new spark of fire, along with the novel principles it embodied, to their utmost potential. Its aim was not the undeniable deductive process of logical plague, but rather the fundamental premise upon which it stood, that which all beings tacitly acknowledged, the self-evident first axiom. Meaning must be sought and discovered. With the ultimate enlightenment of a new path, Xiao Yan undertook the most significant correction of this ancient axiom in this lifetime. He did not negate it, but forcibly injected a brand new zeroth axiom, positioned prior to all logical beginnings, into this perfect logic. Meaning is not a discovered answer, but rather a process of creation. Boom! When this new axiom, capable of appending the entire philosophical perspective of the universe, was infused into the foundational code of a logical plague, the entire flawless chain of despairing logic did not collapse. Rather, it was healed. Since meaning lies in the process rather than the outcome, the singular conclusion of annihilation instantaneously lost its supreme finality. It was demoted from the sole answer. It was reduced to one among countless possibilities, a process that could be chosen or forsaken, that overwhelming sense of void, which could plunge the universe into despair. Shattered like ice and snow illuminated by sunlight. Crack! The bronze coffin that sealed ultimate despair creaked open. Within it, the essence of the logical plague, having lost its finality, did not dissipate. Instead, under the radiance of a new axiom, it transformed into a lustrous, translucent mass, seemingly harboring infinite stars, pulsating with the potential to generate myriad new questions and possibilities. An ethereal bud. It represented the unyielding right to question in the face of ultimate truth. It embodied the supreme authority to create new premises for a script that had long been written. That bud, as if drawn by an unseen force, floated gracefully and eventually landed gently upon the brow of the one who governs the laws of creation, the night dawn. Lin Ye's concept-laden form, marred by cracks, regained its stability. He gazed at the bud, a symbol of the ultimate breakthrough, and a complete, contented smile finally graced his weary visage. This object would serve as our ultimate weapon, enabling us to pose countless new questions before the solitary conclusion presented by the author. It shall be named The Leaf of New Life, Chapter 105, The Oath of Alliance, the Sword and Shield of the Vanquished. The Ark of Creation returned from the vibrant yet desolate sea of pollen, and the atmosphere aboard had undergone a radical transformation. The previous gravity and despair were supplanted by something deeper and sharper. It was a realization that chose to embrace life even in the face of certain death, having borne witness to all dead ends. At this moment, the denizens of the divine court gathered in the central temple of the Ark. Before them floated 3 unprecedented objects, beyond the definition of any known material form. These were the ultimate rewards of their archaeological expedition, a reluctant tribute of battle from the 3 supreme pioneers. reignited by the flames of the new path. The first was the sword of severing fate, forged from the entirety of the concept dam. It was not a tangible entity, but rather an illusionary blade capable of severing time and isolating causality. Merely gazing upon it would induce a disorienting sensation in the souls of the onlookers, as if their connection to the world was weakening, as though in the next moment they might become a ghost, unrecorded by any script, utterly free. The second was the sanctum of logic, coalesced from the entirety of the celestial court ruins. It manifested as an ancient bronze jade disc, imprinted with the endless narratives of countless civilizations rising and falling. It emitted no power, yet naturally formed an area of absolute separation around it. Within this domain, even the eternal turbulent laws of the chaotic sea seemed to calm. The third was the leaf of new life, reborn from the source of the logical plague. It now hovered quietly before the brow of night dawn, crystalline and translucent, as if it were a bud of the world tree, composed entirely of pure possibility. Each imperceptible pulse awakened millions of new thoughts and potentials deep within the hearts of the onlookers. Armed, they were ready. The decisive battle was imminent. But how to wield them? How to integrate these three artifacts, embodying the pinnacle of the old path, severance, order, and evolution, into the framework of the new path? This was the final question they must answer before formally challenging the Highlands. Xiao Yan stepped forward slowly. He extended his hand, not with energy, but with his heart, which had long since become the core of the declaration of the vanquished, attempting to touch the illusion of the sword of severing fate. Buzz. The moment his will made contact with the sword's shadow, an unprecedented, ineffable sense of authority overwhelmed him. It was not the authority of governing laws, where words dictate reality. It was an authority of negation. He distinctly felt that all connections between himself and the surrounding world had become optional. A gentle breeze swept in from the depths of chaos, caressing the deck of the ark. In the current perception of Xiao Yan, what he beholds is no longer a singular entity of the wind caressing the deck. Instead, he perceives two distinct, separable concepts, the wind and the act of blowing. Within his heart, an absurd yet profoundly authentic sensation arises, should he so desire. The sword in his hand could effortlessly sever the causal link between wind and the act of blowing. The wind would remain wind, yet it would eternally relinquish the attribute of blowing. This is the sword of severing fate. Its purpose is not to cleave through matter, but to dismantle logic, those foundational rules that the author has long established for this world. Thus, Xiao Yan's heart trembles with enlightenment. He finally comprehends the true utility of this sword. Simultaneously, beside him, Gu Yuan extends his hand, not to grasp, but to gently press his path of nurturing all things upon the logical sanctum jade disc. A hum resonates, and an invisible domain, imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly expands from the jade disc, enveloping all within the divine court. Within this realm, everyone experiences an unprecedented tranquility, one that is not merely a piece of the spirit, but a stability of existence. It is as if an invisible wall entirely separates them from the cruel world outside, rife with predetermined fate and the author's gaze. Here, they're no longer mere characters in a script, nor errant typos subject to correction. Instead, they return to the most primordial state of existence, one brimming with infinite possibilities. Here, Yin Jin's battle intent can blaze without restraint, unburdened by concerns of being deemed a futile expenditure of energy. Here, Lei Ying's decrees can re-establish the logical foundation for the judgment of all things, free from the fear of questioning the validity of justice. Within this sanctified ground, the author's quill has, for the time being, lost its efficacy. Meanwhile, Yi Shi, as the custodian of the laws of creation, shares a natural affinity with the leaf of rebirth. With but a thought, the ethereal tender shoot seamlessly integrates in her brow. In the next instant, boom, all those shrouded by the logical sanctum feel as if their souls have simultaneously been infused with billions of unceasing streams of wisdom. This is not the impartation of knowledge, nor the bestowal of power. Rather, it is an influx of questions. An endless barrage of inquiries erupts within their minds like a supernova explosion. If time is not linear, but foldable, is causality merely an illusion of three-dimensional beings? If energy is conserved, then from whence does the first energy originate? If annihilation is the end, what then is the meaning of existence itself? Thousands upon thousands of new thoughts and possibilities, potent enough to drive any philosopher or Taoist to madness, surge forth like a raging flood, assaulting their preconceived notions. The ultimate despair rooted in singular answers, brought forth by the plague of logic, appears laughably fragile in the face of these infinite new questions. This is the leaf of rebirth. It stands as the ultimate weapon against the final answer. The three pieces of armament return to their rightful places. The members of the divine court gradually awaken from their initial shock, each gaze ignited with an unprecedented flame known as hope. They have finally attained the qualification to engage in direct confrontation with the supreme author. At that moment, Lin Yi, who has remained silently at the bow of the boat, slowly turns around. A hint of calm understanding graces his weary visage. He gazes upon the three miraculous items, crafted by three valiant pioneers in conjunction with a brand new path, and speaks. His voice delivers the final and most precise strategic definition of the purpose of these three armaments. The logical sanctum. His gaze first alights upon the jade disc in Gu Yuan's hand. It is our chessboard. It allows us to forcibly carve out a space upon the script that the author has already inscribed, a space that cannot be whimsically marred by his pen. Here, we shall possess the authority to establish the rules. He then shifts his gaze to the ethereal blade in Xiao Yan's hand, which emanates an aura of absolute severance. Sort of severing fate, his voice sharpens. It is our shield. It can sever the causal connection between the author's quill and our chessboard, rendering the logic he inscribed pale and his so-called truths devoid of persuasion. Lastly, his gaze falls upon the tender shoot nestled in Yishi's brow, radiating infinite wisdom. For the first time, a flicker of fervent anticipation glimmers in his eyes. In the leaf of rebirth, Lin Ye's voice pauses, as if contemplating an ultimate declaration capable of overturning the entire script. Is our sword. It is the means by which we can, before the singular, annihilating conclusion already penned by the author, endlessly propose countless new questions and create innumerable new endings. Our ultimate weapon. The chessboard, the shield, and the sword. As Lin Ye's strategic declaration, which fundamentally subverts the dynamics of offense and defense, reverberates through the divine hall, the three conceptual armaments seem to respond to an unseen call, simultaneously producing a resonant hum that transcends the ages, merging the bitterness of three ancient paths with the hopes of a new one. At that very moment, in a distant chaos, beyond the measure of any time or space, atop the unchanging black plateau, the author, cold and indifferent as a deity, gazes down upon everything, experiences a violent tremor for the first time. This is no longer the calm, self-evident intent to correct upon discovering a typo. Instead, it is akin to the astonishment, absurdity, and a tinge of offended rage felt upon realizing that the trivial virus embedded within one's own meticulously crafted program, after countless attempts to eradicate it, has not only survived, but evolved to devise a countermeasure potent enough to threaten the very firewall itself. Boom! The entire sea of chaos trembles violently. This is not merely a fluctuation of energy, but a profound upheaval at the level of rules. It is as if the foundational code of this world is being rewritten in a frenzy by a wrath stemming from the author himself. An unprecedented formatting storm is brewing at the edge of the plateau, at a speed that transcends all concepts. The curtain of the final battle has been forcefully drawn. Yet, upon the arc of creation, not a soul stirs. Their faces reflect only a serene relief and resolute determination as they prepare to venture into the ultimate battlefield. Xiao Yan steps forward, the sword of severing fate, taking on an unprecedented solidity in his grasp. To his left stands Gu Yuan, holding the logical sanctum jade disc, his demeanor gentle yet unwavering. To his right, the center of his brow, the newborn leaf shimmered with boundless wisdom, while the compassionate yet tenacious gaze of night, dawn met the world. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Behind them, the three divine beings, Flame, Ash, Thunderwinning, and Medicine Dan, stepped forward in unison, their divine might intertwining, merging seamlessly with the trio in front. 6 individuals, 6 silhouettes, each embodying the heart of the defeated who had long since cast aside the notion of life and death. At this moment, it was as if they had transformed into a spear, a defiant weapon poised to pierce through the script of finality. Xiao Yan raised his head, his eyes seemingly penetrating the endless chaos, locking onto the author's gaze, which trembled with fury. His voice transcended his own, resonating as a testament of the wild-s guardianship, the burden of the leaves, and the hope of Chu. It embodied the spirit of all souls, unwilling to embrace the conclusion of their respective narratives. He spoke slowly. For the first time, that voice issued a declaration of challenge, equal and undeniable, towards the one who had penned all tragedies, the establishment of the Alliance of the Defeated. Chapter 106. Return to the plateau, the chessboard settled. The Alliance of the Defeated was thus established. This voice was not a shout. It was an oath, etched into the very depths of the chaotic sea. Sharp as a new path, it did not dissipate, but transformed into an invisible banner, planted at the bow of the Genesis Ark, defiantly fluttering against the inexorable malice from the far reaches of the plateau. Within the temple, the previously stirred atmosphere, ignited by the return of arms, gradually settled. What replaced it was neither the joy of victory nor the tension of impending battle, but a tranquility akin to the Tao. It was a calm unique to those who, having traversed all erroneous paths and witnessed all tragic conclusions, ultimately discovered the singular path they would tread, unwavering even in the face of death. Their enemy was the script itself. Their battlefield lay beyond logic. Their lives and deaths had long been cast aside. "Let's embark," Lin Yi spoke. His form, a concept caught in the eternal struggle between decay and rebirth, miraculously stabilized after the complete formation of 3 armaments. The decaying aspect seemed subdued by the sharpness of the sword of severance, while the glimmer of new life resonated with the pulse of the newborn leaf. He remained weary. Yet at the end of that fatigue lay a glimmer of solace, a long-awaited return of the sword-bearer after eons. As his words fell, the Genesis Ark, carrying the hopes of a newborn alliance, hesitated not for a moment. It slowly adjusted its course. This action bore immense weight. It was as if not merely a vessel changing direction, but a soul, accustomed to fleeing for countless epochs, choosing for the first time to confront the fate that pursued it. At that moment, the chaotic sea stilled. The eternal currents of the laws seemed disturbed by this unprecedented and unfathomable will, parting to create a passage leading to the end. The Genesis Ark began to accelerate. Upon its hull, the flame of will ignited by the 6 seeds of new fire blazed fiercely. This fire was not mere energy, it was pure concept, proclaiming to the entire chaos that change was upon them. No longer was it the vessel adrift in chaos, seeking a furnace. It was no longer the Ark scrambling to evade the author's gaze. At this moment, it transformed into a comet, charting a course against the heavens. It became a spear of vengeance forged from the unwillingness of all the defeated, poised to strike fiercely at the heart of the final narrative. This voyage was swift, so swift that it seemed even the concept of time yielded to its resolve. When the ancient, unchanging black plateau, capable of devouring all light and hope, reappeared at the edge of their vision, the author's gaze, now violently agitated by the establishment of the Alliance of the Defeated, boiled over with true rage. This was genuine wrath. It embodied the horror of a meticulously crafted program, designed with every fail-safe, nearing perfect execution, only to discover that an insignificant variable, after countless errors and forced corrections, not only remained but had evolved, acquiring the authority to threaten the very source code. It was a blend of absurdity, offense, and a flicker of ultimate fury at the loss of control. Bone! The entire chaotic sea wailed under this surge of anger. It was no longer the silent, surgical precision of concept erasure. It was a cosmic storm of formatting, affecting all time and space, all causality. Within this tempest, ancient stars, long extinguished, had their foundational codes forcibly rewritten. Some instantly evolved into complete civilizations, only to dissolve alongside their entire histories and causalities in the next moment. Others transformed into circular, square, logical paradoxes, quietly evaporating in self-contradiction. Time and space were torn asunder in this storm, then casually reassembled into an illogical tangle. Causality resembled the strings of a child's toy, long since lost its melody. This was the ultimate wrath of the author. He no longer sought to correct errors. He aimed to format the entire disk infected by the virus. Yet, before this apocalyptic vision capable of shattering the hearts of any Tao-grade being and obliterating their existential logic, the Genesis Ark showed no signs of slowing down. Like a gladiator who had long since disregarded life and death, it charged into the howling winds that could rend everything asunder, launching its final assault. Charge! Lin Ye's voice was calm, yet filled with a madness that stood against the entire world. Yes, Xiao Yan and the others responded in unison. The 6 seeds of new fire burned to their utmost limit. The Genesis Ark, like a conceptual shell, fired with the will of the entire alliance, crashed headlong into the formless barrier of the Black Plateau at the very last moment before the formatting storm would consume all. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no collision on the level of laws. It felt as if a key forged from variables, glowing red-hot, had been thrust forcefully into an ancient padlock, frozen for eons in its deterministic essence. This was the ultimate knock of possibility upon the door of singularity, and in that very moment of knocking, the even more violent and thorough formatting storm found its outlet, surging into the Ark through the conceptual rift created by the collision. The hull of the Ark began to glitch at a visible rate. The sturdy properties of the deck were rewritten into fluidity. The logical existence of the temple was replaced by nothingness. This solitary vessel, carrying the last vestiges of hope, was on the verge of being forcibly deleted by an even grander script. Ancient Origins. At this critical juncture, Lin Ye's command, devoid of any emotion, was resolutely issued. Open the chessboard. Ancient Yuan, who had been standing silently at the center of the formation, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing this. His face, as smooth as jade, bore no trace of panic, only the absolute calm of a master chess player. Slowly, he lifted the bronze jade disc, forged from the very essence of the ruins of heaven. In accordance with the divine edict, he proclaimed, as he unreservedly infused the teachings that governed all existence and established order into the jade disc. Logical Pure Land, activate. With a hum, an invisible azure light erupted from the disc. This light did not seek to combat the oncoming storm of formatting, nor did it aim to defend against the power of rewriting all rules. Rather, it served to redefine upon this manuscript already stirred into chaos by the author's wrath. A pristine canvas of undeniable purity, a blank slate. It resembled an absolute realm of tranquility, forcibly emerging as an ultimate battlefield untouched by external narratives, where causality remained immutable and logic remained impeccably coherent amidst the raging storm of formatting. The tempest, akin to a flood assailing a dam, battered against the intangible barriers of the logical Pure Land, yet could not penetrate even a fraction. The force that rewrote all rules was as if confronted by a firewall, completely isolated from entry. The creation arc gradually sailed into the heart of this sanctified domain, established by the hands of the vanquished, finally coming to a steady halt. Beyond the Pure Land lay the author's boundless fury, an apocalyptic scene of shattered time and distorted causality. Within the sanctum, however, the divine court members bore serene yet resolute gazes. Through the seemingly fragile yet inherently indestructible conceptual barrier of the logical Pure Land, they gazed longingly towards the nearby, yet distant Black Plateau. Their flight had reached its conclusion. Their defenses were firmly in place. The ultimate chessboard had been decisively laid down by the hands of the defeated. Chapter 107. Swords Severing the Heart of Heaven, the Debate of Truth. Within the logical Pure Land, an absolute silence prevailed. This stillness was not one of lifelessness, but rather a profound tranquility endowed with stability from the very roots of existence. Outside the Pure Land, the formatting storm, ignited by the author's ire, continued to rage with unabated ferocity. Time and space were contorted into meaningless clumps, and causality was rewritten into self-contradictory verses. The entire sea of chaos seemed to transform into a manuscript being thoroughly erased and rewritten. Yet, all this tumult and disorder, upon reaching the seemingly intangible azure barrier of the logical Pure Land, collided with what felt like the most indomitable dam in the universe, rendering it utterly isolated. Here lay a small piece of blank space, painstakingly extracted from the script by the vanquished, a chessboard upon which they could inscribe their own rules. The creation arc rested quietly at the center of this sacred ground. The members of the divine court gradually regained their composure from the shock of the battlefield's establishment. Their gazes pierced through the barrier of the Pure Land, directed towards the nearby Black Plateau, which felt both close yet as if it belonged to another dimension. The gaze of the author, which had once pricked at their souls and nearly shattered their resolve, for the first time lost its omnipresent oppressive force beneath the isolation of the logical Pure Land. It still existed, cold, indifferent, and filled with an overwhelming will to correct. Yet, it could not penetrate. We have succeeded. Lei Ying's voice trembled, containing a hint of unrecognized excitement. This was not fear, but rather an exhilarating disbelief following an achievement that even he had deemed impossible. They, the typographical errors destined for elimination within the script, had truly seized a viable foothold beneath the author's watchful eyes. This, in itself, was an unprecedented victory. However, the joy of this triumph was short-lived, for they all understood that the chessboard had merely been set. The true game was only just beginning. At this very moment, within the absolutely stable realm enveloped by the logical Pure Land, the foundational rules began to resonate with an imperceptible tremor. There was no external force intruding. Rather, it seemed as though the logic of this sanctum was welcoming the arrival of something of shared origin, something older and more fundamental than itself. A chill ran through the hearts of the gathered, and their vigilance heightened to its utmost. Before them, at the forefront of the Black Plateau, the barrier of the logical Pure Land shimmered, and instead of being torn asunder, the space rippled like a still pond. Then, from the center of that ripple, an entity gradually emerged. It was not any life form they could comprehend. It was a deity, a being wholly constructed from concepts and logic. It was composed entirely of flawless, crystalline characters, each shimmering with ultimate runes signifying endings, extinction, and inevitability. These characters, in an aesthetic surpassing all others, were meticulously arranged to form this embodiment of truth, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty. It radiated no energy fluctuations, yet its very existence was the essence of truth. Each breath it took sent tremors through the rules of the entire logical Pure Land, resonating with profound intensity, like a student encountering the founder of their discipline. This was the most ancient progenitor. This was the personification of the ultimate script. For the first time, it truly stepped onto the chessboard established by the vanquished. The logical deity made no overt actions. Yet, the ultimate plague of logic that had once threatened to shatter their resolve had already commenced. This time it was stronger, more perfect, and far more ruthless. A cold, calm voice, devoid of all emotion, yet imbued with ultimate wisdom, rang out directly within the hearts of the gathered. It was not a call to surrender. It was a pronouncement. I have seen your future. At the moment those words were uttered, the crystalline logical deity vanished from their sight. In its place unfolded vivid and detailed visions of the future, encompassing every nuance and variable. The first scene featured Xiao Yan. He wielded the sword of severing fate, and after a brutal battle lasting 37,964 epochs, he finally struck the logical essence of the progenitor. However, just as victory was within his grasp, the sword of severing fate could not bear the weight of severing the paradox of the end, and thus imploded upon itself. Ultimately, Xiao Yan was completely obliterated by the strongest shield in his possession, from a conceptual standpoint. Defeated. The second act features Yi Shi. She pushed the newborn leaf to its utmost limits. An endless torrent of new questions transformed into a storm of concepts, successfully ensnaring the ultimate answer of the ancestor in a quagmire of logical overload. Yet, at the very moment the ancestor was on the brink of disintegration due to self-contradiction, the universe, submerged in questions, instantaneously succumbed to an even more profound and thorough infinite collapse on the level of meaning, having lost the final logical cornerstone of its conclusion. In the end, Yi Shi, along with the infinite possibilities she had created, returned to absolute nothingness. Defeated. The third act. The fourth act. A myriad of different outcomes utilizing the sword of severing fate. Hundreds of thousands of new possibilities ignited by the newborn leaf. Even Lin had not perished, but rather united with others, ultimately transforming into a new conclusion due to the uncontrollable injury of the Tao, tragically slain by the hands of many. Everything was presented before the onlookers, undeniably laid bare by perfect deduction. All variables were accounted for. Every struggle was endowed with a predetermined conclusion. This, indeed, was the ultimate plague of logic. It no longer relied on past failures to prove the futility of the present. Instead, it directly condemned all your future defeats, declaring the struggle of this moment utterly meaningless. It conveyed, in a most merciful manner, an irrefutable truth. Your script has long been completed by me. Boom! A wave of despair, deeper and more profound than any preceding instance, descended upon the hearts of all, as if a mountain of fate itself were pressing down upon their Tao hearts. The rekindled fighting spirit of Yin Jun became laughable in the face of this destined defeat. The nascent chaotic order of Gu Yuan revealed itself as utterly fragile before the impending collapse. Even Xiao Yan, whose heart had long been marked by the echoes of the three emperors, now the core of the declaration of defeat, once again manifested hideous cracks before the undeniable historical facts of the future. They held fast to their original intentions. Their Tao hearts did not shatter as they had previously, for they no longer believed in a singular answer. However, they still found themselves unable to refute, for the deduction was too perfect to the extent that even they could not uncover a single flaw. This was an unfair contest. The opponent was omniscient and omnipotent, the author possessing all strategies. While they were merely a group of players who had just acquired weapons, yet to even finish reading the instruction manual. How could this battle be fought? Despair, like invisible vines, once again entwined around the hearts of all. Yet, amidst this absolute silence governed by fatalism, a clear and melodious sword chime quietly resonated. It was Xiao Yan. He slowly raised his head. In his eyes, nearly submerged by the impending future of defeat, there was no confusion, no despair. Only a sharp resolve reminiscent of burning bridges. The future, is it? He whispered to himself. Then he smiled. That smile bore a trace of supreme derision towards this flawless script. What a dreadfully tedious story. The moment the words fell, he acted, the sword in his hand, forged from the endless solitude and protective will of the desolate heavenly emperor, was defiantly raised high. A phantom sword shadow, capable of severing the illusions of eternity, suddenly ignited within the logical Pure Land. Yet, his strike was not aimed at the logic deity composed of crystalline texts. He did not even heed the future defeats still unfolding. He struck at a certain connection existing between the logic deity and the Dao hearts of the divine court. An intangible, formless, unspeakable, yet palpably real bond. Swoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there a collision of laws. The sensation was akin to a searing blade plunging fiercely into a block of butter named logic. The sword edge sliced through. In the next instant, the grand truth infusion continued unabated. Those despair-inducing visions of future defeats remained vividly portrayed before all. However, the divine court's members were horrified to discover that the truth had lost its persuasiveness. It no longer resonated with their Dao hearts. It was no longer that self-evident, irrefutable fact, as natural as breathing. It had been downgraded. From the lofty, ultimate judgment of the author, it was reduced to a viewpoint that could be scrutinized, analyzed, questioned, and even ridiculed. For the first time, the author's pen lost its magic to compel characters to accept it unconditionally. Chapter 108. Endless Questions, Newborn Game. The sword Xiao Yan wielded severed the heart of the heavens. It was that exalted entity self-proclaimed as truth, attempting to imprint its will upon the deepest layers of all beings' Dao hearts. At the moment that invisible causal link was brazenly severed by the sword of severing fate, the entire logical Pure Land fell into a peculiar imbalance. The logic deity, still suspended in the center of the battlefield, continued to project those images foretelling future defeats. Like an unclosable projection, silently unfolding before all. Yet, they had lost the power to compel unconditional belief in the characters. They had been demoted from unquestionable edicts to mere pages that could be casually perused or even burned. This was an unprecedented affront. For an author who considered the ultimate answer as their identity and viewed the universe as a script with predetermined conclusions, this was tantamount to witnessing their own creations casually respond after hearing the final judgment. Are you done? If so, leave. Sizzle, sizzle. A faint sound, akin to the shattering of glass, quietly emanated from the crystalline body of the logic deity. It was not that its existence was collapsing, rather its core, which should have been absolutely rational and harmonious, for the first time experienced an emotion outside of logic due to its inability to contend with the character's disbelief in the script. A cold, utterly devoid of warmth, yet powerful enough to make the entire logical Pure Land tremble violently, was born wrath. Persuasion had failed. When reason fails to persuade, what remains is only the most primal and violent means. The deity of logic has not collapsed under the weight of its own paradox. Rather, it has chosen the optimal solution with an almost absolute rationality, relinquishing what it deemed an inefficient mode of persuasion. Its form began to disintegrate. Countless crystalline words, shimmering with ultimate runes of conclusion, annihilation, and inevitability, did not dissipate but gradually merged into the surrounding space like melting snow. It transformed from a tangible deity, capable of engaging in games, it morphed into a concept that was more primal, purer, and far more terrifying. Nothingness, an expanse of emptiness, indescribable by any words, began to surge forth from the very spot where the deity of logic once stood, eroding in all directions with fervor. This was not darkness, for darkness itself is a form of existence. No, this was non-existence, the evaporation of meaning, the obliteration of concepts, an ultimate deletion that left even death itself without a trace. The realm of logical sanctum, which should have been absolutely stable, was suddenly and ruthlessly erased, as if an eraser had violently swept across a canvas. In an instant, that area reverted to its most primordial state, void of any attributes, devoid of any information, unable even to bear the definition of existence, a pure white canvas. This, then, was the second form of assault from the progenitor. Since the role refused to believe the script, the paper carrying that role would be completely torn asunder. The ultimate contest transformed at that moment into the most primitive and brutal race for survival. Which would prevail faster, the erasure of nothingness or the enduring presence of existence? Hold the chessboard. Lin Yi, whose essence had become ethereal from self-sacrifice, emitted a true alarm for the first time. He understood better than anyone that if the singular chessboard of logical sanctum were utterly obliterated, they, the players, would be instantly exposed to the author's wrath, capable of formatting all. At that point, it would be true, irretrievable doom. No reminder was necessary. The moment he beheld the sea of nothingness, Xiao Yan was already in motion. He stepped forward, his figure resembling a solitary wisp of smoke rising against the tide of nothingness. In his hand, the sword of severance emitted a sound akin to the exhilaration of encountering a long-awaited rival, a longing for battle. With a decisive shout, Xiao Yan wielded the illusory sword, tracing a trajectory that appeared unremarkable yet contained the absolute essence of cutting. This strike did not cleave the sea of nothingness, for nothingness is impervious to attack. Yet, it precisely severed the boundary between the sea of nothingness and the eroding logical sanctum, that intangible chain of corrosive logic. Swoosh! The rapid reversion of the sanctum to a blank slate faltered at that moment. Effective. Xiao Yan's resolve was invigorated. He comprehended. The sword of severance could not annihilate the result of nothingness. However, it could sever the process of erasure. It could not prevent death from arriving. Yet it could dull the executioner's blade. Again, in Xiao Yan's eyes, the fervor of battle surged like a tempest. He no longer sought to halt the spread of the sea of nothingness. Instead, he transformed into a specter, darting madly across the erasure's boundary. The sword of severance, in his hand, became millions of fine, rain-like beams of sword light. Each beam precisely struck a segment of the eroding logic chain. He resembled a masterful surgeon, frantically excising the malignant tissues from the patient known as the sanctum, on the brink of being consumed by cancerous cells. He could not cure the cancer itself, but he could significantly slow its spread. As one man wielding one sword, he became a conceptual shield bridging existence and nothingness. He bought precious time, immeasurable by any epoch, for the true sword of creation poised to swing behind him, just as Xiao Yan stood firm as a shield against the encroaching nothingness. At the center of the divine quartz formation, the night dawn, with eyes tightly shut, as if already transcending the material realm, felt the crystalline leaf of rebirth. At her brow suddenly radiate brilliance. This light was not resplendent or searing, but rather a gentle, nurturing green, brimming with infinite vitality and wisdom. It seemed to embody the very first thought of creation in the cosmos. Enough. Night Dawn gradually opened her eyes. Her voice was soft yet bore the supreme authority to reintroduce questions to a world long ruled by answers. She did not gaze upon the frenzied sea of nothingness. Her gaze calmly settled upon the fragmented chessboard that Xiao Yan had tenuously protected with his very life. Then, she summoned the leaf of rebirth at her brow. That ethereal sprout, seemingly harboring infinite stars, pulsed imperceptibly, each throb representing a brand new question, bold enough to render even the truth of annihilation speechless. Buzz. The leaf of rebirth flickered for the first time. A question was posed on the level of the Tao. If the foundation of existence is not space but information, does a sanctum, stripped of spatial attributes yet still bearing the information of the divine court, still exist? This question itself was a new axiom of creation. The moment the words fell, in the area where the sea of nothingness had just erased the white canvas, two identical, brand new, logical sanctums, inexplicably sprouted. This was rebirth. The battlefield evolved into the most spectacular and abstract tableau. The sea of nothingness, representing a singular conclusion, continued to madly erase the chessboard of logical sanctum with unstoppable fervor. Yet on the other end of the chessboard, the leaf of rebirth, symbolizing infinite possibilities, with each flicker and each inquiry, geometrically multiplied to create even more chessboards atop the ruins of deletion. For every sanctum erased by the progenitor's nothingness, Night Dawn's rebirth would yield two new sanctums from a brand new hypothesis. The primordial ancestor, obliterate the two factions. Night Dawn, thus creates the four corners. The primordial ancestor, obliterate the four corners. Night dawn, thus creates the 8 directions. The logical pure land, which ought to have been meticulously erased under the wrath of the author, at this moment transforms into a battlefield of concepts, fervently contended by the void and rebirth, incessantly expanding, replicating, and evolving at an exponential rate. That ancient ancestor, who has metamorphosed into the void, for the first time finds himself ensnared in a predicament that his flawless logic, predicated on the ultimate answer, cannot fathom. He cannot erase it. Chapter 109. The 5 paths unite, the name of the vanquished. The logical pure land, this board crafted by the hands of the vanquished, is growing at an unimaginable velocity. This is not mere expansion, but an infinite proliferation based on information and concepts. Each flicker of the leaf of rebirth upon night dawn's brow signifies the audacious emergence of a new question potent enough to shake the very foundations of the ultimate truth. Each question births a multitude of new boards, geometrically increasing in number, upon the ruins obliterated by the void. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. In just a fleeting moment of confrontation, this originally minuscule pure land has already evolved into a conceptual labyrinth, constructed by billions of interlinked yet logically independent possibilities. And that ancient ancestor, embodying the sea of nothingness, for the first time finds himself in a situation that his perfect logic, built upon the ultimate answer, cannot address. His erasure remains unstoppable. Yet he cannot erase it. His efficiency has, for the first time, succumbed to the overwhelming force of creation. This is an unprecedented humiliation. For one who considers himself the author of the ultimate answer, regarding the universe as a script with a predetermined conclusion. This is akin to the characters he created frantically rewriting his manuscript in a manner he cannot comprehend or prevent. The sea of nothingness, which should represent absolute rationality and annihilation, has, for the first time, begun to boil. That is the fury of logic. Enough. A cold, indifferent, an emotionless yet profoundly powerful ultimate will reverberate through every corner of this battlefield, causing the entire conceptual labyrinth to tremble violently. That ancestor, embodying the void, surrendered. He abandoned this foolish, inefficient, and extensive erasure. He realized that conventional deletion methods could not vanquish this infinitely proliferating virus. Thus, he resolutely and terrifically directed all the already spreading forces of nothingness toward a single center, collapsing violently. It was a dramatic convergence. The billions of sources of nothingness erasing the pure land, like myriad rivers returning to the sea, all reverted to that initial point. Ultimately, at the heart of this conceptual labyrinth constructed by billions of possibilities, it coalesced into a singularity, merely the size of a fist, entirely black, yet seemingly capable of completely devouring time, causality, and even existence itself. This singularity is not a condensation of energy. It represents the ultimate form of the truth of annihilation. It is the visualization of the concept that all questions have been answered by this ultimate answer of annihilation. Its existence in itself logically negates the possibility of the leaf of rebirth, continuing to pose new questions. Crack, crack. The once indomitable, logical Pure Land. That conceptual labyrinth woven from billions of boards, under the pressure of this singularity, shattered like an overwhelmed sheet of ice. The possibilities created by the leaf of rebirth are being forcibly denied from the very roots of logic by this ultimate answer. The ancestor no longer attempts to answer those endless questions. He chooses to directly erase the questioner. Not good. Xiao Yan's heart of Dao shrank violently. He could distinctly perceive that the singularity had thoroughly locked onto the source of all variables, at the center of the divine court formation, night dawn, and the leaf of rebirth upon her brow, which was flickering intensely, its brilliance rapidly dimming. This is an unstoppable, decisive blow. However, just as this ultimate crisis threatened to plunge all hope into silence, Lin Yi, who had remained at the bow, seemingly merely a spectator, smiled. It was a smile of solace that had awaited for countless epochs, after enduring numerous failures and despair, finally arriving at this last moment. In that smile, there was no fear, no resentment, only the relief of the original seeker of the Tao. It is time, he murmured softly. Then, before the horrified gazes of all, his conceptual form, which had been trembling between decay and rebirth, erupted with a deafening disintegration. Yet, it was not a dissolution, nor a return to nothingness. The myriad shattered cosmic laws constituting his existence, the decayed wounds bearing his endless history of failures, along with the rebirth of his indomitable will, all transformed in that instant of disintegration into a bridge of Tao, resplendent to the utmost, seemingly connecting all pasts, threading through all presents, and pointing towards all futures. This bridge connected one end to his soon-to-be vanished original seeker of the Tao body. The other end diverged into three slender, yet equally immortal strands of light. These three strands of light disregarded time and space, disregarded logic, and precisely connected to the sword of severing fate in Xiao Yan's hand, the logical Pure Land in Gu Yuan's grasp, and the leaf of rebirth upon Night Dawn's brow. He became the bridge. Using his original body as the defeated seeker of the Tao, he constructed a path for those three equally tragic successors. A path that could transcend all barriers and ultimately converge in one place, the ultimate road home. Children, Lin Ye's final voice resonated within the hearts of all. In that voice, there was no longer the majesty of a deity, no longer the indifference of a guide. Only the deepest and most reassuring admonition of a father about to embark on a journey. It is time. Let all the vanquished, with the same name, raise your voices. At the moment the words fell, the three conceptual armaments, which had already fused with Xiao Yan and the others, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. From the sword of severing fate, a solitary, resolute figure emerged, as if one person embodied an entire epic, slowly materializing. It is the wilderness. From the land of logic, a figure emerged, exuding an air of majesty and heaviness, as though burdened by the hopes of countless sentient beings. The Emperor's shadow. It was Yi, from a newborn leaf. A silhouette materialized, vibrant and wise, embodying an unyielding spirit of inquiry. This was Chu. The three, within their respective narratives, had traversed to the terminus of the old path, yet ultimately found themselves unable to extricate from the inexorable fate of the Supreme Emperor. In that moment, their ethereal forms, amidst the bridge of destiny constructed by Lin Ye's life, were thoroughly awakened. They did not emerge as isolated forces of combat. Rather, they arrived, each bearing their own path, accompanied by the purest essence of their discontent. With resolute steps along the bridge laid by the initial seekers of truth, they advanced. Ultimately, those three, symbolizing the supreme will of protection, burden, and evolution, surged into the terminus of that bridge, entering Xiao Yan's realm, an expanse primed to encompass the entirety of the universe. The Taiji Divine Domain. Boom! When Lin Ye's pursuit of truth, the Desolation's guardianship, Ye's burden, and Chu's evolution converged with Xiao Yan's own creation. These five distinct embodiments of the ultimate paths forged by five defeated souls in their despair culminated in a singular moment of unity within the Taiji Divine Domain. A quantitative change precipitated an ultimate qualitative transformation. Xiao Yan achieved the most significant and grand metamorphosis of his existence. He felt his essence ascend infinitely. He was no longer Xiao Yan. He was no longer the son of God. He was Lin Yi, the relentless seeker through countless epochs. He was the desolate, the solitary guardian, who left a thread of hope in his wake. He was Yi, who bore the heavens, willing to be a prison for himself to ensure peace for all ages. He was Chu, who, despite reaching the logical endpoint, refused to forsake thought or inquiry. He was, above all, himself, a being capable of reconciling all contradictions, correcting all errors, and ultimately, forging new possibilities from the ruins, a new path. United as one, in that moment, Xiao Yan transcended any singular identity. He embodied the collective will of all those who defied their fates. This narrative, long predetermined by its conclusion, raised its final act of rebellion against the lofty author. Chapter 110. Questions beyond the script. Within the Taiji Divine Domain, Xiao Yan was no longer present. Or rather, at this moment, he was both Xiao Yan and yet not. He was the sum of the five who, within their respective tales, had expended all yet remained unwilling to accept their curtain call, their indomitable will. His very existence had transformed into an ultimate paradox, potent enough to make even the truth of the end tremble. A living paradox that contained the conclusion, yet could still generate new possibilities within it. And at this moment, this living paradox awaited the final answer, representing absolute termination, that singularity of conclusion, birthed from the ancestors' collapse of all void power, surged forth with a demeanor transcending all processes, ruthlessly striking towards its outcome. It sought to eradicate this paradox, which should not exist, from the very roots of logic. Yet, Contrary to expectations, the conceptual cataclysm that would shatter the entirety of the land of logic did not transpire, as that pitch-black singularity, capable of devouring all existence, collided ferociously with the Taiji divine domain, woven from five-color divine light. Time seemed to freeze. Space appeared to solidify. The sensation was akin to an indomitable spear meeting an equally indestructible shield. Yet they did not oppose one another. Instead, they defined one another. The singularity, containing the ultimate answer to every query, frantically endeavored to encompass Xiao Yan's existence within its definition. It unleashed the final logical roar of the in-truth toward Xiao Yan. You are also a part of the process. Your rebellion is but a segment of a fate already determined. Ultimately, you too shall return to oblivion. This was its ultimate strike, to redefine rebellion as an aspect of destiny, rendering the very act of defiance utterly devoid of meaning. However, in the face of this ultimate logical closed loop, which could revert any variable back to a constant, the unified Xiao Yan responded with an unparalleled tranquility from the depths of his soul. Then, if oblivion is also a process, what forbids my destination? Boom! As Xiao Yan's response, tranquil to the point of near acceptance of his fate, unfurled on the level of the Tao, the ancient ancestor who had transformed into the singularity of conclusion, with its flawless, immutable logic, serving as the foundational code of the universe, encountered a phenomenon for the first time: logical overload. It could not comprehend. It could not process. An existence that acknowledged its conclusion, yet did not succumb to despair. Its absolute, perfect closed logical chain, built upon a singular ending, was violently injected with an ultimate virus by Xiao Yan's response. One teetering on the brink of audacity, yet imbued with wisdom of a higher dimension. That pitch-black singularity, which should have been absolutely stable, began to tremble violently for the first time. The countless crystalline words, signifying termination and inevitability, spiraled into chaotic gibberish, sometimes morphing into the shadow of the guardian sword of the desolate, at other times into the throne borne by Yi, or again into the tender sprouts of hope represented by Chu. It was being internally eroded by the paths of the defeated. At that very moment, the unified Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand. He did not summon any conceptual armament. He did not even emit the slightest hint of an aggressive intent. He merely consolidated the collective will of the five defeated souls, the supreme authority of infinite inquiry bestowed upon him by newborn Leaf, into a single statement. A statement that appeared mundane, yet possessed the power to rewrite the entire script, subvert the entire narrative, and could compel even the exalted author to pause and reconsider. He directed this at the singularity, trembling and on the brink of collapse within the throes of logical overload. In the midst of the unseen, the author, who gazes indifferently upon all that transpires, calmly poses the ultimate question, a query potent enough to conclude the epic-spanning battle for enlightenment that has persisted for eons. If meaning is not merely an answer to be discovered, but rather a process to be created, then does your annihilation also merely represent one facet of this journey, rather than the terminus? At the moment this profound inquiry reverberates throughout the expanse of the logical Pure Land, the already quaking singularity of conclusion comes to a complete halt. Then, with a crisp crack, reminiscent of the shattering of the foundational logic of the cosmos, a sound resonates quietly from the core of that singularity. Following this, a second and then a third sound emerge, as cracks spread like a web across the singularity that embodies the ultimate truth, proliferating wildly. This question acts as an indomitable virus, penetrating the primordial code of the progenitor with precision. The progenitor, the embodiment of the ultimate answer, possesses the capacity to calculate all variables, to deduce every possibility, ultimately guiding them all towards annihilation, the singular answer. Yet, it falters before one singular question, one that defines its very existence as a process. Its very being begins to self-contradict. The foundational logic it stands upon is utterly dismantled by this grander, more fundamental new axiom. The singularity does not explode. Instead, it silently dissipates. The myriad crystalline characters constituting it begin to lose their original significance. The runes signifying conclusion gradually transform into a meaningless line, while those denoting inevitability morph into a circle brimming with uncertainty. Ultimately, all crystalline characters are stripped of their radiance, transmuting into the primordial, purest informational dust of the universe. Gently scattering away, the ancient progenitor, a figure transcending the ages and embodying the fates of all scripts. The ultimate existence that rendered even the three supreme celestial emperors to bow in quiet resignation is not slain. Rather, on a logical plane, it has been thoroughly persuaded. It descends from the exalted state of the singular truth into one of myriad possibilities, one that can be chosen or forsaken. As the progenitor dissolves, the black plateau, shrouded in the chaoses, end witnesses the despairing aura of conclusion begin to fade at a perceivable pace. It still exists, but it no longer embodies an irrevocable fate. Instead, it transforms into a potential threat that, while requiring vigilance, is no longer capable of suffocating the entirety of the cosmos. For the first time, the universe possesses a genuine future. Within the logical Pure Land, the bridge of the Tao, manifested by Lin Yi, dims gradually after fulfilling its final mission. A phantom, weary yet imbued with endless solace, emerges slowly from the bridge's end. It is Lin Yi. He gazes upon Xiao Yan, who has gradually withdrawn from the quintessent state, and at long last, a true smile graces his lonely face that has endured eons. "I see it," he whispers softly. Then, his figure, along with the majestic bridge connecting all vanquished souls, transforms into a cascade of luminous droplets, dissipating entirely. There is no sorrow, no regret, only the graceful retreat of the original seeker of the Tao. Simultaneously, the ethereal shadows of Huang, Yi, and Chu, materializing from the three conceptual armaments, cast a deep, meaningful glance at Xiao Yan. Their gaze conveys admiration, comfort, and a profound sense of relief as they pass the torch of hope to the next bearer. They utter no words, merely offering Xiao Yan a salute that transcends eons, a gesture of camaraderie. Subsequently, the three phantoms dissolve into wisps of azure smoke, gradually returning to the void, now devoid of predetermined destinies. The entirety of the logical Pure Land is left with the Divine Court's assembly. Xiao Yan slowly awakens from the state of ultimate transformation. He senses that the Tao within him has not grown stronger, yet his existence feels profoundly weighty. He raises his gaze, as though penetrating the barriers of the logical Pure Land, transcending the now tranquil sea of chaos, and reaching the narrative that has just attained its future, finally settling upon an unspeakable dimension beyond comprehension. To the endless void, he softly utters, "The script has been rewritten. It is time to meet the true author." Chapter 111, The Author's Whisper. The logical Pure Land is dissipating. The blank canvas forcibly established upon the manuscript, long filled with periods by the author, has fulfilled its mission of sheltering the contest and now, akin to a monumental testament to historical accomplishment, gradually transforms into the purest principles, returning to the void. Beyond the Pure Land, the formatting storm unleashed by the author's wrath has long since quelled. Time and space no longer spiral into chaos. Causality has returned to order. The once inevitable black plateau now quietly hovers at the distant edge of chaos, its despairing aura having receded by 99%, transforming into a realm that, while still requiring caution, can no longer dictate the fate of the universe. Victory has been achieved in a manner bordering on the mythical, a saga that has persisted for eons, burying three supreme celestial emperors, has finally been forcibly rewritten by these vanquished. However, upon the arc of creation, an oppressive silence reigns, one even deeper and more expansive than before the battle. No chairs resound, no shouts echo. Yan, whose eyes ought to blaze with the flames of victory, now reflects only bewilderment. He instinctively yearns to unleash a roar powerful enough to fracture chaos. Yet that impulse dissipates into an ineffable void before it can escape his throat. He has triumphed over the conclusion, but what now? Ancient Yuan, Lei Ying, and Yao Dan feel the same. They perceive this vibrant universe, freshly endowed with a future, yet the heart that should have surged with triumph feels as though cast into a vacuum at absolute zero, unable to stir even a ripple of joy. Night She gently raises a hand, brushing over her brow. The once vibrant leaf of rebirth, which had birthed boundless possibilities and rendered even the truth of annihilation perplexed, now radiated a gentle light, quietly exuding the essence of hope. Yet, even this flicker of hope seemed to be stifled beneath an invisible, intangible ceiling. Why? Why? After achieving an unprecedented victory that even the three celestial emperors could not accomplish, did the heart feel not elation, but rather an overwhelming sense of grand emptiness? That sensation resembled a multitude of prisoners, confined for eons in a dark cell, finally breaking free from their shackles and vanquishing their brutal guards, only to realize, upon raising their heads, that the walls of their prison still towered into the heavens. Those cold, insurmountable walls. We have rewritten the script. A tranquil voice shattered the suffocating silence. It was Xiao Yan, standing serenely at the bow of the vessel, his eyes swirling with the dual energies of black and white. Reflecting the distant plateau, now devoid of all threats, yet his gaze was deeper than ever before. He slowly turned, his eyes sweeping across the bewildered faces of the crowd. Yet, we remain within the pages. The phrase the pages struck like a bolt of lightning, colder than the truth of annihilation, crashing down upon the hearts of all present. In an instant, they understood. They grasped the source of that overwhelming sense of emptiness. Indeed, they had triumphed over the plateau. They had demoted the singular fate of annihilation to merely one of countless possibilities. This was a grand victory worthy of being remembered throughout the ages. However, this victory was still a victory within the story. They were merely a group that had successfully protested against the author's outline, securing for themselves the role of characters with an open-ended conclusion, as long as the book itself existed. As long as that exalted author still held the pen capable of drawing the final period, their so-called freedom and future bore no distinction from a more elaborate illusion. The voice of Yin Jun was parched to the extreme. His heart, which had just been tempered to an indomitable strength in the final battle, suddenly felt once more the emotion of powerlessness. This time, the feeling was more profound, for their enemies were no longer persuadable logic, but rather an incomprehensible, unreachable, and even unimaginable higher dimension. His father had long foreseen this step. Xiao Yan's voice resonated again. He slowly raised his hand, a faint glimmer of light, imbued with the solitude and fatigue of countless epochs, ascended gently from his palm. It was the final legacy Lin Yi had left him before dissipating, having transformed into a bridge. It was the last, yet most audacious pathway pointed out by this initial seeker of truth after exhausting his life for the benefit of those who followed. Buzz. The light of that message suddenly unfurled. It did not transform into any words or images, but rather into a more primordial perception, a perception that temporarily granted all present a glimpse of Lin Ye's semi-authorial perspective. Bone! At the moment this perception enveloped the hearts of the crowd, they beheld. They witnessed a reality they could never have imagined in this life. They saw the creation arc they inhabited, the chaotic sea that had only just settled from the fires of war, and the myriad universes celebrating the dawn of the future. Everything shrank rapidly. No, not shrinking. Rather, their own dimensions were being infinitely elevated. Ultimately, they beheld an ancient tome, opened and inscribed with a language they could not comprehend, detailing their fates. No, that was not merely a book. It was a screen radiating a soft glow. Before that screen, an unfathomable figure, seemingly forged from causality itself, quietly observed all that transpired. Surrounding that figure were countless sheets of paper, covered in various settings and outlines. The fourth wall, the author, the script, these terms, once confined to the realm of concepts, now crystallized into the most brutal and visceral reality, shattering all their understanding. Their every joy and sorrow, love and hate, guardianship and betrayal, victory and defeat, were nothing more than lines of cold code upon that screen. Merely a narrative woven by the author, perhaps splendid, yet ultimately fictitious. Puff! Yin Jun was the first to succumb to this ultimate upheaval, which struck at the very foundation of existence. A surge of his soul's essence erupted forth. His path was one of destruction and war. But if all he annihilated was mere fiction, then what significance did his destruction hold? The teachings of Gu Yuan, the decrees of Lei Ying, the cycles of medicinal elixirs. Everyone's path began to systematically collapse in the face of this irrefutable reality. This was a plague of existence far more terrifying than the plague of logic. It was declaring to them, "You are false." No, Night, Shi's delicate form trembled violently, her usually serene and stunning visage paling for the first time. She was the master of creation. Yet if all she had created was merely a preordained program, what difference was there between her creation and a grand deception? Just as everyone's hearts were on the brink of total submergence in this ultimate void, teetering on the edge of self-dissolution, Xiao Yan's calm voice, imbued with the supreme will of a new path, erupted like a beacon capable of anchoring all tempestuous voids. And then, these three simple words seemed to contain a magic that transcended the boundaries of reality and fiction. Instantly, they yanked the crumbling wills of the crowd back from the brink. The assembly looked up in shock at Xiao Yan. There he stood, still at the bow of the vessel, His eyes, swirling with the dual energies of black and white, mirrored the reality so profound it could drive even deities to madness. Yet within his gaze, there was no despair and no void, only an unprecedented calmness, a tranquility that had long since accepted all that was. His father had already arrived at this juncture. Xiao Yan's voice gradually resonated, unveiling the final truth to all present. He was the original patient and the first character to glimpse the fourth wall. He referred to this barrier as the chasm of heaven. He had once despaired because of it, and his resolve had faltered as a result. Yet ultimately, he chose not to succumb to the void. Instead, he made a decision that could only be deemed audacious. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the crowd, his voice carried a tremor that stirred even his own spirit. He intended to usurp the author's authority in the guise of character. Chapter 112. The Truth of the Multiverse Book Crossing System. Usurp the author's authority. The moment Xiao Yan's softly spoken yet profoundly rebellious declaration, one that encapsulated everything a character could conceive, fell upon the silent creation arc, time itself appeared to freeze. Yan Jin's eyes, which had just dimmed upon witnessing the truth, suddenly widened in astonishment. His battle-hardened heart, forged through countless wars, convulsed uncontrollably in fervor. It was not fear. Rather, it was an ultimate shudder, born from the comprehension of something that transcended all his cognitions, even the very definition of madness itself. To usurp the author's authority as a character, this was no longer a mere struggle. It was not even a rewriting of the script. This was an endeavor to shatter the very pen that inscribed their joys and sorrows at its roots. Madness, utter madness. Laying S voice was parched, rendered absurdly trivial in the face of the ultimate sin that transcended all heavenly laws. Wu Yuan, Yao Dan, Yi. At this moment, everyone's resolve was violently shaken by this notion, unprecedented since the dawn of creation. They could accept defeat, they could accept fiction, but they could not fathom how a being drawn upon a page could slay the divine hand that wielded the pen. No, it was not about slaying. As if perceiving the thoughts of all, Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. His eyes, reflecting both reality and fiction, remained undisturbed. His father's path was one of seeking. Throughout his life, he did not seek a method to annihilate the author. Rather, he sought a way to stand on the same dimension as the author, to engage in an equal dialogue. Equal dialogue? The crowd was even more perplexed. Dimensions were the chasm. How could characters and authors converse as equals? Yet his father had achieved it. Xiao Yan's voice remained calm, but beneath that tranquility lay profound respect for Lin Yi's solitary quest over countless epics. Or perhaps, he had seized an opportunity even the author had not foreseen. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand, pointing to the creation arc that had borne them through their journey thus far. Did you truly believe this arc was merely a vessel forged from the realms of Dou Qi and Qian? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The creation arc had accompanied them since its inception, battling chaos and excavating ancient paths. It was their home, their weapon, the very vessel of their new path. Could it harbor deeper secrets? This arc is a shell. Xiao Yan's voice revealed an ultimate setting hidden beneath all scripts. It was crafted by his father to conceal and protect something that ought not to exist, a perfect disguise. That very thing was the soul capital that allowed them to stand here, engaging in a game of wits with the author. It was what his father had fortuitously captured amidst the ruins after enduring the ultimate catastrophe known as the dimensional fall. Xiao Yan's voice paused slightly, as if even he felt a tremor from his soul upon uttering that name. A fragment of information from a higher dimension, from the true world where the author resided. Bone! The instant the words fragment of information from the true world detonated in everyone's minds, their resolves were once again completely upended. They seemed to comprehend something. They understood why Lin Yi could be the original patient. They understood why Lin Yi possessed an authority nearly akin to that of the author. They understood why this group of fictional beings could glimpse the true fourth wall. It turned out, the source of it all lay right here, within this creation arc, which they had long taken for granted. Where is it? Yan Jin was the first to snap back to reality from the ultimate shock. His once dim eyes ignited anew with fervent flames. This was not the blaze of victory. It was a curiosity, a thirst for knowledge potent enough to dispel all void. He wished to see, to behold with his own eyes. What did the fragment from the true world truly look like? Xiao Yan did not respond. He merely turned slowly, stepping toward the deepest recesses of the creation arc, into the forbidden realm that even these core deities had never ventured. The crowd, hearts racing, followed without hesitation. This was not a path constructed from any material. It resembled a logical staircase leading to the roots of existence. With each step downward, they felt their connection to this fictional world grow increasingly tenuous. The surrounding laws faded. The reality beneath their feet blurred. It was as if they were stepping out of this book, one step at a time. Ultimately, as they descended the final step, everything vanished. The temple disappeared. Chaos dissolved. Even the fundamental concepts of space and time, which defined the universe itself, ceased to exist. They arrived in absolute void, a realm where even the concept of nothingness could not be defined, an ultimate blankness. And at the heart of this void, capable of causing any existence to instantaneously lose itself and collapse, something silently hovered. That thing defied description. When Yanjin attempted to perceive it, he saw a paradoxical flame, both wildly igniting and extinguishing. As Gu Yuan endeavored to comprehend it through listening, he was met with a sound, a forbidden resonance that encapsulated the very first syllable of creation and the final pause of annihilation. When Yishi sought to define it through touch, she experienced a sensation that was both existent and non-existent, both tangible and fictitious, an absolute contradiction. It did not belong to this world. It was the singular truth within this fabricated realm, a drop of ink inadvertently spilled that did not belong to the artist's canvas. It was the ultimate bug within a program that was meant to be flawless, one that could neither be elucidated by code nor erased by the system. This was what Lin Yi referred to as the essence of the 10,000 realms transcending book system. It was that shard which, amidst the calamity of dimensional collapse, fell from the real world into this realm, the creation Jade Disc. It was through deciphering it that his father ascended to the threshold of authorship. Xiao Yan's voice resonated calmly within this absolute void, unveiling to all the ultimate truth. It was through this that his father wielded the authority of celestial forging and rectification. He used it as a backdoor, infiltrating the author's backstage in character form, pilfering a sliver of creation power that was never meant to belong to them. This was the entire trump card of his mad scheme. The crowd gazed in awe at that undefined reality, their hearts, which had nearly shattered upon glimpsing the fourth wall, miraculously stabilized in that moment. The sense of void was receding, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of authenticity. They were not devoid of all chances. They truly held in their hands an ultimate trump card capable of overturning the entire script. Then, Gu Yuan's voice, laced with uncontainable excitement and trembling, broke the silence. How shall we employ it? How can we fulfill the God Sovereign's ultimate wish to seize the authority? Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. His gaze, having drifted away from the creation Jade Disc, returned to the gathered assembly. In his tranquil eyes, for the first time, there flickered a gravity heavier than that faced when confronting the truth of annihilation. This was the final and most challenging question left to us by his father. He spoke, his voice raspy yet laden with significance. The creation Jade Disc is a door. However, to unlock this portal to reality, a unique key is required. As Xiao Yan's hoarse yet weighty words echoed within this ultimate void, where existence itself was exceedingly thin, the crowd, who had just rekindled their hope upon glimpsing the creation Jade Disc, felt their fervent hearts once again enveloped by a chilling sense of confusion. A key? A unique key? A key. The brilliance in Yan Jie's eyes, which had just reignited with the flame of curiosity, dimmed once more. His voice brimmed with an ultimate unwillingness, as though he had ascended the peak of hope only to discover an abyss before him. The God Sovereign had fallen. The echoes of the three predecessors returned to the earth. In this vast chaos, there was nothing but us. Where are we to seek this so-called key? Indeed, where to search? Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, and Yishi all gazed instinctively at the absolute blankness surrounding them. Here, there was no time, no space, no laws. Not even a shred of what could be termed material. There was only them and that undefined reality. In this ultimate void, where even existence itself was a luxury, how could one contemplate the search for an unheard of key? The hope that had just risen upon glimpsing the door threatened to be extinguished by the despair of not finding the key. Yet, in this silence that could bewilder even the mightiest of gods, Xiao Yan slowly shook his head. His eyes, reflecting the contradictory brilliance of the creation Jade Disc, remained utterly undisturbed. It was as if he had already discerned the true answer to this final question. He spoke, his voice now clear, imbued with a clarity and transparency unique to one who had penetrated all mists as the new master of the path. We need not search, for this key has never been external. It has always resided within our grasp. In our hands? The crowd was taken aback at his words. Instinctively glancing at their empty palms, observing their bewildered expressions, Xiao Yan smiled. A smile that bore a profound respect for his father's intricate design, which revealed its secrets only at the last moment. Have you all forgotten? Why did father lead us to retrace those 3 paths that had long been proven to fail? Was it merely to witness a tragedy that had been enacted countless times? No. Xiao Yan's voice grew unprecedentedly solemn. He was gathering all the materials necessary to forge this key for us. He was guiding us to personally craft this ultimate key capable of unlocking reality. At that instant, Xiao Yan ceased to explain. He took the most direct action, stepping forth alone to stand before that undefined creation jade disc. He sat cross-legged and gently closed his eyes. The next moment, a hum reverberated. 3 concepts, having dimmed after the conclusion of the battle, erupted behind him. The sword of severing fate, forged from the path protected by the Emperor of the Wild, the logic pure land, born from the path born by the Emperor Yi, and the leaf of rebirth, evolved from the path of the Emperor Chu. These 3 embodiments, carrying the unyielding spirits and realizations of 3 supreme, vanquished beings, circled around Xiao Yan like 3 eternal stars. Then, Xiao Yan slowly raised his hands. His left hand pointed towards the void of the past. A beam of light, imbued with the solitude and exhaustion of countless epochs, yet unwavering in its pursuit, was forcibly summoned from the long-dissipated river of causality. That was Lin Yi. Yes, father. The final echoes of the Tao linger in this realm. His right hand gently pressed against his forehead. A blossom, woven from the energies of Tai Chi and the primal force of creation, symbolizing infinite possibilities and the rectification of the heavens, ignited as a new flame. That flame was himself. As the new master of the Tao, he possessed the capacity to harmonize all contradictions and, upon the ruins of the past, forge entirely new axioms, an ultimate awakening. 5 paths, each representing one of the 5 vanquished, who, in their respective despair, traversed the most exquisite and singular of journeys. In this moment, within the absolute void, all were awakened by Xiao Yan. Do you now comprehend? Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly burst open. Those orbs, swirling with the dual energies of black and white, no longer reflected any individual's emotions. Instead, they mirrored the collective will of the 5 vanquished, converging across the eons into a singular purpose. His voice resonated grandly, imbued with a solemnity so profound that even creation itself would take notice. This key is none other than ourselves. We, the 5 who, within the confines of our own narratives, are unwilling to meet our ends as failures, represent the ultimate fusion of our paths, with the quest of the Father as our hilt. As Xiao Yan uttered a commanding shout, the strand of light representing Lin Yeshuan's path surged skyward, transforming into an ancient, weighty handle, as if burdened with the struggles of countless epochs. It is the foundation of this key, embodying the primal motivation for all resistance, with the ambition borne upon the shoulders of the heavenly Emperor Yi as our guard. The logic pure land, jade disk responded, and upon its surface, the scenes of the rise and fall of myriad civilizations collapsed and coalesced. It became a formidable, dignified guard, capable of shielding the key bearer from all encroaching voids. It is the protector of this key, signifying the heavy responsibility of ushering in peace for all ages. With the wisdom of the heavenly Emperor Chu as our blade, the newborn leaf radiated brilliance. Upon it, the inexhaustible power of inquiry intertwined with the concept of boundless evolution. Spiraled together, it formed the most intricate and complex blade of the key, adorned with innumerable grooves of possibility. It is the heart of this key, representing the supreme wisdom capable of unlocking any logical lock. With the resolution of the heavenly Emperor Huang as our edge, the sword of fate's severance emitted a cry, as if yearning to sever all predetermined destinies. Its unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through logic and causality, converged, transforming into the absolute tip of the key, an unassuming yet indestructible brilliance. It embodies the power to breach barriers, representing the unwavering determination to pierce through any dimensional confines. Hilt, guard, blade, edge, a key capable of unlocking reality, with all its components now complete. Yet, they remain 4 independent concepts, lacking the core that could perfectly meld them into one. They are missing that final and most critical step, with my path of creation as the tip. The divine light in Xiao Yan's eyes shone with utmost brilliance. He ignited, without reservation, that flame within his forehead, symbolizing the source of the new Tao. The supreme creative force, capable of reconciling all contradictions and rectifying all errors, surged forth as a chaotic torrent, infusing the four independent concepts. He became the crucible. With the new Tao as the hammer, he embarked on the most significant and grand endeavor of ultimate rectification and fusion of the paths of the four supreme vanquished. Boom! At the moment when the five distinctly different yet converging paths of the vanquished unified under Xiao Yan's creative force, the absolute void birthed sound for the first time. It resonated like the inaugural note of creation, ignited at the singularity of the universe's great explosion. It was the first egalitarian knock at the door of the lofty reality from a fictional world that had endured countless epochs of decline. As the light dissipated, a phantom key, seemingly forged from the very essence of the story, quietly floated before Xiao Yan. It was woven from radiant five-color divine light, evolving into myriad forms with every passing moment, yet maintaining an absolute harmony and unity amidst all changes. It was the answer, the ultimate resolution to the final question posed by Lin Yi, a key capable of unlocking the door to reality, the key of transcendence. Chapter 114, The Final Farewell. What manner of key is this? It quietly hovered before Xiao Yan, entirely composed of interwoven five-color divine light, each moment evolving into countless different forms. At times, it manifested as an ancient stone sword, shaped by endless solitude and the will to protect. At others, it appeared as a majestic throne bearing the weight of the rise and fall of myriad civilizations. And at yet other times, it shone as a crystal bud, glimmering with boundless wisdom and seemingly capable of posing infinite questions. It is the ultimate realization of the five vanquished, who, having burned everything in their respective scripts, refused to accept the curtain's fall. It is the key of transcendence. When this key, capable of unlocking reality, fully took shape, the creation jade disc, representing fragments of information from the real world, the ultimate bug that even Lin Yi could not fully decipher, suddenly resonated violently for the first time. Buzz! An unparalleled sound of the Tao erupted from the core of the creation jade disc, one that could not be comprehended by any laws of fictional worlds. It seemed to recognize this key, its kindred spirit. It resembled a wanderer, exiled for countless epochs, finally hearing the first call from home. The light surged. That which should have been an absolute contradiction, indefinable reality, began to stabilize and become comprehensible under the resonance of the key of transcendence. Ultimately, that light transformed into a door seemingly constructed from flowing words and leaping codes, a fantastical portal radiating endless allure. What lies beyond the door? No one knows. Yet, the hearts of all are fervently conveying the same irrefutable answer. Beyond the door lies reality. Beyond the door lies the world of the author. Behind the door lies the culmination of an imaginary tale that has endured for countless eons. The gate of transcendence has swung wide open. We have succeeded. The voice of Yin trembled with a subtle relief, one he himself had not fully recognized. This group of individuals, long condemned to defeat within their respective narratives, had indeed forged a key with their own hands, a key capable of breaking free from the shackles of the pages. They had unlocked the ultimate portal to freedom, an unprecedented ecstasy, potent enough to drive even the gods and deities into madness, was on the verge of overwhelming their hearts. Yet at that moment, three calm, yet profoundly seasoned and liberated thoughts began to emanate slowly from the key of transcendence. Shortly thereafter, three forms emerged from the key's radiant glow, more solid and vivid than ever before, as if they had transcended the realm of concept to reclaim their existence. To the left stood a solitary and resolute figure, embodying an entire epoch. With a stone sword in hand, his gaze seemed to bear the weight of eons of sorrow and guardianship. It was none other than Huang. On the right, a figure of regal authority, bearing the heavy burden of the hopes and futures of countless lives. Draped in imperial robes, his eyes radiated a steadfast dedication to order and a profound compassion for the masses. This was Yi, at the center, a figure exuding agility and wisdom, as if he would never cease to question. His deep-set eyes seemed to harbor infinite stars, with each pulse giving birth to myriad new inquiries and possibilities. He was none other than Chu. The three of them, having reached the end of their respective narratives, ultimately found themselves unable to escape the supreme fate of the ultimate deity. Their lingering echoes were awakened in the instant the key was forged, and at that moment, They descended. Predecessors. Xiao Yan's heart quaked as he bowed deeply to the three towering figures who had bestowed upon him the essence of the utmost Tao. He raised the key of transcendence high, his youthful visage brimming with the exhilarating joy of finally being able to console the pioneers. Three predecessors. We have succeeded. The gate of transcendence is now wide open. The script that has haunted us for countless eons can no longer bind us. Please, step through this door with us to behold the true reality. Xiao Yan's voice resonated with sincerity. To him, it was a natural expectation. This key was, after all, forged by their collective efforts. The glory of transcendence rightfully belonged to all the vanquished. However, to everyone's astonishment, the three majestic figures, upon hearing his words, simultaneously shook their heads. Their gazes did not turn toward the alluring gate of transcendence, but instead slowly shifted away, as if they could see through the absolute void. Penetrating the barriers of the jade disk of creation, and traversing the once tumultuous, now serene, sea of chaos. Ultimately, their sights returned to their long-vanished homelands. Now reduced to mere historical dust. My path is guardianship, began Huang. His voice retained the timeless solitude, yet the end of that solitude bore an unprecedented warmth. He seemed to glimpse the once unyielding concept dam he had erected, now transformed into a beacon of hope known as the Sword of Severing Life. He beheld the land he had once isolated behind him, now bursting with unprecedented vitality due to the infusion of possibility. My homeland has a future. My guardianship no longer needs to endure here. Slowly, he turned back to Xiao Yan, for the first time revealing a smile that spoke of relief in his eyes, which had borne the sorrows of an entire epic. My story lies there, not behind the door. My path is burden-bearing, followed Yi Tiandi's voice, resonant and heavy, yet softened by the relief of a pioneer. He, too, had witnessed the transformation of the ruins of the heavenly court, once built on the wager of an entire era, now blossoming into a sanctuary capable of sheltering all variables. He perceived the chaos and imperfection he had once viewed as the source of turmoil, now evolving into a higher, more resilient chaotic order under the guidance of the new path. The era I bore has finally discovered a new road that does not lead to stagnation. My responsibility is to return and witness its growth. He nodded slightly to Xiao Yan, his gaze imbued with a lightness that followed the complete transfer of weighty authority. My answer lies there, not behind the door. Lastly, it was Chu. He spoke not a word, but simply smiled and winked at Xiao Yan. In his eyes, which seemed to contain infinite stars, there lay a joy akin to a lifelong quest culminating in the discovery of an answer worthy of his belief, a joy of encountering a worthy adversary. My path is inquiry. He reflected. Xiao Yan and the new path had already provided answers through the process of creating meaning, addressing his ultimate question regarding the end. Now, he wished to return to the pollen-laden path that had once plunged him in illogical despair, toward a homeland that had also been reborn, to pose countless new, hope-filled questions. The three deities, once astonishing and now tragically concluding their extraordinary existence, stood before the gate of transcendence, capable of driving any being in a frenzy, and unanimously chose to relinquish. They chose to return, for their obsession had never been transcendence, but the guardianship of their homeland. Now that the homeland was safe and the universe teemed with infinite futures, their regrets, which had persisted for eons, had found the most perfect resolution. They had discovered their own peace. Child, Huang, Yi, and Chu, the three towering figures, cast one final, profound gaze upon Xiao Yan. In their eyes resided approval, solace, and a sense of relief upon passing the torch of hope to the next bearer. They spoke no words, but bowed to Xiao Yan, the successor who had endowed their failures with the unparalleled glory of honor, a gesture transcending the ages. Three silhouettes, akin to monumental beacons that have fulfilled their historical mission, transformed into three strands of resplendent azure smoke, shimmering with unparalleled brilliance. There was no trace of sorrow, nor a hint of regret, only a sense of graceful retreat, having achieved their purpose. Those three strands of blue smoke did not dissipate into the absolute void. Instead, they flowed along the path from whence they came, ascending against the current. Silently, they merged with the key of transcendence, which continued to hover before Xiao Yan, leaving behind their ultimate and purest essence of the Tao for this, the last key-bearer. The entire space once again fell into profound silence. The door to reality, the luminous gateway, still quietly emitted its alluring glow. Yet, before it stood only Xiao Yan, his solitary figure remaining. The alliance of the defeated now had but one member left, him alone. He slowly raised his hand to grasp the key of transcendence, which bore the hopes of the five vanquished. The key felt warm in his palm, yet weighed heavily, as if it contained an entire new universe. Chapter 115. The Gaze of the Father. Silence. A sheer, unadulterated stillness enveloped the air after bidding farewell to the three supreme emperors. A silence so profound it seemed to freeze existence itself. The alliance of the defeated now had but one member left, him alone. Xiao Yan stood quietly in this ultimate void, facing the radiant door to reality formed from the creation jade disk. He gently lifted his hand to grasp the key of transcendence, which encapsulated the hopes and grievances of the five defeated. The key felt warm to the touch, still imbued with the resolute guardianship of the Emperor of Desolation, the heavy burden carried by the Emperor of Leaves, and the wisdom questioned by the Emperor of Chu. Yet, it was heavy, as if it contained an entirely new universe. He was the last key-bearer. However, an unprecedented sense of loneliness enveloped him. At that moment, a voice, hoarse and weary, yet imbued with a gentle tone, as if it had anticipated all that was to come, emerged from behind him. They have all found their answers. Now, it is your turn, my child. Xiao Yan's heart jolted, and he spun around. Before him, in what should have been an empty void, an ethereal figure. So insubstantial it seemed it could be dispersed by an invisible breeze at any moment, had silently materialized. Draped in a tattered black robe, worn down by the eternal struggle between decay and rebirth, the figure bore a face that had once been indifferent to millennia, now stripped of the deity's majesty and the guide's coldness. What remained was a unique, relieved weariness, as if it had reached the end of an epic-spanning quest. It was Lin Yi. It was his father. Father. Xiao Yan's voice trembled for the first time, betraying an uncontrollable emotion. He could distinctly feel that the figure before him was not a true existence, but rather the last echo of Lin Yi, who had sacrificed himself to become a bridge. Now flickering and on the verge of extinguishment, Xiao Yan took a step forward, yearning to approach, yet hesitated. He feared that a mere touch would cause this final warmth to vanish completely. No need for concern, Lin Yi smiled gently. His smile was faint, yet seemed to possess the power to breathe life into the ultimate void surrounding them. His gaze did not drift towards the alluring door of transcendence, but remained fixed upon Xiao Yan, filled with a complex array of emotions, comfort, approval, and reluctance. Ultimately, all sentiments coalesced into the purest of gazes, that of a father bidding farewell to his departing son. I am proud. Lin Yi's voice was soft, yet resonated with clarity. You have not disappointed me. You have found the key. However, his tone faltered slightly, and for the first time, his deep, penetrating eyes revealed a glimmer of genuine regret. Before you make your final choice, I have one last thing to impart to you. It is a truth I owe you as your father. In that instant, Lin Yi's ethereal form slowly raised a hand. A nearly transparent finger gently pointed toward Xiao Yan's brow. Xiao Yan did not flinch. He simply stood there, watching as the finger, visibly dissipating, approached, his eyes moistening without his awareness. When the fingertip touched his forehead, there was no cataclysmic surge of energy, nor a profound transmission of supreme Taoist secrets. Instead, it was a cold, vast memory, potent enough to drive any deity or spirit to madness. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Yan's soul felt as if it had been cast into an infinite sea of rage, woven from reality and despair. He saw it. He witnessed an epic so ancient it eluded his understanding. He beheld the ultimate catastrophe known as the collapse of dimensions. He saw an unparalleled figure that should have stood atop the universe, surveying the rise and fall of all narratives. Its once flawless Tao torn asunder by the merciless pollution of higher dimensional rules. He witnessed the birth of the first decay. He saw that figure, amidst endless despair and reluctance, fortuitously seize a fragment of information that had likewise fallen from that higher dimension. The creation jade disk. He saw how that figure, using the fragment as a backdoor, reversed the role to usurp the author's authority. He witnessed the relentless experiments of celestial forging, conducted time and again under the relentless torment of Tao injuries. He saw the worlds that were born in his hands, only to be obliterated by him. He saw the endless solitude and failures spanning countless epochs. Finally, he saw that figure, after enduring innumerable failures, entrust all hopes to a brand new experiment. He infused that experiment with his purest essence, paved the way for it, and located the three equally magnificent guides for it. He even sacrificed his very existence to become the bridge leading to the final destination for it. And that experiment was none other than himself. So it was. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, swirling with the dual energies of black and white, all brilliance faded in that moment. What remained was a profound silence and bewilderment, born from the glimpse of ultimate truth. His voice, parched to its very essence, seemed to shatter the newly forged resolve of his heart with each utterance. Your most perfect creation? Is it merely a tool you crafted to heal your own wounds and fulfill your transcendent path? This question was cruel beyond measure, threatening to utterly negate all of Xiao Yan's realizations and choices made throughout his arduous journey. Yet, in the face of this ultimate inquiry, one capable of dismantling any paternal bond, Lin Yi simply shook his head in serene defiance. His already ethereal figure, having imparted that memory, had become more fragile than a flickering candle flame. Still, he smiled, a smile imbued with an extraordinary gentleness. No, he softly spoke, devoid of the coldness typical of a cultivator, replaced instead by a fatherly love. My path is one of seeking. What I truly seek is not the answer, nor a tool, but rather a person who, after perceiving all despair, can still pose new questions within this narrative. His gaze was intensely focused and profoundly proud. You are not my creation. You are the only companion I have discovered on this path of seeking, a path that has long been doomed to failure across countless epochs. And as a fellow seeker, Lin Ye's figure began to dissolve into a shimmering rain of light, gradually dissipating. You are more exceptional than I. In that explosive moment when the realization that a fellow seeker surpasses him echoed within Xiao Yan's heart, his eyes, previously shrouded in the silence of truth, ignited once more with unparalleled brilliance. All confusion and emptiness melted away in the radiant warmth of legacy. He understood, completely understood, everything his father had borne throughout his life. Father. Xiao Yan could no longer contain the torrent of emotions bursting forth, taking a decisive step forward. He reached out, yearning to grasp the fading figure. Yet, his hand met only air, as Lin Ye's form had transformed entirely into a celestial shower of light, leaving behind a final, gentle gaze filled with boundless solace and liberation, along with a last piece of advice resonating within the abyss of ultimate nothingness. Go forth. Choose a story that you truly desire. As the light shower dissipated, the weary figure that once held up his world, the solitary silhouette that guided him through all shadows, vanished completely. There was no sorrow, no regret. Accomplished, he withdrew. Xiao Yan floated quietly in this absolute void. After a long while, he gradually retracted the hand that lingered in the air and lowered his gaze, observing the key in his palm, a key that bore the hopes and unyielding spirits of 5 defeated souls, known as the Key of Transcendence. When he lifted his head again, his previously tear-streaked eyes had regained their tranquility, embodying a unique, absolute peace that emerged after bidding farewell to the past and fully embracing the future. He turned, standing alone before the radiant gate of truth, beyond which lay the unknown realm of the author. His gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Chapter 116. The unwritten chapter. The light shower that bore his father's final gaze had long since faded. The 3 supreme emperors, who once astonished the ages, had also returned to their respective epochs. This ultimate nothingness, constructed from the roots of existence, reverted once more to absolute silence, as if even the concept of solitude could not be bothered to leave a trace here. Xiao Yan hovered quietly at the center of this blank expanse. His companions from the divine court, aboard the now unmasked ark of creation, gazed at him from afar. Their hearts had been rekindled by the ultimate mission. Yet they remained taciturn, understanding that what lay ahead was a coronation solely for Xiao Yan. As the last bearer of the key, and the unique core of the new path, he must complete this final ceremony alone. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand, grasping the key of transcendence forged from the unyielding spirits and realizations of 5 vanquished souls. He turned once more, facing the luminous gate of truth, crafted from the jade disk of creation. His expression was calm and resolute, devoid of the initial shock of unveiling reality, the sorrow of bidding farewell to his father, or the ecstasy of impending transcendence. What remained was a unique clarity, born from embracing all that had come before and preparing to unlock all that lay ahead. As a true creator, he lifted the key, an ethereal artifact seemingly forged from the very essence of the story itself. Without a trace of hesitation, he approached the gate constructed from flowing words and dancing codes, slowly piercing through. This was not a mere physical insertion, but a conceptual declaration, a fictional world. After eons of dissent, daring to question the lofty reality with its first equal inquiry. It was a character empowered with the right to pen its own conclusion, engaging in a final dialogue with the author. Buzz. As the tip of the key of transcendence made contact with the luminous gate, there was no cataclysmic explosion, nor collision of principles. Instead, the gate, which should only exist within the realm of concepts, rippled silently like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, sending out waves across dimensions. Then, before the astonished gaze of the divine court, they beheld a reality they could scarcely imagine, a reality beyond their comprehension. The arc of creation beneath their feet, the chaotic sea surrounding them, and the myriad universes that had just grasped their futures, all began to fade rapidly. It was not a disappearance. Rather, it is a higher form of analysis. It is as if a vividly colored oil painting is being stripped of its hues layer by an incomprehensible, supreme force. Ultimately, what remains is the most primitive and pallid of canvases. The texture of the world is vanishing. The pulse of the laws is subsiding. Even existence itself seems to transform into a dream that can be halted at any moment. Finally, when the last vestige of color belonging to the fictional realm has entirely faded, Xiao Yan and the others in the divine court are horrified to discover they find themselves in a brand new, incomprehensible dimension. Here, there is no up or down, no past or future. Here, there exists only a wall, smooth as a mirror, infinitely vast, seemingly constructed from the ultimate truth itself, an intangible barrier. That is the fourth wall. That is the chasm that separates reality from fiction. And the moment their gaze meets that wall, they finally perceive the true nature of this world. That wall is not a physical entity. It is, in fact, composed of an endless stream of words, flowing like a galaxy. These words, through a logic they cannot comprehend, yet find eerily familiar, collectively form a narrative they have personally experienced. Xiao Yan gazes at the distant horizon, his palm instinctively tightening as he internally roars. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. That solitary figure, having remained unwavering for eons, for the first time, slowly turns back. Go. Choose a story that you truly desire. The past scenes, all the struggles, all the cries, all the joys and sorrows are coldly recorded upon this wall. Every thought, every breath, every self-righteous choice has already been inscribed as a chapter. Most terrifyingly, when Xiao Yan instinctively raises his head to gaze at the highest point of the wall, a line of new words, radiating a gentle light, as if being generated in real time, quietly emerges. That line reads. At that moment, Xiao Yan instinctively raised his head to look at the highest point of the wall. Boom! A wave of ultimate coldness, capable of shattering the resolve of any deity, crashes down upon the very essence of their souls like a divine hammer, forged from reality itself. This is not a record. This is writing. The author is observing them while simultaneously transmuting their actions into cold words in real time. They are akin to a group of microorganisms interestingly examined under a microscope. Their every reaction merely provides new material for that exalted observer. The embers of Xiao Yan's rekindled fighting spirit are, at this moment, utterly frozen by an even grander void. He suddenly unleashes a punch. That South Ming fire, capable of annihilating a great world, crashes down upon the wall of words. Yet, his fist passes through without obstruction. It does not stir a single ripple, for that wall exists in an entirely different dimension. Simultaneously, new words appear upon the wall. Yanjin, unwillingly, threw a punch, but struck only at the void. It is over. This time, it is truly over. This is not a logic that can be persuaded. This is a dimension that cannot be touched. It is a war that was doomed to failure from the very beginning. They do not even possess the qualification to touch their enemy. Just when everyone's resolve is on the brink of complete submergence into the void before this ultimate dimensional chasm, Xiao Yan slowly closes his eyes. He forcefully suppresses the void sensation that could tear his soul apart. He remembers his father, Lin Yi. He recalls that weary figure. After glimpsing this reality, still chose to engage in an eternal struggle between decay and rebirth. He remembers the final exhortation. Go, choose a story that you truly desire. Yes. Choice. His father had long seen through all of this. He knew that so-called transcendence was not about defeating the author, but reclaiming the power of choice from the author's hands. I understand now. Xiao Yan smiled. It was a profound and heartfelt sense of relief that emerged after piercing through the ultimate boundaries of reality and fiction. His gaze no longer fixated on the despairing wall of words, but returned to the key of transcendence in his hand, forged from the will of 5 vanquished foes. He finally comprehended the true purpose of this key. It is not a weapon for attack. It is not a ticket for escape. It is a document that allows characters to submit requests to the author of final authorization that can secure their own rights. Having grasped all this, Xiao Yan no longer hesitates. He raises the key of transcendence high. He does not thrust it toward the untouchable wall. Instead, with the supreme will of his new path, he ignites it completely. Buzz! The ethereal key does not burn, but transforms into a brilliant beam of information that cannot be obstructed by any dimension. That light soars skyward. It defiantly pierces through the 4th wall that separates reality from fiction. It sends forth the most significant request of this life and this world to the indescribable author beyond the wall. And at the moment that light penetrates the wall, the once impregnable wall of words, with all its stories, abruptly freezes. Then, at the very center of the wall, all the text is as if erased in an instant by an invisible hand. In its place lies a blank expanse, pure and absolute, devoid of any definition or meaning. An ultimate void, a void that seems to await a new pen to inscribe upon it. The unwritten future of this story. Chapter 117. The door opens. Blank. A pristine, unadulterated, absolute blankness, devoid of any definitions, unburdened by meaning, represents the ultimate void. This is the unwritten future of the story. At the moment when this blank canvas, symbolizing infinite possibilities, unfurls in the very center of the 4th wall that separates reality from fiction, time appears to freeze. Space seems to solidify. Even the chaotic sea enveloping the arc of creation, the eternal currents of law, cease in this instant, as if the entire narrative holds its breath, awaiting the decisive stroke from the character who possesses the key, the stroke that will determine the fates of all involved. Upon the arc of creation, an eerie silence prevails. Yin Shun, Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, Yi Shi, 5 supreme beings of the divine court, stare blankly at a scene that transcends all their comprehension, indeed, surpassing their wildest imaginings. Their hearts as blank as the void itself. Had they triumphed? Indeed, they ignited the key of transcendence with the collective will of 5 vanquished souls, issuing the most fervent protest to the exalted author. And the author responded. He erased the preordained conclusion and fate that had long been inscribed. He returned the right to script the future in an unprecedented manner, granting it back to them. This is an unparalleled victory, one that shall be etched in the annals of time. Yet, why is there no trace of joy in their hearts? Why, before that absolute blankness, do they instead sense an overwhelming bewilderment, grander than when confronting the truth of demise? They understand all too well. This blankness is both hope and trial. It is the author's final examination of these audacious characters who dare to challenge the script after relinquishing the pen. You desire freedom. Now, I offer you absolute freedom. So, how will you choose? In that fleeting moment of collective disarray, a flicker of light shimmered upon the pure blankness. Subsequently, 2 monumental options, coalesced from pure creation's brilliance and seemingly embodying the ultimate logic of the universe, emerged slowly from the void. These 2 options hovered silently before Xiao Yan, akin to 2 ultimate paths leading to starkly different destinies. The first option radiated a fierce light, brimming with endless allure of the unknown and the real. At its terminus, it appeared to connect to a higher, more authentic dimension, emblazoned with 4 symbols of supreme transcendence, capable of driving any character to madness. Transcend the current chapter. The second option glowed gently, yet bore the weight and causality of an entire world. At its core reflected the mountains and rivers of the Dou Qi Continent, the starry rivers of the vast universe, and the newly vibrant cosmos that had just secured its future. It too bore 4 symbols, filled with infinite responsibilities and possibilities, able to stir the hearts of any guardian. Continue writing. The door has opened. The door to reality and the door to the future stand wide for Xiao Yan. In this moment, the choice becomes unprecedentedly clear and yet unbearably heavy. As the 2 options solidified completely, an ultimate temptation, indescribable by any words, and an ultimate responsibility, heavy enough to crush an era, surged towards Xiao Yan's heart with thunderous force. Transcend the current chapter. Merely gazing upon these 5 words, Xiao Yan's heart quivered uncontrollably. Transcendence. Is this not the ultimate answer that his father, Lin Yi, yearned for after enduring the solitude and struggle of countless epochs? Not only for himself, but for Xiao Yan as well. To escape this fictional canvas. To break free from the shackles of a role that has long become unbearable. To ascend to that higher dimension of reality. To behold with his own eyes what the author, who has penned all their joys and sorrows, truly looks like. To inquire of the three predecessors in their final words. Whether it was worth it. What alluring temptation this is. This is the most exquisite glory a character can possess. It is the ultimate transcendence from story to reality. All it requires is a single thought. If he reaches out to touch that option, he can completely rid himself of it all. He can shed the burdens of being the new core of the path, the weight of being a guardian, and become a truly free existence. However, just as his gaze was about to be wholly captivated by that blazing light, another beam, gentle yet heavy as the universe, pulled his will back with unyielding force. Continue writing. This light is not blinding, but seems to possess the power to pierce through all illusions. Within its depths, Xiao Yan glimpses the warm afternoon sunlight in Wu-Tan City lazily cascading upon the defiant face of a black-haired youth. He sees the ethereal beauty beneath the moonlight in the Beast Mountain, quietly draping a warm cloak around him. He glimpses the enchanting, multicolored serpent eyes in the Serpent Temple, radiating the purest of emotions amidst their seductive allure. He sees the snow-white hair above the skies of the Outcloud Empire blooming solely for him amidst the poisonous tempest. He hears the melodious laughter akin to silver bells from the Jianan Academy, along with the resounding call of brother Xiao Yan. He witnesses his father, Lin Yi, with a relieved smile of contentment as he dissipates at last. Choose the story that you truly desire. He sees the three heavenly emperors casting their final glance, filled with entrustment and hope before returning to their homeland. Return and witness its growth. My story resides there. In this moment, the boundaries between reality and fiction blur more than ever before. If a semblance of reality necessitates the cost of forgetting all the cherished fictions, how was that reality any different from void for him? Those smiles, those tears, those moments of life and death interdependence, are they merely cold lines of text? No, they are not. Xiao Yan slowly closes his eyes. He recalls how, at the end of the pollen path, he unraveled the plague of logic. Meaning is not a discovered answer, but rather a created process. Yes, perhaps reality is the answer that has long existed. Yet, the significance is intricately woven within this realm of fiction that he so ardently cherishes, crafted bit by bit. His father, having devoted his entire life, has secured the power of choice for him and for this world. What he has sought throughout his existence is not merely an answer that would allow him to escape the confines of script. Rather, he yearns for a person who, after perceiving all despair, dares to take up the pen and author a new chapter. How then could he, in the face of this blank canvas, so freely available for artistic expression, choose to abandon his pen and depart? I have come to understand. Xiao Yan smiled. It was a smile that emanated from the depths of his being, unique to those who have discerned the ultimate boundary between reality and fiction, a profound sense of release. It was a supreme satisfaction, born from discovering something more significant than reality itself. His gaze wavered not for a moment between the two options. His resolve was unprecedentedly steadfast. He slowly opened his eyes and raised his hand. Without a hint of hesitation, without the slightest doubt, he reached toward the two options that represented ultimate destiny. Chapter 118. The story continues. That hand gradually extended forth. It showed no hesitation, no second thoughts. In that ultimate dimension, which separated reality from fiction. Before those two grand options representing entirely divergent fates, time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. On the Genesis arc, Yin Jun, Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, and Yi Shi, the five supreme beings of the divine court, held their breath. Their eyes were firmly locked onto the figure standing alone at the crossroads of fate. Their hearts, for the first time, were filled with unprecedented tension. It was a unique, extreme anxiety, born from entrusting all of their futures to another's hands. How would they choose? If it were themselves, how would they choose? Yen Yunis Wolwio Spiritual. He longed to choose transcend this chapter, to behold the higher dimensional reality with his own eyes, to seek a foe more formidable than the ultimate truth, to engage in a battle that would turn the heavens and earth upside down. That was the pinnacle of a warrior's romance. Yet Gu Yuan's heart whispered. He inclined toward continue writing. He wished to return, to nurture the soil that had just begun to blossom with possibilities. He yearned to witness what kind of splendid flowers a civilization, no longer bound by scripts, could evolve into. That would be the utmost glory of an educator. Lai Ying, Yao Dan, Yi Shi, each carried different answers in their hearts. Each answer represented an undeniable path. Yet now, they had all lost the power to choose. The sole author of the pen was Xiao Yan, and at that very moment, under the complex gazes filled with anticipation, tension, and anxiety from the five, Xiao Yan's hand, suspended in midair, moved. It did not pause for even a moment, nor did it linger in sentiment. It directly traversed the radiant, enticing option of transcend this chapter. Ultimately, with an exquisitely gentle yet unwavering posture, it softly pressed down upon the option of continue writing, which glowed warmly yet bore the weight and causality of an entire world. The choice was made. The instant his fingertips made contact with the four divine texts representing responsibility and potential, a resonant hum echoed. The ultimate blank space at the center of the fourth wall suddenly erupted into brilliant light. That radiance was neither scorching nor frigid. Rather, it was a form of acknowledgement. It was the unspoken recognition from the exalted author of this character's final choice. Immediately following this, the option of transcend this chapter, once overflowing with endless allure, began to rapidly dim at a visible speed. Ultimately, like a potential gently closed, it silently merged into that blankness, vanishing from sight. The door was shut. That door to reality was personally closed by Xiao Yan. His pupils contracted sharply. He could not comprehend. He could not fathom why someone, after witnessing a broader and more authentic universe, would still choose to remain within this canvas, which had long been proven to be a fabrication. What kind of enlightenment did this require? What kind of courage? Yet, before the crowd could recover from this soul-shattering choice, an even grander and more unfathomable scene unfolded. As transcend this chapter disappeared, that ultimate blank space, the manuscript that awaited the author's hand, began to tremble violently. An indescribable, supreme authority erupted from the core of that emptiness. It surged forth like an invisible torrent, rushing into Xiao Yan's very essence through the hand that pressed upon the continue writing option. Boom! In that moment, Xiao Yan's soul felt as if it had been cast into the crucible of creation itself. His dimension was being elevated infinitely. He was still a character. Yet for the first time, he possessed a glimpse of the author's perspective. He beheld the source code that constituted the very foundation of this world. He perceived the logical chain that defined all existence and meaning. He could even distinctly feel the indescribable figure of the author beyond the fourth wall, slowly withdrawing their scrutinizing gaze after bestowing him with this authority. As if to say, the pen is now in your hands. The story that follows is yours to write. An unprecedented clarity surged within Xiao Yan's heart. He finally understood. Continue writing was not merely an option. It was an empowerment, a divine authority inherited after relinquishing transcendence. So it was. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. The swirling black and white in his gaze no longer reflected any personal emotion. Instead, it mirrored the birth, decay, and future of the entire universe. He gradually raised his other hand, as if to grasp something. On the Genesis Ark, Yanjun and the others looked on in astonishment. They witnessed as Xiao Yan moved. All the radiance above that ultimate blank space began to converge frantically toward his palm. Thus, it is not merely the condensation of energy. Rather, it is the confluence of rules. It is the intertwining of cause and effect. It is the birth of meaning. Ultimately, all radiance coalesces within his palm, forming an ethereal pen, as if it were forged from the very essence of stories themselves. A pen capable of inscribing the inaugural stroke upon this blank canvas. Devoid of all fates, a pen of creation, the pen rests in his grasp. Yet, what shall he inscribe? What ultimate core rule should he articulate for this world, now brimming with infinite possibilities? Is it eternal light? No, for that would give rise to a deeper darkness. Is it absolute goodness? No, for that would merely allow evil to manifest in a guise of greater hypocrisy. Should he, like the emperor of the celestial leaf, construct a perfect cage of order? No, that would merely repeat past mistakes. All answers seem wrong. Any specific rule would merely shackle this world anew in chains adorned with the guise of beauty. Then, what constitutes true freedom? What embodies a genuine future? Xiao Yan, holding the pen that bears the weight of the cosmos, fell into silence. It was as if he had been silent for an epoch. At last he smiled. That smile was filled with unparalleled ease, an immense sense of relief. He had finally discovered the singular answer. The The best answer. The answer that does not qualify as an answer. He moved, grasping the intangible pen. He gently descended upon the ultimate blank space that represented the future. He did not inscribe any grandiose chapters, nor did he define any monumental rules. Instead, he simply employed the most unadorned, tranquil, yet resolute stroke to write down the new and singular ultimate core rule for this nascent world. For this tale devoid of an author, it was an immensely simple phrase. It was a phrase brimming with infinite potential. It was a phrase capable of eliciting a collective cheer from all existence. And then the story continued. Boom! At the moment, this ultimate rule, which defined no endings but acknowledged all processes, was irrevocably imprinted upon that blank space. The entire universe trembled violently. Subsequently, an unprecedented cheer erupted. It was the cheer of the laws. It was the cheer of cause and effect. It was the resounding cry for freedom from the depths of the souls of countless characters who had languished through epochs in predetermined fates. The fourth wall, that mirror which had become purely blank, began to disperse its brilliance after the imprinting of this ultimate rule. It was no longer a despairing chasm. Instead, it transformed into a vast, profound expanse, as though it could encompass all stories. A cerulean sky. The arc of creation quietly hovered beneath this new sky. Yen Yun, Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, Yao Dan, Yishi all gazed in awe at that figure, pen in hand, who had granted them infinite possibilities. Their eyes were a tapestry of emotions, shock, admiration, gratitude, ultimately converging into a heartfelt sense of submission. This was not submission to a deity, but rather to a path far greater. Xiao Yan slowly lowered his hand. The intangible pen had fulfilled its sole mission, transforming into shimmering motes of light that merged into the world he had personally imbued with the future. He too felt the supreme authority belonging to the author ebbing away like a receding tide. Yet, he paid it no mind. He merely lifted his gaze to the azure sky, now free from any textual constraints, and softly murmured, "Father, 3 esteemed predecessors, do you see?" Our story continues. Chapter 119. Return to the Sea of Humanity. It continues, as those final 3 words were imprinted upon the ultimate blank canvas representing the future by Xiao Yan's creative pen. The entire universe, a realm long tormented by the end and fate through countless epochs, seemed to release a sigh of profound relief. It was the sigh of the loss. It was the sigh of cause and effect. Moreover, it was the collective release from the depths of the souls of countless characters who had struggled and cried out within the confines of a predetermined script, ultimately forced to tread the same tragic path. The fourth wall, that ultimate chasm which had once severed reality from fiction, dissipated all textual properties after the imprinting of this ultimate rule that defined no endings. It was no longer a despondent mirror. Instead, it transformed into a vast, profound space, as though it could allow all stories to flourish freely. A cerulean sky. The arc of creation quietly hovered beneath this new sky. Yen Yun, Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, Yao Dan. Yishi all stood transfixed, gazing at that figure who wielded a pen and had bestowed infinite possibilities upon them and the entire world. Their gazes were imbued with complexity, shock, admiration, gratitude, ultimately coalescing into a profound sense of submission. This was not submission to a deity, but rather to a path of greater significance. Xiao Yan slowly lowered his hand. The intangible pen had completed its singular mission, transforming into glimmers of light that merged into the world he had personally endowed with a future. He too felt the supreme authority of the author gradually receding like a gentle tide. Yet he remained unfazed. He simply raised his head, gazing at the azure sky, now liberated from any textual constraints, and softly spoke. "Father, 3 esteemed predecessors, do you see?" Our story continues. The moment those words fell, an unprecedented and grand dissolution commenced. The first to dissolve was the key of transcendence, which had once borne the hopes and frustrations of 5 defeated souls. It did not shatter, nor did it vanish into nothingness. Instead, it gently and solemnly began to disintegrate. That ancient handle, symbolizing Lin Ye's quest for enlightenment, transformed into an eternal flame of knowledge, merging into the foundational logic of countless universes. From this point forward, any being gazing up at the starry sky would ignite a flicker of longing for the unknown deep within their soul. Thus, the majesty represented by the aspirations borne by the heavenly emperor Yi transformed into a vast and profound cloud of golden merit, merging seamlessly with the causal fabric of all realms. From this moment forth, Any actions taken in the name of guardianship and responsibility shall resonate with the most direct echoes from the very essence of the world itself. Likewise, the exquisite blade, symbolizing the evolutionary wisdom of the heavenly emperor Chu, metamorphosed into countless glimmering droplets of wisdom, showering across the myriad realms. Henceforth, any being trapped in the depths of despair, at the precipice of relinquishing thought, may experience a spark of entirely new inspiration in the final moments of contemplation. The unparalleled edge representing the supreme resolve of the Emperor of Desolation transformed into an absolute will of freedom, integrating into the very core of existence. It endowed every being with the ultimate courage to utter the word no when confronted with their predetermined fate. Finally, the pointed key, forged from the path created by Xiao Yan, which flawlessly united all components, became a whisper of the purest possibility, sweeping across the entirety of this newly conceived universe. It did not bestow any power. It merely murmured gently to this world, all is possible. The key of transcendence, the most magnificent creation wrought by the alliance of the defeated, returned itself to the beloved narrative in the grandest manner conceivable. It did not bring any tangible benefit to this world. It simply restored the power that inherently belonged to it, back to every individual residing within. Immediately thereafter came the creation jade plate, this shard of information from a higher dimension, an ultimate bug that had eluded comprehension by any fictional laws, reached its historical culmination as the new core rule was inscribed with the phrase, "The story continues." It was no longer a backdoor linking reality and fiction. It transformed into the final cornerstone needed to mend this fictional realm. Buzzing, that light, which should have been the epitome of contradiction, became harmoniously unified at this moment. It resembled a warm sun, gradually merging into this entirely new sky. It was in the process of healing, restoring all the wounds left by dimensional falls, rectifying the logic distorted by the script of endings, and mending the world's essence, which had been ravaged by countless cycles of despair through the ages. The fundamental code of the entire universe was being reconstructed in the most perfect manner by a force emanating from a higher dimension. This world was becoming unprecedentedly real. And as a consequence of all this, or rather, as the most natural outcome thereof, Xiao Yan felt the supreme authority that had once granted him an authorial perspective, the creative power that had enabled him to inscribe ultimate rules, slowly ebbing away from his being like a receding tide. It was a wondrous experience, akin to a creature that had held its breath underwater for eons, finally exhaling its last breath. He was free from the agonizing suffocation, but had also lost the capacity to soar briefly above the water. His dimension was in decline. The divine perspective that once allowed him to survey the entire narrative was gradually shutting down. The world's essence, which had appeared to him as clear as lines of code, was becoming once again obscured, shrouded in the uncertainties that befit mere mortals. The supreme divine domain, which had once been one with him and harbored the hopes of the five defeated, now transformed into a myriad of sparkling droplets, slowly dissipating behind him. It was not annihilation, but rather a return to the realm he had once endowed with a future. He was transitioning from an omnipotent demi-author back to a character of infinite possibilities, a being who would experience the cycles of life, love, hatred, and the bittersweet pangs of joy from insignificant victories and sorrow from unavoidable farewells, a common person. Upon the creation arc, Yin Jin and the others looked on in astonishment at this unfolding scene. They beheld the unparalleled divine radiance that had once captivated them gradually fading from Xiao Yan. The dimensional pressure that had rendered them incapable of even gazing directly at him was swiftly dissipating. Those black and white eyes, once reflecting the rise and fall of the cosmos and the myriad cycles of reincarnation, were gradually losing their profound insight. In its place emerged a clarity they recognized all too well, a clarity belonging to youth. He was transforming from a god back into a man. Xiao Yan. Yin Jin was the first to break the silence. Unable to comprehend or accept the reality that the supreme being who had just ascended to the pinnacle of creation and wielded authorial power was now choosing to abandon such overwhelming might for the sake of a simple descent from the eternal throne of divinity. Xiao Yan heard his voice. He slowly turned to face those familiar faces filled with concern, shock, and confusion. He smiled, a smile that was utterly relaxed and pure, as if shedding a burden heavier than the universe itself. "It is time for me to go home," he said softly. Home, three simple words that seemed to possess a more enchanting power than any divine scripture of creation. Instantly, they struck at the hearts of all present. Yes, home. When all wars have ended, when all destinies have been shattered, when all responsibilities have been fulfilled, returning home becomes the sole answer. Guan inhaled deeply, bowing slowly to Xiao Yan. This was not an act of worship towards a divine son, but a heartfelt tribute to a fellow traveler who had made the most magnificent choice. Farewell, dear friend. Yanvin, Li Ying, Yaodan, Yevi, and everyone else at that moment bowed deeply to the young figure that had shed all divine radiance. Farewell, dear friend. Xiao Yan graciously accepted their homage and, in turn, returned the gesture. Take care, everyone. He paused, his clear eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Just as the words faded away, he felt no lingering attachment. With a single step, his form silently melded into the vast, azure sky brimming with infinite possibilities. He vanished completely, leaving behind only the gradually dissipating arc of creation and the 5 figures aboard, gazing in the direction of his departure, unable to find peace. Chapter 120. The first step. The azure sky, full of endless potential, was slowly receding. Xiao Yan sensed it. He was descending, not in a physical sense, but in a more primordial and gentle return. The supreme authority that had once granted him the perspective of an author had ebbed away like the tide, returned to the world he had personally endowed with a future. The Tai Chi divine domain, which had once been one with him, and the supreme Tao fruit that had borne the hopes of 5 defeated souls, had transformed into specks of light, merging into the foundational logic of countless universes. He was transitioning from an omnipotent demi-author back into a character of boundless possibilities, a being who would experience the cycles of life and death, love and hate, joy in trivial victories, and sorrow in unavoidable farewells. He was becoming human once more. This descent felt both prolonged and fleeting. He traversed through the golden clouds of merit, transformed from the land of logic, which sheltered all variables. He passed through the light of courage, born from the sword of severing fate, which granted freedom of will to all existence. He moved through the wisdom shower, emanating from the leaves of rebirth, which spread across myriad realms. He returned every ounce of power that belonged not to mortals to the story he cherished dearly, because he understood that this world, no longer shackled by scripts, did not require an omnipotent savior. It simply needed countless ordinary individuals brave enough to write their own stories. Finally, at the moment when the last vestiges of the demi-author's supreme brilliance fully receded from his being, he felt weight, a sensation he had forgotten across countless epochs. The weight of a corporeal body. He felt the heartbeat, no longer resonating with the divine realm, but emanating from within his chest, primal and powerful. He felt the breath, no longer the inhalation of chaos, but the necessity to draw air laden with familiar scents. He had returned, completely returned, when Xiao Yan opened his eyes once more. He was greeted not by the cold, ultimate dimension constructed of logic and concepts, but by a familiar azure sky. Beneath the sky lay rolling green mountains, and nestled among them was a quaint little town, steeped in the warmth of human life, Wutan City. The gentle afternoon sun lazily spilled over the cobblestone streets, elongating the shadows of the bustling pedestrians. The sounds of vendors calling out, children laughing, and the rhythmic tapping of storytellers in tea houses intertwined, forming a symphony of the most ordinary yet profoundly moving earthly existence. The air was rich with the sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, the savory scent of freshly baked flatbreads, and the delicate fragrance wafting from a passing maiden. Everything felt so tangible, so real, that it left Xiao Yan, who had just returned from the ultimate game that determined the universe's fate, in a dreamlike daze. He glanced down at his hands, young, clean, and distinctly formed, devoid of the creative power to inscribe ultimate rules. Only faint calluses remained, remnants of years spent holding a ruler. He then touched his face, finding a youthful, handsome visage, still marked by a hint of boyish stubbornness and naivety, no longer reflecting the divine countenance that mirrored the birth and demise of the cosmos. He had truly returned, back to the very origin of all stories, back to the fate of the boy named Xiao Yan. He strolled slowly along the familiar, yet somewhat foreign street, feeling the gentle breeze caress his cheeks, the sunlight warming his skin, and the vibrant warmth emanating from passers-by. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a carefree and pure smile, a release from the weight of the entire universe he had borne. He walked aimlessly, as if to imprint the human warmth he had long been separated from deep within his soul. After an indeterminate period, he paused beneath a massive tree adorned with unknown blossoms, the oldest tree in the town, the very place where, in his youth, he had often come to ponder during times of struggle. At that moment, the blossoms bathed in afternoon sunlight were in full bloom, radiant and warm, akin to a beautiful dream awaited through countless cycles. Beneath that dreamlike tree, several breathtaking figures stood gracefully, rendering the blossoms around them dim in comparison. They seemed to have awaited his arrival for an eternity. One figure, clad in green, exuded an ethereal elegance. Her eyes, clear as autumn waters, curved into crescent moons upon seeing him, an enduring tenderness that had long since woven into his life. Xiao Zhan. Another figure, draped in white, possessed a cool grace akin to the moon. Her exquisite, unadorned face blossomed into a smile capable of melting ice and snow the moment she laid eyes on him, an unwavering dedication that transcended life and death. Little Dr. Fairy, a third figure, adorned in colorful garments, radiated regal splendor. Her enchanting multicolored serpent eyes, upon seeing him, revealed only the purest affection, a bond that had long since intertwined with his very blood. Gailin. A figure appeared, draped in a flowing moonlit white robe, exuding an ethereal grace akin to clouds. The exquisite visage, once the object of his deepest yearning, was instantly suffused with a captivating blush upon their gaze meeting. This was the culmination of countless tribulations, ultimately leading to a gratifying conclusion. Yunlan. Then, another figure emerged, clad in an enigmatic black gown, embodying a mysterious yet regal aura. Those eyes, which had once mirrored creation and demise, now radiated the purest joy at the sight of him. This was the serenity that accompanied him through all storms, finally welcoming the dawn of tranquility. Kievi. They were both present, standing at the very genesis of this tale, awaiting his return. They spoke not a word, merely smiled as they beheld him. Their smiles were warmer than the afternoon sun and more resplendent than the blossoms adorning the trees. Xiao Yan gazed upon them, taking in the beautiful smiles that had long been etched into the depths of his soul. He too smiled, a smile filled with unparalleled happiness and profound contentment. He had finally discovered that which transcended reality, that which was worthy of relinquishing transcendence to return and safeguard. He gradually lifted his steps toward the warmth beneath the blooming trees, toward all that had awaited him for a lifetime. He crossed over, marking the first step of Xiao Yan, the mortal. It was also the inaugural step of the story's protagonist, and indeed, the first stride toward his future, a future yet unwritten, a narrative waiting to unfold.